As a member of humanity's top scientific research team, I should have been basking in glory in the laboratory, yet at this moment, I find myself in a desperate situation. Just a moment ago, I was still thrilled about the successful wormhole traversal, feeling that I was about to become a hero who would rewrite history. But who would have thought that as we stepped out of Explorer 1 and set foot on the prehistoric Cretaceous land, danger would strike instantly. First, we discovered a triceratops, which we thought was a major scientific breakthrough. As we cautiously approached, the thermal sensor suddenly issued a warning. Chapter 001, Traveling Through a Wormhole. Arriving in Prehistory. In 2023, scientists from Manhwa first detected that near the Mariana Trench, there seemed to be a layer of unusual gravitational waves disrupting all electronic instruments detection. In 2050, Manhwa scientists detected chaotic gravitational fluctuations above a certain area of the Pacific Ocean. Scientists worldwide speculated and discovered that it was very likely a peculiar gravitational field. By 2080, within 30 years, these peculiar gravitational fields continuously appeared in various regions on Earth. Scientists worldwide united to initiate a new gravitational exploration. In the year 2100, the top scientists of the Dragon Nation proved that this was a great discovery. The gravitational fields that had appeared over the years were confirmed to be wormholes. By 2200, after a century of relentless effort, wormholes had been fully confirmed to be detectable, perceptible, and predictable. Moreover, the next occurrence was predicted to be on an island in the Atlantic Ocean. On Clary Island in the Atlantic Ocean. This is a natural island that, over nearly a century, has been developed into a global military base. After all, the discovery of the wormhole is a valuable asset for people worldwide. Perhaps humanity can truly complete space-time exploration because of it. If the wormhole can indeed lead humanity to complete space-time travel, then some physics hypotheses might all be confirmed. However, this is after all humanity's first true entry into a wormhole, and the personnel from the major countries chosen to enter the wormhole have already been finalized. In the central area of the island, on a plaza, for Explorer armored expedition vehicles have been fully loaded with live ammunition. Moreover, the Explorer is stocked with 6 months' worth of food. After all, humans do not know how many years in the past or future this wormhole will lead to. Nor do they know if it is even possible to enter, and if they do, whether they can come out alive. Therefore, such protective measures are quite necessary. Hello, Academician Zhang from Manhwa, I am Perry Wood. In front of the square, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes approached a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the young man from the Dragon Kingdom before him, Wood's eyes were filled with jealousy. So outstanding. Only 29 years old, and already an academician. It must be known that this is the highest academic title awarded only for significant and outstanding contributions in science. As for Wood himself, he was almost 50 years old and still just an ordinary scientific researcher. This time, it was just good luck to be selected to come and complete this explorer mission together. After hearing Wood's words, Zhangku also smiled and nodded slightly in response. Then, he went to inspect the elite personnel sent by Manhwa this time. Zhangku knew this was a milestone in human history, so there must be no mistakes. Mr. Wood, hello, I am Ichiro Oda. After Zhangku left the square, a small and thin man hurriedly ran up to Wood and respectfully said. It turned out to be a friend from the Sakura country. Wood glanced at Ichiro Oda and then said casually. Then, he looked at his watch and said, time is running out, we need to set off. Ichiro Oda nodded and bowed as he followed behind Wood. This scene was also seen by Zhangku, who had just put on his exploration suit, and he couldn't help but shake his head. This Ichiro is exactly as recorded by the ancestors. At this moment, a man with a full beard walked over. Academician Zhang. How is the preparation going? Mr. Andre Jason, I didn't expect it would be you accompanying us to complete this mission. Zhangku said with a smile. Academician Zhang, calling me that way, in your Manhwa language, it sounds quite formal. Jason chuckled. Jason and Zhangku both smiled helplessly. I just came to say hello. In half an hour, we will enter the wormhole. Jason waved his hand and left. If we can come back alive this time, I will definitely invite you to my bear country to drink vodka. Zhangku also nodded and agreed with a smile. Academician Zhang, this exploration mission will connect with the leader of the Dragon country's top scientific research team. If the wormhole truly connects two spacetimes, then theoretically our quantum signals can be linked. A burly man holding a super camera equipped with the latest technology approached Zhangku. The camera in his hand was also directly connected to Manhwa's core scientific research department. Powering on. Zhangku adjusted his glasses and glanced back at the scientific researchers and elite Manhwa defenders who were about to accompany him through the wormhole. Yes. Academician Zhang. Joshin, holding the super camera, immediately nodded, then powered it on, connecting to Manhwa's core scientific research department. Manhwa, in Longdu City. In a super bunker about 300 meters underground. This is the core area of the Manhwa Technology Research and Development Team. The researchers staying here are top-tier figures in the outside world. At this moment, everyone is anxiously waiting for the connection. Beep. A crisp sound rang out, and everyone's gaze converged on the giant display in front of them. At this moment, the display already showed Zhang Ku and the many researchers behind him. Explorer number 1 log. Today, I will lead everyone through the wormhole. According to my calculations, we can safely pass through the wormhole, but beyond it lies a time and space we have never explored. It could be the distant future, or possibly prehistoric times. Everything is unknown. Zhang Ku began recording the log, while everyone at the Longwar research base silently started to pray. Because at this moment, Zhang Ku had already led the team into Explorer number 1. Wormhole entry countdown. 10, 9, 8. Everyone held their breath. Wormhole exploration. This is the first great feat in human history. 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Preparing to enter the wormhole. After the radio sound came through the earpiece, everyone only felt the Explorer 1 vehicle shake violently, and then the sensation of weightlessness immediately followed. However, everyone was secured to their seats with seatbelts, so there was no earth-shattering chaos. Everything went pitch black, and in an instant, the body of Explorer number 1 stopped shaking. Everyone, put on your helmets. Zhang Ku immediately issued the order. All the researchers inside the vehicle put on their Explorer oxygen helmets. At this moment, the door of Explorer number 1 slowly rose, and a ray of light shone into everyone's eyes. Zhang Ku's hand trembled, his throat moved slightly, and he murmured, "We succeeded. We have successfully crossed the wormhole." Success. Chapter 002, Prehistoric Cretaceous. King of Monsters template. Inside Explorer number 1, all the researchers were excited. A wormhole. It can be traveled through. And they came through alive. But excitement aside, facing a completely unfamiliar time and space, everyone's nerves were on edge. No one knew what time period this was, nor whether there was any danger here. Zhou Jun. Check if our super quantum camera can communicate with the original time and space. As the captain of Explorer number 1 for this mission, Zhang Ku immediately began issuing orders. Yes. Upon hearing Zhou Junwen's words, he quickly nodded, turned on the super quantum camera in his hand, and then began adjusting the data. Everyone held their breath. If the communication could not be completed, then all their subsequent exploration results would not be able to be transmitted back to the original timeline. It would also mean that this was a one-way journey. Suddenly, chaotic images appeared on the camera's screen. Under Zhou Jun's adjustments, finally, the footage from the Longwar Research Base Center was transmitted in. At this very moment, at the Longwar Research Base, after the researchers inside the base received the quantum signals from the wormhole, everyone was excited. It is possible to connect two spacetimes through a wormhole. Headquarters, this is Explorer number 1. We have successfully traversed the wormhole and established quantum communication with headquarters. From now on, all our exploration missions will be transmitted in real time through this communication. Inside Explorer number 1 cabin, Zhang Ku immediately became excited upon seeing the headquarters researchers on the screen. Good. Su Guodong, the academician minister at the Longwar Research Base headquarters who was watching the live broadcast, nodded heavily. If it weren't for his frail body, Su Guodong truly wanted to personally lead the researchers to the wormhole and travel through it. However, even though he was already in his 70s, his gaze remained incredibly sharp. Succeeded. Succeeded. Murmuring twice, Su Guodong straightened his body, then solemnly said, "Xiao Lu, help me connect to the first line." Inside the Explorer number 1 cabin, Zhang Ku did not waste any time and led the many researchers and security personnel around him to go outside the cabin. After leaving the cabin, everyone was shocked. The surroundings were entirely like an ancient forest. Moreover, some of the trees here soared into the clouds. They were estimated to be nearly 20 to 30 meters tall. In the distance, Explorer number 2, belonging to the Lighthouse Nation, also saw many researchers emerge from the cabin, along with their research team leader this time, Wood. On the left, Explorer number 3 and Explorer number 4 also successively opened their cabin doors, and all the researchers belonging to the Sakura Nation and Bear Nation came outside. While they were all shocked, Zhang Ku had already picked up the oxygen content detector in his hand and quickly said, "Start detection." Yes. Behind, a group of scientific researchers began a series of instrument tests. Geological rock researchers started examining the current geology to infer exactly what kind of time period they were in. Meanwhile, the botanists had already begun studying the surrounding trees. Everyone began to operate in an orderly manner. Beep. At this moment, the device in Zhang Ku's hand emitted a prompt sound. Oxygen content in the air, 295. Air humidity, 85. Air quality API value, 9 super excellent. When Zhang Ku saw the oxygen level value, his pupils slightly contracted. No way? He looked around. The ancient rainforest area had an oxygen content more than 150% that of the original spacetime. Report to Academician Zhang. The geological structure has been fully detected. A tall, thin researcher jogged over to Zhang Ku's side. Report to academician Zhang. The vegetation structure detection is complete. Several other researchers quickly came to Zhang Ku's side as well. Zhang Ku took a deep breath and said heavily, the time period has been confirmed. The prehistoric Cretaceous. The age of dinosaurs. The live footage had already been transmitted to the Dragon Kingdom Research Headquarters. After hearing Zhang Ku's words, Su Guodong's body trembled slightly, then he said solemnly, Academician Zhang, take good care of yourself. The Cretaceous period was the era of the dinosaurs. You must know, dinosaurs ruled Blue Star for as long as 1.6 billion years. Much longer than the time humans have ruled the Earth. After hearing this, Zhang Ku immediately nodded. Yes, Minister. Then, he turned around and scanned the group of researchers in front of him, elite defenders, fully armed. We have descended into the prehistoric Cretaceous, the era dominated by the Tyrannosaurus rex. 20 elite guards, fully armed with mechanical exoskeletons, were all equipped with live ammunition. Everyone held a super rifle independently developed by Manhwa, with each bullet's power comparable to 10 times that of a Barrett. Moreover, the elite soldiers equipped with mechanical exoskeletons could fully withstand this powerful recoil. Everyone, continue exploring towards the mountains ahead. Zhang Ku waved his hand and began issuing orders. Yes. Research teams from other major countries also began slowly advancing toward the depths of the mountain range. About 200 kilometers away. A vast ocean, boundless and infinite, without edges. At this moment, a giant super Tyrannosaurus rex was lying on the beach, its 50-meter long tail constantly swaying behind it. Lu Chen opened his super gigantic mouth wide, and the huge teeth inside gleamed with a chilling light under the sunlight. At this moment, Lu Chen's heart was breaking. It would have been enough just to travel to a parallel universe, but I actually turned into a Tyrannosaurus rex. And it was during the late Cretaceous period. Fortunately, Lu Chen also obtained the essential golden finger for traveling through worlds, an evolution system. As long as I keep eating, I can unlock a very powerful status panel. With a thought, Lu Chen immediately saw a transparent system interface appear before his eyes. Host, Lu Chen. Gender, male. Unlocked template, Super Tyrannosaurus Rex 100. Description, standing height can reach 150 meters, body length can reach 200 meters including tail, weight, 160,000 tons. Bite force, 9 billion newtons. Lu Chen's huge eyes narrowed slightly. It should be noted that he was also a paleontologist before, and his research focused on Tyrannosaurus rex. Therefore, he was very familiar with the common information about Tyrannosaurus rex. The strongest Tyrannosaurus rex would be at most 5 meters tall, with a bite force of 200,000 newtons. 1 kilogram force equals 98 newtons. However, the exact strength depends on how much force is applied and also requires calculating the speed. Then, Lu Chen continued to look down at the unlock panel on the screen. Super Tyrannosaurus Template 100. King of Monsters Template 2525. That's right. The King of Monsters Template. That is Lu Chen's ultimate goal. Since I can't become a human, I will become the king among monsters. Chapter 003, Prehistoric Valley. Triceratops. Tyrannosaurus rex. The king of monsters. As the name suggests. And at present, Lu Chen has already unlocked level 2125. Therefore, Lu Chen's size and appearance have now begun to evolve towards the king of monsters. Now, his appearance is already somewhat different from that of a super Tyrannosaurus rex. For example, the 2 claws of the super Tyrannosaurus are just ordinary 2 fingers, and the hind feet have 3 fingers. At present, although Lu Chen's hands are still a bit short in proportion, they have at least evolved into 5 fingers, and the feet also have a 5-fingered form. As for the originally thick skin tissue, many armored scales have grown on it, and the hardness of these armored scales far exceeds Lu Chen's own imagination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sunbathing continuously for 1 month, evolution point 001. Ding! Current Monster King template unlock progress, 2526 unlocking to 60 will fully evolve into the Monster King form. After sunbathing, Lu Chen lazily stretched his 2 thighs, which were as thick as mountains. Every day after eating, he would run to the seaside to feel the sea breeze and bask in the sun. Now, after sunbathing continuously for a month, he finally gained the 001 evolution point. Lu Chen cracked a smile, leaning slantwise against the cliff wall. After sunbathing, naturally, it was time for a nap. Captain Zhang, we have a discovery here. Amid the prehistoric forest that blocked out the sky, within the Dragon Kingdom research team, a paleontologist stumbled over to Zhang Ku. His expression was extremely excited, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. What discovery? After studying the other person's body, Zhang Ku hurriedly asked. It's a dinosaur. A dinosaur. The paleontologist exclaimed excitedly, Triceratops. Academician Zhang. We have discovered a Triceratops below the valley ahead. His voice was not only heard by Zhang Ku and his group but was also simultaneously transmitted in real time by the quantum camera to the Longbour research base in the original timeline. Center of the Longbour research base. Su Guodong trembled after hearing the words of the paleontologist. Prehistoric dinosaurs. These are truly prehistoric dinosaurs. In the research base, everyone unconsciously focused their gaze on the large central screen. Everyone was quietly waiting for this historic moment. Witness living dinosaurs with your own eyes. Alright. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said heavily, notify all the elite guards of the Dragon Kingdom, we will move over slowly. Remember, do not startle the Triceratops. Yes. The surrounding Dragon Kingdom guard teams and all the researchers nodded in agreement. Immediately, everyone slowly advanced into the valley. Meanwhile, the Jason squad from Bear Country also discovered the Triceratops feeding in the valley. He, along with Bear Country's elite guards and researchers, slowly moved toward the valley. The other two countries also made the same discovery and began moving inward. 10 minutes later, above the valley. The camera in Zhou Zhen's hand had already started filming the Triceratops below. At this moment, everyone was shocked. A Triceratops. A living prehistoric dinosaur. It appeared right before everyone's eyes. The prominent 3 horns on its head. And its massive neck shield, undoubtedly showcasing its identity. At this moment, Jason also led the members of Explorer Number 2 to Zhang Ke's location. Academician Zhang, this Triceratops appears to be a juvenile. Jason's gaze focused on the Triceratops down in the valley, then he said quietly. Zhang Ke pushed up his glasses and nodded. The Triceratops can grow up to 7 to 10 meters in length, but the one below is at most 2 or 3 meters. Beep. At that moment, the thermal sensor in the hands of the nearby researcher sounded an alarm once again. Captain Zhang. The researcher quickly placed the sensor in front of Zhang Ku. Detected more than a dozen thermal energy sources appearing in the valley below. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became cautious. Could it be that they have broken into the Triceratops herd? 20 elite guards from the Dragon Nation immediately took up their super rifles and moved to the edge of the valley. If these Triceratops went into a rampage, they would not hesitate to launch an attack to protect the researchers behind them. At the center of the Dragon Nation research base, Su Guodong couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart when he saw the images on the monitor. Although Triceratops are herbivorous dinosaurs, if they feel threatened, they will also attack other creatures. If those 3 huge horns on their heads were to ram into someone, they could probably pierce right through a human body. And it would be effortless. On the monitor, in the valley, more than a dozen massive Triceratops appeared. It was clear that all these Triceratops had fully grown into their adult forms. Each one was 5 to 6 meters long and 2 to 3 meters tall. Especially some of the Triceratops horns, which were estimated to be nearly a meter long. This is even longer than the largest Triceratops fossil ever discovered by humans. The center of the prehistoric valley. A dozen adult Triceratops staggered out of the cave. At the top of the valley, researchers from 4 countries were all holding their breath. Oh. My God. Hurry up and look. More than a dozen Triceratops have actually come out of the cave. And these Triceratops are much larger in size than the one before. In the Lighthouse Country's Expedition Team Number 3, some researchers couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the scene below the valley. Even the captain of their team, Wood, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. If we could capture one for research, that would be absolutely perfect. At this moment, a bald man from their team stepped in front of Wood. Mr. Wood, I am the captain of this escort team, Captain Jessica Simon, the bald man said calmly. Hello. Wood was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that there would actually be a captain in his team. We have just established quantum communication with headquarters, and I have informed them of all the information here as well, Simon said indifferently. Headquarters has given instructions. If possible, we are to capture some prehistoric dinosaurs and bring them back. Alright, I will fully cooperate with Captain Simon. Wood nodded, thinking that if they could really capture 2 dinosaurs and bring them back, then his own merits would be elevated once again. Perhaps he could even leap to become a top academician of the Lighthouse Nation. Thinking of this, a gleam of excitement reflected in Wood's pupils. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the left side of the valley. Researchers from all countries turned their heads at the sound. Zhang Ke was no exception. When his gaze shifted to the left side of the valley, his pupils sharply contracted. Estimated body length around 10 meters. Height about 5 meters. Even more terrifying was that enormous head. Those giant teeth gleaming with a cold light. And those chilling eyes. OMG. My God. That's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 004. I wonder if that group of Tyrannosaurus Rex has prepared dinner for me yet. A huge Tyrannosaurus Rex stood conspicuously at the entrance of the valley. The moment it appeared, the dozen or so Triceratops in the valley immediately roared. This scene excited all the researchers. No doubt about it. This Tyrannosaurus Rex must have caught the scent of the Triceratops and came to hunt them. Zhou Zhen.
Aim the camera at the Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Ke quickly came to Zhou Xin's side and said heavily, Captain Zhang, it's already aimed.
Zhou Xin held the quantum camera steadily in his hands and grinned.
Good.
Zhang Ke's face showed some excitement at this moment. After all, what he was researching was prehistoric creatures.
And right now, this Tyrannosaurus Rex was vividly filling his vision. How could he not be excited? Dragon Nation Research Base Center. Minister Su, the Prime Minister, has just approved the prehistoric quantum communication network. Good, initiate the network communication.
Su Guodong nodded, walked over to the round conference table, and then sat down.
Yes.
Immediately, after a series of operations, 4 images appeared on the screen in front of him. And on the round conference table, 3 virtual figures also appeared. Su Guodong looked at the 3 figures in front of him and smiled faintly. These 3 individuals are the ministers of science and technology from 3 other countries, holding a status in Longwa comparable to Su Guodong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone focused their attention uniformly on the display screen in front of them. At the same time, on the left side of the prehistoric valley, a gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex was roaring at the dozen or so Triceratops inside the valley.
The latter quickly responded in kind.
Then, a strange scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Theoretically, if a dozen or so Triceratops attacked this Tyrannosaurus together, they might still be able to escape a large part of the attack. But why, after roaring at each other for a long time, did neither side show any sign of launching an attack? What is going on with Captain Zhang and the others? Zhou Xin tilted his head and looked at Zhang Ke beside him. At this moment, Zhang Ke was also puzzled, his eyes fixed tightly on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then he murmured, could it be that this Tyrannosaurus Rex is communicating with those dozen or so Triceratops? As soon as he said this, all the researchers around were completely shocked. It must be known that the Tyrannosaurus Rex ruled for over 100 million years in prehistoric times, so if it really is communicating with those dozen or so Triceratops now, then something that would terrify all humans would occur. The Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses intelligence. It can think. If this theory is truly confirmed, then humanity will have to rethink the Tyrannosaurus Rex. How is that possible? Academician Zhang, no matter how you look at this T-Rex, it doesn't seem to possess any intelligence, does it? At that moment, Wood from Lighthouse Country came over to Zhang Ke's side and shook his head.
Not necessarily.
Zhang Ke frowned and said, the T-Rex lived in prehistoric times for so many years, who can guarantee that they wouldn't have evolved intelligence? However, just as Wood was about to retort to Zhang Ke, the scene in the valley changed once again. They saw a dozen adult Triceratops lined up in a row, then lowering their massive heads, quietly following behind the Tyrannosaurus on the left side of the valley, slowly leaving the valley.
Oh! My God! Captain Wood! Did you see that? It seems like this Tyrannosaurus is taming these Triceratops. Yes. No doubt about it. This is taming. Oh God! Tell me what I'm seeing is real. The entire research team behind Wood all exclaimed in surprise.
This scene was simultaneously broadcast in real time by the quantum camera at the Longwa Research Center. Su Guodong, the Minister of Science and Technology of Longwa, was also somewhat shocked when he saw the scene before him.
What does everyone think about this scene? Su Guodong asked first.
On one side, Ivan Oxen, the Chief Scientific Research Minister of the Bear Kingdom, spoke, this Tyrannosaurus Rex looks like it is commanding these Triceratops.
Mr. Ivan, I disagree with you. Perhaps this just looks like a coincidence. Luke, with blonde hair and blue eyes, voiced his opposition.
You have to know, his lighthouse country has the longest research history on paleontology.
If it is really confirmed now that the Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses intelligence, wouldn't that overturn many theories proposed by their country?
By then, they would become a laughingstock in the scientific community, something Luke, the Minister of Science and Technology of the Lighthouse Nation, did not want to see. I also agree with Minister Luke. Finally, Odasaburo, the Minister of Science and Technology of Sakura Country, echoed. Su Guodong just smiled and did not continue speaking. Everyone's gaze once again focused on the monitor.
Prehistoric Valley. Everyone. All of you, follow up. Let's see where this Tyrannosaurus is taking these Triceratops. Wood shouted excitedly.
Immediately, he led his team members toward the left side of the valley.
Ichiro Kodera followed closely behind.
Zhang Ke saw the scene and couldn't help but shake his head.
Notify everyone, we will start moving. Yes. 5 hours later. At the edge of the ocean, 200 kilometers away, Lu Chen finally woke up.
Stretching lazily, he slowly stood up from the beach.
Behind him, the seemingly towering prehistoric forest looked like little grass in front of Lu Chen, a super Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lu Chen looked up, glanced toward the east, then raised his head and let out a loud roar. That shout! It was truly earth-shattering. The sound waves spread out into the distance in a strange way. After shouting, Lu Chen thought to himself, hey, I wonder if that group of Tyrannosaurus has prepared my dinner yet. Just thinking about that group of Tyrannosaurus made Lu Chen feel a bit proud. After traveling back to prehistoric times and becoming a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he continuously hunted other dinosaurs and evolved.
After unlocking the form of a super Tyrannosaurus rex, Lu Chen had become the strongest existence in prehistoric times. It can be said that all creatures in prehistoric times were no match for Lu Chen. Naturally, Lu Chen didn't stay idle and tamed many ferocious Tyrannosauruses. Especially those with great height and length, all were tamed by Lu Chen, and the method of taming was very simple. Just fight directly. If they don't submit, swallow them. These Tyrannosaurus rex have had some intelligence after so many years in prehistoric times. In the end, Lu Chen tamed nearly 100 Tyrannosaurus rex. The daily task of these Tyrannosaurus rex was naturally to hunt for Lu Chen. If Lu Chen hunted by himself, he would probably spend half the day hunting, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain his huge stomach. Fortunately, having tamed these enforcers, Lu Chen still felt a great sense of accomplishment. After confirming the direction, Lu Chen strode forward with his massive claws and charged toward the center of the forest. Chapter 005 Shocked Researchers. Prehistoric Supergiant Creatures. Zhang Ku and his group had been following that Tyrannosaurus for more than 5 hours. They finally arrived at the edge of a dark brown basin. When they got here, everyone was shocked. Because in the center of the basin, there was more than one Tyrannosaurus rex. Why are there so many Tyrannosaurus rex? Is this for real? All the researchers behind were staring in horror at the center of the basin, where there were nearly hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rex. Moreover, it seems that each Tyrannosaurus rex is accompanied by some dinosaurs. Look quickly. That's a Brachiosaurus. My god! Such a huge Brachiosaurus. The researchers immediately noticed that 3 Tyrannosaurus rex in the distance were leading an adult Brachiosaurus toward the center of the basin. This Brontosaurus is estimated to be about 20 meters long, and at this moment it is slowly walking towards the center of the basin. Captain Zhang, don't you think this scene looks a bit like these Tyrannosaurs are worshipping something? Zhou Jin came up to Zhang Ku's side, swallowed, and said. Although Zhang Ku really wanted to refute Zhou Jin's words, everything happening in the basin right now could very well be just as Zhou Jin said. But if that were really the case, wouldn't it mean that the Tyrannosaurus rex was intelligent? Moreover, there are dinosaurs even stronger than the Tyrannosaurus rex? However, it's not impossible. After all, many dinosaur species completely disappeared after the mass extinction event. Some dinosaurs didn't even leave behind any traces. B. An unidentified infrasound wave has been detected approaching. At that moment, the detector in Zhang Ku's hand suddenly emitted a warning sound. Zhang Ku frowned. At present, it wasn't just Explorer 1 that had detected the infrasound wave, the other explorers had also detected it. Rumble. Hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rex in the basin became restless the moment they received this sound wave. Then they drove all the dinosaurs in the basin to the center of the basin. 100 Tyrannosaurus rex formed a semicircle, surrounding nearly 200 dinosaurs in front of them. As for the location of the gap, it is directly facing the backside of the basin. This scene shocked the eyes of all the researchers. This phenomenon has completely proven one thing. That is, in this prehistoric era, there definitely existed a creature that surpassed the Tyrannosaurus rex. And that species, which surpassed the Tyrannosaurus rex, might be the true ruler of this prehistoric era. Zhang Ku took a deep breath. If there really were new species, then the concept of the Tyrannosaurus rex ruling the prehistoric era for 1.6 billion years would be shattered. Boom! 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 In an instant. From the direction of the primeval forest behind the basin, muffled sounds came. Boom! Boom! It was as if a giant creature was charging towards the basin. Beep. Thermal sensor detected. Target distance 150 kilometers. Beep. Thermal sensor detected. Target distance 120 kilometers. Beep. Thermal sensor detected. Target distance 80 kilometers. After hearing the alert from the detection device in their hands, everyone in Zhang Ku's group showed expressions of shock on their faces. What kind of creature is this? Its movement speed is actually this fast. Could it be a pterosaur? Zhou Jin murmured. Impossible. Zhang Ku quickly said, if it were a pterosaur, it wouldn't be able to make such a loud noise. Having said this, a look of excitement also appeared in his eyes. This is definitely a super creature. Moreover, it is a super creature never before detected by humans. Rumble rumble. Beep. Heat sensing source detected. Target distance 50 kilometers. Rumble rumble. Beep. Heat source detected. Target distance 10 kilometers. Just as the researchers in Longwo were waiting, the researcher on the right side of Explorer number 2 had already started exclaiming. My god! Hurry and look! What is that black shadow? Based on the direction of the sensor, it is very likely a super creature. A prehistoric super creature. My god! I can hardly believe my own eyes. The surrounding exclamations grew louder and louder, and everyone fixed their gaze tightly on that huge dark shadow. It's getting closer. Getting closer. Rumble rumble. Finally, a prehistoric giant super creature appeared at the top of the basin. My god! Damn it! Damn!
These researchers, who have never cursed in all these years, really can't hold it in anymore. In front of them stands a supergiant. A massive body. A huge head. And that mouth full of sharp giant teeth. And those cold, eerie eyes. The entire body is covered with a layer of hard-armored scales. Under the sunlight, they emit a faint glow. And those small hands, which are somewhat short in overall proportion. These features unmistakably tell these researchers that he is the prehistoric king. Godzilla. It's definitely Godzilla. Ichiro Oda from the land of cherry blossoms simply couldn't hold back, his eyes shining with incredible excitement. Headquarters. Headquarters. Did you see that? This prehistoric super creature. Doesn't it look just like Godzilla? Ichiro Oda quickly ran to the communicator, speaking with great enthusiasm. At this very moment. At the Sakura Nation's research headquarters, Santaro Oda also became excited. He quickly gathered all the information related to Godzilla and placed it on the roundtable meeting. The next moment, at the Dragon Nation's research base center, a lot of data appeared. Whether Godzilla actually exists is still uncertain. Su Guodong thought for a moment and said, however, that prehistoric giant is definitely a completely new creature, one that humanity has never detected before. In fact, it is an existence that surpasses Godzilla. Santaro Oda did not refute either. After all, from the monitor, that prehistoric giant beast did indeed just look like Godzilla, but somehow it still felt a little different. Prehistoric times, inside the basin. As soon as Lu Qin arrived here, he had already sensed some very faint heat sources at the entrance of the basin. After all, he had at least unlocked the Monster King template by now, so naturally he also possessed some skills. Thermal sensing is one of the skills. Moreover, Lu Qin knew that the Monster King had far more skills than just this one. However, those powerful skills could only be unlocked when he evolved to 40%. In Lu Chen's line of sight, he couldn't see the humans below. After all, humans were simply too small for him now. Those 20 or 30 meter tall trees looked like little grass in Lu Chen's sight, and these researchers were only about 1/12 or 1/13 the size of that grass. From this, it can be imagined that in Lu Chen's eyes, these people were just a little bigger than ants. Boom! Boom! Lu Chen had never sensed such a small source of heat energy before. At this moment, he was very curious about what these densely packed little heat energy points actually were. Then, he took a step with his huge feet and slowly walked toward the entrance of the basin. Chapter 006, A New Mission. Attempting to communicate with the prehistoric intelligent beasts. Boom! Rumble! All the researchers felt as if their ears were about to explode. And that prehistoric super creature was slowly approaching their group. Everyone! Get ready to enter combat mode. At this moment, Captain Simon from the Lighthouse Nation stepped forward directly and then shouted loudly. Ichiro Oda. Have your soldiers cooperate with us? Understood. Captain Simon. Ichiro Oda quickly nodded, then immediately arranged for all the security personnel of Explorer Number 4 to be assigned under Captain Simon's command. Stop. Zhang Ke frowned and quickly said, that is a supergiant beast. Captain Simon, do you think our weapons will have any effect on it? After hearing Zhang Ke's words, Simon shook his head. Academician Zhang, my mission is to protect the safety of the researchers. After speaking, he led all the elite guards and aimed their super rifles at the prehistoric beast. Academician Zhang, what should we do? Jason came to Zhang Ke's side and asked. No, we can't launch an attack. We need to let the prehistoric beast know that we mean no harm. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said heavily. From the moment Zhang Ke saw the prehistoric giant beast in the basin, he already knew. Not to mention the elite guards of the Lighthouse Nation, even if all the guard weapons here were combined, they'd probably wouldn't be able to pierce the skin of that giant beast, right? This is simply a disparity in strength. Would it know that we mean no harm? Jason cleared his throat lightly. Even though he was born in bear country, facing the slowly approaching prehistoric giant beast, a strong sense of helplessness rose in his heart. This damn feeling is just like humans facing ants, only the positions have been swapped for now. I don't know if Zhang Ke also shook his head helplessly at this moment. He had studied many things, but this prehistoric giant beast was the only thing he hadn't researched. Not to mention studying it, he hadn't even seen one. 10 minutes ago, he hadn't even thought that such a super giant beast could exist in this world. At this moment, Lu Chen had already moved his massive body to the edge of the basin, then slowly lowered his head and began staring at these small heat energy sources. Zhang Ke and everyone else all held their breath, staring at the huge head before them, each feeling their heart nearly stop beating. Ha! Humans? Lu Chen finally saw clearly that these little heat sources in front of him were actually humans. They are humans. No, this can't be right. Isn't this the prehistoric era? How could humans appear here? However, Lu Chen also noticed that these humans all seemed to be wearing thick, exploration-like suits. Could it be that they traveled through time? Time travel? Lu Chen was excited. If they really came from another time, wouldn't that mean they could also take me back with them? Between prehistoric times and the future, Lu Chen still preferred the future. Prehistory was just too boring. Moreover, the main point is, the Monster King template I currently have requires something with extremely strong radiation to unlock quickly. Although there are many places with strong radiation in prehistoric times, none are as strong as the uranium element refined by humans. Hey, just have someone give you some when the time comes. The thought of quickly unlocking the Monster King template made Lu Chen excited. Launch the attack. However, Lu Chen was excited, and that massive body, like a mountain, brought a strong visual impact to the researchers in front of him. At this moment, Captain Simon waved his big hand. Immediately gave the order. The next second, nearly 50 guards simultaneously pulled the triggers of their super rifles. Instantly, bullets capable of piercing steel plates began to shoot at the tail of the prehistoric giant beast. After shooting for 3 minutes, all the guards had fired a full magazine before finally stopping. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't feel anything, only a slight itch at his tail. Tilting his head, Lu Chen looked at the group from Lighthouse Country, a pair of cold, eerie eyes staring at them. It's over, it's over. Could it be that we have angered the giant beast? With such powerful firepower just now, it didn't even pierce its skin. Not to mention piercing it, there isn't even the slightest mark left. After seeing the giant beast's eyes, all the guards broke out in cold sweat, and even the usually tough Captain Simon began to tremble at this moment. Not even on the same level. The attack just now probably wasn't even enough to scratch this giant beast's itch, right? Lu Chen looked at these blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys and thought to himself, there are actually people like this in the world? Sigh, should I just eat them? Forget it, forget it. Although I'm a super giant beast, I was still human before. With that thought, Lu Chen immediately lost interest in these people and turned his head back to look at Zhang Ku and his group. The researchers in the Lighthouse Nation only felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. At the Dragon Nation's Research Base Center, around the roundtable meeting, Su Guodong spoke first, but his tone was filled with deep questioning. Mr. Luke, the order to have your people open fire just now, was that given by you? Do you realize that if this angers the giant beast, all these researchers will die in prehistory? They carry a mission. Even if they die, it is just a part of their task. Luke squinted and continued, besides, before entering the wormhole, we had already told them that this journey might be a death trap. Faced with the words of Luke, the Minister of Science and Technology of the Lighthouse Nation, Ivan Oxenden, the Minister of Science and Technology of the Bear Nation, snorted coldly. I think your goal is to drag our country's scientists to die with you, right? Minister Ivan, I never said that. Luke showed a slightly awkward smile on his face. Su Guodong ignored Luke and pressed the wireless communication microphone. Academician Zhang, this is Su Guodong, please respond if you hear me. At the entrance of the prehistoric basin, after hearing the radio voice in his earpiece, Zhang Ku immediately pressed the button and replied, Minister, I'm here. Judging by the current situation, this prehistoric giant beast is very likely to be intelligent. Let's see if we can try to communicate with it, Su Guodong said immediately. Yes. Minister. Zhang Ku nodded heavily. At this moment, at the roundtable meeting, Luke shook his head and said, Minister Su, your idea is too naive. A giant beast is a giant beast no matter how big it is, it cannot possess intelligence. My suggestion is that on the day of the second wormhole opening, 1 month later, we take powerful weapons and equipment to tame the giant beast. In this way, our prehistoric exploration mission can continue. Your idea is dangerous. Su Guodong frowned, and besides, how can you be sure the giant beast has no intelligence? Luke was at a loss for words. After all, he couldn't prove that the giant beast lacked intelligence. Everyone's gaze once again focused on the screen. Prehistoric times, at the entrance of the basin. Lu Chen was staring at these little creatures in front of him. At this moment, Zhang Ku mustered up his courage and shouted loudly, Giant beast! Can you hear me? Chapter 007, The Attack Stopped? I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. In response to Zhang Ku's words, Lu Chen only heard a very faint sound, almost inaudible. With no other choice, Lu Chen had to bring his huge head closer once again to Zhang Ku and his group. When Lu Chen was truly only a dozen meters away from Zhang Ku, all the researchers at the basin entrance finally felt the giant beast's mountain-like pressure. That enormous head, with exposed fangs estimated to be 7 or 8 meters long. Cold and glowing, breathtaking. The giant beast might want to clearly hear what I am saying. Seeing the giant beast react like this, Zhang Ku immediately became excited. This behavior can preliminarily prove that this prehistoric giant beast possesses intelligence. Hurry up! Get me a loudspeaker! Zhang Ku shouted loudly. At this moment, Zhou ran up to Zhang Ku and handed over the loudspeaker in his hand. Captain Zhang, here you go. Good. After Zhang Ku took it, he didn't waste any time and quickly adjusted it to the maximum volume mode, then shouted loudly. Beast! Can you hear me? Zhang Ku's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, became incredibly huge. And Lu Chen finally heard Zhang Ku's words clearly. When he heard that familiar Mandarin, Lu Chen became excited. He didn't expect this world to use the same language. So familiar. So familiar.
However, Luchin could not produce human language, so he could only nod his huge head to indicate a response. Just as Luchin nodded, all the researchers, including those watching everything through photography in the major national research base, all the staff were utterly shocked and horrified. The prehistoric giant beast is intelligent. It is a sentient being. At the roundtable meeting, Su Guodong looked at the monitor in front of him, his face full of shock, but the most shocked was Luke. Because he had just said that the giant beasts had no intelligence, and then this slap in the face came suddenly. Wood. Quickly try to see if you can communicate with the giant beast. Luke quickly gave the order. Yes. Wood in the basin immediately obeyed, then took a loudspeaker and hurriedly ran over to Zhang Ku's side. Then he started jabbering away fluently in lighthouse language. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. What was this guy babbling about all this time? Moving his huge head in front of Wood, Lu Chen felt a hint of mischief rising in his heart. Barreling out his massive fangs, good grief, he could swallow everyone present along with their explorer ship hole. It's estimated that it's not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Wood. What are you doing? Have you angered the beast? At the roundtable meeting, Luke shouted angrily as soon as he saw the image on the monitor. When the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom communicated with the beast, it responded with a very human-like nod, but with Wood, it directly opened its abyssal giant mouth. Obviously, it was Wood's words that angered the prehistoric beast. Answer the minister, I didn't say anything, Wood said as he stared at the abyssal giant mouth just inches away, then collapsed onto the ground. His pupils were starting to dilate uncontrollably. Protect Captain Wood. At this moment, Captain Simon gritted his teeth and quickly raised his rifle, aiming it at the beast's head with the defenders. Are you crazy? Zhang Ke frowned once again when he saw this scene. Perhaps your previous attacks were ignored by the giant beast, but aren't you afraid of provoking its wrath with words like that? However, Simon and his group had no intention of listening to Zhang Ke. Instead, they continued aiming their super rifles at the prehistoric giant beast. At this moment, after hearing Zhang Ke's words, Lu Chen's huge eyeballs also shifted slightly. In his cold, gloomy eyes, there was a look full of contempt. These people probably aren't very smart, but Lu Chen also wanted to test his own physical strength to see if these humans' weapons could hurt him. The next second, Lu Chen slowly raised his short little hands. Of course, considering Lu Chen's own proportions, his two hands were indeed a bit short. But to the scientific researchers in front of him, those two hands were capable of smashing the basin cliffs with a single slap. Attack! Seeing this, Captain Simon didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. Bang! The next moment, a dense barrage of super bullets began shooting towards Lu Chen's right hand. Beep! Dense bullet attack detected, starting absorption. Suddenly, a prompt sound appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Upon hearing it, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. Just as I thought. I knew it. My Monster King template is even stronger than the previous life's Brother General. Although my appearance is evolving towards Brother General, in the end, I will definitely become a super monster that surpasses him. Brother General can only absorb radiation, but right now I can even absorb the energy emitted from artillery fire. Where the hell can you argue with that? Roaring, Lu Chen pretended to be furious and continued to intimidate these blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys. As expected, under Lu Chen's intimidation, these people stopped caring about anything and used every weapon they could to attack. When the bullets ran out, they used high-explosive grenades. Bang! Flames erupted all over the sky. At the roundtable meeting, Su Guodong said coldly, Mr. Luke, when you gave such an order, you never considered the lives of your people. Luke glanced at Su Guodong but said nothing. Minister Su, whatever, Ivan Akshin sneered. Su Guodong sighed helplessly. Although from a global perspective, many major countries had joined forces to complete this wormhole detection mission. However, there was also a sense of mutual comparison among them. After all, no one wanted to admit that their own country was weak. In the prehistoric basin, Lu Chen was enjoying these attacks that were barely even enough to tickle him, but after a dozen seconds, the attacks from the people below stopped. Ding! Obtained evolution point 024. Ding! Monster King template progress, 255. After hearing the system's prompt sound, Lu Chen's heart also cheered up. This was definitely much better than just sunbathing. The next second, Lu Chen withdrew his right hand, lowered his head, and looked at the soldiers holding weapons. He was a bit curious, weren't these people fighting quite fiercely? Why did they suddenly stop? I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. Chapter 008, Decoding the Meaning of the Giant Beast. Academician Shang's bold idea. The prehistoric giant beast looked down on these armed guards, and all of the guards were stunned. Because all the bullets were fired. After all the bullets were fired, they surprisingly didn't cause any damage to this prehistoric giant beast. Not to mention damage, even its tough scales didn't suffer any harm. Just how tough is its skin? We're not going to die here, are we? Doing this must have already angered the giant beast. The researchers of Explorer Number 2 began to feel frustrated. They actually dared to attack this giant beast just now? How could they be so bold? Isn't this basically asking for death?
Everyone closed their eyes, waiting for the fury of the giant beast. As for running? Forget it. Didn't you see how fast this giant beast moved earlier? Where could you possibly run to?
At this moment, Zhang Ku and his group also felt somewhat sorry in their hearts for the people of Explorer number 2 and number 4. Meanwhile, Lu Chen looked at the people in front of him and wondered why everyone had closed their eyes.
Keep fighting.
This damn thing is way more exciting than sunbathing. However, when Lu Chen's gaze fell on their weapons, he also noticed a slight problem.
Turns out, they ran out of bullets.
Makes sense, with such intense attacks just now, they probably didn't have many bullets left to use.
But there's none here, don't we still have our fellow townsmen? Lu Chen moved his head over to Zhang Ku's side. And everyone from the Lighthouse Nation was stunned the giant beast didn't get angry? So does that mean we are survivors of the disaster? Everyone collapsed to the ground, it was too terrifying. Some researchers couldn't withstand the pressure and directly fainted. Lu Chen stared with his big eyes, looking at Zhang Ku. Sure enough, among our fellow countrymen's team, there were also many weapons. Academician Zhang, cough cough, is it possible to know what the giant beast wants to do?
Jason was covered in goosebumps as the giant beast stared at him.
Giant beast, what do you want?
Zhang Ku cleared his throat, picked up the megaphone, and then asked loudly.
As for whether the giant beast could understand, that was unknown.
Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart.
As expected, only a fellow countryman understands what I mean.
However, since he couldn't speak, he had no choice but to gesture with his hands.
Lu Chen extended his right hand, pointed to the armed guards behind Zhang Ku, and then pointed to the group from Lighthouse Nation on the left.
Then he pointed to himself. The meaning should be clear now, use your weapons to attack me, just like those guys did earlier. Zhang Ku and his group looked at each other in confusion.
What does the giant beast mean? I don't understand it at all. Academician Zhang, I understand now. Jason suddenly said. The giant beast means that our defenders should take out the people from the Lighthouse Nation. As soon as Jason spoke, Wood shouted from afar, Jason, don't say things recklessly. I'm not saying it recklessly.
Look, Jason said, pointing at the armed guards behind us, then at you all, and then at the giant beast itself.
The meaning is very clear. Jason said solemnly. The giant beast means that you should use the same weapons to kill the people over there and avenge me. All defenders of Bear Country, get ready. Kill those Sukabori. Bear Country defenders, hooray.
Everyone who saw Explorer number 3 became excited, while all the people of Explorer number 2 couldn't help but feel terrified. However, Lu Chen heard those two familiar words, hooray and Sukabori. Wow, so it turns out this world also has Ula. But these guys misunderstood their own meaning.
Hululu.
Lu Chen let out a snore, and after the researchers and guards from Bear Country heard it, they all fell silent. Lu Chen continued to point at these guards with his finger, then directly pointed at himself.
This way, you should be able to understand, right? Got it.
Jason thought for a moment, then immediately nodded and handed over all the weapons to the giant beast. After hearing Jason's words, Lu Chen was speechless.
He shook his head and looked towards Zhang Ku.
Zhang Ku swallowed hard. He really didn't quite understand what the giant beast meant.
At the roundtable meeting,
not only the science ministers from various countries, but also many researchers behind them were racking their brains to decipher the meaning of the giant beast. Minister Su, perhaps I have understood what the giant beast means. Zhang Ku pressed the quantum radio button and then said softly.
What is it? Su Guodong asked immediately.
Perhaps the giant beast means for us to launch an attack on it just like the Lighthouse Nation did. Zhang Ku took a deep breath and voiced this terrifying idea.
After hearing Zhang Ku's words, Su Guodong fell silent.
Indeed, no one had thought of this idea before, or rather, no one dared to think this way.
Impossible. Minister Luke immediately refuted. How could the giant beast want researchers to attack itself?
Because when deciphering the meaning of the giant beast, all the radios were synchronized, so Luke also heard Zhang Ku's thoughts.
Minister Su, I think what academician Zhang said is very likely.
Ivan Akshin expressed agreement with Zhang Ku's words. Only Santaro Oda from Sakura Country remained silent, instead frantically searching for information about the general.
Academician Zhang. Let's proceed as you said. Su Guodong finally gave the order. Here, after Zhang Ku received approval, he immediately said, all defenders. Next, follow my command and attack the giant beast with your weapons. Yes. Lu Chen saw that both teams here were all aiming their weapons at him, and immediately nodded, finally understanding. This is so tough for me. Attack.
Seeing this, Zhang Ku shouted loudly.
Bang.
Another shooting session lasting more than half an hour. Everyone fired all their ammunition before finally stopping. As for the prehistoric giant beast, nothing happened. Not only were there no marks left on the beast, there wasn't even the slightest trace.
Ding.
Energy points absorbed 03.
Ding. Monster King template progress 258. Feeling great. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction.
Although he was full of questions now, he decided to fill his stomach first.
Boom. Boom.
The next second, Lu Chen swung his massive body and walked toward the center of the basin.
Time to eat. Chapter 009, An Incredibly Dominant Roar. Commanding the Prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Prehistoric basin. After seeing the giant beast leave this place, all the researchers breathed a sigh of relief.
Academician Zhang, you are the bravest researcher I have ever seen.
Jason couldn't help but give Zhang a thumbs up at this moment.
Zhang Ku just smiled, and all the researchers once again focused their attention on the giant beast. Prehistoric giant beast. It is truly terrifying. Biological research team.
Take the measuring instruments. The next task is to measure the height and size of this prehistoric giant. Zhang Ke did not forget the purpose of their journey through the wormhole this time, which was naturally for scientific research. At the moment, the appearance of this prehistoric giant naturally concentrated all the research objectives on it.
Yes, Captain.
After hearing Zhang Ke's words, the biological research team immediately took the biological measuring instruments and came to Zhang Ke's side.
Academician Zhang, no matter how you look at it right now, that giant beast is feeding, right? How about we wait a bit before going?
Jason scratched his head and said, "Don't worry, we won't get that close." Zhang Ke took a deep breath, and after the recent negotiation, we can preliminarily judge that the giant beast is intelligent.
As long as we don't attack first, the beast won't attack us. Moreover,
we can not only study the giant beast, but there are also many other dinosaurs in the center of the basin.
All right. Jason gritted his teeth, waved his big hand, and said, Academician Zhang, we're coming too.
Zhang Ke smiled, then the entire team of Explorer number 1 and the entire team of Explorer number 3 slowly began moving down towards the valley. Explorer number 2 and Explorer number 4's group all stayed above the basin.
I'm not going to foolishly go to my death.
Seeing Zhang Ke and his group's actions, what couldn't he help but shrink his neck? These people are all crazy. At this moment, Captain Simon suddenly appeared in front of Wood.
Research headquarters, Minister Luke is looking for you. Quantum encrypted call password, FL39NB66 OK. Simon said.
Wood was slightly startled, then after entering the encrypted quantum channel, he entered the communication password.
Minister Luke.
Wood said respectfully.
Wood, from now on, enter a new phase of research, codename, Behemoth Probe. Luke's voice came through.
I have already informed the superiors of all the information about the prehistoric beasts. The superiors clearly stated that it must be our country that controls the beasts. If they were to be controlled by another country, it would be a catastrophic disaster for us. When the second wormhole opens in a month, we will deploy a large number of powerful weapons, and at that time, Captain Simon will have full command.
Yes. Minister Luke. Wood stood at attention and nodded heavily.
What Luke said is indeed a fact. Whichever country can control the giant beast, that country's status on the international stage will become pivotal.
Moreover, it can leap to become a superpower, becoming the number 1 in the world.
At the center of the basin, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of this group of Tyrannosaurus rex. These Tyrannosaurus rex, each over 10 meters long and 5 to 6 meters tall, were just tiny dots in front of Lu Chen. Hundreds of ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex all lowered their heads in submission after Lu Chen arrived here. At this moment, 2 beams of light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes from a distance. Lu Chen squinted and saw that they were fellow villagers, so he simply ignored them. However, the hundreds of brutal Tyrannosaurus rex in the center of the basin could not tolerate it. Their king is Lu Chen, not these unknown creatures perched on the edge of the basin. Roar! Among the hundreds of prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex, the largest one raised its head and let out an angry roar. Then, stepping forward with its powerful legs, it charged wildly towards Zhang Ke and his group.
Academician Zhang. This Tyrannosaurus rex is quite a big specimen.
At the edge of the basin, Jason felt the ground tremble, then quickly looked toward the center. When he saw that largest Tyrannosaurus rex, he was so frightened he almost jumped out. You've learned all the spoken language of our dragon kingdom. Zhang Ke cleared his throat lightly. However, now is not the time to joke, he said quickly. Everyone, fall back to Explorer 1 immediately. At the command, everyone boarded their respective explorers.
Zhou, shield the aura and thermal energy. Zhang Ke said heavily.
Zhou beside him immediately nodded, then activated the thermal shield on Explorer 1.
Sure enough, just above the closure, the huge prehistoric Tyrannosaurus clearly slowed its pace, because it had lost any trace of hunting prey.
However, the Tyrannosaurus was still slowly moving in the direction of Zhang Ke and his group. In the center of the basin, Lu Chen also spotted the huge Tyrannosaurus, then he let out a loud roar. The conveyed meaning was also very clear. Get back here, old man.
There are my fellow townsmen there.
The peculiar sound waves reached the ears of that Tyrannosaurus rex.
Sure enough, after understanding Lu Chen's meaning, the Tyrannosaurus was immediately scared out of its wits.
Forcibly stopping its running feet, it skidded dozens of meters on the rocky ground of the basin before finally halting its massive body. This scene once again refreshed the eyes of Zhang Ke and his team of researchers.
I knew it.
The giant beast can really command these Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Ke gasped, excitedly saying. The scene that just happened was also simultaneously recorded by quantum cameras across all research bases.
Did you see that?
The giant beast can really command the Tyrannosaurus.
My god. Oh. My god. I can hardly believe my own eyes. So powerful.
Especially that voice. It made my heart almost jump out.
Countless researchers at their respective research headquarters were all amazed and shocked by the majestic posture of the prehistoric giant beast.
At the roundtable conference, Su Guodong's eyes were also filled with shock, not to mention the research ministers from several other countries. However, in Luke's eyes, there was not only shock but also a strong sense of greed. He increasingly felt that such a giant beast capable of commanding prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex must be controlled by his own country. Only then could they continue to solidify their current position in the world. In the prehistoric basin, the largest Tyrannosaurus rex lowered its head and cautiously returned to the center of the basin. It was afraid that the king who led them would swallow it alive.
At the moment, Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to the Tyrannosaurus at all. What's more, he now had a very good idea.
He had been in the prehistoric era for quite some time, basically just eating other dinosaurs or creatures raw.
Why hadn't he thought of cooking with fire?
However, Lu Chen himself had no way to get fire, and even the nearest volcano hadn't erupted for a while.
But isn't our fellow villager here? Hey! Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately walked slowly towards Zhang Ku and the others explorer. Chapter 010, Why is there no response? Oh. It turns out there's no firewood. Lu Chen leisurely walked up to Explorer 1. As everyone held their breath, Lu Chen extended his right hand and very lightly tapped Explorer 1.
He swore that he really did tap it very lightly. However, inside Explorer 1, everyone only felt the vehicle shake violently, as if it was about to fall apart the next second.
The giant beast seemed to have something to say to us.
Zhang Ke quickly began analyzing facing this prehistoric intelligent giant beast. Zhang Ke's heart was filled with immense reverence. At this moment, Lu Chen once again tapped the small toy car in front of him, then pointed to himself. Then, Lu Chen swaggered towards the center of the basin.
Got it. The giant beast means for us to follow it. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said. Right after he finished speaking, the surrounding researchers fell into silence. Stopping at the edge here is somewhat better, at least we can retreat. But if we follow the giant beast, we'll be heading into the heart of the basin. Moreover, deep in the basin, there are truly over 100 ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex. Academician Zhang, let's go. Follow the giant beast. Head to the hinterland.
Zhou was the first to speak up.
As scientists, we must show the courage of scientists.
Soon, all the researchers' eyes were filled with determination.
Dragon Nation. Not a single weakling. Ha! Academician Zhang. I damn well love being with you guys. Brothers. Hurrah! Jason laughed heartily.
Immediately, Explorer number 1 and number 3 reached a consensus and together followed the prehistoric giant, slowly advancing toward the center of the basin. Above the basin, after the researchers from the Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation saw the scene below, all personnel were completely stunned. The researchers of the Dragon Kingdom are really not afraid of death. They're actually following the behemoth to the center. Let's just stay here honestly, the food on the Explorer will last for half a year anyway, we'll just wait here for the next wormhole to open. At this moment, Captain Simon was holding a military telescope, observing everything in the basin. However, even he didn't dare to really rush to the center of the basin. Those hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes could tear them all apart in an instant. What's more, at the moment, all of their ammunitions were all used up, and they had to wait for the next wormhole to open before they could have weapon support.
The center of the basin. Lu Chen had already arrived here with Zhang Ku and his group.
However, the next step would be a bit troublesome. How should he show that he would let them build a fire? Lu Chen sat on his butt on top of the rocks in the basin and began to ponder. It didn't matter, the entire center of the basin shook a little, thanks to the Explorer's high quality, otherwise it would have been shaken apart. In the Explorer 1, Zhou swallowed his saliva. The part of the beast that he saw up close above the basin earlier was the upper part. Right now, the prehistoric beast was sitting in front of the crowd, and it was only at this time that all the researchers felt the horrible oppression from the beast. Zhou pointed the quantum camera in his hand at the behemoth through the Explorer's skylight. The entire screen was filled with the behemoth. The thick armored scales on top of its skin emitted a chilling light, the pair of legs that were as thick as giants. As well as that gigantic head of unknown size. This scene shook everyone's eyes. Right at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly moved, his left hand on the bottom and his right hand on the top, followed by a very humanized gesture. The fingers of his right hand were clenched into a fist, and then he punched the palm of his left hand in the middle of it. Everyone was looking at this scene in amazement. However, Lu Chen didn't care about these people's astonishment, but instead, he once again nodded at Explorer 1. Then he pointed his finger at the push of dinosaurs in the center that had already been killed by the Tyrannosaurus rex, and then at his mouth. After that, Lu Chen settled down and waited. There was no way around it, he couldn't really think of a good way to express himself with this thing called fire. Zhang Ke's crowd took a deep breath. There was no way, continue to decipher the meaning that the giant beast wanted to express. At this moment, not only the scientific researchers on Zhang Ke's side, but all the scientific researchers in the original time and space began to decipher it at this moment.
Obviously, the behemoth meant for academician Zhang to feed food to it. Don't be ridiculous, a dinosaur that big, what would academician Zhang and the others use to move it? Moreover, you don't even take a look at that giant beast. Visually, I feel like it's about 200 meters tall. This is equivalent to the height of a 40 to 50 story building.
Inside the Explorer 1 cabin, Jason swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhang Ke, asking,
Academician Zhang, what exactly is the meaning of this from the behemoth?
It should be asking us to feed it food. Zhang Ke coughed lightly. That gesture just now meant that anyways. However, his party could not even move it, not to mention feeding it food. Among that pile of dinosaurs, the smallest Triceratops was 7 or 8 meters long and 3 or 4 meters tall.
And the largest Brontosaurus, directly body length dry to 20 meters, move? Not to mention moving, I'm afraid that if these researchers are not careful, they will be crushed to death by those mountainous dinosaurs. How can we feed them?
Jason scratched his head and looked at the prehistoric beast outside the cabin, which was also staring at the Explorer 1 hatch.
After glancing at it, Jason quickly withdrew his gaze. It was too damn scary. At this moment, all the researchers were in trouble. The behemoth's meaning was definitely to feed. However, the gesture just now, they really did not guess. At this instant, the atmosphere was silent. Once they waited, it was over for 10 minutes. At this time, Lu Chen was also curious, why don't these people move? Give me a pile of fire. Oh, it turns out that there is no firewood.
Lu Chen looked at the rocky ground around himself. Bear, Mo get firewood. However, if you let these people cut down the trees for you, you are afraid that you will be able to faint from hunger, so it is better to take the Tyrannosaurus Rex little brother to cut it. After thinking of this, Lu Chen slowly stood up.
The behemoth moved. The behemoth moved.
Inside the Explorer 1 module, Zhou Shen immediately pointed the camera in his hand at the behemoth. All the researchers all tensed up.
Could it be that the behemoth got angry because we didn't move just now? I don't know.
A weird atmosphere just lingered in the Explorer 1 cabin.
Even Zhang Ke was nervous at this moment, not nervous? That was impossible.
One must know that this prehistoric beast was just a dozen meters away from Explorer 1. If the beast was not careful, it could trample everyone here to death with a single kick. All the researchers held their breath, quietly waiting for the beast's next move.
Chapter 011, all researchers listened to the order. Let's light a fire for the behemoth.
Lu Chen slowly stood up, then scanned the circle, then lifted his right hand and pointed at these Tyrannosaurus Rexes in front of him.
Roar! In the next second, hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Rexes responded one after another as well. Roar! Lu Chen nodded, and then took a step to move his huge body, staggering towards the edge of the basin.
Behind him, nearly 30-odd Tyrannosaurus Rexes all followed behind Lu Chen, vast and majestic.
The wind was awe-inspiring.
The remaining 70-odd Tyrannosaurus Rexes moved towards the other 3 directions of the basin.
They soon disappeared into the prehistoric forest.
The order Lu Chen gave them was also very simple: bite off some trees and bring them to himself. Moreover, when Lu Chen had tamed these Tyrannosaurus Rexes, he had already known that these Tyrannosaurus Rexes were intelligent. They would also be able to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck, and they would not die if they submitted themselves, and moreover, they could also utilize their existence to enhance their status as the overlord of their species. Because Lu Chen had lived amongst the Tyrannosaurus Rex population before, after all, he had evolved from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Therefore, these Tyrannosaurus Rexes naturally took Lu Chen as their king.
Boom! Boom! Every step Lu Chen took brought up a loud roar.
At the edge of the basin, the people of the Lighthouse Nation stationed here saw that the giant beast was walking in the direction of themselves and the others. All of them were all on tenterhooks.
My God! The prehistoric behemoth was carrying more than 30 Tyrannosaurus Rexes behind it. It's over, it's over, it's over. I knew it. Our previous behavior had angered the behemoth. Now, the behemoth's goal is to make these Tyrannosaurus Rexes eat us. In the middle of the camp, all of the Lighthouse Nation's researchers were as chagrined as ants on a hot pan. Even, some of them directly closed their eyes and started praying. The crowd of the Cherry Blossom Nation that was even more so all knelt on the ground, praying that this prehistoric beast was Brother General. Lu Chen simply ignored these people, but instead inclined his head and nodded to the 30-odd Tyrannosaurus Rexes behind him. Behind them, the 30-odd Tyrannosaurus Rexes instantly led the way, striding at a sturdy pace as they quickly rushed into the forest. I don't want to die here yet.
Wood's pupils trembled in shock as Tyrannosaurus Rexes constantly swept by his side. This feeling was like a person walking back and forth in front of a ghost gate. 2 of the burly Tyrannosaurus Rexes seemed to have set their eyes on Wood, and proceeded to strut towards Wood's side. Wood was so scared that he sat on the ground with his buttocks, his feet stomping hard on the ground.
You don't come over, Help! Of course, this scene was also synchronized by the quantum camera in all the scientific research headquarters in the original time and space. Above the round table, Wood's heartbreaking voice filled the ears of everyone. Wood, quiet down. You are a scientific researcher. Sacrificing yourself for scientific research is the best place for you. Luke's face was unusually ugly at this moment, although the ministers of several other big countries did not speak. However, he knew that the others were mocking themselves in their hearts. How could the high-minded and proud Luke stand this? And at this moment, where could Wood still hear the voices in the radio, because in his ears, all of it was the sound of a Tyrannosaurus Rex gnawing on something. Near the Explorer 2 camp, all the tall trees were all gnawed and broken by the T-Rex. Then, each T-Rex ended up containing 2 or 3 thick trees. This action once again stunned all the researchers. Felling trees? Such a thought popped up in everyone's head. Do you dare to imagine? More than 30 Tyrannosaurus Rexes in front of you, who didn't eat human beings, were actually felling trees in front of you in such a grand manner. The 30-odd Tyrannosaurus Rexes started withdrawing back the way they came with the trees in their mouths. And at that moment, Lu Chen let out a gurgling sound. It seemed to be laughing. That's right, Lu Chen was laughing. Just now, all of these blonde guys were scared less. Lu Chen's heart was just soothing as he watched. If I don't eat you, I'll scare you, right? Then, Lu Chen moved his huge body and swaggered back to the center of the basin. At the same time, the other 70-odd Tyrannosaurus Rexes had all returned as well. Each Tyrannosaurus Rex was carrying 2 or 3 thick logs in its mouth. All of these trees were piled up in front of Lu Chen, who then nodded. Now, the old folks know what I mean, don't they? Lu Chen once again gathered his gaze on top of the Explorer 1 body. Gently nodded Explorer 1. And the cabin shook the sky again. Lu Chen continued to point at the pile of dinosaurs behind him, and then pointed at the pile of trees in front of him. Finally, Lu Chen brought his eyes back together on Explorer 1. Got it. The behemoth meant to have a barbecue. One of the researchers in the Dragon Kingdom's team immediately blurted out. Right after he finished speaking, all of them were all shocked. Eating barbecue. This is really fake. However, all of them thought about it for a moment and felt more and more that what the giant beast wanted to express seemed to be the meaning. Hiss. In the next second, a sound of sucking in cool air rose and fell. The intelligence of this giant beast was too strong. I see. Jason spoke up at this time, realizing that this was a prehistoric forest. Forest fires are definitely inevitable. Perhaps the behemoth had tasted the food after it was burned, so it remembered the flavor. After Jason's words, the crowd of researchers reluctantly accepted it. However, most of them still felt that this was the behemoth trying to eat barbecue. Zhang Ke took a deep breath, then quickly gave the order. All researchers, bring the spare gasoline, let's give the behemoth a fire. Yes. Chapter 012, that's the behemoth's food, do you dare to go and grab it? Inside Explorer 1, many researchers came out. In the hands of these researchers, all of them were carrying a bucket of spare gasoline. And at this moment, Zhang Ke also walked out of the Explorer. Everyone, come with me. Zhang Ke couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the supergiant beast that was only a dozen meters away from him. It was only after this close distance that he realized how terrifying this prehistoric beast really was. Afterwards, he took a deep breath, and with a wave of his hand, he walked towards the pile of trees in front of the giant beast. At this moment, it wasn't just the scientific researchers of Explorer 3, even the Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation at the edge of the basin. There was also the crowd on top of the round table, as well as all the staff at the research base centers of all the major countries. All of them were looking at this scene with bated breath. This was just one small step for mankind, and one big step for the future. If it was truly possible to coexist peacefully with the prehistoric beasts, then this would be a valuable asset for all of humanity around the world. And right now, this peacemaker was Zhang Ke, academician Zhang of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the dozen or so firm-paced Dragon Kingdom researchers behind him. After all, no one could guarantee that one could be so determined in a state where hundreds of prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rexes surrounded in front of them. Zhang Ke led the researchers behind him to the front of the pile of trees already. Then, he poured all the gasoline in his hands into the trees. Lu Chen was also lowering his head, looking at Zhang Ke's actions. Still, our hometown is good. It quickly understood what he wanted. Lighting the fire. When Zhang Ke saw the behemoth looking at him, he immediately said in an uplifting manner. After saying that, the gasoline in front of him was instantly lit. While Zhang Ke and his group backed up to within a safe distance, the flames began to burn continuously, and the trees were quickly incinerated. Seeing this, Lu Chen began to throw all of those dinosaur food to the side of the fire. Barbecue. It had been a long time since he had eaten it himself. Charcoal grilled brontosaurus. Fire roasted triceratops. TSK. Thinking about this, Lu Chen even started to gulp. Only, amongst the ears of the researchers below, there was a whirring sound like thunder. Minister Su. Minister Su. Did you see that? Seeing this scene, Zhang Ke quickly pressed the quantum radio communicator. Saw it. Above the round table, Sue's eyes were also staring at the monitor with a deadly glare. This scene was already informing all the researchers. The giant beast was possessing intelligence. Moreover, this prehistoric behemoth is currently eating barbecue. Academician Zhang, continue exploring the giant beast. Su said quickly. Yes. Minister Su. Zhang Ku immediately led the order. And at this moment, Minister Luke looked at the monitor and frowned. Minister Su, do you think this matter of the behemoth possessing intelligence is a good thing or a bad thing? This is naturally a good thing. Su narrowed his eyes. Minister Su, as you can see, the behemoth possesses a huge amount of energy. If it launches its anger, can humans withstand it? A hint of greed appeared in Luke's eyes. If we can take control of this intelligent behemoth, then we will be able to control the globe. Minister Luke. Su suddenly said coldly, I know what you think, but the behemoth isn't making any moves to attack humans at the moment. So, please put away your small mind. In case, because your mind really angers the behemoth, do you think that you guys can withstand the behemoth's wrath? Luke's eyes narrowed and he wasn't speaking. Prehistory, the center of the basin. It had already been over for 2 or 3 hours, and it was already dark. And in the center of the basin, this pile of food was finally baked off. The fragrant smell could be smelled throughout the center of the basin. Inside the Explorer 1 pod, Jason's stomach was the first to grumble. One leads to two, and before long, the stomachs of more than 60% of the researchers all growled. Ahem, let's prepare food for the night as well. Jason coughed lightly and rubbed his belly. Zhang Ke smiled faintly, good. After all, it had been over for 8 or 9 hours since noon. All of these researchers as well as the Dragon Kingdom defenders were all in an uneaten state. All the scientific researchers started to get busy, and they had brought half a year's worth of food reserves with them for this exploration mission. There was no need to worry about going hungry. In a short while, the instant food had all been prepared. After all, they weren't here to enjoy life, it was impossible for them to bring all the pots and pans with them. Instant food was the fastest and quickest way to recharge. How cool would it be if they could taste dinosaur meat? Inside the Explorer 1 capsule, Jojin ate the instant food and looked at the pile of dinosaur barbecue not far away through the glass window of Explorer 1. Don't even think about it, that's the food of a giant beast, do you dare to go and grab it with it? Zhang Ke smiled helplessly and joked. Rob it? Jojin shrunk his neck, I don't want to die. Bang! Rumble! With a sudden sensation, the Explorer 1's body shook fiercely. All the researchers and defenders were instantly alerted. Meat! Dinosaur meat! Just at this time, Jason pointed at the window of the hatch and said in horror. Everyone instantly looked for the sound. Sure enough, a thick dinosaur leg just smashed down on the doorway of Explorer 1's hatch. Through the window, the dinosaur leg could still be seen still steaming. Gollum! Suddenly, the behemoth's gurgling sound came once again. Zhang Ke hurriedly put on his own glasses and turned back, and immediately afterward, he saw the behemoth waving its claws. The meaning was as if it was saying, eat, eat. Zhang Ke took a deep breath, and a huge wave had already risen within his heart. The intelligence of this prehistoric beast didn't seem to be weaker than humans. Academician Zhang, you say it couldn't be that what I said just now was heard by the giant beast, right? Zhojin was so scared at the moment that his entire body was in a cold sweat. After all, they were joking about snatching the food from the behemoth. Probably. Zhang Ke helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Zhojin was so scared that his whole body was wobbling, it was over. It won't really be hated by the behemoth, right? I'm just kidding. Zhojin cried without tears. Opening the hatch, he prepared to taste the meat of this triceratops. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said heavily. The next second, the hatch opened, and the paleontology researchers conducted a burst of tests, and finally came up with the result that this meat was completely harmless for human consumption. Everyone bowed to the behemoth, expressing their gratitude. Zhang Ke thought for a moment and said once again. Bowing was an etiquette for humans to show respect, as for whether the behemoth understood it or not, Zhang Ke had no idea in his heart. However, doing it was better than nothing. And at this time, Lu Chen also saw the bowing of these people, hey, not bad, know how to thank. Subsequently, the rest of those dinosaur meat, Lu Chen all divided to the other Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's getting late, it's time to go to bed. Chapter 013, let that group of diaphragm guys come and work for themselves. In Explorer 1, while Zhang Ku and his group were tasting the Triceratops meat, the scene was also broadcasted live to the scientific research base centers of various major countries. The live feed of Explorer 2 and 4, on the other hand, was instant food. It was truly a heavenly and an earthly place if you always compared them like this. In the basin, hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes left the basin after eating their food. They had their own habitat, and this basin was exclusive to their king. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the night had completely fallen. In the center of the basin, only the pile of trees was still burning, while Lu Chen leisurely fell asleep. As for whether he was afraid of these people making any small moves, Lu Chen wasn't really afraid. Everyone had labored for a day. Let's all rest, Zhang Ke said to the researchers. The researchers all returned to their resting pods. However, most of the researchers could not sleep. After all, the behemoth was not far away from them. Jason also returned to his explorer, while Zhang Ke came to Zhojin. Explorer 1 log. Today is the first day of our journey through the wormhole. The time period we traveled through has been determined to be the Cretaceous era. And we have seen many types of dinosaurs. Not only that, we have also discovered prehistoric super-intelligent bodies. The intelligent giants were quite friendly to us, but they didn't see much of Explorer 2's wood. What has been proven based on today's exploration is that the behemoth possessed intelligence and that it was able to command the Tyrannosaurus rex, a true prehistoric overlord. End of Explorer 1's log. Explorer 1 begins to go into a state of rest. And on the outskirts of the basin, Wood, among the Explorer 2 team, is now receiving the wrath of Minister Luke. Wood, look at you. That ugly behavior earlier was all but visible to the other countries, Luke said angrily. Wood kept his head down and said nothing. In fact, he was muttering in his heart, this minister of his own is really standing and talking. You can do it, you go on. 3 or 4 Tyrannosaurus rexes are right in front of you, aren't you afraid? Captain Simon. Luke retracted his gaze from Wood, and in the next instant he looked at Simon. Minister. Captain Simon answered immediately. My superiors have already communicated with me. After surviving this period of time, in a month's time, a powerful batch of thermal weapons will be delivered through the wormhole. Right now, the Behemoth test mission continues, and tomorrow, just like the Dragon Kingdom science personnel, give me a deep dive into the center of the basin, Luke said heavily. Minister. Captain Simon immediately led the order. Early the next morning. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, Explorer 1 was already working. After all, they had a lot of exploration missions. Some researchers were currently holding many probes at the moment and were detecting the height of the behemoth. Drop. Detection complete. Unknown creature height estimate, 215 meters tail estimate, 50 meters bite force, unknown weight, unknown. Zhang Ke quickly came in front of the researchers and looked at the data given by the instrument in his hand. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, a giant beast of more than 200 meters in height. Gulp. Lu Chen woke up ghostly. Just as he was about to brace his lazy back, he remembered. There seems to be some humans around him. If I don't pay attention and get crushed to death, who the hell is going to play with me? That group of blondes stationed at the edge? Forget it, it's too much to handle. It's better to see this guy with glasses in front of me. Lu Chen leisurely stood up, then pointed to the fire that was still burning on the side, and then pointed to Zhang Ke's group. Got it. The behemoth means for us to renew the fire. Zhang Ke thought about it and immediately said. However, at this time, Lu Chen pointed at the Explorer 2 campsite at the edge of the basin again. Zhang Ke was a bit confused now. What did this mean? Was it for Wood and the others to come as well? Lu Chen's purpose was simple. He was asking those people to burn the fire for himself. There was no other reason. It was to get those people to come and do the work. Even, as long as those people didn't leave this place, Lu Chen had always intended to let them build fires for themselves. Even the Tyrannosaurus rex under his command, Lu Chen did not intend to use it. Roar! Lu Chen roared, and in the next second, a dozen Tyrannosaurus rexes leapt out of the forest. Then, Lu Chen gave these Tyrannosaurus rexes the order to look at the dozens of people over there, keep an eye on them, and tell them to cut down the wood to maintain the fire. Roar! The dozen or so Tyrannosaurus rexes instantly led the order, then took a step and rushed towards the direction of Wood and Kotaro. Then, amidst a wave of cries and shouts, all of Wood's group and Kotaro Ichiro's group were driven by the Tyrannosaurus rex to the center hinterland. Academician Zhang. Academician Zhang. What the hell is the meaning of the behemoth, huh? After Wood saw Zhang Ke, he ran to his side in a hurry and asked. What the behemoth means is for you guys to cut down the wood and maintain the fire like you did yesterday. Zhang Ke pushed his glasses and said. What? Captain Simon walked over at this time, and after hearing Zhang Ke's words, his face instantly darkened. This is the behemoth's meaning. If you Lighthouse Nation doesn't want to, then it's up to you, Zhang Ke said indifferently. Captain Simon's eyes sank. If this was really the case, then wouldn't it mean that he and the others were enslaved by the behemoth? Roar! Lu Chen lowered his head, and when he saw that these little imps hadn't made any movements yet, he gave them a voice. Instantly, the dozen or so Tyrannosaurus rexes also began to roar in agreement. One by one, all of them opened their huge mouths, revealing mouths full of hideous fangs. Captain Simon. The big picture is important, Wood said in a frightened and hurried manner. All. Captain Simon gritted his teeth. There was no way out. Before the hot weapons were delivered, they had no choice but to give in. Otherwise, there was only one way out, to be trampled to death by the behemoth. Begin logging. Captain Simon and his stifling began to give orders. Lu Chen nodded when he saw these almost nearly 80 to 90 humans below him taking action. After that, Lu Chen took a huge step and slowly moved in one direction. That direction was the sea. This month Lu Chen was eating herbivorous dinosaurs, really a little tired. Right now this must not go to catch some seafood to taste? Moreover, charcoal grilled seafood, Lu Chen had always wanted to try it. Chapter 014, Giant Sanglong. The existing data is all overturned. We will reacquaint ourselves with prehistory. Lu Chen slowly moved in the direction of the sea. Zhang Ke was also a little curious at the moment as to what the giant beast was going for. Zhouzhen, activate the small explorer. Zhang Ke has found Zhouzhen, let's go and catch up with the behemoth. Zhouzhen, start the small explorer. Zhouzhen didn't say anything and immediately returned to the Explorer 1 cabin, ready to release the small explorer. Zhang Ke arrived in front of the Dragon Kingdom researchers. Everyone continued to complete the research mission. Zhouzhen then piloted the multi-terrain explorer to Zhang Ke's side. Good, let's go after it and take a look. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said. Aha! Zhouzhen nodded as well. This was the real explorer. As for Wood and his group, their eyes were red with envy, but behind them, these Tyrannosaurus rexes seemed as if they had locked onto their group. The slightest bit of laziness for a while would be discovered by them, and then these Tyrannosaurus rexes would open their giant abyssal mouths and terrorize Wood's group. Right now, Lu Chen had been walking for more than half an hour. In his heat sensing, he also discovered Zhang Ke and Zhouzhen behind him. Seeing that it was Zhouzhen with glasses, so Lu Chen let them follow him over. After all, this person with glasses was his own personal translator. The behemoth was currently heading towards the west, moving at a speed of 40 km/h. Zhang Ke was reporting to the quantum camera in front of him. In the middle of the roundtable table, Su Guodong and Ivan Oxen's complexion was light-hearted. Only, the faces of Luke and Santaro Oda on the other side were a bit ugly. After all, in their screen monitors, all the researchers and defenders were felling trees to keep the fire burning. 10 minutes later, Luke went offline from the roundtable without a word. Mataro Oda also went offline, and at this point, only Su and Ivan Akasen were left on top of the roundtable. It's been a long time since I've seen Luke so defeated, cool. Seeing that only Su Guodong was left alone, Akasen immediately laughed out loud. Afterwards, Akasen added, the behemoth looked and appeared to not like their explorers too much. Su shrugged his shoulders, I don't know, the behemoths possess intelligence, perhaps their behavior of firing early yesterday had angered the behemoths. Akasen nodded, then said, however, Luke and the others are not people who will stop. I'm afraid that the next time the wormhole opens, they will. This is the path they chose for themselves, we can't intervene. If Luke and the others really do that by then. Su pondered for a while. Finally, gruffly said, at that time, I will inform the behemoth of this news in advance. Akasen also nodded in agreement. Prehistorically, after 3 hours of leisurely walking, Lu Chen finally arrived at the edge of the vast and boundless ocean. Looking at the sea in front of him, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth grinned slightly. Roar! Then, Lu Chen directly came with such a roar. As early as 2 or 3 months ago, when Lu Chen unlocked the King of Monsters template and hadn't yet arrived at 25%. It was then that he discovered the existence of the Sea King Dragon and the Tsanglong in the middle of this ocean. However, at that time, Lu Chen hadn't gotten the ability to swim. And right now, Lu Chen had become a super amphibious prehistoric beast. It was only natural to come and catch some ocean type for a taste. Lu Chen took one step at a time towards the ocean. This scene really shocked Zhouzhen and Zhang Ke, who had followed along. The giant beast was heading to the ocean? Is it hard to believe that it can swim? Captain Zhang. The behemoth really went down to the ocean. Zhouzhen was so shocked that he almost dropped the camera in his hand. Saw that. Zhang Ke was also staring at his own large eyes at this moment. The behemoth could actually swim in the water. It could also dive into the deep sea. This was completely beyond Zhang Ke's expectations. It seems that we still know too little about behemoths. Zhang Ke couldn't help but sigh. In the next second, suddenly the entire sea began to boil. Captain! Look! Is that the Sea King Dragon? Zhouzhen stared at the Sea King Dragon that was leaping up from the surface of the sea and said in a daze. Yes! It is the Sea King Dragon. A creature in the middle of the prehistoric ocean. Zhang Ke had already determined that it was the Sea King Dragon the moment he saw it. During the Cretaceous era, the land was ruled by the Tyrannosaurus rex, while the oceans were ruled by marine-like giant creatures. The Sea King Dragon was one of those marine creatures. Bang! Suddenly, a huge splash appeared above the sea. A huge Sea King Dragon then leapt directly above the land, however, it looked like it had been slapped up anyways. Rumble! The giant Sea King Dragon smashed down heavily on top of the rocks on the beach. Zhouzhen and Zhang Ke both looked at each other, and both saw each other's horrified gazes. Zhouzhen! Has it been recorded? Zhang Ke quickly asked. It's being filmed. There wasn't a second's delay. Zhouzhen nodded. The two of them once again took a deep breath, and it wasn't just the two of them at this moment. Among the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters, as well as the scientific research headquarters of various countries, all the scientific researchers were all sucking in cool air. The giant beast. Predating. And, right off the bat, it was preying on the giant overlords of the ocean. Look! There's another one! Another one! Why does this one look so much like a kangaroo? And it's about 20 meters long. It's bigger than the biggest fossil we've ever found. Here comes another one. It's almost 30 meters long. It's true. I knew it, some giant fossilized creatures were not preserved until now. Doesn't that mean that the data we've been defining?
At this moment, all the researchers from all countries took a deep breath, and all those definitions will be overturned.
They would be reacquainted with prehistory.
If this news were to be announced, the whole world would probably be shocked by this news.
Moreover, this news would also overturn a lot of textbook knowledge. Prehistory will be redefined.
Chapter 015, Wood, who had collapsed several times, second wormhole material transportation.
Lu Chen swam through the ocean, catching some more of today's food as he swam.
Half an hour later, Lu Chen had already captured 3 giant kanglongs and 2 giant sea king dragons. Kanglongs and sea king dragons were both of the Tsanlong family in prehistory, and were the overlords of the oceans.
And right now, these overlords were unbeatable in front of Lu Chen.
Lu Chen leisurely swam to the shore. It had to be said that a bath felt just great. It seemed that if he was free, it would be good to come to the sea more often to take a dip. Below, Zhou and Zhang Ke had long been too shocked to speak. Because, in front of the two of them, there were 3 giant kanglongs and 2 giant sea king dragons. There was no need to take an instrument to measure this. Just by visual inspection, one could feel that these marine creatures far exceeded the largest fossils discovered by mankind to date. The prehistoric world had once again refreshed human cognition. Lu Chen looked at the 5 large seafood on the edge of the beach, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, today's food has fallen. Afterwards, Lu Chen directly grabbed 3 kanglongs with his left hand and 2 sea king dragons with his right hand, then slowly walked towards the direction of going back. Zhang Ku and Zhou only came back to their senses at this time, then quickly activated their small explorers and chased after them in the direction of the giant beasts. 2 weeks later, the center of the basin. Wood and his group were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Inside these 2 weeks, their team was like a hard labor force. Every day was nothing but making fire.
Moreover, after the prehistoric behemoths came back from capturing food, they didn't share it with them.
Every time, it was shared with the people from the Dragon Kingdom, and even the people from the Bear Kingdom stood in the light of the Dragon Kingdom's researchers to take a bite of the delicious prehistoric food. It wasn't that Wood and his group hadn't thought of taking their own team to hunt dinosaurs, but the ammunition had run out on the first day of traveling through the wormhole.
The current ones had finally experienced what it was like for ants to face humans.
On this day, Lu Chen was lying in the middle of the basin sunbathing on a daily basis. With a thought, the system panel appeared in front of Lu Chen.
King of Monsters template, unlocking progress, 26 unlocking to 60 will allow you to fully enter the King of Monsters form.
With another movement of his mind, Lu Chen called up the attribute panel.
Host, Lu Chen. Sex, male. Height, 225 meters. Weight, 200,000 tons.
Current unlocked ability, thermal sensing, can sense the temperature of nearby organisms and ignore any material objects. Next unlocked ability, atomic spit, can unleash a super strong hot wire attack through the energy in his body. Theoretically, the more nuclear energy in the host's body, the more powerful the atomic spit will be. Reminder, when the King of Monsters template is unlocked to 30, the superatomic furnace in the body can be turned on, and when it reaches 40, the atomic spit can be unlocked.
Lu Chen looked at the transparent interface in front of him, and he was overwhelmed with excitement in his heart. Superatomic furnace.
This is even stronger than Brother General's atomic furnace.
Can't you see that it's a super?
Moreover, his own other stats now also far exceeded Brother Chief's. At the very least, Brother Chief's strongest tonnage was only 100,000 tons. And he himself was only unlocked to 26% now, and he had already arrived at the level of 200,000 tons. Not only that, one's own size was also growing crazily. It looks like the 300-meter Brother Chief is not my final form. Perhaps 300 meters is just the beginning for myself.
Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately stood up. Alas!
Keep fighting hard for the evolution points. Then, Lu Chen swaggered towards the direction of the ocean. Evolution points were also good to obtain, just eat them furiously.
The center of the basin.
Zhang Ku and his group had been exploring this place for more than half a month. Jason from the Bear Country had also started to launch various prehistoric investigations. It was almost like the Dragon Country was split into 2, and all kinds of accurate data were transmitted in real time to the center of the Dragon Country scientific research base in the original time and space. The Lighthouse Country and Sakura countries, on the other hand, could only stare in disbelief, as they had been burning for most of the month. And there are still a dozen or so Tyrannosaurus Rexes watching all the time.
Captain Simon. How long before our support arrives, anyway? I really can't take it anymore.
Wood sneaked up to Simon's side and grinned.
After these 10 days of inhuman treatment, Wood was really on the verge of breaking down. I already contacted the headquarters last night. Simon said with a frown.
The next time the wormhole will open is 2 weeks from now, and the opening time is expected to be only half an hour. As for the scope of the opening, it is still being determined.
When it's finalized, a corresponding range of thermal weapons will be sent over.
When Wood heard this, his face immediately showed joy. Send more powerful weapons over.
And more manpower. Mr. Wood. Simon snorted coldly. Calm down, are you still the captain of this exploration ship with this look?
Yes, Captain Simon taught him a lesson, and Wood realized that he had lost his temper. However, the thought that in less than half a month's time he would be free from the control of these Tyrannosaurus rexes.
It was exciting to think about it.
Even, Wood began to fantasize that he would be able to use hot weapons at that time, and these dinosaurs in front of him were powerless to resist the picture. Time passed in the blink of an eye for another 10 days. There were 4 days left before the next wormhole opening. And the Lighthouse Nation's Wormhole Scientific Research Headquarters also determined the preparation time for the next opening, as well as the size of the wormhole and the duration of the wormhole's existence. At the Scientific Research Headquarters, Luke is on an encrypted call with his superiors. Okay, Colonel John, I know, I will try my best to cooperate with you from my side, Luke said respectfully. On the phone, an arrogant and incomparable voice rang out, Minister Luke, this time the military district fire support has already arrived at the place you designated.
When the time comes, it is entirely under your command. Remember, we only want to see the results we want to see, got it? Understood, Colonel John. Luke whispered once more. John, aha.
The phone hung up, and in the next second, Luke quickly walked out of the encrypted call room to the Lighthouse Nation's General Control Area for Scientific Research.
Get me the researchers at the wormhole entrance. Luke ordered. Yes.
At the same time, the Bear Country and the Dragon Country were also conveying supplies for the second entry into the wormhole. Because the first time was a unified location for all the countries, it was a wormhole crossing on the Cree Island in the Atlantic Ocean. The later ones, on the other hand, were all being transported within the territories of each country. If they couldn't touch the wormhole to appear, then that country's researchers would have to fend for themselves.
For example, this time, the Sakura country could only stare blankly without doing anything. In 4 days, there would be the second transmission of wormhole materials. Chapter 016, that's right. Lu Chen was just being provocative. Prehistoric, the center of the basin. Lu Chen was savoring that sanglong plate roast. The taste was still very good. After all, he had been soaking inside the sea for so long. And on the outskirts of the basin, the Dragon Kingdom's Explorer 1 was on its daily vegetation exploration mission. The center of the basin was too barren after all, so a week ago Zhang Ku had let Explorer 1 leave the center of the basin. Zhang Ku. Minister Su connected.
At this time, Zhou Jin took the quantum camera and found Zhang Ku, who was in the middle of his work.
Good.
Zhang Ku nodded while the radio headset was placed on his ear and opened the call.
Minister Su. Zhang Ku quickly said.
Academician Zhang, immediately notify the prehistoric giants to leave the basin and head to the sea. There was a trace of indignation in Su's voice.
What's going on?
When Zhang Ku heard this, he instantly knew that something bad must have happened.
The Lighthouse Kingdom's military acted.
Su Guodong said in a deep voice, just this morning, they have dispatched a large number of conventional combat weapons to the location of the next wormhole crossing. Because this time the wormhole location is not within our country, we are unable to intervene. However, we have already gotten preliminary information about their wormhole, and their wormhole will appear for about half an hour. The range should be within 20 meters. As for the weapons dispatched, it is initially determined that it is an all-climate heavy battle tank T-90 model, and there is also a Raider A-101 missile-launching armored vehicle. As for a number of other conventional weapons, it is not clear. After listening to the voice in the radio headset, Zhang Ku also became a bit angry. Minister Su. Stop the behavior of these people.
Don't they think about the consequences?
It's not easy for us to live in peace with the behemoths now, and by doing this, they are trying to break the peace between the behemoths and humans. When Su heard this, he also sighed helplessly. I guess Luke and the others can't listen to them. Moreover, I always have a feeling that the behemoths seem to be friendly to us Dragon Kingdom people only. Speaking of this, Zhang Ku could not help but be a bit dumbfounded. Thinking about it was indeed like this. During this month's time, the scientific researchers and defenders of the Lighthouse Country and the Cherry Blossom Country were all felling trees and burning fires. On the contrary, the Dragon Kingdom itself, all sorts of scientific research probes were being carried out with ease.
Even the Bear Country's researchers followed the Dragon Country's lead and conducted scientific research in the nearby forests.
Perhaps it was their previous behavior that angered the behemoths. After all, the behemoths also possess intelligence.
Zhang Ku said.
Well, although the behemoth's defense is strong, the weapons that the Lighthouse Kingdom has sent over this time are not weak either, Su said in a deep voice.
Hurry up and inform the behemoth of this news. Minister Su. Zhang Ku immediately led the order.
After the call ended, Zhang Ku also told Zhou Jin about the contents of the call he had just made. When Zhou Jin heard this, his lungs were about to explode.
Damn it, are those Lighthouse Nations people brain damaged?
It's been so hard for us to live in peace with the behemoth for a month now. Looking at him, he couldn't wait to plunge into his weapons and fight those people to the death.
Removing today, there are still 3 days left. Zhangke whispered in a low voice, right now, we must make the behemoth return to the sea so that we can avoid the attack. HM. Zhou Shen immediately nodded his head. In the next second, the two people quickly arrived at the center of the basin. And at this time, Lu Chen had just finished his meal. It was a different feeling to have someone build a fire and serve it up, and the meal smelled good. Beast. Behemoth.
A familiar voice entered Lu Chen's ears. Leaning down to take a look, it turned out to be Zhang Ku. Within this month's time, Zhang Ku had also introduced all of them. He also talked about some things about the future.
Lu Chen naturally understood all of them, and as for whether Zhang Ku and the others could think they understood, Lu Chen didn't bother.
Slowly bending down, Lu Chen brought his head closer to Zhang Ku above the ground. At this moment, Zhang Ku and Zhou Zhen still couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Looking at this super beast in front of them, even after a month of being together, when really close, one would still feel the deep terror and powerlessness. Zhang Ku vigorously shook his head to clear his mind, then he said loudly, Behemoth. Can you please go inside the ocean for a while, please? Lu Chen glared, why? Why should I go to the ocean when I'm lying comfortably in my little nest? Seeing that the behemoth didn't make any movement, Zhang Ku continued to clench his teeth and said, in 3 days' time, a second group of people will descend here, and the Lighthouse Kingdom's people will head here with a large number of weapons. Then, Zhang Ku spoke bitterly for most of the day. As for whether the behemoth could understand, Zhang Ku himself had no idea in his heart. However, Lu Chen had understood all of it. Good lord.
Bringing weapons? Good Isn't this just right?
I was worried about how to absorb the powerful energy. Right now my King of Monsters template has been unlocked to 26. It's too slow to rely on eating, and you need a powerful weapon to keep evolving.
Moreover, he was the King of Monsters. What can I do with the Lighthouse Kingdom's weapons?
Thinking about this, Lu Chen only felt that his spring was about to arrive.
Go!
Lu Chen grunted twice, then slowly stood up, his eyes indifferently scanning the Lighthouse Nation researchers in the center of the basin. After he had seen that quantum camera of the other party, Lu Chen's pair of icy and ghostly eyes were not leaving.
At this moment, at the headquarters of the Lighthouse Nation's scientific research base, above the general command deck,
Luke was staring at the huge screen in front of him when he saw the behemoth's gaze stop here. His heart couldn't even help but stutter, and the sweaty hairs on Luke's body began to shiver. At this moment, it wasn't just him who had this feeling. All the staff in the middle of the Lighthouse Nation's scientific research base headquarters all coincidentally felt this kind of terrifying twin eyes at this moment.
Roar! Suddenly,
the giant beast opened its huge mouth of the abyss, and a soul-shattering sound hit everyone's eardrums. Even though they weren't in the same space and time, the people here could feel the terror from the giant beast. After the giant beast finished roaring, its gaze once again fixed on the crowd as if it was provoking. That's right. Lu Chen was provoking this group of diabolical guys.
Chapter 017, Tyrannosaurus Rex Breed. There were no cowards. Lu Chen's purpose was simple. After scaring these people, then wouldn't they just keep sending weapons over?
Then he himself was absorbing the energy of these weapons and proceeded to achieve the goal of quickly unlocking the panel.
Hey, sit back and enjoy it. I'm enjoying it.
However, in order to accomplish his goal, he had to provoke the Lighthouse Nation's people properly.
Prehistory, center of the basin.
These Lighthouse Nation researchers who were logging saw the giant beast roaring at themselves and the others. This made all these people's hearts go cold.
My god. Did we move too slowly and piss off the behemoth? I don't know. Hurry up and make a fire. Otherwise, we'll be eaten by the behemoth.
When the crowd looked at the abyssal mouth of the behemoth, everyone shivered.
So many people were probably not enough for the behemoth to stuff its teeth with awe.
Wood's face was also pale at this time, however, the movements of his hands were not slow. While sawing the wood, he hissed and gasped.
Captain Simon, how long will it take for the support to arrive?
There are still 3 days left. A cold light flashed in Captain Simon's eyes. Then, he said in a low voice, this time, the behemoth's plenipotentiary plan is under the command of Colonel John.
Colonel John.
Wood couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. This John was a minor celebrity in the Lighthouse Kingdom, advocating the threat of force, a full-fledged hawkish personnel. It didn't occur to me that the higher-ups would actually allow such a character to preside over this time's behemoth program. Endure for 3 more days. Wood gritted his teeth and said. Then, he continued to start the work in hand. Over here, after Zhang Ke saw the behemoth's roar, he also thought that the behemoth had gotten angry. However, no matter how much he communicated with the behemoth had no intention of paying attention to them.
As a last resort, they could only withdraw back.
Lu Chen saw Zhang Ku and the two of them leave the basin, and only then did he continue to lie down and rest leisurely. Right now, he was just 4 evolution points away from opening the superatomic furnace in his body. The progress of eating and basking in the sun was just too slow. It was necessary to use the energy of a thermal weapon.
Thinking about this, Lu Chen even began to look forward to it. 3 days of time, to say it wasn't fast and to say it wasn't slow. Today was already the last moment of the third day. Drop. Wormhole fluctuations have been detected, and the three-dimensional coordinates have been transmitted. On the fourth day, at dawn, Captain Simon of the Lighthouse Nation nervously listened to the sound of the radio in his ear. Immediately afterward, a set of coordinate data was transmitted to his locator. Wormhole opening time, 33 minutes. Wormhole range diameter, 19 meters. After obtaining the specific data, Captain Simon then quickly led his men and hoofed it to the coordinate location. This time, only the wormholes in the territories of the Dragon Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom, and the Lighthouse Kingdom were open. The Sakura country's men could only stare with dry eyes, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, Zhang Ku also led the defense force to the wormhole coordinate location, which was quite far away. Exactly where they were now, it was at least 200 kilometers. 3 hours later, Simon had already brought his men and arrived at the location designated by the coordinates. And here, there were already a lot of soldiers waiting quietly. Report! Captain Simon. A soldier captain walked up to Simon and then said loudly, "The Raider 1 unit is all under your command. This time, we have deployed 30 all-climate heavy battle tanks T-90, as well as 15 Raider A-101 missile launchers. Several other conventional combat weapons. Good." Captain Simon's face also changed slightly after hearing about the Raider missiles. Raider A-101 missiles, the explosive power is 2,000 tons of TNT equivalent. The killing range was 1,500 meters in diameter. Not to mention the 15 such missiles they now possess. All follow me. To the prehistoric basin. Simon waved his hand and said coldly, "Yes, sir." Behind them, all the raiders began to follow Simon. 30 heavy all-weather battle tanks plus 15 Raider missile launchers slowly marched towards the prehistoric basin. In the center of the basin, Lu Chen slightly opened his eyes. Since morning, all those small thermal points around him had left the place. No need to think, they must have gone to pick up the support supplies for their respective teams. I just don't know if it will bring me any kind of surprise. Lu Chen was really looking forward to it. Rumble. Half an hour later, the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the middle of the prehistoric jungle seemed to have also smelled the signal of impending danger. In an instant, the roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex resounded through prehistory. Roar! Roar! Within a short time, hundreds of prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rexes arrived at the center of the basin, in front of their king. Lu Chen looked down at the hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Rexes in front of him, although he couldn't make too many expressions on his face. But Lu Chen's heart was still very pleased. Roar! Take all the Tyrannosaurus Rexes and hide all the way to the coast behind me, then wait for my instructions. Lu Chen began to give orders. His own defense was clear to himself, and there was no problem if he faced a weapon. However, his subordinates, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, did not have such a strong defense. Not to mention those powerful hot weapons, just the power of a rifle like the one from before would probably be able to kill a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Moreover, Lu Chen had a hunch that this time, the other party definitely couldn't have brought only rifles. Right after Lu Chen finished giving orders, the hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Rexes below began to exchange words. Eventually, one of the most physically powerful Tyrannosaurus Rexes walked up to Lu Chen, and then it tilted its head and roared. Roar! Lu Chen felt the other party's emotions, and his heart changed a little. Although these Tyrannosaurus Rexes couldn't think like themselves, and weren't as intelligent as they were. However, Lu Chen had already heard the meaning they expressed just now. In human terms, it was, "Live for the king. Die for the king." The Tyrannosaurus Rex species. There are no cowards. Chapter 018, Can I bring my Tyrannosaurus Rex minions to evolve with me? In the prehistoric basin, hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Rexes were raising their enormous heads. Looking at their king, they looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a deep breath and then ordered, "Follow what I just said and hurry up. This is my order." Of course, to the outside world, it naturally sounded like the roar of a giant beast. Only, this roar was filled with supreme majesty. It was as if the king was ordering his people. Hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Rexes looked at Lu Chen, who was filled with majesty, and all of them felt the anger of their king. Facing their king, they didn't dare to disobey orders. In the end, they had no choice but to quickly move in the direction of the coast. Lu Chen looked at these Tyrannosaurus Rexes with a sideways glance. How could he say that when he came to prehistory alone before, it was these Tyrannosaurus Rexes that accompanied him? Tyrannosaurus Rexes were cold-blooded? Wrong, that was only cold-blooded towards their enemies. Any living being possessed feelings. Especially this group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes following Lu Chen around seemed to have been influenced by Lu Chen, and were also gradually opening up their intelligence. The running sounds in his ears became smaller and smaller, and eventually returned to calm. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was getting a little bored. System, look, I can even evolve. Then, can I bring my group of minions to evolve with me? Lu Chen asked in his mind in boredom. Of course, after asking, Lu Chen smiled helplessly. How is this possible? Ding. When the host unlocks the King of Monsters template to reach 65, he can open the Designated Creature Evolution skill. Designated Creature Evolution. Based on the evolution points allocated by the host, the creature will evolve accordingly. After Lu Chen heard the system's beep, the entire person, nay, the entire beast froze. I'm just casually asking it actually does have this ability? Designating a creature to evolve. Then surely you must let your own group of minions evolve together. Nice guy. I'm straight up good guys. After knowing that he possessed this ability, Lu Chen became even more excited. There was also a greater desire to unravel the progress quickly. Gulp. The group of diaphragm guys, after such a long time, are not ready. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together, and in the next second, the heat sensing source appeared in Lu Chen's senses. Narrowing his eyes, there was no mistaking it, it was that group of diaphragm guys. Afterwards, Lu Chen directly strutted his huge body and swaggered towards that group of guys. I've been waiting for you guys to come and get your flowers. Master has personally come to find you guys. Minister Luke, I have rendezvoused with the raiders. Captain Simon reported into the quantum camera in front of him. Luke nodded at the Lighthouse Nation Research Headquarters console. Good, this time the wormhole has been open for far too short a period of time. However, in the near future, there will be a second wave of wormholes opening soon. At that time, we will continue to send additional weapons and test whether these weapons can take down the behemoth first. Luke looked at Simon above the monitor and then said, Minister Luke. Simon immediately nodded his head. At this moment, above the round table, Su was frowning and thinking about his next move. Minister Su, don't think about it, at the earliest our support supplies will only be teleported to prehistory when the next wormhole opens. On the side, Ivan Akasin grinned and said, only I didn't expect the Lighthouse Kingdom's attitude is actually so tough this time. It's just ambition. Su sighed helplessly. I just don't know if the behemoth can resist these weapons. It's not good to say. Ivan Akasin shook his head. There was no way. Their three big countries currently belonged to a holding pattern in the globe. Especially the Dragon Kingdom, which had become insanely strong in the last 100 years. All the great powers around the globe realized that this sleeping lion was going to awaken. This made everyone feel scared. Not to mention, 90% of all the scientific research on this wormhole was guessed and confirmed by the Dragon Kingdom's researchers. The Dragon Kingdom, without realizing it, has already stood at the top of the world. Therefore, the emergence of the prehistoric beast has given the Lighthouse Kingdom a huge turnaround. It's also a huge opportunity. Controlling the behemoth is the same as controlling the globe. The behemoth. It must be in your own hands. Prehistoric, in the middle of the dense forest on the right side of the basin. Lu Chen was moving towards the front with a big swing. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering footsteps resounded throughout the forest. 100 kilometers away, Captain Simon had already spotted the behemoth's trail through his tactical binoculars. Captain Simon, what should we do? It's very likely that the behemoth is coming towards us with such a big commotion. Wood said hurriedly. Simon narrowed his eyes and then pressed the radio call in his ear. Secretary Luke, please advise. Simon said. Above the console of the Lighthouse Nation's Scientific Research Headquarters base, Luke looked at the faintly visible blur of the behemoth on the monitor. The behemoth is definitely targeting us, there's no doubt about it. Luke said in a deep voice. Fire a Raider A101 missile first. Make the behemoth stop in its tracks. He then said quickly. Aye. Captain Simon nodded his head immediately after receiving the instructions. Raider 1. Prepare to fire the A101 missile. Target. Behemoth. After Simon's order came down, an armored missile vehicle behind him slowly drove to the side. Immediately afterward, 4 brackets protruded from the body of the vehicle and were firmly embedded into the ground. In the next moment, the 7-meter-long Raider A101 missile slowly rose up. Captain Simon. We've locked onto the behemoth, are we launching? The radio voice came from his ear. Captain Simon narrowed his eyes and said without hesitation, launch. Boom! A loud roar reached the ears of the crowd. Heat waves rolled in, and to their right, the one Raider missile had successfully launched. The Raider missile began to adjust its attitude in the air, and eventually the thrusters began to activate. And the missile began to accelerate wildly. Target. The behemoth. Chapter 019, the behemoth is definitely going strong. All the rest were launched. The top speed of the Raider A101 missile can break Mach 2. Mach 1 was 1224 km/h. And Lu Chen was just over 100 kilometers away from Simon. The Raider missiles would be able to hit Lu Chen within 5 minutes at most. 3 minutes later. Lu Chen also sensed the supersonic that was flying towards him in the distant sky above. Narrowing his eyes, it was actually a missile? So willing to give up? Then do I have to cooperate with them a bit to make it work? Roar. Thinking of this, Lu Chen came straight up with a roar. It seemed to look like he was really pissed off.
100 kilometers away, Wood and the others with their tactical binoculars became excited after seeing the behemoth's actions.
Ha! I knew it. The behemoth is scared. A confident smile also appeared on Captain Simon's face. This month of holding back had finally come to an end.
Even, they were seeing images of the behemoth being in their grasp.
Another 2 minutes had passed. Lu Chen also rubbed his paws in excitement.
I don't know how it happened, but his King of Monsters template was now unlocked to 26. He was just 4 evolution points away from opening the super atomic furnace in his body. Moreover, the closer he got to opening the atomic furnace, the more Lu Chen felt that the missile in front of him smelled good.
The more he wanted to eat this missile. Finally, the missile was already approaching Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood in place, looming over him. Bang! Boom! In the next second, the missile directly hit Lu Chen's stomach and then began to explode violently. Heat waves rolled in. The air waves were also about to arrive. The trees within a few hundred meters around Lu Chen were directly scorched by the rolling heat wave. However, Lu Chen's beast felt very comfortable. The explosion came and went quickly, and after 10 seconds or so, the power of the explosion passed. Only some black smoke was left behind. Ding! Explosive energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding! Absorption complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 0.25 evolution points. Ding!
King of Monsters template progress, 2625, ding. Lu Chen was slightly stunned by the system's prompting sound coming from his ears.
That was a missile. As a result, just this? Just this? You're a ING missile. It's so embarrassing. No, it's a bomb. This huge explosion naturally alerted the Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Convergence Unit 200 kilometers away. Everyone, proceed to the area of the explosion.
After Zhang Ko heard the explosion, he immediately locked onto the target. In the next second, he brought all the Dragon Kingdom support personnel as well as supplies and rushed to the place of the explosion with all his might.
Behemoth, don't let anything happen to you.
After all, within this month's time, the Dragon Kingdom researchers had been living peacefully with the behemoth, just like friends. At the center of the explosion, Lu Chen patted his stomach helplessly.
Nothing happened. This defense of his was too terrifying, wasn't it? Afterwards, Lu Chen continued to move his body towards Simon and his group. 100 kilometers away.
Captain Simon, as well as all the defenders around him, froze.
Not only them, even in the Lighthouse Nation's scientific research headquarters, Luke and the staff all froze. That was a Raider missile. It actually didn't produce any damage to the behemoth? My god. What kind of monster was that behemoth? Just how hard is its skin?
Sounds of shock like this were everywhere. Luke's face was also unsightly at this time. This result was something that none of them had expected. The Raider was actually completely useless against the behemoth. No. Perhaps the behemoth had already been injured, and it was just fainting now. Captain Simon, Luke said immediately. In. Simon quickly pressed the radio in his ear. The behemoth couldn't possibly have survived the Raider missiles. It's probably just holding on for dear life. Fire all the Raider missiles. I don't believe it can still carry it. A look of gravity appeared on Luke's face before he spoke his order. Aye. Captain Simon sniffed and quickly responded. Immediately after, he turned around and said loudly to all the support troops. Raider missile troops. All get ready. The remaining 14 A-101 Raider missiles, fire them all. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the missile units began to operate quickly. The remaining 14 A-101 Raider missiles were all put into a ready-to-launch state. Launch! Simon yelled. Boom! Within a minute, 14 Raider A-101 missiles capable of destroying a small city were instantly launched. Attitude adjustment. Acceleration. Breaking the speed of sound. Arriving at Mach 2 speed. 80 kilometers away, Lu Chen looked at those bright spots in the distance and finally smiled inwardly. These phantom guys are finally willing to use their blood money. Come on. My evolution points. Come towards Master. Lu Chen feigned great anger and yelled up to the sky. Roar. 3 minutes later, 14 Raider missiles finally descended on Lu Chen. And it was still an indiscriminate strike. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out continuously. And the area that Lu Chen was in began to undergo regional destruction. The surrounding prehistoric trees directly vaporized under the heat. The sandy soil on the ground was constantly collapsing, revealing the rock layer below. And at the center of the explosion shockwave, Lu Chen was enjoying it all with a full face. Yes. He was enjoying it. The energy that came out from the explosion of these missiles was exactly the great tonic that Lu Chen needed. Even more so, it was the necessary energy to turn on the superatomic furnace. Ding! Explosive energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding! Explosive energy detected, begin absorption. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have earned 35 evolution points. Ding!
King of Monsters template, 2975 unlocking 30 will open the superatomic furnace in the body. After the system's beep ended, Luchin stood quietly at the center of the explosion. Just one last one to go. These people really don't know how to do anything. Thinking of this, Luchin continued to slowly walk towards the direction where the missiles were flying from. Chapter 020, The Shaky Beast. Accompanying them to act is too tiring. The behemoth didn't die. The behemoth was moving again. 14 Raider A-101 missiles. Can't even hit the behemoth? Around Captain Simon, countless Lighthouse Nation support personnel were all horrified. With these 14 missiles and the previous one, the power of each missile was equivalent to 2,000 tons of TNT. Stacked together, it was also 30,000 tons of TNT equivalent. It must be known that the first atomic weapon of destruction created in the history of the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Big Boy, only had a power of 150,000 tons of TNT equivalent. Headquarters. Call headquarters. What should we do next? After all, this was the first time these people had faced the behemoth, and although it was still nearly 80 kilometers away from them, they could still feel the power of the behemoth. However, they could still feel the terror from the behemoth. All of them calm down. Captain Simon yelled. All heavy tanks were put on first-level alert. If the behemoth continues to advance, then wait until the behemoth enters tank range. The behemoth has now eaten such a powerful explosion, there's no way it's in an intact state. So, everyone brace yourself. Get ready. Captain Simon's words rang in the ears of the crowd, and only then did these people become slightly more certain. Yes. Right now, there was no way out, we could only fight to the death. At the Lighthouse Nation's Scientific Research Headquarters, Luke looked at the screen above the monitor, his face gloomy. The defensive power of this giant beast seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations. It should be known that even the strongest biological defense above the blue planet, and then after expanding to a density like the behemoth, it was absolutely impossible to carry human weapons. The secrets of the behemoth were obviously completely lost on them. Connecting to Colonel John. Luke said to the secretary beside him. Yes. 10 minutes later, Luke finished connecting with Colonel John. Mr. Luke, what's going on? What's the point of contacting me so early in the morning? Do you know that morning is my time slot for rest? After the call was completed, a disgruntled voice came from the other side of the phone. Colonel John, it's like this, the weapons we transmitted over this morning don't seem to have any effect on the behemoths. Luke frowned and said cautiously. Bull. But I sent 15 Raider A-101 missiles over there. John's disgruntled voice resounded on the other end of the phone. Do you know the power of these 15 missiles? You're telling me they're useless against the behemoth? Colonel John, I've asked the people below to synchronize the footage for you in real time, Luke said. Alright, I know, I'll look at it later. After Colonel John finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Lighthouse Nation's Southern Region Strategic Division. A blonde-haired hawk-nosed man was sitting in the middle of the core sector of a military base. After he saw the image above the monitor, a pair of eyes also narrowed slightly. In the middle of the image, a prehistoric super creature was just walking majestically in the direction of the camera. Every step it took would bring up a roaring sound, and the camera was shaking constantly. Even though he wasn't at the scene, at this moment, Colonel John could feel the horror of the giant beast. He stared at the monitor in front of him, not saying a word, and tightly waited for the behemoth's next move. At this moment, prehistory, near the exploding forest. Luchin had staggered to a point where he was still about 5 kilometers away from the Lighthouse Nation's troops. It couldn't be helped, Luchin was afraid that if he was still so intact, the other party would run away in fear. Moreover, Luchin had already seen the other party's neat row of tanks. It was finally looking like something. Although the tanks were not as powerful as the previous missiles, they were better than nothing. What's more, he only had 0.25 evolutionary value left before he could turn on the superatomic furnace. However, accompanying these guys to act is really too tiring. But if they don't act, they'll really run away. Sure enough. Captain Simon, your previous analysis was correct. The behemoth can't carry so many missiles. Coupled with the fact that it was now sporting such a huge amount, it was already overwhelmed at the moment. Wood laughed out loud when he saw the faltering appearance of the behemoth in the distance. The behemoth was just a bit bigger after all. A small smile also appeared on Captain Simon's face. Finally, we could see a glimmer of victory. Although he didn't dare to guarantee that these heavy tanks behind him would be able to kill the behemoth. However, right now, the behemoth's situation was definitely not good either, and was bound to be unable to withstand the attacks of these tanks. At the same time, at the place where the missiles had exploded earlier, the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom had all arrived here. Seeing the extent of the destruction of the terrain here, everyone's faces weren't very pretty. Minister Su, what are our next instructions? Zhang Ke took a deep breath and pressed the radio in his ear. Block the Lighthouse Nation's people from continuing to attack the behemoth. Su stood on top of the general console, looked at the monitor in front of him, and said heavily. Use informal means when necessary. Aye. Zhang Ke sniffed and immediately led the order. And at this time, the Bear Country's Jason also received instructions from his superiors. Brothers, our mission is to protect the behemoth's safety. Arm all the weapons to the old man. Come with me to up that bunch of Sukabalians. Ula! Jason cracked his mouth and roared. Behind him, numerous Bear Country's support troops also followed behind Jason in Bear Country's armored vehicles. As for the Dragon Kingdom's team, there were also many camouflage-dressed heavy armored vehicles, with their bodies all covered by a thick layer of camouflage cloth. Zhang Ke looked at these camouflage armored vehicles in front of him, and his heart was filled with pride. Afterwards, he waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, head to the direction of the behemoth." Immediately afterward, the team set off in such a voluminous manner in the direction of the behemoth. Chapter 021, Opening the Inner Atomic Furnace. Gaining new traits. Reporting to Captain Simon. The behemoth had already entered the tank's range. Simon's ears rang with the sound of the radio, and after hearing it, he immediately yelled, "Launch!" In the next moment, the 30 heavy all-weather battle tanks frantically fired at the behemoth. The latest armor-piercing bullets were fired at the behemoth as if they didn't need any money. Bang! Bang! The dense fire caused a deafening roar in the area. Lu Chen was still 5 kilometers away from them. Ding! Cannon fire energy detected, start absorbing. As the familiar system beep once again came from his ears, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seemed that his acting skills were quite good. It was quite fun to tease these little guys. It wasn't like Lu Chen hadn't thought of stomping all of these people to death with one foot. However, if these little ones died, who would build me a fire to cut down the wood? My own group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes still have their own predatory tasks. Bang! Bang! The heavy tanks continued to attack the behemoths, and had been attacking for nearly 10 minutes now. More than 300 rounds of armor-piercing bullets had been fired. On the contrary, the behemoth seemed to be fine. Captain Simon. At this time, Wood stared at the behemoth not far away, a hint of horror rising in his heart. What's going on? Simon inclined his head and frowned. The behemoth didn't seem to have any injuries at all. Wood gulped and voiced the thoughts in his mind. How is it possible? Simon sniffed, his brows once again deeply furrowed. Wood didn't explain anything, but placed the heat sensor in his hand in front of Simon. Captain Simon, look! The behemoth has already entered the heat sensor range. However, the values are not any different from what we observed before. However, in the next second, the value of the thermal energy suddenly spiked wildly. Captain! Look! The thermal energy has risen. Wood's pupils shrunk slightly. What does this mean? Captain Simon didn't quite understand the values of the probes. Wood wasn't sure how the behemoth would react to the rising heat, but he felt that it was a bit unusual. Sustained attack. Simon ignored Wood and continued to launch his attack. Ding! Cannon fire energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding! Cannon fire energy detected. Starting to absorb. Lu Chen is not in a hurry, just stand quietly 5 kilometers away from them, let these guns tickle themselves. Not to mention, it's quite comfortable, his whole body is warm. Ding! Cannon fire energy absorption complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 0.25 evolution points. Ding! King of Monsters template 30. Ding! The superatomic furnace is about to open. We've finally reached 30%. Lu Chen yelled up to the sky. This roar was deafening. It resounded through prehistory. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure grew once more. Lu Chen, who was originally only over 220 meters tall, right now directly skyrocketed to over 280 meters. All of the bones in his entire body had been strengthened. The armored scales on top of his skin became incredibly deep. Under the sunlight, it was like obsidian. The weight naturally increased as well. The tonnage also increased with it. And right now, Lu Chen only felt a warm heat in his stomach. He knew that this was the superatomic furnace within him. Captain Simon. The behemoth seemed to have become even taller than before. Sir, we've run out of shells. Only the super rifles are left, what should we do? Captain Simon could also see that the behemoth in the distance seemed to have become even taller and stronger than before. After all, a 60-meter surge out of thin air was observable with the naked eye. Hit! Shoot all the bullets! Captain Simon gritted his teeth and continued to give orders. At this moment, it wasn't just Simon and the others who were paying attention to the giant beast. The research team led by Zhang Ke had also rushed to the direction 10 kilometers away from the behemoth. And they didn't miss the image of the behemoth skyrocketing in height. My goodness! This behemoth seems to be evolving. Zhou carried the camera and looked at the soaring behemoth, his throat couldn't help but squirm. This scene was simply too shocking. One must know that the behemoth wasn't just skyrocketing in height, its overall size was also expanding. At the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters, Su Guodong looked at the images transmitted back from the prehistoric camera. A shocked and incomparable look also appeared on his face. The behemoth was continuously getting stronger. Did it mean that it could continue to grow?
At this moment, all of the staff in the scientific research headquarters of each major country were all witnessing this incredible moment.
The behemoth was really growing.
Originally, they had already thought that there wouldn't be much room for the giant beast to grow. However, the image above the monitor right now was undoubtedly not telling everyone that the behemoth,
it could still grow.
The Southern Strategic Division of the Lighthouse Nation. In the middle of the military base, John was also staring at the image above the monitor. He was also witnessing the growth of the behemoth with his own eyes.
Only, at this moment, his eyes were even more filled with greed. This kind of behemoth had to be controlled by himself. Prehistorically, Lu Chen had completely absorbed the energy of these cannonballs.
Ding! The superatomic furnace in the body has been turned on.
Ding! Host's current updated data. Host, Lu Chen. Sex, male. Height, 285 meters. Weight, 300,000 tons.
Atomic furnace energy, 0100000 energy storage can be expanded once it reaches 100,000 atomic furnaces.
Characteristics: absorbs food energy, absorbs explosion energy, absorbs river energy, absorbs radiation energy, absorbs heat. Perception: heat sense, river energy sense, radiation sense.
Lu Chen looked at his data, and then he hemmed and hawed.
His previous self could only absorb food energy and explosion energy.
Now, after unlocking the atomic furnace, he could not only absorb radiation energy, but also river energy. There was also a heat absorption attached to it, so it was powerful. This monster of himself, he was also finally a bit like a monster. Chapter 022, it seemed to be enjoying itself. Just as Lu Chen was looking at his data, Zhang Ke's side also discovered the changes in the behemoth's body through the sensors in his hands. Especially in the belly of the behemoth, a crimson color appeared on the screen. According to the data given by the detector, it seemed that an intense high-temperature phenomenon was occurring there. Zhang Ke and the group of researchers were unable to come up with any conclusions out of this phenomenon that had suddenly appeared. After all, even if their heads were good, it was impossible for them to think in terms of an atomic furnace. What's more, what was inside Lu Chen's body was a superatomic furnace, that is, a controllable atomic river fusion device. Moreover, it was still biologically controlled. This was far beyond Zhang Ke's imagination, far beyond their civilization's capabilities.
Grunt. Lu Chen's abdomen made a grunting sound.
Right now, he also only felt as if his stomach was hungry.
But Lu Chen knew that he was not really hungry.
Rather, he was about to eat a river or some other highly radiated substance. However, where the hell was this prehistoric self going to get river energy? After thinking of this, Lu Chen's gaze quickly looked over to those guys 5 kilometers away. Earlier, through Zhang Ke, Lu Chen had also learned something about the Blue Star.
And their immediate delivery of supplies would be continuously delivered at the next wormhole opening. Not only that, Lu Chen also knew that everything from prehistory would be transmitted back through their cameras. Lu Chen was still able to understand these technologies very easily. No matter what, when he crossed over into a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lu Chen was also a top-notch scientific researcher. In the next second, Lu Chen continued to stride his lanky body and slowly moved over in the direction of the Lighthouse Nation's support team. Boom! Boom! The sound of loud footsteps resounded in everyone's ears. Zhang Ke's side also let go of his heart after seeing the giant beast unharmed. And he reported everything that happened on this side to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters in the original time and space. Good. Good. Su Guodong listened to Zhang Ke's report and a smile appeared on his face.
I knew that the prehistoric beast would not fall so easily.
Continue the observation.
Yes.
Zhang Ke immediately replied. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Lighthouse Nation's scientific research headquarters,
Luke was on the verge of cursing like crazy.
Captain Simon. What's wrong with you guys? Such a powerful fire support, but you can't manage the behemoth? That's firepower that can level a small city.
Luke cursed into his radio headset. Over here, Captain Simon's face was also getting ugly.
Can't you see that the behemoths are all resisting? Moreover, all the actions over here were all nodded by Luke.
Not only that, everything that happened here was transmitted back to the headquarters by the quantum camera in real time. If it wasn't for the fact that Luke was a little bit older than him, Simon would really want to curse back.
Get out of here. Captain Simon. The behemoth is moving towards us. Oh, my God. This beast is too big. Run. Run. Run.
All the defenders panicked. These are all well-trained defenders of the Lighthouse Kingdom, but in this situation,
everyone's deepest fears were magnified hundreds of times in front of the behemoth. Right now, the beast was less than 2,000 meters away from them.
Looking at the huge beast, some of the defenders even directly abandoned their vehicles and fled.
They didn't even want the armored vehicles.
After all, the target of an armored car was just too big. It was unlikely that the first target of the beast's attack would be these tanks.
Lu Chen lowered his head and looked at these small thermal energy points. He only felt a feeling like he was facing ants. Although he could stomp on them himself, it wouldn't be fun to die. Besides, he still needed a lot of tonic. I still have to rely on the support of others to follow up on the supplements. All of them should be kept in captivity. Roar! Lu Chen raised his head and roared. A huge wave of sound swept across the sky and earth. The infrasound waves once again traveled in all directions. Extremely far away, by the strait. After the hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes here received the infrasound waves, they all roared in response. Then, they ran towards Lu Chen's direction at a speed that was extremely swift. On Lu Chen's side, because of this voice, it directly caused all the scientific researchers and defenders of the Lighthouse Nation that were closest to him to all have their eardrums bleed. Their brains buzzed, and some of them even fainted directly. This was just the power of Lu Chen's single roar. A quarter of an hour later, some of these people in the crowd had begun to slowly regain their hearing. And at that moment, the sound of the ground shaking around them kept getting louder. Everyone all gathered around in fear. The scientific research headquarters of the Lighthouse Nation. The image above the monitor was precisely the prehistoric giant beast. Only, at this moment, the behemoth seemed to have a teasing color in its cold and merciless eyes. Yes, the feeling that the behemoth gave Luke and the many researchers at this moment was one of masochism. It seemed to be enjoying all of this. This damned behemoth. Luke gritted his teeth and looked at the monitor, a pair of fists clenched in death. Someone! Connect me to Colonel John! Luke roared angrily. It didn't take long to complete the communication with Colonel John. Colonel John, are you watching the real-time message from the behemoth? Luke was angry, but he was still very measured with his superiors. Watching. John said faintly. Colonel John, according to our observation, the intelligence of the behemoth is not even inferior to humans, so this act of its is completely teasing us. Luke's voice came. I already know. John's voice couldn't hear much anger. Fully calculating the time and place of the next wormhole opening, after the first test, the Raider A101 island bomb can't cause any damage to the behemoth. Colonel John continued, I have already applied to my superiors, the next wormhole material transfer, directly transport a batch of 9th generation Tomahawk Island bomb. Above the words 9th generation Tomahawk Island bomb, John aggravated his pronunciation. 9th generation Tomahawk Island bomb. Luke was also shaken when he heard this. He was clearly aware that the Tomahawk Island bomb had the initial ability to strike the river since the 6th generation. I'm afraid that the power of this 9th generation will only be stronger but not weaker. The encrypted call ended, and Luke seemed to have already seen the beast wailing under the Tomahawk Island bomb. And right now, in the middle of the prehistoric forest. The wailing sound is indeed spreading over the mountains, but these wailing sounds are all the scientific researchers and support troops of the Lighthouse country. Chapter 023, Tanks in the Hands of the Behemoth, as if they were toys. The sound of wailing continued to resound. The surrounding earth also shook crazily. Hegemonic Tyrannosaurus rex. Oh my god. So many Tyrannosaurus rexes. Some of the supporting defenders suddenly realized that not far in front of them, there were at least 5 Tyrannosaurus rexes charging towards their side as far as the eye could see. There's one on my side too. Oh my god. There are at least 3 on my side. There's one at 7 o'clock. There's one at 9 o'clock. Why are there so many Tyrannosaurus rexes? The surrounding voices of fear from the augmented defenders continued to ring out. The faces of both Simon and Wood looked extremely ugly at this time. These support people might not know about these Tyrannosaurus rexes. However, the two of them knew it clearly. Because, within this month's time, they were living under the terrifying shadow of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Roar! Roar! Not long after, hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes had already surrounded all of these Lighthouse Nation people. In contrast, these humans had all given up on resisting. They had already used up all of their ammunition and emptied all of their spare ammo when they were dealing with the giant beasts earlier. Right now, the weapons in their hands were just for show. Captain Simon, are we going to be eaten by these Tyrannosaurus rexes? Some people's eyes were already showing the color of death. It would be better if we were eaten. Simon's face had a look of struggle on it. He really wanted to go up and fight with the Tyrannosaurus rex in front of him. However, the thought of dying in the Tyrannosaurus rex's mouth made him feel incomparably stifled. Not to mention, he didn't have any chance of winning against the Tyrannosaurus rex. The smallest T-Rex was 5 or 6 meters tall. He wasn't even big enough for a T-Rex. Captain Simon, what do you mean by that? Someone finally asked. Captain Simon lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, Wood said with an unsightly face, the behemoth possesses intelligence. It seems to know that enslaving us seems to be more fulfilling than killing us. What? Many incredulous exclamations appeared in the surroundings. Since the behemoth possesses intelligence, why are we still attacking the behemoth? Isn't this an act of seeking death? Looking at the giant beast not far away, someone finally let out a hissing sound. Why didn't the above tell us anything when we carried out this mission? The noisy sounds continued. And at that moment, Lucien also vaguely heard the clamor below, then he narrowed his eyes. Slowly, he bent down. Below, the crowd only felt that the sky had violently and directly darkened. Looking up, everyone all sat paralyzed with fear. What kind of giant beast was this? It was too terrifying. Lucien smiled in his heart. It was good that he was able to command some more people. Afterwards, Lucien had the Tyrannosaurus Rex minions drive these humans to the basin where he lived. Wasn't this a typical case of someone bringing you a pillow when you doze off? Thinking about it, Lucien realized that he had been sleeping on top of bare rocks. Shouldn't he let these people make a rock bed for himself? Behemoth! Behemoth! Can you hear me? Just at this time, Zhang Ke's voice appeared on Lucien's right side. Lucien cocked his head and found Zhang Ke's figure in the forest below. Not only that, he also saw many support materials behind him. After Lucien's gaze caught sight of the camouflage armored vehicles behind Zhang Ke, he couldn't help but smack his lips in his heart. However, under Lucien's radiation sense and river energy sense, nothing was found, which was why he didn't continue to pay attention to it. It was presumed to be a conventional combat weapon, or possibly a detection device or something. Besides, Zhang Ke and the others were considered old folks anyways, so they couldn't just screw them over. So, one only needed to pit the group of loggers to death. Ha! Lucien was amused by his own bad taste. Gollum! The behemoth should have heard it. Below, Zhang Ke stood on top of the armored vehicle and looked at the behemoth. At this moment, Lucien looked at those tanks and armored vehicles that the Lighthouse Kingdom had left here. Forget it, these things had absolutely no deterrent effect on him. It was not bad to make a pillow for himself. Thinking of this, Lucien slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Ke and his group. Then he pointed his finger at the armored vehicles, and then pointed at himself. After that, Lucien then strutted towards the basin. Got it. The behemoth meant for us to leave these tanks on and then follow the behemoth back. Zhang Ke immediately understood what the behemoth meant. Defense force, drive all these tanks and armored vehicles and follow the behemoth. After 2 hours, Lucien returned to his basin. And right now, those reinforcements from the Lighthouse Kingdom have begun to cut down trees and build fires in a decent manner. Behind them, more than 30 Tyrannosaurus Rex were just like supervisors. This scene really made Lucien happy. These Tyrannosaurus Rex little brothers were really saving themselves a lot of trouble. Then, Lucien asked Zhang Ke and the others to drive all of the Lighthouse Kingdom's tanks in front of him. Normally, Lucien slept directly on his back or lying on his side. Right now, it would be better to use these tanks as his pillow. Thinking of this, without saying a word, Lucien picked up these tanks that were smaller than his own palm and began to ravage them. Although these heavy tanks were products of steel, they were like toys in front of Lucien, a supergiant. The tanks in his hands had been rubbed into scrap metal by Lucien and then squeezed into a square shape. This scene was naturally observed by the quantum cameras of all the countries. From the moment the behemoth picked up the first heavy tank, all of the researchers all stopped what they were doing. Witnessing with their own eyes, these steel torrents were like toys, being pinched into various shapes by the behemoth. The sound of steel plates breaking and iron plates bending constantly resounded in the ears of the crowd. After the behemoth had finished building its toys, all the researchers were still unable to wake up for a long time. Then, in the next second, the behemoth's behavior made everyone all freeze. It was actually making a pillow? Using a tank as a pillow? Chapter 024, The Radiation Source Inside the Giant Brontosaurus. The prehistoric beast this leisurely lay in the center of the basin, and underneath its huge head were those pillows that had been pinched out by Lucien. You don't have to say, with something to support its head, this felt good. However, this scene shocked all the researchers. My god! I said how the behemoth pinched those tanks into long shapes. It turns out that they were used to make pillows for themselves. Tanks used to make pillows. I wonder what kind of expression the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom will have when they see this scene. Ha! This scene was naturally seen by all the staff of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Especially Luke, saw his own country's tank into a pillow under the behemoth's head. He felt a deep sense of suffocation. On what grounds? What gives the behemoth the right to just target us? The thought of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research progress had all progressed quite a bit while they were still standing still. Thinking about this, Luke was so angry that he was about to explode. What are you looking at? Everyone! Get back to work for me. Calculate the coordinates and time for the next wormhole to appear. Luke yelled at the surrounding staff. Many people around him couldn't help but shrink their necks. After Luke vented his anger, he immediately headed to the round table. 15 minutes later, the round table was launched. Mr. Luke, it's been a long time. Just after going online, Ivan Akason's voice reached Luke's ears. Only, in Luke's ears, he always felt that the other party more or less carried a teasing color. Akason. It's only been a week since we've seen each other. Luke said coldly. Oh, really? Ivan Akason laughed out loud, but why do I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time? Look at you, you've been starved and thin for a week. To use the idiom of the Dragon Kingdom, your current state is that you have a yellow face and skinny muscles. In the face of Akasan's sarcasm, Luke could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, but he had other purposes for going online this time. And at this time, Dragon Country Su also went online. Rare guest. Su Guodong saw that Luke was actually online and felt a bit surprised. Subu Chang Luke took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Ha! Subu Chang, you came at the right time. I just said that Mr. Luke's appearance is yellow and thin, am I not wrong? Ivan Akasan said with a loud laugh. Mr. Ivan. Su laughed and didn't retort. I came online to invite you all to join the anti-behemoth program. Luke grunted heavily, forcibly digressing from the topic. Anti-behemoth? Oh, you Lighthouse Nation can't defeat the behemoth, so you want to pull us along? Akasan sniffed and lost 2 laughs. The appearance of the behemoth was already an unpredictable and uncontrollable situation. Luke ignored Akasan and continued. Standing above our position as humans, we can either control the behemoth or destroy it. Only in this way can we protect the safety of humanity. Mr. Luke. Su shook his head and smiled faintly. When the behemoth was first discovered, the behemoth did not have any malicious intent towards us. Moreover, multifaceted detection says that the behemoth possesses intelligence no less than us humans. Why do you think the behemoths are only targeting you guys? You were the first to take up arms. In other words, you guys are not joining? Luke grunted. Not joining. Without any hesitation, Su directly refused. Akasan, what about you? Luke looked at Akasan. You tell me. Akasan grinned and squinted at Luke. Luke blackened his face and went straight down to the roundtable. He was just a messenger, advocating that the anti-Mega Beast plan had come from Colonel John. Above the roundtable, Akasan looked at Su and said, the next time the wormhole opens, I'm afraid they'll do something out of the ordinary. They might even use the river first. Speaking here, he did not continue. After all, even if the other party really used it, there was nothing they could do. After all, the object used was a giant beast, not a human. They also had no right to interfere. I believe in the giant beast. Su Guodong's body bones were straightened out, and a color of determination flashed through his eyes. I don't know what happened, from just detecting the existence of the behemoth, from the first time he lifted with the behemoth. Su Guodong had the feeling that the giant beast was able to get along with humans in a friendly manner. Although they had been detecting the giant beast for a month. But basically, they could only get height and approximate weight data, and nothing else could be detected at all. As earlier, the behemoth suddenly grew and became even larger in size. In their eyes, these were no signs. The mystery of the behemoth might have far exceeded their detection. This was something that Su was convinced of. Prehistory, the center of the basin. Lu Chen woke up leisurely. Prehistoric life, once again, had entered the everyday. The researchers and defenders of the Lighthouse Kingdom, plus those of the Sakura Kingdom, were all building fires day and night. Especially now, Lu Chen, because he had turned on the absorption of heat energy. These roaring flames had very little energy, but it was better than nothing. Ding. Absorption of heat complete, gained 1 point of atomic furnace energy. Ding. Atomic furnace energy, 1,100,000. Lu Chen listened to the system's beeps, and in his heart there was a sentence that he didn't know whether to speak or not. This damn energy storage is finished in a monkey's time. He had been exposed to the sun for a day, plus the energy generated by these flames, and had only gained 1 point? With such a rough calculation, one would need 100,000 days. That's more than 270 years, my ass. Roar! Roar! Right at this moment, hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes returned to the basin with food. These Tyrannosaurus rex skillfully drove all of this group of herbivorous dinosaurs to the fire. This time, there was actually a giant brontosaurus that had nearly arrived at around 30 meters in length. Lu Chen had originally planned to lie on the side of the basin and wait for the food to roast. However, that one giant brontosaurus was targeted by Lu Chen. Because, under Lu Chen's newly acquired radiation perception, there was radiation emanating from the abdomen of that brontosaurus. Although it was very weak, it was enough to prove one thing. This thunder dragon must have eaten something with radiation. And there was only one type of radiation product that one could perceive. Elemental uranium. The main material of river energy. Wouldn't that mean that there was a natural uranium mine nearby? And right now, the superatomic furnace in his body needed the elemental uranium. When he thought of this, an excited gleam appeared in even Lu Chen's eyes. Then, he strutted towards the giant thunder dragon. Chapter 025, Natural High Radiation Mines. Humans are responsible for mining and refining, and Master is responsible for eating. After walking up to the giant brontosaurus, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the brontosaurus that only reached the height of his calf. Then he began to ask the overlord color behind him. Roar! Is that the one who brought this brontosaurus? Where is it located? Take me there immediately. In the face of Lu Chen's question, hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes came to Lu Chen's face in unison.
All of the Tyrannosaurus rexes all began to talk to each other.
Finally, a burly Tyrannosaurus rex walked over to Lu Chen.
Although it wasn't the biggest in this group of Tyrannosaurus rexes, its two claws coupled with that huge head was the strongest here. At the very least, it could be ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength within these hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to drive away a 30-meter-long giant brontosaurus.
Go, take me there. Lu Chen grunted twice.
Afterwards, with this Tyrannosaurus rex leading the way, Lu Chen followed behind it and left the basin.
The edge of the basin. Zhou, let's go take a look as well.
Zhang Ku had been paying attention to the movements of the behemoth. The scene where the giant beast was talking to the Tyrannosaurus rex just now was also seen in all of them.
Yes.
Without saying a word, Zhou brought along the quantum camera before starting up the all-terrain multifunctional exploration vehicle. Then he brought along some of the Dragon Kingdom's defenders, and then he followed behind the behemoth and began to move. The defenders naturally had to be brought along. After all, this was prehistory. And it was still the terrifying Cretaceous period, where all kinds of snakes, insects, rats, and ants were much bigger than the current ones.
Even at night, one could come across prehistoric mosquitoes as big as a fist.
The all-terrain multifunctional exploration vehicle drove quickly through the jungle. Because there were many large prehistoric animals that frequented this forest, there were many crisscrossed prehistoric animal roads on the ground.
Right now, Lu Chen had already followed the Tyrannosaurus rex to a huge canyon. This Tyrannosaurus rex began to roar. Roar! Roar! And Lu Chen followed this Tyrannosaurus rex's line of sight to a peculiar surface in the middle of the canyon.
The ground there was bare, and it felt particularly conspicuous in the midst of this green canyon.
There were originally many thunder dragons inhabiting the canyon.
It was only because Lu Chen, a super prehistoric beast, had arrived. These thunder dragons had discovered the abnormality, and were now fleeing in all directions. Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to these thunder dragons. Compared to that, the bare surface of the ground was his purpose. Moving his huge body, Lu Chen had already begun to approach that piece of territory.
Ding! Radiation source detected. Lu Chen's eyes gently narrowed. Sure enough,
he had discovered an extraordinary treasure. Previously, when he hadn't turned on the atomic furnace in his body, he was unable to sense the radiation of the minerals.
Now, however, he was completely able to sense it and was able to absorb it. At the same time,
the Dragon Kingdom's multi-purpose explorer armored vehicle had also arrived at the edge of the canyon.
The road ahead was no longer suitable for the exploration vehicle to advance.
As a last resort, Zhang Ku had no choice but to follow the behemoth on foot with Zhou and 2 Dragon Kingdom escorts.
Captain Zhang, look! Zhou spotted the anomaly.
This canyon was filled with green trees, but in the direction that the behemoth was advancing, there was an exposed piece of ground surface at that location.
It seemed to be a black surface and was not covered by any green vegetation.
Zhang Ku quickly arrived at the side of the canyon, and under the extreme view, he discovered that peculiar piece of ground surface. As a Dragon Kingdom scientific research academician, Zhang Ku quickly made an analysis. There were only 2 reasons that would cause this condition. First, the land in that area had received pollution and the vegetation could not survive. Secondly, there was strong radiation in that area, and it had reached a radiation value where the plants could not survive. When he thought of this, Zhang Ku quickly folded back inside the exploration vehicle and then took out a set of radiation detectors.
Of the 2 reasons, Zhang Ku was more inclined towards the latter. If it was really due to the ultra-high radiation value, then it meant that this place was most likely a natural high radiation mineral field. Zhou, follow me. Zhang Ku immediately said. However, those 2 Dragon Kingdom escorts Zhang Ku had them stay here.
If the place where the behemoth was heading to really had radiation, Zhang Ku was not sure if it was within the normal values that humans could withstand. In case if it exceeded the value that humans could withstand, then these radiations could be very destructive to the human body. He himself was a scientific researcher, so he had to take these risks. But the defenders only needed to be responsible for the safety of the surrounding area. There was no need to take risks with themselves.
Half an hour later, the 2 of them, Zhang Ku and Zhou, arrived at the backside of the behemoth.
All along the way, Zhang Ku was constantly adjusting the radiation instrument in his hands.
Drop!
A radiation source was detected in the vicinity.
Drop! Current radiation value, 021 SVH.
After Zhang Ku saw the radiation detection instrument in his hand emitting a detection sound, his face immediately revealed a look of delight. There was indeed a source of radiation here. It was just that he didn't know what kind of substance it was emanating from. However, right now, they were still some distance away from that area. If the radiation value exceeded the limit value that humans could withstand, then they would have to leave this place. They would have to return to the garrison base and put on chemical-proof suits before they could continue probing.
At this moment, Lu Chen had already arrived on top of this rock.
After arriving here, Lu Chen also discovered that there were a lot of radiation minerals on top of this layer of rock.
As for what it was, Lu Chen didn't know for the time being, and could only let the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom determine it. However, Lu Chen felt that this thing, most likely, was a natural uranium ore. After all, only the element uranium could release such powerful radiation. Lu Chen smacked his lips. Why don't you try taking a bite? Thinking of this, Lu Chen directly lowered his head, then took a bite of a large piece of rock. The hard rock was unbearable in Lu Chen's mouth. It was soon chewed to smithereens. Good guy, no reaction at all. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth grinned slightly, and he ate a mouthful of ash. It seems that although the radiation of this thing is strong, but the open air of this kind of unprocessed are too weak. Moreover, if you rely on Lu Chen alone, not to mention processing it, refining it would be a hell of a lot of work. If only there were humans. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's body shook violently. Immediately turning his head back, his eyes stared at the Zhangke duo who were slowly walking towards him. Isn't this a human being? If you mind, give it to the Lighthouse Kingdoms, purify it and give it to the Dragon Kingdom, and I'll be responsible for eating it. Good fellow, isn't this proper? Chapter 026, sure enough. Still need to make an example out of him. The two of them, Zhang Ku and Zhou, saw that the giant beast was looking at them. They also nodded with a heartfelt understanding, and then the two of them began to slowly move over in the direction of the giant beast. Drop. A source of radiation has been detected in the vicinity. Drop. Current radiation value, 024 SVH. Just as they approached the behemoth, the radiation monitoring instrument in Zhang Ke's hand had already issued a warning sound. When the radiation source arrived at a value of 0.25, it would cause irreversible damage to the human body. But fortunately, Zhang Ku and Zhou had both arrived at the behemoth's side. The radiation value wouldn't continue to rise. Lu Chen looked at the two little dots by his feet, then pointed his finger at these grounds, then at his mouth. The behemoth's meaning was that it wanted to eat these ores? Zhou was slightly stunned, then muttered. Drop. Detection complete. The current geology is sandstone-type uranium deposit. The detection instrument in Zhang Ke's hand also emitted a beep. This is actually a natural uranium deposit. Zhang Ku murmured. However, when he heard Zhou words, his face froze slightly. The behemoths were going to eat these ores? These were extremely radioactive uranium ores. Although it hadn't been purified yet, that was still impossible to consume. Zhang Ke raised his head and looked at the towering behemoth. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't know how to express himself. Afterwards, he thought of a solution. First, he asked the two Zhang Ke to step back a little. Then, Lu Chen directly dug out two large chunks of the uranium ore in front of him ruthlessly. Then he placed it in his own hand and squeezed it fiercely. Dragon Kingdom Scientific Research Headquarters. What was the meaning of the giant beast? Why was it pinching these uranium ores? It couldn't be that it wanted to eat these ores, right? This can't be done. After eating them, can the behemoth digest them? Digest? This is a highly radioactive element. Eating it will kill you. But the behemoth isn't human. You're right. All the researchers were curious about the behemoth's next move. And at this moment, Lu Chen crushed the ore in his hand viciously. Then he blew on it and continued to crush it. After repeating this for 3 or 4 times, Lu Chen only had one piece of black ore left in his hand. Then, with a tilt of his head, he ate the ore into his stomach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of atomic furnace energy. Ding! Current atomic furnace energy, 210,0000. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth grinned slightly. He had gone through so much effort, but he had only gotten 1 point of energy. Looking at this scene, Zhang Ke couldn't help but push his glasses, then his face changed unpredictably. In the end, he said in a deep voice. Chief Subu, I see. Behemoths are not humans, and these extremely radioactive uranium elements are dangerous to humans, but to behemoths, I'm afraid it's just food. Zhang Ke was worthy of being the highest scientific research academician of the Dragon Kingdom, combining the fact that the previous attack from the Lighthouse Kingdom did not do any harm to the behemoth. Instead, it allowed the behemoth to grow, and right now, the behemoth had found a natural uranium deposit and then ate the extremely radioactive uranium ore raw. In this way, he had gotten such an answer that was almost close to the truth. At the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters, after Su Guodong heard Zhang Ke's words, he also nodded. That behemoth's immediate action, can you see what it means? Zhang Ke once again took a deep breath and said heavily, Chief Subu. According to my guess, the behemoth means for us to purify these uranium ores and then give them to it to eat. Su Guodong's pupil shrunk slightly. In fact, he had thought that there would be such a possibility before. After all, the behemoth could not be judged by human common sense. This was a very bold conjecture. Good. Let go of it. Su took a deep breath. He decided to trust himself. Zhang Ke. Trust the top scientific research academician of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes. Chief Bu. Zhang Ke immediately nodded his head, and in the next second he told the behemoth about his bold guess through the megaphone. When Lu Chen heard this, he nodded. Hey, communication is becoming less and less of a problem. Good. Behemoth, we got it. After Zhang Ke saw the behemoth nod, a smile appeared on his face as well. Starting tomorrow, I will send the Dragon Kingdom's top researchers here to mine it and then purify it for you to use. After hearing Zhang Ke's words, Lu Chen shook his head. Sending the Dragon Kingdom's scientific researchers? That won't work. Mining uranium ore, first of all, the radiation not to mention, you can have chemical resistant suits to withstand some of it. But it's tiring. Tired and dirty. Besides, what is the purpose of keeping that group of diaphragm guys in captivity? It's to be used in situations like this. If you kill them, then they won't be of any value. Right now, it was the time to let those people of theirs show their value. Lu Chen pointed at Zhang Ke and shook his head. Then he pointed in the direction of the basin again and nodded. Zhang Ke froze and then said, Behemoth, what you mean is that you won't let our Dragon Kingdom's researchers come to mine it, but instead, you'll let that group of Lighthouse Kingdom's people come? Grunt. Lu Chen nodded, then pointed at Zhang Ke and the two of them, then at his mouth. Once again, Zhang Ke would understand, and then have our Dragon Kingdom's scientific researchers purify it and give it to you to use? Lu Chen smiled and immediately nodded, worthy of being an old countryman. Communicating just saved time. If he were to put it in the past, Lu Chen would have to give the other party a high five. But now, forget about it, the slap of his own, I guess he could beat the other into a pulp. Ha! Behemoth! Well done. Seeing this, Zhoshan laughed twice. Long ago to see that group of guys do not look good, just right now all to pull over to do hard labor. Hey! Zhoshan's words were naturally transmitted back to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters through the quantum camera. When Su Guodong heard this, a smile appeared on his face as well. This was all the Lighthouse Nation's fault. Living As soon as he said that he would do it, the second wormhole opening, the Dragon Kingdom had sent a lot of scientific research equipment. This one happened to possess machines that could purify uranium ore. Lu Chen took Zhang Ke and the others back to the basin, and then arranged the future tasks for those from the Lighthouse Kingdom. What? Let's go dig for uranium ore. No way. This is absolutely not okay. The behemoth didn't treat us like humans at all. I'm not going. As expected, this group of people began to resist. Lu Chen laughed coldly in his heart, fighting to the death? Ridiculous. Lu Chen had kept these people before because he wanted them to work for him. But now, it seemed that these people were a bit defiant. Or perhaps, he had acted too gently? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's pair of cold and ghostly eyes slowly scanned the group of chattering humans below. Sure enough, it was still necessary to kill a chicken to make an example of a monkey. Chapter 027, A New Use for the Atomic Furnace Within. In the middle of the prehistoric basin, Lu Chen was slowly scanning the group of gibbering people. Resist. We must revolt. Why should we, the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom, be the only ones to suffer this kind of treatment? We are not going to resist. That is, we defy. Dragon Kingdom. Did you conspire with the behemoth? And then purposely came to screw us, didn't you? One thing leads to another, and all of these Lighthouse Kingdom researchers, as well as many of the defenders, yelled out. We defy. Must resist. Wood, as the captain of the Lighthouse Kingdom's explorers this time around, was also frantically venting his dissatisfaction these days right now. Lu Chen also finally landed his gaze on Wood. After that, it stopped moving. In an instant, Wood only felt his scalp go numb. It was as if he was being stared at by a cold and merciless beast. And that was indeed the case. He was just being stared at by the prehistoric beast. Boom! Boom! Lu Chen moved his huge body, and step by step, he walked towards the Wood who was screaming the most. The huge roar and strong vibrations caused Wood to be unable to stand on his feet, and he directly sat down on the ground. And the depths of his pupils were filled with deep fear. It's over, one wouldn't be targeted by a giant beast, right? So many people have called out By what right is it just staring at me And this scene was also observed by the scientific research headquarters of each major country. Especially Luke from the Lighthouse country, who hadn't rested much for almost half a month. Right now, above the monitor, the behemoth was slowly walking towards the camera. Quickly! Connect me to the round table. Luke yelled. 10 minutes later. Above the round table, Luke had been waiting here for 10 minutes. Finally, the Dragon Nation's chief of scientific research Cloth, Su Guodong, and the Bear Nation's Ivan Akasin came online. Mr. Luke, if there's no big deal, let's end this. It's rude to wake people up at such a late hour. Ivan Akasin came online and started disliking Luke. Luke clenched his teeth in death and pointed his hand straight at the monitor. No big deal? You guys look. The behemoth is going to strike at humans. Su laughed and said, Mr. Luke, correct me, it's taking a shot at your people. Luke was still about to say something when Su continued, right, in correction. It was you guys who provoked the behemoth first, what would you do if you were provoked like that?
Faced with Su Guodong's words, Luke was surprisingly speechless for a moment.
But, our previous research was to determine that the behemoths would not strike out at humans. After Luke thought about it, he quickly said. So, you guys just struck out at the behemoths? Su laughed.
When Luke heard this, the muscles on his face twitched fiercely, and instead of speaking, he continued to silently look at the monitor.
At this moment, Lu Chen had already walked in front of Wood.
Looking at this Wood, who was like an ant in his eyes, Lu Chen smiled.
A gun hitting ahead. These humans shouldn't really think that I'm an amiable giant beast, right? No way, no way, no way. A nuclear goodness smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. It was just as well that right now, with this opportunity, Lu Chen also planned to test the atomic furnace in his body. Although he could not unleash a great move like the atomic spit. But right now, he had already stored 2 points of energy in the atomic furnace in his body. And Lu Chen also felt an ability of his own. It was the ability to transfer the heat from the atomic furnace to any part above his body. When he thought of this, Lu Chen lowered his head and slowly grabbed towards Wood with his right hand. Behemoth! Don't come over!
As Wood looked at the huge claw above his head, his entire body directly paralyzed on the ground. His feet stomped around helplessly. This scene made everyone in the basin feel terrified. So, it turned out that giant beasts could attack humans.
Lu Chen laughed coldly. Go!
Only this laughter, in the ears of the crowd, only felt endless terror.
Just a dozen meters away from Wood, Lu Chen's palm stopped. Just as everyone was holding their breath, Lu Chen began to mobilize the atomic furnace energy at his belly. Then, it converged towards the center of his palm.
In the next second, a trail of radiant red light appeared in Lu Chen's right hand as fast as the naked eye could see.
Captain Zhang. The behemoth's palm suddenly warmed up.
In the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research compound, a scientific researcher hurriedly ran to Zhang Ko's side.
Zhang Ko quickly looked at the testing instrument.
Sure enough, above the behemoth's right hand, the temperature had taken on a purple color. This also meant that the temperature was spiking crazily. At the same time, Wood, who was below the giant palm, also felt the air around him start to scorch.
What's going on? How could it be so hot?
When he raised his head and saw the heat pattern in the center of the behemoth's palm, his face changed violently.
It couldn't be the heat of the behemoth, could it? What kind of monster was this behemoth? The next second, the temperature in Lu Chen's palm rose crazily.
On Zhang Ko's side, the detection instrument also suddenly issued a warning sound of a drop.
Drops. Warning.
The temperature in the detection area has reached 100 degrees Celsius.
Drops. Warning.
Temperature in the detection zone has reached 500 degrees Celsius.
Drop. Warning.
The temperature in the detection area has reached 1200 degrees Celsius. Listening to the warning sound of the detector in his ears, Zhang Ku and the group of researchers all froze in place. This was the first time they had seen such a super godly tactic of the behemoth.
Drop. Warning.
The temperature of the detection area arrived at 2000 degrees Celsius.
2000 degrees now.
You know, the melting point of steel is only 1500 degrees.
In the next second, everyone's gazes were directed towards Wood below the behemoth's palm. Right now, where was Wood's figure? It was estimated that even the ashes were gone. 2000 degrees Celsius. That was no joke.
At this moment, all the researchers and defenders, plus all the staff who were watching this scene in the original time and space.
Everyone then realized that the behemoth wasn't as gentle as it looked. If you treat it well, it treats you well. If you are not nice to it, then the end is to directly turn into ashes. Chapter 028, Escorting a Package to the Behemoth. This was indeed a big gamble. The center of the basin.
Lu Chen looked at this skill that he had just figured out, and his heart was happy. After all, this thing didn't need to consume one's energy. Instead of casting out the energy of the atomic furnace himself, he transferred it to the top of his palm.
As for that Wood? Dying from the heat, what does that have to do with me?
Lu Chen withdrew his palm, and his gaze once again stared at the crowd that had just clamored. Sure enough, this time, not a single person dared to come forward and shout anymore. One by one, all of them took a few steps back, fearing that they would be stared at. Lu Chen grunted and swaggered back to where he was sleeping. This scene just now, naturally, was also taken in by Luke above the round table. Watching his country's researchers lose their lives, he only felt that his face had been slapped hard.
A fiery pain.
Leaving the round table without a word, he had to tell this matter to Colonel John before he could do so.
Ha! Live and let live.
Above the round table, Akasin let out a loud laugh when he saw Lu, who had left the meeting in disgrace.
It's just a matter of taking the blame. Su also laughed.
Time flashed by, and it had already come over for a week. Prehistorically, Lu Chen's little life under his eyes was still very pleasant. All of the scientific researchers as well as the defenders of the lighthouse country had all been pulled off to dig for minerals. The researchers from the Dragon Country, on the other hand, were processing and purifying the uranium ore that had been mined back. The speed was also very fast, and basically in a week's time, the initial production chain had been formed.
Lu Chen could see the uranium radiation over at the Dragon Kingdom's garrison base getting stronger every day. This was the good stuff that he wanted. The uranium element was constantly being purified, and after another day, it was finally ready to be released. On this day, Lu Chen arrived at the edge of the basin. And in front of him was a huge container that arrived at 20 meters in diameter. This was the vessel that the Dragon Kingdom's researchers had built for the giant beast. What it was used to hold was naturally uranium elemental crystals. Trying to purify the uranium element to the point where it could create river energy was definitely impossible. At the very least, it was impossible in prehistory. Therefore, at the moment, it could only be purified to the greatest extent possible. Lu Chen looked at the container in front of him, feeling the super strong radiation in it, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the researchers, Lu Chen directly picked up the huge container, then poured all the uranium or crystals in it into his mouth. After chewing twice, Lu Chen directly ate it inside his stomach. Ding! Starting to absorb uranium elemental energy. Ding! Uranium elemental energy absorbed, gained 100 energy points. Ding! Current furnace energy 102,100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of evolutionary value. Ding! Unlocking progress of the King of Monsters template 31. When Lu Chen saw this, he was happy in his heart. Sure enough, it was still the uranium element thing that was powerful. After eating these uranium elemental crystals, Lu Chen put the container back. Then he returned inside his basin and continued to huff and puff away. Before the atomic furnace was turned on, perhaps Lu Chen still needed to eat some meat. But now, after it was turned on, Lu Chen's food changed from meat to high radiation elements. After seeing the behemoth finish eating the uranium elemental crystals, it was only then that Zhang Ke's crowd snapped out of their shock. The behemoth deserved to be a behemoth. It really couldn't be judged by common sense. In the following days, half of the Dragon Section personnel were divided to continue completing the prehistoric exploration mission. Half were dedicated to refining uranium elements for the behemoth, and even rebuilt a huge container for Lu Chen. The uranium element was then mixed into the fresh water and poured into the container, turning it into a uranium element drink. As for the people from the Lighthouse Kingdom, they were mining uranium or day and night. At their side, there were a dozen or so Tyrannosaurus rexes acting as supervisors. Run? Even without these Tyrannosaurus rexes, they wouldn't dare to run. This is prehistory. Without modern tools, they wouldn't survive a day. Even some prehistoric mosquitoes can kill them. There was no way, so the suffocating days went on like this. 1 month later. Lighthouse Nation's Scientific Research Base Headquarters. Chief Luke Bu. Detected. The latest wormhole coordinates have been detected. The location is within the territory, in the western region. I'll send the coordinates right away. The researcher said loudly. Yes, sir. Immediately transmitted. Luke was also feeling a bit broken inside this month's time. Every day, he watched his own people digging, and it was still the kind that he was forced to do so. This sense of suffocation had always lingered in Luke's heart. Above the large screen, the coordinates of the location where the next wormhole would appeared. What about the time? Luke asked loudly. 1 day later. Moreover, the predicted range this time was at least hundreds of meters. The time of existence is also long, almost an hour. The researcher answered immediately. Good. Hurry up and contact Colonel John for me. Yes, sir. At the Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters, the researchers have also detected the coordinates and distance of the wormhole within the Dragon Kingdom. In front of the prehistoric communicator, Su was speaking slowly. The higher-ups have agreed for us to deliver 1 kilogram of 95 purity uranium-235. Let's see how the behemoth reacts first. Prehistoric, Zhang Ke couldn't help but change his face after hearing Su Guodong's words. 1 kilogram of 95 high-purity uranium-235. What kind of concept was this? One should know that 3 purity uranium-235 could already be supplied for use in a river energy power station. And 95 purity was used to make river weapons. Moreover, to obtain such a kilogram of such high-purity uranium element, 200 tons of uranium were needed to be refined. Zhang Ke took a deep breath. It seems like it's a big gamble from above this time as well. The time is 1 day later. I will transmit the coordinates to you. Right, there is one more thing. Su continued. The Lighthouse Nation had made a bloodbath this time, even deploying weapons that possessed river strike. However, after all, the other party's target isn't human, so it's not too good for us to intervene, so. After getting the package, the first time to give it to the behemoth. The package in Su's mouth was naturally the 1 kilogram of 95 purity uranium-235. Yes. Chief Su Bu. Zhang Ke immediately nodded his head. Since he couldn't intervene, wouldn't it be better to let the behemoth continue to grow? This is what the Dragon Kingdom means. This is really a big gamble. Chapter 029, Acquiring Skill. Atomic Spit.
In the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, 60 Apache 315 model helicopter gunships were neatly lined up in front of the temporarily constructed base.
Not only that, there were also 20 newly developed Cobra Y-11 model helicopters.
Behind the helicopters, there were also 10 armored vehicles carrying 9th generation Tomahawk Island bombs for launching. These were the battle forces that the Lighthouse Kingdom was going to transport to prehistory for this wormhole opening. Commander, when you get there, all of you will be under the command of Captain Simon. In front of the temporary base, the blonde-haired, hawk-nosed John said with a gloomy gaze to the commander of this time's support force.
Aye. At the same time,
the wormholes within the Dragon Kingdom also slowly appeared. This time, only wormholes appeared in the territories of the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country.
There were none in the Bear Country and Sakura countries.
The wormhole teleportation began.
Prehistory. Zhang Ku and the others arrived at the designated location early. Sure enough, half a quarter of an hour later,
the wormhole slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately afterward, many support materials appeared from it.
Where were the packages? Zhang Ku hurriedly walked up and asked.
The packages on top of Exploration Vehicle 03.
The support personnel immediately replied. Good. Follow us. We are heading to the Behemoth's Basin.
Zhang Ku waved his hand. Without any nonsense, he drove his exploration vehicle ahead to lead the way. And Explorer 03 quickly followed. As for the other support supplies, there was no hurry. After all, the wormhole on one side was open. Then it also naturally meant that the Lighthouse Kingdom's wormhole had opened as well.
200 kilometers away. This was another empty basin. The wormhole opened. In the next second, an armed Apache helicopter flew out from it. Right behind them were 20 Rattlesnake Y-11 helicopters.
Above the ground, 10 9th generation Tomahawk Island bomb launch armored vehicles slowly drove out.
An hour later, all of the support troops had traversed the wormhole.
It was also at this time,
in the middle of the basin, Lu Chen woke up violently.
Because just now, 2 extremely strong sources of radiation had appeared.
One on the left and one on the right. The direction on the right was Zhang Ku's and theirs.
Then the left side was only the Lighthouse Kingdom.
Moreover, the one on the right was still rapidly approaching towards them. Another basin. Everyone, follow me.
I've received Captain Simon's coordinate information.
Aye.
All Apache and Rattlesnake helicopters are out. Inside the basin, only the 9th generation Tomahawk Island bomb-launching armored vehicle was left on standby.
Lu Chen also sensed that the left was moving away from his position. However, he didn't care about anything.
Instead, he walked towards the right side.
Right now, after this month of uranium or plus uranium drinks, Lu Chen's King of Monsters template had already arrived at 385. It was still a little bit short of unlocking the atomic spit skill. However, Lu Chen also realized that the further back he went, these prehistoric purified uranium ores were no longer able to increase his evolution value by 1 point at a time like before. There were times when they were giving themselves a 0-point increase. It seemed that it still needed uranium elements with a much higher purity to work. Boom! Boom!
Lu Chen also accelerated his own speed. After 10 minutes, he arrived at Zhang Ku and the others who were driving towards him.
Stop! The behemoth has already spotted us,
Zhang Ku said hurriedly. Exploration Vehicle 03 immediately stopped. All the personnel quickly got out of the vehicle. Looking at the prehistoric behemoth, these people only felt a deep shock.
Behemoth, here!
Zhang Ku took the megaphone and shouted. Lu Chen nodded and picked up the container with the circular river symbol on top of the second carriage.
Good lord, the radiation is really strong in here. Academician Zhang, let's get out of here quickly.
There's a layer of super river-proof material on the outside of the package, but once it leaks, a 10-kilometer radius will be contaminated to some degree.
The support staff hurriedly came to Zhang Ku's side and said, Good. Let's withdraw. Zhang Ku nodded.
Afterwards, he drove his car and left the place quickly with the support personnel. After Lu Chen saw Zhang Ku leave, he then threw the container in his right hand into his mouth. Only a crunch was heard.
Crunch! The container, which was made of an ultra-hard alloy, survived in Lu Chen's mouth for less than a second. It directly cracked. The 1 kilogram of 95 high-purity uranium-235 inside directly entered Lu Chen's abdomen. Good man. A great tonic. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. Is it really pure uranium? Our hometown is too good to us, isn't it?
It's still our hometown that knows how to behave.
Ding. High-energy uranium element detected. Starting absorption. Ding. Absorption complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host. 15 evolution points. Ding. King of Monsters template progress 40. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Atomic Spit.
Atomic spit. Description: the host can utilize the energy of the atomic furnace in his body to release a powerful atomic hotline from his mouth. The power is linked to the energy of the atomic furnace used by the host. Ding! Next unlocked skill, dorsal fin energy rays, releases a number of super powerful energy rays through the host's dorsal fin. King of Monsters template unlocked at 45 to obtain. In the next second, Lu Chen only felt his body burning. And his height and size began to change drastically. 30 kilometers away. Zhang Ku had stopped the exploration vehicle and began to observe the changes in the behemoth. Zhou Jin was by Zhang Ku's side at all times, recording the changes in the behemoth with the quantum camera in his hand. Right now, the behemoth suddenly roared up to the sky. The body shape drew up once more. The physique expanded once more. Amidst the camera's observation, Zhang Ku as well as the support personnel behind him could all see it clearly. Roar! After 10 minutes, Lu Chen calmed his exhilarated mood. Pulling up his current various data panels. Host, Lu Chen. Sex, male. Height, 335 meters. Weight, 500,000 tons. Atomic furnace energy, 900,010,0000 expanded energy storage upon reaching 100,000 atomic furnaces. Characteristics: absorption of food energy, absorption of explosion energy, absorption of river energy, absorption of radiation energy, absorption of heat. Senses: heat sense, river sense, radiation sense. Skill: atomic spit. After Lu Chen saw the last skill, the corner of his mouth grinned slightly. Since he had obtained the skill, he had to test it out. Thinking of this, Lu Chen then looked his gaze in the direction of the west. There was also river energy radiation that wasn't weaker than this side. Rush. Chapter 030. This is a super prehistoric killing machine. Thinking of this, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. Starting to stride his huge body, he ran in another direction. Rumble. The prehistoric forest shook continuously, and the roar of the giant beasts resounded throughout the sky. It had also been a long time since Lu Chen had moved in such large strides. He could clearly sense that every cell in his body was excited. They longed for release. And what was the way to release? That was naturally the atomic spit. Lu Chen was also eager to test the skill he had just acquired. With its huge figure, it was difficult not to be noticed. And right now, another basin center. The Lighthouse Nation's support troops had also noticed an abnormality in the distance. After the captain of their team discovered the anomaly, he quickly connected with Colonel John from the original time. Reporting to Colonel John. The behemoth suddenly appeared to be acting abnormally. Moreover, based on visual inspection, it's very likely that the behemoth's target is us. Please give us your instructions. In the original time and space, in the middle of the desert base. John's face changed slightly. The last time he teleported supplies over. There wasn't much of a riot from the behemoths. Could it be that this time the behemoths have also sensed that the weapons I sent are powerful? How much force do you have now? John quickly asked. Report, 10 9th generation Tomahawk Island bomb launching armored vehicles, and 20 Rattlesnake helicopters, that Lighthouse Nation's captain immediately replied. Good, first send the Rattlesnakes to jam, then launch the 2 Tomahawks, John said heavily. Yes. Over here, after receiving John's affirmation, they immediately started the battle plan. At this moment, Lu Chen was still 150 kilometers away from them. However, Lu Chen's movement speed was fast. Although he was heavy, he wasn't bulky, on the contrary. The power one possessed was exceptionally huge. Therefore, even with such super tonnage, he was still able to move quickly. Lu Chen squinted his eyes, and he had already seen many small dots that were flying towards his side. Helicopters? His heart was also slightly surprised. He didn't think that Lu Chen helicopters were getting over here. However, if the helicopters were the ones that had teleported last time, perhaps Lu Chen really wouldn't have been able to do anything about the other party for a while. But right now, Lu Chen had unlocked atomic spit. Just in time, weren't these helicopters just sent to himself to feed his moves? Roar! With a loud roar, Lu Chen began to walk towards those helicopters. 20 Rattlesnake Y-11 model helicopter gunships began to fly towards the behemoth. These Rattlesnake helicopters were equipped with the latest anti-tank Hellfire C-type island bombs. It was extremely powerful. Each Rattlesnake had around 100 of these island bombs on it. Right now, these helicopters were already within range. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at these helicopters. Very well. I was worried about not having anything to practice on. This Lighthouse Nation's people can't be the worms inside my stomach. Afterwards, Lu Chen's gaze aimed at one of the helicopters. Academician Zhang. A huge heat energy was suddenly detected in the throat part of the giant beast. 50 kilometers away, the researchers beside Zhang Ku hurriedly brought the heat detection instrument to Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku swallowed his saliva and looked at the detection instrument, then glanced at the distant behemoth. Behemoth, it couldn't have evolved again, right? It was very possible. At this moment, heat energy patterns had appeared on the skin of Lu Chen's throat part. The heat energy lines were rising. Eventually, it all gathered in his mouth. 10 kilometers away, in the sky above a rattlesnake helicopter, the pilot immediately pressed the weapon launch button.
However, it was at this time.
An intense light suddenly erupted from within the abyssal mouth of the giant beast in the distance. And the pilot subconsciously closed his eyes. After all, the strong light was just too blinding.
Atomic spit. Lu Chen quickly unleashed atomic spit.
The skill of the king of monsters. An incomparably hot beam of atomic heat energy shot out from Lu Chen's mouth.
A dazzling light erupted in the sky.
This was Lu Chen's first time using it, so he didn't know how much atomic furnace energy to use. Anyway, he had 9,000 points of energy. Be luxurious and use up 1,000 straight away. Just in case it wasn't flashy enough, then wouldn't it be too much of a price drop for a monster like himself? In front of Lu Chen, the atomic heat energy beam shot in a straight line towards the distant rattlesnake Y11. Not only that, the heat energy beam continued to become thicker and bigger. The beam, which was originally only about 20 meters in diameter, had suddenly expanded to 40 meters.
And it seemed to be expanding. The rattlesnake in the distance disappeared without a word. It directly disappeared into the atomic heat energy beam. Seeing this, Lu Chen naturally couldn't waste this atomic spit. Moreover, it seemed that he had overused the energy of this atomic spit. With no other choice, Lu Chen continued to target the next rattlesnake. The atomic spit also began to expand. The final diameter was estimated to be over 100 meters. It was comparable to a third of Lu Chen's height. Lu Chen swept across. Those rattlesnake helicopters didn't even react, and they all vaporized in the heat beam. There was not even a scrap left. This atomic spit directly vaporized 18 rattlesnakes. These rattlesnakes didn't even make a muffled sound before they were gone. This horrifying scene was naturally observed by the quantum cameras of various countries. Dragon Country's scientific research headquarters.
All the staff members all stopped what they were doing, staring at the monitor in horror. The power of that laser heat beam just now was too terrifying. And such a terrifying beam was actually emitted from the mouth of a giant beast.
What kind of terrifying monster is this giant beast? Lighthouse Nation's scientific research headquarters.
Luke directly sat paralyzed on top of the console, looking at the rattlesnakes that didn't leave any traces. His entire being was about to collapse. The behemoth seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, the strength was also growing crazily. The means were also mysterious to the extreme. Luke finally realized what kind of monster he had angered. This is not a prehistoric beast. This is a super prehistoric killing machine. Chapter 031, We Can Live in Peace with the Behemoth, It's a Damn Hard Life. Luke had no choice but to contact John in the first place. If the behemoth relocated its anger to the entire lighthouse country because of his own reasons, he couldn't afford the responsibility. Therefore, it was necessary to find the person in charge of the behemoth, that is, John, to discuss. After connecting to the line, Luke started talking to John. Colonel John. The behemoth's strength is too strong, and it also has a lot of mysterious means. Luke said in a low voice. From what I saw just now, we have lost half of our men to the anti-behemoth program. Luke whispered. On the other end of the video, John's face didn't just not have any look of guilt. Instead, there was also a strong color of excitement. They are defenders, death in the line of duty is normal, what's there to say about that? John said with disbelief, the more mysterious the behemoth is, the more we need to control it. Luke frowned and didn't say anything. After all, Colonel John was not something that he, a research raghead, could piss off. Afterwards, everyone gathered their gazes on top of the image transmitted back from prehistory once more. Prehistory. The atomic spit that Lu Chen had unleashed for the first time had finally ended. The first time he cast it, Lu Chen didn't know how much energy he had to use, so he simply used 1,000 points of atomic furnace energy. At this moment, he looked at the forest in front of him, and the corners of his mouth grinned. A huge gully that was 10 kilometers long just appeared in front of him. It was so deep that it seemed to have split the forest down the middle. The destructive power was simply too terrifying. Lu Chen also finally knew what it meant to have a cannon hit a mosquito. Ding! Atomic furnace energy, 800-010-0000. It directly took out 1,000 points of energy. It seems that the next time he uses it, he has to be more careful. It can't be wasted. Just as Lu Chen was calculating his next use of energy, the two rattlesnakes that were still hovering above the sky were already confused. Rattlesnake 17, this is 20. Are we still attacking? Above the Rattlesnake 17 helicopter, the pilots no longer dared to move. The behemoth hadn't launched its next attack, so he didn't dare to act rashly. What if he escaped and was targeted by the behemoth? Rattlesnake 20, this is 17, let's stay put. Rattlesnake 17's helicopter pilot gave his answer. A whole 20 state-of-the-art Rattlesnake helicopters, paired with the most powerful Hellfire anti-tank island bombs. But they were completely helpless against the behemoth. At this time, there were only 2 rattlesnakes left, and they didn't know whether to leave or stay here.
A terrifying atmosphere just eerily filled the cab. A few dozen kilometers away,
The Dragon Kingdom section personnel had already converged with the Bear Kingdoms,
and they had all watched the behemoth's atomic spit just now. Hiss. This was so damn terrifying. Such a powerful atomic ray. This is a level of destruction.
We actually lived in harmony with such a terrifying beast for so long, our lives are really hard. The researchers from the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the researchers from the Bear Kingdom, were all shocked in place. This scene just now was really too explosive for their eyes. This was not a prehistoric beast. This was simply a destruction-level super creature.
Not to mention, it also possessed an intelligence no less than that of a human. Looks like we don't have to do anything.
Zhang Ku couldn't recover from the shock for a long time as he muttered.
Although there were many Dragon Kingdom's superb combat weapons behind himself. However, facing the behemoth, they were completely unnecessary. This one shot of the ray would probably be gone on the opposite side, right?
Thinking about this, everyone mourned for the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom.
You say you're fine, what are you doing pissing off the behemoth? Isn't this a proper death-seeking behavior? Academician Zhang.
In the future, make sure to continue to live in harmony with the behemoths. At this moment, the radio in Zhang Ku's ear rang.
It was Su's voice. Yes. Chief Bu. Zhang Ku immediately replied loudly. Dragon Kingdom Research Headquarters. Su Guodong's face also revealed a hint of celebration.
Fortunately, he was a part of the Dragon Kingdom.
The Dragon Kingdom had always been a hugely powerful country, possessing the demeanor of a great nation.
Right now, it had been fully manifested above the incident of the giant beast.
Prehistory.
Lu Chen cocked his head and looked at the 2 helicopters that were still hovering above the sky not far away.
Without any hesitation, he continued to unleash atomic spit. Atomic spit.
Only, this time, Lu Chen had only used 100 points of energy. The kind of atomic spit that had just been 1000 points of atomic furnace energy was simply too strong.
Boom. The atomic beam shot out directly from Lu Chen's mouth. It directly hit one of the rattlesnakes.
And that one rattlesnake directly exploded, destroying everyone. Almost 100 points of energy is the normal state of atomic spit.
Lu Chen already had an idea in his mind.
He then fired another atomic spit and blew up the last rattlesnake helicopter.
Ding!
Atomic spit energy, 780-010-0000. The total energy value was 100,000.
100 points of energy is one normal round of atomic spit. So after storing up a full amount of energy, wouldn't it be possible to have 1,000 rounds?
Boy, it's worthy of being the king of monsters.
Moreover, it can also expand its capacity after it's fully energized. In the distance, in the middle of the basin,
Lighthouse Nation's temporary console has lost contact with 20 Rattlesnake Y11s. At this time, Captain Simon had also arrived at this temporary combat command center in an Apache helicopter. The energy beam that was just far away in the sky was also visible from their side.
Fire all the Tomahawk Island bombs. Simon quickly gave the order once he arrived here.
Reporting to Captain Simon, Colonel John said to launch 2 to test the behemoth first.
Now. Immediately. Fire them all. On my mark. Simon yelled. The combat officer hesitated.
Simon was only a captain, John was a colonel.
He was a few ranks older than Simon. Simon hissed when he saw that the men didn't move. Quickly connect me to Colonel John. Yes. Chapter 032, the behemoth is coming towards us. Oh, my God. Run away. Just as Simon contacted John, the earlier order to launch 2 Generation 9 Tomahawk Island bombs was being executed. The next moment,
the 2 Tomahawk Island bombs with river strike capability then rose into the air. Then they madly accelerated and rushed towards the behemoth dozens of kilometers away.
Since the 6th generation, the Tomahawk had the river strike capability.
9th generation Tomahawk that is even more to reach the point of excellence. Full length 13 meters, cruising speed can reach Mach 1, the highest speed can reach Mach 3. At this moment, these 2 Tomahawk Island bombs were rapidly rushing towards the distant behemoth.
And right now, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 dots in the sky.
The source of strong radiation above them had already been sensed by Lu Chen.
It wasn't the river warhead. Come on.
Master just happened to have consumed a lot of atomic furnace energy just now.
Lu Chen just stood here quietly.
The 2 9th generation Tomahawk Island bombs flew in front of Lu Chen at a super high speed.
And then, explosion. Bang. Rumble. In an instant, dazzling light burst out directly. Ding. Radiant energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding. Explosive energy detected. Absorbing. Ding. High heat energy detected. Absorption initiated. The explosions were still going on.
Only, Lu Chen had already begun his wild absorption mode.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 05 evolution points.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2000 points of atomic furnace energy.
Ding. King of Monsters template unlocked 405. Ding.
Atomic furnace energy 980-010-0000. Because all of the energy from these explosions and radiation was absorbed by Lu Chen. Therefore, the damage caused by the explosions was not very strong. At most, it was only about 2 kilometers of range destruction.
Extremely far away. The Dragon Kingdom's researchers were sweating for the behemoth in their hearts.
However, when they saw that nothing had happened to the behemoth, a smile appeared on everyone's face in one place.
Sure enough,
the behemoth was unhittable.
The Lighthouse Nation's temporary combat headquarters.
Simon had already finished communicating with John.
Colonel John, the behemoth is too powerful.
All of the remaining Tomahawk Island bombs must be fired in full before it might be possible to inflict damage on the behemoth.
After connecting, Simon then immediately said, "Original time and space."
In the middle of the Lighthouse Nation's temporary base in the desert. John's eyes were also staring at the monitor in front of him. Especially when he saw that the behemoth had actually resisted 2 9th-generation Tomahawk Island bombs. He was also a bit flustered.
However, what replaced it was the color of insane greed.
The stronger the behemoth was, the more control he must have in his hands.
Captain Simon, I agree to your request, John said heavily. Simon turned around immediately after seeing John's nod, yelling, "Fire all the remaining battle axes."
But right after he finished yelling, someone around him immediately responded with fear, "Captain Simon,
I'm afraid it's too late.
It'll take 10 minutes at the earliest for the launch to be ready, and the behemoth seems to be running towards us."
What? Simon's face changed violently. Quickly. All into launch mode. Hurry! He roared. And this time,
the giant beast in the distance was also running wildly towards this side. At this time, Lu Chen was jogging all the way over towards the remaining source of radiation.
Even though the explosion itself could be absorbed.
But it was not as comprehensive as eating it and absorbing it directly. In that case, it wouldn't be a waste of resources.
The behemoth's current movement speed was 100 km/h. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The behemoth is accelerating. It's up to 150 km/h. The behemoth is still accelerating. On this temporary combat platform, all the people of the Lighthouse Nation are in a state of fear. They were in a state of chaos. Not to mention preparing to launch the Tomahawks, these people directly fled towards the Apache helicopters. There was no safe place above the ground.
Not to mention the ground, even the sky is not necessarily safe. But right now, they really have no choice. Boom! Boom!
The sound of the giant beast's footsteps reached the ears of the crowd.
Everyone only felt an unprecedented depression. What kind of creatures were they facing?
A few minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at this basin. There were those who fled in their Apaches, and those who fled in their exploration vehicles.
Roar! Lu Chen tilted his head and roared to the heavens. In an instant, the entire prehistory shook for a moment. In the middle of the jungle, many prehistoric dinosaurs suddenly emerged.
Lu Chen squinted his eyes and realized that there were actually a lot of Spinosaurus amongst these dinosaurs, as well as a lot of Allosaurus. These two types of dinosaurs were all large carnivorous dinosaurs. The size was comparable to the Tyrannosaurus rex.
Roar!
Catch up with those escaping humans for me, that is, the wisp of breath that you are not familiar with.
Lu Chen roared out and used infrasound to inform these Allosaurus and Spinosaurus.
Dinosaurs that had lived in prehistory for tens of millions of years naturally possessed a certain level of intelligence. And Lu Chen, as the strongest creature in prehistory. Although he hadn't specifically conquered other dinosaurs, there was no doubt about one thing. That was Lu Chen's status as the prehistoric overlord. Sure enough, after receiving the infrasound command, those Allosaurus and Spinosaurus began to move. At the same time, they were extremely excited. In prehistory, all creatures had an instinct. That was to survive under the more powerful dinosaurs. Although this instinct Lu Chen didn't know why it appeared in prehistoric creatures. Moreover, Lu Chen's research before he became a monster hadn't found this either. But after all, this was a parallel time and space, so perhaps the rules here were just like that. The sky. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at those Apache helicopters above the sky. The ones on the ground still had these dinosaurs helping themselves to the chase. For the ones in the sky, it seemed that only the dinosaurs of the pterodactyl family would be able to help themselves in their pursuit. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt that when this matter was over, he would have to tame some other dinosaur species. Originally, when Lu Chen had just arrived in prehistory, he was a Tyrannosaurus rex. Therefore, it was also felt that taming naturally meant taming the strongest overlord in this prehistory, which was naturally a Tyrannosaurus rex. But now it seems that since humans have descended in the future, then one would have to prepare for it as well. After making a note of this matter, Lu Chen lowered his head and looked at the remaining 8 Tomahawk Island bombs with a hefty smile.
Right now, well, first Cha Rice. Chapter 033, it's a good thing we didn't go against the behemoth. Lu Chen picked up all of the Tomahawk Island bomb-launching armored vehicles in front of him,
then held in his arms. Casually throwing up an armored vehicle, he directly threw it into his mouth.
And then began to chew up. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Lu Chen swallowed it inside his stomach, only to feel a warm current inside his stomach. Ding! Starting to absorb uranium elemental energy. Lu Chen then nodded. Then, continued crunching. Not far away,
Zhang Ke brought Zhou Jin and Jason in his car and came to a stop about 10 kilometers away from the behemoth. After all, Zhang Ke was still a bit uneasy about the behemoth.
Academician Zhang, look. Is that the behemoth holding the Lighthouse Kingdom's Tomahawk Island bomb in its arms?
At this time, Jason looked at the image above the monitor and only felt his tongue was about to tie itself in knots. It should be, the markings on top of the island bomb couldn't be wrong. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and swallowed his saliva. This scene was naturally watched by all the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom as well as the Bear Kingdom.
Every move of the giant beast seemed to exceed their imagination. Eating a 9th-generation Tomahawk Island bomb, this was too terrifying, wasn't it? After the roundtable, Su was also marveling at how the behemoth's body actually worked. Unknown.
Ivan Akasin shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, now we know that the Tomahawk with River Strike can't do anything with the behemoth.
I really want to see Luke first. What kind of feeling is it to watch your country's most prized island bomb being eaten alive by the behemoth? In the face of Akasin's words, Su couldn't help but laugh dumbly as well. At this moment, in the middle of the Lighthouse Nation's scientific research headquarters, Luke was sitting paralyzed on top of the command platform. This time the Lighthouse Nation had once again lost a large number of advanced weapons. If it continues like this, it won't work. If they keep on losing so much, by then, their position in the world will change subtly. You know, the current global situation, but there is a dragon country and their lighthouse country side by side. But now how to look at, feel the dragon country and the giant beast of the incident above more possess the advantage. Chief Lukeb, Colonel John has sent you an invitation to arrive at the Southern Region Strategic Division in 1 day's time. At this time, a staff member hurriedly came to Luke's side. Good. Luke nodded.
Needless to say, many were looking for themselves to customize the next step of the anti-behemoth plan.
Anti-mega beast plan.
For a while, Luke suddenly felt a pang of fear. Why would such a plan appear? Through this period of contact, they now finally understood the horror of the behemoth.
Could it be that there would be some kind of turnaround if this continued?
But all the secrets on the behemoth's body were completely unknown to them. Just like the superatomic beam released from the behemoth's mouth today, those Lighthouse Nation's weapons, in front of the behemoth, were just like toys. It's simply a case of hitting a stone with an egg, and it's not self-serving. Prehistorically, Lu Chen had already crunched and finished off these remaining 8 Tomahawk Island bombs.
Ding! Starting to absorb uranium elemental energy. Ding! Absorption complete. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 points of evolutionary value.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8,000 points of atomic furnace energy.
Ding! King of Monsters template unlocking progress 425. Ding! Atomic furnace energy 17,800,100,000. Lu Chen gently breathed a sigh of relief. It's still this thing that carries energy. This lighthouse country people, can't you deliver 1,000 of these island bombs? Really can't do people off. However, the current chaos has not yet been resolved. Far above the sky, but there are still those Apache helicopters fleeing around it. Lu Chen also does not talk nonsense. Anyway, now the atomic furnace energy is very much. Use it. Use it. Atomic spit. Ding! Atomic furnace energy remaining 17,700,100,000. Atomic spit. Ding! Atomic furnace power 17,600,100,000. Atomic spit.
Lu Chen took these helicopters that were above the sky to practice his accuracy.
This image was synchronized in real time to the headquarters of the big country's research base in the original time and space. Everyone was watching the footage. It's a good thing we didn't go against the behemoth. This thought was in the minds of all the staff at the Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters and the Bear Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters. Historically, Lu Chen had shot down all the helicopters. And above the ground, those who were fleeing around had all been rushed together by the Spinosaurus as well as many of the exoteric dragons. Right now, a dinosaur encirclement had been formed. Those people were all trapped in the center of the jungle, screaming for help. Lu Chen slowly walked over and looked at the survivors. Then without saying a word, he pointed at them, and then pointed at the location of the uranium deposit in the distance. This group of unlucky things, all arranged to be dragged off to mine for themselves. Captain Simon, what does the giant behemoth mean? The muscles on Simon's face twitched viciously after he saw the behemoth's gesture. Mining.
Behind his body, all of the Lighthouse Nation's support personnel froze. Simon said with a stifled voice, "Don't ask, just follow me." After saying that, he led all the people who survived to the mine in silence. Lu Chen also sent 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes to supervise. After that, Lu Chen slowly turned his head and looked at the spiny dragons and exotic dragons that had gathered here. The size of the spiny dragons and Allosaurus dragons were also very huge. There were even xenoterrestrials among them that were around 10 meters long. Other than their bite strength being weaker than that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, their other stats were all a bit stronger than that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. These Spinosaurus and Allosaurus were larger than the Tyrannosaurus rex just by their size. However, if they really fought with the Tyrannosaurus rex, they would definitely not be a match for the Tyrannosaurus rex. After all, the Tyrannosaurus rex wasn't kidding when it was called the strongest carnivorous dinosaur in prehistory. Roar! Go, call all of your species in the neighborhood, I only want the adults. Lu Chen told the group of Spinosaurus and Allosaurus in front of him what he had in mind through infrasound. These Spinosaurus and Allosaurus immediately understood. Having survived for such a long time in prehistory, it far exceeded the time that humans had spent on top of the blue star. They naturally possessed a certain amount of intelligence. It was only that there were too many dangers in prehistory, and they had to give up evolving their brains. Instead, they chose to evolve their bodies as a way to survive in prehistory. Chapter 034, Imperial Unity Dinosaurs. The behemoth was going to sit in prehistory. After seeing that all of these dinosaurs had heeded his intentions, Lu Chen nodded. Then, he swaggered out of this forest that had been destroyed beyond recognition. He returned to the basin where he lived. Explorer 1 log. This is the base of Prehistoric Basin 1, the basin where the behemoth resides. Based on today's observations, we have discovered that the behemoth is capable of releasing a very powerful heat energy beam. Moreover, the power of the beam the behemoth seems to be able to regulate on its own. Inferred from the extent of the destruction of that forest to the southeast. The beam is very powerful and has a very high thermal energy. End of Explorer 1's log. After Zhang Ke finished recording the log for the day, he walked out of the Basin 1 base. Looking at the center of the basin, that one prehistoric beast. His face was filled with awe. Ever since the discovery of the giant beast, it had been constantly bringing them surprises. And the behemoth was also constantly challenging the perceptions of these section personnel. Captain Zhang. A large number of heat-sensing sources have been detected in the vicinity. According to the detection, it's likely to be a herd of dinosaurs. Moreover, there are 2 types of heat energy sources, speculating that it could be 2 types of dinosaurs. Just at this time, a Dragon Kingdom scientific researcher found Zhang Ke and then spoke about the situation that he had just detected. The dinosaur group Zhang Ke was also slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, everyone all came to the edge of the basin and looked at the basin in front of them. The ground around them began to vibrate continuously. The trees of the prehistoric forest began to clatter. The sound of dead branches being stepped on and broken resounded continuously. Where's Zhou? Was this scene filmed? Once Zhang Ke took a look at the entrance to the basin, his face was filled with a strong look of shock. He then quickly found Zhou and pointed the quantum camera at the entrance of the basin. At this moment, the entrance to the basin. A giant spiny dragon was just slowly walking towards the center of the basin. Spinosaurus, also known as spineback dragons. The most obvious feature was the long spines on their backs, which were connected by the skin in the middle, forming the spines. The Spinosaurus was followed by many other Allosaurus. The smallest of these Allosaurus was as long as 7 meters. The largest could even grow to 15 meters. Moreover, the intelligence of the Allosaurus was even higher than that of the Spinosaurus. They knew how to fight in groups and often surrounded dinosaurs bigger than them. This scene, in the eyes of many researchers, looked extremely shocking. They had never seen so many dinosaurs before. There were at least 500 to 600 dinosaurs in this random count, right? In the center of the basin, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at these dinosaur groups. Soon, all the nearby Allosaurus and Spinosaurus that were qualified enough to come here had all arrived. As for the hundreds of Tyrannosaurus rexes that had followed them for some time, except for the dozen or so that were guarding those people digging, the rest all came here. Roar! Gathering you all here is naturally to give me a hand. Follow me in the future, and you will be invincible in prehistory. Lu Chen passed down his meaning. And at this time, the 80-odd Tyrannosaurus rexes also began to roar. This was their king's order, these dinosaurs in front of them had to submit. Otherwise, then they must die. Even, as long as any dinosaur dared to reject Lu Chen's intentions. Then these Tyrannosaurus rexes would not hesitate to rush up and devour them. Even though, these Tyrannosaurus rexes were facing 500 to 600 dinosaurs. After listening to Lu Chen's words, these dinosaurs began to talk to each other. Using their peculiar ways, they began to communicate. Soon, all of these Spinosaurus and Allosaurus chose to submit to the beast's feet. It was impossible not to submit. With such a large behemoth, I'm afraid that if they stomped their feet, these dinosaurs would all turn into meat foam. Plus, the most powerful creature in prehistory, the Tyrannosaurus rex, has succumbed to the beast's feet.
Would we, the Spinosaurus and the Allosaurus, dare not submit?
Seeing these dinosaurs submit, Lu Chen's face then revealed a smile.
It was only that it couldn't be seen by outsiders.
In the next period of time, Lu Chen began his journey of collecting minions.
While the Dragon Kingdom researchers, Zhang Ku and Zhou Jin, recorded everything.
While marveling at the wisdom of the giant beast, they were shocked at the majesty of the giant beast. The shock continued in the following days.
Explorer 1 log. Today the behemoth has completely dominated this area of spiny dragons and exoteric dragons.
The Spinosaurus and exoteric dragon races have shown in their embracing behavior towards the behemoth.
Explorer 1 log. The behemoth has tamed the Tyrannosaurus rex population. The Tyrannosaurus rex is part of the Tyrannosauridae family, the same family as the Tyrannosaurus rex. Behemoth has tamed the shark-tooth population. The behemoth has tamed the Behemothsaurus. Over the next month, what behemoth did had shocked all the researchers. According to the statistics, almost all of the strongest carnivorous dinosaurs in prehistory had surrendered to the behemoth. The behemoth was going to sit in prehistory. Tyrannosaurus rex, Spinosaurus, Allosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, Sharktooth, Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, Brutes. All kinds of large carnivorous dinosaurs just came in and out of Basin one day and night. This made all the scientific researchers all feel incomparably terrified. But fortunately, these dinosaurs would not attack the researchers. And the daily task of these dinosaurs was to capture large vegetarian dinosaurs. For example, Triceratops, Brontosaurus, and Seismosaurus. Especially the Brontosaurus and Seismosaurus, each of which could grow to 30 meters close to 40 meters long. Although Lu Chen could already do without food at the moment. But he couldn't resist having someone to build a fire for him. Plus, the flavor of these dinosaur meat was really good, so it would be a waste not to eat it. The one who made the fire was naturally the Sakura Kingdom, but Lu Chen also found that these Sakura Kingdom's researchers as well as the defenders were initially very reluctant to make a fire for themselves. They were still very reluctant to give themselves a fire. But now it seemed that they were making fire even more vigorously. It was probably related to their appearance. He was now a super brother general. These people from the cherry blossom country like to make fires, so let them do so. We can't let them be idle. They were responsible for burning the fire for themselves, and the lighthouse kingdoms were responsible for mining or for themselves. The arrangement was very reasonable. Drop. Warning. Warning. Seismic waves detected 300 kilometers from current position. Dropping. Warning. Warning. Secondary seismic wave detected 280 kilometers from current position. On this day, early in the morning, Zhang Ku was woken up by the sound of an alarm. When he heard the sound of the alarm, he lost all sleep. This was the first time seismic waves were detected in prehistory. He quickly dressed up and then rushed into the site of the research base house. Chapter 035, Suddenly Strong Earthquake Waves. Prehistoric Basin 1, among the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research garrison base. Zhang Ke stared nervously at the machine in front of the scientific researchers. What in the world was going on? Is it an earthquake? Zhang Ku asked hurriedly. Not quite. If it's an earthquake, the fluctuations aren't like this, the researchers replied. If it's not a seismic wave triggered by an earthquake, Zhang Ke swallowed his saliva and looked at the coordinates on the instrument. Then it is most likely the second possibility. There were only two types of geological movements that could cause seismic waves, the first being earthquakes. The consequences of plate collisions. The second was a volcanic eruption. Moreover, to be able to induce such a powerful seismic wave, I'm afraid that the volcano this time is not small in power. At this moment, Zhou Jin quickly approached Zhang Ke with a document. Captain, the geological researchers have already calculated the conclusion. 300 kilometers away to the west, there is an active volcano. And it could erupt within the next 2 days. Prehistoric active volcano. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and his complexion began to stare. Can you calculate the most accurate time? Zhang Ku asked again. Within 2 days, this figure is already very accurate. Zhou Jin shook his head and replied in a low voice. Zhang Ku nodded. The volcano was 300 kilometers away from them. Whether it would pose a threat to them here if it really erupted was something Zhang Ke could not pinpoint. But one thing he could be sure of was that the temporary garrison base had to be protected for these 2 days in order to do so. Even if the lava from the volcano couldn't splash here, the ash would definitely affect this place. Thinking of this, Zhang Ke no longer hesitated and quickly notified Jason of the Bear Country. Then together with the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom, they started the protective work on the number 1 basin base. At this moment, the center of Basin 1. Lu Chen also sensed those two strange fluctuations. In that direction, I remember it seems to be a volcano. A glint appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. In fact, he had studied all the terrain in this neighborhood very early on. He knew clearly that there was a volcano in the direction of the fluctuations.
Only, at that time, Lu Chen was still just a Tyrannosaurus Rex and had not unlocked the King of Monsters template.
So at that time, Lu Chen didn't go any deeper.
But right now, he had evolved to such a powerful point.
A volcano?
There was nothing that could be done about himself then.
Moreover, there was a very strong heat energy in the volcano. After thinking of this, Lu Chen leisurely moved towards the direction of the volcano. Reporting to the captain. The behemoth moved in the direction of the volcano. Just a few minutes after Lu Chen moved, the Dragon Kingdom's researchers quickly found Zhang Ku.
Good.
Zhang Ku nodded.
However, next, he was a bit stumped.
The behemoth's target was definitely a volcano, there was no doubt about that.
But again, the danger of a volcano that was about to erupt was great. If they went to join the beast, it would be fine if the volcano did not erupt, but if it did, Zhang Ku guaranteed that it would be absolutely impossible for those who went there to come back alive.
Zhou, give me the quantum camera.
Then prepare another exploration vehicle for me.
Zhang Ku took a deep breath, inclined his head, and said.
10 minutes later, Zhang Ku walked outside, but after seeing Zhou with a smile on his face, he froze slightly.
Captain, don't freeze. I have everything ready. Zhou hemmed and hawed.
Good.
Zhang Ku was stunned and nodded.
Afterwards, the two came to the periphery of the basin.
Zhou, go back and continue calculating the seismic wave values, wait for me to come back.
Oi.
Captain, stop talking, let's go. What are you doing in the car?
Driving.
Zhou. Ha! Captain, don't forget, I'm a cameraman. Haven't you seen so many documentaries where the cameraman is the strongest? Lu Chen was moving very fast.
After spending just over an hour, he had already arrived in front of this active volcano. In front of Lu Chen was an open mountain range, and in the middle of the mountain range was one of the largest peaks.
The seismic fluctuations were coming from the Earth's crust beneath that peak.
Lu Chen turned his head sideways and saw the tiny explorers behind him. Good lord, these two guys had a lot of guts.
Drop. Strong seismic wave detected. Distance 5 kilometers. Drop. Secondary strong seismic wave detected. Distance 5 kilometers. Drop. 3 strong seismic waves detected. Distance 5 kilometers.
Just as the two of them, Zhang Ku and Zhou, had just parked the exploration vehicle, the instrument in Zhang Ku's hand suddenly emitted a warning sound. Buzz. At the same time, it seemed that a buzzing sound came out from the entire mountain range.
A buzzing sound from the Earth. Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters. Academician Zhang. Get out of there immediately. Terminate this behemoth following mission.
Because the data detected by the instruments were synchronized to the Scientific Research Headquarters in real time, Su immediately gave instructions after getting the data.
Chief Su Bu.
Time is running out. Zhang Ku's face revealed a bitter smile. Previously, according to calculations, this volcano would erupt within 2 days.
But where would one have known that it was about to erupt right away?
But within 2 days, it would have erupted at any time.
Right now, they've just hit the jackpot and caught up.
Quickly look for any cover that can be dodged. Su Guodong once again said in a grave manner. He didn't want to lose 2 researchers just like that.
Not to mention, the most outstanding researchers.
Yes, sir.
Chief Bu.
Zhang Ku immediately nodded his head. Right now is not the time to be melodramatic, we must find all cover immediately.
Captain, there is a natural sunken rock formation on the left front, we can hide there.
Zhou said loudly.
Good. Put on the protective suit. Let's hide over there.
Zhang Ku quickly nodded his head. Immediately after, the two put on their thick protective suits within the exploration vehicle.
Not to mention whether or not they could survive the eruption.
In the event that they made it through, but they weren't wearing protective suits, then the volcanic ash would also kill them. Afterwards, Zhou drove the car and quickly rushed towards that one sunken rock layer.
Chapter 036, A Humming Sound from the Earth. Prehistoric Volcanic Eruption.
Amidst the sunken rock layer,
the two of them, Zhou and Zhang Ku, were just hiding amongst the explorers. Looking at the sky that was still blue for the time being.
Both of them revealed a bitter smile.
If it was a small volcano, perhaps the two of them were a bit luckier and could avoid those magma blocks.
However, through the series of data probes just now,
Zhang Ku already knew that the power of this eruption would not be weak. As for how strong, then it was unknown.
Whether or not the two of them could survive, it could only depend on God's will. Buzz.
Suddenly,
a thick buzzing sound seemed to come from the center of the earth.
The two people, Zhang Ku and Zhou, who were hiding among the rock layers could clearly feel it.
That buzzing that filled their ears. It was the roar of the center of the earth. The hot, burning magma was rushing through the earth's crust, erupting through the crater,
buzzing and rumbling. The next second, the entire mountain range shook.
The sound of clicking and clicking constantly echoed in the ears of Zhang Ku's duo. It was the sound of the rock layers rupturing beneath the surrounding geology.
The volcano was really about to erupt. Boom! Sure enough, Right at the next moment, that one giant volcano began to erupt furiously. Black smoke rolled upwards. In the next second, the hot magma was directly sprayed several thousand meters into the air by the powerful spraying force. Then it turned into magma sparks and began to splash out in all directions. Has it finally started to erupt? Lu Chen sighed in his heart. However, looking at the extent of this eruption, I'm afraid that our hometown can't resist it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. This humanized action gave the Zhangke duo, who were hiding in the rock layer, a silly look. If they hadn't seen the beast with their own eyes, they would have seen it on the screen. Probably, after seeing this action, they would have said, "Stop acting, take off the holster. Captain, this eruption has exceeded our predictions. I'm afraid that we really can't carry." Joshin hissed out his breath. He could already feel the surrounding air temperature began to burn up. Thanks to the super strong material they are wearing now, the heat insulation suit. Otherwise, just this high temperature heat alone could kill them. The two raised their heads, and through the windows of the exploration vehicle, they could see the scorching magma that cut through the sky. There were at least thousands of these scorching hot magma being uprun into the sky above. Now, it was estimated to be a massive and indiscriminate destruction for dozens of miles around. Roar! Right at this moment, a sound of a beast roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range. Lu Chen notified all of the nearby dinosaur species that were under his command to evacuate. Then, he set his eyes on the crater. These could all be energy. However, before going to absorb all this energy, it was better to help out the old folks. If he hung up here, then it would be more difficult to communicate with humans again in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Chen instantly moved his huge body and leisurely walked to the rock layer that Zhang Ku and the others were hiding in front of. Then, he directly bent down and blocked his body on top of the rock layer. And in the eyes of the two Zhang Ku, the huge head of the behemoth was already in front of them. They had never been in such close contact with a giant beast before. Even more so, they had never touched a giant beast. And right now, the behemoth's head was only 2 or 3 meters away from the two Zhang Ku. Looking at the prehistoric beast's head in front of him, those sharp and cold teeth, the hard scales and armor, as well as the pair of eyes that exuded coldness all the time. This scene truly shocked Zhang Ku and the countless researchers of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! The next moment, the earth shook continuously. It was those magma smashing into the ground. Boom! The roaring sound in their ears caused the Zhangke duo to briefly go deaf. Lu Chen, on the other hand, felt his entire body warm and comfortable. Ding! Starting to absorb magma heat energy. Ding! Starting to absorb magma heat energy. The system beeps kept ringing in his ears. Lu Chen was also constantly checking his atomic furnace energy and evolution points. Although the growth rate wasn't fast, but at least this volcano was large. Afterwards, Lu Chen just lay down on his back and slowly absorbed the heat of the sputtering magma. The volcano was still continuing to erupt. Zhang Ku and the two of them were lucky to have a giant beast blocking this rock layer. Otherwise, they would have died under the magma long ago. Thank you very much. Behemoth. Zhojin excitedly carried the camera to the front of the behemoth's head. He then bowed 90 degrees to the behemoth as an expression of gratitude within his heart. Grunt. Lu Chen also grunted in response. Look. Our hometown's etiquette is simply too spot on. This scene was naturally seen by the staff of the Dragon Kingdom Research Headquarters. This period of time's efforts hadn't been in vain. The Dragon Kingdom has proven that humans can live in harmony with giant beasts together. Chief Subu, an incoming call from the Eastern Military Region. Just at this time, a staff member quickly came to Su's side. Good. Su Guodong nodded. Immediately afterward, heading to the middle of the secret conference hall. After walking in, Su Guodong immediately started connecting with the Eastern Military Region. After 10 seconds or so, the screen communication was established. On top of the monitor was a middle-aged man with a majestic face. Chief Subu, this is the chief of the Eastern War Zone, He Pingzheng. Major He. Su was slightly stunned. He did not expect that this time the one who had connected himself was actually He Pingzheng. He Pingzheng is a tough character in the Dragon Kingdom's military. Just call me Team He. He Pingzheng said with a smile. Team He. Su nodded. Chief Subu, the higher-ups have decided on one thing. He Pingzheng immediately cut to the chase. Regarding the behemoths, our Dragon Kingdom's approach is to live in harmony, and we will provide whatever the behemoths need. 2 days ago, the military department deciphered a portion of the Lighthouse Kingdom's encrypted calls. The Lighthouse Kingdom is doing its best to calculate when and where the next wormhole will open. Moreover, they are already planning to really start river strikes against the behemoths. Speaking of this, He Pingzheng couldn't help but grin and say, "These guys, they're disgusting." Su also expressed his approval of his words, but regarding the Lighthouse Kingdom, after all, there was nothing they could do to stop what the other party did. So, Chief Subu, please also quickly calculate the time for the next wormhole opening. The higher-ups have already decided to directly deliver 500 kilograms of 95 highly enriched purity uranium-235 this time. 500 kilograms. Su Guodong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing He Pingjing's words. 1 kilogram of U-235 would require 200 tons of uranium ore to refine. If 500 kilograms, that would be 100,000 tons of uranium ore. Moreover, 1 kilogram of uranium-235 could release 180,000 tons of energy if all of it was fissioned. Right now, 500 kilograms of U-235, that's 9 million tons of energy. If it's all used to make an atomic bomb, you can make 30 of them. I see. We'll do our best to figure out when the next wormhole will open. Su said heavily. He Pingjing nodded. The encrypted call ended. Su Guodong immediately informed all the researchers to increase the amount of calculations. In an instant, hundreds of quantum computers began to be put into use. Chapter 037, sure enough, soaking in a volcanic hot spring or something is the most comfortable. All of the researchers at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's research base were busy. Meanwhile, prehistory. The volcanic eruption truly lasted for a day. It wasn't until Lu Chen woke up from his sleep that the power of the volcanic eruption was much less powerful. Lu Chen sensed the two small heat energy sources under his head. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen leisurely stood up. He leisurely walked towards the crater of the volcano. In the middle of the sunken rock layer. Only then did the two people, Jiangku and Zhoujin, slowly let out a sigh of relief. Survived. At the same time, the two of them were very grateful to the behemoth in their hearts. If it wasn't for the behemoth, the two of them would have died long ago. At the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters, Su Guodong and the many scientific researchers saw that Jiangku and Zhoujin were fine before they heaved a sigh of relief. The behemoth's earlier gesture was really too heartwarming. Jiangku, Zhoujin, the two of you recover well and leave the volcanic zone when you find an opportunity. Su said with a solemn expression, we are doing our best to calculate the time for the next wormhole. This time, the higher-ups will send 500 kilograms of 95 purity uranium-235 to the behemoth. All of them, we need full cooperation from your side in order to do so. 500 kilograms? Jiangku and Zhoujin both had horrified looks on their faces. Jiangku instantly thought of something. Chief Subu, could it be that the Lighthouse Kingdom will make some big move next time? Yes. Su didn't hide anything and told Jiangku the message that the other party might deploy a river strike weapon next time. What? Jiangku was a bit angry. What the hell were they thinking? It's just the position of the hegemony. Su shook his head. Then, after he continued to explain some things, the two of them, Jiangku and Zhoujin, drove the exploration vehicle out. When Jiangku and the two of them saw the scene around them, they once again couldn't help but suck in a breath. Before the volcano had erupted, this place was still a green prehistoric mountain range. But right now, the trees had all turned into dead wood and were burning. The earth was in shambles, a scene of wasteland. Those who know are in prehistory, but those who don't, think they've come to the end of the world. Captain Zhang, what is the behemoth doing? Zhoujin looked at the behemoth that was constantly moving towards the crater and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Jiangku shook his head. The behemoth's whereabouts had always been elusive. However, Jiangku and the two of them were no longer able to proceed deeper around the volcano. This was because the protective suit was already at its limit at this location. Going any closer to the crater would be truly suicidal behavior. There was no other way. The two people could only observe the actions of the giant beast from where they were. Right now, Lu Chen was walking towards this volcano step by step. The closer he got, the more Lu Chen could feel a warm heat stream being continuously absorbed by his skin. It was then slowly transformed into energy within his body. As he continued to get closer, Lu Chen finally arrived at the crater of the volcano. The diameter of this volcano, visually, should be around 1,000 meters. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the magma that was constantly boiling out of the volcano. There were also the scorching flames that gushed out from time to time. A violent heat wave was constantly coming towards Lu Chen. Ding! Radiation detected. Starting to absorb. Ding! High heat energy detected, start absorbing. Lu Chen secretly nodded. Such an active volcano naturally had extremely strong radiation. It was only not as strong as the radiation from the uranium ore. Ding! Absorption of energy complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of atomic furnace energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 005 evolution points. Ding! Radiation detected. Absorbing. Ding! High heat energy detected. Absorbing. Oh my god! Lu Chen grunted and let out a very dissatisfied sound. After absorbing so much heat energy for half a day, I'm only given so many evolution points and atomic furnace energy? Lu Chen really wants to jump straight down. Jump! Lu Chen lowered his head and looked at the crater in front of him. Then let's just jump down. We can't gain much energy by standing here and roasting anyway. Immediately after, Lu Chen jumped straight down. He jumped straight down, vertically, towards the crater of the volcano. Captain Zhang, did you see that? The beast jumped into the crater. Zhojin's eyes bulged out at the sight. Saw it.
Zhang face was also a bit shocked.
That was a volcano. Moreover, it was a volcano in the middle of a boiling eruption. Captain Zhang, what should we do? Zhojin quickly asked. Waiting for Zhang Ke to show a grave expression, we'll approach the volcano when there's less ash. HMO Zhojin nodded. There was no way around it, even if they were curious now, they could only wait.
And at this moment, inside the volcano,
Lu Chen was comfortably leaning against the top of the volcanic rock. His entire body was submerged in the hot magma.
Only a huge head was exposed.
It's soothing. Lu Chen grunted twice.
Lying comfortably inside the volcano.
Is this a hot spring? It should be. Ding. High radiation detected. Absorbing. Ding. High heat energy detected, start absorbing. Lu Chen could feel that his entire body was greedily absorbing this high thermal energy. And the atomic furnace energy in his body was growing. And the speed was not slow.
It was much faster than if he had stood dryly in the crater and absorbed the heat energy. As expected, soaking in a volcanic hot spring or something is the most soothing.
Chapter 038. The behemoth was inside the volcano?
3 days later, the level of volcanic ash was slowly decreasing. And the temporary base station of the Dragon Kingdom stationed at number 1 arrived in conjunction with the Bear Kingdom.
Ah! Academician Zhang.
We're here. Jason from the Bear Country rushed to Zhang Ke and Zhojin.
2 days ago, after contacting Zhang Ke and the two of them via radio, Jason had been shocked at their audacity.
To know, when this volcano erupted,
they could see it clearly from 300 kilometers away. That power, it was horrible. JC's.
When Zhang Ke saw the support arrive here, he immediately put his heart down. If they were to rely on themselves to go back, I'm afraid it would be a bit of a struggle. Moreover, the food they brought with them wasn't much, it would only be for 3 or 4 days at most.
Academician Zhang. You guys are really bold. Admirable.
Temporarily, they had built a shelter here in the area, which could block the volcanic ash. Jason took a deep breath and gave Zhang Ke and Zhojin a thumbs up. Zhang Ke and his duo smiled. In fact, if it wasn't for the behemoth, the two of us would have already died here.
What?
Jason was a bit surprised. Afterwards, Zhang Ke told Jason what happened 2 days ago.
After hissing and listening, a strong look of surprise appeared on Jason's face.
The behemoth had protected the researchers of the Dragon Kingdom. This matter was not just about saving the lives of Zhang Ke's 2 people alone. This meant that the behemoth would also offer friendly help to those who were friendly to it. Not bad for a prehistoric beast. No thanks to being a wise giant beast. Jason also worshipped the behemoth even more in his heart.
Where is the behemoth now? Jason came back to his senses and then continued to ask. Inside the volcano. Zhang Ke answered truthfully. Oh, inside the volcano, ah, got it? Jason nodded.
But at the end, he suddenly realized that it wasn't right.
How is the giant beast inside the volcano anymore, ah? Zhang Academician Jason wanted to make sure that he hadn't heard wrong.
Yes, you didn't hear wrong, the behemoth is now inside the volcano, Zhang Ke said solemnly. Once again, Jason couldn't help but burst out. This news was too much of a shock. Ah.
That was a volcano. How did the behemoth run inside the volcano? Suicide? That's impossible. Haven't you seen those Tomahawk Island bombs with river strike capability from the Lighthouse Nation before that couldn't do anything to the behemoth? In that case, the behemoth entered the volcano on its own.
Hiss. After being shocked for a while, Jason was able to slow down.
Yeah, that's a behemoth.
It's not unusual for it to do something we humans don't think of once in a while. After waiting a while for the ash and the temperature around the volcano to drop to an acceptable range,
we will then head to the crater and find out what's going on. Zhang Ke said.
Jason nodded. That was all that could be done at the moment. Immediately after that, the crowd waited here for a week. Within this week's time, the number of times the volcano was active was getting less and less.
On this day, in the morning, the researchers found Zhang Ke. Captain Zhang, this is today's volcano data.
Zhang Ke looked at the sheet in his hand and nodded. I don't know what happened, but since a week ago, this volcano that had just erupted only about 3 days ago suddenly felt like it had been doused with cold water. All the data was dropping, even the temperature had dropped. And the radiation around the volcano was also dropping, and at the end of the day, there was almost zero radiation.
The radiation detection instruments in their hands couldn't detect any radiation at all anymore. We can head to the crater today.
Zhang Ke looked at the datasheet in his hands and then found Jason and Zhojin.
Good.
Jason rubbed his hands together excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time.
Zhojin brought on the quantum camera.
The 3 of them put on thick protective suits and then set off on their journey to the crater.
1 hour later. The crater. Zhang Ke's 3 people crowd arrived at the rim.
And they could clearly feel the terror of the volcano in front of them. The temperature and radiation in the outer part of the volcanic mountain range was gone. However, the temperature and radiation inside that was still far beyond the limit of what humans could withstand.
Where is the beast? Where is the beast? Jason came to the edge of the crater and looked down.
Heat waves rolled in, a sea of crimson, no other colors visible at all. There was no behemoth in sight.
Jiangku also took a look and didn't find the behemoth inside the volcano. Over there.
Just then, Zhou pointed to the edge of the crater.
There was indeed a huge black protrusion there.
If you didn't look closely, you would have thought it was a rock.
Right. This was a magma crater, how could there be a black rock?
Jiangku and Jason both quickly looked over towards that black rock. Only after staring carefully for a while, which hurt their eyes, did the two of them see clearly. That black rock was the head of a giant beast.
Ah! Holy! The behemoth didn't die inside the volcano, did it?
There's only one head left.
The beast's body must have become part of the lava and fire, right? Behemoth.
Jason stared at his own eyeballs, then gave this answer that he thought was closest to the truth.
Jiangku. Chou Jin.
Can't this guy see that the behemoth still blinks from time to time?
Below, amidst the volcanic magma. Lu Chen had been absorbing here for 10 days already.
All of his body's various stats were rising crazily. Even his hearing had been strengthened. Therefore, Lu Chen had also heard the words of that Jason in the distance. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen leisurely stood up. His gigantic body once again appeared in front of Zhang Ke's trio. The dark scales, without any injuries, had even become deeper than before. The giant beast had come alive. The behemoth had come alive. When Jason saw that the behemoth stood up, he immediately exclaimed in excitement. The behemoth wasn't dead in the first place, okay?
Zhou pressed the excited Jason. Ah?
Is that so? Jason coughed lightly twice.
And at this moment, Lu Chen only felt as if he was about to arrive at the time to unlock the dorsal fin energy ray.
He then nodded to the three people below him before waving his hand, signaling for them to dodge away.
Understood, let's withdraw. Zhang Ke quickly nodded his head.
They had risked their lives to come to the crater just to ascertain with their own eyes whether or not the giant beast had survived. Now, it seemed that their worries were completely unnecessary.
After all, it was a giant beast. Chapter 039, Unlocking the Dorsal Fin Energy Ray.
Zhang Ke led Jason and Zhou to quickly retreat to the temporary stationing point.
Lu Chen, on the other hand, quietly waited for the beep in his head. Ding!
Absorbing high radiation energy in progress.
Ding! Absorbing high thermal energy.
Lu Chen could also feel that something seemed to be growing above his back.
He was also waiting quietly. This wait was a day's time. Finally, on the evening of the second day. Ding!
Absorption of high radiant energy completed.
Ding! High heat energy absorption complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host.
25 points of evolutionary value.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 24,000 points of atomic furnace energy.
Ding!
Atomic furnace energy, 40,100,000.
Ding! King of the Monsters template unlocked, 45. Ding!
All of the host's attributes have begun to strengthen.
Strength enhancement. Agility enhanced. Energy absorption speed enhanced. Ding! Starting to unlock new skill, Backbone Energy Ray. In the next second, Lu Chen only felt an extremely strong heat appear above his backbone.
And his size was also changing radically.
Roar! Lu Chen threw his head back and roared as he began to sense his backbone.
In the distance, in the middle of the volcano's temporary base, Zhang Ke and the others were all nervously focusing on the behemoth's changes. Captain, did you see that? A huge dorsal fin has appeared on the back of the behemoth. Zhou looked at the quantum camera in his hand, and a flash of shock flashed through his pupils.
Saw it. Zhang Ke took a deep breath under his eyes. Has it been recorded? It is being recorded. Zhou nodded.
And at this moment, many giant dorsal fins had appeared on Lu Chen's back. Such spines also began to grow on top of the long tail. It looked dangerous to the extreme. And once again, Lu Chen's height had also grown quite a bit taller.
The changes lasted the entire time until the middle of the night.
At the middle of the night, Lu Chen's body changes finally stopped. And his current appearance had completely morphed into that of the King of Monsters. If there were people from the Sakura Kingdom present here, it was estimated that these people could faint from excitement. They would definitely think that Chief Brother really existed and was alive and well right in front of their eyes. Checking the attributes. Lu Chen could also feel the huge changes that had occurred in his body. Then, he immediately checked his current attributes.
Host, Lu Chen. Gender, male. Height, 385 meters. Weight, 700,000 tons.
Atomic furnace energy, 40,100,000 expanded energy storage upon arrival at 100,000 atomic furnace. Characteristics: absorption of food energy, absorption of explosive energy, absorption of river energy, absorption of radiant energy, absorption of heat.
Senses: heat sense, river sense, radiation sense.
Skills, Atomic Spit, Dorsal Fin Energy Ray.
Ding! When the King of Monsters template is unlocked to 50, the next ability will be unlocked, Super Uranium Hotline.
Super Uranium Hotline, the core temperature of the released uranium hotline can reach 1 million degrees.
Extremely powerful. Lu Chen was very satisfied with his attributes, and had also unlocked the King of Monsters' second major skill.
The next stage was to unlock the Super Uranium Energy Hotline, which could be even more powerful than Atomic Spit.
By then, Super Uranium Energy Hotline would be its own normal ray attack. Lu Chen shook the magma blocks on his body. However, there were really some places that Lu Chen couldn't clean. Wasn't it necessary to have a human scrub himself or something? Lu Chen took a deep breath, then began to frantically absorb the remaining energy in this one volcano. Ding! Starting to absorb heat energy powerfully. Ding! Absorption complete.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of Atomic Furnace Energy.
Ding!
Atomic Furnace Energy 5000-010-0000.
Right now, the magma in this volcano is starting to cool down at a speed visible to the naked eye.
In just 10 minutes, all of it had turned into cold magma blocks. All of the energy of this volcano had all been absorbed by Lu Chen.
Lu Chen also comfortably left the crater.
After he had finished absorbing it, then this volcano wouldn't be of much use to him. He had also been here for a long time absorbing the volcano. He hadn't seen his group of minions for such a long time, he still missed them a bit.
Lu Chen looked in the direction of the basin, then raised his head. Roar!
A huge roar resounded throughout the mountain range. The infrasound waves emanated in all directions at an extremely fast speed.
Little brothers!
Master is going back to the basin, hurry up and prepare something delicious.
Lu Chen used the infrasound announcement that only dinosaurs could understand. Of course, in human ears, these infrasound waves were inaudible. The only sounds that could be heard were the roars of the giant beasts.
Lu Chen's eyes also wanted to come and see how far his entire body had been strengthened.
In the next second, he stomped his feet. He sprinted towards the direction of the basin.
Because his strength, bones and agility had all been greatly strengthened. Therefore, even though Lu Chen now weighed 700,000 tons, he could still be as agile as a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
You have to know, Lu Chen is not 10 meters long.
The head plus the tail all counted together, at least towards 400 meters upwards.
Such a huge body can also be as flexible as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is a concept? The beast left the volcano mountain range at an extremely rapid speed. It only left Zhang Ku and his team staring blankly at it. Team leader, why do I feel as if the behemoth's speed has gotten faster again?
Zhou Shen couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the behemoth that flickered away in the middle of the camera.
Needless to say, the behemoth's movement speed is definitely faster than before. Moreover, you guys saw it just now, right? It seems that many dorsal fin spines have appeared on the beast's back. It seems that the behemoth has grown again. Zhang Ke pushed his own glasses and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Come to think of it, it was indeed true, the behemoth seemed to have evolved once again. As expected, the behemoths were bringing all sorts of surprises to humans all the time. Only, this kind of surprise was constantly challenging the limits of humans and breaking their perceptions off. Chapter 040, Dare to Bully Our Little Brother. They have narrowed their path. Prehistoric Crater. Zhang Ku and the others returned to the edge of the volcano after the giant beast left the area. They wanted to see if they could get any skin tissues left behind by the giant beast from here and use them for detection. However, after they arrived here, a strong look of horror once again appeared on everyone's faces. Was this place a volcano? It must be. What about the fire? Yes, it is. Just 2 or 3 hours ago, this was a churning caldera of lava. But now, as far as the eye can see, it's all black. The magma in the volcano had all cooled down. It's turned into black volcanic rock. The radiation, the heat, it's all gone. We're on our way. Back to Basin 1. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and started giving orders. In the middle of prehistoric Basin number 1, Lu Chen had already returned here in a big way. And there were many types of carnivorous dinosaurs here waiting for their return. Waiting for their king. After all, Lu Chen had been inside the volcano for almost a month. Now that they had seen their king return, these dinosaurs were naturally excited. Moreover, 10 giant herbivorous dinosaurs had been prepared early to wait for the king. Lu Chen's return, moreover, caused all the people from the Sakura country who were in charge of burning the fire here to freeze. Brother Chief, Brother Chief. It really was Brother Chief. Sure enough. I knew that when I was little, I had heard my grandfather tell the story of Brother Chief. That's right. There were rumors about what happened in 99 and what happened in 45. Mr. Ko is invincible. I'm invincible. I'm invincible. All of these people from the Sakura nation perked up. All of them looked at Lu Chen with extremely reverent gazes. And at this moment, Lu Chen paid no attention to the worship of these people. It was like how ants worshipped people, would they look at them squarely? That was pretty much the case right now.
Lu Chen walked to the center of the basin and looked at the thunder dragon that had already been barbecued, as well as the earthquake dragon. Only then did he secretly nod his head. It seemed that he had made the right decision in taking in these dinosaur minions.
Although the current Lu Chen could no longer eat meat. But what was the point of being a beast if you didn't eat meat? Lu Chen began to feast on the meat. This fatty dinosaur meat went down Lu Chen's throat and into his abdomen. That was one word. Cool. Half an hour later, all of these barbecued dinosaurs had entered Lu Chen's abdomen.
Feeling the food start to slowly digest inside his stomach, Lu Chen nodded his head. After eating, then it was natural to have some after-dinner snacks. He hadn't come back himself for most of the month. The researchers of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't stopped concentrating and purifying the uranium ore either. And right now, the side of the basin was already piled with a lot of uranium elemental crystals. Without saying a word, Lu Chen started a binge-eating trip. The next day, early morning, Zhang Ko, who had returned to the prehistoric 1 Basin Base Center, also started recording the Explorer 1 log. Explorer 1 log. Based on this half-month of tracking the behemoth detection, we have preliminarily confirmed that the behemoth is still in the growth stage. Moreover, the behemoth also possesses the power to absorb volcanic heat energy. After absorbing it, the behemoth will once again grow. This time, many dorsal fin spines grew directly from the beast's back. The dorsal fins also had blue flashes of light coming out of them from time to time. The exact nature of the ability was unknown. Over. After ending the Explorer 1 logging log, Zhang Ku also finally couldn't carry his tired body and went forward to rest. Time flashed by, and once again, a month had come and gone. During this period of time, the behemoth had continuously tamed various dinosaurs. It even tamed an even more powerful creature, the prehistoric emperor crocodiles. When those prehistoric emperor crocodiles traveled to the valley to converge, they almost scared those Sakura Nation people who were in charge of burning the fire to death. Sparing the people inside the Dragon Kingdom's garrison base and the Bear Kingdom's garrison base at the edge of the basin, they were also startled. It turned out that the behemoth could not only tame dinosaurs, but also tame powerful creatures like the imperial crocodile. Why are these imperial crocodiles so big? Zhou looked at these prehistoric giant crocodiles and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was nearly 20 meters long by visual inspection. These figures far exceeded the largest imperial crocodile fossil they had ever found. It seemed that prehistory still had a lot of messages that humans couldn't know. Ah! Roar! Just then, a Tyrannosaurus Rex roar sounded from the periphery of the basin. Lu Chen in the center of the basin slowly stood up when he heard the roar. This was an exclusive infrasound that would only be emitted when the Tyrannosaurus Rex was in danger. And the purpose of this infrasound was to call its companions. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone dares to bully my little brother? In the middle of this prehistoric world, there is actually someone who dares to bully my little brother? Don't you know that Master is a prehistoric overlord? Roar! The sound of roaring got closer and closer, and eventually, a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was nearly 15 meters in length rushed into the valley. During this period of time, I don't know if it was because of Lu Chen himself. These Tyrannosaurus Rexes under his command seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Tyrannosaurus Rexes that were 15 or 16 meters long were already the norm. Moreover, during this period of time, Lu Chen was naturally not idle and had expanded his domain to the periphery again. Once again, he had taken in many Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Although he hadn't counted them carefully, there were at least 700 to 800 of them. As for the other dinosaurs, such as the Spinosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, brute dragons, behemoth dragons, and so on, their numbers were all increasing. How can you have prehistory without minions? Gollum. Lu Chen looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had come to his side, and his brows gently furrowed. He had already seen that this Tyrannosaurus Rex actually had a few clearly visible wounds on its back, and they were quite deep. Roar. Say, what's going on? The message was transmitted through infrasound to this Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him. And this Tyrannosaurus Rex began to respond. After a while, Lu Chen took a deep breath. It was actually the wind god pterodactyl. How dare you bully our little brother? The path is narrow. Lu Chen's eyes started to become dangerous. Afterwards, he tilted his head and roared. Roar! Nearby. All dinosaurs all together with me, head to the territory of the wind god pterodactyl. Chapter 041, Giant Canyon. Wind god pterodactyl. A huge roar resounded throughout the primordial forest. Lu Chen lowered his head after announcing his message. Gollum. Lead the way. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately responded. It then began to lead the way in front. Lu Chen, on the other hand, followed behind this Tyrannosaurus Rex without any hurry. The territory of the wind god pterodactyl was also known to Lu Chen. It was about 700 kilometers away inside a natural canyon. Lu Chen had also given that place a name, Wind God Canyon. He had also encountered some wind god pterodactyls before. Only, at that time, Lu Chen didn't even have the ability to atomically spit.
So naturally, he couldn't do anything about those wind god pterodactyls. But right now, he hadn't even gone to look for trouble with them, but they had taken the lead in stirring up trouble. It was just as well. Maybe Luchin couldn't deal with those wind god pterodactyls before, but right now. Dorsal fin energy rays, you think this is a joke? It's time to dominate the skies. The behemoth's actions naturally alarmed the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom. What's going on? How come all the dinosaurs all followed the behemoth out of Basin 1?
Zhou found Zhang Ku and then told him what had just happened.
The behemoth's movements were always uncertain. Zhang Ku also shook his head helplessly.
However, we observed that Tyrannosaurus rex that returned to the basin earlier, and it seemed to have some wounds on its body. Captain, do you think it could be? Zhou scratched his own head and spoke the thoughts in his mind as well.
It is very possible. Zhang Ku's eyes lit up and he vigorously slapped Zhou shoulder.
There must be another dinosaur that bullied the behemoth's little brother, and then the behemoth is now going to go and stand up for its little brother.
Hiss, it's very possible.
Zhou froze for a moment and immediately said, "Alright, let's go and take a look as well and notify Jason," Zhang Ku said.
10 minutes later. Group 1, Group 2, all of you bring your weapons and follow me. The rest of the groups stay in Basin 1. Zhang Ku said to his Dragon Kingdom's research defenders.
On the other hand, Jason from the Bear Country's side also brought his subordinates to Zhang Ku's place.
Academician Zhang, do you know what the behemoth wants to do next? Jason asked curiously. Zhang Ku nodded, then spoke the information he had just speculated. So triumphant? Jason froze for a moment. So the behemoth is a big brother. It makes me want to be a behemoth little brother, rub it in.
Zhang Ku couldn't help but laugh in the face of Jason's words.
Alright, if we don't keep up with the behemoth, we won't be able to keep up.
Subsequently, Zhang Ku and Jason, each with a group of defenders, then drove the exploration vehicle and followed the behemoth.
In the prehistoric forest. Right now, an unprecedented event was happening. A great beast tide.
All the carnivorous dinosaurs within a radius of 500 kilometers.
Whether they were tamed by Lu Chun or not,
they all followed their nature behind the great beast tide. At the head of the forest, Lu Chun just walked towards the front without any hurry. His body, which was like a god or devil, was emitting an oppressive fear. Zhang Ku and the others were just quietly following behind the tide of great beasts. Although the behemoths would pay attention to themselves, the other carnivorous dinosaurs were not as smart as the behemoths.
If they accidentally trampled themselves to death, that would really be tragic. So it could only be separated by a distance. The behemoth had never come this far before. Was there something different here? Zhou was carrying a quantum camera and was recording it all. It was unclear. Zhang Ku looked at the thermal energy detection instrument in his hand.
Other than these thermal energy sources in front of him, he did not find any other thermal energy sources for the time being.
However, just at this time,
a dull and incomparable cry of a cry suddenly came from high in the sky.
The sound of a cry.
Zhang Ku's face abruptly changed. No wonder he hadn't discovered any other thermal energy sources. Almost forgot, there weren't just dinosaurs in this prehistory. There were also a lot of pterodactyls. Snapping his head up through the roof window of the exploration vehicle, he immediately saw the immense pterodactyl above the sky.
Captain! It's a pterodactyl! Holy! Why the hell is it so big?
Zhou looked at the pterodactyl above the sky. Visually, the wings on both sides of this pterodactyl were a combined 30 meters long.
This is a pterodactyl? Are you sure this isn't a prehistoric monster? It's a pterodactyl. It's a pteranodon.
Only the size was more than twice as big as the fossils we humans found.
Zhang Ku's gaze was firmly fixed on the flying pterodactyl in the sky.
Years of research allowed Zhang Ku to instantly recognize that it was the wind god pterodactyl.
Only, the physique of that pterodactyl far exceeded Zhang Ku's imagination.
At this moment, it wasn't just Zhang Ku and the others who had discovered the wind god pterodactyl flying in the sky.
Lu Chen also discovered it.
He tilted his head sideways, and his pair of cold and merciless eyes just glanced at the flying wind god pterodactyl. Forget it, let this wind god pterodactyl go back to report the news.
After moving my little brother, how can just one be able to calm my anger?
Lu Chen ignored this wind god pterodactyl and continued to lead his group of juniors steadily towards the wind god canyon. The pterodactyl also seemed to have realized that danger was approaching, quickly skimming over the giant beasts below. It quickly flew in the direction of the wind god canyon. A few hours later, Wind God Canyon was already in sight. Zhang Ku and the others also quickly took their detectors and began to detect it. Looking at the incomparably huge canyon in front of them, all of them had a look of amazement on their faces. Look at this gigantic canyon that was ghostly crafted. I'm afraid this is even bigger than the biggest canyon found on the Blue Star in the original time and space. The prehistoric world was indeed full of miracles. Zhang Ku and the others sighed inside, but the exploration still had to be carried out. They stopped about 50 kilometers away from the tide of giant beasts. Then they slowly approached the edge of the canyon and started the exploration mission. There was a lot of thermal energy in this canyon. Zhang Ke looked at the thermal energy detection instrument and muttered. Moreover, the feedback of these thermal energy sources represented that this place was filled with the giant wind god pterodactyls from before. There were even many supergiant pterodactyls. What was wrong with this prehistory? This information was completely beyond their knowledge. Zhoujin, help me contact the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. Zhang Ke quickly said. Yes. Chapter 042, Canyon Current. Prehistoric Beast vs. Wind God Pterodactyl Swarm. Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. In the middle of the main control room, Su Guodong was connecting with Zhang Ke. Connection successful. Looking at the prompt above the monitor, Zhang Ke's screen appeared in the next second. Academician Zhang, what's wrong? Did you find anything? Su Guodong asked. Chief Subu, based on our probing over this period of time, we found that there are many giant creatures in prehistory, although all of these creatures have appeared above the blue star. But right now, these creatures are also too big. Zhang Ke voiced out the doubts in his mind. We are now at the edge of a giant canyon. According to our previous discoveries, a prehistoric creature, the wind god pterodactyl, has been identified in the canyon. However, the largest fossil of the wind god pterosaur we found in the future was only about 11 meters. But, with the heat sensors, every pteranodon here is well over 11 meters. Those around 20 meters were even more prevalent, and there were even more gigantic ones. After Zhang Ke finished speaking, he transmitted the detection images back. When Su Guodong heard this, his face couldn't help but change a bit. This matter was something he couldn't figure out for a moment. Wormholes were able to connect to prehistory, and everything in prehistory was indeed just like what humans had detected, basically 8 or 9. Except for the size of the behemoths and these creatures, the rest is basically consistent with the information explored by humans at this stage. This matter, I will start arranging for people to investigate. Su Guodong thought about it and said. Alright, Chief Buo Zhang Ke nodded. By the way, the time of the next wormhole opening, we have roughly projected it out, it might be 2 to 3 months. Su Guodong quickly said. Roger that. Zhang Ke ended the call and then continued to observe the giant canyon in front of him. As for Su Guodong, after receiving this information from Zhang Ke, he also began to contact all the senior researchers within the Dragon Kingdom. Only, this time, Su Guodong was not focusing on paleontologists and vegetation scientists, as well as geologists. Xiao Lu, connect me to the top quantum physics research headquarters base. Returning to the main console, Su Guodong immediately said. Yes, Chief Bu. Prehistory, in the middle of the Wind God Canyon. A giant wind god pterodactyl was just quietly hovering in the middle of the canyon. And at this moment, Lu Chen had also arrived at the edge of the canyon. Looking at these wind god pterodactyls that were constantly flying in the middle of the canyon, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex that was leading the way in front of Lu Chen immediately roared. This was because it had already seen the wind god pteranodon that wanted to eat itself. When Lu Chen looked over, he saw a giant pterodactyl with its wings spread out that was hovering in front of a dozen pterodactyls. Only this wind god pterodactyl was more than twice as big as the pterodactyls behind it. It was at least 30 meters long. Seeing this, Lu Chen also finally realized how desperate his little brother was to escape from the mouth of this giant pterodactyl. The wind god pterodactyl suddenly shouted. That wind god pterodactyl suddenly roared loudly. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to look at Lu Chen with a provocative look. This was provocation. They, the wind god pterodactyls, were the masters of the skies above, so naturally, they would not be afraid of Lu Chen. After all, in their minds, there had always been the concept that if they couldn't defeat me, they could still fly away and escape. Roar! Roar! Seeing their king being provoked by the wind god pterodactyl like this, where could these dinosaurs behind Lu Chen hold back? All of them let out angry roaring sounds, and even some of the smaller velociraptors began to sprint. It seemed that they wanted to leap over the canyon and then kill all those wind god pterodactyls in front of them. Go! Lu Chen told all the minions behind him to be quiet. He himself had come here this time to stand up for his own little brother. Naturally, it was impossible for him to let other juniors go up and fight for their lives. Moreover, the opposite side was the wind god pterodactyl, and there really wasn't much these dinosaurs of his own could do to take them. Lu Chen twisted his head. Then he stared at the wind god pterodactyl that was screaming the most cheerfully. Afterwards, Lu Chen opened his own abyssal mouth. The energy of the atomic furnace in his body began to stir. The next moment, the atomic spit. A blazing beam of light 100 meters in diameter burst out directly from Lu Chen's mouth. The target was pointed directly at the wind god pteranodon that had bullied his little brother. The speed of the atomic spit was simply too fast. That small group of wind god pterodactyls didn't react at all and directly vaporized. Roar! Seeing their king in power, all these dinosaurs behind them threw back their heads and roared. The king was invincible. At this moment, in the Wind God Canyon, those pterodactyls were all enraged after seeing their companions being killed. They were all furious. In the next second, the entire Wind God Canyon was filled with gale force winds. Small air currents were formed. On Zhangko's side, they all hid inside the exploration vehicle. It's a good thing that he ran fast. Otherwise, they would have been dragged inside the canyon by the suction of the hurricane. After all, they only weighed 150 to 60 pounds. Unlike those dinosaurs, they don't move more than 10 or 20 tons. As for the giant beast, this level of wind was a breeze to him. Academician Zhang, should we launch an attack? At this moment, Jason's voice came from the radio in his ear. Of course. With so many giant wind god pterodactyls, it was estimated that there were thousands of them. Although the giant beasts were very powerful and had great means of attack, but the other side had many dragons, so I'm afraid that the giant beasts didn't have any good ways to deal with them. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said, "Good. I'll have all the defenders ambush all of them." Jason said, And at this moment, in the middle of the giant canyon, nearly 200 to 300 giant wind god pterodactyls had already taken off. These pterodactyls hovered above the giant beast. It seemed like they wanted to see their chance and then attack. Lu Chen sneered in his heart. Still really thinks I'm the same person I was before. It seemed that it was time to test out his new moves. After thinking of this, a blue beam of light flashed through Lu Chen's eyes. Afterwards, the dorsal fin above his back suddenly began to glow blue. Gull! Lu Chen also notified the dinosaurs around him to stay away from him through infrasound. All of these dinosaurs began to retreat. A huge open space was left for Lu Chen. Lu Chen stared at the wind god pterodactyls above the sky and slowly began to lock onto them. Let's just let these guys test their new skills. Chapter 043, if you're like this yourself, don't allow others to be like this as well. Prehistoric, Wind God Canyon. The dorsal fins on Lu Chen's back were slowly gathering blue energy. In the next second, these wind god pterodactyls hovering above Lu Chen's head seemed as if they had sensed something. All of them flapped their wings vigorously, wanting to fly away from here with all their might. As wind god pterodactyls, they were extremely sensitive to magnetic fields. The beast below seemed to have the ability to use electromagnetic fields. Run? Lu Chen sneered in his heart. Can you guys outrun light? Subsequently, dorsal fin energy ray. Lu Chen mobilized the energy of the atomic furnace in his body, and the next moment the top of the dorsal fin on his back instantly became blue. Immediately after that, there was a beam of blue ionized light with a superb intensity. These beams contained Earth-destroying temperatures and ion fields. After coming into contact with the hundreds of giant wind god pterodactyls in the sky, those wind god pterodactyls all turned into charred paste and fell towards the ground. If one took a closer look, none of the fallen pterodactyls were even a complete corpse. From this, it could be seen how strong the killing power of Lu Chen's dorsal fin energy ray was. This scene was naturally caught in the eyes of the distant researchers from the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom. The defenders all silently walked out from their hiding places. All of them unanimously lowered the weapons in their hands. Does this still require them to make a move? This was another type of attack that we had never seen before. Zhang Ke excitedly stared at the giant beast in the distance, his gaze filled with fire. The impact brought about by the giant beast was simply too strong. Up to this point, it seemed that their research on giant beasts had always been on the surface as well, never going deeper. A cry of the wind god. Wind God Canyon saw hundreds of wind god pterodactyls fall. In the middle of the canyon, all of these remaining giant wind god pterodactyls roared. Those were their partners. Lu Chen listened to the roars in his ears without any expression on his face. When they bullied my little brother back then, these wind god pterodactyls had already narrowed their path. Atomic spit. Dorsal fin energy ray. Half an hour later, the wind god pterodactyl was losing ground. It was a completely one-sided slaughter. Moreover, they were unable to escape. Because if any pterodactyl dared to escape and fly away from the valley, it would be the first target of the behemoth's attack. A single atomic spit directly destroyed the first pterodactyl to escape. Lu Chen unleashed his heat sensing. There were at least 1,000 giant wind god pterodactyls in the valley. More than half of them had been exterminated in the past half hour. Newbie. Just as Lu Chen was planning to continue his attack, among the group of wind god pterodactyls, a gigantic pterodactyl flew out. The wings spread out to reach at least 40 meters. However, this time, the other party's cry was filled with a pleading meaning. Gull! Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and quietly stared at the other party, receiving the message that the other party was sending. Only after a few minutes did Lu Chen nod his head. This largest wind god pterodactyl was the leader of the Wind God Canyon pterodactyl group. The meaning it had just expressed was very simple: all of them surrendered to itself. As for the fear of them going back on their words, there was no need for that. Although prehistoric creatures possessed intelligence, the most important thing about them was, will not make a knife in the back, said to submit themselves, that is absolutely submit.
People are not the same, people are advanced intelligence, there are a lot of careful eyes. Howl. A cry of a new moon. Afterwards, Lu Chen inquired about many things about the wind god pterodactyl at one time.
Eventually, he nodded his head in satisfaction. The giant canyon here was actually only inhabited by a portion of the wind god pterodactyls. There were almost this many more wind god pterodactyls residing in another canyon. And this largest wind god pterodactyl could communicate with that group of wind god pterodactyls through the unique infrasound between them. It was expected that if the two canyons were loaded together, there could almost be around 1,200 giant wind god pterodactyls. Lu Chen was also curious as to why they were so big. After all, no matter what, before crossing over, Lu Chen was a scientific researcher himself. But after being curious for a while, he wasn't very curious anymore. This was already enough of a rip-off for himself, but he wasn't allowed to be a bit bigger. Besides, since he had made his own little brother, then later on, when he unlocked the designated biological evolution, he would definitely have to bring these little brothers along to evolve. Lu Chen was looking forward to that day. Next, it was naturally the same old process. The giant wind god pterodactyl notified the other canyon, and an hour later, there was a huge swath of darkness in the sky, all wind god pterodactyls. Then all of them submitted to Lu Chen's feet. Then, it was time to return home. Lu Chen had brought along dozens of wind god pterodactyls. Of course, all of them were the biggest ones. That way, they would be worthy of our status. Afterwards, he left the canyon in a big way. In the canyon, only a group of researchers were left behind looking at each other. What had just happened in these few hours was too bizarre. The behemoth's little brother, the Tyrannosaurus rex, was bullied by the wind god pterodactyl. Then the behemoth brought its little brother to seek revenge. Then, it brutalized the wind god pterodactyls. And then, it conquered the pterodactyls. Such a sci-fi and bull thing was staged in front of these people.
It looks like the behemoth is ganging up on them. Alright, everyone is ready to return to Basin 1 base. Zhang Ke came back to his senses, then said to the crowd behind him. Yes, Captain. Time flashed by and another month came by.
Within this month's time, the behemoth had settled down a lot. Only, halfway through, it brought the wind god pterodactyl to do another big thing. Taking in another dominating dinosaur in the sky as well.
The Hatsko pterodactyl.
This kind of pterosaur, like the wind god pterosaur, belonged to the Pterodactyla, vertebrate subclass of dinosaurs.
The number of pterosaurs is similar to that of the wind god pterosaur.
But there was one thing, it was huge.
It far exceeded the fossils found by humans in the original time and space.
After subjugating the Hatsko pterodactyl, Lu Chen's days became leisurely. The daily food had also diversified. In fact, Lu Chen felt that he wasn't actually a picky eater. What his own little brother could eat, he could eat all of it. Not only that, Lu Chen also often ate some vegetarian food to regulate his intestines.
Although, we don't need to regulate anything. However, this good habit still needs to be developed. This day, in the morning,
Lu Chen just woke up from his sleep and saw Zhang Ke carrying a megaphone in front of him. I guess there is something to notify yourself, it can't be that group of diaphragm things, come to send themselves nutrients again.
Chapter 044, The Physical Scientist's Question. The Grandmother Paradox. Prehistory, in Basin 1. Zhang Ke had already arrived in front of the behemoth.
Rather, he had already spent almost half a year with the giant beast. But being so close to the behemoth, he still felt fear from the depths of his heart.
Behemoth, the time for the next wormhole opening has been determined.
It was just 3 days later, and the location was right on the edge of the canyon of the wind god pterodactyl swarm. This time, the higher-ups have approved 500 kilograms of 95 purity uranium-235 to come through.
And, the latter is still being purified over time. When the third day rolls around, let's head straight to the canyon, okay?
Zhang Ke spoke out the intelligence he had just received in the morning. The behemoths possessed intelligence, and there had been nothing untoward in their communication for such a long time.
Goal. 500 kilograms. Lu Chen stared at himself. Good guy. I-ing direct good guy. It's still our hometown that's good at what it does. Last time, just 1 kilogram of 95 purity U-235 allowed him to improve a lot. This time 500 kilograms, then not directly cool explosion. Even if you are very slow in acquiring evolution points. But that was 500 kilograms. Lu Chen nodded, this had to be agreed to.
One must know that he had eaten so many uranium elemental crystals that had been mined in this prehistory. In the end, it only added 0.5 evolution points to himself.
It's getting slower and slower.
It wasn't that it was getting slower and slower, but rather, one's demand was getting greater and greater. After seeing the behemoth nodding, Zhang Ke then let out a slight sigh of relief.
Then he added, Behemoth, I'm afraid that this time, the Lighthouse Kingdom will deploy a very powerful weapon.
Afterwards, he told the behemoth all the information he had gotten earlier. He believed that the behemoth would be able to understand and know the dangers to come. Lu Chen grunted twice after hearing this.
completely not putting this so-called threat in his eyes. A powerful weapon. River bomb chant. This was its own sustenance. The harder you bomb, the faster I upgrade. Besides, Lu Chen has long since surpassed Brother Chief. And his own progress template was only 455. Lu Chen was really looking forward to what kind of light he would have when he evolved to 100. Moreover, he always had a feeling that after 100, there were even more powerful templates waiting for him. At the same time, 200 kilometers away, in the middle of the number 1 uranium mine, Simon's entire person had lost a lot of weight. It wasn't just him, everyone in the entire Lighthouse Nation team, all of them had wasted away a lot. They had consumed all their supplies half a month ago. If it wasn't for the Sakura countryside that still had a bit of food left, it was estimated that they would have all died here. As for why they're so thin after mining uranium for half a year, plus the effect of radiation, it's strange if they don't lose weight. Captain Simon, 3 days from now, the wormhole opening will be completed, and when the supplies arrive, the behemoth destruction program will be launched directly. In front of the quantum communicator, Captain Simon is quietly waiting for Colonel John's order. Colonel John. Inside Battle Zone 9 in the southern part of the Lighthouse Nation. John stared at the monitor in front of him. The expression on his face had long since lost the arrogance and certainty that he had a few months ago. This was because, through the prehistoric images synchronized in real time by the Sakura country, the intelligence of this prehistoric beast seemed to be far beyond what they thought. Moreover, this prehistoric beast seemed to be growing, and its defense was exceptionally strong. However, in the next second, John calmed down. The first few times the Tomahawk Island bombs and the Raider Island bombs didn't do anything to the behemoth, it was just a smaller dose. Even if the behemoth can withstand the first 2 explosions, so what? This time, it's not like you can carry it if you want to. John sneered. Because this time out, it was the Hercules SSS river bomb. And there were still 3 of them. It was the Hercules SSS that used a high-concentration fusion strike. It was more than 100 times more powerful than an atomic bomb. One is a river fission-type blast, one is a river fusion blast. And the Hercules SSS is the latter. In the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. Old Sue. This time, whatever is said must be done to teleport my people to prehistory as well. Above the main console, an old man in his ancient flowery armor was blowing his beard and staring at Sue. Old Lin, it's not that I don't want to teleport, how can it be possible with the things you said, Su Guodong said helplessly. I don't care. My grandson and I have come here. Moreover, my grandson has already deciphered the location of the wormhole teleportation 3 days later. It's inside a jungle 10 kilometers away. Lin Qingshan glared at himself. Don't you forget. The quantum communication with the wormhole side is still our effort. What? Old Sue, are you looking down on us physicists? Of course not. The corner of Sue's mouth twitched viciously. Why did he contact the top physics research headquarters a while ago? Good man, he directly recruited this physics nut. If not, then teleport my grandson. Lin Qingshan hemmed and hawed. That's fine. Sue couldn't do anything about the other party. After all, the other party's academics as well as status was comparable to his own. His own main research is geological research and paleoecological research. And the top talent in physics, that is naturally in the top physics research headquarters in Longhua. And this Lin Qingshan in front of him was the head of cloth of the top physics research headquarters, and his status was comparable to his own. This was more or less the same. Lin Qingshan then nodded, and then he came to a young man behind him. Zijia, when we wait until we get over there, remember to confirm our assumptions, know it. Looking at Lin Zijia in front of him, Lin Qingshan's face was filled with relief. Lin Zijia was a well-deserved physics genius. The prehistoric quantum communication was accomplished by him. Got it, Grandpa. Lin Zijia nodded, and his eyes were filled with a desire for truth. Ever since the wormhole appeared, they had been researching day and night. Only there hadn't been any breakthroughs. For example, the most famous time paradox, the grandmother paradox. Chapter 045, a large 500-kilogram package arrives. Grandmother's paradox, this was a famous paradox in the physics world. It was a time paradox that was brought up by Einstein. It was also quite controversial above the blue star. A part of the people chose to believe in his paradox, while another part of the people held a skeptical attitude. The grandmother's paradox was very simple. Suppose humans could accomplish time travel, and you traveled back in time and killed your grandparents. Then because of the death of your grandparents, your father would not be there. Then naturally there would be no you. And since you don't exist, how can you travel back in time to kill your grandparents? This paradox is a classic time paradox. Therefore, time travel does not exist by default for all scientists on top of the blue planet. However, just 100 years ago, the emergence of the gravitational field, coupled with the deciphering through quantum signals. Eventually, mankind discovered that it was actually a channel connecting unknown spacetime, a wormhole. The wormhole, this one hypothesis, actually became a direct reality.
And what's even more outrageous is that mankind actually did succeed in traveling through the past. And also rewarded to the prehistoric world. After the various big countries got this result, all the physical scientists of all the countries all went crazy.
What about Einstein's time paradox? That was broken? But what about the cause? And the paradox? So, after getting the data transmitted back from the prehistoric Dragon Scientific Research Academician, Zhang Ku,
the top scientific research headquarters then proceeded to start performing computational simulations. And right now, they had finally realized the only point they had missed. That was why they didn't directly travel to prehistory to carry out the calculations. At this juncture, it was just right. Su contacted Lin Qingshan and the others. Wasn't this just someone coming to give them a pillow when they fell asleep? 3 days later, the wormhole opened. Lin Zijie brought some of the Dragon Kingdom's top physicists along to the wormhole to travel through prehistory. Prehistory, Wind God Canyon. Lu Chen had already been here for more than 3 hours. And naturally, Zhang Ku and the others had arrived here early. After all, Chief Subu had told him that there would be 500 kilograms of uranium-235 this time off. In the next second, a white light suddenly appeared in front of the canyon. Immediately afterward, the wormhole opened. An armored vehicle and even a lot of military helicopters were all dispatched as well. Of course, there were also some large probes. But most importantly, naturally, was the large parcel ship. A vehicle loaded with 500 kilograms of uranium-235 just slowly drove through the wormhole. It then descended in front of the canyon. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the armored vehicle. The cargo compartment of the armored car was a huge container. Sealed to death, it had an eye-catching river logo printed on it. Academician Zhang, I'm Li Koan, the head of the Dragon Kingdom's Eastern Warzone 01. Li Koan stepped down from on top of the large armored vehicle and arrived in front of Zhang Ku, introducing himself. Major Li. Zhang Ku immediately said after seeing the other party's rank. Just call me Li Koan. A casual smile appeared on Li Koan's rigid face. This time, I am acting under the orders of my superior. My superior is Colonel He Pingzhang. Came to escort this large parcel mission and to assist the behemoth in blocking the Lighthouse Nation's behemoth program. So any requests, feel free to come. Team Li, I understand. Zhang Ku nodded. Is this the behemoth? Sure enough, it is much more shocking than it looks on the screen. Li Koan raised his head and looked at the behemoth that was close by. Only by truly standing at the feet of the behemoth would one know what it means to be a behemoth. Previously in the military region, although also from the screen above to see the beast. However, that is not as shocking as being directly in the realm. Right, Academician Zhang, let me introduce to you. Li Koan brought Zhang Ku to another exploration vehicle. And at this time, a dozen people came down from the exploration vehicle. The person at the head was naturally Lin Zijie. Zijie. It's you. After Zhang Ku saw Lin Zijie, he immediately let out a cry of surprise. Lin Zijie was also a super genius in the Dragon Kingdom. Only, his field was quantum physics. While Zhang Ku's field was paleontology and geology, and physics was only a little bit better. Zhang Ku, long time no see, Lin Zijie smiled and walked up to Zhang Ku. You guys know each other? That's good, the efficiency will be much faster if we work together. Li Koan said with a smile. I'm going to unload the large packages. After saying that, Li Koan left the place. And at that moment, Lin Zijie was also observing the giant beast. Lu Chen was not in much of a hurry. That 500 kilograms of uranium element was mine anyway. It's not that bad for a while. Moreover, after he ate it himself, a wave of frantic absorption would surely come. It was better to wait until these people were a little farther away before eating it myself. Lu Chen stared at the container loaded with uranium elements and grinned. An hour later, Li Koan brought all the support followers along with Zhang Ku and arrived inside the temporary garrison base 100 kilometers away. Lin Zijie, what are you doing here? Inside the temporary base house. Zhang Ku looked at Lin Zijie curiously. After all, this was prehistoric. There didn't seem to be anything that could be related to his physics, right? Didn't you say before that many of the prehistoric creatures here were extremely huge? Lin Zijie asked. Yes, many of the ancient creatures here are ridiculously large. Tyrannosaurus rex, Allosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, and so on. There were also imperial crocodiles. Have you ever seen a 20 to 30 meter long crocodile? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, and the pteranodon. The largest fossil we've found in the future is only 11 meters. This place can reach 20 to 30 meters casually. Zhang Ku couldn't help but spit out a sigh under his eyes. Could it be that you haven't found anything unusual yet? Lin Zijie's pupil shrunk slightly after hearing Zhang Ku's words. Even more, he confirmed his thoughts in his mind. What abnormality? Zhang Ku froze for a moment, as he thought carefully. He really didn't find anything abnormal. Didn't find it? Lin Zijie smiled elegantly. Well then, let me test your expertise.
Why? Don't ask why, start asking questions.
Lin Zijie interrupted Zhang Ku and asked instead. Please use the shortest and most clipped statement to describe the Tyrannosaurus rex as an ancient creature.
That's not easy,
Zhang Ku said without even thinking.
Tyrannosaurus rex.
Also known as Rex tyrannosaurus, it was a carnivorous dinosaur, subphylum Vertebrata, family Tyrannosauridae. And there is also a brutal lizard king title. Survived at the end of the Cretaceous period, that is, about 68 million years ago to 65 million years ago.
Not bad. Lin Zijie nodded, then I'll test you again.
Please give a short description of the Allosaurus. Zhang Ku was unsure, but he still trusted his best friend.
Allosaurus. Also known as leaping dragon and Allosaurus. Carnivorous dinosaurs, subphylum Vertebrata, family Isoteratopsidae.
The meaning of the name stood for distinctive lizard. Survived in the late Jurassic period, around 155 million years ago to 135 million years ago or so. Zhang Ke thought about it and determined the time of the survival of the Heterodactylus.
Wait. His pupils shrunk violently. The sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up.
Cold sweat also emerged from above his forehead, sliding down drop by drop.
That's right.
The Tyrannosaurus rex survived in the late Cretaceous period.
And Allosaurus survived in the late Jurassic period. That's a difference of tens of millions of years. Chapter 046, Undecided, Quantum Mechanics. It doesn't make sense, parallel time and space. Right? What the hell is going on here?
Zhang Ku was really a bit confused at the moment.
Such an important issue, he actually directly ignored it.
Because the Tyrannosaurus rex was observed, it was natural to assume that this was 65 million years ago in prehistory. Then the existence of the behemoth was directly discovered. The impact that the existence of the behemoth brought to them was just too great.
It also made them completely overlook it. And right now, because of Lin Zijie's reminder, Zhang Ke then suddenly remembered. Right.
These were two kinds of dinosaurs that were not in the same time period at all. One lived in the Jurassic period, and the other lived in the Cretaceous period.
Dumbfounded, aren't they?
Lin Zijie couldn't help but laugh after seeing Zhang Ke, who was sweating coldly. How is this possible? This place is clearly prehistoric. Could it be that all those studies we did in the future were all fake? Zhang Ke was still a bit undeterred and muttered. Zhang Ke, do you know that there is a saying in our physics community? Lin Zijie walked up to Zhang Ke and patted his shoulder. Seeing his best friend so nonchalant, Lin Zijie couldn't help but smack his lips as well. One must know that amongst their younger generation, it was the two of them who were affiliated with the best of the best in the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research. What words? Zhang Ke swallowed his saliva, raised his head, and looked at Lin Zijie.
When things don't make sense, quantum mechanics. Can't explain it, parallel spacetime.
Lin Zijie took a deep breath and said heavily.
Wasn't this just a flirtatious remark?
Zhang Ke couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Oh? Then are you still considering it a flirtatious remark now?
Lin Zijie slanted his eyes and stared at Zhang Ke. This Zhang Ke was really a bit unsure now.
What do you think?
He looked at Lin Zijie and asked.
Can't it be that we're inside a parallel spacetime? Do you think that you've traveled to prehistory?
Lin Zijie shook his head and asked.
Of course, how else would we be able to see the Tyrannosaurus rex?
Zhang Ke nodded. Time is actually just a concept put forth by humans to record changes inside the world of our quantum realm. There is no time, time is actually just the change of atoms. Humans treat this change as time, but in our eyes, it is just a movement between atomic molecules. Lin Zijie said slowly, it's like, I made all of your time atoms slow down, while everything around you is proceeding normally. After 3 days, you only feel that 3 minutes have passed. Is this considered traveling?
Speak in human terms.
Zhang Ke pulled his throat. In our eyes, time is irreversible.
Lin Zijie's complexion also began to stare.
Moreover, even if you can travel through time, that's only towards what I just said, the simplest example.
Freezing you, and then reviving you 200 years later, may I ask, are you traveling through time?
Zhang Ke once again rolled his eyes. This good friend of his is quite good at everything, just as long as it involves his specialized knowledge. That is, he would go crazy and talk at length. Moreover, said in a way that you couldn't refute. After the wormhole appeared half a year ago, we started researching it. And after you guys completed quantum communication with the so-called prehistory, I knew that you guys were most likely in another time and space. That's the second half of that sentence, unexplainable, parallel spacetime. When Lin Zijie said this, an intense divine light had burst out of his eyes.
As long as I can prove that we really aren't in Blue Star's prehistoric time and space, then I can be certain that this universe is pluralistic. The theory of parallel spacetime is true.
Zhang Ke.
Parallel spacetime. Parallel spacetime,
The corner of Zhang Ke's mouth pulled slightly. I'm still a bit unconvinced about why the Tyrannosaurus rex appeared in the same time period as the Allosaurus.
Maybe it's because our research went wrong in the future, and, besides, this is a prehistoric world anyways. That's why I said that I need proof. Lin Zijie shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Next, we'll be co-workers. Zhang Ke nodded with a smile. And at the same time,
Lu Chen had already begun the journey of unpacking the packages. These parcels of uranium-235 metal Lu Chen didn't really want to eat inside his stomach. What if he got diarrhea? Lu Chen took the package into his hands. Then with his other hand, he gently peeled off the thick alloy on top of the package. These alloys that could withstand river strikes were like orange peels in Lu Chen's hands, and they were easily pulled off. 10 minutes later, the package had been removed, and inside was a small container of solidified uranium-235. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed, hey! In the end, it's still the old folks who are good to us. After this 500 kilograms of belly, he must not burst. However, Lu Chen didn't have to worry about himself at all. Just kidding, I'm the king of monsters. In the next second, Lu Chen directly raised his hand and swallowed all 500 kilograms of uranium-235 into his abdomen. Ding, extremely strong radiation energy detected. Begin absorption. Ding, extremely strong radiation energy detected. Begin absorption. After the system's beeps came from his ears, Lu Chen also began to weigh quietly. I just don't know if this 500 kilograms of good stuff will allow myself to accomplish a big leap. Chapter 047, in comparison, it's still researching the behemoth that brings energy. Academician Zhang, the behemoth has swallowed the package. In the middle of the temporary garrison base, Li Koan walked inside Zhang Ke's house and said, Good. Zhoujin, we'll record the whole thing. Zhang Ke immediately nodded his head and then led Lin Zijie and Zhoujin out of the house. This time, the Dragon Kingdom had also researched a dozen quantum aerial photography machines. Aerial photography machines were good to manufacture, but to accomplish prehistoric quantum communication, this was the biggest problem. Nowadays, in the world, only Dragon Country's quantum communication field was the strongest. It far surpassed the other big countries. A dozen of quantum aerial cameras started working. And on this side of the base, a large number of images have been received. Let's start setting up as well. Lin Zijie said to the researchers in the field of quantum communication research behind him. These were the elites among his team. This time, they were the ones who had followed Lin Zijie to prehistory. Lay out what? Zhang Ke asked curiously. Why do you think the superiors agreed to let us come to prehistory? Don't forget that there is still a lighthouse nation watching us intently. Lin Zijie smacked his lips. I remember you used to be quite smart, why can't you turn your head around this moment? The corner of Zhang Ke's mouth twitched once again. If it wasn't the wrong time, he would have loved to go up and give Lin Zijie a punch. Academician Zhang, this time Academician Lin came to prehistory not just for his research, but also for another purpose, which was to decipher the crew signal of the Hercules SSS. Hercules SSS? Zhang Ke's eyes popped out, and he immediately became a bit angry. What on earth were their lighthouse kingdoms thinking? Isn't it crazy? The Hercules SSS was a powerful weapon of the river fusion type. In the original time and space, it had long been banned from use in test explosions. This time, he had also thought that the opposite side would send out a powerful island bomb, but completely did not expect to actually send out the Hercules. So, am I not here? Lin Zijie patted Zhang Ke's shoulder. Zijie, make sure to decipher the other side's cruise signal. Zhang Ke said with a grave expression. Lin Zijie also put away his smile and replied in a solemn and incomparable manner. At the same time, about 100 kilometers near the number 1 uranium deposit, the wormhole opened. The third wave of support supplies from the Lighthouse Kingdom began to be rapidly delivered. Communications began to be created. Captain Simon, this is Hercules 1. Come in. Do you read me? In the middle of uranium deposit number 1. Captain Simon, who was working hard to mine the ore, suddenly stopped his hand movements. Then, without leaving a trace, he pressed the radio communication headset in his ear. This is Explorer 2, this is Captain Simon, here. Simon said in a low voice. Captain Simon, this is Hercules 1, please advise. Permission to launch Hercules SSS. Simon said hoarsely. These days, his entire spirit was about to collapse. And this Hercules SSS was his last straw. As long as they killed the prehistoric beast, then they would naturally not have to continue mining. At that time, they could naturally start a series of prehistoric exploration programs. Copy that. Roger that. After the Hercules 1 support team received Simon's reply, they began to act quickly. Activate the load station. Starting to adjust launch angle. Activating biothermal sensing. Target, Behemoth. Launch in readiness. Estimated launch time, 15 minutes. Current ready time, 00 minutes, 01 seconds. After seeing the Hercules SSS enter launch readiness, the Hercules 1 team also began to advance in the direction of Captain Simon.
This was because the Hercules SSS didn't need to be artificially continued controlled as long as it was turned on. The 3 Hercules SSS River Island bombs had already been prepared.
The next step was to wait for the launch.
Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters.
Once again, the 4 countries opened a roundtable meeting after a long time.
And, this time there were actually no absentees. Chief Luke Boo, what's the matter with the initiative to contact us? Ivan Akasin narrowed his eyes after seeing Luke and asked. Don't pretend, we utilized 3 Hercules SSS Island bombs, and right now, we are about to launch an attack on the behemoth.
I wanted to come and ask you guys, after killing the behemoth, your scientific research results within the past 6 months must all be shared out.
In this way, our Lighthouse Nation's scientific research team will be able to quickly complete their exploration mission in prehistory. Luke said with a confident look, sweeping away the previous gloomy color. Ha!
Akasin burst into laughter after hearing Luke's words. Let's not talk about whether your Hercules can kill the behemoth.
You still want our country's scientific research? Are you not awake? Go home and sleep a little more if you're not awake. We won't report you for sleeping, ha! Luke's face gently changed after hearing Akasin's words.
In that case, let's just sit here and wait for a good show. After saying that, he stopped making a sound. Instead, he placed his gaze on the monitor in front of him. Seemingly for the sake of showing off, this time the Lighthouse Nation had actually fixed the quantum camera in front of the 3 Hercules SSS launch vehicles.
Sue took a glance at Luke and withdrew his gaze. Sure enough, is it Hercules?
It seems that sending Lin Zijie and the others this time was an important decision.
As for whether Lin Zijie could decipher Hercules' signal. At this, Sue was still very confident. After all, Lin Zijie's brain, it was too good.
Even when he was in school, he had researched many strange and weird devices. There was a time when those devices directly caused a massive blackout in the area where he lived. It was only after a week that the power supply was barely restored. For his country's researchers, Sue was exceptionally confident. Prehistory. Lin Zijie also began to come up with many strange devices. Zhou Xun's group on the side froze and didn't understand what these devices were. In comparison, it was still the study of the giant beasts that was energizing. In the next second, Zhou Xun and the others' gazes went to the Wind God Canyon, which was 100 kilometers away.
Chapter 048, The Way You Smile is Truly Too Yawning.
Before the Wind God Canyon,
Lu Chen had already swallowed the 500 kilograms of uranium-235.
And the energy fluctuations in his body were climbing up.
Ding! Extremely strong radiation energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 05 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 20,000 atomic furnace energy points. Ding! King of the Monsters template 46. Ding!
Atomic furnace energy 70,100,000. And this was just the beginning. Lu Chen could sense that those uranium elements were constantly being absorbed by his body inside his stomach. Then, it was turned into energy and evolution points.
Ding! Extremely strong radiation energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding! Because Lu Chen had strengthened his absorption speed before. So, after a quarter of an hour, all 500 kilograms of this uranium-235 was absorbed by Lu Chen.
Next, that was naturally the beginning of the path of furious evolution.
Hercules SSS, ready. Load table activation complete. Launch angle correction complete. Activating biothermal sensing. Target, behemoth. Thermal lock, over. Commencing launch. Estimated launch time, 15 minutes. Current ready time, 14 minutes, 59 seconds. Just as the clock reaches 15 minutes, the 3 Hercules SSS thermal cruise river bombs ignite instantly.
The powerful thrusters spewed out a large amount of flame. If you look closely, you can see 5 Mach rings appearing behind the thrusters. And that's just the initial speed. From this, it was clear that the Lighthouse Kingdom had made a huge investment this time.
Above the round table, Luke couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the 3 Hercules enter the launch state. Ha! Chief Subu, Mr. Akasin. How's it going? I'm afraid the behemoth is in trouble this time.
Facing Luke's words, Sue laughed. It's not necessarily so. It's not like you haven't experienced all the behemoth's mysterious methods. What if it fires into a general malfunction?
Ha, malfunction? Luke smiled and laughed once again. That was Hercules. Mr. Su smiled but didn't say anything. So what if it's a Hercules? Can it compare to our Dongfeng? Luke, the way you're laughing is really too much. Ivan Oksun bristled. If you keep on fooling around like this, do you believe I'll ask my superiors for 2 big SARS to come down?
Luke sniffed and instantly shut his mouth with a sense of humor. If someone else said this sentence, he would definitely want to retort back. But who the hell in Bear Country can guarantee that he really won't get 2 of them down? Prehistory, in front of Wind God Canyon.
Ding! All high energy radiation absorbed. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 points of evolutionary value.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 700,000 atomic furnace energy.
Ding. Atomic furnace energy has reached its upper limit. Expansion begins. Ding. The superatomic furnace has been expanded. Current capacity 5 million. Ding. King of the Monsters template progress 55. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking 50 and obtaining the skill, Super Uranium Energy Hotline. Super Uranium Energy Hotline can release an extremely powerful uranium energy hotline with a core temperature of 1 million degrees. The actual power is directly proportional to the energy of the furnace used. Ding.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking 55. Electromagnetic interference. The host can release a powerful electromagnetic interference stream signal, which can specify the direction to interfere with all electromagnetic equipment, and can also directly release an electromagnetic force field. Ding.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This electromagnetic interference skill was good.
In that case, then one would not have to worry at all about the other party coming with a weapon with electromagnetic signals off. Moreover, Lu Chen knew that as long as they were large combat island bombs, all of them were equipped with electromagnetic equipment. Otherwise, the island bombs would not be able to hit their targets accurately at all. Ding. Next skill, Red Lotus Spiral Hotline. This hotline must be in a semi-Red Lotus state before it can be used. Red Lotus Spiral Hotline. After the host enters the Red Lotus mode, by consuming the energy of the superatomic furnace in his body, he can obtain hundreds of times the energy of the Red Lotus Spiral Hotline, and then launch a powerful Red Lotus Spiral Hotline from his mouth, with a power directly proportional to the energy of the atomic furnace he used.
Ding.
When the King of Monsters template is unlocked to 60, you can obtain the half Red Lotus state Red Lotus Spiral Hotline.
Lu Chen felt his body getting stronger, then asked in his mind, how many states does the Red Lotus have? Although Lu Chen knew some of Brother Chief's moves, but after all, we just look alike.
And it had long surpassed Brother Chief, so he had to ask this question.
Ding.
There were 4 Red Lotus modes, and they were arranged as such as follows. Half Red Lotus state, Quasi Red Lotus state, Advanced Red Lotus state, Ultimate Red Lotus state.
Lu Chen smacked his lips. Although he didn't quite understand it, it must be very powerful as all. Checking the current attributes. Lu Chen then continued to check his current attributes.
After all, after eating so many good things, Lu Chen felt as if he had gotten bigger again.
Host, Lu Chen. Sex, male. Height, 455 meters.
Weight, 1 million tons. Atomic furnace energy, 770,500,000. Upon arrival at 5 million energy, the atomic furnace will be able to expand its energy storage. Characteristics: absorption of food energy, absorption of explosion energy, absorption of river energy, absorption of radiation energy, absorption of heat.
Senses: heat sense, river sense, radiation sense. Skills: atomic spit, dorsal energy ray, super uranium hotline, electromagnetic interference.
Very perfect.
Lu Chen nodded his head in satisfaction, satisfied with his current attributes. Lu Chen suddenly sensed 3 extremely strong sources of radiation appearing above the distant sky.
Although it was almost as bad as the uranium treats he had eaten earlier, it was still much the same.
Is it that group of diaphragm guys again?
Lu Chen smacked his lips, just in time. Right now, he could come and test his new skills. Afterwards, Lu Chen began to silently activate the new skills he had just obtained. At this very moment, 100 kilometers away in the middle of the temporary base, Lin Zijie was also methodically preparing to activate his signal breaker. The other party's Hercules has been detected. The researcher said hurriedly.
Start deciphering. Lin Zijie's expression began to become extremely serious.
We only have about 3 minutes, and based on the Hercules SSS's current hourly speed, it will arrive at the canyon where the giant beast is located after 3 minutes.
Afterwards, Lin Zijie began to move with his team.
3 minutes was more than enough time for him. Moreover, he was very confident that he could decipher it within 2.5 minutes, then control it and fly it somewhere else.
Time began to pass by 1 minute and 1 second. Chapter 049, Quantum Signal Intercept.
Prehistory, in front of Wind God Canyon.
Lu Chen had already figured out how to use electromagnetic interference.
There were 2 ways. One was a straight line attack, using one's own head to launch an invisible electromagnetic beam.
Although Lu Chen didn't know why he had to fire it from his own head, however, it was very powerful.
If the other party was within their attack range, then the first attack could directly destroy the other party's equipment.
The second was to launch an invisible electromagnetic force field through the dorsal fin on his back. As long as it enters within its electromagnetic field, all electromagnetic facilities will fail.
As for the power, it depended on the strength of the electromagnetic field that it emitted. Compared to the first one, it was definitely a little bit worse. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, and his eyes had already locked onto the 3 island bombs that were flying towards him in the distance. There was no hurry. Although he could shoot them down right now, he would still have to run over there before he could eat them. It would be better to just wait here and wait until you're within the range of your own electromagnetic force field.
Hey, wouldn't that be a direct throw in?
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, then sat directly in front of the Wind God Canyon and waited leisurely.
And at this moment,
above the round table, Luke was also staring closely at the monitor's screen.
Sue and Akasan were also waiting quietly. Everyone held their breath. Prehistory, in the middle of the temporary garrison base.
Lin Zijie was also leading his team in a frantic decipherment. The deciphering was already 80% complete. A green progress bar was advancing at a slow but steady pace.
There is still 1 minute left in the estimated time.
Lin Zijie muttered, then continued to increase the level of decipherment. However, at this very moment, a sudden change occurred.
Chief, the Hercules SSS didn't know what was going on and suddenly increased its propulsion speed. It is expected to reach the valley within 50 seconds.
A thin man under Lin Zijie suddenly stood up and said loudly.
What?
Lin Zijie's pupils shrunk slightly. Hurriedly, he rushed to the front of this researcher, then stared at the screen in front of him. Looking at the data on top of the screen, his face became somewhat gloomy. This link was something he had not expected.
In order to be able to hit the behemoth, the Lighthouse Nation had actually directly used the river element for a secondary acceleration. This was a complete waste of elemental energy. Activate option B.
Lin Zijie took a deep breath. Although he was somewhat grave, he hadn't reached the level of panic. Besides, his own side had long thought of all sorts of possibilities. The previous 3-minute decipherment was just the budget.
Right now, the budget time had to be broken. Within half a minute, decipher the opponent's Hercules. Activate the Quantum 901 decipherer.
Lin Zijie said heavily. Quantum 901 decipher, this was one of Lin Zijie's killer apps this time he came to prehistory.
I didn't think that it would actually be used so quickly.
Originally, this 2 decipherer was used to decipher prehistoric quantum signals. Now it was naturally converted to be used to decipher Hercules operational signals. Quantum deciphering, that would naturally be 1,000,000 times faster than an ordinary supercomputer. Only, the adjustment took almost 30 or so seconds.
Therefore, right now, Lin Zijie didn't dare to be slow. He began to quickly adjust the Quantum 901. 10 seconds passed.
In the Wind God Canyon, Lu Chen looked at the dim sum that kept approaching him and hemmed and hawed.
20 meters passed. Grunt. Has it already entered the range of the electromagnetic force field?
Lu Chen could keenly sense that the dim sum had already entered his release range.
Then, the next thing was electromagnetic force field. Release.
The dorsal fin on Lu Chen's back suddenly began to release an extremely strong electromagnetic force field in all directions with Lu Chen as the center point. And this move naturally cut off the Quantum 901 decoder on Lin Zijie's side.
What? The signal disappeared?
Lin Zijie nearly broke into a fit of rage.
How could this be possible? Unless there was a super quantum signaling machine that could surpass one's own Quantum 901 decipherer. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cut off one's own signal. In this prehistory? How could such a powerful electromagnetic signal jammer be used? Zijie, what's wrong? Zhengku has always been by Lin Zijie's side.
He's never seen Lin Zijie so out of sorts.
My Quantum 901 signal, it's been intercepted.
Lin Zijie said with a black face.
What?
No way, could it be that your Quantum 901 has malfunctioned in some way? Zhengku was also anxious.
If this fails and doesn't work, then what about the behemoth?
The behemoth would be about to receive a river strike from the Hercules SSS.
Impossible.
Lin Zijie said with an incomparable gravity. The Quantum 901 had gone through 901 tests. It was only then that the final model was completed. It was the top quantum technology product in the world.
Even the Lighthouse Kingdom would have to stand down. There's only one way to intercept my Quantum 901 signal.
That's to use electromagnetic interference beyond my Quantum 901 to cut it off.
Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible.
Lin Zijie said heavily. Just as he was about to set about checking if it really was his own quantum machine that had gone wrong. In the next second, all of the surrounding researchers' cries of alarm rang out.
Did you guys see that? The behemoth caught the other party's Hercules in 3 hits. Saw it. I saw it. It's really handsome. Good man. It's worthy of being a behemoth. The beast is invincible. It's all thanks to Academician Lin's team for deciphering it. Academician Lin. Academician Lin.
Listening to the excited voices of the people around them, Lin Zijie and Zhengku and his team were dumbfounded.
What? We're credited for the deciphering? Me, the signals from the quantum deciphering machine have been forcibly intercepted. Wait.
Zhengku quickly looked over in the direction of the behemoth. The time they had just delayed was far more than 10 seconds.
And those 3 Hercules actually didn't explode? In addition, they were actually in the hands of the behemoth? What the hell is going on here? Zhang Ku muttered. At this moment, Lin Zijie was also confused. It was fine if he had deciphered it himself, but the key wasn't. In the next second, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed once again. He then started debugging his Quantum 901 machine without stopping. Only, this time, the target was not the three Hercules. Instead, it was in the direction of the behemoth. No way, no way, no way, no way, it can't really be what I have in my mind. Lin Zijie's throat wriggled slightly, then he activated the Quantum 901 machine once more. Target, the behemoth. Chapter 050, Crunch. It's full of energy. Drop. Quantum signal can't penetrate. Drop. Quantum signal cannot penetrate. Drop. Quantum 901 shut down. Looking at the instruments in front of him, Lin Zijie finally realized why those three Hercules were out of order. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. It wasn't some more powerful quantum signal interception machine at all. It was the behemoth. It's an impenetrable layer of super strong electromagnetic interference around the behemoth's body. All the detectors are unable to detect it. Moreover, just now, Lin Zijie had also gone through three directions to make calculations. In the end, it had been determined. The electromagnetic interference layer that emanated beyond his own Quantum 901 machine that was dominating the entire group. It was the behemoth that had released it. The behemoth can actually release such a powerful electromagnetic interference. This Zhang Ku didn't tell me in advance either. I was worried for nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Zijie couldn't help but tug at his coat corner. Then he came to Zhang Ku's face and began to raise his voice. Zhang Ku, why didn't you tell me that the behemoth possessed such a strong electromagnetic interference ability? Watching us worrying blindly here, you are very proud in your heart, ah? Zhang Ku froze and said, you guys deciphered? What? Lin Zijie was confused, it wasn't us who deciphered it. Ah? Zhang Ku froze once again. It was the behemoth itself that had cut off all signals within 10 kilometers of it. After Lin Zijie saw Zhang Ku's confused look, he began to explain. Within the range of 10 kilometers around the behemoth, all signals cannot penetrate into it. That's why my Quantum 901 was suddenly disabled just now. Moreover, the failure of those three Hercules SSSs was also due to the electromagnetic interference force field released by the behemoth. What Zhang Ku was really a bit shocked now, the behemoth still possessed the ability of electromagnetic interference. He had been studying the behemoths for half a year, but he had only realized that his research on the behemoths was still only at the first stage. Not bad for an intelligent giant beast. Lin Zijie's eyes refracted with excitement. However, the smarter the behemoth is, the more I'll have to prove my hypothesis correct. Because in prehistory, it was simply impossible for such a highly intelligent lifeform to appear. This side was excited, but the Lighthouse Nation side had a hard time. Above the round table. Ha! Laughing my ass off. Luke! What on earth are you Lighthouse Kingdom performing? Why are you suddenly giving Hercules to the behemoth? Oh, I see. I see. Maybe it's a welcome gift? Ha! Ivan Akasin was already laughing his ass off. And at this moment, Sue's face also had a smile that he couldn't help but hold back. Mr. Ivan. You. Luke made a strong effort to suppress the anger within him. However, he was also very puzzled at the moment. How did Hercules suddenly malfunction? This is simply impossible. Could it be that what was channeled to prehistory this time was an inferior product? It's also impossible. Even if it was an inferior product, it would have exploded when it reached the behemoth's side. There was no way around it, he could only exit the roundtable in a depressed and incomparable manner. Lighthouse Nation's Scientific Research Headquarters. Luke rubbed his face vigorously. From the moment they detected the behemoth, they had always been defeated. Nothing had ever gone well. It was too hard. Luke suddenly felt that his current position was just too difficult. Chief Luke Bu, Colonel John linked up. A secretary came to Luke's side and whispered. Good. Luke nodded. Needless to say, it must have come because of what just happened. After connecting the connection, the radio communicator in his ear instantly resounded with the sound of John's incomparably angry roar. Luke! What the hell is wrong with you guys? The Hercules SSS has been in normal service ever since it was developed. There has never been any failure, and it has never appeared the way it did just now. Did you guys do something to it? Do you know how much effort it took me to apply for these three Hercules from above? John roared. Luke's entire body was just confused, not listening to his own explanation at all, coming up with a flurry of curses. However, Luke could only bite his teeth and swallow inside his stomach. After all, John was a colonel. A higher rank than him. I'll have the prehistoric detectors keep a close eye on this. Luke said in a deep voice. Keep a close eye on it? John's contemptuous voice rang out at once. After digging or for half a year, this is what you call close attention? It's even if you let your researchers dig or, along with causing my subordinates to dig or as well. I will definitely impeach you to the top.
After saying that, he hung up the phone fiercely. Luke's face clouded over, his fists clenched, but eventually turned into a sigh. He muttered, perhaps we shouldn't have chosen to go against the behemoth in the first place. Prehistory, in front of the Wind God Canyon. Lu Chen withdrew his electromagnetic interference force field. Then he looked at the 3 Hercules in his hands. Sensing the energy in them, Lu Chen then nodded. Not bad at all. Although these people from the Lighthouse Kingdom were a bit of a pain in the ass. But every time they brought gifts to themselves, the needle doesn't poke. Since this is the case, then I will not be polite. Lu Chen looked at the 3 warheads in his hand. Then he threw them all into his mouth. One bite went down, crunchy. Full of energy. Only, people are calories, and I'm high in radiation. 3 Hercules warheads went down, and it tasted okay. Ding. High radiation energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding. High thermal energy detected. Begin absorption. Ding. Absorption complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have earned 15 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300,000 atomic furnace energy. Ding. King of the Monsters template, 565. Ding. Atomic furnace energy, 1,005 million. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Chen swaggered towards the direction of his basin, walking leisurely. As for Zhang Ku and his group, they packed up all their equipment. Following behind the behemoth, all of them returned inside Basin 1. As for the Hercules 1 team this time, they were missing on their way to find Captain Simon. Captain Simon and a group of Lighthouse Nation's staff once again began a life of digging in the dark. 7 days later. Prehistoric Basin Number 1, in the middle of the Dragon Nation Station's scientific research base. Lin Zijie had already deployed his scientific research equipment and had now begun normal work. Zijie, there is a major discovery. At this moment, Zhang Ku came inside Lin Zijie's equipment room and said, What discovery? Lin Zijie raised his eyebrows and asked. An hour ago, our research team discovered the element radium. Zhang Ku said gruffly. Isn't this normal? There are radium elements in all uranium ores. Lin Zijie scratched his head. No. What I mean is, we have discovered radium ore. Zhang Ku took a deep breath and said with incomparable solemnity. Radium mine? Zhang Ku, you're not awake. Where did radium come from on the blue planet? Radium element only exists in uranium ore. And nearly 3 tons of uranium ore can only be refined to produce 1 gram of radium. How can radium be found? Lin Zijie said halfway, then stopped talking. The pupils in his eyes began to gradually contract as he muttered, unless this isn't that blue star of ours. Chapter 051, This Discovery. Enough to change the world. It's not that blue star of ours. Zhang Ku's pupils also shrunk slightly after hearing Lin Zijie's words. Then, he thought for a moment and said, Zijie, do you think it could be like this? Let's first rule out the hypothesis of parallel worlds. After all, this is prehistory, it's nearly 65 million years away from our human civilization. In the future, it is true that we can't find radium ores, but in prehistory, maybe, these ores were the norm. This possibility was slim to none. Lin Zijie shook his head. Go, take me to observe the radium ore. Good. Immediately after, the 2 of them put on thick chemical-proof suits, then drove to the strip of radium deposits. This was a dark brown land, bordering a prehistoric forest. However, this side of the forest had a lot of vegetation, with countless tall trees. On the other hand, this dark brown land, as far as the eye could see, seemed to be boundless. Drops. The radiation in the current area has exceeded the limit of human tolerance. Drop. The radiation in the current area has exceeded the limit of human tolerance. Drop. The alarm in his hand had been ringing non-stop since Zhang Ku and the others arrived on the brown earth. What strong radiation! Lin Zijie took a deep breath. Thanks to the fact that they were now wearing the highest level of radiation-proof clothing, otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to carry the radiation from these ores. How could it be so strong? Lin Zijie took out the detector he had with him and began to probe with his own squad. Half a day later, Lin Zijie had come to a conclusion. Zhang Ku, this is indeed radium ore. And it was the kind of radium element that was the most difficult to refine. Lin Zijie's expression began to get excited. There were many applications for radium. Industry. Science and technology. Medical. The most important ones were medical and technological. Radium can be used to treat cancer. Although 200 to 300 years ago, at that time, mankind had already discovered the element radium, and also began to use it in the field of medical treatment, but the medical technology at that time was not the present, and there were many after effects. Radium, used properly, is a weapon. If you don't use it well, it's a killer. However, fortunately, our dragon country as early as more than 100 years ago to overcome the disadvantages, but the only point is, mining is too time-consuming and laborious. The efforts of the country also only mined out a small part of it. Speaking of this, Lin Zijie's gaze once again became fiery.
Then, he violently slapped Zhang Ku, who was beside him. Zhang Ku.
Think about it, if we refine the radium element over here and bring it back to be utilized in our medical treatment and technology.
I believe our Dragon Kingdom's medical treatment and technology will become the top of the world. Lin Zijie's eyes were filled with excitement. By then, how many people will be spared the pain of cancer? Hurry up and report this to Chief Subu. What are you waiting for? Zhang Ku is also excited. Good. Zijie, you lead the men to continue probing here. I'll go inform Chief Subu right away. Aha.
Lin Zijie nodded and immediately started working with his team.
It seems that in the midst of this world, one can really get unexpected surprises every day. Zhang Ku muttered. Afterwards, he quickly went ahead to inform Chief Subu. In the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. What? Radium elemental ores? And there were quite a lot of them? Even with Su's calm nature, he couldn't help but be shocked after hearing Zhang Ku's report.
One must know that the Dragon Kingdom could only mine and refine up to 10 kilograms of radium elemental ore a year with the entire country's efforts. Moreover, more than 200 years ago, it took the world nearly 100 years to mine and refine 4 kilograms of radium. From this we can imagine how precious elemental radium is. Even today, more than 200 years later, the mining of radium has been burning money like crazy. Zhang Ke looked at the communication monitor in front of him and said in a deep voice, yes. The quantity is quite a lot. However, the specific results, Zijie has already started going to detect it, and I'm sure there will be results soon.
Ha! Where is my Zijie?
I haven't seen him in these 10 days or so, old man, I've missed him a bit.
Just at this time, an ancient old man scurried inside the camera. Dean Lin, how are you?
After Zhang Ke saw Lin Qingshan, he gave a hurried greeting.
Zijie is detecting right now, should I go and call him here? Harm, no need.
Lin Qingshan smiled and shook his head. It was good to know that he was safe and sound.
Old Su. Go. Accompany me for a drink. Hello? Old Lin, this is the scientific research headquarters. Can't we drink at the research center? Is there a rule? No, there isn't.
Well, it's time to eat, and I'm tired of the food at Top Physics, so I thought I'd try your food. The communication ended.
Zhang Ke couldn't help but smile.
Just at this time, Zhang Ke's wireless communicator rang.
Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke. Is it in or not? Hurry up and come over. Lin Zijie's voice rang out. Come over right away.
Zhang Ke was slightly stunned, never having seen his best friend so flustered.
Without much thought, he quickly moved in Lin Zijie's direction. Half an hour later. The edge of the prehistoric brown earth. Zhang Ke came to Lin Zijie's side and asked. What's going on? Did you find anything?
Only to see Lin Zijie point his finger at the push of broken brown rock sealed within the testing instrument.
The excitement on his face was completely concealed. Zhang Ke. This discovery. It's enough to change the whole world. Chapter 052, Lu Chen, it always feels like something big is going to happen.
Zhang Ke raised his eyebrows and spoke quickly.
You know how difficult it is to extract the radium element, right?
Lin Zijie took a deep breath and suppressed the excited thoughts within him. I know, nearly 3 tons of uranium ore can only contain 1 gram of radium, said Zhang Ke.
Zhang Ke said. But do you know how much radium is contained in this kilogram or so of radium rock? Lin Zijie continued to ask. 1 milligram? Zhang Ke said.
Lin Zijie shook his head.
Is it hard to be micrograms? Zhang Ke grinned.
Within this kilogram or so of rock, according to my instrument's calculations and analysis, at least about 2 grams of radium element can be refined.
1 kilogram is equal to 2 grams.
Lin Zijie said cheerfully.
What a concept.
He pointed his finger at the huge, incomparable brown ground behind him. As long as I mine here for 1 day, I'll be able to match a year's worth of mining in the Dragon Kingdom.
And
the reserves of this thing here are at least millions of tons.
That's just a conservative estimate.
Zhang Ke only felt his heartbeat accelerate.
This is too terrifying. Zhou Zhen. Contact Chief Subu for me. Zhang Ke couldn't wait. This news must be communicated to Chief Subu at the first opportunity. Yes. Zhou Zhen immediately started communication with the original time and space. 5 minutes later.
Both sides established on-screen communication.
Hello?
Xiaoko, I just poured white wine for old Su. If there's no big deal, when you come back, you have to treat me to a meal.
Lin Qingshan couldn't help but grin.
Chief Subu on the side also couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly.
Chief Subu, Dean Lin. There's a major discovery. Zhang Ke took a deep breath.
Then together with Zijie, he gave out the mission of the probe that he had just made.
What? 1 kilogram of brown rock can refine 2 grams of elemental radium. I'm tired of being a good boy. Old Su. Hurry up and report this matter.
When Lin Qingshan heard this, his expression immediately became solemn and incomparable.
This wine. Drinking the hell out of it. Old Su. Why do you think about drinking all day and all night? What's wrong with you? Come on, let's go. Don't be a pain in the ass. As the communication ended, Zhang Ko and Lin Zijie looked at each other and both couldn't help but laugh. By the way, since the radium element here is very strong, can the behemoth absorb it? Zhang Ko thought about it and asked. I wonder if I try. Lin Zijie scratched his head. After all, he didn't have as much research as Zhang Ko regarding behemoths. Just give it a try. Zhang Ko also nodded. How to say that uranium and radium elements were radioactive elements, behemoths should be able to absorb them, right? Time once again flickered. It's already been half a month.
And the brown radium mine over here has been marked as the prehistoric number 1 radium mine.
After half a month of unremitting efforts,
Zhang Ku and the others had already obtained nearly 200 kilograms of radium element crystals.
Right now, the center of the prehistoric number 1 basin. Lu Chen always felt that he was a bit distracted for some time. But for a while, he didn't know why. From time to time, he raised his head to look at the sky. Looking during the daytime, and also at night. What a strong source of radiation. When Lu Chen tilted his head, he sensed an extremely strong source of radiation slowly approaching him. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be our hometown. Behemoth, this cough, do you want to taste it? Zhang Ke took the megaphone and walked to the feet of the behemoth, then said loudly. On the side, Lin Zijie was slightly stunned. Zhang Ke, is that how you directly contacted the behemoth? Anan Zhang Ke nodded. There isn't any high-tech translator? Lin Zijie was stunned. There isn't.
Lin Zijie was directly speechless and gave Zhang Ke a thumbs up, no X.
And at this moment, Lu Chen had lowered his head and looked at the container in front of them.
Although the powerful radiation had been sealed, Lu Chen could feel it.
The radiation from this thing was even a little stronger than uranium. Go! Lu Chen nodded, indicating to come and taste it. Good. Zhang Ke led Lin Zijie to quickly evacuate the basin. Then on top of the observatory, he began to observe the giant beast. Lu Chen used his own 2 fingers and held the tiny container.
Then he threw it directly into his mouth.
Ding, extremely strong radium elemental radiation detected. Begin absorbing. Ding, extremely strong radium radiation element detected. Start absorbing. Lu Chen nodded his head. Sure enough, with this physique, he could absorb anything.
Moreover, Lu Chen's heart always felt as if something big was about to happen. It seemed that his current strength wasn't able to stop it.
Getting stronger. His own current strength was still a bit weak. One had to enter the Red Lotus mode in order for one's strength to skyrocket exponentially. After that, Lu Chen silently waited. 10 minutes later, the 200 kilograms of radium elements were all absorbed by Lu Chen. Ding! Absorption complete. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 01 evolution point.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 points of atomic furnace energy. Ding!
Lu Chen secretly calculated. Although this element was strong, it was a little bit worse compared to the uranium element that was being purified every now and then. However, after consuming this element, Lu Chen then gained a new ability, which was radium radiation perception. The previous one was just uranium radiation perception. Grunt. Lu Chen stood up and looked into the distance. Then he slowly moved over, keeping up with the behemoth. Zhang Ke didn't know what the behemoth was doing, but just follow it.
That direction, isn't it the direction where we found the radium mine?
Lin Zijie said. Aha! Zhang Ke nodded. The 2 of them quickly boarded the Dragon Kingdom's helicopter and followed the behemoth.
Before, it was still possible to use the exploration vehicle to keep up with the speed of the behemoth.
But now, if they didn't use the helicopter, then they could only see the back of the behemoth.
The behemoth was moving rapidly in front of it, and the helicopter was right behind the behemoth, rapidly following. However, Zhang Ku and the 2 of them also determined that the behemoth's target was the prehistoric 1 radium mine location. Chapter 053, a quantum computer can't even calculate it, you're telling me it's simple?
Prehistoric, number 1 radium mine. Lu Chen was already standing on top of a brown earth. Feeling the radiation in these rocks, Lu Chen nodded with great satisfaction. Grunt.
Lu Chen pointed his finger at these rocks on the ground and then pointed at his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Ke, who was hovering above the sky, immediately understood. The radium elemental crystals, the behemoths could also eat them. Zhang Ke then immediately acted on this. Next, the Dragon Kingdom was divided into 3 parts. The first part was to fully refine and concentrate the uranium ore mined from the Lighthouse Kingdom. The second part was naturally to fully mine and refine this prehistoric radium mine. The third part was to continue the exploration of prehistory.
Once again, time passed by minute by minute.
Moreover, the Bear Country had also joined the refining team, which made the speed of refining much faster once again. Lin Zijie, on the other hand, took a portion of the physical researchers to start a series of calculations on prehistoric spacetime. His biggest purpose for coming to prehistory this time
It was to prove the existence of parallel spacetime. If he really proved parallel spacetime, then this would have set off a huge wave across the globe. At that time, perhaps mankind's technological level could thus directly step into a more advanced civilization. Lin Zijie seemed to have seen that day coming. Next, he was even more frantically involved in quantum computing. Lighthouse Nation's scientific research headquarters. During this period of time, Luke had hardly contacted prehistory much. Nor had he contacted the Dragon Kingdom or any other country. After all, the previous blow was just too great. As for Colonel John, who was also nowhere to be found inside this period of time, Luke was not sure about the specific situation. All he could do now was to do his best to calculate the time and place of the next wormhole opening. At the same time, in the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. That's not right, why can't we calculate it? Head, has your side calculated it yet? No, our number 1 computing team has activated 9 quantum computers. That's impossible. We're at full power on the number 2 side. This is the top of the world. Number 3, what's going on with number 3? No calculations. I don't know what's going on. The dynamic values are changing erratically. It's like what? It's as if the gravitational field of the wormhole is being disturbed by something. All the researchers from each group are working non-stop to calculate the location and time of the next wormhole opening. Theoretically, after the first 3 successes. After that it should all be solid. Why doesn't it work at this time? This one phenomenon didn't just happen in the Dragon Kingdom. A day later the Bear Country also discovered this phenomenon. And a week later, the Lighthouse Kingdom also discovered it. What the hell is going on here? At the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters, Su Guodong's brows were deeply furrowed. If the wormhole was undetectable and unperceivable, then only one thing would happen. One's country's scientific researchers would all be trapped in prehistoric spacetime. I've already contacted the people from the top physics research headquarters. They'll be here in a day, and they've also established quantum computational control with this side. The quantum computers on our side have also started calculating at full power. Lin Qingshan had changed the kind of scruffy image he had before. After all, this time the matter was important. Moreover, he still wanted to confirm one thing even more. That was, were these weird wormholes that had suddenly appeared 100 years ago really traveling into prehistoric time and space? As the foremost scientific academician in physics, he didn't agree with this statement. He precisely believes that these wormholes are actually teleporting not to prehistory. Rather, they are parallel worlds in time and space. In other words, the wormholes were not actually traveling through time, but through parallel spaces. Of course, this idea could only be in the minds of Lin Qingshan and the many physicists. Because they couldn't find any favorable evidence at the moment to prove that what they thought was correct. Now, if you look at it now, any way you look at it, it was mankind going back to prehistory. Prehistory. In the number 1 basin base. Lu Chen and Lin Zijie had just gotten the news that the wormhole could not be detected. However, there was no worry or fear on the faces of the two. After all, they had already treated this as a one-way journey long before they arrived. The wormhole values could be observed, but the location and time could not be determined. Moreover, the values were constantly fluctuating. Lin Zijie frowned and thought. Ahem, Zijie, how did you guys figure out this wormhole value thing? Zhang Ke came to Lin Zijie and asked. It's not that simple. Use the magnitude of the gravitational force we detected and then bring it into SPI 1 kmm2 cc3 lm. Stop. Say something that people can understand. Zhang Ke directly waved his hand, interrupting Lin Zijie, who was about to give another long speech. Calculated through gravity. Lin Zijie grinned. How simple it is. Zhang Ke raised his eyebrows, then since the value jumped around, it must have something to do with gravity. Isn't this quite simple? Simple? The corner of Lin Zijie's mouth tugged slightly. Chief Subu's side had activated almost all of the quantum computers in the entire Dragon Kingdom and hadn't even calculated the result. This thing is simple? You're telling me that this thing is simple? Zhang Ke scratched his head. I feel it's quite simple. After all, it's a quantum computer. When we calculated it before, didn't we calculate it in a day or two? 1 or 2 days. Lin Zijie took a deep breath. Looks like I have to give you a lesson. Zhang Ke scratched his head and quietly waited for Lin Zijie to follow. Chapter 054, 65 million years ago? Late Cretaceous period. Dinosaur mass extinction event? Prehistory, in the middle of the number 1 basin base. Zhang Ke was sitting upright waiting for Lin Zijie to start the lesson. Just at this moment, a huge eye just looked through the skylight. Behemoth. Even Zhang Ke, who had spent most of the year with the behemoth, was startled by the behemoth's actions. In fact, Lu Chen had originally planned to take a good nap. But just now, after listening to Lin Zijie's long speech, Lu Chen was also interested. So he quietly leaned his head over. Just lying in front of the house like that, so that pair of huge eyes was naturally seen by Zhang Ke inside the house. A giant beast?
Lin Zijie turned back and saw such a huge eye staring at him through the window, and for a moment, he was a little creeped out.
Lu Chen grunted twice, signaling them to ignore himself. The behemoth told us to continue.
Zhang Ke said with a smile.
You can really understand the words of the behemoth?
Lin Zijie came back to his senses and coughed lightly.
A little bit.
Zhang Ke helplessly shrugged his shoulders.
That's good.
Lin Zijie took a deep breath, ran through his thoughts and began to say. Ever since we observed the wormhole more than 100 years ago, we began to vigorously detect and calculate it.
Eventually, after 30 years of unremitting efforts, the Dragon Kingdom was able to accurately predict the location of the wormhole's next appearance.
And after another 100 years of hard work, we calculated that the wormhole was traversable and began exploring it half a year ago. The location and time of these 3 wormhole openings were all calculated through that fixed gravitational value of the wormhole. But as soon as the value changed, we needed to recalculate for 2 days. But right now, the values are changing almost all the time, so how easy can it be to calculate the time and location of the next wormhole opening?
So it turns out to be so. Zhang Ke nodded.
And at this moment, Lu Chen also nodded. Good lord, so that's what happened.
Cough cough Zhang Ke, did the giant beast just nod its head as well?
Lin Zijie swallowed his saliva.
Yes, Zhang Ke nodded once more. It's hard to believe that the behemoth understood what I just said?
A particularly bold idea popped up in Lin Zijie's mind. Zhang Ke did not reply. The behemoth was intelligent, this he was very sure of. However, to what extent the degree of intelligence was, he did not know. It couldn't be that the behemoth could really understand what Lin Zijie had just said.
Lu Chen really did understand it. At least we were a science academician before.
Lin Zijie coughed lightly and continued, so, in this way, the difficulty of calculation can be exponentially increased. However, the only news we have received is that there must be something interfering with the gravitational waves of the wormhole.
What is it that can interfere with gravity? Zhang Ke asked. What can interfere with gravity? That's naturally gravity as well.
Lin Zijie was speechless and held his forehead. It's like, our blue star is being pulled by the sun's gravitational interference, and the moon star is being pulled by our blue star's interference.
And right now, this kind of thing happened. The blue star's gravitational waves were disturbed, which naturally led to the gravity of the wormhole being disturbed as well.
So, now the wormhole gravity value is constantly jumping, and it's impossible to calculate the exact time and location.
If we can't detect it, then it's very likely that we'll miss the next wormhole.
Lin Zijie sighed helplessly.
Zhang Ke also sighed similarly. Faced with this problem, they really couldn't think of any good solutions. Right now, they could only rely on the quantum computer.
And at this moment, Lu Chen was also silently digesting the problems that Lin Zijie had said. In addition, in this recent period of time, Lu Chen always felt a little uneasy in his mind. It was as if something big would happen.
Gurgle. Lu Chen grunted and made a sound. Gravity could only be disturbed and pulled by gravity. The blue star is pulled by the sun, the moon star is pulled by the blue star. Then what else could pull the gravitational fluctuations? It couldn't be an asteroid. 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 Golem. Nima. Asteroid. Lu Chen was wide awake. It's the asteroid. It can't be that unlucky. How long have I survived in prehistory? An asteroid hit the Earth? 65 million years ago? Late Cretaceous, dinosaur extinction event? Nima.
If it weren't for the fact that there are still a lot of Dragon Kingdom researchers and equipment houses around.
Lu Chen directly jumped up. My life in prehistory has just gotten on track, and I'm given an asteroid impact? The time is right, the place is right. No wonder me always feel a little distracted these days. It's been a long time coming. It must not be done. Hurry up and tell the people in the Dragon Kingdom about this. Hurry up and send uranium to Little Master.
Otherwise, he may be able to resist, but these old folks can be directly hiccups off.
If they die, who will they find to mine and purify the ore for them?
This will not work.
Roar.
Lu Chen returned to the center of the basin and roared to the heavens. In the center of the Dragon Kingdom basin base.
Zhang Ke quickly stood up. What's going on?
Lin Zijie felt like his ears had gone a little deaf. How would I know, however? The behemoth must be up to something, go and take a look. Zhang Ke shrugged his shoulders. Then, he led Lin Zijie to the area in the center of the basin. 10 minutes later, a group of researchers all arrived at the foot of the behemoth. After Lu Chen saw Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie, he pointed his finger at the two of them.
What is the meaning of the behemoth coughing? It won't want to eat us, right?
Lin Zijie coughed lightly. He had spent less than a month with the behemoth, and in the face of such a behemoth, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't scared.
Of course not.
Zhang Ke smiled. Let's go, the behemoth definitely wants to communicate with us. Lin Zijie let out a sigh of relief and followed behind Zhang Ke, walking towards the behemoth together.
Chapter 055, Mystery Solved. The Cretaceous catastrophe was coming. The center of the prehistoric basin. Lu Chen nodded after seeing Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie come to his side. However, how should he indicate to them that the next 8 or 9 years were going to be a great extinction event with an asteroid collision? Gollum! 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 Lu Chen pointed at them with his finger, and then pointed at the sky, and then his own right hand was clenched into a fist-like shape. It ruthlessly smashed up towards the rocky ground on one side. Bang! For a moment, the sky collapsed, and the two of them, Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie, were directly shaken to the ground by this powerful vibration. Cough! Lin Zijie fell on his back. Zhang Ku, what is the behemoth trying to say? I want to think about it. Zhang Ku assisted Lin Zijie, then thought about it and said. The behemoth is saying that I'm going to over this dome. Off! Lin Zijie's face went black after hearing this. Ahem, just kidding. Zhang Ku scratched his head, then thought seriously. Pointed at us, then pointed at the sky, and then smashed his right palm into a fist on top of the ground. The more it looked like he was going to up the sky. Zhang Ku hurriedly shook his head. After thinking for half a day, he froze and didn't understand the meaning of the giant beast. Lu Chen also felt that his expression was a bit too abstract. Then, he thought of a solution. Roar! Raising his head, Lu Chen roared, and strange infrasound waves immediately spread out in all directions. Wind God Pterodactyl swarm. All of them give orders to the master. Send out 20 sturdy Wind God Pterodactyls. Then look for rocks that are smaller than yours. Then bring them to me. Don't put down any rocks without our orders. Lu Chen spread his orders all over. The infrasound waves quickly penetrated everything, in just a second. It had already reached the Wind God Pterodactyls in the Wind God Canyon. The cry of the Wind God Pterodactyls. New. The Wind God Pterodactyl group immediately began to get busy. In the end, 20 Wind God Pterodactyls with wings spread out at least 30 meters departed from the Wind God Canyon. They then arrived in the valley not far away and began to look for rocks. These Wind God Pterodactyls were all incredibly strong. Even if they were carrying rocks that were more than a dozen meters wide, it was more than enough. After they all carried rocks with a minimum diameter of 10 or so meters, they began to fly with all their might in the direction of basin number 1. And at this time, the basin. Lu Chen, on the other hand, got up and walked towards the direction of the Dragon Country's research base. What was the giant beast trying to do? I don't know. Is it trying to tear down our base? I don't think so. While all the researchers were wondering what the behemoth was up to, the behemoth had stopped in front of the research base. The behemoth had already stopped in front of the research base. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Chen found the Quantum 901 computer. Back when he was using electromagnetic interference. It was this thing that had released a few beams of electromagnetic signals on himself. Right now, let's hope that our hometown will understand what I mean. Lu Chen tapped this Quantum 901 machine with his hand. Quantum machine. Zhang Ku jogged all the way over with Lin Zijie. Lu Chen nodded, followed by pointing at the sky once more. Quantum machine, the sky. Zhang Ku continued. Lu Chen nodded once more. Then, after waiting for 5 minutes, the distant group of Wind God Pterodactyls finally arrived above the basin. Lu Chen cracked his big mouth and roared, signaling for these Wind God Pterodactyls to drop all the rocks where there were no humans. Shoo! 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 Immediately followed by 20 huge rocks 600 or 700 meters up in the air directly smashed down towards the forest in the distance. Bang! Bang! A series of booming sounds resounded continuously. Lu Chen pointed his finger in the direction of the forest. Then he lowered his head and looked at Zhang Ku. I should be able to understand what I mean after acting so obviously myself. Rocks. Falling. Zhang Ku froze for a moment and said. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. This guy's understanding is still pretty good, huh? Quantum machine sky rock fall. Lin Zijie also muttered at the side. What on earth is the meaning of the giant beast expressing ah? Quantum machine sky above rockfall. Zhang Ku, on the other hand, repeatedly chewed on these words. Quantum machine. Sky. Rockfall. In the next second, Zhang Ku's eyes erupted with a horrified light. He grabbed Lin Zijie by his side. Zijie. I got it. What is it? Lin Zijie also asked hurriedly. Sky. Rockfall. A meteorite fall ah. That prehistoric holocaust of the late Cretaceous biological extinction ah. Zhang Ku said excitedly and incomparably. Lin Zijie basically hadn't blurted out much since he was a child. But after hearing Zhang Ku's words, he couldn't help it. Not bad. Not bad. 65 million years ago, the late Cretaceous extinction event. It was caused by an asteroid about 10 kilometers in diameter crashing into the blue planet, thus leading to the demise of the dinosaurs that had ruled the blue planet for 1.6 billion years. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. Lin Zijie's pupils trembled a little. Moreover, asteroids were self-gravitating. That's why the recent wormholes are always undetectable.
Because this was the passage between the blue planet and prehistory, so if the prehistoric wormholes were unstable, then the original spacetime ones were naturally unstable as well.
It's quantum entanglement. Got it. Got it. Finally, we know why we can't detect where the next wormhole will appear. It's because. Speaking of which, cold sweat ran down above Lin Zijia's forehead.
He and Zhang Ke looked at each other and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. Because the asteroid that had caused the extinction of the Cretaceous dinosaurs had already entered the gravitational capture range of Blue Star.
Chapter 056, Cataclysm is coming. An incoming asteroid with a diameter of 30 kilometers. Captured by the gravity of the Blue Star. What did this mean?
Zhang Ke's face turned a little ugly as things were most likely going in the worst direction.
Should I say we're lucky or we're unlucky? Lin Zijie couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh even now.
Lifting his head, he looked at the sky and said, 65 million years ago in prehistory, the Cretaceous extinction event, the asteroid impacted the blue planet. Such a coincidence can make us bump into it. This can be lower than the chances of winning the lottery. Because the asteroid's gravity disturbed the gravity of the wormhole on the blue planet, the value of the wormhole gravity we've detected now is erratic.
So since we already know that the asteroid has appeared, is there any way to continue detecting the wormhole data? Zhang Ke asked.
Impossible. Lin Zijie smiled bitterly. This data is not something we can calculate with our current means. Even my Quantum 901 computer can't calculate it out. The most I can do now is to modify my equipment for observing asteroid trails and the location of asteroid impacts. Zhang Ke sniffed, and a look of deep helplessness hung on his face. Although the human race was strong, and the development of civilization far surpassed any period above the Blue Star. However, in the face of such heavenly visitors, they only felt a deep powerlessness. Roar! Right at this moment, Luchan suddenly gave these little misfits a roar. What? This is morning? Aren't there still masters around? Hurry up and mine the good stuff for master. Although Luchan didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to blast that asteroid that was strong enough to cause the destruction of the Triassic era right now. But as long as he can open the half-red lotus state, that would allow the energy of the atomic furnace in his body to explode thousands of times more powerful. At that time, it might be possible to tough it out. Luchan pointed to the container behind his body and then pointed to his mouth. When Zhang Ke heard this, his eyes immediately became firm. Everyone! All of you, cheer up for me. Our wormhole exploration program this time. It was originally a one-way journey. All members of the Dragon Kingdom. Are you afraid? Zhang Ke walked up to the crowd of researchers as well as defenders and said loudly. Not afraid. Wimpy? Not wimpy. Good. Zhang Ke yelled out to all members. Work at full strength. From now on, 24 hours non-stop refining radium and uranium elements. We may not be able to withstand a small meteorite, but the behemoth can certainly withstand it. Let's feed the beast before we witness the Triassic extinction. Let's feed the behemoth. Yes. The many researchers all perked up. Die? Scared? Scared. But wimpy? Not wimpy. Lin Zijie also secretly nodded his head when he saw that all the emotions of the crowd had been mobilized. He also finally knew why Zhang Ke was chosen for this wormhole exploration program. Our top physics research department can't wimp out either. Calculate the asteroid's trajectory and the location and time of the collision with all your might. Lin Zijie walked to the side of his team and said cheerfully. Yes, sir. Chief. Next, all the researchers once again went into a frenzy of work. At night, in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's research base in Basin 1. Jason from the Bear Country was also here, and during the daytime, Zhang Ke had already told him about the prehistoric matter. Did it succeed? Zhang Ke asked. It's almost done. Zhou was debugging the communication signal with the two of them, Lin Zijie. This asteroid can really give us a hard time. Zhou couldn't help but smack his lips. This is great, the quantum signal is affected. Lin Zijie also couldn't help but smack his lips, indeed. But fortunately, this time, Lin Zijie's team had brought a lot of good equipment with them, and the establishment of the quantum communication was quickly recompleted. The communication was completed and established. Zhou looked at the crowd and quickly said. Soon, the screen from the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters was transmitted over. Just after the transmission of the screen was completed, Su Guodong's slightly anxious voice rang out. What's going on? How did the signal suddenly break this afternoon? Lin Zijie took a deep breath, then quickly spilled the beans on what he and the others had discovered in prehistory. What? The asteroid is going to hit Blue Star? Su Guodong's eyes jutted out fiercely when he heard this. What? At this time, Lin Qinshan also entered the picture. An asteroid impacting the Blue Star? So that's how it turned out. No wonder the recent wormhole gravity values have appeared to float in an unorganized manner. Scratch that. Zijie. If that's the case, aren't you all going to stomp? Lin Zijie is speechless. Grandpa, please restrain yourself. We may really have to stir our legs this time.
Old man, I do not want to send the black hair off.
Lin Xingshan said with a black face. Zijia, use your quantum 901 to calculate the wormhole data, and then calculate it together with our side. In this way,
we can be twice as fast.
Grandpa, you're the top physics research buccaneer. Do you think that's possible? Lin Zijia was silent for a while and said in a low voice.
Lin Xingshan stopped talking after hearing this. Yeah. This is completely impossible. Grandpa, quantum communication next, we can only maintain it for an hour every day.
The rest of the time I'll devote entirely to asteroid impacts and orbital predictions.
Lin Zijia forced a smile and said, maybe the impact surface isn't in our hemisphere. At that time, maybe we can still survive.
Speaking of this, the smile on Lin Zijia's face became increasingly difficult to support.
Survive?
If it was really the Cretaceous supercatastrophe from 65 million years ago in prehistory, they would 100% not have survived.
Because no matter where the asteroid impacted on any part of the blue planet, the ensuing blue planet ecosystem would be devastated. Volcanoes all over the globe will be affected by this asteroid impact, resulting in huge eruptions.
Volcanic ash and some highly toxic substances were impacted tens of thousands of meters into the air and could completely envelop the entire blue planet.
It would turn Blue Star from a vibrant planet into a doomsday planet. And from then on, Blue Star will enter a state of river winter. With an impact of up to 2 million years. The signal is starting to float on a large scale. No, I can't catch the signal.
Zhou suddenly said, and in the next second, sure enough, the communication with the original time and space came to a screeching halt.
Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said in a hard voice, start.
The mining team expanded, and all of the Bear Country's personnel as well as the Dragon Countries, as well as those defenders all joined the mining and refining team as well. Right now it had reached the point where it was a race against time. The next day, with dark circles under his eyes, Lin Zijia quickly found Zhang Ke. Last night, I had already modified our detector successfully. The asteroid was already tracked this morning. However, the data we observed is too far from what we speculated in the future. Lin Zijia said somberly, the data we speculated was that the asteroid that destroyed the dinosaurs was 10 kilometers in diameter. But the signals from our probe just now show that it's not 10 kilometers in diameter. The radius alone has arrived at 15 kilometers.
Initial deduction.
This asteroid is over 30 kilometers in diameter.
30 kilometers? Zhang Ke's eyes popped.
A 10-kilometer meteorite could have caused the extinction of 75 organisms on the prehistoric blue planet.
For this to come in at 30 kilometers, wouldn't it be 100 direct biological extinctions?
Then, he suddenly thought of a certain possibility and hurriedly looked at Lin Zijia.
Chapter 057, let's give the behemoth one last gift. Zijia, if you didn't miscalculate your data, then there's most likely only one answer. As much as Zhang Ke didn't want to admit this possibility, right now things had already far exceeded their knowledge.
Only the theory that Lin Zijia had presented to him earlier could explain it. It might really be possible that this place is a parallel dimension. Zhang Ke said with an incomparable gravity. Lin Zijia nodded. Long after he had gotten the data from the asteroid, he had already deduced it in his mind. I'm not sure if it's really parallel spacetime, but there is one thing. The asteroid is accelerating towards us at a crazy speed. Moreover, its speed has already reached 80,000 kilometers per hour.
It's not even close to us yet and it's already going 80,000 kilometers per hour? The corner of Zhang Ke's mouth twitched viciously. This wasn't even the fastest speed, the asteroid was still accelerating. Lin Zijia let out a bitter laugh. What about the expected time of impact? Zhang Ke asked.
1 week. Lin Zijia took a deep breath. The location is in the forest on the edge of the basin we are in, and it's extremely wide.
Looks like we're really lucky. Zijia, calculate the wormhole with all your might, don't give up until the last minute.
Zhang Ke said gruffly.
Aha! In the next 3 days. The researchers refined the extremely strong radium and uranium elements.
All of these elements naturally entered the belly of the giant beast.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 02 evolution points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 points of atomic furnace energy.
Ding! King of Monsters template progress 568. Ding!
Atomic furnace energy in body 1.1 million 5 million. Ding! In the past, this speed would have been fast.
But now, it's slow. Too slow.
And Lu Chen was sensing the dangers above the sky every day. Right now, that huge asteroid could be observed with the naked eye.
It was especially clear to see at night.
If this smashed down, one's dinosaur minions would probably go extinct.
How can this work? Right now, one had to need a lot of energy to do so. Radiation. Beams. River energy. As long as it was energy, one could absorb all of it.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He could still remember the second time when the Dragon Kingdom sent supplies over. But there were rows and rows of camouflage armored vehicles.
It was impossible that nothing could be transported on top of those armored vehicles, right?
Only, at that time, Lu Chen didn't feel any radiation, so he didn't care.
Lu Chen just thought that those were just very ordinary weapons.
But right now, if he thought about it carefully, Lu Chen realized that there was a problem.
The Dragon Kingdom, Lu Chen had also heard Zhang Ke talk about it.
The strength above the Blue Star is very strong, whether it is military or science and technology. All of them were at the leading position, alongside the Lighthouse Kingdom.
So, how could the Dragon Kingdom send some sub-weapons over? Those weapons. Definitely good stuff. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't even damn well help but give himself a nod.
Even though we've turned into a giant beast, our brains are still sharp.
Gulp. Lu Chen grunted twice, then slowly walked over to the Dragon Kingdom's research team. Behemoth, what's wrong?
Zhang Ke hurriedly put down the work in his hands and brought Lin Zijie along with him, to the outside of the basin. Lu Chen nodded, then pointed his finger at the row of camouflage armored vehicles that were neatly parked in the middle of the jungle not far behind them. Zhang Ke looked over, and after seeing that it was camouflage armored vehicles, he said, "It's a laser particle weapon, non-radiation, non-hazardous, and can generate a very strong high temperature in a split second."
High temperature. Saying that, Zhang Ke's pupils couldn't help but tremble. High temperature. High temperature was also a type of energy. Moreover, through that one time after the incident where the giant beast jumped into the volcano to take a bath,
Zhang Ke also came to know that behemoths were able to absorb high temperatures.
Right. Why didn't I think of that?
It turns out that we have been walking into a misunderstanding all along.
We always thought that behemoths could only grow by absorbing uranium radiation and radium radiation. But in fact, behemoth can absorb any energy, including thermal energy.
After listening to Zhang Ke, Lin Zijie muttered, "If it absorbs heat energy, that's simple. I can use the equipment I brought with me to boost the power of these laser particle weapons once again. At most, it will become a one-time use, like using up the tolerance limit of these weapons in one go." Zhang Ke's eyes had revealed a glint of essence. "Zhou,
stop all work. Use all your strength to connect to the research headquarters."
Zhou replied cheerfully. Half an hour later, the Dragon Kingdom's research headquarters was once again connected.
"How's it going? Any discoveries?" Above the screen, the images of the two people, Su Guodong and Lin Xingshan, were instantly transmitted over.
If one looked closely, the temples of the two old men seemed to have become even grayer within the past few days.
"Chief Su Bu, I'm applying for the use of a laser particle weapon," Zhang Ke said heavily.
"What's the point of applying for it?
Use it directly. Use it however you want,"
Su said quickly. "There is one more thing." Zhang Ke took a deep breath and smiled sagely.
"Chief Su Bu, we definitely won't survive.
We have already calculated that the diameter of this asteroid is at 30 kilometers, which is bigger than what we predicted in the future. Or rather, it wasn't predicted in the future, it was predicted in our moment." "What do you mean?" Su Guodong's brows furrowed. "Such a huge asteroid is accelerating right now. From 80,000 kilometers per hour 3 days ago, it has accelerated to 1,200,000 kilometers now." Zhang Ke corrected his glasses. "According to Zijie's calculations, when the asteroid enters the atmosphere, its speed can rise to 140,000 kilometers per hour. Not to mention that we don't have an island bomb now. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to intercept it at this speed."
"Then can we reduce the power of the asteroid with laser particle weapons?" Su asked in a deep voice. "Cannot."
Zhang Ke shook his head. "Even if we use it, at most we can only destroy a corner of the asteroid. We can't stop the asteroid at all. Therefore, our next plan is to modify the laser particle weapon to become a one-time use high-energy beam weapon, as the final growth energy for the behemoth." After Zhang Ke finished speaking, Su Guodong's side fell silent. Even the chatterbox, Lin Xingshan, closed his eyes at this moment. "Good. Let's give the behemoth one last gift before witnessing this epic event.
Let go and do it. You have my full support," Su said with a loud voice. Chief Su Bu." Zhang Ke was shaken.
This scene was naturally seen by all of Lu Chen.
Good lord, these people were too damn melodramatic. It's not like it's a parting of life and death.
As long as he evolved himself once more, he would definitely be able to take out that little meteorite in the sky.
Red Lotus mode? You think it's a joke? If you can turn on the strongest Red Lotus mode, Lu Chen felt like he could destroy the entire Blue Star.
So that little meteorite is nothing more than a small brick he uses to measure his strength.
Come on, a few people, all drive the laser armored cars inside the basin. Then form a circle.
That way, the behemoth will be able to receive heat from all sides.
Chief,
the maximum power of this particle weapon is actually limited by encryption.
What should we do? Encryption? It's directly deciphered with our quantum 901. Keep expanding the power.
That way, the weapon will be scrapped after one use, boss.
Nonsense. You think we can use it a second time?
That's why. Expand the power as much as you can.
Hey. All right. The beam particle weapon is complete. Good. Everyone, exit the basin.
Let's just witness how strong this prehistoric asteroid really is.
Ha!
Over the course of 3 days, all the prehistoric crews worked day and night to remodel and debug. Finally, a one-time high-energy beam particle weapon was built in the middle of the basin.
As for the power, they're not sure. Anyway, it wouldn't be too weak. After all the personnel had evacuated the basin and arrived at an observation point,
Zhang Ke then said loudly, "Everyone, put on your goggles.
Next, the modified beam particle weapon will be activated." Yes, Captain. Chapter 058, Half Red Lotus Mode. Red Lotus Spiral Hotline. Dragon Kingdom Research Base Headquarters. In the middle of the general control room, the two people, Su Guodong and Lin Xingshan, were also staring at the monitor in front of them with a deadly stare. At this moment, it wasn't just them. There were also people from the Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters and the top Quantum Physics Scientific Research Headquarters, all looking at the prehistoric everything in front of them. At the same time, there were also the Bear Country's scientific researchers. As for the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Lighthouse Nation, the Dragon Kingdom did not authorize the right to observe them. Because Zhang Ku and the others had given up on calculating wormhole data, quantum communication was naturally enhanced. Within these few days, prehistory and future had never been disconnected. And everyone didn't want to disconnect. Prehistory. The center of Basin 1.
30 modified high-energy particle beam armored vehicles just formed a circle.
Then aimed at Lu Chen in the center of the basin. 50 kilometers away. Zhang Ke's hand held the start button.
Quietly, he waited for the charge to finish. On the side, Lin Zijie was paying attention to the recharge reminder in his hand at all times.
Drop. Charged to 30. Dripping. Charged to 35. Drip. Charged to 40. Just then, an alarming sound rang out. Look at the sky. The asteroid has entered the atmosphere.
I want to take a picture of it with my cell phone and send it to my friends.
You. Ahem, that's what I was thinking. Ha!
Above the sky, the asteroid that arrived at 30 kilometers in diameter was rushing towards the ground at a speed of 160,000 kilometers per hour. This scene was naturally recorded by the prehistoric quantum cameras. This was perhaps the last recorded footage they had in prehistory.
At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters, the top Quantum Physics Scientific Research Headquarters,
and all the scientific researchers from the Bear Country all stood up. Their gazes were filled with awe.
Hero.
Every single one of these people involved in the prehistoric exploration mission. All of them were heroes.
Dropping. Charged to 50. Dropping. Charged to 70. Dropping. Charged to 90. At this moment,
the 30 high-energy particle beam weapons in the center of the basin began to heat up. The charge has long exceeded the limits of these materials. Even the temperature of the entire center of the basin began to rise. The grass and trees around the basin all scorched.
Roar! Roar! Suddenly, many dinosaurs suddenly appeared around the basin. Looking closely, there were all kinds of dinosaurs. The most conspicuous one was naturally the prehistoric overlord. Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus rex.
And Spinosaurus and so on. At this moment, all of them seemed to be able to sense the next disaster.
Even though they were afraid, they didn't look like they were running away.
All the dinosaurs were quietly waiting for their king.
Dropping. Charged to 100. Zhang Ku. Okay.
Lin Zijie quickly yelled.
Activate.
Zhang Ke pressed the start button without hesitation.
The next second, the basin suddenly erupted with a hot and incomparable light.
And all the dinosaurs closed their eyes at this moment. There was a protective film in their eyes, so the beam of light was dazzling though. But it didn't arrive at a point where it could flash the dinosaurs' eyes.
And at this moment, the center of the basin, Lu Chen felt this scorching heat. This is much more energizing than soaking in a volcano. A volcano is a warm bath. This laser beam weapon is barely a hot bath. Ding. Superheated energy detected. Absorbing. Ding. Superheat detected. Begin absorption.
The heat energy was constantly being absorbed by Lu Chen. And he also raised his head. A pair of cold and merciless eyes were looking straight at the asteroid above the sky.
I'm not going to be able to do anything about it, but I'm going to do something about it. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it, but I'm going to be able to do something about it. Lu Chen grunted twice, then he accelerated the absorption of heat energy. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 02 evolutionary values.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 atomic furnace energy.
Ding. King of Monsters template progress 57. Ding. Atomic furnace energy in body 1.2 million 5 million. Ding. Superheat energy detected. Begin absorption. Ding.
The system's beeps were constantly ringing in his ears.
And Lu Chen could constantly feel the raging energy in his body. Very good. Very good. This scene was completely recorded in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's research base. After all, this was probably the last video footage of their research on the behemoth. Because up until now, the behemoth's body was still so mysterious. There were still many mysteries that hadn't been solved. Prehistory. The asteroid above the sky was falling continuously. And all of Zhang Ke's group at the edge of the basin were silently watching this. Extremely far away. Above the number 1 uranium deposit. The scientific researchers of the Lighthouse Nation had also discovered the meteorite above the sky. All of them threw away the digging tools in their hands. It's over, it's over. Oh, my God. We shouldn't even be here. I want to go home. A meteorite that big will kill us all. God. Lord. Save us. Some people directly knelt on the ground and began to pray. Captain Simon was staring at the sky with a blank look in his eyes. There was a deadness in his eyes. The center of Basin 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of evolutionary value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of evolutionary value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of evolutionary value. Ding. King of Monsters template unlock progress, 60. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.3 million points of atomic furnace energy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.3 million points of atomic furnace energy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.3 million points of atomic furnace energy. Boom. Suddenly and directly, the entire basin shook for it. And those particle weapons were all consumed, becoming scrap metal. Lu Chen took a deep breath, then tilted his head and roared. Roar. This voice directly shocked prehistory. None of it was a manifestation of the behemoth overlord status. Ding. The King of Monsters template is unlocked to 60. Ding. Congratulations to the host on acquiring the skills Half Red Lotus Mode and Red Lotus Spiral Hotline. Red Lotus Spiral Hotline. When the host enters Red Lotus mode, by consuming the energy of the superatomic furnace in his body, he can obtain hundreds of times the energy of the Red Lotus Spiral Hotline, and then launch a powerful Red Lotus Spiral Hotline from his mouth, with a power directly proportional to the energy of the atomic furnace used. Ding. Current furnace energy 5.1 million, 5 million. Ding. Expansion of the furnace has begun. Ding. Expansion complete. Ding. Current atomic furnace energy 5,100,000,000. Ding. After listening to the series of system beeps, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth grinned fiercely. Then he fiercely looked towards the small meteorite that was getting closer and closer in the sky above. It couldn't be said to be small. It was bigger than himself anyway. Scratch that. I'm very upset. You Beast Master is upset. Roar. Lu Chen roared to the heavens. Half Red Lotus mode. In the next second, an intense hot red light suddenly erupted above Lu Chen's dorsal fin. And his entire body, all of his armor scales also began to turn crimson at this moment. In the distance, amongst the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research team, Zhang Ku and the others also discovered the abnormality of the behemoth. Cough cough, the behemoth shouldn't be trying to use its kind of beam attack to destroy the asteroid, right? Lin Zijie coughed lightly and asked. The behemoth's beam attack, which we've long since calculated, couldn't possibly destroy that asteroid at all. That's an asteroid 30 kilometers in diameter. The behemoth's physique was only less than half a kilometer. Zhang Ke gave a bitter laugh and said. Lin Zijie also smiled helplessly. But in the next second, they only felt that the air around them started to become hot and dry. And many crimson lines began to appear on the behemoth's body. They had no choice but to retreat with all their might. Right now, Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the meteorite. With a morose smile, he did so. Red Lotus Spiral Hotline. Roar. Chapter 059. The behemoth is so handsome. It's so handsome. Prehistoric basin. Lu Chen opened his giant mouth of the abyss, directly draining the atomic furnace energy from his body. 5 million points of atomic furnace energy. Combined with the exponential surge ability of the Half Red Lotus mode, the super version of the Red Lotus Spiral Hotline is like a giant red energy mass. In a diffuse manner, it impacted towards the 30-kilometer diameter asteroid in the sky. Does the behemoth possess such a powerful beam attack? Why didn't we know that? No. You guys take a closer look. Those red lights on the surface of the behemoth are dimming. Maybe the behemoth is consuming its life force to release the beams. Captain. The temperature of the behemoth's body is plummeting. The radiation levels are also plummeting. The scientific researcher quickly came to Zhang Ke's side in a hurry. Behemoth Zhang Ke's throat wriggled twice. There were already hot tears in his eyes. These values represented the life force of the giant beast. Of course, they naturally didn't know that all of these values were actually emanated from the atomic furnace energy within Lu Chen's body. Bang! Rumble! The next second, The earth-shattering roar exploded directly above the heads of all the researchers. The crimson light was dazzling. Give. Master. Disappear. Lost. Lu Chen roared. The next moment, everything was silent. What followed was naturally the dazzling light in the sky. The red light slowly disappeared. What disappeared with it was the asteroid that claimed to be 30 kilometers in diameter. An asteroid capable of destroying the Cretaceous period. This incomparably shocking scene was seen by all those who remained in prehistory. It wasn't just them. There was also everyone from the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters, as well as the top quantum physics scientific research departments, and so on. Asteroid no. Prehistory, there were scientific researchers who kept gulping up saliva. It's gone. It's just gone? This is the Cretaceous period of prehistory. 65 million years ago, an asteroid hit the blue planet. It's gone? Everyone couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Roar.
At this moment, the beast's voice resounded in everyone's ears, which pulled their minds back.
The asteroid was gone. I'm tired.
Zhang Ke just couldn't hold it together, this was too damn shocking.
Zhou Zhen. Is this all recorded? We came back from the dead. That's not true. I feel that we are living again.
Zhang Ke said with an overwhelming excitement.
Captain. The behemoth is too damn handsome. Handsome.
Zhou Zhen also supported Zhang Ke with both hands in excitement at this moment.
The Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. In the middle of the main control room. Old Su. Did you see that? The behemoth struck. The behemoth has struck. My grandson doesn't deserve to die.
He should not have been killed. Lin Qingshan was in tears, his body bones couldn't help but tremble. A huge stone hanging in Su Guodong's heart was finally released.
Handsome. The behemoth is invincible. I love behemoths to death. I'm going to give the behemoth a monkey. The behemoth can stomp out your SH with 1 foot. Ha! I don't care.
Applauding sounds like this were staged inside the various scientific research headquarters. And at this moment, the center of the prehistoric basin.
Lu Chen had already exited the half-red lotus state.
Good fellow, Master saved 5 million atomic furnace energy value, this time all gone. There are only 100,000 points left. I don't care about that much, in the future, this kind of bullskin pulling skill is better to use a little less.
I'm going to lie down and sleep for a while. The behemoth has fallen. The behemoth has fallen.
Just when Lu Chen had just laid down to sleep, the researchers of the Dragon Kingdom also discovered the abnormality of the behemoth and began to cry out in alarm.
All personnel. All return to their positions. Mining. Purification. All speed up the progress. Zhang Ku yelled. Yes, sir. Captain. Immediately, it only took about half an hour. All the researchers were once again on track.
And Zhang Ke led Zhou Zhen and Lin Zijie to the center of the basin quickly.
The radiation value on the behemoth was even weaker than before. Zhang Ke looked at the instrument in his hand and his expression became grave. What the behemoth needed was something with high radiation energy.
Right now, the only thing to wait for was the radium and uranium elements. However, the fact that the behemoth was still breathing already proved that the behemoth would not die. Zhang Ke quickly spread the news that the behemoth would not die. The researchers immediately let go of their hearts after hearing this news.
Everyone's work also became more focused. Good. Sure enough. Getting along for half a year. It wasn't in vain.
Su said heavily and incomparably to the monitor in front of him. We will do our best to calculate the wormhole data on our side.
For the behemoth side, I'll leave it to you. Yes. Chief Bu.
Zhang Ke immediately nodded his head. This time, it could be said that the behemoth was a great favor to the Dragon Kingdom.
Moreover, also because of this time,
Su also realized a serious problem.
Or rather, it couldn't be considered serious. Rather, it was a problem that was unexpected and reasonable. That is this wormhole really traveling back in time to prehistory? It doesn't make sense now, no matter how you look at it.
The prehistoric mass extinction event of 65 million years ago has already passed.
According to the time paradox, then humans should have disappeared from the blue planet. But that's not true. Then there seems to be only one answer. When things don't add up, quantum mechanics.
Unexplained, parallel spacetime.
Su muttered. Old Lin. Perhaps this time, it really is as you say.
On the side, Lin Qingshan's face also became solemn.
Alas, to speak from the bottom of my heart. I actually don't want this theory to become a reality from the bottom of my heart.
Why? At this time, it was Su Guodong's turn to be stunned.
Old Lin, haven't you been studying quantum physics all your life? Isn't it good that this matter right now can already confirm that parallel worlds exist? This is a conclusion that can make the entire physics world explode today. Lin Qingshan let out a bitter smile. If parallel spacetime really exists, then do you dare to guarantee that there won't be intelligences from other spacetime leaping to our spacetime? This Su froze and muttered, I don't think so, right? Then how did we travel to the world of the giant beasts? Lin Qingshan asked in return. Su Guodong couldn't answer this time.
However, it doesn't have to be so pessimistic. Maybe people from other parallel time and space aren't as powerful as us.
Moreover, this conclusion of parallel time and space can be considered to exist for the time being, but what if it's not?
Lin Qingshan patted Su Guodong's arm. Well, old Su, how to say that our people this time but 9 deaths? We have an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, if you don't die in a great disaster, you'll be blessed in the aftermath.
Go!
I haven't even drunk the wine from the last time I screwed you over.
Ha!
Su Guodong smiled helplessly.
Prehistory. Everything was once again on track.
The fact that the behemoth had used its life force to save mankind had penetrated deep into the hearts of these researchers. And Lu Chen had recently begun his recuperation mode during this time. Humans had decided that they were injured, which meant that their radiation levels were low. But in fact, it was the atomic furnace energy in his own body that had been used up, and right now, he only had 100,000 energy left.
Lu Chen leisurely leaned on top of the cliff in the basin, with uranium cookies on his left and radium drinks on his right.
Those dinosaur minions of his also captured 2 large brontosaurus for himself from time to replenish his body.
Good guy, this little life is called a cozy ah. And Lu Chen was happy to do so. He was able to replenish the atomic furnace energy in his body.
He was able to restore his spiritual chi, and he was also able to grow his evolution points, which he used to unlock the King of Monsters template.
Why not be happy about it? Moreover, Lu Chen's King of Monsters template at the moment had already been unlocked to 60.
It's not far from 65 where he can bring his little brother along to evolve. Lu Chen had begun to look forward to when his little brother evolved along with him. What kind of reaction would these humans have? Clams.
Gollum. Chapter 060, The Giant Island That Appeared Out of Thin Air.
Preparing for the descent of the giant beast.
Lu Chen let out a mischievous laugh.
The surrounding Dragon Kingdom researchers discussed loudly after they heard the giant beast make a grunting sound.
Hurry up! Send over the uranium elemental crystals as well as the radium elemental crystals. Can't you see that the behemoth is starving and thin? Brother, how can you tell that the behemoth is starving and skinny? I feel like it's getting bigger than ever. You feel the same way? Me too. Stop all this bull and hurry up the purification team.
Yes, sir. The words of the surrounding people were all heard by Lu Chen. Yes, after absorbing such a powerful heat energy beam a few days ago, Lu Chen didn't know how big he was now.
Check the attributes. Lu Chen said in his mind. Host, Lu Chen. Sex, male. Height, 485 meters.
Weight, 1.2 million tons. Atomic furnace energy, 100 billion. After arriving at 10 million energy, the atomic furnace will be able to expand its energy storage. Characteristics: absorption of food energy, absorption of explosion energy, absorption of river energy, absorption of radiation energy, absorption of heat from particle beams.
Senses: heat sense, river sense, radiation sense, radium sense, uranium sense.
Skills: atomic spit, dorsal fin energy ray, super uranium hotline, electromagnetic interference, half red lotus mode, red lotus spiral hotline. Good lord, he's almost 500 meters tall now.
Lu Chen couldn't help but smack his lips. Checking the progress of the King of Monsters template. Ding. King of Monsters template unlock progress, 601. Ding.
When unlocked to 65, you can obtain the skill, Designated Creature Evolution. Designated Creature Evolution: once the host has unlocked to 65, the creature attribute points function can be turned on, and any creature can be used to obtain attribute energy points, and then the evolution can be completed by assigning the attribute energy points to the creatures that the host wishes to evolve. Ding.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the introduction of this skill. We ourselves are considered creatures, right? Can we give these what attribute points to add to our own body? System, these attribute energy points, can I give them to myself to use? Lu Chen asked in his mind. Ding.
Yes, at that time, they will be exchanged for the unlocked progress points that the host needs according to the corresponding ratio.
After getting the system's reply, Lu Chen asked again. Then what is the meaning of obtaining attribute energy points through any creature? Letting me eat these creatures? Ding. There are 2 ways to obtain them. First, eat into the host's abdomen and it will be converted into attribute energy points.
Second, through the emotions of these creatures, you can obtain the corresponding attribute energy points.
Lu Chen once again half smiled his eyes. The first one is simple, just eat it.
The second is the emotions of living creatures, such as joy, anger, panic, and shock.
Humans are also creatures. Well. Now there's something to do. But before that, we should replenish the missing energy in our body. Oh, my god. These people don't let me worry about them day in and day out.
In the next 2 months, the gravitational influence of the asteroid finally disappeared.
the center of the Dragon Kingdom's research base. Old Zhao, have you calculated the location? Su found the wormhole location calculation team. Cough, Chief Boo, the location is calculated. A middle-aged man with glasses lightly coughed twice.
He was the leader of the wormhole calculation team, and he also possessed a pivotal position among the scientific research headquarters.
What about the time? Su asked again.
Old Zhao took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "This problem, it appears above this time."
What's going on?
When Su Guodong heard this, he always felt as if something bad was going to happen again. Actually, I had already calculated the coordinates of the next wormhole appearance a day ago. However, with regards to the time and the size of the wormhole opening, this time is very different from the past. Old Zhao began to slowly say, "In this day's time, I led our team to calculate no less than 10 times. The result of the calculation is,
the next wormhole will open in the southern Pacific Ocean."
After calling up the satellite image, the place where the wormhole opens is exactly on top of a giant uninhabited island in the southern waters of the Pacific Ocean.
But,
speaking of this, Old Zhao nodded to the researchers behind him. In the next second, above the large screen in front of them, 2 satellite images appeared. The date on the left was from a week ago, while the one on the right was captured today. Su Guodong looked at the large screen in front of him, and then his pupils gently shrunk as he muttered, "How is this possible?"
Bu Chang, our reaction at that time was the same as yours.
Old Zhao took a deep breath.
But, that giant uninhabited island just appeared out of nowhere.
Yes. On top of the satellite image on the left, in the middle of the southern waters of the Pacific Ocean, it was completely the vast ocean.
Not a single island.
But on the right side of the satellite map, a giant island just appeared out of nowhere.
Did you calculate the area? Su Guodong swallowed his saliva and asked.
It has been calculated out. It is about 400,000 square kilometers, a bit bigger than Sakura country.
Old Zhao replied.
And at this time, Lin Qingshan also came inside the wormhole calculation research room.
Old Su, you're also here. After meeting Su, Lin Qingshan didn't talk nonsense and directly entered the topic.
Old Zhao, we've already calculated it. The time you've deduced is consistent with us. Lin Qingshan handed the datasheet in his hand to Old Zhao. The next time the wormhole would open would be roughly 2 weeks later.
Moreover, the time of this opening is unknown. The preliminary estimate of the range is 2 to 3,000 meters. And the location of the wormhole opening was on top of that mysterious island that suddenly appeared.
What? When Su Guodong heard this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air.
Old Su, don't be shocked. What's even more shocking is yet to come, Lin Qingshan said solemnly. This time, the wormhole passage is surprisingly stable. Do you know what this means? Su's pupils shrunk and muttered, "This represents that we humans can travel to prehistory through wormholes.
And prehistoric creatures can also travel to our time and space through wormholes."
That's right.
Lin Qingshan nodded heavily.
So in that case prehistoric super creatures are going to descend into the future?
Su Guodong bulged his eyes and asked. Not exactly descending into the future, but rather coming from their time and space, to our time and space.
Lin Qingshan didn't deny it and then added.
But it's hard to say if it's specifically like what we calculated.
After all, the time of this wormhole opening is unknown. It could be an instant, or it could be an eternity. If it's an eternity, then the pattern of the world is going to change up. Let's go.
It's better to mentally prepare for these prehistoric creatures early. Especially the giant beasts.
Speaking of this, Lin Qingshan's face once again showed a look of gratitude. If it wasn't for the behemoths, his grandson, Lin Zijie, would have fallen into prehistoric time and space.
Then this matter must be notified to the top and the prehistoric people. Su Guodong had calmed down at this time. Since he couldn't change it, then he should accept it well. Besides, our Dragon Kingdom and the behemoth are still getting along very well. The future pattern of the world is going to change. Let's get ready for the prehistoric behemoths early. I just don't know how crazy the world will be by then.
Come on. Welcome to the new world. Chapter 061, Traveling Through the Super Wormhole. Behemoth. It's coming over. Dragon Kingdom Research Center Headquarters. Chief Subu, Mr. Luke has initiated a roundtable.
Good, I'll be right there. Su nodded. Needless to say, it must be because of the wormhole matter.
After all, the observation technology of the Lighthouse Kingdom was not much different from the Dragon Kingdom. 10 minutes later.
Above the round table, Luke had already been waiting here for a long time. Within this period of time, they had also observed the sudden appearance of a giant island in the southern waters of the Pacific Ocean.
Instead of an island, it was more like a small continent.
It was 400,000 square kilometers in size. But it's tiny compared to the vast Pacific Ocean. Luke, it's really hard to tell. We haven't seen each other for a while, but you've lost a lot of weight. Mr. Ivan Akasan was the first to come online. After seeing Luke, he said with a slanted eye.
Mr. Ivan, I didn't come here to fight with you this time.
Luke coldly said.
Then what are you here for? Are you here to talk to us about what gift you're going to give to the behemoth next? Ha! Akasan laughed out loud.
Regarding that asteroid impact havoc in prehistory, he had witnessed with his own eyes how the behemoth had annihilated that one asteroid with a diameter of 30 kilometers. At that time, the behemoth's appearance was so damn handsome. Therefore, at this moment, Akasan was already one of the behemoth's many fans. After Luke heard Akasan's words, he instantly closed his eyes. A while later, Sue came online. Seeing the cold-faced Luke and the smiling Ivan Akasan, there was no need to think that Luke must have lost the fight. Chief Subu, let's get straight to the point today. Luke immediately cut to the chase after seeing Sue on the line. I'm sure you guys have also discovered the super island that suddenly appeared in the southern waters of the Pacific Ocean, right? Sue nodded. According to our researchers' calculations and simulations, we have found that the coordinates of the next wormhole opening will be on that island. Moreover, the time of this wormhole opening is unknown now. Let me put it more simply, that is, prehistoric creatures might be able to pass through the wormhole and come to the future. Sue nodded once more. What Luke said was indeed good. After all, this point had been confirmed by all of the Dragon Kingdom's researchers. Therefore, we, the Lighthouse Nation, invite you to become a country amongst the Anti-Giant Beast Alliance. Luke said solemnly and incomparably. Anti-Giant Beast Alliance? Ha! Luke, are you not awake? Ivan Akasan, who was on the side, snorted after hearing Luke's words. Luke blackened his face and continued, Chief Subu, I'm sure you know that if the behemoths had always survived in prehistory, this would be fine. However, once the behemoth descends from prehistory into the future, what do you think will happen? Saying this, Luke lifted his head to stare straight at Su Guodong. Su Guodong put on a smile and said, What will happen? We will see the behemoths getting friendly with humans. Friendly relationship? Luke's face sank. Chief Subu, do you know how many personnel we have lost in prehistory? But, weren't those all your own fault? Su smiled once more. Mr. Luke, let me ask you, when we just descended into the prehistoric spacetime, did the giant beasts attack you guys? No, Luke frowned. The behemoths had already forgiven you for your first attack, so why did you choose not to make peace with the behemoths after the second wormhole opened, but instead chose to send out island bombs? Su shook his head. Mr. Luke, I would advise you to greet the behemoth's descent properly. Humph. Luke gave a deep grunt, then directly went offline. This Lighthouse Nation, it really is unrepentant. Akasan grinned. There's no way. Sue also smiled helplessly. However, right now, they might really not even be considered a threat to the behemoths. Also right. Akasan recalled the image of the behemoth that hardened itself against the asteroids with a divine and demonic stance again, and couldn't help but nod his head and say. 2 weeks later. Prehistoric world. Lu Chen had also gotten the news of the opening of the super wormhole from Zhang Ku a week ago. Good lord, Lu Chen called out straight away. A passageway between prehistory and the future. That has to be fun with Master's minions. Moreover, I heard that the super wormhole wasn't necessarily closed. In that case, wouldn't he be in prehistory if he wanted to be in prehistory? Be in the future if you want to be in the future? Having already determined the location of the super wormhole, Lin Zijie came to Zhang Ku's side and said quickly. Where is it? Zhang Ku asked hurriedly. You say coincidentally, it's right at the edge of the Wind God Canyon. Lin Zijie replied. Zhang Ku also couldn't help but smack his lips. Immediately afterward, he took all the researchers and started waiting. As for the southern waters of the Pacific Ocean in the original time and space, there were dark currents here. Ordinary small boats or even cargo ships didn't dare to set foot in it easily. Moreover, after this giant island appeared, it caused the global sea level to rise by 2 meters as a whole. It triggered some small coastal water levels to rise. However, for this sudden rise in water level, all of the coastal defenses of the Dragon Kingdom also successfully withstood it. Sakura Country, on the other hand, was a bit less fortunate. After all, the geographical location wasn't very good. Prehistory. Wind God Canyon. The super wormhole was about to open. Zhang Ke looked at the open space in front of him with a burning gaze. According to the time projection, there were almost a few seconds left. Sure enough, just as his words had fallen, an immense and incomparable wormhole just suddenly appeared in front of all the researchers. Lu Chen was also staring at this wormhole. When the super wormhole opened and stabilized, the feeling given to Lu Chen was one word, big. Sure enough, it was a super wormhole. It would be more than enough for himself to penetrate through it. The quantum communication had been able to penetrate. The wormhole had stabilized. Lin Zijie came to Zhang Ku's side and quickly said. Good. We'll go over first. Explore the path for the behemoth. Zhang Ku waved his hand. In the next second, he led a dozen researchers, as well as Lin Zijie and Zhou Jin. They just walked directly towards the wormhole. After a small sensation of weightlessness, Zhang Ku and the others returned to the island in the original time and space. Hurry up and get satellite communication with the headquarters. Zhang Ku immediately ordered. Yes. Zhou immediately nodded his head before he started to work on obtaining satellite communication with the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. At this moment, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie explored towards the surroundings of the super island. There was actually not a single creature. Zhang Ke looked at the heat sensor in his hand and muttered. It was as if the island had suddenly appeared as if to greet a prehistoric beast. Regarding the news about the sudden appearance of the super islands, Su Guodong had also informed all of them to Zhang Ke a week ago. Looking at these islands in front of them, which were almost no different from the prehistoric ones, all the researchers had a slight illusion. If they hadn't known in advance that this wormhole was the same as the original spacetime, they would definitely think that they and the others had arrived in another prehistoric world. Drop. Satellite communication created successfully. Drop. Current communication secret key, DASD 43HJDS. Next second. Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters. On top of the huge monitor in the main control hall, Zhou figure finally appeared. Headquarters. Headquarters. This is Explorer 1, please answer when you hear me, please answer when you hear me. Zhou said into the radio communicator in his ear. Roger that. This is the Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters. Already received your communication signal. Su quickly replied. Chief Su Bu. Zhou's face was filled with smiles after hearing the voice. A while later, all the screen communications between the two sides were established. And Zhang Ke and his group finally let go of their hearts as a long-lost feeling finally surged to their hearts. Going home ah. They had never imagined that the blue star that they relied on for their survival was this intimate. Roar. Just before the crowd could react, a sound of a beast roar seemed to resound from prehistory to the future. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the super wormhole behind them. Giant beast. It's coming over. Chapter 062, Unknown creature still accelerating. Enter the highest level of combat. Roar. This voice resounded from prehistory to the future. Zhang Ke and the other group of researchers all gathered their gazes on the super wormhole. At this moment, Zhou was also adjusting the screen to the best observation position. Everyone was holding their breath. And at this moment, Lu Chen had already stepped into the wormhole with one foot. Subsequently, with a push, Lu Chen's entire body was submerged into the super wormhole. After feeling a slight weightlessness, he regained his light in the next second. Go! Is this the future time and space? Lu Chen lowered his head and looked at Zhang Ke and the others who had traveled over just before. There could be no mistake, this was the Blue Star. A civilized world that was highly similar to his previous life. Roar. Cool. Lu Chen raised his head and roared. The sound resounded throughout the entire super island. And the Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters. Su Guodong and also Lin Qingshan as well as a group of scientific researchers were all staring at the image in front of them. The giant beast, it really had traveled through prehistory to the future. It's awesome. The behemoth is too cool. I envy academician Zhang and the others. I want to follow the behemoth too. The researchers all talked excitedly. The previous images of the behemoth were all prehistoric transmissions. Right now, it was on the same blue star as them. The behemoth was in the southern waters of the Pacific Ocean. Prehistoric Beast Island. This island had been named Prehistoric Beast Island. Lu Chen took a deep breath of air. It was alright, his body was able to adapt to any environment. Even though the oxygen content is not high in the future, we don't really need these things. As long as there are radioactive elements for myself, it's fine. Roar. Just at this time, a Tyrannosaurus Rex of incomparable size also passed through the super wormhole and descended on top of the prehistoric Beast Island. Lu Chen cocked his head and looked at this Tyrannosaurus Rex that only reached his calf. This Tyrannosaurus Rex had been following him for the longest time, and was also the one with the most robust size. It had already reached a height of over 10 meters and a length of about 40 meters. It was fine to call it a super Tyrannosaurus Rex. Anyway, it was enough to kill all the data projected by future humans. Roar! Roar! This Tyrannosaurus Rex tilted its head and screamed twice at the giant beast, delivering a message. Seeing this, Lu Chen grunted in response, signaling for this Tyrannosaurus Rex to go back. This Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly understood and traversed the super wormhole back to prehistory. Sure enough, in the future the oxygen content was a bit low. For himself it was nothing, after all, his own adaptability was just too strong. However, for his little brother, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, that would be a bit of a problem. Lu Chen also knew that the oxygen content of the prehistoric Cretaceous was around 29. And the future one was 21 at most. It seemed that until they evolved their little brother, these little guys were afraid that they wouldn't be able to adapt to the future environment. Lu Chen let out a helpless sigh, alas. With me as a big brother, these little brothers are too blessed. They are always looking out for their little brothers. However, now that we have come to the future, we must take a dip in the sea. Thinking of this, Lu Chen rubbed his hands together and then leisurely walked towards the direction of the sea.
The giant beast moved. Looking at its appearance, it should be trying to enter the sea.
Zhang Ke quickly said after seeing the behemoth's appearance.
Alright, you guys start deploying the probe stations on the spot, we'll take care of the rest. At the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters, Sugwodong said in a deep voice. Yes. Chief Bu.
And right now, Lu Chen had already arrived at the coast.
HM?
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, and under his river energy sense, he actually found a direction with a very strong river energy. Moreover, this river energy was constantly changing position. Thinking of this, Lu Chen did not delay. The atomic furnace energy in his body was really too little.
It had to be replenished in large quantities before it could be done. In the midst of the western waters of the Pacific Ocean, a Nimitz-class carrier battle group was slowly sailing above the sea. In charge of this carrier was Lieutenant Colonel Sam.
It's a calm day, and he's taking his carrier group on a routine swim in the Pacific.
Lieutenant Colonel Sam. Colonel John's on the phone.
In the carrier's main control room, Sam was in the middle of a lazy day. The carrier staff around him immediately found Sam and said,
Colonel John?
Sam scratched his head, because John advocated a hawkish style.
And Sam advocated for peace, so the two didn't usually get along. Hello, Colonel John.
However, after all, John was a higher rank than him, so Sam could only pick up the phone.
Sam, I order you to immediately activate the number 3 Nimitz-class carrier with full power. Then take off all the F-299 fighters. All hands enter combat mode.
John's voice immediately came over.
Full power to the carrier? And enter combat mode? And let all the F-299 fighters take off? Sam froze for a moment and then said, Colonel John, you're not sick today, are you? What's sick? I'm not kidding you.
In the middle of the General Control Department of the Southern Military Region of the Lighthouse Nation, John was staring at the satellite picture in front of him.
Just 10 minutes ago,
the screen had already captured the behemoth on top of the super island.
Moreover, the behemoth's orientation had already been preliminarily projected. The target was most likely the number 3 Nimitz-class carrier battle group.
That's why he quickly connected to the number 3 carrier group that was performing its daily tasks within the Pacific Ocean waters.
Then you have to give me a reason.
In the middle of the Nimitz-class carrier's general control room,
Sam couldn't help but shrug his shoulders.
What's our mission, what's our purpose, and also, full activation of all F-299 fighters, it'll take 3 hours just to prepare.
Just do as I say. I'll transmit an encrypted file to you, you'll know when you read it.
After John finished speaking, he quickly sent his men. He sent his men to send all the information about the giant beast and the giant island to Sam's side.
Sam looked at the screen above the monitor, and finally he took a deep breath. Colonel John, are you sure this isn't a movie we made? You tell me.
John said with a dark face.
Sam once again took a deep breath. He naturally knew something about wormholes.
But he didn't know that there was actually a horrible beast in prehistory.
Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that this giant beast had actually descended into the future. This is too sci-fi. Lehigh wouldn't even dare to act like this. Notify all cruisers, destroyers, frigates, and submarines. All enter the highest level of combat status.
Take off as many F-299 fighters as you can. The mountain range also realized the seriousness of the matter, and without the slightest hesitation, he quickly gave the order. 3 cruisers, 1 frigate, 6 destroyers, plus 2 submarines, and 3 supply ships.
This was the standard configuration of the Lighthouse Kingdom's number 3 Nimitz-class carrier battle group.
And all of the personnel attached to this group of carriers were all in combat mode. Although they didn't know what the danger was, it was just a matter of obeying orders.
Dropping. Thermal energy has been detected in the sea ahead. Drop. Thermal energy has been detected in the waters ahead.
At this moment, Sam had already arrived in the middle of the General Command Hall. Just as he stepped into the Combat Command Hall, he heard an alarm.
What's going on? Sam quickly asked. Reporting to Lieutenant Colonel Sam. The special sensors have detected the appearance of giant creatures in the sea ahead.
One of the ship's crew members immediately replied. Giant creature prehistoric beast. Sam froze for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twitched viciously. Such an important matter, the top entered without informing down. This made Sam want to jump up and curse.
Know the distance between the unknown creature and us, Sam asked. Echo detectors are being activated.
The crewman replied. 10 seconds later, the crewman froze as he looked at the data in front of him.
Said. Sam frowned.
The unknown creature is approximately 1,000 kilometers away, and its speed is tentatively estimated at 30 knots.
What? Sam's pupils shrunk. The behemoth was actually moving at the same speed as this Nimitz-class carrier? Report.
The unknown creature suddenly accelerated.
Speed is up to 40 knots. Grunting. Report.
Unknown creature still accelerating.
Speed is up to 50 knots. Chapter 063, we're still playing defense, my ass. Completely unable to fight.
in the middle of the general command hall of the number 3 Nimitz class carrier.
Sam really couldn't help but jump up. Nima. This is 50 knots of speed? What kind of defense are we going to have here?
I'm seriously wondering if that John guy messed with a prehistoric beast.
Scratch that. Sam cursed and got up. The operator on the side couldn't help but be curious. Commander Sam, what prehistoric beast?
Sam cracked his mouth, then transmitted the encrypted file to the large screen in front of him. On it was the image of the prehistoric beast in the middle of the basin.
It was.
Hiss.
So that's the behemoth we're dealing with? Oh, my god. We're not dreaming, are we?
The crew inside the carrier's control room were all dumbfounded after seeing such an encrypted piece of information. They were just ordinary crew members, less than ranked, so naturally, they were unable to access this kind of high-level secrets. After all, the news about the behemoth had always been in a state of blockade. Only a small portion of the core personnel could also know the secrets about the giant beast. 800 kilometers away in the middle of the Pacific Ocean waters, Lu Chen was swimming leisurely. Although that tiny induction source in the distance was moving. But compared to his own speed, it was no different from not moving.
Right now, Lu Chen's stomach was hungry. Checking the atomic furnace energy. Ding, current internal atomic furnace energy 300 billion.
Previously, during the destruction of the asteroid, 5 million points of energy had been consumed. After 2 weeks of conditioning, it had recovered 300,000. However, there was still a huge gap between 300,000 and 5 million. Not to mention that right now, his atomic furnace storage had expanded to 10 million. When he thought of this, Lu Chen grinned and continued to swim in the direction of that river energy.
Reporting to Lieutenant Colonel Sam. The behemoth is still 750 kilometers away from us. Reporting to Commander Sam. The behemoth accelerated once more. Current speed has exceeded 60 knots. Report. Don't report it. The corners of Sam's mouth twitched viciously.
After saying that, he quickly connected to John's communication.
Colonel John. We can't hold off the behemoth with just our carrier battle group 3 alone. Just launch the attack with all your might. I've requested carrier battle groups 4, 5, and 6 to head to the Pacific waters with full force. John's voice came through. Sam took a deep breath and then prepared to enable the launch command. Nimitz 3.
This is the Dragon Kingdom Peace Carrier, please stop your attack posture immediately.
Nimitz 3.
This is the Dragon Peace Carrier, please stop your attack stance immediately. Just at this moment, the voice of the Dragon Nation suddenly appeared on the radio in his ear.
What's going on? Sam hurriedly looked to his ship's crew.
The Dragon Nation's peace carrier has been spotted in the sea about 2,000 kilometers behind us. The ship's crew immediately replied.
The Mir is sailing in our direction at a speed of 35 knots.
Sam nodded, then pressed the radio in his ear.
This is Carrier 3 Nimmi, why are we stopping the attack? Sam asked, frowning.
Prehistoric behemoths do not attack humans, however, if humans are the first to attack, the behemoths are sure to strike back.
For the sake of your fleet's safety, please stop your attack stance. The Dragon Kingdom Peace Carrier gave feedback. How can we prove that what you guys are saying is right? Sam's brows furrowed once more. Believe it or not, it's up to you guys.
The corner of Sam's mouth twitched slightly.
However, could it really be like what the Dragon Kingdom's Mir said? Lieutenant Colonel Sam. The behemoth is only 500 kilometers away from us. The behemoth is still accelerating, its current speed is already 70 knots. The muscles in Sam's face twitched viciously. How can we fight this? This is simply not something our Nimitz-class carriers can take.
So what do we do? The ship's crew asked.
What else can we do? Stop sailing. Just wait here for the behemoth. Sam grinned bitterly, maybe it really is like the Dragon Piece said. If we don't attack the behemoth, maybe the behemoth won't attack us either. Think about it differently, if we were hit for no reason, would you want to hit back? This crew froze for a moment.
There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that says that I will not be offended if people do not offend me.
Sam took out a book of the Dragon Kingdom from his own bosom. In fact, Sam had always revered the Dragon Kingdom's advocacy of peace.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to just be an ordinary level carrier captain.
Moreover, the execution was still just an ordinary circumnavigation mission.
The data of the behemoth came out. The body length was close to 500 meters. The width was close to 100 meters. It was at this time that the data of the behemoth's general appearance had already yielded results.
Sam sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched viciously.
His own Nimitz-class carrier was only about 3 meters long and 40 meters wide. The behemoth was at least 2 or 3 carriers large.
Can't fight. Because no matter how you look at it, you can't beat it. Moreover, even if the island bombs on his ship can hit the behemoth.
But there's no guarantee that the beast will retreat in the first place. What if it's just like what the Dragon Piece said?
Wouldn't all the people on this carrier be wiped out?
Well, let all the destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and submarines all stop.
Sam clenched his teeth and made the opposite decision from John. Sam gritted his teeth and made the opposite decision of John.
The crew immediately replied.
At the same time, Lu Chen had already arrived at the sea area around 300 kilometers from the concrete river energy.
Along the way, after all the fish saw Lu Chen, all of them fled frantically. Especially the sharks and whales. After seeing such a behemoth, all of them frantically retreated from the sea. They were afraid that the next second they would become a meal in the belly of the giant beast.
Lu Chen didn't care much about these small shrimps.
Even if it was a huge whale, in Lu Chen's eyes, it was still at the level of a small shrimp. His goal was not these, but the nuclear energy in the distance.
Moreover, Lu Chen had already made a preliminary deduction.
He was afraid that the nuclear energy source on the other side was not a river-powered aircraft carrier.
I just don't know which country it belongs to. At this moment, underwater,
the two combat submarines had received orders from the carrier and had stopped. In this deep sea area, all the submarine personnel felt an inexplicable fear. Especially that wasn't the gurgling sound coming from it. This kind of dull and thick sound was something they had never heard before. This kind of sound was simply not something that could come from a creature in this world. Therefore, the personnel inside the two submarines had already made a preliminary deduction.
The sound is most likely emanating from the prehistoric behemoth. The behemoth is only 300 kilometers away.
Are we sure we don't want to fire torpedoes? The submarine in the middle of the deep sea sent a request to the carrier.
No. Sam thought about it and whispered.
He finally decided to trust the Dragon Kingdom's mirror.
Drop.
The unknown creature is 150 kilometers away from the carrier.
Drop. Unknown creature is 50 kilometers from the carrier. Drop.
Unknown creature 5 kilometers from the carrier. At this point, the probe stopped giving out alerts.
Because the prehistoric beast had already arrived in front of them. Lu Chen leisurely swam to the front of the river energy. Fixing his eyes on it,
it really was an aircraft carrier.
Moreover, it was still river powers.
However, there seemed to be two small submarines in front of their eyes. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the two small submarines in front of his eyes. And at this moment, inside the submarine,
all the submarine personnel were all confused. Nima. This behemoth's eyes alone were comparable to the largest type of torpedo, right? Through the anti-high pressure glass observation chamber, all personnel held their breath. In the eyes of the other side, this submarine is not even enough to stuff their teeth. At this time, they also finally realized why Sam did not let them launch an attack.
This ing who dare ah? Chapter 064, this ing John. A scattered crew of ships. In the middle of the vast and boundless Pacific Ocean waters, a line of Nimitz-class carrier battle group was just resting on top of the sea surface. At this moment, hundreds of meters deep in the sea, the images of the behemoth taken by the two submarines were being transmitted in real time to the carrier's general command hall. Everyone froze. In the picture, the cold and merciless eyes of the prehistoric beast were staring at them. The chilling armor on its body truly showed off its strong defensive power. It seemed to give people a deep sense of powerlessness, perhaps even a river bomb might not be able to break through the behemoth's armor. And right now, Lu Chen couldn't help but crack his mouth as he looked at the two small submarines that were in the way in front of him. What's wrong with people nowadays? Not even afraid to see the master? Even if you don't use torpedoes to blow me up, you should run ah. At this moment, among the two submarines came a piece of howling sound. Ah! The prehistoric beast has opened its mouth. It's over. We're all going to be eaten by the beast. My God. My Lord. Oh, my God. Where the hell are you? Stop screaming. Start the submarine. Let's get out of here. Start the submarine? A dozen of the men who started the submarine have fainted. Don't even start it. What's the point of starting the submarine? We're dead. Some of them are just plain broke. Lu Chen waited for about 5 minutes, then got curious. Could it be that Master's deterrent power was no longer working? Are these humans actually so calm? Flower rub? This can't be good. However, Lu Chen's stomach was really hungry right now. These humans were lucky. Lu Chen stretched out his two hands directly at the two submarines that were about the size of his palms. Lu Chen swore that he had really gently flicked these two submarines to the side. There was no force at all. The two submarines continuously rolled over a dozen times in the deep sea several hundred meters below under the huge force. Only then were they barely able to stabilize the submarines. And inside, the submarine operators are basically all fainted all over the place. Lu Chen continued to swim towards the river energy. Among the two submarines. We survived. We're under the bombardment of the behemoth. Survived. Attack? The behemoth clearly just pivoted, okay? And, based on the force of the behemoth's pivot, the behemoth would have a hell of a time scrapping our submarine. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We survived, thank God. Thank God. You should be thanking the behemoth. Otherwise, you'd be dead. You go away. You atheist.
God is great.
Inside the submarine's cabin, the personnel are making a lot of noise, trying to calm their fears. In the middle of the carrier's command lounge, Sam breathed a sigh of relief when he got the news that there were no casualties. The next news, however, once again made his heart race. The behemoth had come towards the Nimitz-class Carrier 3. Is this considered a wave that has not yet subsided? Sam smiled bitterly. Commander Sam, what do we do? A shipmate came to Sam's side and asked. What to do? There's only quiet waiting, but I'm curious as to why the behemoth is advancing on us? Sam took a deep breath. He always had the feeling that there were still many aspects of the information about the behemoth that John hadn't told him. But he didn't bother to ask. If John wanted to tell himself, he would have done so long ago. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly and he said, Connect me to the Dragon Kingdom's peace carrier. Yes. 30 seconds later, Sam connected to the Dragon Kingdom's mirror. Mir, why did the behemoth find us? Theoretically speaking, at the time before, we didn't have orders to attack the behemoth either, right? Sam took a deep breath and then asked. Because the behemoth can absorb energy and radiation, any high-energy radioactive material, it can sense it. Mir also gave a quick answer. Thanks. Sam nodded. After the communication ended, he put down the communicator, the muscles on his face began to twitch, and eventually, he couldn't help but break into a curse. FK. John the Bee-Pool. I knew he must be hiding something from me. I've really been punked by him this time. The behemoth can absorb energy and radiation, and it can also sense it. I can't believe he didn't give himself such important information. John's intentions are already obvious. He's treating his carrier battle group as a guinea pig, trying to use his side's battle power to measure the behemoth. This damn John. Disgusting. Cursing, but the behemoth was right in front of him. Sam had to focus on the behemoth with all his heart. At this very moment, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of this one aircraft carrier. Want to just open up the Chahinang? May not work. Directly so to the aircraft carrier to open the belly words, then it inside the river reactor will be unstable. If it is not stable, it will blow up. Compared to that, Lu Chen still prefers to eat directly into his stomach. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, then dived directly upwards. After 10 seconds or so, it came above the sea level. Good guy. Directly a huge prehistoric beast just appeared above the sea level. At this moment, it wasn't just the Nimitz-class carrier that could observe the beast's panoramic view. Even the cruisers, frigates, and destroyers on the side could observe the beast. My god! Why is this beast so big? Our destroyer looks like a small kayak to the other side. What should we do? Should we run away? Run? Can't you see that the behemoth isn't even looking at you? At this moment, the crews of the cruisers, frigates, and destroyers all looked at the beast in front of them with horror. These fleets were nothing compared to the behemoth. And Lu Chen was indeed just as these people thought. He didn't pay any attention to these small fleets. Lu Chen floated his body above the surface of the sea. Then he moved towards the carrier in front of him. The behemoth is coming towards us. What to do? What should we do? The crew of the carrier were all scared. They can't be afraid of a prehistoric beast. Notify all personnel to take the escape pods. The behemoth is targeting the river reactor on our carrier. As long as we don't provoke the behemoth, it won't attack us. Commander Sam immediately issued the evacuation order. How much of the ship can be evacuated is a matter of fate. A standard river-powered Nimitz-class carrier has a standard crew of 5,000. This included combat crews, fighter pilots, conventional carrier weapons crews. There's also a lot of medical staff and maintenance personnel in various departments. In short, the minimum configuration had to be 5,000. Lu Chen floated above the surface of the sea and fixed his eyes on it. Looking at the deck of this aircraft carrier in front of him, it was actually blonde guys. In that case, it wasn't our hometown ship. Lu Chen couldn't help but grin, but people didn't attack themselves after all. One couldn't attack someone else for no reason. Besides, if the carrier was damaged and the river reactor had problems, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Lu Chen thought about it and then let out a grunting sound. After he made the sound, the humans above the carrier's deck all stopped. All of them all looked towards the giant beast. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded. Hiss. Wordfa. Did the behemoth just nod its head? Yes. Hiss. It's hard to believe that the behemoth possesses intelligence? I don't know. Seeing that these personnel were not moving, Lu Chen then made a gesture. Then, he extended his right hand and pointed in the direction of the right side of the deck. The behemoth is going to eat us. It's over. It's over. It's over. Run away. Hundreds of shipmates thought that the behemoth was going to eat them alive after seeing its actions. They immediately turned into a scattered mess and ran in all directions. When Lu Chen saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched once again. How could the guts of these people be so small? Looking down at these humans below, who were about the size of ants, Lu Chen was tired of watching them. Roar. Stop right there.
Master wants to lecture.
Chapter 065. The behemoth has returned from robbing an aircraft carrier. Lu Chen's voice resounded directly over the entire Pacific Ocean. And the crew on top of this Nimitz-class carrier all felt their ears go deaf. Aside from the beast's voice, they couldn't hear a thing. Only after a few minutes did the ears of these shipmates slowly regain their hearing.
At this moment,
Sam also ran from the carrier's main control room to the deck outside.
Lu Chen nodded when he saw all of these people sitting paralyzed on the deck.
He then stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the deck before pointing to his mouth. Then Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at these humans in front of him. Hiss. What did the giant beast mean by this?
I don't know.
The crew members above the deck all began to murmur.
The behemoth doesn't mean that we should form a line and send it to the behemoth's mouth, right?
Hiss.
Don't scare me.
I think it's really possible, otherwise, why would the behemoth be pointing at the people above the deck? Hiss.
That's enough.
Lieutenant Commander Sam's mouth twitched as he heard the words of his shipmates.
The behemoth didn't mean that at all, okay? Eating people?
If the behemoth wanted to eat, it would have already done so.
What kind of men are these? Behemoth, do you mean to tell us not to stand on the deck?
Sam took a deep breath, then forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart, walked to the edge of the deck and said loudly. Hiss. Not bad for our captain. It took a moment to read the behemoth's thoughts.
Commander Sam. Commander Sam.
The sound of the crew applauding came from his ears, and a small smile appeared on Sam's face.
Look at that. In the end, it's still us who are great.
At this moment, Lu Chen lowered his head and froze for a while. What are these guys talking about here?
Forget it, let's go find our hometown. When he thought of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but heave a smile.
Then both hands slowly placed on top of the deck. This scene made the crew members who remained above the deck a little scared.
Because none of them knew what the giant beast wanted to do. But in the next second, they knew. Lu Chen gently shook the carrier.
At that instant, above the carrier's deck, all the personnel all fell into a dog-eat-dog sh.
Run ah! The behemoth really wants to eat us after all.
Escape! Escape to the escape pods.
Commander Sam, please evacuate. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna lose this carrier. Pull back. Get out of there. Sam couldn't care less. If the behemoth keeps rocking like this, the carrier is going to capsize. After shaking for a minute, Lu Chen also felt a little bored.
These people were retreating too slowly, and he himself was already hungry and couldn't take it anymore.
Why don't we just take these people with us?
Thinking of this, Lu Chen slowly plopped down on top of the sea. Then his right hand grabbed the side of the carrier.
Go! Hey! Master has come to take you guys for a ride. In the next second, Lu Chen began to swim in the ocean. Oh, my god! What are we going to do? The behemoth is taking our carrier wherever it wants to go. Noisy voices rang out from all parts of the carrier.
In such a short period of time just now, only 3,000 or so of the ship's crew had left the carrier. There were still more than 2,000 people who were all in the carrier. Even Commander Sam didn't have time to escape.
What's the point of panicking? If the behemoth is taking us, it's taking us. Panic, my ass. What's the use of panicking? Sam led some of the ship's crew to the lower level. Then he shouted angrily.
The crew members all lowered their heads, and then they saw Sam's trembling legs.
Ahem, I've just been soaked in seawater. Sam's old face reddened and he shouted angrily. Alright, notify everyone who is still left on top of the carrier, all of them return to their respective posts.
Then secure yourself, we're still not sure where the behemoth is taking us, I'll contact my superiors.
I'll contact my superiors.
The group of shipmates behind them immediately replied.
10 minutes later, Sam returned to the carrier's main control hall with great difficulty.
After fastening his seatbelt, he quickly contacted his superiors.
Satellite encrypted signal completed. Drop. Encrypted communication started. Sam immediately contacted Colonel John. At the same time, in the Southern Strategic Division of the Lighthouse Kingdom, John had been waiting impatiently for a long time. How's it going? Colonel Sam, did your attack work on the behemoth? Colonel John, did you already know that the behemoth's defense was strong? Sam asked with a dark, sullen face. Moreover, the behemoth can sense river energy. That's why our Nimitz 3 carrier was looked at as a target by the behemoth. This information, why wasn't it given to us the first time around?
Commander Sam, there is no need for me to tell you this, you just need to follow orders.
John said indifferently. Fart. If I really did what you said, I'm afraid we'd be buried at sea by now. Lieutenant Colonel Sam said at the top of his voice. Just then, some noisy voices suddenly appeared on the other end of the communication, followed by John's hurried question. Sam, how is your Nimitz-class carrier 3 sailing so fast? Our satellite position shows that your carrier has already reached 40 knots. Isn't the Nimitz-class carrier 3's maximum speed only 35 knots? Faced with John's question, the corner of Sam's mouth twitched viciously. Wait a minute. Sam, your carriers are currently still accelerating?
John's voice was once again stunned.
It's already reached 50 knots. What the hell is going on? No. 55 knots. 60 knots. 60 knots.
There was a look of disbelief in John's voice.
Sam's eyebrows raised. Our carrier is being controlled by the behemoth.
Now, we don't know where the behemoth is taking us.
What?
John sniffed and gave a startled cry, and after 10 seconds or so, he said in a deep voice. Alright, this side already knows your situation, remember, circle up with the behemoth. Our Nimitz-class carrier battle group number 3, number 4, and number 5 are already headed your way.
Estimated time could be 2 days. Okay, got it. Sam shook his head, then closed the encrypted communication.
2 days was actually considered fast. After all, this was the Pacific Ocean.
The Pacific Ocean occupied 46% of the blue planet.
From this, one could imagine how vast and boundless this Pacific Ocean was. Moreover, in the Pacific Ocean, there were many seas that humans had never set foot in before.
Danger is everywhere.
Commander Sam, our speed has increased to 70 knots.
The crew looked at the value above the monitor and said quickly. 70 is 70, what the hell can I do?
The corner of Sam's mouth twitched slightly.
Since we can't escape, let's just enjoy this pushback feeling.
At this moment, above the Pacific Ocean waters,
Lu Chen grabbed the side of the carrier with one hand and fluctuated in the middle of the ocean with the other. It was good to look up. We're close to the super island.
When the time comes, let's directly have our hometowns people bring these guys along and dismantle the river reactor.
This will save us a lot of trouble.
Thinking of this, Lu Chen continued to accelerate.
His speed had already reached 80 knots.
1 knot equals about 18 kilometers per hour.
80 knots would be almost 144 km/h, not reaching Lu Chen's limit at all. 10 minutes later.
Above the prehistoric Beast Island.
After 2 to 3 hours of tireless efforts,
Zhang Ke, leading the many researchers, had successfully built a temporary observation base. Before the base was officially activated, a radio voice came to his ears.
Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke. Where are you? Hurry up and come to the southern beach. Damn it.
The behemoth has come back from robbing an aircraft carrier.
Lin Zijie's voice was filled with shock. Zhang Ke was confused. What? The behemoth this went out and skulked around for 2 to 3 hours and grabbed an aircraft carrier? Chapter 066, let's dismantle the river reactor. Let's give the behemoth a tonic. Deep waters of the Pacific Ocean.
The southern beach of the prehistoric Behemoth Island.
Zhang Ke had been stunned in place after arriving here.
This was because in front of him, a Lighthouse Kingdom's Nimitz-class aircraft carrier was just stranded on top of the beach.
Yes. Stranded. What a guy.
Such a huge ship was stranded on the beach of this island.
If this news gets out, it'll be a big surprise.
It doesn't matter if it's an ordinary ship, it's an aircraft carrier.
Moreover, it's a river-powered aircraft carrier. Go! After Lu Chen saw Zhang Ke, he immediately grunted. And Zhang Ke also understood and hurriedly ran in the direction of the giant beast. At the same time, in the middle of the Nimitz-class carrier 3,
Lieutenant Colonel Sam had already run from the middle of the main control hall to the top of the deck outside. Looking at the giant island in front of him, he couldn't help but gulp.
Who am I? Where am I? What's happening?
Just at this time, a ship's crew member hurriedly came behind Sam.
Reporting to Commander Sam. Dragon Nation personnel have been spotted on the beach below. Roger that. Sam nodded.
Immediately afterward, he led a group of people to take the lead from the elevator and descended to the beach. And at this time, Lin Zijie also met Sam.
Sam walked over to Lin Zijie and took the lead in extending his right hand.
Hello, I'm Sam, I'm the captain of this Nimitz Class 3 aircraft carrier. Lin Zijie smiled elegantly and shook his hand. I'm Lin Zijie, the Deputy Chief of Cloth of the Dragon Kingdom's top physical research headquarters.
Surprisingly, it is you. Sam was slightly stunned, then stared at Lin Zijie with some horror. Lin Zijie's reputation could be very loud around the world.
At only 29 years old, he had already reached an achievement that no one else could reach in several lifetimes. Mr. Lin, Sam coughed a few times. Then he told Lin Zijie all about the news of the Dragon Kingdom's peace ship, and the news that his own carrier battle group had just made contact with the behemoth. The Dragon Kingdom's peace horns are all here. Lin Zijie was slightly surprised for a moment, then said with a smile. Mr. Sam, you didn't launch an attack on the behemoth, this decision is a very important one. Sam put a far-fetched smile on his face, the behemoth is so strong, who would dare to fight it? I'm afraid it's only that madman John.
Grunt. Just at this time, the behemoth suddenly grunted. Then it pointed its finger in the direction of the carrier's deck. Then it pointed at its mouth. And then patted its stomach. Sam's face changed dramatically when he saw this. Mr. Lin, what is your relationship with the behemoth? Look at it, what do these gestures of the behemoth mean? It can't be that it's going to eat my shipmates. That's not good. None of my crew are good to eat. Some of them haven't even bathed in months. Lin Zijie also froze. Good lord, to what extent were these guys frightened by the behemoth? Just then, Zhang Ku also walked over. Lin Zijie briefly talked about what had just happened. Academician Zhang. Academician Zhang. I'm such a loyal fan of yours. Hey, can your old man make some accommodations with the behemoth? Don't let the behemoth eat my gang of shipmates. After Sam saw Zhang Ku, he immediately grabbed Zhang Ku's hand and almost cried. Mr. Sam, who did you learn this trick from? Lin Zijie couldn't help but laugh after seeing the twitching muscles on Zhang Ku's face. Learned it from a few of my close friends from the Dragon Kingdom. Sam scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Mr. Sam, don't worry about it, behemoths normally don't eat people. Zhang Ku pushed his glasses and smiled. Then what situation is unusual? Sam coughed lightly and asked. Of course it's when it's enraged. Zhang Ku shrugged his shoulders, then said with a smile. Your luck is good, listening to the words of our peace signal, otherwise these people of yours would really be 10 deaths without a life. Thank you, Academician Zhang. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Sam hurriedly thanked. Then, he was curious and questioned, what was the meaning of the behemoth's gesture just now? Harm, it's not a big deal. Zhang Ku patted Sam's shoulder. It's that the behemoth wants you guys to dismantle the river reaction device. The behemoth is hungry. Originally? Sam then breathed a sigh of relief. So it is not to eat people, but to eat the river reaction. Sam's eyes popped out. Eat the river reactor? That was the core of an aircraft carrier. Zhang Ku rolled his eyes. Either eat your crew or your river reactor, take your pick. Sam sniffed and instantly said with a straight face, got it. He then turned around and then looked behind him at these shipmates who had followed him over. Brothers, take a shortcut. Let's give the river a reaction to dismantle it. Replenish the behemoth's body. The crew behind them were all full of vigor. Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie were stunned by this scene. What you're dismantling is the core of your lighthouse nation's aircraft carrier. After Sam finished speaking, he led his crew into action. Just now, he didn't hesitate at all and just agreed. Because, in his opinion, it was better to do it himself than the behemoth. So it was better to be direct and clean otherwise. In this way, perhaps he could even win the favor of the behemoth? Lu Chen was lying on the beach in a leisurely manner. In the blink of an eye, a day had already passed. Naturally, the mining task on the super wormhole's side had not been pulled off. After all, the radium and uranium elements could be the sustenance of the behemoth. However, compared to the river reactor, these elements were naturally a bit inferior. At the very least, the energy usage rate of the river reactor was much stronger than the ores. The next morning. Come on. Everyone, be careful. Group 1, all of you, move out of the way. What about Group 3? Hurry up and get organized. Right. Keep it steady. Be careful. This is a river reactor. If it blows up, we're all dead. Soon, the 4 river reactors were placed firmly on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Sam saw that there were no problems with the river reactors, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. If there had been a minor collision, the river reactors wouldn't have been so stable. To say that it would explode would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, if the power was too much to say, it could at least blow up their Nimitz-class carriers. Lu Chen had been waiting since morning. Now that he saw these 4 little pastries finally come out, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. This stuff was good stuff. No more talking. Dry rice. Lu Chen stretched out his right hand and after picking up one of the river reactors, he threw it directly into his mouth. This scene gave the crew members who were still on the deck something to look at. His so directly swallowed raw? Too raw, right? Terrifying as hell. Afterwards, Lu Chen didn't give these people any chance to catch their breath at all. Together, they picked up a river reactor and once again threw it into their mouths. In a matter of 10 seconds or so, all 4 river reaction morsels were eaten by Lu Chen inside his stomach. Ding! River reaction device detected. Starting to absorb energy. Ding! River reaction device detected. Starting to absorb energy. Lu Chen nodded his head after hearing the beeping in his ears. Then he comfortably lay on top of the beach, with his back leaning against the cliff. Any way you look at it, it looked like someone who had just eaten a full meal and was lying on top of a sofa. Drops. This is Nimitz 4 Carrier Battle Group. We have contacted all destroyers, cruisers, and frigates of 3. Nimitz 3. Come in. Come in. It was at this point, before Sam could reel back from the shock of the behemoth's actions. A piercing voice came over the radio in his ear. Sam frowned at this time. Although the behemoth had eaten the river reaction in the middle of their carrier just a few minutes ago. However, Sam always had a feeling that the behemoth was peaceful. It wouldn't attack humans for no reason. On the contrary, it was rather how the superior was so strong. Then, should this news be told to the people of the Dragon Kingdom? Right now, Sam was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 067, do you think they dare? Unlock the designated creature evolution skill. Drop. This is Nimitz 4 carrier. We have contacted all cruisers, destroyers, and frigates of the Nimitz 3 carrier battle group. Nimitz 3 main ship, come in. Come in, please. Standing above the deck, Sam listened to the radio in his ear and frowned deeply. Nimitz 4, 5, and 6 carrier battle groups were even more powerful than his own 3. More to the point, all 3 fleets were under the orders of Colonel John. And these 3 fleets were also very much in favor of the hawkish approach. Drop. This is carrier Nimitz 4. Fleet 3, come in. Come in. Sam removed the radio headset directly from his ear. Then, he took a deep breath, disembarked from the carrier, and walked directly towards the Dragon Kingdom Research Residency base house. In the middle of the base house, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke were doing research. After seeing Sam come in, Lin Zijie turned back, and after seeing Sam's frown, he asked, "Mr. Sam, what's wrong?" There's still about a day left before the Nimitz 4, 5, and 6 carrier battle groups arrive here. Sam clenched his teeth and said, "By then, the behemoth will definitely be in danger." Ah, this? Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke were slightly stunned, then the two looked at each other and both smiled. Is this the thing? Sam looked left and right, and said in shock, don't you worry about the danger of the behemoth? Worried? Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie laughed once again. Why worry? Sam scratched his head, why not worry, although the behemoth is very strong and can absorb river energy. However, our Nimitz 4, 5, and 6 battle groups are also very strong. Are you guys so confident that the behemoth can carry it? Faced with Sam's doubts, Zhang Ke couldn't help but explain with a smile. If we were to say that before, we would definitely be worried about the behemoth's danger. However, speaking of this, Zhang Ke began to debug the computer in front of him, and a moment later, above the monitor appeared the image of the behemoth hardening against the asteroid. After watching it, do you think the behemoth is still in danger? At this moment, Sam looked at the picture in the monitor, and the depths of his pupils were filled with horror. The asteroid's destructive stance was no joke. Then the screen glowed with a crimson light. 10 seconds later, the sky was clear. And that one asteroid that was enough to cause biological extinction was directly gone. Is the behemoth that fierce? I'm sure I was right not to give the order to attack in the first place. Sam stared at the monitor in front of him with palpitations. Now, do you think we still need to worry about the behemoth? Zhang Ke asked with a smile. No need, the next thing to worry about is whether Nimitz 4, 5, and 6 can carry the behemoth's attack. Sam's mouth twitched viciously. By the way, Academician Zhang, Mr. Lin, I have another question, Sam asked again. What question? Ahem, don't you guys mind if I say it, huh? That is, don't you guys have to worry? After all, this is a 3-fleet carrier battle group. Sam scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie once again looked at each other. Lin Zijie revealed a smile that he couldn't help but smile and walked over to Sam's side. After patting Sam's shoulder, he said, then I'll also say an answer that you don't mind. Do you think, do they dare? These few words were very casual. But inside Sam's ears they were like cannon fire roaring. Yeah. Zhang Ke and the others are the top academicians of the Dragon Kingdom. The Lighthouse Kingdom really doesn't dare to launch an attack on this place. Because, they couldn't bear the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, in today's situation, the Dragon Kingdom has long become a behemoth. Just like a giant beast, it is untouchable. Do not dare to shake. After thinking about this, Sam took a deep breath. Understood. Mr. Sam doesn't need to be too depressed. Our Dragon Kingdom has always advocated peace. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. Lin Zijie once again patted Sam's shoulder. Don't give people a scare, we're good and bad. Sam nodded, however, he was aware that the next sentence of this sentence is, if people offend me, I will offend. Dragon Kingdom. Not bad for a big country. At the same time, above the beach, Lu Chen was silently digesting these river reactors, as well as the constant stream of energy elemental crystals from prehistory that were being transported behind him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 02 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 05 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 08 evolution points. Ding! Half a day later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the absorption of the uranium element. Gained 05 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the absorption of radium. Gained 05 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,000 atomic furnace energy. Ding! King of Monsters template unlocking progress, 65. Lu Chen fixed his eyes on it and finally gave the top to 65. New skills. Master is here. Ding! Congratulations to the host on reaching 65 in the King of Monsters template unlocking progress. Ding!
Congratulations to the host on acquiring a new skill, Designated Creature Evolution.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for opening the Attribute Energy Point storage. Designated Creature Evolution. Host can use Attribute Energy Points to evolve designated creatures, or exchange them for evolution points at a specific rate. Attribute Energy Point storage. There are two ways to obtain Attribute Energy Points. First, eat the creature and convert it into the corresponding Attribute Energy Points, and second, obtain the corresponding Attribute Energy Points through the creature's emotions. Ding.
Ding.
When the host's King of Monsters template is unlocked to 70, he can obtain the Quasi-Red Lotus state and Red Lotus Flash hotline.
Quasi-Red Lotus state. The entire body enters the Quasi-Red Lotus mode. The initial temperature of the host's surroundings can rise to thousands of degrees, melting everything. The exact temperature is proportional to the energy used in the atomic furnace.
Red Lotus Flash hotline. Under the Quasi-Red Lotus mode, you can use this flash hotline, which can be released through the mouth or through the dorsal fin spines on the back, and the power is directly proportional to the energy of the atomic furnace. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly as he listened to the system beep in his ears.
Finally unlocked the biological evolution skill. Checking the energy storage. Lu Chen said in his own mind. Super atomic furnace energy, 800 billion. Attribute evolution energy points, 0. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Chen thought about either relying on eating creatures to gain evolution energy points. Either that or rely on scaring people.
When he thought about it, Lu Chen's face suddenly revealed a look of mischief. Then, he leisurely stood up.
Towards the stranded Nimitz class carrier. Boom. Boom.
The giant beast walked on top of the beach, instantly bringing up a whole huge sound.
And right now, Lu Chen deliberately increased his strength a bit. If not, how could he scare these people? Master was a prehistoric giant beast. Boom. Boom.
With every step Lu Chen moved, a huge rumbling sound resounded. And naturally, this move of his had startled all the crew on top of this Nimitz class carrier that had lost its power source.
What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Why is the behemoth coming towards us all of a sudden? I don't know. You guys, could it be that the behemoth is hungry and is coming to eat us? That's a good point. I don't know. Let Commander Sam know. Are you two still talking? Do you want to go inside the belly of the behemoth? Commander Sam. Commander Sam. Chapter 068. Maybe the behemoth just wants to scare them a little?
In the middle of the prehistoric Behemoth Island.
Inside the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research garrison base house.
Zhang Ku and the others also detected the behemoth's strange movements.
Zijia, notify everyone and go take a look. Zhang Ku didn't waste any time and quickly said. Aha!
Lin Zijia immediately nodded his head. Then he took a portion of the researchers and ran towards the southern beach.
What's going on with the behemoth? Sam gulped and looked at Zhang Ku and asked.
I don't know. Zhang Ku smiled helplessly. Honestly speaking, there are times when we actually can't figure out the behemoth's moves.
Alright, let's quickly go and take a look. Sam immediately nodded his head.
Immediately afterward, he followed Zhang Ku, and 5 minutes later, he arrived on top of the beach to the south. And at this moment, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of this stranded Nimitz-class aircraft carrier.
Looking at the personnel on it, Lu Chen couldn't help but grin.
Humans, naturally, were also living creatures. So, the emotions of these people could definitely be converted into energy evolution points as well.
Lu Chen cracked open his own abyssal giant mouth. Then he roared. Roar.
This voice directly scared all of these crew members to the point where they were lying on the deck.
Run away. Hurry up and run. The behemoth is going to eat us. Why? Have we angered the behemoth? Nonsense. It's a behemoth. Does it need a reason to eat you? You make such a good point. Run away.
For a moment, all the people on top of the entire carrier all numbed their claws.
Ding.
Detecting fear waves from nearby creatures, starting to absorb.
Lu Chen also froze for a moment after hearing the tone in his head.
Good fellow, it turns out that it is directly absorbing the brainwaves emitted by these creatures when they are afraid.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of attribute evolution value.
Roar. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person.
I got 10 points for scaring the out of him.
What are you playing at? Roar. Lu Chen had a hard time in his heart. Opened his abyssal mouth. He waved his hands with open teeth and claws. Morose eyes, just staring at these shipmates. It's over, it's over. The behemoth is going to eat my crew. What to do? What to do?
At the back, after Sam saw the behemoth's behavior, he was scared silly. For a while, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan.
At this moment,
above the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, of the more than 2,000 crew members, more than 1,000 had fainted in fear. The rest were all paralyzed on the deck or in the mezzanine. Only a few of the crew members were mentally tough. They were barely able to block the intimidation of the behemoth. However, if the behemoth terrorized a little more, I guess the face that fainted is also bigger. Ding. Absorbing the attached creature's fear wave, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of energy evolution value.
Lu Chen was really depressed now. Nima, combined with the fact that he stammered for half a day, he gained 20 points of evolutionary value? 20 points of attribute evolution value is enough for what ah? Originally, Lu Chen thought that there were so many people, right, that it wouldn't be too much for a person to contribute a point or two to himself, right? If you did the math, there would be at least 3 or 4,000 points. But this is it? Lu Chen returned to the edge of the cliff, chewing on the radium elemental crystals while pondering. And at this time, above the Nimitz-class carrier, all of the remaining crew members who hadn't fainted were confused. What was the meaning of the behemoth's actions just now? It couldn't have simply come to terrorize us, could it? No way, no way, no way. Are you all okay? Are there any casualties? Has anyone been eaten by the behemoth?
Sam rushed to the carrier and asked in a hurry after finding the squad leader.
No, the crew froze and replied. What? Sam froze as well. What the hell was that behemoth doing just now? Half an hour later, all the crew members had recovered. A feeling of survival lingered in the hearts of these people. At the edge of the beach below, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie also looked at each other. They also couldn't figure out what the behemoth had just done. Perhaps the behemoth just wanted to scare them a little bit. Zhang Ke scratched his head and really couldn't think of any other explanation. It should be possible, right? Lin Zijie froze for a while and said. On the edge of the mountain cliff, Lu Chen was being depressed. Ding! Detected nearby creature's surprise brainwaves, starting to absorb. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 points of attribute energy value. Lu Chen was stunned. Then he slapped his head. That's right. Emotional energy, it wasn't like it was just fear. Lu Chen staggered to his feet. Hey, shock, this might also be a means ah.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He already had 220 points of attribute energy value at the moment. We must go back to prehistory to see if we can evolve our little brother. Thinking of this, Lu Chen walked towards the center of the Super Beast Island. The super wormhole was right there. The behemoth was going back to traverse the wormhole. Zhou Jun. Zijie. Let's follow. Zhang Ke corrected his glasses and said immediately after seeing the movement of the behemoth. Yes. Zhou Jin and Lin Zijie beside him quickly nodded their heads. Immediately after, they brought their equipment and quickly followed behind the behemoth. Hey, that what, can you take me to prehistory as well? Just at this time, Sam suddenly ran after the three of them as well. You see, I'm the captain of the Nimitz Class 3 carrier. Now that I've lost the core of the carrier, I guess I'll be going back for a whole lot of disciplinary action. So how about I just follow you guys here? Sam hemmed and hawed. No, Mr. Sam, you're a lieutenant colonel. If your superiors find out that you're hanging out with us, you'll lose your position. Zhou carried the camera, but ran the fastest. At this moment, after hearing Sam's words, he couldn't help but say, What commander, if I don't take control of this carrier, then all the Nimitz-class carriers can all be under that John guy. I also have no choice, alas, Sam helplessly sighed. However, this carrier under my command is no longer of much use. So yeah, I'm not going to take this, Lieutenant Colonel. If you don't mind, just call me Sam. Zhang Ku and the others looked at each other. Good lord, so this Sam is a living treasure. Anyway, bringing him around won't delay anything. On the contrary, he can also keep an eye on him. Two birds with one stone. Good, Mr. Sam, then follow us closely. Zhang Ku nodded and said, Okay. Afterwards, the four of them got into an exploration vehicle. There was no way, the movement speed of the behemoth was just too fast. They simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the behemoth without driving. Originally, I thought that behemoths could only move so fast in the sea. It turns out that on land, it's even faster than the sea. In the middle of the exploration vehicle, Sam grabbed the safety bar with both hands and glanced at the dashboard. Oh boy. The speed has reached 160 kilometers per hour. Ding. Shocking bioelectric waves have been detected in the vicinity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of attribute evolution value. As Lu Chen skipped along, a beep suddenly appeared in his mind. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. 1 hour later, Lu Chen had arrived on top of a plain. In the center of the vast plain, the looming super wormhole had already entered Lu Chen's line of sight. After the Dragon Kingdom researchers here saw the giant beast, they stopped what they were doing and all looked towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked towards the super wormhole without any haste. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he didn't enter the wormhole. Half an hour later, Zhang Ku and his group finally arrived late. My god! Is this a super wormhole? Sam looked at this super wormhole and was filled with shock within his heart. Okay, Sam, get ready, there will be a few seconds of weightlessness while traveling through the wormhole. Zhang Ku blasted the gas and then drove directly into the super wormhole. The super wormhole was dense for a moment and then returned to normal in the next second. It was as if nothing had happened.
Chapter 069, The First Biological Evolution of the Tyrannosaurus Rex Swarm. Prehistory, by the Wind God Canyon. Lu Chen had already traveled through the wormhole and returned to the prehistoric world. Roar! Roar! There were many dinosaurs around, especially the group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes that had followed Lu Chen for the longest time. All of them raised their heads and roared. Lu Chen's heart warmed when he saw these Tyrannosaurus Rexes. These were his most loyal subordinates. They wouldn't spend their days thinking about how to kill themselves, but instead, they would always be in awe of themselves. Unlike the group from the Lighthouse Kingdom, who couldn't wait to swallow themselves alive. Unfortunately, they can't be swallowed. Roar! All the Tyrannosaurus Rexes, all of them took a step forward. This first bioevolutionary ability was of course given to the first wave of one's most loyal henchmen. Moreover, the group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes belonging to one's own ministry had already arrived at 200 or so. He himself had exactly 200 points of attribute energy value at the moment. Roar! Roar! All of the Tyrannosaurus Rex swarms took a step forward and arrived in front of the behemoth, neatly arranging themselves. And at this time, the wormhole behind Lu Chen once again densified. In the next second, the exploration vehicle driven by Zhang Ku appeared in front of the Wind God Canyon. I'm going. I go. I Lua go. Really crossed. My god. We traveled to prehistory. Inside the car, Sam the whole person is not calm. After all, about this time the wormhole exploration program, his whole person is never know. Just before the first 2 days, he didn't even believe that prehistoric beasts existed in this world. But within these few days, Sam's worldview had collapsed. Zhang Ke drove the exploration vehicle and bypassed the giant beasts. It came to the group of prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rexes. I Nima. What kind of creatures are these? After getting out of the car, Sam's entire body was dumbfounded after seeing these neatly organized Tyrannosaurus Rexes. These are Tyrannosaurus Rexes, can't you recognize this? Lin Zijie smacked his lips. I, a physics researcher, can recognize them, but you can't? Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why is it so big? Sam stared blankly at the group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes in front of him. Then, he raised his head and stared at the closest T-Rex. It was about 10 meters tall. You're telling me that this is a Tyrannosaurus Rex? At this moment, this robust Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly lowered its head, its eyes just staring at Sam. Sam was instantly scared and hid inside the car. His face turned white and his lips turned purple, looking like he was scared to death. Zhang Ke walked to the front of the car. Mr. Sam, just rest inside the car for a while. The good Sam shivered and said. He himself is Oda. He had to follow academician Zhang to prehistory. After seeing the frightened Sam, Zhang Ke couldn't help but smile. Then, he came to Lin Zijie's side. Lin Zijie asked, Zhang Ke, can you tell what the giant beast is trying to do? I don't know. Zhang Ke shook his head. And at this moment, Lu Chen looked down at these Tyrannosaurus Rexes. In this moment just now, he had basically worked out how this attribute energy point was used. This attribute energy point could change the characteristics of any living creature. For example, a Tyrannosaurus Rex could only feel no difficulty in breathing in prehistory with a content amount of around 29. Once it traveled through the wormhole to the future, it would feel short of breath in a future world with only 21 oxygen content. And one could use attribute energy points to change this one flaw. Only one energy point is needed to change this basic characteristic. System, assign one energy evolution attribute point to each of these 200 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Change their respiratory oxygen content. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and said to the system. Ding! Starting to evolve the designated creature. Target, Tyrannosaurus Rex herd. Quantity, 200. Direction of evolution, oxygen content adaptation trait. Total energy required, 200 points. Ding! Evolution begins. In the next second, the group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes only felt their bodies burning hot. All of the Tyrannosaurus Rexes all threw back their heads and roared. They possessed no weak intelligence, so they could naturally feel that their bodies seemed to be becoming stronger. The adaptability was also becoming stronger. Zhang Ke, what are the behemoths doing? Lin Zijie looked at these Tyrannosaurus Rexes in front of him, somewhat puzzled. Unknown to Zhang Ke, he frowned and looked at the testing instrument in his hand, although he didn't know what the behemoth was doing. However, the temperature inside these Tyrannosaurus Rexes had risen. Rising? Lin Zijie froze for a moment. Why? For the time being, I don't know. Zhang Ke shrugged helplessly. Although he was a scientific research academician of the Dragon Kingdom, he wasn't omnipotent. The agitation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex group lasted for about 10 minutes before all the Tyrannosaurus Rexes quieted down once more. Only, this time, all of the Tyrannosaurus Rexes all threw over a gaze of incomparable respect towards their king. Sure enough, following the king. It was the most correct choice. Lu Chen nodded with great satisfaction. After changing the adaptability of his group of minions, then he would be able to take these Tyrannosaurus Rexes with him through the wormhole. Then descending into the future. What's the fun of just traveling through the past by yourself? How boring would that be? However, right now, he still had 20 attribute energy points left. Lu Chen set his sights on two of the Tyrannosaurus rexes in the group. These two Tyrannosaurus rexes had a very striking characteristic. That was, one of them had a particularly large head. Especially that mouth covered in cold, giant teeth that seemed to be able to churn everything to pieces. And the other one's body size was the most robust, especially that pair of thick giant legs. Among this group of prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex, it was the largest existence. The body length was close to 25 meters, and its height had arrived at 15 meters. System, the remaining 20 attribute energy evolution points, average them out and divide them between these two Tyrannosaurus rexes. Modify their body density. Lu Chen thought about it and said. Although one could increase their body size, it wasn't a good thing to have a body that was too big. Without the relative density to support them, even human tanks would be able to kill them. Therefore, density was everything. Only when the density was up to par would Lu Chen choose to continue evolving their physique. However, right now, how could one look at these Tyrannosaurus rex's physique was enough? Ding! Starting to evolve designated creature. Target, Tyrannosaurus rex. Number 2. Evolution direction, musculoskeletal density. Total energy used, 20. Ding! Evolution begins. In the next second, the two most outstanding Tyrannosaurus rexes roared at once. The increase in density of bones and body muscles was no joke. After a few minutes, the two Tyrannosaurus rexes then relaxed their tense bodies. There was a hint of biologically instinctive joy flashing inside the eyes of their two Tyrannosaurus rexes. Obviously, they also sensed that their strength was once again a few points stronger. The change in the density of their bodies' muscles and bones only brought them even more power. Their running speed, their bite force, all of them would rise drastically. Lu Chen looked at the two giant Tyrannosaurus rexes and nodded. Roar! Afterwards, Lu Chen released an infrasound, notifying all of these Tyrannosaurus rexes to follow him. Let's give the world a surprise to go. Lu Chen was curious to know when the crew on top of that group of aircraft carriers saw so many Tyrannosaurus rexes. What kind of expression would they have? We'll see how many biological attribute evolution points we can harvest then, hey! Thinking of this, Lu Chen then roared once more. Little brothers! All of you, cheer up! Follow me! Let's go and show off! After roaring, Lu Chen turned around and strutted towards the super wormhole. Behind him, more than 200 Tyrannosaurus rexes roared as well, neatly following behind the giant beast. 5 minutes later, after the last Tyrannosaurus rex entered the super wormhole, it was only then that Zhang Ku and the others snapped out of their shock at the sight of the probe vehicle next to Wind God Canyon. Was the behemoth this going to bring its minions to dominate the world? Hurry back to the original time and space, then contact Chief Subu. Zhang Ku swallowed his saliva and said solemnly. Lin Zijie also sensed the seriousness of the matter. The giant beast shouldn't really want to dominate the world, right? Chapter 070, have you ever seen a Tyrannosaurus rex with a body length of 25 meters? Zhang Ku drove his car and quickly traveled through the prehistoric super wormhole, returning to the future. And at this moment, above the super beast island, Lu Chen had already started testing the resistance of these Tyrannosaurus rexes. Gollum! Do you guys feel any discomfort? Lu Chen started talking to these Tyrannosaurus rexes. It had to be checked to be sure. Roar! Gollum! After understanding for a while, Lu Chen was relieved. These Tyrannosaurus rexes were already completely free to adapt to the current atmospheric oxygen content. Lu Chen secretly nodded his head. It seemed that this designated biological evolutionary skill was very counterintuitive. Gollum! You guys are free to move around on top of this island for 2 hours, and when you're done, come back to my place to gather. Lu Chen handed out his orders. Roar! Roar! The group of Tyrannosaurus rexes also responded. Then it began to run in all directions. However, this group of Tyrannosaurus rexes also purposely avoided the direction where there were Dragon Kingdom researchers. Because, they knew that some of the humans were towards the king's side, and since they were towards the king, then naturally, they were also on their side. Seeing all the Tyrannosaurus rexes all running, Lu Chen then nodded. However, he didn't let all the Tyrannosaurus rexes all move around either. For example, right now, these two Tyrannosaurus rexes that Lu Chen had a very high regard for. The big guy and the big head. Grunt! Lu Chen grunted twice, making the big guy Tyrannosaurus rex and the big head Tyrannosaurus rex follow behind him. One on the left and one on the right, while Lu Chen was in the center. Then it just walked towards the direction of the beach in a grandiose manner. At this moment, Zhang Ku had already finished connecting with the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. Chief Subu, something incredible has happened on our side. Zhang Ku took a deep breath before informing Su of everything that had just happened here. In the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research base headquarters, Su Guodong's pupil shrunk slightly after hearing Zhang Ku's words. Are you saying that the core temperatures within the bodies of this group of Tyrannosaurus rexes have all risen?
Yes. Zhang Ke said gruffly, and at a previous time, the behemoth had once brought a Tyrannosaurus rex through a wormhole to the future. However, after a few minutes, that T-Rex went back, and at that time, we also deduced the reason. It was that the oxygen content of the prehistoric atmosphere was different from that of the present time and space. During the prehistoric Cretaceous period, the oxygen content of the atmosphere was 29, while the oxygen content of the atmosphere in our present time and space is 21.
That's why the previous Tyrannosaurus rex couldn't adapt to the current atmosphere, but now, then.
Zhang Ke said heavily, these T-Rex populations seem to have completely adapted to the atmospheric oxygen content of the present time and space.
The Tyrannosaurus rex is adapting? Su sniffed and muttered, can't it be evolution? Evolution.
Zhang Ke pondered for a while and finally nodded.
So, we can already make a preliminary deduction now.
The species that follow the behemoths around seem to be able to evolve. And as the core temperature of these Tyrannosaurus rexes rises, the blood flow speeds up, and naturally, their oxygen intake speeds up.
So, they were really adapting, really evolving.
In fact, Zhang Ke had long had such a hypothesis, only that he had never been sure.
Until just now, Elder Su Guodong had the same idea as himself, so this possibility was at least 80%. Su Guodong was a super academician who was not weaker than himself at all.
Otherwise, how else would he have been able to make it to the position of Chief of Cloth at the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters?
A Tyrannosaurus rex that can evolve. This completely overturned human cognition. Moreover, it doesn't fit the theory of biological evolution at all. It was only a few hours before and after this, and this is adaptable?
Su Guodong looked at the monitor in front of him and muttered. On the side, Lin Xingshan vigorously tapped Su Guodong's shoulder.
Old Su, what are you thinking? How come people's Tyrannosaurus rex can't evolve? Why can't they adapt? What theory of biological evolution, my ass? This is a parallel time and space. Maybe the T-Rex in that time is so adaptable. Have you ever seen a Tyrannosaurus rex with a body length of 25 meters?
Lin Xingshan cursed and said.
Old Lin, you're right.
Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth for a moment, then let out a light sigh.
Alas, I don't know if this parallel spacetime is good or bad for our blue star. Of course it's a good thing.
Lin Xingshan grinned. Haven't you noticed that since we detected the wormhole,
the Lighthouse Kingdom's strength has been falling?
And, now, the relationship between the behemoth and our Dragon Kingdom is very cordial. You're looking at the relationship between others and the Lighthouse Kingdom, TSK. When Su Guodong heard this, he also couldn't help but smile. Indeed, on top of this matter, it seemed that it was very favorable for his own Dragon Kingdom. However, all of this could not be blamed on others, but only on themselves, because the development of things into the present state was all caused by their own hands.
Even now, they were still making mistakes again and again. Oh, right.
Lin Xingshan suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, do we really not need to bother with the Nimitz 4, 5, and 6 carrier battle groups? What if those guys are heartless enough to directly use island bombs and then bombard the prehistoric Beast Island? You know, your researchers and my grandchildren, as well as many other researchers, are all on Beast Island. There is no need to worry.
Su Guodong sniffed, stood up and said proudly, they won't do it, and they don't dare to do it.
Dare to launch an attack on our researchers?
Do you think they dare to bear the wrath of our Dragon Kingdom?
Lin Xingshan thought about it and burst out laughing. Good guy. Caused me to worry for the past few days for nothing.
No way.
This meal at noon today must be on you. Above the Pacific waters.
Colonel John. This is Nimitz 4 Fleet. We are unable to make contact with Commander Sam. Nimitz Force Control Center, the captain has begun to connect to Colonel John. Lighthouse State South Division. All right. John's face was a little hard to see.
Approach the Behemoth Island, stop in the sea around 500 kilometers off the Behemoth Island, and then man the defenses.
Captain 4 got a little curious and couldn't help but ask, Colonel John, shouldn't we just kill our way in? Kill in? John sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched viciously. Are you crazy? If the Behemoth Island was only filled with behemoths, I would have already given the order for you to launch the state-level island bomb.
The point is, on top of the prehistoric Behemoth Island, there are researchers from the Dragon Kingdom. Yesterday, the colonel gave the order that our enemy is the behemoth, not the Dragon Kingdom. Don't even give me a chance to die.
Captain 4 nodded his head at that. Yes. Colonel John.
Remember, inform Fleet 5 and 6 of this news. This is a protracted battle. Our support behind us will continue to the Pacific Ocean.
John said heavily.
After saying that, he directly ended the call. Only, right now, his face was ugly. Because just yesterday, he was given a stern warning by the military region headquarters. It was fine to move the behemoth, but the researchers of the Dragon Kingdom could not be moved in the slightest. There was no choice but to have the carrier battle group of the ministry stationed around it. This prehistoric beast. John's eyes now realized that the prehistoric behemoth was so difficult to deal with. Above the prehistoric beast island.
Lu Chen had already brought the two giant Tyrannosaurus rexes to the southern side of the beach with great vigor. Hey! You guys look! The behemoths were actually followed by two small dinosaurs. Little? You tell me, little? The crew on top of the carrier couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the giant beast and then the two dinosaurs beside it. His doesn't seem too small, haha. Wait a minute. Why are there dinosaurs on this island? This island that appeared out of thin air, it can't be a Jurassic Island. Hiss, did I watch a documentary instead of a movie in the first place? Cam. Chapter 071, give those three fleets a little meet and greet. Lu Chen hadn't even walked in front of the Nimitz-class carriers with his two minions. The crew above these decks were already shocked beyond belief. Ding. Shocked emotional waves detected in the host's attachment, start absorbing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 attribute energy points. Lu Chen then nodded secretly. System, one more question. If it's my little brother who goes and scares people, then does it count on my head? Ding. The host can absorb all the mood swings inspired by the host or any creature under the host's minions within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Lu Chen grinned, that would be great. In that case, he wouldn't have to make a move, and he'd just want these Tyrannosaurus rexes to scare people, wouldn't that be great? Go! Big guy, big head. You two give me a hard scare for these guys. Well, scare them for 3 hours first. After Lu Chen thought about it, he grunted twice to the two Tyrannosaurus rexes behind him. Roar! Roar! The two Tyrannosaurus rexes behind them immediately comprehended the king's meaning. Although they didn't quite understand why they were just scaring these humans, it was right to unconditionally follow the king's orders. Holy! Those two T-Rex are coming over. What to do? What do we do? Hurry up and inform Lieutenant Colonel Sam. Roar! Roar! The two Tyrannosaurs roared. Don't you come over here. Help! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 attribute energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 attribute energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 attribute energy points. Lu Chen, on the other hand, leisurely re-entered the direction of the cliff and then directly came to a fat house lying. I don't want to talk about it. It's just so comfortable. Master, first take a nap. Lu Chen closed his eyes and went to sleep. At this time, Zhang Ku and others also carefully came to the beach. Seeing the two Tyrannosaurus rexes that were responsible for intimidation, as well as above the aircraft carrier, those shipmates who were constantly being terrorized. Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie and Zhou Jin couldn't help but look at each other. But fortunately, what they had feared did not happen. Originally, they thought that the behemoth had brought the prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex into the future to dominate Planet Blue. But now, it seemed that the behemoth was just bringing its little brother to let off steam? And to scare the hell out of these Lighthouse Nation people? Looks like it. For now, it seems so. As for whether the behemoth had any other purpose, then Zhang Ku and the others would not know for the time being. Drop. This is the Dragon Kingdom Peace 1 carrier fleet. Academician Zhang, please answer when you hear me. Please answer when you hear me. The communication voice of the Peace 1 carrier fleet suddenly appeared on the radio in his ear. Zhang Ku's few people looked at each other and immediately returned to the base house. This is Explorer 1, this is Zhang Ku, your signal has been received here. In the base house, Zhang Ku immediately adjusted the communication instruments. Zhang Ku immediately adjusted his communication instrument. This is the Peace 1 carrier fleet. We have completed continuity with Explorer 1. The communication secret key for the screen transmission is FLXASXXXXX. A dozen seconds later, the screen in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's Peacemaker 1 carrier fleet was transmitted. At the head was a youth with a cold face, only that this person Zhang Ku always felt a bit familiar. Li Kuan? Zhang Ku froze for a moment and muttered. Li Kuan is my younger brother, I am his older brother, Li Kuan. Inside the main control cabin of the Peace 1 carrier, Li Kuan looked at the screen in front of him and said in a deep voice. And at this time, Li Kuan coincidentally finished this morning's patrol mission and returned inside the base house. When he saw Li Kuan in the picture, he couldn't help but cough. Brother? What do you call brother? Call me Captain Li. After Li Kuan saw that his brother was safe and sound, his heart was slightly relieved. However, the surface did not show anything, but said in a cold and unimaginable manner. I know brother, do not say brother, I have just completed the patrol mission, I first go to pat it. Li Kuan seemed to have known that his elder brother would be like this. After saying this, he directly slipped into the base cafeteria. The corner of Li Kuan's mouth twitched slightly, then he coughed lightly and said. Academician Zhang, our mission this time is to escort 500 kilograms of uranium to your place. The time is about 3 days from now, and, according to the situation we have, the Lighthouse Kingdoms Nimitz 4, 5, and 6 seem to be parked in the waters around 500 kilometers from your island. Because you guys are on the island, they don't dare to act rashly, but you guys should also be more careful. Okay, we know. Zhang Ku nodded.
At this point, the encrypted call ended.
Zhang Ku also couldn't help but smack his lips. It seems that our superiors are very attentive to the behemoth.
We have only just traveled through the super wormhole to the Behemoth Island, and we are sending good things over. It will only take 3 more days, so let's hope that we can get through these 3 days smoothly.
Aha!
Lin Zijie and the others nodded with a smile. As time passed, it had already come to night. Only then did Lu Chen leisurely wake up, only to be woken up by a noise.
Moreover, he was still woken up by his own little brother. Good fellow, these 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes really didn't mind being tired.
From the middle of the day they had already roared into the night.
Lu Chen looked at the stars in the sky and couldn't help but grin. Gull!
Those 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes then stopped roaring and then came in front of Lu Chen. Above the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. All of these shipmates were on the verge of breaking down after enduring the roaring for about 10 hours.
After the 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes stopped scaring them, these shipmates directly fell asleep. And right now, Lu Chen was also checking his attribute energy points. Attribute energy points, 220.
Lu Chen smacked his lips. He basically sort of knew that he couldn't keep wool gathering over these people.
This was because a person's spiritual energy was limited.
At most, he can only get more than 200 energy points from these people in this one day. It seemed that one's net had to be cast wider before one could do so.
However, right now, since he had obtained so many attribute energy points,
I can't afford to waste them.
System, how much can I add if I give all these energy points to unlock my progress? Lu Chen asked in his mind. Ding!
Exchange ratio 100000001.
Lu Chen's eyes popped out. Holy! 10,000 points can only be exchanged for 001? When converted like this, 1 point of evolution value would require 1 million points of attribute energy value? I don't think so. With these attribute energy values, I'll distribute them to my little brother. Doesn't it smell good? Lu Chen shook his head and grunted twice.
Then he left the beach with his 2 little brothers. As for the other Tyrannosaurus Rexes, Lu Chen had them all return to prehistory after the afternoon activities. It was fine if they didn't need to eat themselves, but these Tyrannosaurus Rexes were carnivorous dinosaurs after all, and they still had to return to the prehistoric world to hunt for food.
The next day, early in the morning, Lu Chen crossed the wormhole and returned to prehistory.
This time, he intended to have a different kind of fun.
In the middle of the prehistoric basin, Lu Chen had already gathered 3 of the largest-sized emperor crocodiles.
System, give them 3 emperor crocodiles, and assign each of them 10 points of attribute energy value. Change their body density and oxygen content adaptation characteristics.
Ding! Begin evolution of designated creature.
Target, Imperial Crocodile.
Number 3. Direction of evolution, skeletal and skin density and oxygen content adaptations. Total energy required, 30 points. Ding! Evolution begins. A few minutes later,
these 3 emperor crocodiles that were close to 30 meters in length completed their evolution. Only then did Lu Chen nod his head in satisfaction. During yesterday, Lu Chen had long sensed the 3 river energy sources 500 kilometers away from the Behemoth Island. And he had also learned from the chatting of Zhang Ku and the others that these 3 river energy sources were the 3 Lighthouse Kingdom's Nimitz-class carriers. In fact, the sound waves above the entire Behemoth Island, Lu Chen could easily stop inside his ears. And he could also filter some irrelevant ones and only listen to the ones that were useful to him. As for right now, these 3 imperial crocodiles that had been strengthened by himself were a gift to that fleet of 3 Nimitz-class carriers.
Chapter 072, Why don't you dare to go and fight the behemoth?
In the center of the Pacific Ocean, in the middle of the Super Behemoth Island, the 3 30-meter-long super imperial crocodiles just swaggered behind the behemoth and crawled out from within the super wormhole. The Dragon Kingdom's scientific research troops stationed at the edge of the super wormhole couldn't help but shiver after seeing these 3 emperor crocodiles. It was fortunate that these emperor crocodiles were following the orders of the behemoth. Otherwise, being targeted by such creatures would most likely be a death sentence. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and led the 3 imperial crocodiles to the southern side of the beach.
Nima. Only yesterday I saw a super Tyrannosaurus Rex, and today I get to see a super crocodile?
The crew on top of the Nimitz 3 carrier were all confused after seeing the 3 imperial crocodiles that appeared on top of the beach.
Silly you, that's a big crocodile? That's an imperial crocodile, okay? They were at least 30 meters long. What the hell are we doing here? Oh, my god. Oh, my god. I want to go home. Lu Chen first scavenged for attribute energy points and gained over 200 points before nodding in satisfaction. Gollum.
You 3, go forward and harass those 3 large ships in the distance. If the other party attacks, try to see if you can resist, come back if you can't.
Lu Chen started giving orders to the 3 emperor crocodiles in front of him. Moreover, he wanted to test the defensibility of these emperor crocodiles right now.
He had given them 3 emperor crocodiles 30 points of increased bone and muscle density.
It was just that he didn't know how it would be against a human's thermal weapon.
After the three emperor crocodiles received Lu Chen's order, they quickly disappeared from the beach into the ocean. The prehistoric super emperor crocodiles with a body length of 30 meters had no rivals at all in the Pacific Ocean. Even the largest blue whale would have to hide when it saw the prehistoric emperor crocodile. Not to mention the super imperial crocodile that had been strengthened by Lu Chen with evolution points. After the three super imperial crocodiles entered the ocean, their speed immediately soared. It easily exceeded 30 knots. Lu Chen, on the other hand, squinted his eyes and walked over to the Nimitz 3 carrier. There were still a lot of densely packed little dots on it. Couldn't afford to waste them. Grunt. Lu Chen grunted twice. To the side, in the middle of the research base house. After Zhang Ke heard the sound of the behemoth, he immediately dropped his hand movements. What's going on? Lin Zijie on the side also stood up together. The behemoth called out to me. Zhang Ke corrected his glasses and said with a smile. Lin Zijie was silent for a while, but finally couldn't help but ask curiously, can you really understand what the behemoth said? Can only understand a little bit. Zhang Ke smiled. Let's go, I'll also go and see how you actually chat with the behemoth. Lin Zijie smacked his lips. Go. Zhang Ke nodded his head. I'll go too. Sam left to come to the side of the two of them. In the past 2 days, Sam had also let go of his frame and fought behind Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie. It was completely impossible to tell that he was still a lieutenant colonel before. Row. Zhang Ke nodded as he looked at Sam. Afterward, the three of them left the base research house and arrived on top of the beach. Lu Chen grunted after seeing Zhang Ke come to his side. Using his own claws, he pointed at the shipmates, then pointed at his mouth, and then pointed at his stomach. Zhang academician behemoth, this can't still want to eat my shipmates, right? Sam only felt a tingle in his head after seeing the behemoth's gesture. Not. Zhang Ke shook his head. The behemoth means to let all your crew members not be idle. All of them should be utilized. 500 people are responsible for traveling to prehistory to mine uranium ore. 500 people are responsible for mining radium elemental ores. Another 500 people would be responsible for meteorites, and then the remaining 500 people would be responsible for carrying and making food for the behemoth. After facing Zhang Ke's long speech, Lin Zijie on the side had long since frozen. The behemoth just pointed at the crew members and then pointed at its own stomach. How could it look like it was just asking people to cook for themselves, right? Was that the way it was? Sam froze for a moment and murmured. Of course it's like that. Zhang Ke smiled gently. If you don't believe me, you can ask the behemoth yourself. Don't. As long as the behemoth doesn't eat my crew can do anything. Sam hurriedly waved his hand. At this moment, Lin Zijie also figured out Zhang Ke's intention. Good lord, this guy is too shady. That's a pitfall of 1,500 mining personnel. However, if this happened, the speed in progressive mining would be much faster. Lu Chen was also very satisfied with Zhang Ke's arrangement. Because, any way you look at it, it was all in his favor. This Zhang Ke was too good at his job. If it wasn't for the fact that his size didn't support it, Lu Chen really wanted to give Zhang Ke a high five. However, he was afraid that if he lightly slapped down, Zhang Ke would be gone. He couldn't just add some attribute evolution points to him himself as well. Lu Chen froze for a moment. Right. Humans were creatures too. System, can I add attribute energy points to a human's body? Lu Chen asked in his mind just to be on the safe side. Ding. I can. Sure enough, it was the same as what Lu Chen thought. But right now, there's no need to test it on humans. After all, we don't have a lot of energy points. Our own minions can't even share them. All of you. From now on, all of you will follow the orders of Academician Zhang of the Dragon Kingdom. Do whatever he tells you to do. Got it? Sam, Zhang Ke, and Lin Zijie all arrived on top of the aircraft carrier. Sam then said loudly. These shipmates were silent for a while, but eventually, under the pressure of the behemoth, they chose to oblige. Moreover, going down to walk around and move around was better than being scared at night on top of this aircraft carrier. Next, Zhang Ke quickly arranged the work of these personnel. It was exactly the same as what he had said before. 500 people were responsible for traveling to the uranium element mine, and 500 people were responsible for traveling to the radium element mine. Another 500 people were in charge of transportation, and the remaining 500 people were in charge of everyone's meals as well as the behemoth's meals. Prehistory. In the middle of uranium deposit number 1. What are you guys doing here? Is it hard to augment the crew? After Captain Simon saw the shipmates, he was instantly excited and said, No, we're also here to mine uranium ore. Ah. Why? Stop dry howling. Who the hell are you? If you don't want to, you go and fight the behemoth? I'll do it. The crew didn't give Captain Simon any face. Right now, everyone is controlled by the behemoth. Everyone is equal. Not convinced? Why don't you fight the behemoth? In the middle of the prehistoric number 1 radium deposit. Hello, you guys. We're here to increase our manpower. Good, thank you very much. In that case, we'll speed things up a lot. The dragon mining personnel over here did get along quite well with these shipmates. As for the 500 ship crew members who were in charge of the food, when they saw this pile of giant dinosaur food from prehistory again, all of them froze. However, in the end, everyone's mindset was also all turned around. Brothers, we have made so many dishes on top of the aircraft carrier.
But, we've never made dinosaur cuisine before. Yes. Get to work. Let's show the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Our craftsmanship is not bad. Yes, sir. Chief Cook.
Apparently, the lead crew member was in charge of the entire carrier's food.
Everything was in order. And now, outside the Pacific Ocean. Reporting Nimitz 4. Nimitz 5.
One of our destroyers seems to have been attacked.
However, we haven't found anything out of the ordinary. Please, all hands on deck.
Captain Nimitz 5 received a report 5 minutes ago that one of the destroyers in his carrier battle group was attacked by unknown creatures.
This is Nimitz 4. We've received it. Enhanced biodetection capabilities. All frigates adjust to attack. Copy that. Copy that. Chapter 073, Prehistoric Emperor Crocodile vs. Sea King Torpedo.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, above the Pacific Ocean waters, it looked like everything was calm. However, in the midst of the 3 Nimitz-class carrier battle group, an endless fear was felt.
Warning! Warning!
Cruiser A1 of Fleet 5 has been attacked by unknown creatures.
We are unable to observe by thermal sensing. Warning! Warning!
Destroyer C3 of Fleet 7 has been attacked on the left side of its hull.
Unable to locate the attacking creature. Warning! Warning!
For a moment, an atmosphere of terror just haunted all the fleet. They were truly terrified.
Because, there was no way to know what the creature attacking them was. Obviously. It wasn't a behemoth. Because if it was a behemoth, their thermal senses would have been able to sense the behemoth's presence from a long distance away.
But right now, their thermal senses were all malfunctioning.
In the deep waters of the Pacific Ocean,
3 large-sized prehistoric emperor crocodiles were attacking the fleet above them. One of the emperor crocodiles violently flicked its tail. The huge body swam swiftly in the middle of the ocean.
It was like a sharp arrow. Bang! Warning! Fleet Carrier 5 is being attacked. Warning! Fleet Carrier 5 is being attacked. The heat sensors aren't working. Inform the captain. The panic over here has been ongoing. On Behemoth Island, a cooked brontosaurus had been transported to Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but eat it after smelling the aroma. Although these people looked quite diabolical, this craftsmanship was really something.
Without hesitation, he picked up one of the already cut thunder dragon legs, and Lu Chen crunched it into his stomach.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of attribute energy value.
Lu Chen couldn't help but be surprised for a moment, there were actually so many of them?
And the commotion above the fleet of 3 carriers in the distance, Lu Chen had also listened to all of it.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 attribute energy points.
These energy points were naturally the fear emanating from the humans inside those 3 fleets. As for why these 3 imperial crocodiles hadn't been detected by the 3 fleets with their thermal senses, it was because the imperial crocodiles were cold-blooded creatures. That was because the imperial crocodiles were cold-blooded creatures. The characteristic of cold-blooded creatures was that they could adjust the temperature of their skin, and even the temperature of their core, to be the same as the surrounding environment. Especially after being strengthened by Lu Chen, the emperor crocodile's ability to regulate temperature was naturally even stronger. Therefore, it was natural that it would not be captured by the heat sensing.
In contrast, Lu Chen himself was easily detected by the heat sensing apparatus. After all, inside his own belly was a superatomic furnace. The temperature couldn't be any less terrifying. Moreover, if the temperature of this thing was gone, he was afraid that he would be gone as well. Lu Chen couldn't help but smack his lips as he picked up another thunder dragon's leg and continued building it. Far away. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Activate all the instruments that can detect. Find out for me what creature is attacking us. The captain of the Nimitz 4 instantly roared and gave the order. Aye. Captain.
Subsequently, all the carriers unleashed their full power, and all the detectors were turned on at once.
A moment later. Report. The echolocation detector has found a target. The target is right under our ship. And there are 3 mobile sources.
A crew member immediately informed the captain of the message just obtained.
Activate the carrier. Only then will we use sonar to locate them. Launch torpedo attack. The captain of Nimitz 4 immediately issued the order.
Yes, sir. At that moment, the 2 submarines then quickly activated, and after a few minutes, they appeared from underneath the carrier. Started using sonar to locate the 3 moving sources.
Launch the Sea King torpedoes. Launch. Launch. In a second, the 2 submarines instantly launched 10 Sea King torpedoes in succession.
The Sea King torpedo, as the name suggests, was the king in the middle of the ocean. The three emperor crocodiles instinctively sensed the approaching danger and directly swam their huge bodies, wanting to escape the attack of the Sea King torpedoes. However, the speed of the emperor crocodiles still had a limit after all, and the fastest speed in the middle of the ocean was only 150 kilometers per hour. This speed was already very fast. After all, these three emperor crocodiles had a huge body that was 30 meters long. However, the speed of living creatures had its limits after all. The speed of the 10 Sea King torpedoes behind them had begun to accelerate. It had already arrived at a speed of 120 kilometers and was still accelerating.
At this moment, on top of the beach on Beast Island, Lu Chen leisurely stood up. His huge body stood here in front of the many researchers. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and sensed his three emperor crocodiles, as well as the 10 torpedoes behind the emperor crocodiles. Right at this moment, under the deep sea, the speed of the Sea King torpedo accelerated once more. The speed had broken through 200 kilometers per hour. It was only a matter of time before it caught up with the three imperial crocodiles in front of it. Although these three imperial crocodiles hadn't been with Lu Chen for a long time, but at least they were all subordinate to him. Lu Chen was still a little worried about their safety in his heart. However, Lu Chen also knew that in order to swim in this sea, it was necessary to improve one's strength. He himself might be able to carry it, but what was the use of his little brother not being able to carry it? Buzz. Just at this time, a buzzing sound suddenly came from under the sea. Immediately afterward, a bright light appeared in the ocean. Then calmness was restored once more. Reporting to the captain. The 10 torpedoes successfully hit the three unknown creatures. Good. Yes, sir. The captain of Carrier 4 nodded excitedly after hearing the news transmitted back from the submarine. Creatures were just creatures after all. Even if they were bigger in size, there was no way it could withstand the weapons invented by humans. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the beach. Grunt. After the infrasound was released. A moment later, Lu Chen received feedback from the three imperial crocodiles. All of them were alive, only the state of the eyes didn't seem too good. Half an hour later, the three big and strong imperial crocodiles returned to the beach. Lu Chen fixed his eyes on the three imperial crocodiles, and the skin tissues on the left and right two imperial crocodiles were already incredibly red. Blood was oozing out from it in a steady stream. The one in the center was the most seriously injured. Half of its tail at the back was blown away. Roar! Roar! The left and right imperial crocodiles began to report on this operation. Lu Chen also understood all of it. It turned out that the emperor crocodile in the center seemed to know that the three of them couldn't get rid of the torpedoes. It simply stopped directly, wanting to rely on itself to harden against those 10 torpedoes. However, in the end, only 6 torpedoes came next. The remaining 4 torpedoes exploded into the 2 imperial crocodiles on the left and right respectively. Go! Lu Chen took a deep breath. Good. Very good. This time, not only had he tested out the density of these musculoskeletal bones, he had also obtained an emperor crocodile that had laid down its life for its companions. Among cold-blooded creatures like emperor crocodiles, this kind of thing was simply impossible. And right now, it just happened. Go! Lu Chen lowered his head and looked at the emperor crocodile in the center, which was already in critical condition. From now on, you are the leader of the emperor crocodile group. Roar! After the emperor crocodile in the middle heard the giant beast's words, it instantly braced itself before roaring in response to the king's words. In the next second, it directly fainted. After all, there was too much blood loss. And at this moment, all of the surrounding researchers affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom were also looking at the scene in front of them. Zhang Ko brought Lin Zijie and quickly ran over. Behemoth! We have medical personnel here. Where's the medical team? All of them came over. We're treating the prehistoric emperor crocodile. Quickly! In a short while, 80 to 90 of the Dragon Kingdom's medical personnel quickly arrived in front of these three emperor crocodiles. Through such a long time together, they also knew that emperor crocodiles would not attack humans casually. Therefore, all of the personnel all entered into the medical work. No way! Captain Zhang, the 2 emperor crocodiles next to him can finish stopping the bleeding. But the one in the center has lost half of its tail, so it's impossible to stop the bleeding. It's likely to bleed to death. Besides, it's impossible for us to complete the blood transfusion. Fart! Zhang Ke shouted angrily, all of you get on my case. Use the knowledge in your heads. If we can't finish the transfusion, then find a way to build one. Chapter 074, Evolving Sanglong. I'll take you guys to sharpen your teeth. Above the beach. The Dragon Kingdom's researchers were rapidly treating these 3 emperor crocodiles. The 2 next to them were a little better, just superficial wounds. But this one in the middle, they really couldn't do anything about it. Lu Chen wasn't too worried, after all, back when he had let these 3 emperor crocodiles move earlier. He had already asked the system, as long as it was a creature that had been strengthened by himself.
He himself could spend the corresponding attribute evolution energy points to restore the injuries on their bodies as if they were still there. Right now, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't refuse the friendly help from the Dragon Kingdom. It was only that this Emperor Crocodile in the middle was truly impossible to handle with human means. Lu Chen slowly extended his right hand. It then rested on top of the head of this Imperial Crocodile in the center. System, how many evolution points can be spent to allow this Imperial Crocodile to recover? Ding! According to the calculations, the host only needs to spend 10 attribute energy evolution points to cure it. Cure. Then, an incredible scene just happened in front of everyone's eyes. Only the muscle tissues on this Emperor Crocodile's body seemed to come to life. It began to grow wildly. A minute later, half of the tail that was broken off also grew out completely. And this Emperor Crocodile also awoke. Feeling the surging power within its body, an incredible divine light also appeared in its eyes. Are we watching a sci-fi movie? Hiss, this is too terrifying. Can a giant beast actually still possess such a strong ability? It seems that our understanding of giant beasts is really very little. After the surrounding Dragon Kingdom researchers saw this scene, all of them were shocked and dumbfounded. Especially those medical personnel. All of them were dumbfounded. They had never seen muscles growing at a crazy speed that could be seen by the naked eye. This was completely inconsistent with common sense. This was also not in line with the characteristics of living creatures. This scene in front of them was completely beyond the common sense of biology they had learned. It's too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60 points of attribute energy value. Ding! The host currently has 540 points of attribute energy value left. Lu Chen's miraculous maneuver actually backhandedly gained 60 points of attribute energy value. Inside and out, he had still earned 50 points. Too shocking. Too terrifying. It was too magical. Now, even Zhang Ke's face diversified after seeing this scene. Zhang Ke, are you happy or scared or shocked? Lin Zijie on the side couldn't help but ask. Both. Zhang Ke took a deep breath. This was a new ability of the behemoth. Zhou Zhen. Zhou Zhen. Is this all recorded? Zhang Ke said loudly. It was recorded long ago. Zhou Zhen carried the camera and quickly came to Zhang Ke's side. Good. Very good. Zhang Ke nodded heavily. This was an ability that was unique to behemoths. The initial deduction should be that by touching a living creature, it could prompt the creature to rapidly divide its own repair cells. Moreover, based on the situation in front of him, it should be able to reach the level of limb recovery. This kind of ability, it could be called a miracle. In the face of Zhang Ke's deduction, the surrounding researchers also agreed. And at this moment, Lu Chen also heard Zhang Ke's deduction and couldn't help but smile in his heart. This was the reason why he had to touch this Emperor Crocodile in the middle. If they found out that they could heal them without even touching the Emperor Crocodile, probably they would have collapsed. Therefore, Lu Chen had left his hand here. Captain Zhang. This side has been analyzed. The torpedo used by the Lighthouse Kingdom's submarine is a Sea King torpedo. It's very powerful. Several Dragon Kingdom researchers came to Zhang Ke's side with the analysis report in their hands. Good. Zhang Ke nodded. However, he was also shocked in his heart that these three Emperor Crocodiles could actually resist the explosion of the Sea King torpedo. One must know that the explosive power of the Sea King torpedo was a small atomic bomb. The Sea King torpedo. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth hooked up into a cold and ghostly arc. He glanced at his attribute energy points. There were 540 points. Sea King torpedo, right? Sea King? Just this is worthy of being called a Sea King? Lu Chen retraversed the super wormhole with the three Emperor Crocodiles. And then returned to the Wind God Canyon. Gollum. You guys are now resting here for a while. After giving his orders, Lu Chen moved towards the direction of the sea. King of the sea. Other than the master, there was naturally another type of predator. That was the Tsanglong. Sanglong, the top predator in the prehistoric current ocean. With that unrivaled bite force, and that super huge head, it could completely swallow its opponents whole. Right now, Lu Chen had arrived at the edge of the vast and boundless ocean. Roar! Lu Chen let out a huge roar that resounded through prehistory. The sound waves spread out rapidly towards the sea level. About 10 minutes or so had passed. A huge Tsanglong then slowly surfaced. At a closer look, the appearance was similar to that of an Emperor Crocodile, only it was even more powerful than the Emperor Crocodile. Especially in the middle of the ocean, the killing power was not comparable to an Emperor Crocodile. If it wasn't for Lu Chen's presence, then in the middle of this prehistoric ocean world, it would be the world of the Tsanglong. Go! Lu Chen quickly told this Tsanglong in front of him what he meant. Although the size of this Tsanglong is well arrived at nearly 30 meters long. But against the 485 meter tall Lu Chen, it was still a small dot. It was only 1/15 of Lu Chen's height. And the information revealed by Lu Chen is also very simple. Follow master, master take you to another sea to play.
By the way, grind your teeth. Swallow some destroyers or something. The giant Sanglong in front of him immediately nodded his head.
Although Lu Chen hadn't subdued its Sanglong as the most powerful sea creature in prehistory, they also possessed intelligence, so following a giant beast was definitely better than following a giant beast against it.
Call up another one. Lu Chen issued an order. The Sanglong immediately understood, and then, it returned to the sea.
A short while later, it brought its Sanglong that was about the same size as it to the edge of the beach. When Lu Chen saw this, he nodded.
System, each Sanglong is allocated 50 attribute energy points. Use it to strengthen their bone density, skin density, and adaptability. By the way, can I strengthen their claws? Lu Chen asked curiously. Ding.
Yes, the direction of evolution can follow the host's intention to develop at will. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth grinned slightly. Good guy.
In that case, he could evolve wings for these Kanglongs?
However, there was no need for that. Kanglongs were creatures of the sea. Evolving limbs for them would just make it easier for them to walk on land.
Ding. Starting to evolve the specified creature. Target, Sanglong. Number, 2. Direction of evolution, musculoskeletal density, adaptive trait, strong limbs. Total energy used, 100. Ding. Evolution begins. Ding. Evolution successful. Host's remaining energy points, 440.
The two Kanglongs in front of them suddenly realized that strong claws had actually appeared on their limbs.
Now, the grip was even stronger.
Moreover, after the skeletal muscle density increased, they could also feel that the power within their bodies had more than doubled. Even though they were huge and incomparable, they were still strong enough to support themselves with ease.
However, Lu Chen was still not very satisfied.
After all, this Sanglong was only about the same size as the previous emperor crocodile. System, each Sanglong is allocated 20 points of energy value to evolve the direction physique. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and said in his mind.
Ding. Start evolving the designated creature. Target, Sanglong. Quantity, 2. Direction of evolution, physique. Total energy used, 20. Ding. Evolution begins. Ding. Evolution successful. Host's remaining energy points, 400.
In the next second, the two Kanglongs in front of us began to grow in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 minutes, each Sanglong had expanded to 50 meters long.
Only then did Lu Chen nod in satisfaction. Gollum.
Stay close, I'll take you guys to sharpen your teeth.
Chapter 075, The Fleet 4 of Joy. I'm evacuating. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. After a dense turbulence in the super wormhole, Lu Chen then took the lead and walked out. Following closely behind, naturally, were Datsong and Akong. What did I see? What's that following the giant beast? How come I've never seen it before?
The Dragon Kingdom researchers guarding the vicinity of the super wormhole all froze after seeing the two giant song dragons behind the beast. Even with their knowledge base, they did not recognize these two giant creatures as Kanglongs.
Hurry up and inform Academician Zhang that the behemoth was moving towards the coastline. The researchers quickly proceeded to contact Zhang Ku, who was at the coastline. After Zhang Ku and the others received the news, they immediately got ready early. It was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. What was the behemoth trying to do? After waiting for about half an hour, the behemoth's figure appeared in the crowd's observation screen.
Only the two large creatures behind the behemoth also aroused the curiosity of Zhang Ku and the others. What are these two creatures?
How come we've never seen them before in prehistory? Zhang Ku's eyes popped out.
Staring at the monitor in front of him, he couldn't help but mutter to himself in curiosity.
It couldn't be a new giant beast, could it?
In front of the monitor, Zhou Shen couldn't help but scratch his head.
It was unclear that the muscles on Zhang Ku's face couldn't help but twitch. Just one behemoth alone could already turn the world into the current pattern. If it really was a new behemoth, then wouldn't the world be in chaos? Wasn't this at Sanlong? On the side, Lin Zijie walked over and couldn't help but say after hearing the conversation between Zhang Ku and Zhou Shen. Sanlong?
Zhang Ku froze, then quickly brought his gaze back to the monitor. Where would its Sanlong be this big?
Moreover, have you ever seen its Sanlong open its claws this big? Zhou Shen retorted.
One must know that in prehistory, he had witnessed the image of its Sanglong being captured by a giant beast together with Zhang Ku.
No. It might actually be possible for this to be that Sanglong.
Zhang Ku seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrunk slightly.
What? Captain Zhang, it can't be? At that time, we were all together to see with our own eyes how the giant beast was preying on the Sanlong.
Where could there be such a large Sanglong?
Zhou Shen couldn't help but scratch his head and said. Then, have you ever seen a 30-meter-long imperial crocodile before? Zhang Ku said.
And no, Zhou Shen froze for a moment, then his face changed violently.
Captain, do you mean that this Sanglong has also evolved? It is very possible. It's not like you haven't seen the behemoth's previous methods.
Zhang Ku said in a calm and incomparable manner.
It seems that after those 3 Nimitz-class carrier battle groups from the Lighthouse Kingdom launched an attack on the Imperial Crocodile, the behemoth got angry as well. Jojin muttered, the behemoth's little brother was beaten up by someone, and the behemoth naturally wants to go and get back at it. This was very similar to when the behemoth and the wind god pterodactyl collided before in prehistory. There could be no mistake. Zhangke nodded his head heavily. The behemoth meant to seek revenge for his little brother. On the side, Lin Zijie, who was listening to this 1-2 punch between Zhang Ku and Jojin. Those who knew it was the behemoth, and those who didn't, thought that the behemoth was a big brother. However, this style at the moment was indeed very much like a big brother. Boom! Boom! Just as they were talking, Lu Chen had already brought Song and Ikon to the top of the beach. Afterward, Lu Chen gently waved his claws. The 2 giant pangolins then quickly disappeared into the Pacific Ocean in front of them. The order Lu Chen gave them was simple. The carrier will not move, and for the rest, feel free to grind your teeth any way you want. Sitting on top of the beach, Lu Chen half squinted his eyes and waited quietly. At this moment, the Pacific Ocean deep sea area, at a depth of more than 300 meters, because it was already more than 12 o'clock at night. It was already pitch black here. Above the surface of the Pacific Ocean, there might still be moonlight, and there could be a little vision. But in the deep sea area, there was no light to be seen. The 250-meter-long giant kanglongs had already begun to swim rapidly towards the 3 carrier battle groups. Nimitz 4 was in the middle of the fleet. Ha! What kind of unidentified creature is this? They're still running away from our torpedoes, aren't they? They're just a little bigger. That's right. Just like the behemoth, only bigger. Ha! The carrier was filled with laughter, and the crew was naturally bragging about the battle. After all, they did fight off the unknown creatures. Alright, all cheer up a bit. What if those unknown creatures come back once again? At this time, the captain of the Nimitz 4 carrier walked over to the crowd and feigned a stern reprimand. Ha! Captain, how is this possible? Our Sea King torpedoes aren't vegetarians. That's right. Ha! Captain Nimitz 4 couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face when he heard this. He couldn't help but sigh, alas. These unknown creatures are really just big. Ha! While they were laughing and teasing each other, 300 meters deep under the water, 2 kanglongs with cold and merciless eyes had already been waiting for a long time. They could tell that the biggest ones were the ships that the king had said were not allowed to move. And the rest of those smaller ships, the king said, let's grind our teeth. The 2 kanglongs, the Great Song and the Second Song, looked at each other. Then they slowly rose towards the horizontal plane. The 2 cruisers around the Nimitz 4 carrier were on a routine cruise. If someone was above these 2 cruisers at this time, they could definitely see it. A hazy layer of shadow appeared around their ships. The 2 kanglongs saw the right moment. Fast and precise. In a flash, they attacked the 2 cruisers. That head and bite that was more powerful than a prehistoric emperor crocodile. It went straight through the cruisers. The reinforced Sanglong directly relied on its own bite force to live through the cruiser's shell. Alarm! Alarm! Notify the main fleet. We're under attack. We're under attack. I can't. Radio communications are down. What do we do? What do we do? Ah! 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 Darkness, the best cover. Plus the 2 pangolins chose the outermost cruiser. So a hit was scored. Ding! Absorbing fear wave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points of attribute energy value. Sitting on top of the beach on Behemoth Island, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised in an arc after hearing the beeping in his ears. Ding! Absorbing fear fluctuation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points of attribute energy value. Lu Chen slightly stretched his back. Almost already knew the data he wanted. About 50 points of attribute energy all given to musculoskeletal density then. It would almost be enough to raise the bite of one's teeth to the point where they could penetrate through steel plates. However, it would have to be stacked upwards to be able to carry a bomb. The exact defense would depend on the TNT equivalent of the bomb. However, right now, Lu Chen had almost played through this skill. Next, that was bound to be Master's home turf. 500 kilometers away in the Pacific Ocean. Reporting to the captain. 2 cruisers have lost contact with us. What? Captain Nimitz 4's face changed dramatically when he heard that. Report, Captain. We just received word that we lost one of our frigates as well. Check. Defense. What are you doing? Yes, sir. But the bad news has arrived once again. Reports that numbers 5 and 6, as well as our submarine, have all been destroyed by an unknown creature. And, according to the last probe, the creature is even bigger than before. What? Captain Nimitz 4's expression snapped and he immediately activated his helicopter. I'm evacuating. The crewman beside him sniffed and his face changed slightly, but he still nodded. Captain. Chapter 076, why don't you say anything? A bunch of greedy Ru AG. Above the deck of the Nimitz 4 carrier, the helicopter was already activated. The captain quickly came into the helicopter. Then he said loudly, "Evacuate quickly. Vice Admiral, from now on, everything in the carrier is under your control." "Yes, sir. Captain."
The Vice Admiral stood behind the captain, his face full of complex expressions.
"Good fellow, directly after the big disaster, he gave up so many shipmates and then fled?"
The captain nodded, and then had the pilot start the helicopter, and then took off and left the deck. At this moment, it wasn't just Fleet Number 4 that was like this, the other fleets Number 5 and Number 6 were just like Fleet Number 4. Basically, all of the helicopters that were activated chose to flee. It wasn't because they didn't have the ability to fight back, but it was important to save their own little lives. Moreover, in a short period of time, their weapons weren't able to lock onto the bizarre creatures beneath the ocean. In comparison, the captains of these fleets chose to take the lead in evacuating. Lu Chen leaned against the edge of the strait and squinted his eyes. Although he could not see what was happening to the fleet in the distance. However, the system beeps that kept ringing in his ears were clear. The panic amongst the battleships lasted until the next morning, and only then did it end.
The few remaining crew members directly chose to abandon the carrier and chose to flee. Lu Chen leisurely swam to the front of the 3 carrier fleet. At this moment, where could the scene in front of him still be seen as a carrier battle group? It was a complete mess. Moreover, there was no fluctuation of any biothermal energy. Obviously, the crews had either escaped or were gone. Roar!
When the 2 Kanglongs saw that the king had arrived, they immediately began to report on the results of yesterday's night's battle. Lu Chen nodded. The destroyers, frigates, and patrol ships were all completely wiped out. The people in the carriers had all taken the escape boats and left the area. There was also a portion of people who made helicopters to evacuate the place.
Lu Chen had almost deduced it. "Gollum! You two go to the side and watch." The 2 giant Kanglongs instantly understood and swam to the side.
Lu Chen, on the other hand, was now staring at the 3 intact Nimitz-class carriers in front of him.
Inside this thing, there was a river reactor. And the river reactor was a great tonic for himself right now. "Behemoth, do you want us to help you dismantle the river reactors inside these carriers?"
Just then, a huge voice rang out from behind Lu Chen.
Lu Chen slightly sidestepped.
When he had traveled to this site in the morning, Zhang Ku had naturally followed him in his helicopter along with his 2 little friends.
"Go!" Lu Chen shook his head. Dismantling the river reactor was just a matter of dismantling the river reactor, wasn't it a simple matter for himself? "Okay, we got it."
Zhang Ku nodded and then signaled for the helicopter he was doing the right in to move away from here. Lu Chen reared back, looked at the carrier in front of him, and walked towards it. 2 steps later, he arrived in front of the aircraft carrier.
"Drop. This is Lighthouse Kingdom Rattlesnake A1 helicopter. Requesting to link up with the Dragon Kingdom. Requesting to connect with the Dragon Kingdom."
Just as the behemoth was about to destroy the carrier, a helicopter signal from the Lighthouse Kingdom suddenly appeared on the radio in Zhang Ku's and the others' ears.
"Captain Zhang, should we connect to the communication?"
Zhou Jin was the pilot, and at this moment, he looked at Zhang Ku behind him.
"Connect and see." Zhang Ku nodded. "This is Dragon Country's Dragon 9 helicopter. We have received your signal. Start connecting."
Zhou Jin made a few adjustments on the instrument in front of him, and then completed the real-time connection.
"Dragon 9, please stop the beast immediately. We are the captains of Lighthouse Nimitz 4, 5, and 6. Please stop the behemoth immediately. You cannot destroy our carriers. You have already violated."
Hearing this, Zhang Ku couldn't help but smile on his face. "Friend of the Lighthouse Kingdom.
The behemoth is not manipulated by our Dragon Kingdom, everything is the autonomous will of the behemoth. If you can try to communicate with the behemoth." Lin Zijie on the side couldn't help but bristle. These guys still have the face to ask the behemoth to stop? How shameless. "Dragon 9. We order you. Immediately make the behemoth stop its attack on the carrier."
The voice from the radio in his ear rang out once more.
"Rub." Lin Zijie pressed down the radio headset in his ear. "Do you guys not understand human language? The behemoth isn't under our control, these words, don't you understand? Also, you guys order us? Who are you to order us around? Who do you think you are? Academician Zhang can tolerate you once or twice, but I won't serve you trash. You don't like it? Hold it.
Bunch of wise guys.
What? You want to beat us? Go ahead. If you don't fight, you're all grandsons. The more I talk, the angrier I get. We'll report this recording to the Dragon Kingdom." Why don't you say anything? A bunch of greedy and fearful Ruiji.
After saying that, Lin Zijie directly closed the headset.
Zijie, they are at least captains, you don't give them face like this, what if they commit suicide in shame?
Zhang Ku couldn't help it, but his radio was still on. The opposite side of the Lighthouse Country's people naturally hear clearly.
"Okay, Zhoujin, let's end the call." Zhang Ku didn't give these Lighthouse Kingdom people any chance to retort. Threatening himself?
I can try, but I'm afraid that they won't be able to bear the consequences. Thinking of this, Zhang Ku's face revealed a strong color of pride. The Dragon Kingdom was no longer the Dragon Kingdom of a few hundred years ago. Nowadays, it could have a pivotal position in the world. 30 kilometers away, over the Pacific Ocean waters, the Dragon Kingdom shut down its communication signals. Above the Rattlesnake A1 helicopter, the pilot whispered, "Go! Have all the helicopters follow us? We won't believe it, go and negotiate with the behemoth." The captain of Carrier 4 and the captains of Carrier 5 and 6 were all on this helicopter. When they reported the situation to Colonel John yesterday, John was furious on the spot. He wasn't in charge of Nimitz 3, so he wouldn't be penalized even if it blew up. But right now, Nimitz 4, Nimitz 5, Nimitz 6, the 3 fleet carrier battle group can all be John's subordinates. If these 3 carriers were lost, the higher-ups would definitely be held responsible. Therefore, he immediately ordered these captains to turn back with their retreating helicopter teams. Defend their carriers at all costs. In the waters of the Pacific Ocean, Lu Chen was already a bit impatient. These 3 carriers were the best snacks in his eyes. Ha! Just as Lu Chen was planning to gut the carriers in his hands, the buzzing sound of the helicopter in the distance had already reached Lu Chen's ears. A few minutes later, nearly 30 helicopters from the Lighthouse Kingdom slowly approached Lu Chen's side of the sea. "Behemoth, please stop your behavior immediately. Do not destroy the aircraft carrier. Do not destroy the aircraft carrier." When Lu Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth slightly raised in an arc. Then the 2 huge palms directly exerted force. A sound of metal being directly torn apart by a strong force reached the ears of the crowd. "Giant beast, please stop your behavior immediately. No destroying the carrier. No." Before they could finish speaking, only a click was heard. The center keel of the carrier in the behemoth's hands had been snapped, and the river reactor in it had begun to destabilize. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and directly picked up the river reactor that supplied the carrier's core power. Then, Lu Chen pointed at the Lighthouse Nation helicopter on the opposite side. "Gollum? Gollum. You guys want it? Dream on." Lu Chen tilted his head and crunched. Several river reactors were swallowed directly into his stomach, giving all the people inside the opposite helicopter a dumbfounded look. Not only that, Zhang Ku and the others also revealed smiles that they couldn't help but smile. Good fellow, the behemoth was not giving a damn about them at all. Chapter 077, a globally friendly gesture. The behemoth must have found something unimaginable. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The river reactor in the middle of the Nimitz-class carrier was just crunched and eaten by Lu Chen inside his stomach. Not only that, after eating it, he continued towards another carrier. "Oi! Behemoth! You stop right there. This is our carrier, not your food." Above the Rattlesnake A1 helicopter, the 3 captains were feeling a little broken after seeing the scene they had just witnessed. This was the carrier they were in charge of. If it was eaten just like that, then for the 3 of them, their good days would be over. Therefore, at this moment, the 3 captains began to roar hysterically. Lu Chen slightly turned his head sideways, and his pair of cold and merciless eyes just stared at that helicopter for a while. Then he continued to walk towards the carrier on the left with his steps. And the backs of those 3 captains were already drenched in cold sweat. That's right. This was a giant beast. Did they just dare to yell at the behemoth like that? Did they really think that their little lives were so hard? Lu Chen gently tore it with both hands. It was just like unwrapping a French fry package. After a click, the second carrier also directly turned into 2 halves. Then, Lu Chen nonchalantly took out the French fries from it. He crunched them into his stomach. And then came the 3rd ship. The entire process lasted for more than half an hour. It left all of the people from the Lighthouse Nation dumbfounded. Ding! Absorbing river energy. Ding! Absorbing nuclear energy. Ding! Absorption complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 05 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 700,000 atomic furnace energy. Ding! King of Monsters template progress, 655. Ding! Atomic furnace energy in body, 1.5 million 10 million, ding! After eating the river reactors of the 3 carriers, Lu Chen felt slightly revitalized. Raising his head, he looked at the 3 dozen rattlesnake helicopters in front of him. Lu Chen suddenly smiled maliciously. Only, inside the ears of others it was like thunder. Only to see Lu Chen slowly raise both of his arms, his huge hands grasping into fists. The target was aimed at the rattlesnake helicopter that was just within a few hundred meters in front of him. In the air above the sea behind the behemoth, Zhang Ku and the others all looked grave after seeing the behemoth act like this. "Zhojin, where's the camera? Hurry up and give it to me." "Good." Zhojin was not ambiguous and quickly handed the camera to Zhang Ku. After Zhang Ku received it, he began to adjust it, finally locking the end of the camera firmly onto the behemoth's body. It is very likely that the behemoth will unleash some new means of attack. It is imperative that this information be recorded, Zhang Ke said solemnly and incomparably. Lin Zijie by his side also quickly took out several types of testing instruments from the black bag in his arms. At the same time, above the Rattlesnake A-1 helicopter, the three captains yelled out, "Hurry up and go! Hurry up and go! Behemoth, this is definitely some kind of attack. Hurry up and evacuate this place. Otherwise, we'll all die here." The pilot on top of the helicopter immediately nodded his head and then prepared to maneuver the helicopter to escape from here. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but grin. Escape? Did Master let you escape? Electromagnetic interference. In the next second, Lu Chen directly released his super strong electromagnetic interference ability. The powerful electromagnetic force directly penetrated the 30 or so rattlesnake helicopters in front of them. Warning! Warning! Control stick malfunction. Warning! Warning! Radar positioning failure. Warning! Warning! All at once, all kinds of alarms sounded. The rattlesnake helicopters began to shake in the sky. Then they all crashed down towards the sea. At this time, Lu Chen directly gestured an international friendly gesture. That is, the third finger was standing up. The moment these helicopters were about to crash into the sea, everyone saw the behemoth's hand gesture. All of a sudden, these people were so depressed that they could not wait to find the behemoth to fight for their lives. However, it was unknown how many would survive. Over the sea behind the behemoth, amongst the Dragon 9 helicopters, the expressions on Zhang Ku and the others' faces became stunned. Good fellow. Is the behemoth so skinny? Who taught it this friendly gesture? Zhang Ku couldn't help but laugh. Lin Zijie shrugged his shoulders. What are you looking at me for? You're the closest to the behemoth here. It can't be you who did this, right? And now here to stage a scene of thieves shouting to be thieves? Hiss, you do not say. I increasingly feel that this is very likely. Lin Zijie gazed dangerously at Zhang Ku, seemingly having solved the case. How is it possible? Zhang Ku raised his eyebrows. Am I that kind of person? On the side, Lin Zijie and Zhou couldn't help but nod. You are. This side all crashed into the sea, the explosion that should be exploded, and the ascension that should be ascended to the sky. Lu Chen was also too lazy to care, while he raised his head, his gaze resting on the vast and incomparable ocean. The electromagnetic interference skill that he had just released was the first time he had released it after traveling through the super wormhole Back to the Future. Therefore, right after he finished releasing it, he sensed what seemed to be equally strong electromagnetic energy in the north. Not even weaker than himself. What a concept! Electromagnetic energy that wasn't weaker than his own. Lu Chen was really curious. What the hell is there? Can that thing be eaten? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, and then he turned around, letting those two giant kanglongs dive into the deep sea, and then swam right in the middle of the sea around himself. Although Lu Chen was completely unafraid of any weapons nowadays. But when it came to swatting flies, Lu Chen didn't like to use his hands, but rather a fly swatter. Lu Chen sank his body down to an area of about 300 meters underwater. After that, it began to swim rapidly towards the north. What's going on? How did the giant beast suddenly move towards the north? Above the Dragon 9 helicopter, Lin Zijie asked curiously. Unclear. Zhang Ku was also very puzzled. The behemoth's movements were always so erratic, perhaps it had discovered something again. Let's go, let's follow. Zhang Ku said after thinking about it. Yes. Zhou Jin nodded. After adjusting the helicopter, they began to track the behemoth's trail over the sea. In fact, the behemoth's movements were very easy to track, a huge source of radiation, energy, and then thermal energy. Right now, Lu Chen had begun to accelerate in the water. The speed directly broke through 80 knots and soared to 100 knots. And, it's still accelerating. Peace 1 carrier, this is Dragon 9 helicopter. The behemoth's direction of movement is changing. You will need to recalculate your navigation to rendezvous with the behemoth. The current speed of the behemoth has exceeded 120 knots. Zhou Jin followed Zhang Ke's instructions and quickly contacted the Dragon Peace River-powered carrier that was sailing above the Pacific waters. This is the Peace, we've received the data you've sent over and are now beginning to make course adjustments. We expect to meet the behemoth in 23 hours and 38 minutes. Please convey to the behemoth that we are carrying supplies. The Dragon Kingdom's peace carrier also gave a quick response. Roger that. Roger that. Zhou Jin replied. However, right now, the behemoth was swimming swiftly underwater, so Zhang Ku couldn't inform the behemoth for a while. The behemoth began to accelerate again. Zhou Jin stared at the thermal imaging on the instrument and said quickly, "What is the speed?" Zhang Ku froze for a moment and quickly asked, 150 knots. Zhou Jin gulped, equivalent to 270 kilometers per hour. Incorrect. It accelerated again. Chase. Full pursuit. Zhang Ku took a deep breath. He always felt that the behemoth must have found something extraordinary this time.
Otherwise, it couldn't have moved at such a fast speed. After all, none of the river bombs had any effect on the behemoth. Thinking of this, he said once more, Zijia, connect me to the research headquarters. Good. Chapter 078, Giant Terrorist Creature. Let the humans slowly adapt. Dragon Kingdom's Scientific Research Headquarters Base. Zhang Ku had already finished connecting with this side. You guys said that the giant beast is rapidly moving towards the north? Su couldn't help but be surprised after listening to Zhang Ku's report. If this passes through the Pacific Ocean and moves further north, it will be at the North Pole. Looking at the satellite image on the left, Su muttered. The North Pole? At this time, Lin Qingshan came behind Su Guodong and looked at the satellite image in front of him. According to your research on the behemoth in the past half a year, would the behemoth make similar actions for no reason? Won't. After Su Guodong thought about it, he said, every action of the behemoth is purposeful. In that case, is there something that the behemoth wants in the North Pole? Lin Qingshan said. It's not clear, but it's not impossible. Su nodded. Then, he changed his words and said in a low voice, however, I'm afraid that the behemoth can't hide it from the people of the country with such a grand gesture. Conceal? Why should it be concealed? The corner of Lin Qingshan's mouth grinned. Sooner or later, the behemoth was going to be discovered by everyone anyway. Why don't we just let people find out? We can hide it for a while, but can we hide it for a lifetime? Su nodded. In fact, regarding the matter of the giant beast, the above had also fully considered it. If it really couldn't be concealed, then it would be made public, directly letting the whole world know about the existence of the behemoth. Moreover, the dealings between the behemoth and the Dragon Kingdom were still very favorable at the moment. At this moment, Pacific Ocean waters. Lu Chen had already been swimming for more than 10 hours. If it wasn't for the old folks following behind, Lu Chen would have continued to accelerate. Right now, Lu Chen had already lost the entire upper half of his body to the sea. You don't have to say that it was still quite comfortable to swim in the middle of this big king yang. There were also two giant kanglongs to the left and right to clear the way for themselves. Don't mention how comfortable it was. Behind them, in the sky above the sea, the Dragon 9 helicopter had been following for nearly a dozen hours. And Zhou had long since adjusted the helicopter to autopilot. Therefore, there was no need to worry about not resting enough. The Dragon 9 helicopter was not small. It was almost a dozen times the size of an ordinary helicopter. It also had all the equipment on it. What about a cargo ship found nearby? Among the Dragon 9 helicopters, a ship entered within the radar's perception. When Zhou saw this, he quickly looked to Zhang Ke, who was at the side. Just do it. Zhang Ke shrugged his shoulders. Yesterday, Chief Subu had already said. The behemoths must be allowed to slowly appear within the human race's field of vision. Moreover, humans must also slowly adapt to the existence of the behemoths. Because, this matter could not be hidden after all. The edge of the Pacific Ocean waters. A huge freighter was sailing in the middle of the ocean. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a cargo ship of the Dragon Kingdom. Blue sky. Calm sea surface. It seems that today is indeed a good day to depart. Only, we'll have to spend the next month on this huge ship. Above the deck, the captain and his deputy were leaning against the fence. While admiring the endless sea in front of them, they sighed about the next days. The deputy couldn't help but smile even after hearing the captain's words. Captain, just be content. Although the days are a bit boring, it's worth it to be able to appreciate such a vast ocean. The main thing is to earn money. The deputy couldn't help but say. Hey, the front is bull. Making money in the back is the key. The captain hemmed and hawed. However, just at this time, the deputy's eyes shot up and his face was filled with a horrified look. Little Wong, no. What's wrong with you? We go out to sea to transport goods, isn't it just to make money? Why do you look so shocked? The captain couldn't help but grin. It's not that. Captain. Look. Isn't that an island up ahead? Let me know. We're going to hit an island. The deputy pointed his finger at the island in the distance, then said loudly. What? How can there be an island here? We've been on this voyage for more than 20 years. The captain was also confused. Looking back, there was indeed a huge island. And it seemed that his ship was still rapidly approaching this island. That's not right. Little Wang, our sailing speed is only 15 knots. The captain slapped his head. There was no way he could be traveling that fast. The sudden appearance of the island was also seen by many of the crew on the freighter. Some of the bold ones directly picked up their cell phones and filmed it. Especially those who liked to play some video sharing, directly began to post it online. Shocked. Suddenly encountering a super island while sailing. Suddenly huge islands. Mysterious islands that could move. Subsequently, a photo and a video were all taken and uploaded to the major websites. For a time, the hit rate directly exploded. At the same time, Lu Chen, who was indifferent to these things, also squinted at a small freighter not far away. It couldn't be helped, it couldn't just crash straight into it, could it? It would be better to go around a bit. Lu Chen submerged his body into the sea.
Then he swam directly underneath the small freighter.
Did you guys see that? The giant island suddenly sank. And it even went around underneath us? Is this really an island?
The crew of the freighter were all dumbfounded after seeing the super island's behavior. And the video was once again frantically reproduced on all the major websites.
The super island actually sank of its own accord? Is this all a strange crustal movement? The super island that suddenly appeared in the Pacific Ocean, is it really an island? A super island? No. Its huge tail is photographed here. The power of the internet is terrifying. In just a short half hour,
90% of the world's human population already knew all about the news about the super island.
And nearly 1/10 of the people thought that it wasn't a super island at all. Rather, it was a prehistoric monster.
After all, humans had also made many monster-themed movies and TVs.
So the first thing that came to mind for these types of people was whether or not this was a prehistoric super monster?
The topic of prehistoric creatures, which is no longer a new thing, has once again made its way to the top of the list of many people. Once again, the topic of prehistoric creatures has made its way to the top of many countries' hot search sites.
Is the Loch Ness Monster real? Are prehistoric creatures found under the Antarctic ice sheet? Is the Godzilla movie really just a movie? Was the shipwreck in the Mariana Trench 50 years ago the work of a mysterious creature?
At one time, 1,000 strange and mysterious events all turned up. And on top of the previous cargo ship of the Dragon Kingdom. Deputy Wang saw the video he posted, so many people frantically liked it. And almost all of them told their ships to track the mysterious giant island.
Captain, what do we do?
Deputy Wang hurriedly found the captain.
No, our mission is to deliver these goods safely and on time.
The captain shook his head. Just at this time, the communication phone rang. The captain took a look and it was the owner of the goods being escorted this time calling.
Boss Lee, we have already departed. Soon we will be able to enter the Pacific Ocean waters for delivery. Expect 1 month. Hold on.
The voice on the other end of the phone directly interrupted the captain. The owner of this shipment just made a call with me.
This shipment can be delivered anytime. He asked you to quickly track down the mysterious giant island. Moreover, he will pay for all the expenses on the cargo ship. What? The captain couldn't help but freeze when he heard that. Don't just stand there. Keep tracking the island and report back. Hey, truth be told, I'm very curious too. Alright, I won't keep you guys any longer.
After Boss Lee finished speaking, he simply hung up the phone.
What are we going to do about this, Captain?
Deputy Wang also heard the voice inside the phone just now.
The captain took a step forward and grinned. What else can we do? The Gold Master has said so. What else can we do? Of course is to open live Chapter 079, the behemoth face will finally come.
The handover with the mirror was completed.
Going live? Deputy Wang froze for a few seconds. Why? Little Wang, is this your first day following me? Of course opening a live broadcast is a way to make money. Isn't there an app called something like Sharing Vision now? Hurry up and go download one for me. Then sign up for an account and open up live access. Then live broadcast
The captain glanced at Deputy Wang and smiled.
You are awesome. A little bit do not let go of the opportunity to make money. Wang deputy could not help but scratch his head. Otherwise, how am I the captain of the ship? Well, not to say, quickly act.
The captain smiled. I'm going to inform the crew to change the course.
Act quickly. Aye. Captain. Deputy Wang replied immediately. Immediately after,
the freighter began to adjust swiftly. Although it couldn't keep up with the speed of the super island's movement. Or rather, right now, they also realized that what super island was not an island at all. Rather, it was an unknown creature. Otherwise, why did it avoid the freighter before?
After the live broadcast was opened, in an instant, there was an influx of nearly 5 million people online. Fast. Where is the super island? How come I didn't see it? Isn't that little black dot in the distance? It's just a little black dot. It's just a little black dot? Why don't you cruise ships speed up and catch up? Up there, can't you see the current speed? That's the limit. We can't catch up with the super beings. It's the Loch Ness Monster. I knew it. I saw it when I was a kid. A monster, my ass. It's a prehistoric creature. Did you hear? The Antarctic ice is melting. Do you think prehistoric creatures are coming out from under the Antarctic? It's not impossible. For a while, all sorts of remarks all appeared on the internet. There were all sorts of explanations. Even, there were people who said that the creature was from an alien planet. In fact, regarding the news of the super beast, the cherry blossom country, the lighthouse country, the dragon country, and the bear country all coincidentally blocked it. After all, this news was just too shocking for people nowadays. And there was really no way for them to determine if the giant beasts would be dangerous to humans. This was because it seemed that human weapons had not been able to cause the behemoth to appear a little bit hurt until now. However, they had now gotten a more accurate information.
That is, as long as you don't anger the behemoths, then the behemoths won't attack you for no reason. In addition, right now, it had already reached an extraordinary time. The appearance of the super wormhole had already indicated that the pattern of the world was going to change drastically.
The face of the behemoth will eventually come. Right now, it was merely an opportunity. Above the Dragon 9 helicopter,
Zhang Ku and the others were also aware of the current situation of the world. It was definitely impossible to hide the news of the giant beast.
Next, it would depend on how the world perceived the giant beast. 5 hours later, the cruise ship finally lost sight of the behemoth.
The behemoth disappeared from above their sea level.
But not only did the heat of the news about the prehistoric behemoth not diminish.
Instead, it began to become even hotter as time passed. It was almost to the point of being spread by word of mouth.
On top of a sea near the North Pole,
the Dragon Kingdom's peace carrier had finally met up with the behemoth.
And Lu Chen knew that this carrier had its own treats on top of it, so he slowed down his speed.
Right now, it was slowly approaching this carrier.
The captain of the Dragon Kingdom Peace 1 carrier was Li Quan.
Right now, he had already brought his crew to the deck of the carrier, standing neatly in 2 rows.
Just quietly waiting for the behemoth. People respect me, I respect people.
Not to mention the fact that they were currently facing a prehistoric beast. Moreover, it was still a giant beast filled with intelligence not weaker than that of humans. Lu Chen arrived in front of this Dragon Kingdom peace carrier and stared down at these Dragon Kingdom people below.
He felt some affectionate feelings himself.
Even though it wasn't the original time and space, it was much the same. I'm tired, the behemoth turned out to be this big.
Good. Brothers, hold on. Don't pass out. Fart. We won't faint if you faint. That was awesome. If it wasn't for the conditions, I'd have to get a close-up of the behemoth. Some of the crew couldn't help themselves.
The behemoth is like a god or a demon floating silently above the sea. That pair of eyes full of arrogant wildness just looked down on everyone. It made people feel an endless fear from the bottom of their hearts.
This kind of terror wasn't something that you could overcome if you wanted to.
It was a kind of trembling from the soul. Especially now, the behemoth was standing right in front of them, like a mountainous body. At this time, the Dragon 9 helicopter was also firmly parked above the deck.
Zhang Ke led Lin Zijie and Zhou Zhen to quickly get off the airplane. Academician Zhang, I am the captain of the Peace 1 carrier, Li Quan.
Li Quan walked up to Zhang Ku and extended his right hand.
I'm research academician, Zhang Ku. Zhang Ke smiled and shook it. After a while,
Zhang Ku and the others were led by Li Quan to the edge of a 10-meter by 10-meter platform. Here was 500 kilograms of uranium element, a gift from the higher-ups to the behemoth. After Li Quan finished speaking, he pressed the radio headset on his ear.
Activate the parcel platform.
Raise the parcel up. After saying that, Zhang Ku and the others saw that the surface of the deck began to slowly open. Eventually, a 10-meter by 10-meter sealed container then slowly rose. It appeared in front of the crowd. It was marked with a huge river radiation icon that was incomparably eye-catching.
Gulp! Lu Chen couldn't help but grin at the corners of his mouth after seeing this large container.
This thing was fragrant.
No, I'm hungry. Captain Li, let's move back a bit. The behemoth is about to strike.
Zhang Ke said after hearing the behemoth's gurgling sound.
Good.
After seeing all of them step aside, Lu Chen then reached out his hand and picked up the uranium elemental container above the deck. Then he directly threw it into his mouth with the skin on. Immediately, an ear-piercing sound of metal and teeth colliding and extruding and breaking came out. All of the ship's crew members, including Zhang Ku and a few others, felt a chill down their spines.
Especially Li Quan and the others.
This container wrapped with uranium elements was resistant to river explosions. However, in the behemoth's mouth, it was torn apart so easily. From this, one could tell how invincible the behemoth's bite was.
Ding! Strong uranium elemental energy detected. Begin absorption. Ding! Extremely strong uranium elemental energy detected, beginning absorption.
Lu Chen felt a burst of warmth inside his little stomach, which caused him to narrow his eyes. This kind of thing would be a great tonic for himself.
Just as Lu Chen was absorbing the uranium elemental energy,
Zhang Ke said to Zhou Zhen, who was beside him, Zhou Zhen, where's our good stuff? It's just right to bring it over here and hand it over to Captain Li.
Oh, right. The good stuff. Yes, it's still on top of the Dragon 9 helicopter. It's still on top of the Dragon 9 helicopter, I'll go get it right away. Zhou Zhen slapped his head and then quickly ran inside the Dragon 9 helicopter. At this time, Li Quan was curious and couldn't help but ask, Academician Zhang, what's the good stuff? Radium. The purest radium.
Zhang Ke quickly said, radium elements that can be used for energy, medical, and technological use.
Moreover, it's exceptionally plentiful.
We were in prehistory, but we discovered an entire radium element mine. Since the other party was able to come to this behemoth meet and greet mission. Then naturally, he must know a lot of prehistoric news as well. Therefore, Zhang Ke did not hide anything and told this matter. When Li Quan heard this, the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly. Radium element, this thing was even more difficult to refine than uranium element. Over there in the super wormhole, there was actually a giant radium mine? This was the precious wealth of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Why the Dragon Kingdom? Because it was discovered by our Dragon Kingdom, it naturally belongs to our Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 080, it's time to show our black technology twice. Above the Dragon Kingdom's Peace 1 carrier. Li Quan solemnly took a sealed suitcase from Zhang Ke's hands. Captain Li, here is 30 kilograms of pure radium. Our equipment here is unable to purify it further. It needs to be escorted inside the base of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters before the next step can be taken. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and said with incomparable gravity. If nothing goes wrong, these 30 kilograms of pure radium elements can be purified at a high concentration at a ratio of 15 to 1. When the time comes, it's 20 kilograms of pure radium. This is more than the radium mined by our Dragon Kingdom in a year. Moreover, what's more important is that we have discovered a radium mine in the prehistoric world. It's inexhaustible. At least, we won't be able to use it all in a short time. Good. Li Quan said with great seriousness, I'll get started on this matter right away. We will strive to safely escort it to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters within 10 hours. Thank you very much. Zhang Ke nodded once again. At the same time, Lu Chen had already eaten all of these 500 kilograms of goodies into his stomach. Ding. Absorption complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 million atomic furnace energy. Ding. King of Monsters template unlocked, 675. Ding. Super atomic furnace energy and body, 4.5 million 10 million, ding. Lu Chen then nodded in satisfaction. Then, stretching out his right hand, he gave a thumbs up to Zhang Ke and the others above the deck. I'll go. Zhang Ke, giant beasts can still gesture like this? After Lin Zijie above the deck saw the thumbs up gestured by the behemoth, his entire body was nonplussed. Actually, to be honest, I don't know who the behemoth learned this from. It's just like that international friendly gesture from before. When Zhang Ke saw this, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Possibly, this is something that the behemoth learned on its own. Lin Zijie pulled his neck. It must be that you guys like to teach the behemoth these things every day when there's nothing else to do. It's really a good behemoth, being led astray by you guys. It really wasn't me. Zhang Ke's face muscles twitched slightly. He swore that he was really damned if he knew how the behemoth knew these gestures. Shoo! Suddenly, a fighter jet above the deck began to take off. Huge waves of air rolled in. In 10 seconds, the takeoff was complete and it flew out from above the carrier. I've already sent a fighter jet to escort the package to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. Li Quan walked up to the 3 of them and said with a smile. Good. Zhang Ke nodded. Wow. Lu Chen once again disappeared into the deep sea and moved towards the extreme north. Because, there was something there that was emitting electromagnetic waves. Moreover, the energy of this wave was particularly large. The closer he got, this feeling of Lu Chen became stronger and stronger. Roar! Lu Chen definitely, it's better to remind these old folks of us. In case those things don't have much of an effect on me, but if they have an effect on our hometown, won't it be difficult? Lu Chen thought for a moment and came to the front of the aircraft carrier. Pointing to Zhang Ke above the deck. Behemoth, you speak, I'm listening. Zhang Ke immediately knew what the behemoth meant, that he had news to tell himself. Li Quan, who was on the side, also couldn't help but look at the behemoth and Zhang Ke. He was very curious as to how Zhang Ke could chat with the behemoth. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then pointed his finger at the radar on the side of the Dragon Kingdom's peace carrier. Radar! Zhang Ke said loudly. Lu Chen waved his hand casually. Radar signal. Zhang Ke said once more. Lu Chen nodded. Good guy, worthy of being my hometown, his comprehension is just great. He then pointed his finger at his head. Then after pointing at Zhang Ke. Radar signal you and me. Zhang Ke's brain still flew. Lin Zijie and the others on the side completely failed to understand what the behemoth was trying to convey. Radar signal, behemoth, me human. Electromagnetic signals have no effect on the behemoth, maybe it has an effect on us. Zhang Ke quickly strung these messages together. Grunt. Lu Chen nodded as he listened. It was a good thing that he was a living behemoth. Otherwise, letting others see the scene would still be because it was me and Zhang Ke who conspired. Really fake? Lin Zijie's face was filled with an incredulous look. It can't be, right? Did the behemoth really mean to say this? It can't be wrong. Zhang Ke said with incomparable certainty, the intelligence of the behemoths I said long ago. It is no less than us humans, so the meaning expressed by the behemoth must be like this. Thinking of this, Zhang Ke narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Zijie, and asked, Zijie, is there any detection device?
It can detect electromagnetic waves or something like that. There is. Lin Zijia nodded, then ran into the Dragon 9 helicopter. In a short while, a black detection box was brought. This is the latest generation of black technology. It's directly connected to my Quantum 901 machine. Any data detected over here can complete a direct data transfer with the Quantum 901. I'll debug it. Lin Zijie took the black technology detection box in his own hands and half squatted above the deck. After a series of crackling operations, the black tech exploration box in front of him began to work. There was nothing to be found for the time being. It was all very normal signals. Looking at the data feedback above the monitor, Lin Zijie said quickly. And at this time, the behemoth also began to continue its departure towards the North Pole. Alright, let's not worry about that for now. Let's continue to follow the behemoth. Zhou Jun. Quickly start the helicopter. After Zhang Ke saw the behemoth's move, he began to say loudly. Good. After Zhou Jun finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to head to the Dragon 9 helicopter. Academician Zhang, what are you doing? Li Quan, who had been standing at the side, couldn't help but laugh. Of course, we're tracking the behemoth. The behemoth's speed is very fast. If we don't track it with all our might, there's a high chance that we'll lose it. Zhang Ke corrected his glasses and said. Then there is no need to use a helicopter to chase it. Is my aircraft carrier just for show? Li Quan couldn't help but say. After saying that, he also gently stomped his feet to show the carrier under his feet. The carrier's maximum speed is only about 50 knots, it can't catch up with the giant beast, right? Zhang Ke couldn't help but scratch his head. That's an ordinary aircraft carrier. Li Quan smiled faintly, my superiors told me about it before I set off. If it's a collaboration with a scientific academician and it's still a behemoth-related activity, then we can show our hand twice. What do you mean? Zhang Ke couldn't help but scratch his head, somewhat confused as to what Li Quan meant. If it means that, you'll only know in a while. Li Quan smiled. Let's go, everyone with me, let's go to the main control cabin. Good. Although Zhang Ke did not know what the situation was, he believed that his own people were right. Then, he brought Lin Zijie and Zhou Jun along with him and followed Li Quan to the core of the carrier's main control cabin. After arriving here, all the facilities here were full of high-tech shocking visual impact. I'll go, so it's so sci-fi inside? Zhou Jun couldn't help but scratch his head, looking at the over-the-top technology in some awe. Even Zhang Ke was a little awestruck. However, Lin Zijie, who had always dealt with high technology, didn't feel it. Notify H-Team, prepare to start up plasma engines 01 and 02. Li Quan looked at the ship's crew in the cabin and said. When the ship's crew heard this, their pupils shrunk slightly, but the movements in their hands didn't slow down. H-Team, this is the main control cabin, Captain's order, prepare to start plasma engines 01 and 02. Chapter 081, Cracked Ozone Layer. A great tonic. The waters of the far north above the blue star. This is called the Arctic Ocean. And at this moment, a huge and incomparable carrier fleet. It's swimming in the ocean with such great vigor. Captain. This is the plasma engine control area of H-Team 1. Stabilized. Report, Captain. This is plasma engine control H2. Stabilized. A loud report continuously resounded in the main control cabin of the peace carrier. And their immediate speed was directly increased to 80 knots amidst the shocked gazes of Zhang Ke and the others. Continuous acceleration. Make sure to catch up with the behemoth. Li Quan nodded, then immediately gave the order. It can still accelerate? Zhang Ke stared at Li Quan with his somewhat unbelievable gaze. Of course. Li Quan beamed. As early as 100 years ago, our Dragon Kingdom's carrier fleet had already surpassed the Lighthouse Kingdom. It's just that we've always kept a low profile and didn't reveal ourselves. Right now, because of the behemoth, so we can show our hand twice. Zhang Ke couldn't help but show a sigh of relief even as he heard this. Current speed, 100 knots. Continuous acceleration. Current speed, 120 knots. Stabilizing. Eventually, the Dragon Kingdom's mere carrier stabilized at 120 knots. The surrounding destroyers, frigates, cruisers, and the underwater river-powered submarines had also long since raised their speeds all the way up. It couldn't be that the subject carrier was sailing so fast that they, the fleet, couldn't catch up, could it? The behemoth was aiming to go almost in a straight line. And, right now it has been determined that if there are no surprises, the behemoth should be trying to get on top of the North Pole Island. It was impossible that there was something else on the North Pole Island that the behemoth liked, right? Lin Zijie looked at the black technology instrument in his hand and began to quickly analyze it. Not sure, are there any abnormalities in the other detected values? Zhang Ke shook his head, the behemoth would never do something meaningless. Therefore, in Zhang Ke's mind, he always felt that he would discover something extraordinary next. There was nothing unusual. Lin Zijie made a few adjustments, then looked up and said. All kinds of data are intact, except for the values of the magnetic field that have changed a bit. Magnetic field? Zhang Ke's eyes lit up.
Don't get excited, we are in the North Pole, it's normal for magnetic field values to fluctuate. Lin Zijie spread his hands and said helplessly.
Okay. Zhang Ke nodded. Then he continued to track the behemoth's trail. In the middle of the Arctic Sea, Lu Chen had arrived near a huge iceberg. And the sea in front of him appeared to be boiling strangely. Yes, it was boiling. Not only that, Lu Chen could also feel an extremely strong energy spreading towards the surroundings. Drop. Extremely strong radiation reflection waves were detected in the sea 50 kilometers away. Drop. Extremely strong radiation reflection waves have been detected in the sea 45 kilometers away. Dropping. Current observation distance radiation reflection value 20. Dropping. Current observation distance 40. In the core area of the Mir carrier, the black technology box in Lin Zijie's hand suddenly erupted with a loud warning. Captain Li. Notify all fleets to stop. Lin Zijie yelled out. Li Quan on one side immediately gave orders. Notify Group H to shut down all plasma engines. Notify all fleets to withdraw behind the Mir. Yes, sir. In the middle of the sea, cruisers, destroyers, and frigates all stopped their fleets. Then they methodically retreated to the sea area behind the main carrier. Drop. Current observation distance radiation reflection value 80. Drop. Current observation distance radiation reflection value 90. At this time, some of the equipment in the fleet was starting to have problems. In particular, several radars are starting to malfunction. Drop. Current observation distance radiation reflection value 95. Warning. Warning. A reflectance value of 100 will cause irreversible damage to the human body. Warning. Warning. Cold sweat was running down Lin Zijie's forehead. However, by the time the value reached 98, the Mir carrier was already listening steadily above the vast and incomparable Arctic Sea. Phew! A line between life and death. Lin Zijie wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and then immediately said, Zhang Ke, let's go to the deck and take a look. To about 20 kilometers or so of the sea appeared a strong reflection wave. Good. Zhang Ke frowned tightly. As early as before, when the behemoth made that move, he had already sensed that things might not be that simple. Right now, if it looked like this, things were definitely not ordinary. 10 minutes later, Lin Zijie brought Zhang Ke and the others to the deck. And right now, looking through the sky, one could clearly see that there seemed to be a pillar of light in the distant sky that was enveloping that area of the sea. Zijie, what the hell is going on here? Zhang Ke asked. After all, these areas were not his strong point. Unclear. Lin Zijie took a deep breath. I will know when I transmit this data to the Quantum 901 computer. After saying that, he wasn't ambiguous and immediately began to do so. 10 minutes later, inside the Dragon Kingdom Science and Technology Research House in the middle of Super Behemoth Island, the Quantum 901 supercomputer was activated. The received signals were started to be calculated, and in just a short 10 seconds, the results were already calculated. At this moment, the Arctic Sea, above the deck of the Dragon Kingdom peace ship, Lin Zijie looked at the data sent back from the Quantum 901 computer, and his face changed slightly. The super ultraviolet rays and radiation had pierced the ozone layer of our blue planet. It had landed in the middle of the sea at the North Pole, which was why it had emitted extremely strong electromagnetic interference power and radiation. This explains the behemoth's activities over the past 2 days. Because the behemoth can absorb radiation, its move. Unintentionally, it's guarding our blue star. As Lin Zijie thought of this, an astonished and incomparable look appeared on his face. I've just simulated it through my quantum computer. If this radiation and ultraviolet energy is not consumed by our blue star, then the hole in the ozone layer will be continuously enlarged. By then, in less than a month, the North Pole could even be melted by the intense energy. At that time, perhaps our blue planet will enter a doomsday tsunami. After Zhang Ke and the others on the side heard Lin Zijie's explanation, all of their faces showed a shocked expression. It's actually this terrifying. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and hurriedly asked. Zijie, then is there any way we can? Before Zhang Ke could finish, Lin Zijie had already shaken his head. Even though our blue star's current technology is already very strong. However, we are still helpless in the face of a stellar level like the sun. Right now, there is only one way. Wait. Wait until this wave of super ultraviolet rays and radiant energy from the sun passes, and perhaps Blue Star will be able to resolve the crisis. In this matter, we must notify the Bureau of Stars and Space immediately. Let our Dragon Kingdom's satellites avoid the super radiation and ultraviolet areas. Otherwise, the satellite will be lost. Lin Zijie said quickly. Good. I'll connect to the research headquarters immediately. Zhang Ke didn't have any nonsense and began to join Zhouzhen, together with the scientific research headquarters. At the same time, Lu Chen, on the other hand, had already arrived at the center sea where the radiation was the strongest.
The seawater here had long been boiling. And there were also extremely strong and intense ultraviolet rays and radiation. Gulp. This little sun is baking, it's just comfortable. Lu Chen couldn't help but comfortably lie down in the core area of this sea. These energies were destruction for humans. But for Lu Chen, it was a great tonic. Ding. Super ultraviolet energy detected. Begin absorption. Ding. Ultra strong radiation energy detected. Absorption initiated. Ding. Thermal energy detected. Absorbing. It's true. This is heaven. Chapter 082, Solar Storm Beam. 3x energy value surge. After lying on his back for a while, Lu Chen then directly flipped over. To sunbathe naturally, it's only when all of them are in place. Ding. Super ultraviolet energy detected. Starting to absorb. Ding. Listening to the beeps that kept ringing in his ears, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Although it wasn't as painful as the high-purity uranium element, radium element. But this thing, it was basically unlimited, just as Lu Chen was comfortably sunbathing. In the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's Peace 1 aircraft carrier. Zhang Ko had already informed the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters of all the matters over here. Dragon Kingdom Scientific Research Headquarters. Help me quickly connect to the person in charge of the Starry Sky Bureau. Su immediately gave the order. It only took 5 minutes. The Dragon Country Scientific Research Headquarters had already completed the message link channel with the Dragon Country Starry Night Bureau. On Su Guodong's left side instantly appeared the Starry Sky Directorate's screen. Chief Subu, hello. This is the Starry Sky General Bureau. I am the highest person in charge here, Shin Hang. After the image was transmitted over, an elegant middle-aged man appeared in the image. What he was wearing was a white work uniform. Our people have discovered extremely strong solar radiation and solar ultraviolet rays in the middle of the Arctic waters. Moreover, those ultraviolet rays have penetrated the ozone layer and have begun to release a large amount of radiant energy towards the Arctic waters. The behemoth is now in the very center of the radiation. At the Star Agency headquarters, when Shin Hung heard Su Guodong's words, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The news about the behemoth had naturally been rumored amongst the top echelons of the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. However, the situation at hand was actually completely unnoticed by their Starry Sky Bureau. I know, I will immediately contact the Dragon Kingdom space station then observe this phenomenon. Shin Hong said solemnly. Good. Su nodded. After all, this wasn't something that could be researched with results in a few minutes. Above the Arctic Sea. Lu Chen was sunbathing leisurely. It had to be said that the radiation and ultraviolet rays that broke through the ozone layer that irradiated on Lu Chen's body was soothing. However, if it was irradiated on the bodies of humans or other creatures, it probably wouldn't be so pleasant. How did the heat become less? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This was because he had discovered that he actually wasn't in the center area of the radiation irradiation anymore. It couldn't be, he had clearly been lying in the sea right in the center of the radiation before. Trigger, this area moved. Lu Chen sat up and raised his head. Strong ultraviolet rays shone down, and the ultraviolet light that was enough to blind all living things had no effect on Lu Chen at all. Sure enough, it was moving. Lu Chen got this answer. This powerful beam of ultraviolet light was actually moving. And the speed seemed to be slow. With no other choice, Lu Chen could only move his body slightly. This was so that he could absorb this energy to the greatest extent. In the distance, above the Dragon Kingdom's peace carrier, this beam of ultraviolet light moved. Moreover, it seemed to have moved towards the nearby islands. Lin Zijie quickly calculated the moving trajectory of this extremely strong ultraviolet beam. And on top of the trajectory, it happened to be on top of an island near the Arctic waters. Li Quan walked over, and after seeing the island, a look of dismay appeared on his face. What's going on? Zhang Ke keenly sensed this scene. This is the strategic base deployed by the Lighthouse Kingdom around the Arctic Circle, Li Quan said. Zhang Ke froze for a moment, then should we tell them about this matter? No need. Li Quan smiled, with their observation means, they can naturally observe it. Even if we kindly tell them, after they escape, do you think we can get gratitude? I have dealt with these guys, full of hawkish style, hate to eliminate the global forces that do not belong to them. Zhang Ke sniffed and quickly nodded. Life and death have their own destiny and wealth is in the hands of God, just mind your own family's business. Others? We don't care. The Dragon Kingdom's Star Space Station. This place has been built for over 100 years. Moreover, every now and then, there were carrier rockets sending up new cabins to complete docking. Therefore, this space station was immense. There were hundreds of compartments with all kinds of equipment inside. And right now, the people in the middle of the space station are starting to work overtime in a tight schedule. They've begun tracking and analyzing the unusual ultraviolet rays at the North Pole. Ultraviolet light and radiation, both of which come from the sun, which is 1.5 billion kilometers away from Blue Star.
If the ultraviolet light suddenly becomes exceptionally strong, the radiation naturally becomes correspondingly strong. And what causes this phenomenon is, naturally, the activity of the sun. It's not a peaceful sun these days, is it? Group 1 personnel, what are the results of your observations? Above the ground in the Dragon Starry Sky General Bureau, Shin Hong quickly connected to the space station. This is Group 1, we just got the latest intelligence on the sun. Today's sun, it seems to be more active than yesterday's sun. Moreover, the speed of the sunspots has also increased to level 3. A normal sunspot should only have a speed of level 1. Okay, Starry Sky Headquarters received it. Shin Hong nodded, then launched the communication once again. Group 2 personnel, where are your observation data? This is Group 2, the ozone layer over the North Pole did appear to have a hole, and according to the data simulated by the quantum computer. This one intense radiation and ultraviolet ray seems to be able to keep moving for 30 blue star days. Also, the energy values of the radiation and ultraviolet light are climbing, and preliminary calculations of the increase in energy are 24 hours, expanding by a factor of 3, and maintaining the current rate. The current beam energy value is about 10,000. One day later it was 40,000, and the next day it was 70,000. So fast? Shin Hang's eye pupils shrunk. An energy value of 10,000 could make seawater boil, 40,000 would be enough to make vegetation wither, 70,000 would be enough to make trees spontaneously combust, and this was only the third day? This data increase made Shin Hong feel fear. Moreover, this increase actually had to last for a real 30 blue star days. Can't believe what the world that is in the beam of light will become by then. But definitely destructive. There was no doubt about it. Then, at one point, he asked, Group 3, what's yours? This is Group 3. We have taken all the data on the sun in recent years and analyzed it. It did turn out that the sun's activity is getting more and more frequent, especially solar storms and solar flares. Initially, it's already possible to prove that it's solar storms that break up the ozone layer over the North Pole. Only, when the sun erupted a solar storm yesterday, none of our Dragon Kingdom's satellites were over the North Pole. Only the Lighthouse Kingdom's satellites were in that area at that time, so something must have gone wrong with their satellites. Facing the data feedback from the researchers of Dragon Kingdom's Group 3 at the space station, I'm afraid that this beam of super solar storm had long been detected by the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Only that they chose not to say anything. This was indeed their usual style as well. Thinking of this, Shin Hang's face was covered with a sneer. However, it could not be helped, there was nothing we could do if they did not say anything. Continue to keep observing the storm over the sun and the North Pole. Shin Hong said gruffly. If there are any emergencies, immediately send a message to the Ground Starry Sky Headquarters. Group 1, copy. Group 2, copy. Group 3 receives. After the communication ended, Shin Hong did not stay idle, but quickly connected to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research headquarters. He told Su Guodong all the news that he had just received. Okay, we have received it. After Su Guodong received the news, he immediately established real-time communication with the Dragon Nation's peace carrier that was above the Arctic waters. Obviously, this sudden solar storm beam was full of danger. Therefore, real-time communication must be maintained. Right now, the solar storm beam was moving towards an island in the outer Arctic Circle at a steady speed. Chapter 083, wouldn't mind letting them know what it means to be an atomic spit. The outskirts of the Arctic Ocean. Lu Chen had already absorbed the storm beam for a day and a night. From the initial 001 increase in progress, he was now able to increase around 002. The energy of the atomic furnace in his body had also gained 100,000 points inside this short day. Moreover, Lu Chen could keenly notice that this storm beam that could not be seen by the naked eye seemed to be getting stronger. The temperature of the core of it was also rising. Right now, it had already reached a level where it could dry up withered grass in an instant. Lu Chen floated above the surface of the sea and squinted his eyes. A small island had arrived about 10 kilometers ahead. Only, there were many thermal energy points on top of this island. Needless to say, all of these thermal points were humans. Moreover, Lu Chen carefully observed for a while and realized that there were actually many military buildings on top of this island in front of him. On top of the buildings was a huge symbol that stood out. A huge and incomparable lighthouse sign. Needless to say, this must be the garrison island of the Lighthouse Nation. Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. No matter where they were, these guys were pretty much the same. In the middle of the bay, there were also a lot of small fleets. Now, Lu Chen was even more certain that this was the island base that the Lighthouse Kingdom had forcibly stationed at the North Pole. However, after realizing that it was the island base, Lu Chen didn't stop himself. Could it be that the other party was the Lighthouse Kingdom's garrison, and Master had to give in to them? Besides, this powerful solar storm beam was pensively speeding towards that island. TSK, the heavens can't stand it anymore. Lu Chen steadily advanced. Wah-ah! Clatter! Above the surface of the sea, the area illuminated by the solar storm beam was about 5 kilometers in length and width. As long as it was illuminated by this ever-strengthening beam of light, it would inevitably be hot water that rolled away above the surface of the sea. Inside the aircraft carrier Dragon Peace. How's it going? What's the latest situation of the current tracking? Jiangku hadn't closed his eyes for almost a day and a night. Especially after receiving the observation report from the Star Agency, he found it even harder to sleep. The sun's abnormal activity and the eerie solar storm beams before his eyes. And the ozone layer pierced by the solar storm. This series of events was simply too bizarre. Upon entering the main observation cabin, Zhang Ku quickly located Lin Zijie. Lin Zijie pointed to the display in front of him and said, "The data from Star Headquarters matches what I'm observing. The temperature at the center of this solar storm beam is also rising rapidly. Moreover, it's already more than 3 times stronger than yesterday's. Not only that, but it will continue to rise for 30 days, according to calculations. In approximately 10 days, everything in the path of the solar storm will be completely obliterated. The core temperature will be sufficient to melt steel. At that point, everything within the beam's range will cease to exist." Zhang Ko listened to Lin Zijie's explanation and took a deep breath. What on earth is going on here? Lin Zijie couldn't help but smile wryly. He truly had no idea why this was happening. On Arctic Vic Island. This was the military zone where the Lighthouse Nation was stationed in the Arctic. And it directly receives orders from Colonel John. "Major Kmerlin. Come out quickly. A miraculous scene has appeared in the distant waters." Within the imposing fortress, a young man in full military attire was scanning the documents on the table. At that moment, a patrol soldier rushed into the room and reported the strange sight he had just witnessed. A mysterious scene? Colonel Kmerlin put down the documents in his hands, a look of displeasure flashing across his face. What miraculous scene? What could possibly be miraculous? I've been stationed here for 3 years. What kind of nonsense haven't I encountered? What could possibly be out there in the ocean? It's just water and ice. The patrolman bowed his head, enduring Kimmeren's unwarranted anger. There was nothing they could do after all, his father was Colonel John. After ranting for a while, Kimmelin said indifferently, "All right, take me to see this so-called magical moment." "Yes, Major Kimmelin." The patrolman nodded. Immediately, he led a group of men to the top of the fortress. Holding a telescope, he followed the patrolman's instructions and looked out toward the horizon. What's happening with the sea? It looks like it's boiling? Major Michelin paused for a moment. He had been stationed here for 3 years. He had never witnessed such an eerie sight before. Should we notify Colonel John? Bull. Kermelin's face darkened upon hearing this, and he erupted into a furious tirade. What? Do you all think I'm incapable? Do you all think I only got this position because of my father? The patrol officers around him heard Krumlin's words and all lowered their heads. One of them, an older-looking officer, stepped forward. "Major Kemmerlin, we have never thought that way. It's just that the situation over there is so strange we must report it to our superiors." "No need." Kemmerlin waved his hand dismissively. "This isn't a big deal. Don't you know about natural phenomena? Besides, we're on the outskirts of the Arctic Circle. Isn't it normal for such strange phenomena to occur here? Reporting such a minor matter to my father? If others find out, won't it just be a laughingstock?" Camelin narrowed his eyes, studied the distant sea surface for a moment, then snorted derisively. "This is probably just an ordinary underwater thermal current. No, it's not even a thermal current. It's just a phenomenon caused by ordinary back currents. You're just ordinary soldiers, it's normal that you don't understand these things. I graduated from Harvard. Got it? Poof." Camelin looked down on these people from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he arrived here 3 years ago, people have been whispering behind his back. Especially since the original commander here was suddenly relieved of his duties, which naturally made him even more resentful. And the original commander was well aware of the purpose of Clemerin's arrival here. It was John who had arranged it for his son's military achievements. As long as he stayed stationed here for 3 years, his son could be transferred out and directly assigned to the headquarters of the Lighthouse Nation. If Clemerin had a better temperament, the people stationed on the island might have tolerated him. However, they never imagined that Clemerin was such an arrogant and self-centered individual. And he was particularly self-centered. All right, stop standing around. Everyone, continue with your routine patrols. If you fail to complete your tasks, your merit points will be deducted. Camelin waved his hand dismissively and spoke coldly. After speaking, he left the top floor immediately. What should we do? What else can we do? Without Captain Kimmeren's biometric identification, the intelligence here can't be transmitted out. Are we just going to stand by and watch? There's no other way. Perhaps it's exactly as Major Kemmerlin said. Sigh. After sighing for a while, the patrol personnel once again resumed their routine patrols. As for the strange phenomena in the waters, they had no energy left to investigate.
The news had already been relayed to the highest-ranking commander here.
What remained was no longer their concern. At that very moment,
Above the sea's surface,
Lu Chen was slowly swimming. Less than 5 kilometers remained before reaching the island. Are the people on this island really that fierce? Can't they detect such strong ultraviolet rays and radiation?
Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. No matter how fierce they were, it had nothing to do with him.
I'm just a passing giant beast, just a giant beast seeking to absorb the solar storm. If these humans don't provoke me, that's fine. But if they do,
Lu Chen wouldn't mind letting them know what atomic breath feels like.
Chapter 084, Head to the Arctic.
Exercise code name, Tip of the Iceberg. Arctic waters, off the coast of Vic Island.
It was already midday. Due to the geographical location, the midday here is exceptionally cold.
The average temperature is below -30 degrees Celsius.
However, today, Vic Island is surprisingly comfortable. What's going on? Why is it so hot today? Before anyone could react to the surprise, a dull sound suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Boom! Boom!
The sound had barely faded.
Everyone on the entire island of Vic was thrown into complete chaos. Oh my god! Did you see that? What on earth is that? A giant beast. A prehistoric giant beast. Prehistoric monsters aren't supposed to be from the prehistoric era? How did it end up in the future? Run away! Chaotic screams echoed everywhere.
News of the giant creature spread rapidly throughout all military bases within the Lighthouse Nation. However, the fact that the giant beasts had traveled through a super wormhole and returned to the future had not yet been fully communicated. For example, the military base stationed near the Arctic Circle on Vic Island. Here, no information about the giant beast's arrival in the future had been received yet.
Boom! Boom!
Lu Chen continued walking toward the super fortress on the island in front of him. He stands at the center of the solar storm's beam.
The energy wasn't much, not much for Lu Chen. But the quantity was immense. Quantity could satisfy any need. This, Lu Chen understood all too well. It was like the uranium element the Dragon Nation had given him before a big chicken leg. It was indeed satisfying, but once it was gone, it was gone.
Meanwhile, the solar storm beam is like slicing the chicken leg into thin slices.
Though it's not as satisfying as eating it all at once, it's almost an unlimited supply.
Each has its own advantages, I suppose.
Look quickly. The trees around the giant beast are all withered. Goodness! I wondered why it was so scorching. It's the giant beast's doing. Oh no! What should we do? What should we do? Empty the armory.
Inside the super fortress, some people noticed the abnormal state of the trees around the giant beast and began to shout angrily.
Meanwhile,
Camelin had already been scared out of his wits the moment the giant beast arrived on the island.
Inside the bunker, Major Camelin, hurry over here and activate the biometric identification system. We must send this information out immediately.
A guard rushed up behind Camelin and shouted.
I understand, lead the way.
Major Camelin's face was deathly pale as he quickly followed the guard to the deepest part of the bunker. At a depth of approximately 30 meters underground, there was an extremely advanced biometric communication system. Upon arriving, Camelin hesitated not a moment, swiftly activating the biometric system and immediately establishing a connection with the southern strategic headquarters of the Lighthouse Nation.
This is Arctic Circle 1. This is Arctic Circle 1. We are under attack by a giant beast. Repeat. We are under attack by a giant beast.
As soon as the communication link was established, Camelin frantically pressed the communication button.
At the same time, at the Lighthouse Nation headquarters.
Upon learning that his son Cameron's island had been attacked by a giant beast, John was completely stunned.
A giant beast isn't supposed to be in the Pacific Ocean? How could they have reached the Arctic in such a short time? And so conveniently on the very island where his son was stationed?
This is the southern sector.
Please provide a detailed description of the situation there. John asked quickly. Father, is that you? In the underground bunker on Vic Island, Clement heard his father's voice. Hurriedly said, Father, come save us quickly. We're under attack by a giant beast. The temperature around the beast seems extremely high. And the giant beasts are heading toward us.
Before he could finish, the communication suddenly cut off.
John's facial muscles twitched violently. Send someone. Dispatch T9 supersonic bombers. Each bomber is to carry one destroyer river bomb. There are 9 of them in my sector. Take them all. Dispatch 9 T9 bombers.
John shouted hysterically. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, these 9 destroyer river bombs had been specially approved by his superiors. They were intended to be used in conjunction with the upcoming Vice Admiral-class aircraft carrier strike group and the Zeus amphibious assault ship fleet to deliver a devastating blow to the colossal beast. But now it seems the situation has changed.
Subspecial 1, this is South Zone Headquarters, this is Colonel John. Copy that, please respond. Copy that, please respond. After losing communication with Wake Island, John quickly established contact with the Subspecial Carrier Strike Group heading toward the Pacific. This is Subspecial 1, Colonel John. In the outer waters of the Pacific Ocean, a massive fleet is slowly sailing across the sea. Within 200 kilometers behind this fleet, there are 9 more such fleets. 10 deputy carrier strike groups. Moreover, 500 kilometers away, there is a fleet of 30 Zeus amphibious assault ships. Combined, these warships account for roughly 1/10 of the current naval strength of the Lighthouse Nation. And these are all the forces Colonel John risked his life to secure. The target has shifted. The new target is the Arctic Circle, where the colossal creature is currently located. I order you to lead the main attack fleet. Lead all the secondary class aircraft carriers and all the amphibious assault ship fleets. I will also deploy 99 heavy supersonic bombers and 9 destroyer river missiles in the air. This mission represents the annihilation of the colossal beast. Colonel John sat in his sector headquarters, speaking in a hysterical tone. Roger. On the deck of the Special Carrier 1, the captain, upon hearing John's orders, quickly relayed them down the chain of command. At that very moment, all fleets in the Pacific Ocean reversed course. Target, the Arctic. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Lighthouse Nation, 99 heavy bombers, each carrying 9 destroyer river missiles, began to take off. Target, Arctic. In the eastern district of Dragon Nation, at headquarters, a middle-aged man with a stern expression was studying documents on the screen. The documents, of course, all pertain to the interactions between Longwa's researchers and the giant beasts during prehistoric times. Team. There's an emergency in the southern district of Lighthouse Nation. Additionally, the fleets near the Pacific seem to have all shifted their targets toward the Arctic at the same time. A military personnel quickly approached him and reported the recently detected situation to Yi Pingzhang. The location of the Arctic giant creature. A cold expression flashed across Yi Pingzhang's stern face. A battle group consisting of 10 deputy-class aircraft carriers, plus a fleet of 30 amphibious assault ships. Bombers have also been launched from the air. It seems they are determined to eliminate the colossal creature at all costs. Zhang informed the Dragon Nation's research headquarters and the Peace-class aircraft carrier about this situation. Yes. Zhang nodded. There's more. He Peng slowly stood up and cracked his neck. Xiao Zhang, how long has it been since our country conducted a large-scale naval exercise at sea? About 20 years, I think. Deputy Captain Zhang paused for a moment, then thought for a moment before saying. Our Zhurong-class carrier has been out of service for far too long. Xiao Zhang. Dispatch 30 Zhuolong-class river-powered aircraft carrier battle groups, 100 Xuanwu amphibious destroyers, and 200 Zhucaitian supersonic fighters. Let me think. Add another 300 Jiaolong assault submarines and 100 Qinglong river strike submarines. That should be enough for now. It's time to show the world a glimpse of our true strength. Xiao Zhang, make sure everyone is informed about everything I just said. Tomorrow, all units head to the Arctic. The code name for this exercise. Iceberg Tip. Yes, Captain He. Chapter 085, they must retreat. Whether they want to or not. Arctic, Vic Island. A solar storm has already hit the island. The soldiers stationed at the Lighthouse Nation's island base were fighting as if their lives depended on it. They are directing all the military firepower on the island toward the colossal beast. Boom. Boom. Lu Chen's footsteps didn't slow down at all. Instead, he strolled leisurely alongside the beam of light toward the fortress ahead. However, what were these people trying to achieve with these insignificant weapons? Feeling the sparks from the small flames splatter onto his body, Lu Chen felt nothing. In the distance, the small fleet anchored at the edge of the island began firing island missiles, targeting the colossal beast. Boom! These island missiles created slightly larger sparks on Lu Chen's body. They were then absorbed into his body. As long as it was energy, Lu Chen could absorb it now. Sigh. I really don't want to bully you guys. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed. However, to the people on the island, it looked like a giant beast was about to unleash its fury. By the retreat runway of the super fortress, an evacuation fighter jet had already begun to start up. It was expected to take off from this runway within a minute. Then, it would be able to evacuate Vic Island with ease. By the runway, Merlin saw the distant colossal beast being attacked and unable to move. He burst into laughter immediately. Ha! What prehistoric beasts! It's not that impressive after all. If our firepower were a bit stronger, we could easily wipe out the beast. The security personnel nearby heard Cameron's words and couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles. Easily? Where the hell do you see that we're doing this effortlessly? Didn't you see that our weapons only sparked a tiny flame on the giant beast's body? Major Clemurin, we need to evacuate immediately. The plane is ready. Upon seeing his men's panicked expressions, Colonel Camerlin immediately scolded them harshly. What's the rush? We're so far away from the giant beast, and our plane can take off in 10 seconds. What are we afraid of? The security personnel, upon hearing this, could only lower their heads. You stay behind to provide support. Colonel Kimolin straightened his clothes and said calmly. What? We're here to protect your safety. The security personnel's expressions changed abruptly. Stay here? Reinforcements? Support? What the hell are we supposed to do? In this situation, staying here means certain death. No need. Kemerlin shook his head, his pupils filled with cruelty. I am Major Clemurin. What? Do you dare disobey your superior's orders? No, no. You wouldn't dare. After speaking, Kemerlin walked straight toward the evacuating aircraft on the runway. On the runway, only a few guards remained, their expressions fierce. They had been abandoned by their superiors. Take off. Chameleon boarded the evacuation aircraft and addressed the pilot. Roger. 10 seconds later. The plane took off swiftly and began to ascend into the sky. Atomic breath. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A spherical particle beam with a diameter of about 100 meters sliced through the sky. It struck the aircraft that had just taken off. The plane was instantly vaporized. Not even a trace remained. Lu Chen finished his atomic breath and couldn't help but pat his stomach. Then he couldn't help but burp. After consuming all that so-called military-grade energy, Lu Chen casually released another atomic breath. There was no helping it after eating so much, he needed to move around a bit. As for taking down a plane that had just taken off, Lu Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. It's gone, so it's gone. What's next? What can they do to me? Besides, we're in the right here. It was you little punks who started picking on me first. Lu Chen thought to himself, suddenly feeling justified. That's exactly right. I'm such an honest and reliable beast, right? I just wanted to come ashore to seek the sunlight. These little punks came at me trying to attack me. But they couldn't overpower me, so I turned the tables on them. They got what they deserved. Lu Chen thought of this and couldn't help but grin. Gurgle, gurgle. At the same time, on the ground, the people who had witnessed the atomic breath slicing through the sky were all completely stunned. Is the colossal beast really this powerful? What the hell are we doing here? Have we all lost our minds? What's the point of fighting? Let's get out of here quickly. The giant beast could wipe us out with a single breath. Damn it! What the hell are we doing? That damn Captain Kimmerin. If he hadn't given the order, we wouldn't have even started. Damn it! That Kimilan already took off in a retreating plane. That shameless bastard. I think I saw it earlier. The giant beast's beam attack seemed to hit a plane. And that plane was the evacuation aircraft on our island. Is that true? Come on, tell me more. Of course it's true. He's right. And we were standing right by the runway just now and saw it with our own eyes. Wow. That's so intense. Can we run? The giant beast is coming toward us. Run. In an instant, everyone scattered in all directions. Some even jumped directly into the sea. Lu Chen lowered his head, completely ignoring these insignificant foes. However, the commotion he had just caused had actually granted him 500 attribute energy points. Combined with his existing points, he had now surpassed the 1,000-point mark. It seems these little guys aren't completely useless after all. Roar. Lu Chen raised his head and let out a loud roar. He glared menacingly at the humans fleeing in all directions. The colossal beast has grown enraged once more. Run! Run! In an instant, the sounds of panic and flight echoed everywhere. Ding! Beginning to absorb fear fluctuations. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 200 attribute energy points. Ding! Current attribute energy points remaining, 1,250. Lu Chen grinned and continued to scare the humans. However, human mental energy was ultimately limited. After scavenging another 50 points, bringing the total to 1,300, the humans on this island could no longer provide any more energy points. Some were even terrified out of their wits. Some were so terrified that they could no longer see clearly. The solar storm beam continued to move slowly. However, the island was still quite large. At the current speed of the solar wind beam, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to leave the island. So, Lu Chen decided not to rush and simply relax, absorbing the energy at his own pace. Time was passing slowly. In the Arctic Ocean. On the Peace-class aircraft carrier, Li Quan and Zhang Ko, along with others, received the data transmitted by He Pang. They all grew angry. Especially Zhang Ku and the others. They had spent the most time interacting with the colossal creature. They had also come to understand its nature quite well. The prehistoric giant beasts were highly intelligent life forms. If you don't provoke it, it won't provoke you. However, if you provoke the giant beasts, you will likely face a terrifying catastrophe. At the moment, it's even more alarming that this fearless John has dispatched so many fleets and military forces. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation has also dispatched a massive fleet of Zhurong-class river-powered aircraft carriers.
Additionally, there are the Xuanwu amphibious destroyers, Zhuke divine fighters, Jialong assault submarines, and Qinglong river strike submarines.
Our Dragon Nation's fleet is expected to arrive in one day. Li Quan said, the Lighthouse Nation's attack fleet should arrive within half a day.
Therefore, our mission is to block them.
Hold out for half a day.
As long as they see our fleet. At this point, Li Quan straightened his body and spoke solemnly.
They must retreat. Whether they want to or not. Chapter 086, What's the big deal? Are you acting for me here? Over the vast, boundless Arctic Ocean.
One after another, massive super carrier-class aircraft carriers were sailing at full speed. Behind these 10 aircraft carriers, 30 Zeus-class amphibious assault ships are deployed in the surrounding waters.
Combined, these forces are truly massive.
Even with just these forces, they would be more than enough to annihilate a smaller nation. After all, the Lighthouse Nation, on the Blue Star, is at least a major power that can claim to be on par with the Dragon Nation.
Full speed ahead. Target, Arctic Vic Island.
According to the satellite coordinates transmitted back, the colossal creature is currently on Wicker Island. Our primary mission is to deploy the destroyers at T9 and carry out the final assault.
Everyone, stay alert. This time, we will prove to the world. We, the Lighthouse Nation, are the beacon of the world.
Within the Deputy Carrier Strike Group, the highest-ranking commander began his briefing and assigning tasks for the upcoming operations.
At the same time, in the Dragon's South Sea,
a massive island, situated near the cliffs of a bay, suddenly split apart from the center. It then slowly pulls apart in two directions.
A gap of nearly 1 kilometer was exposed in the middle. In the next instant, 5 massive Zhulong-class aircraft carriers emerged with tremendous force.
Zhulong-class river-powered aircraft carriers.
Length, 580 meters. Width, 120 meters. Full load displacement can reach 500,000 tons.
Equipped with 10 Shenlong River reactors, capable of sailing at full speed for 200 years at sea without any energy support. They are the undisputed rulers of the world today. A row consists of 5 Jialong-class aircraft carriers, with 6 rows in total, making 30 in all. They move majestically toward the vast expanse of the ocean. On the other side of the island, standard destroyers, cruisers, frigates, and supply ships are all fully prepared and ready to go. In the deep waters off the island, the Jialong-class assault submarines and Qinglong-class river strike submarines are also fully prepared.
30 Zhulong-class aircraft carriers are slowly exiting the harbor. Half an hour later, they had already arrived in the open sea.
Suddenly, destroyers, cruisers, and frigates swarmed forward.
Amphibious destroyer fleets are providing escort on both sides.
At that moment, the sky in the distance suddenly filled with a swarm of Zhucation fighter jets. From afar, this massive fleet was an awe-inspiring sight.
Dragon Nation Research Headquarters.
Su Guodong and the others finally gathered once again at the roundtable meeting.
Luke, have you people from Lighthouse Nation really lost your minds?
If you don't notify Colonel John to halt this mission, then you will face the devastating attack of the colossal beasts. And you all know that the colossal beast possesses such power. As soon as the roundtable conference was connected, Ivan Oxensenbu, the leader of Bear Nation, began to berate them angrily. Indeed, if we provoke the colossal beast, it might truly be as Mr. Akasan said.
At that point, will you truly be able to withstand the colossal beast's wrath? Su Guodong also turned his gaze toward Luke online. Luke furrowed his brows, remained silent for a moment, then said, "This wasn't my idea. Moreover, the plan has already begun execution and cannot be stopped. Moreover, those above have not shown any intention of stopping it. Luke is just a department head in the research division. Such military orders and information.
Basically, he has no involvement in such matters. They can do whatever they want over there, and he can't stop them."
What a ridiculous move.
Su Guodong shook his head. At this point, there was no hope to place in the research department of the Lighthouse Nation. However, Su Guodong had never harbored much hope for them in the first place.
After all, the iceberg exercise plan of Dragon Country has already begun.
Let us hope those people in the Lighthouse Nation know what's best for them.
Arctic, on Wike Island. Lu Chen lay on top of the super bunker, basking in the sunlight, feeling utterly at ease.
Meanwhile, the Peace-class aircraft carrier nearby was forced to maintain a distance of approximately 20 kilometers due to solar storm radiation. It must maintain a distance of approximately 20 kilometers to prevent human bodies from being destroyed by the powerful radiation.
Report, Captain. Radar has detected T-9 bombers 1,000 kilometers away. There are 9 targets.
Carrier Central Control Center crew members began swiftly relaying the newly received information.
9 T-9 bombers? These guys really know how to play. Li Quan nodded upon hearing this.
This model of bomber is extremely fast, and all are constructed from top-tier anti-radiation materials. They also have exceptional stability, so there must be river weapons on board.
River weapons? Zhanko paused for a moment before asking, "Can we deduce what type they are? Even if they're weak, they can't be weaker than the destroyer, right?" Li Quan thought for a moment.
The Lighthouse Nation has a relatively powerful river strike weapon. It's the destroyer warhead. If I'm not mistaken, these T-9 aircraft are equipped with those. Which is stronger, the destroyer or the Tomahawk 9? Zhang Ke nodded and asked again. It's slightly stronger than the Tomahawk 9. Li Quan said, then his face grew serious. Sigh, I just don't know if the Colossus can withstand it. Should we take a risk and notify the Colossus to evacuate? Don't worry, it's no big deal. Zhang Ke relaxed upon hearing that its power was comparable to the Tomahawk 9. Li Quan paused for a moment. What's the big deal? How big? Just as big as a river strike. If it's really the destroyer, its power is incredibly strong. It's nothing, really. Trust me, trust the Colossus. Zhang Ke patted his chest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhojin. Zhojin nodded beside him. Captain Li, you can rest assured. We saw with our own eyes that the so-called river strike was completely useless against the giant beast. Whether it's the assaulters, the war axes, or this so-called destroyer, they're all trash in front of the giant beast. Li Quan and Lin Zijie exchanged glances. They were the only two who hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Speaking of which, haven't you been worried about the giant beasts from the start? Li Quan asked curiously. Worried? Of course I was worried. Zhang Ke sighed wryly. That's right. Since you're worried, Li Quan said solemnly. But before he could finish, Zhang Ke continued, I'm worried about whether our blue star can withstand the colossal beast's wrath. If humanity really has to face the giant beasts as enemies, I feel that humanity will be extinct in just a couple of months. Li Quan? Hey, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? So you were worried about the giant beasts destroying humanity, were you? Li Quan's lips twitched violently, and he wisely kept his mouth shut. However, at the same time, his mind was filled with endless curiosity. Is the giant beast really that powerful? Could it be too powerful? Report, Captain. The 99 aircraft from Lighthouse Nation are only 600 kilometers away from Vic Island. Ignore them. Li Quan said solemnly. This is the choice they made themselves. Let them bear the consequences. On Vic Island, Lu Chen also spotted the 9 small dots in the distance emitting intense radiation. In the sky, those were naturally aircraft. And judging by the current situation, they all seem to be reinforcements from the Lighthouse Nation. Are they sending us more snacks? Lu Chen didn't even bother to lift his head, continuing to lounge around like a lazy couch potato, leaning against the structure of the super bunker. Blow me up? Go ahead and blow me up. At the moment, Lu Chen didn't feel like hijacking a plane and opening the packages himself. It's too much trouble. It's better to just have them drop the snacks down. Then let his body absorb them. After all, whether he ate them or absorbed the explosive energy, it was the same. 600 kilometers away in the sky. This is T-91, current distance to target, 550 kilometers. This is the southern headquarters of the Lighthouse Nation. Copy, copy. Continue the mission. End of transmission. Copy. The T-91 bomber continues to fly at high speed. The remaining 8 aircraft behind are also accelerating at full speed. Target, Wake Island. Chapter 087, the terrifying giant beasts land on the island. The world is in shock. The center of Wake Island. Lu Chen had been waiting here for quite some time. Narrowing his eyes, he saw several planes approaching. Arrived at the designated flight location. Begin deploying the destroyers. T-91 quickly broadcast the message. Immediately afterward, 9 destroyers were launched with full force. Their target was directly below Vic Island. Near the Strait of Vic Island. Some of the surviving defenders stationed there, upon seeing the destroyers overhead. All of them felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth are they doing up there? If they won't come to rescue us, why are they dropping bombs on us? Hurry up and escape. Hurry up and get out of Vic Island. Otherwise, we'll all die. The 9 destroyers in the sky swiftly launched an attack toward the center of Vic Island. Their speed had already surpassed Mach 10 and was still accelerating. It looks like they're aiming to destroy the colossal beast directly. Lu Chen raised his eyelids and looked at the planes in the distance. Dropping the payload and running away? Attack once and run away? That's thrilling? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and glared at the aircraft in flight. Electromagnetic interference. This time, Lu Chen used a direct attack. Its power was hundreds of times stronger than the spread-type attack. The speed of electromagnetic interference was extremely fast. Almost as soon as Lu Chen glared, the T-9S that had already flown about 200 kilometers away began to lose control. Warning! Warning! Satellite positioning system malfunction. Warning! Warning! Radar detection system malfunction. Warning! Warning! Control stick system malfunction. Warning! Warning! At the same time, all systems on 99 heavy supersonic bombers have completely malfunctioned. Mayday! Mayday! Help! Help! The pilots' voices, filled with fear, kept broadcasting over the radio. Unfortunately, the communication system had also failed. All 9 T-9s lost their ability to fly, and their engines shut down due to system failure.
All formations, attention. This is T-91. Initiate physical ejection. Initiate physical ejection.
The T-91 bomber immediately activated the physical ejection system. The next second, the pilot and the entire cockpit were ejected toward the sky. However, it is important to note that the aircraft was traveling at a speed exceeding Mach 10. Even if the electronic instruments malfunctioned and the speed decreased, but it was still 7 Mach.
In such a high-speed state,
it would take no more than 10 seconds to crash into the ocean.
And it will be falling at least at 5 Mach. That would be no different from crashing into the rocks below.
Staying inside the T-9 bomber is certain death, and activating the physical ejection system to be ejected is also certain death.
Either way, it's certain death. The bombers here are no longer being attended to. On Vic Island,
the destroyers in the sky are rushing toward Lu Chen at breakneck speed. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He had been curious earlier why these River Strike Island missiles weren't simply fired directly at him.
Instead, they were being deployed by aircraft.
It turned out that these island projectiles contained no electromagnetic devices at all, only the most primitive physical engine mechanisms.
Therefore, they could avoid his electromagnetic interference skills. Of course, without electromagnetic technology, they couldn't use a positioning system, and thus couldn't perform targeted attacks. Lu Chen patted his stomach. Come on. Blow it up. Let me see just how powerful this thing really is. This will also be a good test to see how strong my defensive capabilities are and where their limits lie. Anyway, Lu Chen hadn't tested it himself. No weapon could cause any damage to his defenses. How frustrating is that? 9 destroyers struck the bunker beside Lu Chen directly. The next second, complete silence fell, followed by a blinding light illuminating the area for miles around. A deafening roar rolled in.
A supermassive mushroom cloud rose into the sky.
The entire Vic Island was engulfed in a blinding light.
The surrounding seas began to tremble. This was the first river explosion in the 2 centuries since humanity entered the high-speed development era of the 21st century. For nearly 2 centuries, no river experiments or river strikes had been conducted. And now, the Lighthouse Nation has taken the lead in using a river strike. This alone has already shattered the trust of all humanity worldwide. Some smaller nations near the Arctic detected the river strike almost simultaneously.
This news spread like wildfire. It spread directly to the Internet of Everything. Shocking. The Lighthouse Nation has used river strikes first. The location has been confirmed. The Lighthouse Nation is stationed on Vic Island near the Arctic Circle. Wrecked Wicca Island. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Video from half a day ago on Vic Island. A colossal creature has landed on the island. Shocking.
The target is the colossal creature. After this final piece of news emerged, the tide on the internet began to turn against the giant creature and the Lighthouse Nation. Terrifying giant creatures land on the island, brutally struck by river attacks.
Were there any humans left on the island before the bombing of WIC Island? Such news and topics continue to emerge endlessly.
As long as your headline includes the words monster,
the click-through rate won't be less than 5 million.
At one point, the topic of supergiant beasts was already explosive enough. However, just a week ago, many people still believed this was just hype, intentionally created to generate traffic. However, after today's news broke, especially after it was confirmed that the Lighthouse Nation had deployed river-based countermeasures, humans began to believe that there truly was a supergiant creature existing on their home planet, Blue Star. In an instant, the entire world's attention was focused on Wike Island in the Arctic. Some die-hard monster enthusiasts even rushed to book flights overnight to visit tourist spots near the Arctic to catch a glimpse of the creature. Some wealthy individuals even set sail on their private yachts, heading straight for the Arctic. After all, the Arctic is international waters, not the exclusive territory of any single nation. As long as you can get there, it's fair game. As for whether you can return alive, that depends on your own luck. At this very moment, it's not just ordinary humans paying attention to Wike Island in the Arctic. Many high-ranking officials from major world powers are also closely monitoring the situation. In the southern strategic headquarters of the Lighthouse Nation, this is a highly secure operational command center. Built near the desert, this location is ideal for a base due to its remote and uninhabited surroundings. Within the heavily fortified base, John is staring intently at the screen in front of him. The screen displays footage of Arctic Vic Island before it was destroyed by river bombs. In this footage, when slowed down by dozens of times, one can clearly see a massive, spherical particle beam directly struck the only evacuation aircraft that had taken off. Moreover, before this scene, John had personally witnessed his son, Clem, boarding the plane. Just seconds after takeoff, it vaporized completely. The base personnel nearby, upon seeing this, all wisely kept their mouths shut. The highest-ranking commander of the southern base was John.
Who dared to speak up at such a moment?
This is Deputy Commander 1, just received the report.
The destroyer has successfully hit the giant beast. The destroyer has successfully hit the giant beast. Repeat, this is Deputy Commander 1.
At the southern base, the radio signal from Deputy Commander 1 sounded.
This is South Zone Headquarters. We have received your signal. This is Deputy Commander 1. 9 destroyers have struck Vic Island, but all 99 bombers have crashed. What? Upon hearing this, John's facial muscles contorted into a terrifying grimace.
The firepower deployed in the South District was limited, and this time John had practically committed all his forces. But he never expected all 99s to crash. Even if we managed to eliminate the colossal beast this time, his position would likely be in jeopardy. As he thought of this, John's face gradually descended into an expression. However, he still clung to a sliver of hope that the colossal beast had perished within the destroyers.
Chapter 088, Mr. John, regarding your son, please compose yourself.
On Vic Island, the place was already in ruins, nearly completely destroyed. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there is not a single living soul, except for the colossal beast at the center.
Ding. Detecting extremely strong radiation. Beginning absorption. Ding. Detected extremely strong energy. Beginning absorption. Ding. Detected extremely strong thermal energy. Beginning absorption. Lu Chen lay there calmly amidst the ashes, leisurely absorbing all the energy. But to be honest, he was getting a bit overwhelmed and needed some time to digest. As for the solar storm beam in the distance, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to chase after it. Let it run for a while, I'll just take a nap on this island first. After all, since discovering the solar windstorm beam in the Arctic Ocean a few days ago, Lu Chen hadn't slept much at all. Closing his eyes, he absorbed the surrounding energy and radiation while sleeping. It felt so good. As for the so-called river strike, it was like scratching an itch. Lu Chen finally realized that his defensive capabilities were even stronger than he had imagined.
Anyway, the strongest weapons on Blue Star probably wouldn't stand a chance against him either. While Lu Chen was resting, the surrounding seas were far from calm. The Vice Special Class 1 aircraft carrier fleet, accompanied by all its Vice Special Class carrier battle groups, had arrived in the Arctic waters. 10 sub-special carrier battle groups were neatly arranged on the ocean surface. Behind these 10 sub-special class aircraft carriers, there was a fleet of 30 Zeus amphibious assault ships. At first glance, the scene was imposing and formidable.
Report. Major Fitch.
In the waters to our left, we have detected a Dragon Nation peace carrier.
They are heading toward us. What should we do?
On the deck of the subcarrier 1, as the overall commander of this mission, Fitch was feeling quite pleased with himself. However, just as he was about to issue further orders, the crew members rushed to his side, urgently reporting.
The Dragon Nation's Peace Class aircraft carrier? What are they doing here?
Fitch's eyebrows twitched involuntarily.
What about our mission? The crew members asked cautiously. Stop first. What else can we do? My target is the giant beast, not Dragon Nation. Are you crazy?
Fitch's lips twitched slightly, and he could only hold his ground for now.
Half an hour later, the Dragon Nation's Peace Class aircraft carrier had already arrived in front of the Deputy Special First Fleet. The situation was clearly divided. On the left side of the sea were the imposing ships of the Special Task Force 1 fleet. On the right side of the sea, there was only the Peace Class aircraft carrier, looking somewhat outnumbered. This is the Peace Class aircraft carrier of the Dragon Nation. This is the Special Task Force 1.
I am Colonel Fei Chi, the overall commander of this mission.
Please make way and do not interfere with our navigation. Thank you.
Fitch walked to the control tower and picked up the communication radio used by the aircraft carrier. At the same time, aboard the Dragon Nation's Peace Class aircraft carrier.
Upon receiving the signal from Deputy Commander 1, Li Quan couldn't help but laugh. He pressed the communication button and said, "Sorry, we're conducting an exercise here in Manhwa. So, you should leave first." On the Special Unit 1, Fei Chi's eyes widened slightly as he spoke into the intercom. Impossible. Don't joke around with us at this critical moment. We have an urgent matter to attend to. If you don't move out of the way, we'll have no choice but to force our way through the waters. You can try. Li Quan narrowed his eyes and smiled. The fleet of the Peace 1 aircraft carrier is right here. Moreover, the aircraft carrier fleet from our Dragon Nation participating in the exercise is heading this way. If you're not afraid, you can ignore my advice. After speaking, Li Quan shut off the communication. Captain Li, what if those guys really force their way through this area? Behind Li Quan, Zhang Ku and the others still expressed their concerns.
They won't. They might think that, but rest assured, they won't dare. Li Quan straightened his posture. This is like your confidence in the giant beasts, while I have confidence in our Dragon Nation. Even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to move an inch. Li Quan's face was filled with unwavering confidence. Zhang Ku and the others nodded in agreement.
Let's go observe the giant beast, Li Quan said. All right. With that, Zhang Ku and the others quickly boarded the Dragon 9 helicopter and headed toward Vic Island.
The detection instruments in their hands had already informed them. Although Vic Island had recently experienced a powerful river explosion. However, radiation levels had dropped to the lowest possible levels, and not even a single flame remained. Everything had vanished. And the source of this vanished energy was something Zhang Ku and his team were well aware of. Their exploration of the colossal beast had already spanned half a year. It is clear that all this vanished energy is now within the colossal beast's body. Therefore, the colossal beast is a life form that grows stronger the more it is attacked. This is also why Zhang Ku and his team felt so at ease around the colossal beast. So far, Zhang Ku has not discovered anything that could make the colossal beast fear. Not only is there nothing that can scare it, but there isn't even any substance that can harm it. Even an asteroid is powerless against the colossal beast. Just as Zhang Ku and his team were flying toward Vic Island in their helicopter. On the left side of the Arctic Ocean, aboard the submarine number 1. Captain Fitch couldn't take it anymore. His emaciated body, as thin as a monkey's, paced back and forth on the deck. Have we not made contact with the piece yet? As he reached the halfway point, he quickly pressed the radio by his ear and asked. No response came from the crew in the main control room. 2 minutes later, Fitch stopped again, pressed the button, and asked, still no contact? No. This went on for a full half hour. Fitch was on the verge of losing his mind. If the Dragon Nation's Peace-class carrier had simply yielded the way, there would have been no issue. But right now, the Peace-class aircraft carrier was just sitting there, blocking the waters. If their Lighthouse Nation aircraft carrier were to go around it, wouldn't that prove they were backing down? 10 Deputy-class carrier strike groups plus 30 Zeus-class amphibious destroyers. Such a massive naval force, yet they were forced to detour around a single Dragon Nation aircraft carrier? If this were reported, would the Lighthouse Nation still dare to claim the title of maritime hegemony? Would they even care about their reputation? Moreover, even if Fitch wanted to go around, he couldn't. Because there are already many people watching this area. Nearby nations and satellites from other countries are all focused on the Arctic Ocean right now. There's no choice. He can only slink back to the main control cabin and connect with John at the Lighthouse South District headquarters, his superior. Lighthouse South District headquarters. What's going on? As soon as the connection was established, John couldn't help but furrow his brows. Before Fitch could speak, he hurriedly asked, is the giant beast dead? Ha! I knew it. How could the beast possibly withstand 9 destroyers? Colonel John coughed. I don't even know if the beast is dead yet. Fitch saw John on the screen, his expression, and couldn't help but scratch his head, interrupting his fantasy. It's not dead? Sure enough, the piercing laughter abruptly stopped, followed by endless angry roars. It's not dead. You're still contacting me? I already gave you orders, didn't I? You can't even handle something this simple? Useless. FCK. John's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily. 10 minutes later, he finally calmed down a little. On the other side, after hearing John's furious outburst, Fitch's expression also grew stern. Colonel John, there's a Dragon Nation peacekeeping aircraft carrier in the Arctic waters ahead of us. Moreover, they have stated that they intend to conduct aircraft carrier drills in the Arctic waters. What should we do? What should we do? Just sail over there. John growled. But after saying that, he suddenly snapped back to reality. It was actually the Dragon Nation's Peace-class aircraft carrier? No. We can't sail there. John immediately changed his tone. Fitch, upon hearing this, couldn't help but show a hint of contempt. Although John was a colonel and he was only a lieutenant colonel in this mission, Fitch had every reason to reject John's orders, as the aircraft carrier was ultimately under his command. Alright, I'll go ask higher-ups. John said solemnly. No need. I'll contact higher-ups myself. Fitch smiled faintly. In the midst of a mission, if any unexpected situations arise, I can bypass the dispatcher and contact the Corps headquarters directly. Upon hearing Fitch's words, John's face once again betrayed his anger. Although there was this rule, it was only to be used as a last resort. At the moment, it was clear that John's recent actions had annoyed Fitch. The facts spoke for themselves. He hadn't even had a chance to speak before being berated harshly. Fitch naturally wasn't pleased. Oh, and before we wrap up, there's one more thing I need to tell Colonel John. Regarding the matter of your son's death on the plane, please take care of yourself. After saying that, Fitch ended the communication and shut down the communication frequency with the Lighthouse South District. This John is just using his rank to act superior. Chapter 089, The Giant Beast Tide. Those doomsday prophets are at it again. Lighthouse South District, within the headquarters base. John's furious voice could be heard clearly, along with the sound of things being smashed. Arctic Ocean, Vic Island. The island has lost all signs of life. All the trees around have turned into dead wood, and touching them turns them into ash. River bullets have little effect on the colossal beasts.
However, for the island's ecosystem, it was a devastating blow. Radiation levels have returned to normal. We can go down and move around.
On the Dragon 9 helicopter, Zhang Ke took out a series of detection instruments, confirmed safety, and then turned to Lin Zijie and Zhou behind him.
All right.
Lin Zijie and Zhou didn't hesitate, quickly exiting the helicopter and heading toward the central area.
River attacks are ultimately powerful, though they have little effect on the giant beasts. But for the ordinary ecosystem, it was a devastating blow. Too powerful. Too powerful. What kind of constitution does this colossal beast have to be this strong?
It can actually absorb river radiation, which is the most harmful substance to humans.
But for the giant beasts, it's energy.
Lin Zijie stared at the detector in his hand, his face filled with deep admiration. He hadn't witnessed the giant beast absorbing river radiation with his own eyes, but the scene before him was enough to leave him speechless for a long time. After moving for about half an hour, Zhang Ke and the three others finally arrived at the site of the super fortress. However, the super fortress was already gone, reduced to a pile of rubble. At the center of the flat ground lay the colossal creature, sprawled out on the ground.
Had the giant beasts fallen asleep?
Lin Zijie walked toward the giant creature, looked up at the colossal figure before him, and couldn't help but utter a sigh of awe.
They must be resting. Zhang Ke walked over.
Having studied the beasts for nearly half a year, he had already formed a preliminary conclusion. At this point, he could already make a reasonable deduction: the beasts were currently in a state of rest.
As for whether the creature could be injured by the river's impact, Zhang Ke didn't even bother to consider the question. Injured? How could that be possible? That's a colossal beast.
Words like injured or bleeding simply don't apply to a giant beast.
Lu Chen was indeed resting at the moment.
After all, he hadn't closed his eyes for days.
Just as Zhang Ke and his team began further exploration in the Arctic Ocean,
Fitch had already made contact with the superior officer of John,
the Lighthouse General Headquarters.
This facility was constructed approximately 1,000 meters below the surface of the rock layer. Even if a river burst were to occur outside, nothing would happen inside.
Major General Jeremy. This is the Deputy Special Carrier number 1. This is Major Fitch. Highest level operational command center.
A tall, muscular man was communicating with the submarine one. After listening to all of Fitch's reports, he remained silent for a moment, his voice betraying no emotion.
All right, I understand. Since the Dragon Nation has already arrived in the Arctic waters ahead of schedule, we shouldn't interfere forcefully. Your aircraft carrier strike group and amphibious assault ship fleet are to remain stationed in the outer periphery of the Arctic Ocean. Wait for my further instructions. Yes, General Jeremy. Fitch replied immediately. After the communication ended, Jeremy slowly stood up.
As a major general under the Lighthouse General Command, he commanded nearly 1/10 of the Lighthouse Nation's total military strength.
His direct subordinate was Colonel John. Connect me to John. Jeremy's face was filled with a look of indifference.
It seemed as though he cared about nothing. However, those who knew him well would have been terrified to see him like this.
Such an expression only appeared when he launched a powerful suppression operation. 10 minutes later, Colonel John came online.
Jeremy, I hadn't finished speaking yet, but Jeremy interrupted him.
I know.
Fitch has already informed me of everything that happened in the Arctic.
Regarding the T-9 fighter jet matter, I will not pursue it further. From now on, I am appointing you as the overall commander for the operation to eliminate the colossal beast. Take the particle beam weapons we developed first and head to the Arctic to deliver the final blow to the giant beast. This operation will be directly under my command. Depart immediately. Do you understand?
Understood.
John shouted loudly. Begin the operation. Jeremy wasted no time and immediately began making arrangements for the mission. The Lighthouse Nation has been researching something even more powerful than river strikes. That is beam attacks.
This time, their experiments have achieved tremendous success, and it's the perfect opportunity to put it to use.
Arctic Ocean, Vic Island.
Due to the incident involving the colossal creature, news had already spread across the internet of everything half a day earlier. Therefore, it had only been half a day since the incident occurred. Countless journalists from various nations, along with numerous giant creature enthusiasts, have all gathered in this stretch of sea. However, all ships have been blocked by the fleet of Deputy Commander 1 and are unable to enter the waters. Nevertheless, some well-known news companies had their standard-issue helicopters. Therefore, they were able to fly unimpeded to the skies above the Arctic waters.
Hello everyone. This is the Global Interconnected News Center.
As you can see, there are nearly 30 to 40 aircraft carriers from the Lighthouse Nation in the Arctic waters. Additionally, according to insider reports, the previous strike operation was targeting the giant creature. For updates on the fate of the giant creature, please stay tuned to our platform.
We will provide real-time updates on the situation. News of this nature is spreading like wildfire. All countries and all online platforms are discussing the giant creature.
Some claim the giant creature is a marine organism.
Others claim it is an alien creature from another planet.
Still others claim it is a creature from ancient times that has traveled through a wormhole to the present. In fact, news about the existence of wormholes had already been widely known among humans 2 centuries ago. At first, people were concerned, but later they realized that wormholes seemed to have no significant impact on them.
So people eventually grew accustomed to them.
However, the sudden appearance of the giant beasts has caught humanity off guard.
The giant beasts are currently on Wake Island in the Arctic. Could the appearance of these creatures pose a danger to humanity? Are the giant beasts good or bad? If they are bad, do we humans have any means to deal with them? Various reports are once again sweeping across major online platforms. Even in some regions of ancient civilizations, prophecies are beginning to resurface. The appearance of the giant beasts signifies the arrival of the gods. We should pray devoutly. This is not a giant beast at all. It is an ancient god.
It has merely arrived in our world through some mysterious power.
The end of the world is approaching. This time, the predicted date is 6 months from now. Hey, did everyone see that? Those doomsday prophets are at it again.
The world has begun to boil over due to the appearance of the giant beast. Earlier, only a short clip of the giant beasts moving was captured, which could still be dismissed as computer-generated imagery.
But now,
nearly 30 major media companies have all captured footage of the colossal beasts on Wake Island. That colossal creature, resembling a primordial deity from ancient times. Though currently lying down, it exudes an air of dominance at all times.
However, while everyone's attention was focused on the giant creature, on the right side of the Arctic Ocean,
suddenly, one after another, massive aircraft carriers slowly entered the field of vision.
On board the Dragon Nation piece,
Li Quan had just finished communicating with the Zhulong aircraft carrier.
The Arctic Grand Exercise was about to begin. The codename for this operation is Iceberg Tip. At this moment, all major global media outlets were present.
It's time for the world to see the tip of the iceberg of Manhwa.
Chapter 090.
The world watches as the dragon awakens. The solar storm suddenly accelerates.
Above the sea surface on the left side of the Arctic Ocean,
one after another, the massive Zhulong-class aircraft carriers slowly approached the Peace-class vessel.
Behind them, a fleet of neatly arranged Xuanwu amphibious destroyers followed in formation.
The sky is filled with a dense swarm of Zhucation fighter jets. And deep beneath the ocean, where humans cannot see, one after another, the Jialong-class submarines and Qinglong-class submarines are also swiftly navigating. Such a massive commotion naturally caught the attention of all the media companies.
My God! Did you see that? To the left. On the sea's surface to the left. My God! How could there be so many aircraft carriers? My goodness! And look, the emblem of the Dragon Nation is on the aircraft carriers. Could all of these be Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers? Where's the camera? Cameraman! Hurry up, cameraman!
In an instant, over 30 global media outlets immediately shifted their focus to the Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers.
Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers. Over 30 spotted. Is a great power rising? Ha! What do you mean rising? This is the awakening of the dragon.
It's just the dragon turning over, but at this very moment, I just want to shout one thing.
My country is amazing. Sure enough, all the media's attention is focused on the Dragon Nation's fleet. It's truly breathtaking.
After all, the Dragon Nation has maintained a low profile in recent decades. However, no one could have anticipated that the Dragon Nation would deploy such a massive naval force this time.
30 Zhulong-class aircraft carrier strike groups,
escort ships, cruisers, and destroyers surround them on one side. Plus the countless Xuanwu-class amphibious destroyers in the rear waters. And the sky above is filled with the dense formations of Zhucation-class fighter jets.
At that moment, Dragon Nation was the focal point of the entire world. After all, people have always believed that Dragon Nation was merely the second strongest power in the world. But now, with these aircraft carriers making their debut, everyone's resolve has begun to waver. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. If the full extent were revealed, would it be even more awe-inspiring? At this very moment, the people of Dragon Nation are all cheering with joy. However, the people of Lighthouse Nation are feeling a bit uneasy. Because, through the comparison of the two nations' fleets in the Arctic Ocean, no matter how you look at it, their own forces couldn't compare to the others. The enemy outnumbered them in both quantity and size, completely overwhelming them.
Especially Jeremy, the general in charge of this region. At that moment, he was seated in the Lighthouse General Headquarters. Staring at the monitor before him, his face was filled with endless astonishment. So the Dragon Nation has already become this powerful? While stunned, he also felt a hint of relief that he hadn't rushed in recklessly earlier. If those fleets had been surrounded by Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier fleets at the center,
the embarrassment would have been even greater.
As the world was stunned by Longwa's might.
Off the edge of Wake Island, the solar storm beam suddenly accelerated. And it came without any warning at all.
Dragon Nation, Starry Sky Space Headquarters. The head of the headquarters, Shin Hong, was communicating with the Dragon Nation's Starry Sky space station.
This is Starry Sky Team 1.
The solar windstorm beam has been affected by geomagnetic disturbances and has suddenly accelerated. Additionally, the flight path has begun to deviate.
Can you calculate the final position?
Shin Hong stared at the communication interface, furrowing his brows.
The quantum computer is simulating the data results are expected within 1 minute.
The commander of Starry Sky 1 reported.
Starry Sky 2 team, what about your observational data?
Shin Hong nodded and then shifted his gaze to the other side.
This is Starry Sky 2 group.
The coronal activity near the sun and the sunspot activity are becoming increasingly intense. However, there is no immediate impact on our blue star at this time.
Starry Sky 2 responded. Starry Sky 3 team, what about your observations? This is Starry Sky 3. No issues so far. All other data from Blue Star is normal. Headquarters, the calculation results are in.
At that moment, Starry Sky 1 quickly established a connection with Shin Hong.
What's the result? Shin Hong asked quickly.
The new results of the solar wind beam's movement have been obtained.
Based on its current speed, Lighthouse Nation will be the first to be hit.
The commander of Starry Sky 1 quickly sent a set of data to Shin Hong's side. Shin Hong didn't waste any time, quickly opening the solar wind beam trajectory map, his expression changing slightly. Because the duration of the solar wind beam was still at least 25 blue star days. According to the original calculations, based on the previous movement speed, it would have dissipated over the ocean. However, due to the sudden acceleration of the solar storm beam and its irregular movement trajectory, ultimately, through quantum computer calculations, it was determined that
the solar storm beam would ultimately head toward 2 destinations. Moreover, the flight path will directly enter the territory of the Lighthouse Nation from the sea, sweeping past the Lighthouse Nation.
It will continue moving toward the southern seas and eventually come to an end on another continent. The range of the solar storm beam is not very large, with a diameter of only 3 or 4 kilometers. However, any living beings within this range will inevitably face certain death.
Except for the giant beasts. Shin Hong did not waste any time.
Upon receiving this information at the Starry Sky space station, he immediately notified Su Guodong and the others. Su Guodong and his team immediately relayed the information to Zhang Ku and his group, who were currently near the giant beasts.
Got it, Subu Chang, we've received the message.
After establishing communication with the research headquarters, Zhang Ku quickly opened the file sent by Su Guodong. The documents contained the simulated flight path of the solar storm beam generated by the quantum computer. Within 10 days, it would cross the ocean and land on the Lighthouse continent. After 5 days, it would reach the core region.
Core region. Zijia, zoom in on this area.
Zhang Ke stared at the satellite map on the screen and pointed to a section where the solar storm beam had passed through.
After Lin Zijia zoomed in, Zhang Ke continued, zoom in further. All right. After a dozen seconds, the satellite map was zoomed in to a 11,000-meter view. Zhang Ke's facial muscles twitched slightly, and an uneasy arose in his heart. What's wrong? Lin Zijia asked. Look at the map.
Zhang Ke swallowed hard and said.
The map?
Lin Zijie turned his head to look at the marked location on the map, and his expression also changed.
Huangshe Park. The largest supervolcano currently discovered on Blue Star.
Lin Zijie couldn't contain himself anymore and exclaimed with wide eyes.
Zijie, I'll ask you another question. If an active volcano that hasn't erupted yet is exposed to external high temperatures, what would happen? Zhang Ku asked solemnly. What else could happen?
The volcano was already on the verge of erupting. If you add external heat to it, that's just the spark that sets it off. It'll explode right away. Lin Zijie blurted out without thinking, then couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
If the Huangshe superactive volcano erupts, that'd be awesome. Though it wouldn't cause any destruction to Blue Star.
Or rather, for the people of the Lighthouse Nation, at least those in the surrounding areas would face certain doom.
Moreover, if the Huangshe supervolcano were to erupt, the surrounding ecosystem would suffer unimaginable destruction.
At that point, they'd really have their hands full.
They deserve it. This might just be the price they pay for blowing up the giant beast. Zhou Xun said nonchalantly. Zhou Xun, you're right. It's exactly as you said. Zhang Ku couldn't help but whistle in admiration.
The solar wind streams had been stable until the river impact. The geomagnetic field was affected, which directly impacted the solar wind beam. This is truly a case of reaping what one sows.
Chapter 091, The World-Shocking Giant Beast livestream is about to begin.
Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Zhang Ku and the others were silently mourning for the Lighthouse Nation in their hearts, Lu Chen woke up, having rested for a few hours barely enough. Upon waking, he looked up at the helicopters circling above his head. He was also a bit dazed.
What's going on? He had only taken a nap. How had so many helicopters appeared here? Could they be here to attack him again?
Lu Chen shrugged helplessly, sighing.
These iron machines. If you want to attack me, fine, but at least consider the situation. River bombs can't even kill me. What are you little helicopters doing here? The giant beast, they're journalists. How should I explain this? Zhang Ke, upon seeing the giant beast awaken, began to explain.
After all, many of the journalists in those helicopters circling the sky were from Dragon Country.
They're not a threat. Zhang Ke thought for a moment and said. Lu Chen heard this and remained silent. Threat?
I'll just lie here and let you go crazy with your river bombs, they won't even kill me.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully absorbed the river energy.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 evolution points.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 million atomic reactor energy.
Lu Chen couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Not bad.
Check the template progress and reactor energy.
Lu Chen said in his mind. Ding. Monster King template progress, 695. Ding. Super atomic reactor energy inside the body, 5,500,000,000. That's excellent.
After waking up from a good night's sleep, he could see that he was about to unlock his next skill. The next skill is pre-Red Lotus mode and Red Lotus Flash Hotline. Just thinking about it gets me excited. When the time comes, if anyone gets on my nerves, I'll just use the Crimson Lotus Hotline and turn them into dust in an instant. Lu Chen began to sit up straight and slowly stood to his feet. Instantly, a colossal beast resembling a divine demon appeared on all the screens showing the giant beast report. Since there were over 30 helicopters surrounding the colossal beast, it could be seen from every angle. Its massive, imposing form, its eyes glowing with a bone-chilling light. The blue particles that occasionally flashed from its dorsal fins, and the pitch-black scales covering its body. The colossal creature before them was undeniably brimming with an overwhelming aura of dominance. And this aura was ever present. Lu Chen twisted his neck and slowly scanned the area. The helicopters, which were only about 300 or 400 meters away, all retreated another 100 meters. Lu Chen noticed that these helicopters were not fighter jets, but ordinary helicopters. Moreover, they were equipped with numerous cameras. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. Wow! Is this the media from this world? Just as Lu Chen was pondering, the entire world had already gone mad. Countless people had all stopped what they were doing simultaneously. Anywhere with an internet connection, everyone was fixated on the reports about the colossal beast. What kind of existence was that? It was a colossal behemoth. Although such colossal beings often appear in movies made by humans. But those are just movies. The colossal creature standing right there is very much real. In an instant, people all over the world began discussing it. The giant creature is so cool. I wonder if it needs any followers? I'm going to be its loyal servant. Oh my god. I'm already in love with the giant creature. Did you see the giant beast's 2 little stubby arms? So cute. Ah. I'm hooked. I've decided. I'm going to write a book. It'll be called My Unforgettable Story with the Giant Beast. It's the bald guy. It's our boss. Well, he's much bigger than our boss, but he's definitely our boss. This is the super boss. Various discussions began to heat up. Some people even went crazy, and all kinds of giant beast clubs were established. The goal was to witness the existence of the giant beasts with their own eyes and touch them with their own hands. This goal has become the ultimate objective for these people. Some wealthy individuals had already begun purchasing planes and cruise ships, all with the aim of seeing the giant beasts with their own eyes. In the Arctic Ocean, on Vic Island, Lu Chen twisted his neck and looked at the 30 or so helicopters in the distance. Since they posed no threat to him, Lu Chen saw no reason to bother with them. He then shifted his gaze to the side. Then, he froze in shock. Where the hell is the solar storm beam? Where did it go? Lu Chen was truly stunned. Wow, I just took a quick break. How could the solar wind beam that was supposed to replenish his energy just disappear? That's impossible. According to his direct calculations, even if a day had passed, that thing should still be on the island. Gurgle, gurgle. Lu Chen grew curious, lowering his head to look at Zhang Ke by his feet. Then he pointed at the distant ocean and then at himself. The colossal beast, the solar storm beam, had suddenly accelerated for some reason due to the river's impact. Moreover, it had already left the Arctic islands and was moving quickly in this direction. Zhang Ke shouted loudly, simultaneously extending his right hand and pointing toward the distant coastline. Gurgle. Lu Chen nodded, indicating he understood. This entire scene was captured by the 30-odd news helicopters in the distance. Moreover, everything happening here was being broadcast live worldwide. Everyone who witnessed this scene at that moment was completely baffled. Humans are communicating with a giant beast? And it seemed as though the giant beasts could understand human language? That's amazing. My beast. What do you mean your beast? That's clearly ours, isn't it? Put. How did it become yours? It's clearly ours. We're getting off track. Aren't we supposed to be discussing why the giant beast can understand human language? Sigh.
The number of people online at the same time is nearly 300 million. You know, the total population of Blue Star is only 8 billion. And the number of online users is still skyrocketing. On Vic Island, after confirming his direction, Lu Chen moved leisurely toward it.
I only need the final 0.5 evolution points to unlock the half Red Lotus mode and Red Lotus hotline.
This opportunity is right in front of me, how could I let it slip away? As Lu Chen moved, Zhang Ke below also received a communication from the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters. Su Bu Chang. After the communication ended, Zhang Ke looked at Su Guodong on the screen and said, "Now, news of the colossal beast has spread worldwide, known to almost everyone. Moreover, higher-ups believe the timing is right." Su Guodong said with a smile. "Starting now, the higher-ups have recommended you, Zhoujin, and Lin Zijie as the real-time reporting team for the giant beast. Using the cameras you have, you will conduct a live broadcast to the entire world." We're going to live stream?
Zhang Ke was slightly surprised, but then he thought about it. Indeed, only they had frequent contact with the colossal creature. This way, people around the world can see that the giant beasts are benevolent. This would have a significant impact on future human interactions with the giant beasts and their coexistence with humanity.
Su Guodong nodded. The interface for the live stream has already been sent to you.
Just then, Lin Qingshan also appeared on the screen.
Where's my big-headed grandson? Oh, he's here. Let me tell you, this is a global live stream. Make sure you try your best and get on camera as much as possible. Got it, Grandpa. Lin Zijie nodded. After the communication ended, Zhang Ke received the live streaming interface from the research headquarters. After a few minutes of testing, the broadcast could officially begin.
Zhang Ke and the others never expected that a research academician like him would end up becoming a live streamer.
But this isn't just any ordinary streamer, it's a streaming giant. Have you ever seen one?
This live stream, which was set to shock the world, was about to begin.
Chapter 092, The Giant Beast Dives into the Sea. Zhucation number 1 prepares for takeoff. All systems are now ready. The live stream ID has been finalized. What should we name our live stream? On Vic Island, after Lin Zijie finished the testing, he turned his head and asked Zhang Ke, "Prehistoric Giant Beasts live stream." Zhang Ke thought for a moment and said, Lin Zijie nodded. After a series of adjustments with Zhoujin, the live stream finally went live. Prehistoric Giant Beasts live stream. Hosts, Zhang Ke, academician of the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, Lin Zijie, top quantum physicist. Camera operator, Zhoujin. The moment the live stream went live, instantly, over 1 million people flooded in. The live stream's chat began to flood with messages. "Where's the giant beast? Where's the giant beast? Why did the screen go black? I want to see the giant beast, and this is what you show me? Show the giant beast. Show the giant beast. Show the giant beast." For a moment, comments in various languages about the giant beast floated across the top of the live stream. You see, it's not just people from Dragon Country who are fixated on the giant beast and interested in it. There were also countless people from other countries whose interest in the giant beasts was no less than anyone else's. 5 seconds later, the screen went dark. In front of them were Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie. The one holding the camera was naturally Zhoujin. The connection was complete. Zhoujin looked at the monitor and nodded. Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie both looked toward the camera. Suddenly, a flood of comments poured in. Wow, they couldn't find themselves in the frame at all. They were all blocked by the comments. After adjusting the number of comments again, they could finally see the screen clearly. From now on, we'll be answering the viewers' questions in the livestream at irregular intervals. However, right now, we need to catch up with the giant beast immediately. Zhang Ke smiled at the camera. Then he led Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie to board the Dragon 9 helicopter. Roar! But just then, the giant beast suddenly turned around and roared in Zhang Ke's direction. This scene was naturally captured in its entirety by Zhoujin's livestream. It's really a giant beast. I thought this was a fake livestream. Sigh. Did you hear the giant beast's roar? It's so damn terrifying. My goosebumps are standing on end all over my body. What's so special about getting goosebumps? I was wearing headphones and had the volume turned all the way up. I feel like half my soul has left my body. You're the real deal. It's so powerful. The giant beast is unstoppable. At that moment, Zhang Ke, upon seeing the giant beast's actions, understood everything. Quick, start the helicopter. The giant beast just said it's going to accelerate to catch up with the solar wind beam. We have to keep up and use full power. Zhang Ke turned around and quickly said to the pilot. But before he could finish, Zhang Ke furrowed his brows. It's no use, we can't catch up to the giant beast. I had the opportunity to witness the giant beast's top speed during the prehistoric era. Our Dragon 9 helicopter can't keep up. Therefore, we must dispatch a more powerful aircraft immediately. Zijie, notify the Peace-class aircraft carrier and dispatch a supersonic aircraft immediately.
Zhang Ke looked at Lin Zijie behind him with a serious expression.
Alright, give me a minute.
Lin Zijie nodded quickly and immediately contacted the Peace-class aircraft carrier.
Meanwhile, the live stream exploded. What the hell? Did I just hear that? Academician Zhang actually understood the giant beast's meaning? And how come the two academicians sound so sci-fi? Are we watching a movie or something? Watching a movie? Didn't you see the aircraft carriers in the distance?
Those are all our Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers.
Over the years, what have I been paying attention to? Dragon Nation has developed so strongly. My country. Unbeatable. It feels like your family just got internet access, doesn't it?
On Vic Island, a fighter jet with a crimson-painted fuselage slowly descended. Below the aircraft are 4 jet engines, with 2 large engines on either side of the wings.
Below the front of the aircraft is a smaller one.
Beneath the tail fin is a massive propulsion unit, currently spewing intense flames in a steady stream.
Circles of Mach rings are clearly visible.
Of course, everything Zhang Ke and his team were currently doing was being broadcast live in the Giant Beast livestream.
All of this is tacitly approved by the Dragon Nation.
The technology of a great nation must also be revealed gradually.
Otherwise, some people might still think they're the world's best.
The viewers in the live stream screamed in excitement upon seeing the fighter jet.
Vertical landing. Jet engines. Especially the tail fin. My goodness. It's so cool. What's that? Our country developed that decades ago. Wow. That's making me feel a bit uneasy. But you have to admit, they did develop it long ago. At that moment, Zhang Ke had already gone to talk to the crew of the Zhu Keishanhao. The camera crew was naturally Zhoujin and Lin Zijie. Lin Zijie saw the message in the comments and couldn't help but smile. That friend from the Lighthouse Nation, you claim you figured this out decades ago, and we won't dispute that. However, over the past century, not only have we developed it, we've also achieved mass production. More importantly, the Zhu Keishanhao is powered by the Shunlong River reactor. In theory, it can fly in the sky for 100 years without any energy maintenance. Can yours do that? As far as I know, your strongest aircraft is the Doomsday one, right?
When I was working there, high-ranking officials from the Lighthouse Nation invited me to their country to solve a problem. The problem was how to stabilize the Doomsday 1 reactor for an extended period. After Lin Zijie said this, the live stream exploded again.
Ha! Is that a slap in the face? Is it? I'm asking you, is it? Wow, the guy above has a temper I like that. Ha! Professor Lin, what happened next? What happened next? You didn't solve it for them, did you? Right, Academician Lin, what happened next?
The live stream's chat messages started flowing non-stop. Lin Zijie merely raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said indifferently.
Later, it was a pity. They didn't offer enough money, so I turned them down. Wow. Well done, Academician Lin. From now on, you're our second brother. Lin's second brother. Lin's second brother. Lin Zijie grinned. Who was that big brother? The big guy is obviously the giant beast. Ha ha.
Over here, they've started interacting with the people in the live stream.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen by the coast had already entered the water.
Based on his recent sensing, the movement speed of that solar wind beam was extremely fast. I wonder if our fellow villager can catch up to himself.
Splash.
The next moment, Lu Chen dived into the ocean, preparing to catch up with the solar wind beam.
In the live stream. Lingo, let's stop for now. We'll talk later. The giant beast has already entered the ocean. Lin Zijie immediately stood up. At that moment, Zhang Ke obtained control of the Zhu Keishan-1 fighter jet.
Alright, the colossal beast has begun its movements. We need to hurry up, otherwise, we won't catch up with the giant beast.
Zhang Ke walked over and said.
Zhoujin carried the camera equipment, while Lin Zijie carried his high-tech briefcase. Zhang Ke carried a communication laptop and quickly entered the interior of Zhu Keishan-1.
Once inside, it was a whole new world.
Various high-tech instruments were so advanced that they left the live-stream viewers speechless.
However, for Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie,
only more advanced equipment would truly astonish them.
After all, they deal with cutting-edge technology on a daily basis.
Especially Lin Zijie, who possesses extraordinary talent in quantum physics and technology.
Zhu Keishan-1, depart. Target, catch up with the giant beast. Copy that. Preparing for takeoff. Chapter 093, abandon the orbit. Leave nothing behind. A deafening roar echoed constantly in their ears. This is the roar of the engines. The louder the sound, the stronger the thrust. After feeling a slight upward movement, Zhu Keishan-1 remained suspended in the air, as if it had been anchored there. Engine noise suppression activated. Completed. The next second, the roaring sound emitted by the engines was completely blocked by a special soundproofing device. At this moment, Zhang Ke and the other two had already entered the main observation cabin. Through the observation glass in front of them, they could clearly see the situation in the waters below. The only downside was that the field of view wasn't very wide. Activate the transparent layer. Begin activation. After 2 sounds rang out inside the observation chamber. Immediately afterward, a remarkable scene unfolded. Zhang Ku and the 2 others saw the steel plates beneath their feet slowly turning transparent. Their field of view nearly reached a 360-degree, unobstructed view. If it weren't for the warning colors on the edges of the frames, they would have truly believed they were floating in mid-air. Lin Zijie, however, did not show any signs of surprise. After all, this technology was his invention. However, since this was top-secret information, he would never reveal it first. From here, one could clearly observe the colossal beasts on the surface of the sea. Only from the sky could one truly comprehend what kind of creature the colossal beasts truly were. Zhou Jin aimed the camera in his hands at the colossal creature in the ocean below. It's breathtaking. The colossal creature is currently swimming freely in the vast ocean. And it's moving very fast. Zijie, activate the biological thermal tracking technology. Zhang Ke stared at the creature below and quickly said, "Got it." Lin Zijie walked over, opened his high-tech box, and activated the biothermal tracking system. Soon, the display showed the current speed of the colossal creature. Current speed of the giant beast, 200 km/h. Lin Zijie couldn't help but whistle in astonishment upon seeing the numbers on the display. This beast had only just entered the water, and its initial speed was already this fast, truly astonishing. Moreover, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 500 million. After witnessing the colossal creature's speed in the ocean, everyone was utterly stunned. That's way too fast. Current movement speed of the colossal creature, 220 km/h. The numbers on the display changed once again. The colossal creature is still accelerating? How the hell can such a massive body move this fast? The colossal creature's speed is simply unbelievable. No way. I need to tip the giant beast with rockets. Giant creature enthusiast Zhang San donated 10 rockets. Monster enthusiast Zhang San donated 20 rockets. Right. I almost forgot this is a live stream. Guys, let's go. Send the gifts. Once someone starts, everyone else goes crazy sending gifts. This was something even Zhang Ku and the others hadn't anticipated. However, all the money from these gifts naturally goes straight to the Dragon Country. After all, the platform belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Even the foreign fanatics were going crazy, sending gifts as if they were giving away money. Zhang Ku and the others couldn't help but chuckle at these people's generosity. Well, that's fine. Maybe research funds will increase as a result. Below, Lu Chen had already left the waters near the North Pole. He was now cruising freely in the vast waters of the outer perimeter. Tilting his head slightly, he spotted the crimson-colored fighter jet closely tailing him in the sky. And in the distance, a news helicopter was racing toward him at full speed. Lu Chen couldn't help but grin. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He made a few gestures toward the helicopter above, then began to lock onto his flight path. He needed to accelerate. If he didn't, he wouldn't catch up to the solar storm beam. In the observation cabin of the Zhuke Shin-1 spacecraft, Zhang Ke pushed his glasses up and said, "The colossal beast just spoke. It's going to accelerate, stay close." In the live stream, Zhang Academician is amazing. He can understand the giant beast's language. I can hear it, and it sounds like thunder. Thunder 1. Thunder 1. The next second, the giant beast began to accelerate. Current movement speed of the giant beast, 300 km/h. Current speed of the giant beast, 330 km/h. Current speed of the giant beast, 380 km/h. Holy crap! That fast? Lin Zijie stared at the numbers displayed on the monitor in his hands. He then glanced at the ship's speedometer inside the cabin and almost thought his instruments were malfunctioning. The colossal creature was still accelerating. Zhou Jin was capturing footage of the creature and could clearly feel its speed continuing to increase. The next second, the colossal creature's speed had already surpassed 400 km/h. Above the ocean, Lu Chen was freely swimming through the vast sea. Moreover, Lu Chen had never tested his own maximum movement speed before. Might as well test it now. Suddenly, Lu Chen's tail flickered violently. His body accelerated once more. However, with each acceleration, the dorsal fins on Lu Chen's back emitted a brilliant blue glow. Finally, his speed reached 600 km/h and stabilized. It wasn't that he couldn't accelerate further. It was simply because his size was too massive. Just 10 minutes earlier, Lu Chen had spotted an uninhabited island, completely submerged by the violent waves he had created. Wow, if he had gone any faster, he could have caused a massive flood. The current speed was just right, he could maintain it while sailing. And stabilize the sea level to avoid creating massive waves. Moreover, the solar storm beams in the distance were already within reach. This chase lasted 3 days and 3 nights. During those 3 days, several major global news events occurred. The solar storm beams, which seem to only exist in apocalyptic movies, have actually appeared in the real world.
Moreover, the giant creature seemed to be pursuing this beam of light, with the exact reason unknown. The second major news event was the tip of the iceberg drama unfolding in Dragon Nation. This event carried the same level of shock as the appearance of the giant beasts. Within the iceberg, the Dragon Nation has deployed 30 Zhurong-class aircraft carriers, each equipped with 10 Shenlong-class reactor carriers. The Shenlong-class reactors are the most stable reactors in the world today.
Even the Lighthouse Nation must acknowledge its superiority.
Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carriers, even the strongest of the sub-special class, are only equipped with 6 reactors. When compared side by side, the superiority of one over the other is immediately evident. Moreover, there is a fleet of Xuanwu amphibious destroyers, and in the depths of the sea, there are the Jialong and Qinglong submarines. In the skies, there are the Zhukai fighter jets. It can be said that this operation has perfectly demonstrated the true capabilities of the Dragon Nation, showcasing only a glimpse of their true potential. The third major piece of news is that the trajectory of the solar windstorm is set to reach the lighthouse state in just 7 days.
If no action is taken, there could be extremely dire consequences.
And these consequences are simply beyond their ability to handle.
After all, the power of the solar storm beam multiplies exponentially.
In recent days, the people of Blue Star have been constantly overwhelmed by a series of shocking and terrifying events. First came the arrival of prehistoric behemoths, followed by the Lighthouse Nation's river strike, and then the Dragon Nation's iceberg tip performance. Now, the most dangerous solar storm beam is about to hit the Lighthouse continent.
Will something even more shocking happen tomorrow? Sure enough, on the 4th day,
the top authorities of the Lighthouse State released the observed trajectory of the solar windstorm.
And they issued an order to evacuate everyone along that trajectory.
As for the losses, they were inevitable. After all, the areas where the solar windstorm beams passed through were completely barren. Earlier, when they had encountered several uninhabited islands, the once vibrant islands had turned into lifeless islands after coming into contact with the solar wind. They turned into lifeless islands, looking like the end of the world had arrived.
At present, the solar storm beam is slowly approaching the coastline. Chapter 094, they should thank the giant beast instead. Lighthouse State, Eastern Coastline.
This is a popular tourist spot, bustling with visitors. However, what the people here do not know is that a disaster is slowly approaching from the distance.
Why? Why won't they let us go into play? Why? Why? Exactly. We have the right to play here. And we already paid a week ago. You can't stop us from going into play. You're not refunding our money. This beach is a scam, isn't it?
However, what should have been a bustling beach now feels rather deserted. However, about 5 kilometers away from the beach, high fences have been erected. Beyond the fences, many people were shouting wildly.
Some people are even wearing swimsuits, waiting to head to the sealed-off beach for a swim. Enough is enough. Everyone, get out of here immediately. Have you all lost your minds? Didn't you hear the news? The solar storm is set to hit the coast in just 1 hour. Don't you fear for your lives?
There were many security guards on the fence side, and upon seeing the rowdy crowd, they also began to shout angrily.
I don't care. Just refund our money. Refund our money. We are free.
You have no right to restrict our freedom.
Just as these people were arguing loudly, a solar storm beam was quietly approaching the coastline.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen was leisurely following this massive solar wind beam. In the sky above, Zhang Ku and the others had been tracking and filming the colossal beast for over 10 days. The live stream had never been turned off. The number of viewers in the live stream had skyrocketed from hundreds of millions to 1 billion. Almost 100 million people were added each day. The solar wind beam had made landfall. On board the Zhukai-1 fighter jet, Zhang Ke spoke with a solemn expression. After speaking, Zhou Jin and Lin Zijie on either side also fixed their gaze on the coastline of Lighthouse State. After 10 days of exponential growth, the core temperature of the solar storm beam could now effortlessly melt steel.
For everything in the shipping lanes, this would be a devastating blow.
Lin Zijie shook his head, regrettably. As his words fell, he did not continue. Unfortunately, Lighthouse Nation was a country with extremely high freedom. Therefore, within certain solar windstorm beam flight paths, there are always those who are unafraid of death. They believe it's fake, that it's intentional. For now, we can only mourn for those still within the affected area.
Meanwhile, at the Lighthouse Research Headquarters Center, Luke, as the research director here, is engaged in urgent communication with his superiors.
We have conducted rigorous calculations.
The solar storm beam will definitely pass through Huangshe Park with 100% certainty.
Moreover, the current probability of the solar storm beam igniting the Huangshe supervolcano has reached nearly 30%.
What do you mean only 30%? That's a very high probability. If it does erupt, the entire region will be engulfed in volcanic ash.
A short while later, Luke and his superior concluded their communication. The outcome of the communication was that a significant number of people had already been evacuated over the course of the week. As for those who refused to believe the warnings and were willing to risk their lives, they would not be forcibly removed.
Where is the solar storm now? Luke asked.
The researchers nearby immediately pulled up the real-time monitoring footage. The seawater along the beach was already boiling. On the beach, the wooden huts and tents built for tourists had all caught fire.
They were almost completely destroyed in an instant.
Not only that, but after burning, the steel pipes supporting the tents began to melt at a visible speed.
Luke stared silently at the monitor. What was about to happen would be nothing short of catastrophic. At the same time,
on the coast, Lu Chen slowly raised his head. His massive body began to emerge from the water. The solar storm beam had completely reached the shore, and it was moving toward the city. It truly left nothing in its wake. In the sky above, Zhuke-Shan had already secured airspace rights.
At present, it was quietly following behind the colossal beast.
In the distance, the apocalyptic scene is being live-streamed and broadcast worldwide.
My goodness, this is terrifying.
I can't believe that such a terrifying beam-like colossal creature is completely intact in the middle. That colossal beast is way too powerful. Earlier, on the surface of the sea, we only saw the water smoking and boiling.
Now that we see it up close, we really underestimated the power of the solar wind beam.
People around the world watching the live broadcast were left speechless by this apocalyptic scene. They were all stunned. This solar wind beam capable of destroying everything had truly left them speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was listening to in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 04 evolution points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 million atomic reactor energy.
Ding! Absorbed nearby fear fluctuations, obtained 500 attribute energy points. Lu Chen was taken aback. He could actually absorb the fear fluctuations from nearby creatures?
These people really weren't afraid of death.
Ding! Monster King template progress, 699. Ding!
Super atomic reactor energy inside the body, 6,500,000,000.
Ding! Attribute energy evolution points, 1,600. Lu Chen grinned. Great, since there were still people around.
Then he could keep gaining energy points, a win-win situation. Moving his body, Lu Chen began to log in and come ashore. In an instant, his massive body completely overwhelmed all the surrounding buildings.
Earlier in the ocean, people hadn't realized just how massive the behemoth was. But once on land, with something to compare it to. Wow!
That was one massive creature.
Inside the Zhuke-Shan, Zhou camera was recording everything. My god!
Those skyscrapers with 50 or 60 floors looked so tiny in front of the colossal beast.
OMG! I can't believe my eyes. The colossal beasts are actually this huge. Giant beast. Giant beast. Impressive. Impressive. Wherever the colossal beast passed, those massive buildings collapsed in an instant.
Not to mention that these buildings had been struck by the sun's beamstorm.
They basically turned into foam. Even a slightly stronger force could destroy them. Lu Chen looked at the city before him and couldn't help but whistle in awe. At least it's not our hometown, we don't feel sorry for it. Boom. Boom. With each step Lu Chen took, a deafening roar echoed through the air.
Within 1,000 miles of the area, everyone was within the range of the sun's rays, which was only about 5 kilometers. Therefore, those within 1,000 miles wouldn't have much trouble. However, the colossal beast was standing right there in their city. Some of the more timid individuals fainted on the spot. Others, more daring, charged madly toward the creature.
They couldn't wait to get to the giant beast's side.
In the Zhuke divine warplanes soaring through the sky,
Zhang Ku and the others looked down at the scene below and couldn't help but gasp in horror.
Wherever the solar storm passed, everything turned into charred blackness. Everything within its range was reduced to dry sand. Compounded by the massive tremors caused by the colossal beast's footsteps, skyscrapers collapsed within seconds. This scene truly resembled the end of the world.
They deserved it. Who told them to use the destroyer to blast the giant beasts? This is karma. Zhou didn't seem to care. Indeed.
Lin Zijie nodded in agreement.
If they hadn't disrupted the Earth's magnetic field, this would never have happened. Moreover, the giant beasts were absorbing this energy.
Theoretically speaking, they were actually helping them.
Zhang Ke clicked his tongue. That's right, the giant beasts are helping them. They should be thanking the giant beast.
If the higher-ups in the Lighthouse Nation heard about this, they'd probably be furious.
However, they couldn't find any reason to refute it.
At that moment, the sun's beam had already swept over the first city and was heading toward the second city.
Chapter 095, Supervolcano. Finally, we can give it a good wash.
Time flew by, and 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, over 50 cities have completely collapsed.
First, the power grid collapsed completely, followed by communication systems.
Transportation and numerous other sectors were also severely impacted. The estimated losses are expected to exceed tens of billions.
During these 5 days, Lu Chen directly obtained 8,000 points of fear energy. Such energy evolution points are already extremely difficult to obtain, but within these 5 days, he directly obtained 8,000 points. That's no small number. If all of that were allocated to my 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex subordinates, I could probably recreate 2 more colossal beasts. Even their size wouldn't be any smaller than his own. Lu Chen grinned. I'm just a ruthless giant beast manufacturer. Roar. Thinking of this, Lu Chen split his lips, tilted his head back, and let out a mighty roar. Boom. Boom. The skyscrapers in front of him collapsed instantly under the intense sonic shock. Ding. Absorbed fear fluctuations. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 points. Wow. I can't believe it. Lu Chen stretched his neck and continued moving toward the direction of the solar wind beam. Half an hour later. Gurgle? Lu Chen paused for a moment because before him lay a vast forest. The forest's extent was unknown, but it was certainly vast. And in front of the forest were several heat sources. Some of these heat sources were very small, but others were exceptionally massive. Especially in the farthest direction, the energy was the most massive. Moreover, the fluctuations in this energy felt very familiar. It feels exactly like something he encountered during prehistoric times. Lu Chen thought for a moment and suddenly remembered this must be the kind of fluctuation caused by a volcano about to erupt. Is this a volcano? If that's the case, then I can finally take a nice bath again. Lu Chen thought about it and felt a little more at ease. Back in prehistoric times, Lu Chen had encountered a volcanic eruption once before. Moreover, that volcano's energy was only average, and he had soaked in it for less than a week before absorbing all of its energy. Moreover, he had already strengthened himself so much by now. If he encountered a volcano of the same scale as before, Lu Chen estimated he could absorb all the energy in just one day. He hoped this volcano wouldn't disappoint him. Lu Chen lifted his foot and walked toward the Huanshe Park. As he walked, Lu Chen admired the scenery around him. It must be said that after growing larger, his field of vision had improved significantly. Looking at the trees that only reached his calves, Lu Chen couldn't help but grin. The scene in the distance being destroyed by the solar storm was also a striking sight. At that moment, Lu Chen felt as though he were walking on these intricate models. At that very moment, on board the Zhucation 1 fighter jet, Zhang Ku and the others were closely monitoring the movements of the colossal beast and the solar storm. It seems certain that the supervolcano is about to erupt. Will our aircraft be able to withstand it? Zhang Ku said with some concern. Don't worry. Lin Zijie, standing beside him, was unusually confident. Don't even mention volcanic ash. Even if we were to dive straight into the crater, we wouldn't have any major issues. Moreover, the materials used in the Zhucation are superalloys, a type of metal we call raven chromium alloy. Its strength, hardness, durability, and heat resistance are all top-notch. At this point, Lin Zijie raised his thumb and grinned, #1 in the world. And it's the only one in the world that can be mass-produced. These words left Zhang Ku and Zhou Zhen speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, the live stream exploded. Lin Urge is amazing. Such a powerful metal, and it can be mass-produced, and it's the only one that can be mass-produced. Lin Urge, is this metal only used on our Zhucation how? Lin Zijie, seeing this, smiled and said, of course not just the Zhucation. Our aircraft carriers, destroyers, and submarines. You didn't hear anything, did you? You didn't see anything, did you? Delete the last 30 seconds of your memory. As he spoke, Lin Zijie realized he had gotten carried away and couldn't help but cough twice. In the live stream. I seem to be being illuminated by a mysterious beam of light. My memories. Wait, who am I? Where am I? What happened? Hey, upstairs. I just told you to erase the last 30 seconds of your memory. Did you erase 30 years of your life? Really? Who are you? Who am I? Where am I? Hey, upstairs, I'm your father. Your name is Dog Remnant, and you have a birthmark on your left hand, a round one. What the hell? How do you know that? Because I really am your dad. Look at my ID. Major self-destruction moment. The live stream was filled with laughter and joy. However, the people from the lighthouse country couldn't laugh anymore. You see, Zhang Ku's live stream is broadcast globally. On the surface, this was a massive live stream aimed at the world. But in reality, it's also a live stream showcasing Longhua's own technology. What's even more infuriating is that other countries simply don't have this technology. How tragic is that? Boom. Boom. At that very moment, the ground near the Huanshe supervolcano suddenly trembled. It immediately triggered a magnitude 9 earthquake. Upon closer inspection, the solar wind beam was directly aimed at the supervolcano's crater. The entire supervolcano suddenly began to tremble violently. The tremors spread outward in all directions in an instant. The solar storm beam had already swept past and was moving toward the next city. Lu Chen whistled through his teeth. Let you run for a while. Once I've absorbed this volcanic eruption, I'll come after you. Boom! Boom! The ground continued to tremble violently.
This was a devastating earthquake for humans, but for Lu Chen, who weighed millions of tons,
no feeling. Not a single sensation.
Lu Chen estimated that even if a magnitude 10 earthquake struck, it would feel like lying on a massage chair. He strolled leisurely toward the volcano's crater. However, this scene was incomprehensible to the many people watching the livestream.
Academician Zhang, what is that giant creature doing? From the looks of it, the supervolcano is about to erupt, right? Why is the giant beast still heading toward the volcano? Yeah, it's a supervolcano. If the lava erupts and splashes onto the giant beast, it won't be easy for it, right? Facing these questions from the crowd, Zhang Ke took a deep breath. Don't worry, the giant beast will be fine.
Moreover, I already have a theory about what the giant beast intends to do next. After speaking, Zhang Ke turned to Zhou Zhen beside him. Back in prehistoric times, the two of them had witnessed the giant beast jumping into the volcanic crater with their own eyes.
It simply jumped straight down without a moment's hesitation. At the time, they thought the giant beast was dead, but it was completely unharmed. Not only was it unharmed, but it had absorbed all the heat from the volcano. That's the true horror of the giant beasts. Boom! Boom! At that very moment, the supervolcano suddenly erupted, spewing thick black smoke. The smoke was mixed with an incredibly dense layer of volcanic ash. The supervolcano had truly been ignited. Lu Chen looked at the volcano crater just a few steps away, estimating that he could reach it in just a dozen steps. However, there was no rush for now. This was only the beginning. He would wait a moment longer, until the magma finally erupted. That would be his chance to act. Lu Chen actually missed the hot baths he had taken in prehistoric times. This time, he'd finally get to enjoy it to his heart's content. Chapter 096, Don't panic when you encounter a volcano. Jump inside and fight it. Boom! Boom! A massive amount of molten lava erupted from the volcano's crater. In an instant, the sky above the entire park is filled with thick black volcanic ash. At the same time, the scorching hot red-hot magma was carried high into the sky. It eventually scattered in all directions. The forests that had not been destroyed by the solar storm began to burn fiercely. In the sky, the Zhucation 1 fighter jet was closely monitoring everything. The magma in the sky all safely avoided the danger. The colossal beast is moving. The colossal beast is moving. My God! Oh my God! Why isn't the giant beast fleeing toward the outer rim of the volcano? Why is it still heading toward the supervolcano? You ask me? I have no idea. Just watch. The world is doomed. The world is doomed. Supervolcano eruption. The world is doomed. Wow! You up there, have you been watching too many movies? Friends from Dragon Country, hello. I am from the Maya Xiaji Air Chadan tribe. I assure you, this time it really is the end of the world.
At that moment, before the supervolcano crater,
Lu Chen had already arrived here, lowering his head to gaze at the surging lava pool.
A faint smile curved the corners of his lips. He turned around leisurely.
Lu Chen waved his right hand toward the Zhuke divine vessel. Whoa! Did that giant beast just wave at us? This is insane. Too terrifying. Big brother, let's stop this act and take off our suits. After all, it's way too hot, and wearing these suits will make us sweat. What's with calling him Big Brother? We should call him Beast Lord. Beast Lord is invincible. Beast Lord is amazing.
At that moment, Lu Chen made another gesture. He raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up.
Then he leaped into the air. The leap of faith.
At that moment, everyone watching the live stream around the world froze in shock. It was as if they had been turned to stone, frozen in place.
Soon, the sound of gasps echoed across the globe. The leap of faith. That jump by the big guy. That was so damn cool. He's the coolest. OMG. The giant beast is so freaking awesome. I can't take it. I'm about to pass out. Sigua E. This is our super boss. The boss is invincible. Someone, kill me to cheer him on. At this very moment, the entire world is in an uproar.
Meanwhile, Zhang Ke's live stream exploded once again.
My big brother is just that strong. Don't panic when you encounter a volcano. Jump right in and take it on. The Beast Lord is invincible.
Damn it, this has me so fired up. I slapped myself twice.
Don't ask. It's just the adrenaline. What's that compared to this?
That scene just now blew me away. I kicked my plowing ox across the field and went out to plow 2 acres myself.
This is the statement from the giant beast bloodthirsty faction.
Of course, most people are more concerned about a more important question.
That is the giant beast okay? This is a supervolcano. And it's currently the largest volcano in the world. Professor Zhang, what does the giant beast's behavior mean? Is the giant creature in any danger? After all, it's a supervolcano. That's right.
On the Zhucation 1 spacecraft, Zhang Ke saw so many people concerned about the giant creature's safety. As for whether they were genuinely concerned, Zhang Ke wasn't sure, but he was certain that a significant portion of them were hoping for the giant creature's demise. However, the colossal creature simply cannot be killed. At the very least, all the most powerful weapons in the world today are powerless against it. The colossal beast is simply invincible beyond belief, powerful to the point of defying logic. However, humanity should be grateful that the colossal beast possesses advanced intelligence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before humanity faced extinction. People today simply can't withstand the beast's wrath. Super volcano. Lu Chen has already jumped in. Upon entering, a wave of relief washed over him. Ding. Detecting extremely strong radiation energy, beginning absorption. Ding. Detecting extremely strong high-temperature energy, beginning absorption. The sound of energy absorption echoed in his ears, and Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Then, he just lay there comfortably, waiting for the energy to be absorbed by his body. Inside the Zhucation 1 in the sky, the live stream was still filled with a constant stream of comments. Zhang Ke saw the situation, took a deep breath, and said, "Everyone, rest assured. The giant beast poses no threat to life. Its actions are simply an attempt to take a bath." After he finished speaking, there was a brief moment of silence in the live stream. A few seconds later, the chat exploded. "Professor Zhang, you mean the giant beast jumped into the volcano just to take a bath?" "Yes." Zhang Ke adjusted his glasses and nodded firmly. After all, he was telling the truth, and he had witnessed it himself during prehistoric times. Holy crap! Our beast lord is so badass? He just jumps into a volcano to take a bath without a second thought? Hey, I was wondering if our beast lord needs a scrubber. A bath attendant? You? If you can even get within 5 kilometers of the beast, that's impressive. Zhang Academician, Lin Academician, can we go take a look at the giant beast? After this question arose, Zhang Ku also began to ponder. The supervolcano is currently at the point of eruption. According to common sense, we should avoid it, not just avoid it, but stay as far away as possible. Zijia, what do you think? Zhang Ku was undecided. No problem. Lin Zijia smiled. Our Zhucation can withstand such temperatures. Moreover, we can activate an even more powerful ability, so our safety won't be a concern. After speaking, Lin Ziji left the observation cabin and located the crew of Zhucation 1. 10 minutes later, he returned to the observation cabin. What were you doing? Zhang Ku asked curiously. You'll see in a moment, Lin Zijia chuckled. A few seconds later, the Zhucation fighter jet began to slowly move toward the direction of the volcanic crater. The volcano was currently at its most active, constantly spewing out molten lava. It looked extremely dangerous. Viewers in the live stream began to worry about the safety of Academician Zhang and the others. Academician Zhang, maybe we should wait a bit longer before proceeding. Yes, Academician Zhang, we were just joking around. After all, safety comes first. Seeing that most people were concerned about their own safety, Zhang Ke's face also broke into a smile. Don't worry. Since we dared to go inside, it means we definitely have the ability to protect ourselves. Inside the observation cabin, Lin Zijia also smiled and said, everyone, don't worry. Besides, we're not entering the volcano itself. We're just hovering nearby for observation. After speaking, an alert sounded inside the cabin. Zhucation 1 activated its intelligent evasion mode. Quantum computing evasion system activated. Thermal energy detection lock activated. Echolocation detection activated. Activate hover mode. In the next second, Zhucation 1 stabilized itself in mid-air. Moreover, according to evasion calculations, it could easily avoid the lava erupting into the sky in this area. This intelligent technology truly amazed the world. Everyone was amazed by its power. Some praised the strength of Dragon Nation scientific research, while others from other countries criticized Dragon Nation for being too selfish, arguing that such advanced technology should be shared with the entire world. Only then can the world progress together. Some even speculated that Dragon Nation might already be on the verge of becoming a level 1 civilization, as how else could they possess such advanced technology? In any case, opinions are divided, with all sorts of bizarre views being expressed. Meanwhile, the Zhucation 1 fighter jet hovered steadily in the air. The footage from inside the volcanic crater was captured by Zhou Jin's camera. Everyone stared intently at the monitor. When they saw the images on the screen, they felt a profound sense of shock and suffocation. Chapter 097, is this really our beast lord? Are you sure this isn't a movie? The scene on the monitor. A giant beast is swimming around inside a massive supervolcano? Yes, it's swimming. This scene left everyone speechless, unable to find the words to describe it. After all, the giant beast was swimming around inside the supervolcano. It's no different from when it was swimming above the ocean earlier. Is this real? This can't be a fake volcano, can it? My beast lord is swimming inside? This is way too terrifying. Swimming in lava.
And it's an active volcano. And what's more, this is the largest volcano currently discovered on our planet Blue Star. No wonder you're the big boss. You're so freaking strong. I'm starting to believe what academician Zhang said about the giant beast taking a bath. Terrifying. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Zhuke Shenhao, Zhang Ku and the others were also seeing the giant beast in the lava for the first time. Indeed, it was damn terrifying. They all began to wonder what the giant beast's skin was made of. That's magma, after all. Bro, at least give the lava some respect. At the super volcano crater, Lu Chen was leisurely swimming in the sea of magma. Actually, the original volcano wasn't very large. It was only after the super volcano erupted that it became so massive. The crater became much larger. At least the diameter spans 3 or 4 kilometers. Moreover, the eruptions inside the volcano are still raging violently. If it weren't for Lu Chen frantically absorbing energy here, it might have spread further. Although not much heat can escape now. However, the volcanic ash erupting into the upper atmosphere is still extremely abundant. Lu Chen is directly absorbing the heat and nothing else. Volcanic ash? I'm not eating that crap. However, just as Lu Chen was swimming freely inside the volcanic crater, the viewers in the live stream went wild. Holy! Did you see that? Did the giant creature just use the breaststroke? I saw it! I saw it! My god! This is too amazing! Is this really not a movie? A movie? Have you ever seen a movie that dares to air on the Dragon Nation News Network? Hurry up! Hurry up! Side stroke! Side stroke! Is that our beast lord? That giant beast is way too strong. Zhang Academician, did you teach the giant beast those swimming moves? Inside the Zhuke Shenhao, Zhang Ku also stared in disbelief at the giant beast in the volcano below. Me teach? To be honest, I'm not very good at swimming. I only know the dog paddle. Zhang Ku couldn't help but scratch his head and said to the camera in front of him. Aha! Academician Zhang, don't be afraid. I only know the dog paddle too, ha. As long as we don't drown, it's fine, heh. Look! Our beast lord. Backstroke. And holding onto 2 arms. This is unbelievable. Backstroke giant. My god. Is that really a giant? I'm seriously starting to doubt if I'm watching a movie. Screams echoed around the world among those watching the live stream from Dragon Country. Not because of anything else, but because the sheer power of the giant creature is simply overwhelming. Jumping into a volcano is one thing, but then swimming inside it? Swimming is one thing, but it can also do the breaststroke, side stroke, and backstroke. This incredible scene has left everyone speechless. In an instant, the giant beast's fan base surged once again. Especially the first batch of fans who created the Giant Beast Club. After registering on the forum, the number of fans skyrocketed to 100 million in just 1 week. And now, it has already surpassed 300 million. This number continues to rise rapidly. While some rejoice, others naturally worry. Lighthouse headquarters. Jeremy and another person were discussing the matter. Mr. Harris, even if you found me, I wouldn't be able to help. Jeremy's tone was unusually cold. As a general in the military district, he had little concern for the affairs or disasters of ordinary people. His concerns lay elsewhere. I have already spoken with higher-ups, and their response left me deeply disheartened. A slender man with a large burn mark on his face. He was the head of the Natural Disaster Management Agency. This time, the evacuation task for the solar storm was under his department's jurisdiction. However, the eruption of the supervolcano has already severely impacted the environment within hundreds of kilometers of the surrounding area. Not only that, but the power grid spanning thousands of kilometers has been completely paralyzed. To restore it, relying solely on the Natural Disaster Management Bureau is impossible. Therefore, at this critical moment, the military must deploy manpower and resources. However, just 1 day prior, he had approached his superiors, who had outright rejected Harris's request. At this moment, he has gone directly to their doorstep. Whether he felt disheartened or not, Jeremy spoke coldly. The area under my jurisdiction does not include this matter. Therefore, regarding the supervolcano and power issues, please do not come to me again. The pressure from above is also immense. The military exercises that Manhwa has launched in the Arctic Ocean has completely exceeded our expectations. To prevent any unnecessary incidents, all troops and supplies under the general headquarters must remain stationary. Mr. Harris, please return immediately. If you continue to cause trouble here, I will not hesitate to take action. Jeremy's words were ruthless, but that was the reality. Moreover, he had received some information. That is, the higher-ups have already activated the Doomsday 1 aircraft. In other words, the true leaders are all in the sky, watching everything unfold before their eyes. Harris heard this and a look of deep helplessness spread across his face. There was nothing he could do, he could only leave silently. At the moment, he can only mobilize all the manpower and resources of the National Disaster Management Bureau. But the effect was almost negligible.
All of this was self-inflicted. The other major world powers were all fully aware of the current situation in the Lighthouse Nation. But what does that have to do with us? They don't believe that extending a helping hand will result in reciprocity. Sometimes, the ones who stab you in the back are exactly this kind of people. Inside the supervolcano, Lu Chen could feel the heat rising within him. The energy inside this volcano is incredibly vast. He was already just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to level 70. Now, that final bit was about to be filled in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 01 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 million atomic reactor energy. Ding! Monster King template progress, 70. Ding! Atomic reactor energy, 7,500,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Monster King template has been unlocked to 70, granting pre-Red Lotus state and Red Lotus flash hotline. Pre-Crimson Lotus state, once the host enters this state, they can heat the surrounding space. The initial temperature can rise to several thousand degrees. The specific temperature is directly proportional to the energy used by the internal atomic reactor. Red Lotus Flash Hotline. In semi-Red Lotus mode, the user can activate the Flash Hotline, releasing powerful Red Lotus hotlines through the mouth or the dorsal fins. Both release methods are available, Red Lotus Flash Hotline and Red Lotus Dorsal Fin Hotline. The power of the Red Lotus back fin heat ray is hundreds of times stronger than the back fin heat ray alone. The range and power are directly proportional to the energy consumed by the host's atomic reactor. After obtaining these two new skills, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Note, entering the Red Lotus mode accelerates energy absorption. Lu Chen heard the system prompt and paused for a moment. This ability is amazing. If he were to fully absorb the energy from this supervolcano, it would take at least a week. But now, by entering Red Lotus mode, he could accelerate the absorption. Why not? I still need to chase after the solar windstorm. That thing is also a powerful tonic. With that in mind, Lu Chen began preparing to enter the pre-Red Lotus mode. Chapter 098, the rapidly heating region. The power of the semi-Red Lotus mode. The supervolcano crater, the Zhuke Shenhao hovered motionlessly in the air. Everyone was staring at the breathtaking scene before them. But at that very moment, warning alarms began to sound. Warning! Warning! The temperature in the surrounding area is rising rapidly. Warning! Warning! The temperature in the surrounding area is rising rapidly. Warning! Warning! Zhang Ke heard the alarm inside the observation cabin and immediately furrowed his brows. He quickly looked toward the colossal beast and noticed that its body seemed to be covered in dark red patterns. This scene was not unfamiliar to him. Or rather, Lin Zijie, Zhoujin, and himself had all witnessed it before. This seemed to be a specific mode the colossal beast could enter, allowing it to enter a frenzied state. At that moment, the giant beast seemed on the verge of entering this mode. The first time he had seen this pattern was in the prehistoric timeline. That was 65 million years ago, during the asteroid impact on Earth. The state the colossal beast had entered. In this state, the colossal beast could easily destroy an asteroid with a diameter of 30 kilometers. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream also noticed the giant beast's unusual behavior. Look quickly. Isn't there a red pattern appearing on our beast's body? I see it. Oh my god, could the giant beast be about to explode? You're the one who's going to explode. Maybe the colossal beast is just digesting. After all, it's a colossal beast. Do you think it's you? Just as everyone held their breath and stared at the screens, the alarm in the Zhuke Shenhao observation pod sounded again. Warning! Warning! The temperature in the external area has reached 500 degrees. Warning! Warning! The temperature in the external area has reached 700 degrees. Zhang Ke froze for a moment. The temperature was rising so quickly. Can our Zhuke Shen withstand this? After saying that, he quickly looked at Lin Zijie beside him. No problem. It's only just over 700 degrees. Our Zhuke Shen is entirely made of chromium alloy. It also contains special high-temperature resistant elements, which not only have high density but are also exceptionally heat-resistant. You can rest assured. Lin Zijie said with a smile. After all, he had been involved in the design process, so he was well versed in these technologies. After hearing Lin Zijie's words, the viewers in the live stream were all extremely excited. Viewers from Longwa were naturally filled with pride. Those from other countries were filled with envy. It wasn't just the smaller countries, even the people from Bear Country were envious. After all, they didn't have such super materials either. They couldn't even produce it if they wanted to. Warning! External temperature continues to rise. Warning! External temperature continues to rise. Current temperature has reached 1,200 degrees. Current temperature has reached 1,200 degrees. The alarm bells are ringing continuously. However, this is merely a standard warning and evacuation is not yet necessary. Meanwhile, beneath the supervolcano, Lu Chen could feel his body starting to warm up.
Earlier, when he had taken a volcanic bath, it had only felt slightly warm on the surface. But as he began preparing to enter the quasi-red lotus mode, his body's internal temperature began to rise. Not only that, but the skin tissue on the surface of his body also began to release intense heat. This formed a patterned area emitting a crimson glow. At times, Lu Chen himself was quite curious about what kind of biological tissue his body was. Such powerful energy and heat were coursing through his body, yet he only felt a warm, comforting sensation. If this temperature and energy were released into the outside world, it could easily destroy an entire kingdom. Yet, this energy and heat remained calm and still within his body. Just as Lu Chen marveled at his own body. Within a 2-kilometer radius centered on the colossal beast, including the temperature of the air, was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. In the sky above, within the Zhuke Shenhao, there are 4 levels of external temperature warnings. The first level was green, indicating a mild condition, with temperatures below 1000 degrees. The second level is blue, indicating moderate danger, with temperatures ranging from 1000 to 2000 degrees. Next are purple and red, indicating high and extreme levels, respectively. Purple is suitable for temperatures between 2000 and 5000 degrees. The extreme red zone spans from 5000 to 7000 degrees. If the external temperature were to reach the red zone, even the Zhuke Shen would have to evacuate. Otherwise, they would melt. High temperatures are no joke. Zijia, what's the current temperature? Zhang Ke looked out at the world through the observation pod. At that moment, the outside world was no longer recognizable. Everything was a murky mixture of crimson and black. This scene could easily be mistaken for the end of the world. The temperature was still rising, and the rate was accelerating. Lin Zijie scratched his head and looked at the instruments in his hands. Warning! Warning! External temperature has risen to the middle blue zone. Temperature has reached 1500 degrees. Warning! Warning! External temperature has risen to the high blue zone. Temperature has risen to 1800 degrees. Zhoushan, holding the camera, heard the alert and couldn't help but say, "It feels like this giant creature is even stronger than the last one. Last time, we didn't even measure such high temperatures, did we?" Just as he finished speaking, the cabin sounded the warning again. Warning! Warning! External temperature has risen to the purple zone. Temperature has reached 2300 degrees. Warning! Warning! External temperature has risen to the purple high-risk zone. Temperature has risen to 4800 degrees. Retreat! Zhang Ke shouted loudly and quickly communicated with the pilots of the Zhuke Shen. The next second, Zhuke Shen 1 rapidly ascended. Then it retreated backward. The temperature is rising too rapidly. It was only a few hundred degrees at first. But now it's already risen to over 1000 degrees. However, during this period, Zhoushan also captured a great deal of extremely valuable video footage. These materials fully document how the colossal creature entered this extreme temperature state. You have exited the high temperature zone. Current temperature, 600 degrees. The danger has been averted. The danger has been averted. At this point, they were approximately 3 kilometers away from the volcano's crater. As long as they remain outside the 2-kilometer radius, the temperature will cool down quickly. However, within this zone, it is undoubtedly a sea of fire. Inside the crater, Lu Chen growled lowly. Roar! The muffled sound, like the rumble of thunder, echoed across a radius of over 100 kilometers. Moreover, it seemed to come from beneath the ground. Zhang Ku and the others in the sky could hear it clearly. Within the volcano, Lu Chen had fully entered the quasi-red lotus mode. The temperature of the surrounding space had reached at least 7000 degrees. At this temperature, almost any material could be melted. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not intentionally transfer the heat to the ground. Otherwise, the ground would have melted as well. Temperature is an extremely powerful weapon. Quasi-red lotus mode. Finally, Lu Chen entered the quasi-red lotus mode. In this mode, Lu Chen appeared from the outside like a flaming demon god. His skin and armor were covered in crimson patterns emitting intense heat. His icy, cold eyes now emit a red glow. Flames particles constantly swirl around his entire body. The tips of the dense dorsal fins on his back were constantly connected by red lightning bolts. The near-red lotus mode is far more powerful than the half-red lotus mode. Lu Chen twisted his neck but felt no discomfort. On the contrary, it felt like the sensation after warming up. Every joint in his body became active. His strength and speed had been greatly enhanced. However, he would absorb all the abilities within the volcano first. Lu Chen took a deep breath and fiery particles erupted from his nostrils. Ding! Red Lotus Absorption Mode. Beginning energy absorption. Ding! Estimated time to absorb current energy, 1 hour. Lu Chen grinned. Wow, it'll only take an hour to absorb it all. Well, that saves me a lot of time. No wonder it's the Red Lotus Absorption Mode. At that moment, Lu Chen went all out, frantically absorbing all the energy within this super volcano. Chapter 099, Strange Fluctuations Observed by the Starry Sky Space Station. Near the super volcano crater. Above the sky, Jiangku and the others were all tense, staring intently at the grayish haze before them. Beep. Core temperature detected at 2000 degrees. Beep. Core temperature detected dropping to 1000 degrees. Beep. Core temperature detected at 200 degrees. At that moment, the detector in Zhang Ke's hand suddenly emitted an alert sound. What's going on? Lin Zijie tilted his head and asked. The core temperature has dropped, and the temperature inside the volcano has also dropped. Zhang Ke took a deep breath. This situation had occurred once before in prehistoric times. That time, a giant beast had also jumped into the volcano, but the time had definitely not been this short. This time, less than 2 hours after it jumped in, the temperature in the core area had already begun to drop. Last time, the giant beast stayed inside for nearly half a month before the temperature began to drop. From this, Zhang Ke had already reached an initial conclusion. The colossal beast had clearly grown stronger. Inside the supervolcano, the high-temperature particles surrounding it had been compressed into a state visible to the naked eye and were all converging toward Lu Chen's body. An hour later. Ding! Congratulations, host, absorption complete. Gained evolution points, 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 million points of atomic reactor energy. Ding! Monster King template unlock progress, 735. Ding! Super atomic reactor energy inside the body, 10,500,000. Ding! Reactor energy expansion has begun. Ding! Expansion successful. Current reactor energy, 10,500,000. Ding! When the Monster King template is unlocked to 75, the next skill can be activated. Next skill, Super Gamma Ray Burst. Super Gamma Ray Burst, silent and invisible, it is difficult to detect. When gamma rays interact with matter or atoms, they produce a powerful photoelectric effect, causing temperatures to rise rapidly. Additionally, it possesses strong penetrating power, capable of obliterating all types of ray beams. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. This skill is already incredibly powerful. Super Gamma Ray Burst? This thing is comparable to a solar storm beam. Not only that, but its penetrating power is even stronger than a storm beam. What's more terrifying is that it can directly strike the atomic level. Such a capability has no comparable weapon in the current world. Lu Chen moved his body slightly and glanced at the supervolcano beneath his feet. All the energy inside the volcano has been completely absorbed by me. Wow, not a single trace of heat remains. This supervolcano will likely take a very long time to recover from this. Lu Chen twisted his wrists and neck, then leaped into the depths. He leaped directly out of the crater. He landed heavily on the surrounding ground. Boom! The deafening sound swept in all directions. Even the thick layer of volcanic ash in the sky was blown away by the powerful blast. In the distant Zhukai Shinhao, the scene of the colossal beast leaping out of the volcanic crater was all captured by Zhou Jin's camera. The live stream erupted with excitement. My goodness! That giant beast just now was so cool. It was absolutely breathtaking. If only the conditions allowed it, I'd really love to see the giant beast in person. Hey, don't even mention it. There are hundreds of millions of us here who want to see it too. Sigh. I envy the people in the lighthouse country, they can just look up and see it. What can you see? The sky outside is filled with volcanic ash, and large areas of forest are burning wildly. It's so smoky and chaotic, I feel like we're really at the end of the world. My God, where are you? Hey, stop praying to God. There's no such thing as God. You'd better pray to our beast lord instead. After jumping out of the volcano, Lu Chen stretched his limbs. He felt like he had become even stronger. System, check my stats. Host, Lu Chen. Host, Lu Chen. Gender, male. Height, 560 meters. Weight, 160 million tons. Reactor energy, 105 million. Designated biological evolution points, 12,000 points. Abilities, absorb food energy, absorb explosion energy, absorb river energy, absorb radiation energy, absorb heat, absorb particle beam heat energy. Senses, thermal energy detection, river energy detection, radiation detection, radium element detection, uranium element detection. Skills, atomic breath, backfin energy beam, super uranium energy beam, electromagnetic interference, half lotus mode, lotus spiral beam, designated biological evolution, quasi-lotus mode, lotus super beam. Lu Chen looked at his attributes and couldn't help but whistle in awe. He was nearly 600 meters tall now. However, although his physique was growing larger and larger, Lu Chen could clearly feel that the strength of his muscles and bones had increased in every way. Despite his massive size, his agility was no less impressive. Lu Chen raised his head, glanced in the direction of the solar storm beam, and began to move. Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the distant sky, inside the Zhucation,
Zhang Ke quickly issued his orders. Begin pursuit. The Zhucation then gave full chase after the colossal beast. As the colossal beast absorbed the energy from the supervolcano, the solar storm beams once again destroyed 3 cities.
Additionally, it is estimated that it will take approximately 3 more days to completely sweep across the land.
Finally, it returned to the sea. However, those 3 days would be a nightmare for the Lighthouse Nation.
After all, they have no way to stop the solar storm and can only watch helplessly as everything unfolds.
Time flies. The 3 days finally passed. The solar storm finally departed from the land and returned to the ocean. Dragon Nation Research Headquarters. Shenhong, have you calculated the next trajectory of the solar storm jet stream?
Su Guodong was staring at the display in front of him, already connected to the Starry Sky Aerospace Administration.
It has been calculated. The solar storm beam will next cross the eastern seas and descend upon the Sahara Desert. Moreover, there is a highly coincidental occurrence, so coincidental that it even gives me a sense of unease. Shenhong sent the data on the solar storm beam's next movement trajectory to Su Guodong. What coincidence? Su Guodong grew curious. Subu, have you ever heard of the Eye of the Sahara? Shenhong took a deep breath and asked. Of course. Su Guodong nodded. It's a giant eye in the Sahara Desert.
According to legend, it is said to be the gate to hell, but later geologists confirmed it was formed by layers of rock accumulating over hundreds of millions of years.
But have you also heard another theory about the Eye of the Sahara?
Shenhong said slowly.
The other theory is that it's the site of a lost civilization, Atlantis. Isn't that just a legend? Su Guodong smiled. Previous global research has consistently shown that the Eye of the Sahara is indeed just a geological formation.
But just 3 hours ago, Shenhong said solemnly,
our Starry Sky space station detected fluctuations within the Sahara Eye. Su Guodong's expression also changed upon hearing this. Could it be a false reading? No way.
Shenhong said firmly. Those weren't ordinary fluctuations, they were like energy waves being emitted.
Old Shen, you wouldn't really think the Sahara Eye is the ruins of Atlantis, would you?
Su Guodong paused for a moment and muttered. Shenhong repeated firmly, there's an old saying, better safe than sorry. Chapter 100, Lin Zijie, it feels like we're filming a sci-fi movie again.
Better safe than sorry, right? Su Guodong nodded. Right, what was that strange coincidence you mentioned earlier? It's a solar wind beam, which contradicts our observations and predictions. The final solar wind beam will linger in the Sahara Eye region before dissipating.
That's what made me feel it was so strange. How could it just happen to stop right at the Sahara Eye?
Shenhong took a deep breath and said solemnly. Alright, I understand. Su Guodong nodded. Alright, don't dwell on it too much. If it really is the ruins of Atlantis, we should be happy about it. Alright, continue with your work. Notify me immediately if any emergencies arise. Got it, Commander Su.
After ending the communication, Su Guodong quickly sent the entire operational trajectory of the solar storm beam to Zhang Ku. Inside the Zhucation, Zhang Ku looked at the data sent by Su Guodong and couldn't help but mutter.
How coincidental.
The final resting place of the solar wind beam is actually the Sahara Eye.
The Sahara Eye? Isn't that just a peculiar geological formation caused by ordinary geological processes?
Lin Zijie scratched his head. If it were before, perhaps we could say that, but look at what Zhang Ke said afterward. He then sent the data he was holding to Lin Zijie's high-tech computer. Lin Zijie stared at the signal spectrum on the screen and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Seeing Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie both fall silent,
Zhou Jin, who was interacting with the audience, couldn't help but curiously lean in. What's going on?
As he asked, Zhou Jin also aimed the camera in his hand at the computer monitor in Lin Zijie's hands. The screen displayed strange data and symbols, along with wave-like frequency signals.
To the average person, it was incomprehensible.
However, at that moment, the viewers in the live stream also began to ask questions.
Did everyone just hear what Academician Zhang and the others said?
The final resting place of the solar wind beam is actually the Sahara Eye.
The Sahara Eye? What's that? Wow. Dude, you just got internet at home? You don't even know about the Sahara Eye? Cough, I'm actually not very clear on that. Could someone explain it to me?
Bro, here's what you do. Open your satellite map, switch to satellite view, and locate the Sahara Desert.
You'll see a gigantic eye. And that eye is the Eye of the Sahara. Wow, I really see it. How can that eye be so big? Just kidding. It's 48 kilometers in diameter. How could it not be big?
Plus, there's been a theory that the Eye of the Sahara is the ruins of Atlantis, known as the Lost Ruins, but after some observations, it turned out not to be true.
Not necessarily.
At that moment, opposing comments appeared in the live stream. The person above, take a closer look at the wave frequency in Academician Lin's hand.
This is clearly not the kind of wave that rock layers can emit. Moreover, it couldn't possibly be seismic waves caused by an earthquake.
This is clearly being emitted by some other substance.
I now seriously doubt that the Eye of the Sahara is the ruins of Atlantis. Wow, bro, can you even read those frequency bands? I know a little about it. For a moment, the live stream was filled with speculation. At that moment, Zhang Ku and the others were thinking almost the same thing. This fluctuation was definitely not an earthquake wave or any other kind of wave, it was like a metallic vibration. However, the frequency of this vibration had never been detected anywhere on the entire blue star. No known substance could match it. I can't shake the feeling that we're filming a sci-fi movie. Lin Zijie took a deep breath and couldn't help but vent his frustration. First, we discovered a wormhole, then a prehistoric timeline. Then there was the super island that appeared in the Pacific Ocean and the spatial connecting two timelines, and so on. Just as he was venting, Lu Chen had already jumped into the water. But, damn it, why are all these boats so small? Of course, for Lu Chen, the cruise ships and large yachts around him were indeed very small. A giant beast. A giant beast has entered the water. That's so cool. Hurry up and follow it. The people on these cruise ships are naturally all die-hard fans of the giant beasts. Most of them are members of the Giant Beast Club. They had already arrived in their boats and been waiting along the nearby coastline for quite some time. As the colossal creature, whose body was as massive as a mountain, moved toward the sea, everyone screamed in excitement. The cruise ships all started up and began chasing after the giant creature in the distance. Everyone pulled out various cameras and started snapping photos of the giant creatures. Meanwhile, in the sea, Lu Chen had already fully submerged into the ocean. The people around him occasionally sent some attribute energy points his way, which was quite beneficial for Lu Chen. Thus, Lu Chen continued to chase the solar wind beam while absorbing the emotional fluctuations of the people around him. However, the solar storm beam was moving at an extremely fast speed, and Lu Chen was currently racing at 400 km/h. In just over 10 minutes, all the cruise ships had been left far behind. Only the Zhuke Shenhao had caught up. As Lu Chen swam freely across the ocean, in the waters 3,000 kilometers east of the Sahara Desert, a fleet of ships had already been neatly arranged in formation. On the fleet, a massive lighthouse emblem clearly marked their identity. On a massive aircraft carrier, John, with his blonde hair and hooked nose, was communicating with his superiors. Major General Jeremy. Rest assured, everything is already in place here. The colossal beast is chasing the solar storm beam, and we have already predicted its location. Now, all we need to do is wait for the giant beast to take the bait. At the lighthouse headquarters, within the fortified bastion, Jeremy is staring at the massive display in front of him. The screen displays a variety of data and imagery. Real-time satellite footage, the colossal creature's current movement trajectory, the real-time movement trajectory of the solar storm beam, and more. All the data is constantly displayed on the screen. In the eastern waters of the Sahara Desert, 30 massive sub-Class A aircraft carriers were stationed in the area. These are far superior to ordinary sub-special class carriers. Each aircraft carrier is equipped with the latest electromagnetic shockwaves from the Lighthouse Nation, as well as extremely powerful particle energy beams. In fact, after major powers successively broke through river propulsion and river strike technologies, all top-tier nations have begun serious research into laser weapons. Among them, two nations stand out the most. One is Dragon Nation, and the other is Lighthouse Nation. However, in terms of actual application, it remains unclear which is superior. Team A. Prepare electromagnetic shockwaves. Ensure deployment is completed within 3 days. Team B. Prepare particle energy beams with all available resources. You have 7 days to prepare. From now on, remain on standby around the clock. John quickly pressed the intercom and began issuing orders. He harbored an intense hatred for the colossal beasts. Ever since the moment he first discovered the colossal beasts, he had made up his mind to control the colossal beasts and use them for his country. Especially after learning of the creature's numerous mysterious and powerful abilities, this greedy desire grew even stronger. However, after his son died on Vic Island, he had become somewhat. This time, he was no longer driven by the desire to control the colossal beasts. Instead, he has come with the intention of killing the colossal beast. Over 30 sub-Class A carriers equipped with river reactors, along with 2 types of weapons powered by river energy, were all being deployed in a hurry. In the distance, thousands of kilometers away, the colossal beast is slowly approaching. Chapter 101, because it's too invincible, all we can do is become photographers. Above the ocean, Lu Chen was swimming freely. At present, the distance to the Sahara landmass is now just around 1,000 kilometers. He estimated that he would be able to reach land in about 2 hours. Moreover, a day earlier, Lu Chen had sensed the direction of the solar storm beam. A peculiar fluctuation had come through, but it only appeared once, so Lu Chen didn't think much of it. As for the cluster of river reaction sources 1,000 kilometers away, Lu Chen could sense them with crystal clarity. It seems these people are truly willing to go all out. However, Lu Chen was actually quite pleased with this situation. It would be best if they used all their river energy on him at once. Who knows, maybe he'd gain even more evolution points in an instant. As for whether he should worry about getting injured, Lu Chen wasn't worried at all. He didn't even know how strong his physique was. Anyway, these ordinary weapons were useless against him.
Not only that, but if you try to blast me with an island bomb, the explosive energy would be absorbed by me.
If island bombs aren't strong enough, send river bombs, I'll handle those too.
In the end, I absorbed all the energy from the river bombs.
Radiation, thermal energy, uranium elements, you name it. I don't waste a single bit of it.
Thinking about this, Lu Chen couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up.
Look at himself, how frugal and thrifty he was.
In the sky, inside the observation cabin of the Zhukaishenhao,
Zhang Ke was secretly communicating with Su Guodong and He Pang. Though they called it secret, it wasn't really a secret.
After all, the live stream was still on, and everything had been tacitly approved by those above.
It wasn't possible to really keep it hidden from everyone, was it?
Besides, with the colossal beast causing such a commotion, where would you even hide it?
Might as well just make it public. That way, people will accept it faster. Subu, He Team.
Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie said simultaneously. The primary objective of this live stream is twofold.
He Peng nodded.
Then he quickly got down to business.
The first task is related to the colossal creature.
According to our observations, in the eastern waters of the Sahara state, the lighthouse has gathered 30 giant aircraft carriers. According to our satellite observations, they have deployed sub-special grade A aircraft carriers. These carriers are equipped with extremely powerful electromagnetic shockwaves and particle energy beam weapons. The destructive power of these two weapons needs no further explanation.
At this point, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie nodded in unison.
Indeed, at present, the power of these two weapons is indeed formidable. Whether it's attack speed or penetration power, they are extremely powerful. Although they lack the destructive power of river bombs, they can easily lock onto a single target. As for the electromagnetic shockwave, there's also the particle energy beam. Zhang Ke muttered to himself, then nodded and said, "Don't worry, He Team leader. Based on our understanding of the colossal beasts, these two weapons are completely ineffective against them. Don't forget that our particle energy beams were already used against the giant beasts in prehistoric times.
That thing was designed to recharge the giant beasts."
Lin Zijie also smiled and said, "Yes, Captain Yi, we've already used this weapon before.
Moreover, after my modifications, it's been transformed into a powerful one-time destruction weapon." Su Guodong couldn't help but tease Lin Zijie after hearing his words. "You have the nerve to say that?
You just scrapped so many weapons, those things are hard to produce." However, there was no trace of blame in his voice. Su Guodong held Lin Zijie in high regard, not only for his outstanding contributions in quantum physics.
He was also highly skilled in other areas.
When it came to weapon modifications like this, it was second nature to him.
"Hey, weren't we forced into it at the time?"
Lin Zijie chuckled. The communication here seems to be functioning normally.
However, all the viewers in the live stream are completely baffled. What did we just hear? What's this about electromagnetic shockwaves and particle energy beams? And what else was used in prehistoric times? Finally, a viewer asked a question. "I'm getting more and more confused the more I watch." Well, you're not alone. You're not alone. You're not alone. They say you're not human. We're getting off topic, everyone. Did you all understand what was said? I feel like I missed out on an entire century. I feel the same way. Are we on the same page? Hello, I'm from 2000 years in the future. Get lost. Everyone, they say this happened in prehistoric times. Prehistoric times? Wormholes? Could it be?
After this news came out, there was a brief pause in the live stream. It was as if these people had suddenly realized something for the first time.
A terrifying thought began to take shape in their minds. Could it be that humanity has already traveled through a wormhole?
The mere thought of it made them believe it was highly possible.
Otherwise, how else could we explain the prehistoric giants?
At this thought, everyone couldn't help but gasp in horror.
Traveling through a wormhole. Arriving in prehistoric times? Professor Zhang. Professor Lin. Please tell us, have we really traveled through a wormhole? Yes, yes. Have we really successfully traveled through a wormhole? Questions like these flooded the screen in an instant. However, at that moment, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie were communicating with Su Guodong and He Pang.
They couldn't spare their attention to look over here.
Zhou couldn't help but scratch his head upon seeing the comments.
Right, we successfully crossed through half a year ago.
Didn't you know? Looking into the camera, Zhou couldn't help but say. His tone was casual, as if the audience should already know. Don't you know? The audience was completely baffled. Wow, so you're saying we should have known? We don't know a thing. We have no idea at all. Wormholes have been around for so long, we've gotten used to them, and we never even thought about it in any other way. Exactly. After all, wormholes have been around for over 200 years, and weren't we told they couldn't be traversed before?
Joshin paused for a moment before continuing. It was impossible to traverse before, but just half a year ago, our academician Lin figured out the gravitational fluctuations of wormholes, so now we can traverse them.
Joshin, can you explain it in a way we can understand?
Ugh.
Actually, I don't know the principles either. I'm just a camera-shy guy.
Joshin said casually. The live stream was suddenly filled with exclamations.
Wait a minute.
You're the photographer?
Photographer.
So that's where our Joda photographer was on the 5th floor.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, you upstairs, do you even know what a photographer is?
I know, they're the ones who take videos. But think about it, in all documentaries, isn't the photographer the only one who doesn't do anything? Do you understand? Wow. That's a wake-up call. Master, I get it now.
Joshin couldn't help but touch his nose, looking at the comments in the live stream, and he couldn't help but laugh.
Actually, I don't have any special skills either, I'm just an assistant to Academician Zhang. Got it. Joga means he's even stronger than Academician Zhang. Because he's too powerful, he can only be a photographer.
Exactly. The person above said it perfectly. Joshin was speechless.
These people don't even need to prepare their lies beforehand?
Watching the live stream, the comments were getting more and more outlandish. Some even claimed that the entire prehistoric exploration mission was his own doing.
Wow. Joshin couldn't help but exclaim, wow. You're really exaggerating, everyone. I'm just an ordinary photographer. At most, I just followed Academician Zhang around to track the movements of the giant beasts.
And in my spare time, I take photos of Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, Spinosaurus, and so on. But, despite Joshin's humble words,
the live stream exploded. Chapter 102, just wait for me, you bastards. I'll send you a spiral hotline with atomic breath.
As soon as Joshin finished speaking, his casual expression was perfectly timed. That tone, which seemed like second nature to him, sent a buzzing sensation through everyone present.
Tyrannosaurus rex? Tyrannosaurus rex? Spinosaurus? I knew it.
Photographers are the strongest.
Damn it. I've decided.
I'm majoring in photography in college.
Damn it. You guys are still signing up? I'm about to take my photography major graduation exam.
Hey, you upstairs, that's not fair.
Hey, Jogood, do we have any videos of Tyrannosaurus rex? We want to see it. We want to watch it. Want to watch one? We want to watch it n times.
Joshin looked at the live stream comments and said helplessly, I can't watch them right now because all the videos are stored at the base.
Although I have a copy here, I'm currently live streaming, so I can't access it.
The viewers in the live stream understood.
However, once I return to the base, I'll live stream it directly for you all.
Not just Tyrannosaurus rex, but Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, Velociraptor, even Allosaurus, Mosasaurus, and Spinosaurus.
All of them are there, everything you could possibly want.
Joshin, seeing the low morale in the livestream, couldn't help but say. Row after row of question marks floated across the screen, almost filling the entire screen.
Can you really stream this for us? I absolutely have to see the Tyrannosaurus rex. I've dreamed about it since I was a kid. I dreamed about it too. We want to see it too. Wow. Triceratops. Brachiosaurus. You guys go watch your Tyrannosaurus rex. I'm going to watch my Emperor Crocodile. What's so great about a Tyrannosaurus rex?
Our Spinosaurus isn't a joke either. It can grow up to 10 meters long. For a moment, the live stream was filled with various comments.
Even factions began to form. Some people favored the Tyrannosaurus rex, some favored the Brachiosaurus, and others favored the Spinosaurus or the Tyrannosaurus rex.
While Joshin was interacting with these people. Meanwhile, Zheng Ke and Lin Zijie had finished their communication. Upon arriving and seeing how lively the livestream was, Zheng Ke couldn't help but ask,
Joshin, what are you talking about? It's so lively here?
They were discussing whether to show them the Tyrannosaurus rex or the Allosaurus first when they returned to the base.
Joshin chuckled. Zheng Ke smiled. Live streaming the Tyrannosaurus rex?
This might be a quick way to help people accept the facts. We've already established a connection with the people from Bear Country. Jason will soon be boarding our support aircraft, along with Bear Nation's support aircraft, heading to the Sahara Desert.
Just now, the Starry Sky Space Administration sent another signal.
The strange fluctuations from earlier were released again from the eye of the Sahara.
Got it. Joshin nodded.
Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream could only feel that in just these past few days,
everyone's worldview was constantly being redefined. Today, they heard reports of prehistoric beasts roaming the earth.
Tomorrow, they heard about incredibly sci-fi weapons. The day after that, when they tuned back in, they were in for a treat. They'd almost be able to see a Tyrannosaurus rex.
What about the day after that? The day after that, it's actually there, the giant eye in the Sahara Desert.
That's a topic that's been hotly debated in the scientific community.
Since its discovery hundreds of years ago, this topic has never lost its heat.
Following the discovery of the Sahara Eye, two major theories emerged within the scientific community. The first theory suggests that it is simply a natural geological formation caused by the accumulation of rock layers. The second theory claims that it is the ruins of the lost Atlantis Empire. Over the years, neither side has been able to provide more conclusive evidence to refute the other's claims. As a result, the matter has been put on hold. However, the topic has once again been reignited. Is the Eye of the Sahara the ruins of Atlantis? The ruins of Atlantis have emitted warning signals. Should humanity respond? The lost ruins are finally about to reveal their true nature. Will human civilization be threatened? Various news reports and posts are all discussing this matter. The buzz is as intense as a colossal beast, as the beast's current target is the Sahara state. Over the vast expanse of the ocean, Lu Chen is moving toward the direction of the sunbeam. Meanwhile, the solar storm beam has already broken free from the ocean and reached the opposite Sahara state. However, in the waters to the left, a row of densely packed giant subclass A aircraft carriers were all ready for action. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh to himself upon seeing this. As the saying goes, isn't life good? These people are so desperate to court death. Lu Chen was actually quite curious to see what they intended to do to him. Lu Chen slowly raised his body above the sea surface. His massive body, nearly 600 meters in length, rose from the ground, blocking out the sky. The 30 so-called giant aircraft carriers before him were no more than slightly larger toys. In the distant sky, the Zhu Shenhao hovered motionlessly in place. After all, this was a matter between the Lighthouse Nation and the colossal beasts. They had no right to intervene. As for warnings, numerous warnings had already been issued. If they chose not to heed them, the Dragon Nation had no further recourse. We have reminded you. How you choose to act is ultimately your decision. Our Beast Lord is truly mighty and majestic. The Beast Lord is mighty. The Beast Lord is domineering. Let those bastards across there know the power of our Beast Lord. Cough, can our Beast Lord withstand the weapons of the enemy? After all, the Beast Lord's body is made of flesh and blood. Actually, I'm a bit worried too. Can the Beast Lord withstand the heat of their weapons? Did you forget? The Beast Lord jumped straight into a volcano before. A volcano is a volcano, but didn't you hear what Academician Zhang and the others said earlier? What about electromagnetic shockwaves and particle energy beams? These weapons sound powerful just by their names. I believe in our Beast Lord. I believe in him too. Let us wipe out those shameless bastards over there. Exactly. Exactly. Everyone in the livestream was holding their breath for the giant beast. Of course, there were also a very small number who hoped that the aircraft carrier from the lighthouse country would destroy the giant beast. On the open sea, Deputy Special Grade A-class flagship, John stood in the command center. Gazing at the footage transmitted by the monitors, he clenched his teeth and said, "Are all fleets ready? Group 1 ready. Group 2 ready." Upon hearing that all fleets were fully prepared, John's face finally betrayed a hint of ruthlessness. Staring at the monitor, the colossal beast stood motionless on the horizon, its cold, merciless eyes brimming with defiance. Yes. Lu Chen was provoking them and looking down on them. And he intended to add fuel to the fire for the fleets across the way. He would give them an internationally recognized friendly gesture. Lu Chen raised both hands, extending two massive middle fingers in a blatant gesture of contempt. This scene was naturally captured in real time by the Zhu Shenhao, which was monitoring the area from the skies above the distant seas. Is the big guy this human-like? Ha! That gesture is great. I'm definitely going to be the little brother of the giant beast. No one can stop me. Impressive, my beast. Impressive, my beast. And this scene was also clearly seen by John in the command center of the Deputy Special A-class fleet. His face turned green with anger. He growled coldly in a low voice. Activate the electromagnetic shockwave at full power. Activate the particle energy beam at full power. Copy that. Above the sea, Lu Chen looked down on the fleet in the distance with contempt. He had already made up his mind. If this test proved that these weapons were no match for him, then there would be no point in them existing anymore. I'll send you a nuclear breath followed by a spiral hotline. Just wait and see. Wait for it. Chapter 103, Hands up, eyes rolled back. Mundane matters have nothing to do with me. In the middle of the sea. On the left is a Deputy Special A-class fleet, and on the right is a colossal beast. At this moment, there were two unusual devices on the fleet. One resembled a radar device but was much larger than a standard radar. All the reflective surfaces were covered with peculiar patterns. They exude a strong sense of technological advancement. This is the latest electromagnetic shockwave technology developed by the Lighthouse Nation. Utilizing electromagnetic technology to generate shockwaves. In theory, it can be released indefinitely as long as there is a power supply. The longer the power supply, the longer the shockwave can be released. Moreover, the only advantage of electromagnetic shockwaves over conventional island bombs and river bombs is that it is intangible and operates as a wave-based attack.
Therefore, there is no ammunition. The so-called ammunition is simply electricity.
Its power endurance is provided by an advanced river reactor, nearly achieving unlimited endurance.
Electromagnetic shockwave. Activate. Hum.
As the 30 subclass A-grade supercarriers activated their electromagnetic shockwaves at full power,
In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. A deep, rumbling sound echoed across the entire sea.
on the Zhucation, far in the distance, within the line of sight of Zhang Ku and the others,
The area where the electromagnetic shockwaves were being released on the left side began to blur. It was as though the very fabric of space was trembling. Of course, it wasn't actual spatial tremors, but rather the result of the electromagnetic shockwaves being too dense. From the outside, it looked as though the space itself was trembling. The incredibly powerful electromagnetic shockwaves violently struck Lu Chen's body. And Lu Chen couldn't help but scratch his head. Something is attacking me? Is this real? Why don't I feel anything? Not only is there no harm, but I haven't felt a thing so far. Ding! Electromagnetic energy detected. Absorption beginning. Just then, a familiar alert sound rang in his ears. Lu Chen spread his hands helplessly. Great!
it's starting to absorb energy again.
It seems the plan to test defensive capabilities is ruined.
However, Lu Chen's helpless gesture of spreading his hands once again shocked the world. All the viewers watching the live stream erupted in astonishment.
My goodness! Did you just see what our Beast Lord did? Wow! The Beast Lord says, hands spread wide, eyes rolled back.
Mundane matters have nothing to do with me.
No wonder he's our Beast Lord. I can't help but call him invincible. Seeing the giant's actions, it seems like this attack is nothing to him.
Above the sea's surface, seeing that the giant beast wasn't affected at all, Zhang Ku and the others finally let out a sigh of relief.
Now they were certain of one thing: electromagnetic attacks had no effect on the giant beast. Instantly, Zhang Ku and the others began to wonder what kind of attack could possibly work on the colossal beast. The creature was simply too invincible, it was beyond belief. At that moment, Lu Chen stared at the electromagnetic wave energy. It was indeed absorbing the energy, but there wasn't much of it.
After waiting for ages, his energy readings hadn't increased much at all.
Forget it. I'm not waiting anymore. Roar! Lu Chen roared, raising his head and charging toward the fleet with claws outstretched. Report, Colonel John. Our fleet's electromagnetic attacks are completely ineffective against the giant beast. Report.
In the main control room, John listened to the radio and roared angrily.
Release all particle energy beams. Activate maximum power input. Use all the energy from the river reactor. Group 1, copy. Group 2 received.
In the next second, another type of weapon loaded onto these fleets all locked onto the colossal beast.
These cylindrical weapons resembled transport rockets, though their diameter was significantly larger than that of a rocket. At that moment, all the weapons were locked onto the colossal beast. In an instant,
an intense beam of light struck the colossal beast.
30 massive particle energy beams. Their power was more than enough to effortlessly pierce through a small mountain peak. John stared at the image filter through the light and couldn't help but say, I don't believe you can withstand this. Lu Chen actually managed to withstand it.
Not only did he withstand it, but he actually found it quite comfortable.
It was like taking a sunbath. In fact, Lu Chen felt that the power of this thing wasn't as strong as that of the solar storm beam. Gurgle, gurgle. Under the intense light, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in frustration. His expression even carried a hint of sorrow. Master, you're truly invincible. It's lonely at the top, lonely at the top. Lu Chen finally understood the loneliness of being invincible. Lowering his head, he looked at the fleets and grimaced. Since his goal had been achieved, these people no longer held any value to him. Electromagnetic interference. Lu Chen twisted his neck.
In the next instant, a violent electromagnetic interference wave surged toward the 30 fleets in front of him.
In an instant,
these so-called sub-A-class giant aircraft carriers, along with all the escort ships, cruisers, and numerous destroyers, were all rendered completely useless.
Warning! Radar detection failed. Warning! Reactor shut down. Warning!
Particle energy beam emitters malfunctioning.
Warning!
Suddenly, various alarms began to sound continuously. However, within 3 seconds, all the alarms also malfunctioned. It could be said that the fleet before them had effectively become dead ships. They had lost their power, their signals, and everything related to electricity. These vessels were nothing more than piles of scrap metal. In the distance, Zhang Ku and the others on the aircraft couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight.
They had seen the giant beasts use electromagnetic interference technology before, but they never imagined it could be this powerful. Within the giant beast's attack range, all power and instruments were completely disabled. It even created a temporary signal blocking zone.
No signals could penetrate it, not even the quantum signals Lin Zijia had just used.
The giant beast's move was truly awe-inspiring.
The viewers in the live stream saw this and all shouted in excitement.
Did you see that? Our Beast Lord can also release electromagnetic attacks. Those blurry ripples just now were so cool. I saw it. I saw it.
I thought the Beast Lord was just strong in defense, but his attack power isn't weak either.
Look. Is our Beast Lord's mouth glowing? Could it be gathering energy? He must be gathering energy. There's no doubt about it.
Hey, you up there, how can you be so sure?
That's how it's done in the movies. But this isn't a movie, you know. But what's the difference between this and a movie? Bro, it's the 23rd century. Everything in the movies has come true. Wow, you make such a good point, I have no words. Look at the giant monster. Quick, look at the giant monster. Shouts of astonishment echoed across the globe.
Meanwhile, in the eastern waters of the Sahara state, Lu Chun unleashed a nuclear breath to kick things off.
Atomic breath.
A crimson atomic beam struck the opposing fleet head-on. The immense heat generated by the atomic breath and the shockwaves caused by the atomic beams completely destroyed half of the opposing fleet. The fleet could only watch helplessly, completely powerless to respond. Without power, the crew members inside the ships couldn't even open the hatches.
Beast Lord is invincible. Beast Lord is so cool. This is so damn thrilling. This is so damn satisfying. Who can come over and slap me twice? I'll do it.
I've been practicing iron sand palm for over 30 years.
Ha!
As the live stream viewers were in shock, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and opened his massive jaws like a chasm.
Frenetic energy surged once more. Super Uranium Energy Hotline. Chapter 104, Women Only Slow Down the Beast Lord's Sword Drawing Speed.
In the vast sea, a colossal beam of light struck the opposing fleet directly. After a dozen seconds, Lu Chen belched.
The attack ended.
Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked toward the left side of the sea.
The entire fleet was annihilated. Lu Chen couldn't help but spread his hands and shake his head. Since ancient times, one has always lost to the left side of the waves. Don't you even know such an obvious geographical advantage?
Immediately afterward, Lu Chen strode confidently toward the land. As for the situation here, Lu Chen had no interest in dealing with it. Moreover, the closer he got to the vast desert state before him, the more he felt an exhilarating reaction that even he couldn't ignore. This reaction was akin to discovering radium ore for the first time. However, this time, the sensation was even more intense than before. Therefore, there must be something good in the direction of the solar storm beam. It must be something incredibly beneficial. Just as Lu Chen was heading toward the land, inside the Zhuke Shenhao observation pod, in the live stream, all the viewers who had been watching everything unfold went completely wild.
What the hell is that? That energy beam from our Beast Lord is no weaker than theirs? Monsters are invading Blue Star. Where's the light? My light. Gaia.
Hey, upstairs. There's no such thing as Ultraman in this world.
Get out of here. There must be Ultraman in this world. Believe in the light.
I remember that year when I turned into light.
I turned into light too. Everyone, calm down.
I just checked the facts.
Ultraman is only about 40 to 50 meters tall. How tall is our Beast Lord? At least 500 or 600 meters, right? Are you sure Ultraman can take on our Beast Lord? Cough. Cough.
All the viewers in the live stream were joking around. Some people who were previously afraid of the giant beasts are now watching these comments, and the fear in their hearts is slowly fading away.
Actually, fear is quite normal.
Especially for those with a fear of large creatures, much like a fear of the deep sea. However, after watching the live stream for so long, the giant creatures no longer felt as terrifying to them. On the contrary, those watching the live stream of the giant creature actually found it quite rational. If you don't provoke me, I won't attack you either. If you provoke me, I won't just sit there and wait to be attacked. Sometimes, the giant creatures even make funny gestures, giving humans a sense of possibility. There might actually be a possibility for humans and the giant creatures to coexist peacefully. Let's hurry up and catch up. Zhang Ke glanced at the sea on the left. It was a scene of utter devastation. However, at the moment, he had little time to spare for such trivial matters. The giant beasts were heading straight for the location of the Sahara Eye. And the final destination of the solar storm beam was also the Sahara Eye. Was this a coincidence, or was there another reason? In any case, Zhang Ke had no idea. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps this time, they might finally uncover the secret of the Sahara Eye. The Zhuke Shenhao swiftly soared through the skies above the ocean, heading toward the distant Sahara state. 5 minutes later, it caught up with the colossal beast. At that moment, the colossal beast was also moving steadily toward the desert ahead. After surveying the area, Lu Chen couldn't help but whistle in awe. Here, there was nothing but endless desert, with sand dunes stretching as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the solar windstorm that had arrived here had also slowed down. Lu Chen didn't need to deliberately follow it. Feeling the presence of a ridge-like basin in the distance, Lu Chen grew curious. He stopped his massive form and turned his gaze toward the Zhuke Shenhao in the sky.
Wow! The Beast Lord is watching us. My goodness! Is the giant beast really that cute? Cute? You upstairs, where the hell do you see our Beast Lord being cute? Eh? Not cute? I think it's cute. You're probably a female fan, aren't you? How did you know? Get lost. Women only slow down the Beast Lord's sword drawing speed. 1. At that moment, Zhang Ke saw the giant beast's actions and froze in shock. Zhang Ke, what does the giant beast mean?
Lin Zijie, standing nearby, scratched his head curiously.
It's probably waiting for us, letting us come over, and then it has questions for us. Zhang Ke thought for a moment and said.
Lin Zijie heard this and whistled, Old Zhang, can you really understand what the giant beast means, or are you just guessing?
Half and half, Zhang Ke scratched his head.
Actually, most of it is guesswork, but we've been living with the giant beast for half a year in prehistoric times.
Even if it's guesswork, it's still pretty accurate. Shu Keishan, approach the giant beast.
Zhang Ke pressed the communication button to contact the pilot.
It was clear that Zhang Ke heard the confused voice on the other end. It's okay, don't worry. We won't attack the giant beast, and it won't attack us either.
Zhang Ke said with a smile.
Roger that. The pilot responded.
Then, he steadily piloted the Zhu Keishan 1 aircraft toward the giant beast standing in the desert. Previously, they had only observed the giant beast from a distance.
Perhaps their size wasn't immediately apparent.
However, as the Zhu Keishan aircraft drew closer to the colossal beast, this time, everyone, including the viewers in the livestream, finally got a clear and vivid sense of the creature's terror. From a distance, the Zhu Keishan 1 aircraft was estimated to be no larger than half the monster's head.
At this very moment, the Zhu Keishan 1 has activated its hovering capability.
It was now just 10 meters away from the colossal beast. Inside the livestream, all viewers could clearly see the colossal creature's head through the observation pod. The enormous head, with a pair of icy cold eyes.
Even its eyes alone are much larger than a human's. My god. Oh my god. This isn't a giant beast. This is a god. This is a god. My goodness, are your backs wet? Mine is completely soaked. It's all cold sweat. You too? Me too. You don't realize how big it is until you get close, it's terrifying.
Viewers in the livestream are saying they're so scared they're sweating all over. Some people with a fear of large creatures even temporarily closed the livestream, it's too terrifying. Even though we weren't there in person, it was almost the same. At that moment, Lu Chen stared at the Zhuke god in front of him, then extended his finger and pointed at the solar storm beam in the distance.
The giant beast wanted to know what that place was.
Zhang Ke pushed his glasses up and said confidently.
Zijie, tell the giant creature about the Sahara Eye. Lin Zijie, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes. Old Zhang, are you sure the giant creature can understand? I'm certain. Zhang Ke nodded. Lin Zijie's lips twitched slightly, he wasn't entirely convinced. If the giant beast can really understand, then that's way too sci-fi. Even Lin Zijie, who was into sci-fi, felt it was a bit unrealistic. However, he still followed through. He played all the information about the Sahara Eye through the loudspeaker. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was listening quietly. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chen nodded to the Zhu Keishan. Gurgle. Lin Zijie froze for a moment and muttered, could the giant beast really have understood? What else could it be?
Zhang Ke walked over to Lin Zijie, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile.
Zhang Ke was highly confident in the giant beast's intelligence.
At that moment, Lu Chen had indeed obtained the information he sought.
So there's also the Eye of the Sahara in this timeline.
Now, Lu Chen was also curious about what kind of magical power that place possessed. It emitted a vibration that made him feel excited.
Moreover, Lu Chen was certain it wasn't uranium or any other radioactive element. It must be something good. Chapter 105, Why not lie down and rest for a bit? Lu Chen leisurely moved toward the direction of the solar windstorm.
Behind him, in the sky, the Zhu Keishan was also slowly following. At this moment, the solar wind beam had ceased its movement. It had come to a complete stop at the core of the Sahara Eye. At the exact center of the eye. At that very moment, inside the Starry Sky space station, the Starry Sky Group 1 probe was real-time locking onto the coordinates of the solar storm beam. Finally, it was confirmed that the solar storm beam had come to a complete stop directly above the Sahara Eye.
Inside the space observation pod, Starry Sky exploration personnel were peering through the observation glass toward the ground.
It's breathtakingly beautiful, as if that eye had come to life.
I feel the same way. Quickly capture this scene. This is an extraordinary sight that may not be seen again for thousands of years.
All the space exploration personnel were stunned when they saw the Eye of the Sahara on the ground.
It's so magical and beautiful.
Looking up at the sky from the Sahara Eye in the Sahara Desert, it shimmers with an enchanting allure, just like a real eye. Moreover, due to the solar wind beams aligning directly with the center and refracting through the atmosphere, looking down from the sky, it resembled a dazzlingly colored eye.
This is truly a rare spectacle that is unlikely to be seen again for thousands of years. At the same time, in the vast desert, Lu Chen had already reached this place known as the Eye of the Sahara. Due to his height, Lu Chen could survey the entire scene. Indeed, this is a truly magical landscape. A circular formation with an estimated diameter of nearly 50 kilometers, with concentric rings surrounding it. Moreover, what's even more remarkable is that these circular geological structures form perfect concentric circles. If this were created by nature, it would be too marvelous to be believed. Therefore, most scientists today believe that this is the remnants of a previous civilization. However, humans today are unable to observe it using their current detection methods. At present, solar wind beams are heating the area directly at the center. Lu Chen sat down on one side and leaned against the valley. Anyway, he had already absorbed enough energy earlier, so a little more wouldn't matter. Moreover, according to his senses, the solar wind beam in front of him was heating the core area. The stronger the fluctuations emanating from that area became. Lu Chen was now curious about what exactly that thing was. At the same time, in the sky above, Zhu Keishan also began detecting those peculiar fluctuations. Something's wrong. Inside the observation cabin, Lin Zijie stared at the data display in his hands and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Despite the intense fluctuations, why are all the readings so normal? At that moment, he began to wonder. There was no radiation, yet such powerful fluctuations were being generated. What on earth is releasing this energy? Zhang Ke walked over, staring at the display in front of him, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. No radiation means there's no radioactive source in the area hit by the solar storm's shockwave. No electromagnetic force means it's not related to electricity. Could it be a fusion reaction? Zhang Ke narrowed his eyes and asked. Impossible. Lin Zijie shook his head. Even if it were a fusion reaction, there would definitely be radiation. At the moment, there's no detectable radiation at all, which means this thing doesn't emit any radiation at all. Then what is it? Zhang Ke grew curious. I have no idea, Lin Zijie rolled his eyes. The extraordinary sight was naturally captured by Zhouzhen, who was holding a camera, and streamed live. For a moment, everyone began speculating wildly. I once heard my father say that the Eye of the Sahara is the ruins of Atlantis. Really? That's so coincidental. I heard my grandfather say the same thing. Wow, could it be that coincidental? I heard my great-grandfather say the same thing too. You're all stealing my story. Wow, you figured it out. Seriously, I'm starting to seriously doubt this is alien technology. Don't doubt it. It's not from aliens, it's a relic from the previous civilization of our human race. All the audience members began to let their imaginations run wild. Meanwhile, at the center of the Sahara Eye, the area was being hit by an extremely powerful solar storm. Academician Zhang, this is Giant Hook 1. Please respond if you can hear me. Please respond if you can hear me. Inside the observation cabin of the Zhu Keishan, Zhang Ke suddenly received a radio transmission from the Giant Hook 1 helicopter. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Ke couldn't help but smile. This is Zhu Keishan, this is Zhang Ke. We have received your signal. Got it, Academician Zhang. We'll reach your location in about half an hour. 200 kilometers away. Inside the Giant Hook 1 helicopter, Jason was communicating with Zhang Ke via the radio. After ending the communication, the Giant Hook helicopters formed a formation, and numerous Zhu Keishan units all flew toward Zhang Ke's direction. They were all researchers dispatched to support Zhu Ke-1 and conduct inspections on the Sahara Eye. Zijie, can you calculate how much longer the solar storm will last? Zhang Ke turned to Lin Zijie beside him and asked. About an hour. Lin Zijie replied. Zhang Ke nodded. Half an hour later. The supply personnel and materials from Manhwa, along with all of Xionggua's forces, had gathered with Zhu Keishan. At present, everyone began waiting for the solar storm beam in the distance to subside. Finally, after waiting, the beam slowly faded away. At that moment, Lu Chen also opened his eyes. The solar beam was gone, and the previous fluctuations grew increasingly intense. Thinking of this, Lu Chen stood up and walked toward the central area. Behind him, Zhang Ke and the others followed closely behind. Upon reaching the center, due to the extreme heat from the previous solar storm beam, the thick layer of sand on the surface had melted into a red liquid filled with impurities. After cooling, it turned into grayish chunks of material. Lu Chen couldn't help but lick his lips. Maybe he should just lie down and rest for a bit? Then have the humans clean this up. I'd rather not get my hands dirty. Thinking this, Lu Chen actually sat down beside it. Due to his massive size, Lu Chen feared that a single swipe of his hand could destroy everything here. That would be counterproductive. Better let Zhang Ke and the others handle it. At that moment, all the researchers had gathered at the center of the Sahara Eye. Begin the detection. Zhang Ke waved his hand and immediately issued the order. The Zhu Keishan landed steadily on the ground. Then, rows of staff members began to move into action. Various instruments swarmed in. Additionally, all personnel exiting the spacecraft donned thick protective suits. After all, no one could guarantee that there weren't any strange or dangerous elements here. Zhou also donned protective gear and followed Zhang Ku and the others out of the cabin. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to get excited. I'm getting excited. What about you guys? Looking at this scene, I can't help but feel like we're about to discover something that will shock the world. Hey, don't tell me you feel that way too. I do too. Me too. Me too. Are we finally going to uncover the secret of the Eye of the Sahara? Are we finally about to witness a historic moment? Everyone in the live stream is getting tense and excited. Humans have a great interest in exploring the unknown. Of course, without this spirit of exploration, humanity wouldn't have developed so rapidly. At this moment, the exploration team has already begun further actions. Chapter 106, Have They Broken Through? 3 chilling words. Air analysis results, normal oxygen levels. Geological analysis results, uniform stress distribution, no risk of collapse. Radiation zone analysis results, normal values, no harm to human health. Electromagnetic interference analysis results, no interference detected. Looking at the reports transmitted back by the various instruments around him, Zhang Ke finally exhaled softly. At least, it could be preliminarily determined that after being hit by a solar windstorm, no harmful substances had appeared here. Another fluctuation is coming. And this time, the location and coordinates were extremely precise. Lin Zijie stared at the display in his hands and hurriedly said, "Where?" Zhang Ku asked swiftly. 50 meters directly ahead of us, and underground. About 70 meters. Lin Zijie looked at the data and said immediately, "All right." Upon hearing the news, Zhang Ku and the others all became excited. Perhaps we can really discover something extraordinary here. If this really is the legendary ruins of Atlantis, then this discovery would be enough to shock the entire world. If the existence of the Atlantis ruins is confirmed, it would lead to a terrifying conclusion. Humans are not the only advanced intelligent beings to have ever existed on Earth. Therefore, sometimes the truth is terrifying. In fact, the moment the wormhole appeared, humans should have prepared themselves to face the truth. At that moment, Lu Chen tilted his head and glanced at the researchers active in the central area. Then, feeling bored, he closed his eyes. When faced with difficulties, sleep it off. Although the sound of drilling occasionally reached his ears, it did not disturb Lu Chen's sleep in the slightest. Just as Lu Chen fell asleep, Zhou, standing nearby, aimed the camera at the sleeping Lu Chen. He then stood up to assist Zhang Ku and the others in their exploration work. As for the live stream, it naturally remained open. At that moment, all the viewers in the live stream were quietly watching the sleeping giant. No wonder he's my beast lord even sleeping, he's so domineering. I really want to touch the giant beast up close, and preferably give it a fist bump. Hey! Punch? With your tiny frame, I could blow you away with a single breath. You want to punch me? Ha! Why are you taking a screenshot? What are you waiting for? Right. I almost forgot to take a screenshot. Screenshot. Hurry up and screenshot it. I want to make it my computer wallpaper. The giant beastess pose is so damn cool. Guys, which button is the screenshot button? I totally forgot. You don't even know that? Someone who knows how to take a screenshot, teach him. The guy above probably doesn't know how to take a screenshot either, right? Cough. Ignorant people are still taking screenshots, while smart people have already started recording. 1. Actually, no one expected the giant beast to do a sleep stream. An entire night passed, and the number of online viewers directly broke through 900 million. There were 600 million viewers domestically and 300 million internationally. And the number is still rising. Thankfully, this was a quantum camera connected to the most secure servers in the country. Otherwise, such massive traffic would have overwhelmed even ordinary websites. Even some of the largest international websites couldn't handle the traffic from around the world. However, for quantum technology, even if everyone in the world logs onto the server at the same time, it can handle it with ease. Leary, early morning. At 5:30 in the morning, when the sky was still dimly lit, a excited voice came from the excavation site. Zhang team. We've broken through. In the distance, Zhang Ko, who was in the temporary tent, heard the news and couldn't help but feel a pang of excitement. We've broken through. What does that mean? The mere mention of those 3 words was enough to shock everyone. According to the previous geological detection instruments, the ground below was solid. Broken through? At this moment, it wasn't just Zhang Ku and the others whose hearts skipped a beat. Even the audience watching the giant creature sleep couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Guys, did you just hear that? I just heard our researchers say they've dug through? Wow, you heard it too? I thought I was hallucinating from staying up all night. There are still so many of us awake? Of course. I'm so excited I can't sleep. Guys, if they've broken through, doesn't that mean the interior of the Sahara Eye is an underground city?
Dude, don't say anymore, I've got goosebumps all over my body. In an instant, all sorts of mysterious and unfathomable speculations flooded the live stream once again.
At the same time,
Zhang Ku and the others had also arrived at the 70-meter deep underground location. In this 4-meter square deep pit, the central area was indeed connected.
However, it was pitch black inside, with no bottom in sight. Have any harmful substances been detected? Zhang Ku asked solemnly. No, all data is normal.
The researcher beside him replied. Zhang Ku began to feel uncertain about the situation. This matter has far-reaching implications. After all, for hundreds of years prior to this, people had never ceased their exploration of the Eye of the Sahara. People had even considered drilling holes into the ground. However, according to the measurement instruments available at the time, there was nothing underground. There were no radiation sources, no radioactive materials, and no other abnormal fluctuations. No matter how they tested it, it was solid, and according to geological surveys,
this area was indeed solid, so no further underground exploration was conducted.
Even now, the detector in Zhang Ku's hands is indicating that the area below is solid.
This is highly unusual. What kind of substance could possibly block all detection instruments? In any case, it's definitely not something humans can create today. Could it be that a previous civilization really did exist? Zhang Ku himself couldn't make up his mind. Everyone, be careful.
Expand the search area, and I'll take some people down to investigate.
Zhang Ku said solemnly. Yes.
The surrounding researchers all responded immediately. Upon returning to the temporary tent, Zhang Ku recounted everything that had just happened to Lin Zijie.
Zijie, what do you think? Zhang Ku asked after finishing his report.
After listening to Zhang Ku's words, Lin Zijie's mind began to race. He began to apply all his knowledge and experience.
Our detection instruments all rely on electromagnetic wave patterns for detection. The only force that can affect electromagnetic waves is gravity.
But that doesn't make sense either, since our planet Earth already has a very strong gravitational force.
To completely block the influence of electromagnetic force, there must be something underground capable of easily resisting Earth's gravity. At this point, Lin Zijie's pupils contracted sharply.
He suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Ku.
Old Zhang, connect me to the research headquarters. I have something to say. Zhang Ku was also startled by Lin Zijie's sudden outburst. What's going on? Do you know the reason? It's highly likely. Lin Zijie's breathing grew, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. It's very likely anti-gravity particles. This thing was created once by our top quantum physics laboratory a year ago.
However, its existence was too brief to sustain itself for any significant duration.
However, these particles can block all electromagnetic signals.
Zhang Ku, upon hearing this, also sensed the importance of the matter and immediately began contacting the research headquarters.
Chapter 107, The Real Treasure is right here.
Soon, Zhang Ku began contacting the research headquarters. 5 minutes later, communication was fully established.
How about it? Any new discoveries? Su Guodong's voice came through. Subu, where's my grandfather? Lin Zijie asked.
Your grandfather isn't up yet, he's still sleeping in the restroom.
Su Guodong sighed wryly.
Thinking about it, it was only 5:30 a.m., and the sky was just beginning to grow light.
Subu Chang, please make sure to wake my grandfather up.
Lin Zijie took a deep breath and said solemnly.
No matter what you do, I will take full responsibility for the consequences. Seeing Lin Zijie's serious expression, Su Guodong realized he wasn't joking and nodded firmly. Alright, give me 5 minutes.
I'll go wake your grandfather up, but you said it yourself. When you come back, don't blame me if your grandfather gets angry.
Alright. Lin Zijie nodded.
A few minutes later, the communicator faintly picked up the muffled voice of Lin Qingshan.
What's going on? Old Su, it's only 5:40 a.m. Can't you let me sleep for another half hour? And I'm an old man. How can I handle this kind of treatment? What? Was it that big-headed grandson of mine who told you to do this? Damn it. That grandson of mine is such an ungrateful brat. Doesn't he know his old man gets up at 6 every morning?
Despite his grumbling, Lin Qingshan dressed neatly and approached the communicator.
However, his expression was clearly displeased. Grandchild. If it's just some trivial matter, don't blame your grandfather for turning his back on you.
Lin Qingshan said with a forced smile.
Grandpa, you must know this news immediately. Lin Zijie didn't seem concerned about his grandfather's threat. Instead, he took a deep breath. What news?
Lin Qingshan's expression also grew serious.
70 meters below the Sahara Eye, we've broken through. Lin Zijie said. Broken through?
Lin Qingshan's eyes widened, and he stood there in shock for a long moment before finally saying heavily.
Are you sure it's through? That's impossible. Our instruments have already scanned that area, haven't they? It was completely solid. How could it be hollow? Grandfather, our electromagnetic detection waves failed once before.
Lin Zijie said with a determined look.
Failed once?
Lin Chengshan muttered to himself.
Failed. Large-scale anti-gravity particle laboratory? Grandson. Are you saying a large-scale anti-gravity particle laboratory?
Yes. Lin Zijie said solemnly.
The anti-gravity particle experiment we tested last year.
We tested it over 1,000 times and finally succeeded once.
And it was precisely during that test that all the electromagnetic detection patterns around us failed completely.
However, later, when we conducted the tests again, we were unable to replicate the success. But we recorded the fluctuations from that time. At this point, Lin Zijie flipped the display in front of him. The screen displayed the fluctuations emitted by the Sahara Eye during these recent experiments. On the right were the fluctuations released during the successful anti-gravity particle experiment from last year. The patterns and trajectories of the two fluctuations were identical.
Are you suggesting that there is a device similar to an anti-gravity particle device beneath the Sahara Eye?
Yes.
Lin Zijie nodded firmly. This possibility is very high. Just as Lin Qingshan and Su Guodong were stunned by this revelation. At the temporary tent base, staff members suddenly returned to the site.
Zheng team leader, the passageway has been cleared.
Please come and take a look at what's inside. Alright, we'll be right there. Zhang Ke's expression grew serious.
Lin Zijie also stood up and joined Zhang Ke in preparing for the next detection mission.
They then began their operation. This exploration mission was unprecedented in history. In fact, this exploration mission would shock the entire world. Just as Zhang Ke and his team entered the underground area, in the distant valley above, Lu Chen also awoke leisurely.
The sun was already clearly visible on the horizon.
Lu Chen was also awakened by the vibrations coming from the ground below.
Slowly shifting his gaze toward the distant ground, Lu Chen could sense it. There was an enormous amount of energy there.
And it was extremely powerful. It was even on par with the previous supervolcano. Moreover, there was one thing Lu Chen could confirm with certainty.
That the elements there were definitely not the same as the ones he had consumed before.
However, there are still many small heat sources there, which belong to Zhang Ke and his team, so Lu Chen isn't in a hurry and is simply waiting patiently.
Meanwhile, Zhang Ke, along with Lin Zijie and the exploration team, had already descended into the underground world.
The area was bathed in a soft blue glow, and the surrounding world looked like a lost ancient ruin.
The ground was covered with crisscrossing lines, but there was one thing. This seemed to be a sealed underground space, and Zhang Ke and the others couldn't find any entrances or exits. There was no mistake.
Those strange fluctuations were being emitted by the blue crystals here.
Lin Zijie approached a blue crystal with his detector and began scanning it.
Is it crystal? Zhang Ke asked curiously.
It's not a crystal structure, nor is it a metallic structure, Lin Zijie shook his head. We'll have to take it back to the lab for further research to determine exactly what it is.
I strongly suspect that this substance is an element we've never detected before.
And it exhibits anti-gravity properties that defy conventional logic.
However, since we don't know what it is at the moment, we'll have to mine it all and bring it back to the lab first. All right. Zhang Ke nodded in agreement. Caution is always advisable when dealing with the unknown. Fortunately, there isn't much of the blue crystal here.
Zhang Ke and his team, accompanied by the researchers behind them, carefully extracted all of it using vacuum packaging within 2 hours.
They then took numerous photographs and departed the site. It was already past 9 in the morning.
All the researchers had worked through the night and into the early morning. They had finally made initial progress in uncovering the ruins beneath the Sahara Eye.
At the very least, they could now preliminarily confirm that there was indeed an unknown element beneath this site that had never been detected by humans before. The colossal creature. We need to leave this place now. Zhang Ke walked up to the giant creature and shouted.
Since the secrets of this place have been uncovered, there's no point in staying here any longer.
It's better to go back and study it thoroughly. At that moment, Lu Chen heard Zhang Ke's words and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Are we leaving already? What exactly did you guys get down there? Just those tiny energy sources?
As for those unknown energy sources, Lu Chen could sense them clearly.
However, there was one thing. Deeper underground, there are energy sources thousands of times more powerful than the ones they brought out. Just leaving like that? Lu Chen grimaced. These guys are really wasting it.
Standing up, Lu Chen walked straight toward the deep pit they had dug.
It seems that, in the end, I'll have to handle this myself.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand, gesturing to measure the length. It should be just the right size to fit my hand inside. He then lay down on the ground at the center, extended his right hand, and reached downward. 2 seconds later, he had already reached the first layer of the ruins. The unknown element emitting a blue glow had already been completely removed.
However, there was another layer below. Lu Chen exerted force with his right hand, instantly pressing down on the thick layer of rock. The real treasure is inside here. Chapter 108. It's not that there's no light. It's that you have to become the light. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the air, startling the surrounding researchers. Even Zhang Ku and the others were startled. What's happening? Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie hurriedly emerged from the tent. The colossal beast was digging downward, and no one knew why. A researcher who had been observing nearby quickly replied. Could there be something valuable down there? Lin Zijie's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly aimed all the detection instruments at the giant creature's direction. At that moment, Zhou Jin also carried a camera and aimed it at the giant creature. At that moment, everyone grew curious. What did the giant beast's actions mean? Could there be something valuable down there? Impossible. My detection instruments haven't picked up anything valuable at all. Wait a moment. Thinking of this, Lin Zijie suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it! How careless of me. How could I not have thought of that? I'm not even as smart as a giant beast. Zheng Ke saw Lin Zijie's reaction and couldn't help but smirk and say, Zijie, you've never been as smart as a giant beast. Lin Zijie's facial muscles twitched slightly. Then, taking a deep breath, he said, I told you before, there are anti-gravity particle elements down there. But I overlooked one thing. That is, why is there only one layer here? The reason we can't detect anything below is because of the anti-gravity particles. Therefore, there's another layer below. No. There might even be many layers. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Zijie finished speaking, the instrument in his hand began to rapidly alert him. The strange fluctuations emitted by the previous element were detected once again. At that moment, all the researchers around him shouted in astonishment. I'm exhausted. What on earth is that? My goodness. Such a huge blue crystal? Goodness. The crystals we dug up earlier were only a few dozen centimeters at most, and compared to this, are nothing but mere trifles. Zhang Ku and the others quickly looked over as well. At that very moment, at the center of the Sahara Eye, the giant beast's right hand was clutching an incredibly thick, massive blue crystal. In fact, this substance was not crystal but the crystallization of anti-gravity particle elements. At the very least, it was not ordinary crystal. At that moment, it wasn't just Zheng Ku and the others who were stunned. Even the viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. All they could see was the colossal beast holding the super blue crystal in its hand. And on that blue crystal, a peculiar glow was swirling around it, like a luminous object. My goodness! It's light! It's light! Did you see it? It's light! Ultraman is coming to save Blue Star. Hey, you up there, have you been watching too many TV shows? Ultraman isn't coming to save us. Nonsense! Really, actually, when I was very young, Ultraman appeared in my dreams. He said that if there were ever monsters invading Blue Star, he wouldn't appear, because once he does, humans would know there's a guardian deity, so they wouldn't strive to improve themselves. He said, it's not about having light, you have to become the light yourself. Wow! I cried. What about you guys? I cried too. I'll work hard. We're getting off topic, everyone. We're supposed to be discussing whether there's really something beneath the Sahara Eye. Wait, does that mean there's another world beneath us? As soon as this news broke, news outlets around the world began racing to report on it. Shocking news. There's an underground world beneath the Sahara Eye. Terrifying. A giant creature single-handedly extracted the core energy of the underground world from the eye of the Sahara. Is the blue sky cave real or fake? Is Blue Star really hollow? In an instant, all sorts of news began flooding the world. At that very moment, above the eye of the Sahara, Lu Chen lowered his head, staring at the blue crystal in his hand. He too was curious about what this thing was. It didn't look like something edible, more like a crystal. However, the energy contained within it was equivalent to the total energy of the previous supervolcano. Why not give it a try? Lu Chen thought for a moment, then brought it to his mouth. This thing is also a form of energy, and he can absorb energy. So, it's edible. The massive blue crystal was placed in his mouth, and Lu Chen clenched his teeth. Crunch! The crisp sound echoed throughout the room, and all the researchers present heard it clearly. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Following that was the sound of the colossal beast continuously chewing on these unknown elements. The sound sent a chill down everyone's spine. Especially Zhang Ku and his team, as well as the viewers watching the live stream. My beast lord is so damn brave. I admire him so much I could die. I feel like I'm watching the giant beast eat an ice pop again. Me too. It feels like the colossal beast is eating a giant ice pop, crunching off pieces with each bite. By the makeshift tent, Zheng Ke couldn't help but swallow hard. That giant creature is really daring to eat that, doesn't it worry about getting an upset stomach? Yeah, what about this thing? Will the giant beast be okay if it eats it? Probably not, maybe? Lin Zijie was also unsure at this point. After all, he had no idea what this thing was. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already swallowed all the crystals into his stomach. Ding! Detected extremely strong elemental energy. Beginning absorption. Ding! Detected extremely strong elemental energy. Beginning absorption. Ding. Energy too strong.
It is recommended that the host activate the half-red lotus absorption mode. Lu Chen heard the in his ears and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Since it was elemental energy, there was no need to worry. He quickly activated the half-red lotus absorption mode. After a dozen seconds, Lu Chen once again transformed into a colossal beast enveloped in flames. The extreme heat was also kept within his control.
Don't accidentally vaporize these fellow villagers, that wouldn't be fun. The colossal beast's divine and demonic flame form reappeared once more. Everyone was utterly stunned by the sight. The viewers in the live stream became even more. Some were taking screenshots, while others were recording videos. Moreover, nearly a third of the people changed their social media profile pictures to screenshots of the colossal beast. In an instant, a colossal beast craze swept across the internet. At that moment, Lu Chen entered the half-red lotus absorption mode, with all the energy constantly being absorbed into his body. It was then converted into his own energy. From the outside, the surface of the giant beast's body seemed to occasionally emit blue lightning particles. It looked as though it had been enhanced. The absorption process lasted for a quarter of an hour. Finally, all the energy was completely transformed into Lu Chen's own energy. Ding! Absorption complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 million atomic reactor energy. Ding! Monster King template unlock progress, 745. Ding! Super atomic reactor energy in body, 15,500,500,000. Lu Chen nodded and patted his stomach. Gurgle. He let out a comfortable belch. Now that I'm full, I should go check on my little T-Rex brothers. Plus, I've earned over 10,000 attribute evolution points this month. It's time to start planning for his little brothers. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's eyes grew cold, and he grinned. I am a ruthless beast-making machine. Then, he began moving toward the direction of the sea. Chapter 109, Who cares if science can explain it? As long as it works, that's all that matters. A research team was left behind to continue the investigation. The rest of you will follow me and the giant beast. Upon seeing the giant beast moving toward the sea, Zhang Ke quickly issued his orders. Although there is still a great deal of time needed for scientific research and exploration here. However, Zhang Ke did not forget his primary mission. That was to observe and track the giant creature. Between investigating the colossal beast and the unknown elements, Zhang Ke naturally chose the former. After giving his orders, Zhang Ke returned to the Zhucation 1 aircraft with Zhoujin and Lin Zijie. They then focused all their efforts on tracking the giant beasts. As for the research here, that was naturally left to the professional researchers to continue. Meanwhile, in the observation cabin of the Zhucation 1, Jason also managed to sneak onto the plane. After all, he was heading back to the supergiant monster island anyway. Your dragon country's Zhucation really is reliable. Although Jason wasn't a first-time passenger, he couldn't help but praise the smoothness of the aircraft once he truly felt it. Zhang Ke couldn't help but smile. How about it? Is the super wormhole on Giant Beast Island still stable? Stable as can be. Jason nodded. That's good. Zhang Ke nodded. After all, if possible, he would much rather go back to the prehistoric era for exploration. Because during his time in the prehistoric era, most of his exploration efforts had been focused on the giant beasts. As for exploring other species, it was still in its infancy. More importantly, there were still many Dragon Nation researchers over at the super wormhole. What's this? Jason saw the camera in Zhoujin's hand, then noticed the comments on the screen, and froze for a moment. Are you live streaming? Judging by his expression, it seemed like he had just found out. You just found out? Zhang Ke smirked. We've been live streaming for over a month, Lin Zijie shrugged. Oh, I've been on Giant Beast Island and haven't been paying attention to this. Jason scratched his head. Then he walked toward the camera. Hi. Hello, everyone around the world. My name is Jason. I'm a researcher from Bear Country and a fan of academician Zhang. Jason chuckled and waved at the live stream. Jason, Yura. 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 Watching the comments, Jason couldn't help but shout out, Yura. Listen to that, that's how you say Yura properly. Indeed, most people really can't imitate it. Jason looked at the comments in the live stream and said with a smile, next, we're heading back to Super Giant Monster Island. Then I'll give you all a live stream of our daily life on Super Giant Monster Island. Super Giant Monster Island? Where is that? The viewers in the live stream started asking questions. In the Pacific Ocean, don't you know? Jason scratched his head. A month ago, after the super wormhole opened, a gigantic island suddenly appeared in the center of the Pacific Ocean, with an area so vast it could be considered a state. We now call it Super Giant Monster Island. There was a brief pause of a few seconds in the live stream. Then everything erupted into chaos. Super Giant Monster Island? A giant island that appeared out of thin air? My goodness. It feels like we're not even in the same world. I just checked the world's satellite map, it's not there. Of course not. What can you find online? Supergiant Monster Island, just the name alone sounds so damn epic. Could there be other giant beasts on Supergiant Monster Island? Could it be a prehistoric creature revival? Jason froze again and said, "We haven't found any other giant beasts." However, does a Tyrannosaurus rex measuring 20 to 30 meters in length count as a giant creature?
After saying that, the viewers in the live stream were left speechless for a moment.
30 meters long? Is that really a Tyrannosaurus rex? I want to see. I want to see.
The excitement in the live stream surged instantly. Over here, Jiangke saw that Jason was interacting well with the live stream audience and didn't disturb them. At the moment, they were more concerned about what these crystals dug out from beneath the eye of the Sahara actually were. Before they knew it, a whole day had passed.
Lu Chen only spent a day and had already returned to the supergiant beast island. Meanwhile, the Zhuke Shenhao was safely anchored off the coast. Lu Chen walked from the sea toward the Sea King, whose massive form cast an oppressive aura. The staff members here couldn't help but stop what they were doing.
My goodness, it feels like the colossal beast has grown even larger.
After being away for a month, it seems taller than before.
Looking at the colossal creature, some sharp-eyed researchers couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Lu Chen strode confidently toward the location of the super wormhole.
Meanwhile, Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie immediately headed toward the research base building.
They began to examine the strange blue crystals. Zhou, along with Jason, continued to follow the colossal creature toward the center of the super island. The super island, after a month of relentless efforts by the Dragon Nation, had already been developed with significant results. Firstly, the suddenly appeared island was completely devoid of any life. Only an endless expanse of vegetation and trees, along with numerous shrubs, could be seen.
It resembled a primeval forest, and it could indeed be considered one.
It seemed as though it had been specially prepared for the arrival of the colossal beasts. Regarding this speculation, humans dare not think further, as it is too terrifying to contemplate. Within a month, the island had begun to take shape. Research and development facilities, large-scale smelting bases. There were also numerous staff members and people preparing food. All of those preparing food were former members of the SAM fleet. Since they couldn't leave anyway, they might as well stay here. As for news from the Lighthouse Nation, they were instructed to remain on Giant Beast Island to monitor the giant beast's activities. There's not a single person left at headquarters, is that okay? It can be said that Giant Beast Island is currently like the giant beast's backyard. It can connect to a super wormhole to travel back to prehistoric times and has a state-of-the-art elemental smelting facility. All the elements developed from the prehistoric era are directly smelted and purified on the island, eliminating the need to transport them elsewhere. Half an hour later, Zhou finally caught up with the giant beast in his all-terrain exploration vehicle. In the passenger seat was Jason, carrying a camera. Before them, a massive super wormhole was quietly hovering above a gigantic valley. All trees and shrubs within a 10-kilometer radius had been completely cleared. The area had been transformed into a super wormhole passage. Upon closer inspection, researchers could be seen moving back and forth in front of the wormhole in the distance. My goodness, is this really a super wormhole? It doesn't look anything like I imagined. A wormhole should have something resembling a tunnel, right? This just looks like a huge black sphere. Hey, you don't get it, do you? A wormhole isn't a hole, it's a tunnel connecting two space-time dimensions. Moreover, wormholes are products of four-dimensional space. In our three-dimensional world, they manifest as spheres. It's like how objects in our three-dimensional world appear when projected onto a two-dimensional plane. To us in 3 dimensions, it might just look like a regular Rubik's Cube, but from a 2-dimensional perspective, it would take on other shapes. This sphere is a 4-dimensional object projected into our 3-dimensional world. As for the black sphere mentioned earlier, it's not actually black. It's just that the gravitational force inside is so strong that even light can't escape, so it appears black. However, there's one thing I'm curious about: how is this thing so stable? And why doesn't it affect its surroundings at all? Zhou looked at the explanations in the live stream comments and said, "Who cares? Even some scientific phenomena today can't be explained by common sense. As long as it can travel through space, that's good enough." That makes sense. The cameraman's explanation is easy to understand. Can it really travel through time? Of course it can. Zhou said, "Enough talk, the prehistoric livestream is about to begin. Let's follow the giant beast through the wormhole and head back to prehistoric times." Chapter 110, The Prominent Red Dot on the Explorer. The Bermuda Triangle. The next moment, Zhou drove straight into the super wormhole. At that moment, the live broadcast feed turned into static. After about 10 seconds, it returned to normal. However, what greeted everyone's eyes next was a scene straight out of ancient history. Gigantic canyons stretched out before them, with massive pterosaurs soaring through the sky. Add to that the deafening roars of dinosaurs echoing through the forest.
Everywhere you looked, it was a testament to the prehistoric atmosphere. Zhouzhan drove toward the prehistoric basin number 1 base. At the same time, at the center of the prehistoric basin number 1, Lu Chen had already returned safely to this place. Upon seeing the basin, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was the place where he had lived for so long. When he saw the young Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been waiting for him all along in the basin, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh again. Roar! Lu Chen stood at the center of the basin, scanned the area with his eyes, then raised his head and let out a mighty roar. Gather all the dinosaurs here. I'll lead you all to evolution. He transmitted the message through infrasound. In an instant, the entire prehistoric forest erupted into chaos. The dinosaurs under Lu Chen's command rushed toward the prehistoric basin in a frenzy. They weren't stupid dinosaurs with a certain level of intelligence could easily understand the meaning of evolution. After all, their ancestors had survived by continuously evolving. This was etched into their DNA. Because, without evolution, they would be eliminated. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Spinosaurus, Velociraptor, Sharksaur, Tyrannosaurus, and Gigantosaurus. And all the prehistoric crocodiles were moving toward the prehistoric basin with great fanfare. Zhouzhan and Jason could only feel a tremor in the prehistoric ground. It felt like an earthquake. Everyone in the live stream was eagerly watching the screen. Everything here was the prehistoric world. If only we could travel back to the prehistoric world. It wouldn't be impossible. After all, wormholes can be traversed, and the location is already known. For a moment, the members of the Giant Beast Club started brainstorming ideas. Some were responsible for coming up with ideas, while others were responsible for funding. After all, those who love giant beasts aren't just ordinary people. Numerous ultra-wealthy individuals also joined the Giant Creature Club. In fact, the founder of the Giant Beast Club alone is a tycoon ranked among the top 10 in the global fashion industry. So, whether or not we can traverse the wormhole and observe the prehistoric era is truly uncertain. Boom! Boom! The entire prehistoric landscape trembled violently. An hour later, the forces under Lu Chen's command began to arrive at the prehistoric basin one after another. The basin was completely overcrowded, and above it soared the wind god pterosaur swarm and the Heartsko pterosaur swarm. These two types of pterosaurs were the strongest in the prehistoric era and were known as the Sky Lords. However, just a few months earlier, all of them had been tamed by Lu Chen. Looking at the dense crowd of dinosaurs before him, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. All of these were now under his command. And they were truly trustworthy forces. Upon a careful sensory scan, he found that he currently had 12 species under his command. If he included the sea-dwelling mosasaurs, that made 13. They were the T-Rex that had been with him the longest. There are over 200 of them, with two particularly massive ones. Their current length has already reached around 30 meters. One has a large head, and the other has a massive build. These two Tyrannosaurus rexes can be said to have no equals in prehistory. Then there are the Spinosaurus, Allosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, Velociraptor, Sharksaur, Gigantosaurus, Velociraptor, and Tyrannosaurus. Along with the Tyrannosaurus rex, these 9 are the most ferocious carnivorous dinosaurs in prehistory. Apart from the Tyrannosaurus rex herd, which has reached over 200 individuals, the remaining ones are roughly between 100 and 150. And then there's the prehistoric crocodile horde. The number of crocodiles is so vast that they outnumber the Tyrannosaurus rexes, reaching an astonishing total of over 300 individuals. These are just the creatures on land. In the skies above, there are 2 even more numerous species of pterosaurs. The pteranodon flock numbered around 800, while the Heartsko pteranodon flock numbered around 600. Combined, they are estimated to number around 1,500. When all the numbers are added together, there are over 3,000 in total. Lu Chen looked at his attribute energy evolution points. There were 18,000 points. Anyway, keeping them would be a waste, so he decided to use them for his own group of subordinates. He could continue to expand his territory in the prehistoric world. Moreover, the prehistoric world was a place Lu Chen hadn't explored much. At most, it's just a few thousand kilometers in diameter. Therefore, having his subordinates expand his territory is absolutely necessary. System, activate the designated biological evolution function. All 10,000 energy points are allocated to the Tyrannosaurus rex herd. Then divide the remaining points equally among them. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to evolve his Tyrannosaurus rex into a stronger form first. After all, he had evolved from a Tyrannosaurus rex himself. Ding! Designated creature evolution activated. Evolution target, Tyrannosaurus rex herd. Evolution quantity, 200. Total evolution points, 10,000. Average evolution points, 50. Evolution direction, body size, bone density, muscle density. Ding! Evolution begins. Ding! Starting designated creature evolution. Evolution target, Spinosaurus group. Evolution quantity. This evolution process lasted exactly 1 hour.
Most of the dinosaurs are significantly stronger than before. However, the most terrifying and obvious evolution was undoubtedly the group of Tyrannosaurus rexes that were assigned 50 evolution points. Now, each Tyrannosaurus rex has reached an astonishing 40 meters in length,
over 10 meters in height.
Their massive, icy fangs and striking, eye-catching skin are truly awe-inspiring. Among them, 2 Tyrannosaurus rexes had evolved directly to 60 meters in length,
25 meters in height. That's as tall as an 8 or 9-story building. Lu Chen looked at his subordinates and grinned. Now this is more like it. Though the strongest among them were only 1/10 of his own height. But it's still better than being 1/20th or 1/30th of their previous size. This entire scene was captured by Zhou Zhen's camera. Not a single moment was missed. Almost the entire world witnessed this incredibly magical event unfold. Those Tyrannosaurus rexes grew larger and stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. They transformed into prehistoric giants. Of course, they couldn't compare to the real giants, but when compared to other creatures like humans, for example, both can crush humans into dust with a single step, but while the former crushes humans into dust, the latter turns them into powder. It's terrifying. Are we really watching a live broadcast?
I'm starting to feel like I'm watching an epic sci-fi blockbuster.
Can someone explain this scene? What else is there to explain? It's just biological evolution.
The guy above, you sure caught on fast. At that moment, Zhou Zhen and Jason were also stunned by the scene before them.
The giant beast's tactics were always so unpredictable.
Just as Lu Chen was leading his men through the evolution process. On the other side of the wormhole, Zhang Ku also made a significant discovery. No wonder we couldn't detect it, we didn't even pick up its energy signature. Now that I have this newly crafted blue crystal detector, I can easily pinpoint the location of any entity in the world that possesses the same element. In the base laboratory, Lin Zijie placed a device resembling a small radar on the experimental table. Then, Lin Zijie took a deep breath and slowly pressed the start button. This was the first test. After pressing the button, the radar-like detection plate began to rotate slowly. This blue crystal radar detector is directly connected to the Quantum 901.
Any abnormalities detected would be immediately calculated by the Quantum 901.
The information would then be displayed on the monitor in Lin Zijie's hands.
10 minutes later. How about it? Any findings? Zhang Ku asked.
Nothing yet. Lin Zijie was about to shake his head when suddenly a red dot appeared on his display. The display showed a world satellite map, and at that moment, a prominent red dot was flashing on it.
What's going on? Zhang Ku asked urgently.
Lin Zijie stared at the red dot, his pupils contracting, and said solemnly, "Indeed.
We've detected the same elemental fluctuations. Location: the Bermuda Triangle. Chapter 111, Research Never Stops. Always strive for the summit. Deploy deep-sea heavy equipment. The Bermuda Triangle."
Upon hearing those words, Zhang Ku's pupils twitched slightly. He knew all too well how mysterious this place was. In the last century, so-called experts had already attempted to unravel its mysteries.
Why do ships disappear in the Bermuda Triangle?
The reasons given were that there were too many hidden reefs, or that.
However, the true reason remains unclear to this day. Nevertheless, after hearing Lin Zijie's words, Zhang Ku felt a faint sense of unease.
Perhaps there is some mysterious force lurking beneath the Bermuda Triangle, constantly influencing that stretch of ocean. That's why so many mysterious and puzzling incidents occur there.
Old Zhang, you decide. Lin Zijie said. Go. We must go.
For the sake of science, we must go. After a moment of deep thought, Zhang Ku spoke firmly. Moreover, the giant beast also needs this energy crystal. Perhaps we can take it with us this time to investigate further. There's no need to say it, the giant beast probably wants to go too after returning from prehistoric times. Lin Zijie looked at the instrument in his hand. Since we brought back these blue crystals from the Sahara Desert, the wave patterns have been appearing continuously.
And the giant beast should be able to easily sense this frequency.
Zhang Ku nodded, then quickly connected to the research headquarters. After sharing his detection results, Su Guodong began to ponder.
Finally, he said, "All right, I understand. Perhaps this time, the true secret of the Bermuda Triangle will be uncovered by you."
The average water depth in the Bermuda Triangle is 7,000 meters.
Some parts of the trenches can reach 9,000 meters.
Su Guodong thought for a moment before saying solemnly, "In that case, I will request the North Sea Dragoness submarine. We should be able to reach your location within a day. As for your preparations, make sure everything is ready. You will once again serve as the team leader for this mission."
Zhang Ku nodded immediately. Got it. The North Sea Dragoness submarine is a major asset.
And it's the 5th generation version. The first generation was the Beihai Shenlong D-class submarine, which was the one that detected gravitational fluctuations in the depths of the Mariana Trench. At that time, the technology was already capable of diving to a depth of 11,000 meters below sea level. However, the water pressure at that depth had already exceeded the limits of the Beihai Shenlong submarine at the time. Therefore, after the submarine surfaced, it was declared effectively scrapped. Subsequent improvements were made, starting with the D class, then the C class, followed by the B class, and finally the A class. The latest model is the S class. According to the estimated parameters, the current Beihai Shenlong S-class submarine can easily dive to a depth of 12,000 meters below sea level. However, the Blue Star has yet to discover any ocean trenches deeper than 11,000 meters. Nevertheless, for the sake of mission safety, Su Guodong opted to use the Beihai Shenlong S-class submarine. After the mission destination had been confirmed, in the prehistoric basin center, Lu Chen looked at the evolved Super Tyrannosaurus Rex with great satisfaction. Although they were worlds apart compared to himself, however, compared to those on the ground, they were undoubtedly ancient creatures of a different era. Gurgle, gurgle. Lu Chen ordered all his subordinates to disperse, waiting until he obtained more evolution points before gathering them again. After the signal was sent out, all the dinosaurs, including the wind god pterosaurs in the sky, left the prehistoric basin in an orderly fashion. Lu Chen then leisurely returned to the wind god canyon and traversed the wormhole. Upon returning to the supergiant beast island, Lu Chen paused for a moment. Because from the moment he stepped out of the wormhole, he had detected a very weak fluctuation frequency emanating from a certain direction. This faint frequency was identical to the blue crystal he had consumed earlier. However, it was far too faint. At that moment, Zhang Ku had also found Zhou. Zhou was, after all, Zhang Ku's assistant and was also tasked with documenting the entire process through filming. Zhang Ku explained the upcoming mission. As for the live stream, he temporarily handed it over to Jason to handle. After handing over the live stream channel, the feed quickly switched to Jason's side. Hello, friends from all over the world. Academician Zhang and Academician Lin have a secret mission to carry out, so over the next few days, I will be your host, explaining some of the mysterious discoveries we've made in prehistoric times. I will also take you on a tour of the scenery of Giant Beast Island. Jason never expected that he would end up becoming the host. The handover here has been completed. The Beihai Shenlong S has departed from the offshore base several hours ago. At the current speed, it will arrive at Giant Beast Island in less than 8 hours. Meanwhile, Zhang Ku also informed Lu Chen of his plans to head to the Bermuda Triangle. Although, from an outsider's perspective, this communication seemed impossible. But it was accomplished nonetheless. Lu Chen also knew that they were heading toward the direction he had sensed. However, Lu Chen didn't care either way, earlier or later was fine. Take his fellow villagers on a tour of the ocean depths? That wasn't out of the question. They had always swum together on the surface of the sea before. It was time to explore the depths of the ocean as well. Plus, if that place really has the same blue crystals as before, I could obtain a massive amount of energy again. A win-win situation, why not? The Bermuda Triangle is a vast triangular-shaped sea area formed by the Bermuda Islands, Miami, and Puerto Rico. Each side of this triangular sea area is extremely close in length, all around 2,000 kilometers. The total area of the region spans 3.9 million square kilometers. That's a very large area. Moreover, to this day, we cannot guarantee that the Bermuda Triangle has been fully explored. At this moment, inside the research base, Zhang Ku was explaining the details of this mission. Before him stood Lin Zijie, Zhou, and a row of researchers from the Dragon Nation. All are listening intently to Zhang Ku's explanation. This is another challenge. Just like the challenge we faced when we first crossed the wormhole. Zhang Ku looked at the scientists in front of him. All of them were core members of his team. Moreover, they were the same group of people who had bravely charged into the wormhole with him back then. Captain, don't worry. We survived the wormhole. How could we possibly die in the depths of the ocean? Hey! Actually, we're pretty curious about what's really down there in the Bermuda Triangle. Captain, have we forgotten the spirit of scientific research? How could we forget? Zhang Ku grinned and shouted loudly. Research knows no bounds. Always strive for the highest peak. Zhou chuckled and added, exactly. And there's another saying, research is about defying nature, so getting stuck on the research path is perfectly normal. Zhang Ku laughed and scolded, it's impossible to fail. I won't give up until we uncover the secrets of this unknown place. Ha! Alright. Since that's the case, everyone get ready. With that, Zhang Ku waved his hand, signaling for everyone to get ready and head to the Bermuda Triangle to finally uncover the centuries-old mystery. Yes. All the researchers began preparing with renewed vigor. At the same time, the North Sea Dragon S, approximately 2,000 kilometers away from Giant Beast Island, was accelerating toward the destination. 8 hours, not too fast, not too slow. By around 3 or 4 p.m., in the southern waters of the supergiant Beast Island, the water surface rippled, and the next second, a majestic giant submarine slowly emerged from the water. Its 200-meter-long hull also showcased its dominance. The expedition into the Bermuda Triangle is about to begin.
Chapter 112, The North Sea Dragon. Full speed ahead. The North Sea Dragon S has steadily risen to the surface of the sea.
15 minutes later, a man dressed in a submarine commander's uniform arrived at the coastline aboard a motorboat, accompanied by a small team of members.
Hello, Academician Zhang, Academician Lin. I am Commander Gao Haifeng of the Beihai Shenlong.
Gao Haifeng walked up to Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie, extended his right hand, and shook theirs briefly. Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie looked at the man before them, feeling a significant stir within.
To the average person, this man might not seem extraordinary.
However, in the scientific and exploration communities, he was a renowned figure. He had piloted the Beihai Shenlong submarine to the deepest part of the Mariana Trench and successfully completed various deep-sea missions. With his vast experience, he had handled numerous unexpected situations during missions with a calm and composed mindset. Essentially, every crisis mission he faced was turned into a success. Gao Haifeng, the pinnacle of the seas. The title is well deserved. Zhang Ke never expected that the higher-ups would send such a legendary figure on this mission.
Upon seeing Gao Haifeng, Zhang Ke's confidence soared once again. Gurgle.
At that moment, Lu Chen tilted his head and glanced at the group of people on the ground.
It's time to act. If we don't move now, it'll be too late.
Upon hearing the muffled roar of the colossal beast, the crowd on the beach wasted no time.
At that moment, Gao Haifeng raised his head and looked at the enormous beast.
He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they had already obtained a great deal of information about the colossal beast before undertaking this mission. However, only when standing face to face with the colossal beast did they truly realize how insignificant humans were.
Regarding the mission details, let's head to the North Sea Dragon ship first and discuss them along the way. Gao Haifeng looked at Zhang Ku and said, "All right." Zhang Ku nodded.
Immediately afterward, he led his professional exploration team and followed Gao Haifeng into the North Sea Dragon. The North Sea Dragon was indeed the most powerful deep-sea vessel.
The interior is fully equipped with every possible device. Moreover, all the specialized detection equipment was fully equipped.
In fact, one could even say that even if Zhang Ku brought nothing with him except the members of his professional exploration team, they could still conduct professional exploration here.
Of course, the most crucial instrument is still the black box in Lin Zijie's hands. That's Lin Zijie's cutting-edge technology box that he takes everywhere he goes. Once all personnel had boarded the Beihai Shenlong S, Gao Haifeng immediately used a giant buzzing loudspeaker to notify the colossal creature that they were about to dive. Lu Chen, who was leaning against the shore, heard the sound and couldn't help but whistle in admiration. This submarine is indeed massive.
It was a third of his own height. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Chen stood up leisurely and twisted his head. Then he dived into the sea with a powerful splash, leaving all the researchers around him stunned. Even the submarine crew aboard the Beihai Shenlong and Zhang Ku's group were stunned. Gao Haifeng also paused for a moment before turning to Zhang Ku and the others, grinning and saying, "Is this giant creature so human-like?" Probably, Zhang Ku scratched his head. He had also never seen the giant creature behave this way before. The giant creature truly never ceases to surprise them. "Captain Gao, here are the coordinates and direction." Lin Zijie pulled out his blue crystal detector at that moment. He placed it on the table.
"Don't call me Gao team leader anymore, it sounds too formal." Gao Haifeng nodded and smiled, saying, "Just call me Lao Gao."
"All my brothers call me that."
Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie exchanged glances and smiled.
"All right, I'll go plan the navigation route and prepare for the dive."
Gao Haifeng took out an instrument from his chest and recorded the coordinates of the red dots on the blue crystal detector.
He then left the submarine observation compartment and headed toward the main command compartment.
"All right, let's all get moving." Zhang Ke looked at the researchers following him and said, "Yes." Everyone immediately got to work. All detection procedures began in an orderly manner.
At the same time, the Beihai Shenlong S began to slowly descend. Lu Chen also descended to a depth of approximately 300 meters below sea level at this time. The ocean's depth is roughly divided into 5 sections. The upper layer of the ocean is the first layer, with depths above 200 meters.
Here, sunlight can still penetrate, so the water in this layer appears a deep blue.
From 200 meters down to 1,000 meters in depth, this area is known as the middle layer of the ocean. Here, sunlight generally penetrates to this depth, so the area is shrouded in a hazy glow, with very fragile light. Therefore, this area is generally dark blue. At this moment, Lu Chen had already submerged into this area. The North Sea Dragon also effortlessly submerged to a depth of 300 meters below the sea surface.
Although the seawater here is dark blue for Lu Chen, who possesses various sensory abilities,
it was as bright as day, with no effect whatsoever. Here, Lu Chen could still see everything around him with perfect clarity. Lu Chen flickered his tail and moved toward the direction of the faint disturbance. Inside the Beihai Shenlong, Gao Haifeng quickly instructed his subordinates to activate the thermal system. They tracked the colossal beast and then fully activated the river reaction power plant, beginning to follow the beast as they navigated the depths of the ocean.
How fast is that colossal beast moving?
Gao Haifeng stared at the large screen in front of him. At that moment, the Beihai Shenlong's speed had reached an astonishing 120 knots. However, even at this extreme speed, it felt as though they couldn't catch up to the colossal creature. The creature's speed is far beyond what you can imagine. At that moment, Zhang Ke entered the main control room. Looking at the thermal imaging display, he smiled and said. But just then, deep in the ocean, Lu Chen tilted his head, looking at the Beihai Shenlong submarine on his left. He then extended his left hand and made a gesture with his index finger. He gently tapped the submarine and then tapped himself twice. Academician Zhang, what does the giant beast mean? In the main control room, Gao Haifeng froze for a moment. He turned to Zhang Ke beside him, as he knew only Zhang Ke could decipher the giant creature's meaning. Zhang Ke pondered for a moment and said, the giant beast means, follow me and proceed at maximum speed. Old Gao, I want to know what the maximum cruising speed of the Beihai Shenlong is.
Gao Haifeng replied, the Beihai Shenlong has 6 river-powered propulsion units. 4 are already activated, and 2 more can be fully powered. At full speed, we can reach around 160 knots. However, there's a small issue with full speed, we might collide with schools of fish or other marine creatures.
Zhang Ke nodded and smiled, saying, don't worry.
Do you think any fish would dare to swim near a colossal beast?
Upon hearing this, Gao Haifeng paused, then realized, right. As someone involved in marine exploration, Gao Haifeng naturally knew that these marine creatures possess an innate instinct to avoid danger. If they encountered such a colossal creature, they wouldn't even have time to escape, let alone approach it voluntarily.
Ah, I see.
Gao Haifeng no longer felt any concern. He then said solemnly, Team 1, notify Teams 5 and 6 to activate power reactors 5 and 6.
Full speed ahead. Yes. Immediately afterward, the thrust of the Beihai Shenlong increased once more. On the speed display in front of everyone, the numbers continued to climb. Finally, it reached 160 knots steadily, sailing smoothly through the high-speed waters. In the depths of the sea, Lu Chen saw that the other party had understood his intentions and grinned. He swiped his tail forcefully. He effortlessly overtaken the Beihai Shenlong. Then it continued moving forward in the depths of the sea. Chapter 113, Sudden Crisis. Deep Sea Turbulence. Looking back at the colossal beast, it seemed unharmed. After sailing at full speed for over 10 hours, the North Sea Dragon finally arrived at the most mysterious stretch of sea, the Bermuda Triangle. This area is also known as the Devil's Triangle, where numerous aircraft and cargo ships have met their doom in recent years. At this moment, it was unclear whether they had arrived at the wrong time. The waters were currently experiencing the largest storm and rainstorm in recorded history. Inside the control room of the Beihai Shenlong, Gao Haifeng and Zhang Ke were staring at the display screens in front of them. The screens clearly show the ever-changing weather conditions. Based on the weather conditions, there won't be any favorable weather at sea for the next month. Zhang Ke's expression grew slightly somber. Due to the weather's influence, hurricanes, waterspouts, and dark clouds had all converged in this treacherous stretch of sea. Due to all these factors converging, it was certain that for at least the next month, the sunlight above the sky could no longer reach the Devil's Triangle. This shrouded the already eerie waters in an air of mystery once again, as darkness descended as expected. No problem. In the control cabin, Gao Haifeng looked at the weather data and smiled. Although the weather outside is unfavorable, don't forget that we're about to dive into the deep sea for our mission. Once we're 300 or 400 meters below the surface, the storms on the surface won't affect us much. Zhang Ke nodded in agreement.
The latest direction has been determined, and I've already sent the latitude and longitude coordinates. Behind him, Lin Zijie quickly calculated the precise coordinates and reported them immediately.
Alright, keep moving forward. Gao Haifeng didn't waste any time and immediately issued the order.
Shortly after, the Beihai Shenlong vessel plunged directly into the mysterious and treacherous Devil's Triangle. At that moment, Lu Chen also swam into this stretch of water. Along the way, not a single living creature was seen, as if they had entered a world of utter desolation. Earlier, when he was freely swimming in the open sea, he could at least sense some fish.
He had even sensed sharks, sperm whales, and even dolphins and other underwater creatures. However, as they approached the Bermuda Triangle, this sensation grew increasingly faint.
Now that he had entered the area, it had completely vanished.
Activate sonar detection. Activate the deep sea echolocation device. Activate the reef detection device.
In the main control compartment of the North Sea Dragon S submarine,
Gao Haifeng was issuing various commands in an orderly manner. The Bermuda Triangle is not his first time here. This area is known as the Devil's Triangle because its seemingly calm surface hides numerous hidden reefs.
Therefore, without the ability to detect reefs, ordinary vessels would dare not take such a risk. However, the Beihai Shenlong had already mastered this technology. Once the reef detection system was activated, all the hidden reefs beneath the sea surface are now clearly visible. At that moment, the Beihai Shenlong and the colossal creature were moving slowly toward the center of the Devil's Triangle. Lu Chen was also experiencing this eerily quiet sea for the first time. However, after swimming for an hour, he noticed that the mysterious fluctuations had begun to shift. Or rather, not shifting, but moving downward. Lu Chen began to descend slowly. 10 minutes later, he had already descended to a depth of 500 meters. Inside the Beihai Shenlong, Gao Haifeng also began issuing orders. Lock onto the colossal beast and begin descending. Yes. Shortly after, the massive submarine began to descend in an orderly manner. 500 meters. 800 meters. 1,000 meters. 1,200 meters. We have now reached the third layer of the ocean. The first layer is the upper ocean, and the second layer is the middle ocean. Currently, the Beihai Shenlong has descended into the third layer of the ocean, the deep ocean. We have now entered the initial stages of the deep sea dead zone. The deep sea dead zone, as the name suggests, is an area where light cannot penetrate from the ocean's surface. This is a pitch-black stretch of ocean. At this very moment, the colossal creature continues its descent. The Beihai Shenlong is also constantly following the giant creature, continuing its journey into the deep sea. B. Current diving depth 1,500 meters. B. Current diving depth 2,000 meters. B. Current diving depth 3,000 meters. This depth has now reached the deepest part of the ocean's deep sea. At this depth, the water pressure has reached 0.3 tons per square centimeter. In other words, every square centimeter must withstand a pressure of 0.3 tons. However, while this figure is indeed terrifying for the North Sea dragon and the colossal creature, it's nothing at all. Especially Lu Chen, who at this moment feels no pressure at all. As a result, he couldn't help but admire his own physique. It's truly incredible. Continue descending. We're still far from the seabed. B. Current diving depth 3,500 meters. B. Current diving depth 4,000 meters. You have entered the oceanic abyssal zone. Activate the secondary pressure-resistant equipment. At this moment, the Beihai Shenlong has submerged to a depth of 4,000 meters below sea level. This is the fourth layer of the ocean, the oceanic abyssal zone. The area between 4,000 and 6,000 meters below sea level is the oceanic abyssal zone. Below 6,000 meters lies the ultra-deep ocean layer. The terror there increases exponentially. However, at that very moment, the entire North Sea dragon suddenly shook violently. The various instruments inside the cabin also malfunctioned briefly. Warning! Deviating from the current set course. Warning! Deviated from the current set course. Deviation distance 50 meters. Deviation distance 150 meters. Warning! The level indicator is tilted. Warning! Level gauge tilted. In the next moment, the entire hull of the Beihai Shenlong ship tilted toward the deep sea area on the right side. Moreover, the speed began to accelerate continuously. What's happening? Zhang Ku and the others immediately gripped the handrails tightly and asked urgently. Deep sea turbulence. Gao Haifeng said in a low voice. This phenomenon is not very common in the deep ocean abyss, yet we've encountered it. What should we do? Is there a way to avoid it? Zhang Ku's brows furrowed deeply. It should be possible. Gao Haifeng, who had weathered many storms, studied the various data on the instruments before him. He immediately began issuing orders. Power Unit 1. Shut down the river propulsion system. Power Unit 2. Increase power and stabilize maximum output. Power Unit 3. Move your propulsion thrusters 3 levels to the left. Unit 4. Gao Haifeng issued a series of commands in rapid succession. Sure enough, after 10 minutes, the tilt angle slowly began to return to normal. Meanwhile, at the rear of the submarine, 4 river propulsion engines were starting up at full speed. Hi team. The speed of the sea turbulence has been calculated at least 180 knots. That's 60 knots higher than the highest sea current speed we've ever encountered. What should we do? At that moment, a submarine crew member immediately relayed the newly calculated data to Gao Haifeng. What? Gao Haifeng's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. How could there be such strong sea currents in this area? 180 knots. What's happening? Can we not escape? Zhang Ku also sensed the gravity of the situation. Gao Haifeng took a deep breath and said solemnly, I've been conducting deep-sea exploration missions for so many years. The strongest deep-sea turbulence I've ever encountered was at most 120 knots. But this time it's 180 knots. Even if the submarine pushes full speed in the opposite direction, it can only counteract up to 160 knots of turbulence. The remaining 20 knots are likely beyond our control. Moreover, over the years, many deep-sea exploration submarines from other countries have gone missing after encountering deep-sea turbulence. After hearing Gao Haifeng's words, Zhang Ke's expression grew even more somber. Is there really no way out? Lin Zijie on the side couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Perhaps there is still a way. All we need is a thrust corresponding to 20 knots. Gao Haifeng suddenly looked up at Zhang Ku. At that moment, Zhang Ke's gaze was fixed on the thermal display in front of him. On the display, the colossal creature was swimming freely within the so-called deep-sea turbulence.
The colossal creature seemed completely unaffected by anything. Chapter 114, Continue Diving. Oceanic Ultra Deep Abyss Layer. Brave the Death Zone. Bermuda Triangle, Oceanic Abyssal Layer. Lu Chen was curiously watching the Beihai Shenlong ship as it moved away from him. What's going on? Why is it retreating after following us? Could it have been pushed back by that small ocean current just now? Actually, after 10 minutes, Lu Chen also noticed a slight resistance. However, he merely adjusted his course slightly, completely neutralizing the tiny current. Thinking about it, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. It was probably safe to say that these were just small currents for him. But for that submarine, it must be quite a significant impact. At the same time, Zhang Ku and the others were activating the underwater sonar emitter. This was a special sound-emitting device typically used to drive away large marine mammals like whales and sharks. However, just 5 minutes ago, Lin Zijie modified it into a sonar emitter capable of emitting sounds underwater. Although it caused some damage to the sonar device, there was no time to spare at the moment. At that moment, Gao Haifeng could only stabilize the submarine as much as possible. As for communicating with the giant creature, that was not his area of expertise. Moreover, he was also curious about how Zhang Ku had communicated with the giant creature. Old Zhang, the sonar frequency has been adjusted, but it can only be activated for 3 seconds. Have you decided what to say? Lin Zijie on one side held the button for the sonar activator. He looked at Zhang Ku, who was holding the communication microphone, and said firmly, "Don't worry, I've got it." Zhang Ku took a deep breath and exhaled. 3 seconds should be enough. All right. Lin Zijie nodded and said, 3, 2, 1. Activate. The next second, as he pressed the trigger, Zhang Ku immediately shouted out, "Giant beast! Save me! Giant beast! Save us! We're doomed!" 3 seconds passed. After it ended, everyone in the submarine's main control room, except for Lin Zijie, froze in shock. Is this a distress signal? You said it so clearly, is that really okay? Gao Haifeng also stared wide-eyed, having lived all these years. He never would have imagined that this was the way they communicated. Is this real? Well, that's how he usually communicates with the giant beast. Lin Zijie stood up and smiled, saying, "Everyone, relax." Zhang Ku also explained, "Actually, I don't know what's going on either. It seems like the giant beasts can understand our dragon country language." "All right, we believe you." Gao Haifeng swallowed hard, but he still felt something wasn't quite right. He had expected Zhang Ku to use some high-tech method to communicate with the giant beast. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, Lu Chen also heard Zhang Ku's distress call. Wow, it must have been affected by that small sea current earlier. Then, Lu Chen casually moved his hands and gently swished his tail. In just a few seconds, he arrived at the left side of the North Sea dragon ship. And he didn't create much of a water surge. Even Lu Chen could feel that his body structure was quite unique. As long as he wanted to, he could swim wildly in the depths of the ocean without causing much of a wave. Of course, if he chose to, he could also generate massive waves of seawater. After arriving at the left side of the Beihai Shenlong, Lu Chen emitted a deep, muffled rumbling sound, indicating that he had heard. Then, Lu Chen slowly extended his right hand, carefully placing it on the submarine. Then he slowly gripped the submarine's hull. He was truly afraid that he might accidentally crush it. At the same time, inside the Beihai Shenlong submarine, the sound of metal being compressed in friction was constantly echoing. The creaking sounds made everyone inside the submarine feel a chill run down their spines. Even Zhang Ku, who had spent so much time with the colossal creature, felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. He knew the colossal creature was gripping the submarine and attempting to free them. But if it were to crush it, the terrifying water pressure would instantly crush them all. In the depths of the ocean, Lu Chen gently waved his right hand. The submarine in his hand effortlessly escaped the turbulent currents of the deep sea. Lu Chen also moved his tail and once again positioned himself in front of the submarine. At that very moment, inside the North Sea Dragon submarine, everyone had just felt an unimaginable force. Even some veteran crew members who had worked on the submarine for over a decade couldn't withstand it, vomiting violently. Beep. Course corrected. Beep. Level indicator readings normal. Beep. Alarm cancelled. In the main control room, all data returned to normal once again. At that moment, Gao Haifeng and his team finally exhaled deeply. This time, they truly had a narrow escape. At the same time, everyone was grateful to the colossal creature in their hearts. Without the colossal beast, they might have been doomed this time. Check the external cabin pressure. And all the instruments check everything. Gao Haifeng immediately issued the order. After about 10 minutes, all the data was transmitted back to the main control cabin. Good. Gao Haifeng looked at the data on the panel and nodded. Except for a minor issue with the sonar device, everything else is fine. At this point, Gao Haifeng turned to Lin Zijie beside him.
At the same time, he couldn't help but admire him in his heart for being able to convert the sonar equipment into communication devices in such a short time.
Such mental acuity left Gao Haifeng no choice but to admit his admiration. Of course, the person who truly impressed him was Zhang Ku.
Thinking back to the scene where they communicated with the colossal creature, Gao Haifeng felt as though he were dreaming.
Team leader Gao. The colossal beast is continuing to dive. Lock onto it. Then follow it. Gao Haifeng said immediately.
Yes. At that moment, deep in the ocean, they had reached a depth of 6,000 meters below sea level. The world remained deathly silent. The water pressure around them had reached an extremely terrifying level. However, for Lu Chen, there was little difference between 600 meters and 6,000 meters underwater. Nevertheless, upon entering this region, Lu Chen could clearly sense that his electromagnetic sensing had begun to exhibit subtle deviations. Although the impact on him was minimal, it was sufficient proof that the magnetic field below the water was abnormal and definitely not normal. Glancing at the submarine behind him, Lu Chen continued swimming toward the area with the magnetic anomaly. After all, areas with magnetic field anomalies are also places that emit strange fluctuations.
Inside the Beihai Shenlong submarine. If we proceed further forward, we will enter the ocean's ultra-deep abyssal zone, 6,000 meters below the surface.
Moreover, according to satellite, our submarine has already reached the edge of the anomalous geomagnetic belt. Perhaps after advancing 50 meters, or perhaps just 10 meters further, we will lose contact with the outside world.
We won't be able to receive external signals until we emerge or pass through this mysterious anomalous geomagnetic zone. Gao Haifeng is not new to this area, so he has some familiarity with these waters. Academician Zhang, what should we do next? After speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhang Ku on the side. Zhang Ku took a deep breath, smiled, and said, "Let's go." Why not? We're not afraid of the giant beasts, why should we be afraid of anything else?
Seeing his playful words, Gao Haifeng couldn't help but look up to Zhang Ku in his heart. That's right. As the leader of this operation, Zhang Ku must be able to withstand all possible unknown risks and pressures. After all, he was the core of the team. The core must never falter. Gao Haifeng waved his hand decisively and issued the order immediately. Depart. Enter the anomalous geomagnetic zone. Activate level 3 pressure-resistant equipment. Prepare to enter the ultra-deep abyssal layer of the sea. Chapter 115, at 600 meters in length, this vessel is still a bit too small. This is a pitch-black stretch of ocean. There is no light at all, and everything around is deathly silent. The feeling of having entered another world arises spontaneously. It feels like arriving at a post-apocalyptic sea. A sense of unease begins to spread throughout the North Sea Dragon submarine. To say there was no unease would be a lie. After all, they had just entered the geomagnetic disturbance zone in the ultra-deep abyss of the ocean. The satellite positioning equipment had already malfunctioned. In this pitch-black abyss, they could only rely on thermal imaging and deep-sea night vision detection devices, silently trailing behind the colossal creature. In such an environment, a certain emotion began to emerge within them. That emotion was, following the colossal creature was truly a blessing. Moreover, Gao Haifeng and the others could sense that after entering the geomagnetic disturbance zone, the colossal creature's movement had slowed significantly, allowing their submarine to firmly lock onto it. This way, they wouldn't lose their bearings in this pitch-black sea. Even though they had activated their ultra-powerful searchlights, visibility remained extremely low in this chaotic ocean. Beep. Current speed, 40 knots. Beep. Current diving depth, 7,000 meters. Listening to the beeps coming from their ears, Zhang Ku and the others all held their breath. Meanwhile, Lin Zijie quickly immersed himself in the calculations to track the blue crystal energy. 1 hour later. Beep. Current speed, 30 knots. Beep. Current diving depth, 8,000 meters. At this point, they had already descended to the deepest part of this stretch of ocean. The water here was slightly purer, and through the massive lights, they could clearly see some reefs and other oddly shaped plants. Some of the plants were even unrecognizable to Zhang Ku and his team. However, the strange thing was that, according to the thermal imaging display, there were no other living beings here. Only the giant creature and their submarine were present. This is quite terrifying. After all, even the deepest part of the Mariana Trench on Earth is home to life. But here, it was completely different, there was no sign of life. Everything is shrouded in utter stillness. Something's wrong, something's definitely wrong. As the submarine slowly followed the colossal creature, Zhang Ku in the main control room began to ponder. Before him were the current submarine's various data readings. At that moment, their diving depth had reached 8,500 meters. However, the water pressure had reached an astonishing 1 ton. That meant every square centimeter weighing a ton of pressure. Captain Gao, during your previous exploration of the Mariana Trench, what was the maximum water pressure at the deepest point? Zhang Ku approached Gao Haifeng and asked with a frown. Also 1 ton, but that depth was 3,000 meters deeper than our current depth. Gao Haifeng thought for a moment before saying. But our current depth is only 8,500 meters, which has already exceeded the maximum water pressure. Zhang Ke voiced the doubts he had discovered.
Perhaps it's due to the Earth's magnetic field, causing the seawater here to become denser?
Gao Haifeng pondered for a moment before speaking. Zhang Ke muttered to himself, then quickly returned to Lin Zijie's side.
Zijie, do you think it's possible that there's some mysterious substance at the bottom of the sea area? And altered the gravity here or something? Old Zhang, what are you thinking? Altering gravity? Do you think we're making a movie?
Lin Zijie shook his head.
The gravity of Blue Star doesn't change. The magnetic field disruption here is almost certainly caused by the blue crystal substance.
As for why so many shipwrecks and plane crashes have occurred, it's probably related to that blue substance.
Moreover, the idea of altering gravity doesn't make sense either. The blue crystal substance contains anti-gravity particles.
If we're going to speculate, it's more likely that the pressure we're experiencing has decreased.
That makes sense. Zhang Ke nodded.
If that's the case, the gravitational anomaly must have another cause.
As they were talking, Lu Chen had already begun walking on the seabed.
He had already submerged to the deepest part of the ocean floor, and beneath his feet lay an incredibly thick layer of rock.
That was the seabed. Lu Chen couldn't help but grin. Does this count as being the first person to walk on the ocean floor? Well, even though I'm not human. But, haven't you heard the saying? To become stronger, you must first stop being human. I'm not human anymore, Jojo.
After amusing himself for a moment, Lu Chen continued moving toward the source of the fluctuations.
Moreover, the seabed rocks had a slanted angle.
Though the angle was small, it was consistently pointing downward.
This much, Lu Chen could confirm.
As for how much longer it would take to reach the location, Lu Chen had no idea. After all, this area spans 3.9 million square kilometers. In comparison, his own 600-meter-long body is still quite small.
The ocean is vast. And this was the deep sea. Time was slipping away bit by bit. And Lu Chen has encountered several underwater currents.
However, he managed to navigate through them safely with the North Sea Dragon.
3 hours later, inside the Beihai Shenlong,
the atmosphere here has begun to feel oppressive.
Because the current diving depth had far exceeded 11,000 meters.
It was now heading toward 12,000 meters.
This is a fact that sends a chill down everyone's spine. It turns out that the Mariana Trench is not the deepest part of the world's oceans.
The depths of the Bermuda Triangle have already far surpassed that depth.
Not only that, but it is still continuing to descend. Zijie, can you contact headquarters? Zhang Ke asked solemnly.
No. Lin Zijie shook his head.
There's no signal here at all. Even my quantum signal can't penetrate it. However, there is one thing we can be 100% certain of. There is definitely that blue crystal substance in this area.
Zhang Ke nodded and turned to look at Gao Haifeng behind him.
Captain Gao, what's the maximum diving depth of our Beihai Shenlong? The original design target was 12,000 meters underwater. Gao Haifeng thought for a moment before saying solemnly.
At the absolute limit, it should be able to withstand depths of around 13,000 meters.
Going any deeper would risk the submarine rupturing. All right. Zhang Ke nodded solemnly once more.
13,000 meters is the limit for this mission. If we reach 13,000 meters and haven't completed the task, then this deep-sea exploration mission will be terminated prematurely, and we will immediately ascend vertically.
All right. Gao Haifeng agreed.
After all, the difficulty and unknown factors of this mission have completely exceeded the original plan. Time flew by, and another 3 hours had passed.
Beep. Current diving depth 12,500 meters. Beep. Current water pressure 15 tons. Warning.
The maximum depth has been exceeded by 500 meters.
Immediately ascend. Immediately ascend.
At that moment, warning sounds began to echo through the main control cabin.
However,
at this very moment, no one could hear the warning sounds anymore.
Everyone's attention is fixed on the central display screen in front of them.
The image on the display showed the colossal creature standing motionless atop the rock layer. The scene before the colossal beast sent a chill down the spines of those who had descended to this depth. Cold sweat was pouring out of every pore of their bodies. In an instant, fear, astonishment, shock, and excitement all surged to the surface. Because, on the screen, a super huge void suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. That hypothesis, which everyone including Zhang Ke and his team had dismissed as nonsense, was now vividly before everyone's eyes. The Oceanic Abyss. Chapter 116, The Ocean Cavity with a Hidden World. Breaking the limit of diving depth. In the pitch-black depths of the vast ocean, a supermassive oceanic void suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Ocean cavern. It's really an ocean cavern. I always thought it was just a hypothesis proposed by humans. In the main control room of the North Sea Dragon, Zhang Ke murmured to himself as he stared at the display in front of him. How amazing! Nature truly has so many unsolved mysteries for us.
Even Gao Haifeng, who had experienced countless battles underwater, couldn't help but marvel at the enormous marine void before him. Zijia, have you calculated how large this void is? Zhang Ke shook his head. After calming himself down, he quickly turned to look at Lin Zijia behind him. I've calculated it. Lin Zijia swallowed hard. Based on the curvature of the edge, the diameter of this oceanic void is estimated to be between 48 and 50 kilometers. Gao Haifeng, standing nearby, heard the figure and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Moreover, the ocean currents are all flowing toward the void. Lin Zijie continued. However, the flow speed isn't high, maybe around 40 knots at most. Our submarine should currently be moving in the opposite direction, right? At this point, he looked at Gao Haifeng. Yes, this is the submarine's stalling mechanism. As long as it remains within it can maintain its position accordingly. Gao Haifeng nodded. So, the stronger gravity we detected earlier wasn't actually stronger. Rather, the water currents were constantly flowing downward from above, causing us to mistake it for gravity, but it was actually thrust and suction. After listening to Lin Zijie's explanation, Zhang Ke began to think. Can we detect how deep the water is? No, we can't. Lin Zijie shrugged his shoulders. Then, if we dive down there, can we get out? Zhang Ke asked again. It should be possible, since the suction force there is only about 40 knots. Lin Zijie thought for a moment and said. Alright, let's go and see what's down there. Zhang Ke clenched his teeth and said firmly. Same as before, dive down to 13,000 meters. If we haven't completed the mission, we'll retreat. Alright. Gao Haifeng nodded. The submarine slowly reduced its thrust and began moving toward the massive abyss ahead. At that moment, Lu Chen tilted his head, glanced at the submarine, then grinned. Our fellow countrymen are really crazy daring to go into such a huge void. Then, Lu Chen leaped into the air and followed the submarine into the enormous abyss. B. Current depth, 12,800 meters. B. Current pressure, 15 tons. B. Current depth, 12,900 meters. B. Current pressure, 16 tons. Drip. Current depth, 12,900 meters. Only 100 meters remain before reaching the maximum pressure limit of the Beihai Shenlong submersible. However, as Zhang Ke and the others gazed at the pitch-black screen, their mood grew increasingly somber. This hollow space is simply too dark. Even with their powerful searchlights turned on, visibility was only a few meters. No wonder it's called the dark abyss of the ocean. At that moment, the colossal creature and the submarine were descending in perfect sync. Lu Chen remained unchanged, feeling completely at ease, as if he were in his element. Even Lu Chen himself felt that he was too strong to be believed. B. Current depth, 13,000 meters. B. Current pressure, 15 tons. Listening to the alarms ringing in his ears, Zhang Ke's brows furrowed deeply. He even felt a sense of hope that if they could descend another 500 meters, they might uncover the mystery of this void. However, they had already descended to a depth of 13,000 meters. They couldn't continue descending any further, otherwise, the submarine's outer hull would be crushed by the terrifying water pressure. He couldn't let these crew members die here. Retreat! He had to issue the retreat order. Zhang Ke took a slow, deep breath. He scanned the research personnel and submarine crew around him. There's no choice. One last look at the data, then terminate the mission and evacuate. The others also felt a hint of reluctance. Perhaps the truth was right before their eyes. All it would take was a little more effort to see it. Remember, there's no signal here, which means, once we leave here, finding our way back would be nearly impossible. Gao team! Stop! Wait! Just as Zhang Ke had just uttered the word terminate, a loud voice filled with excitement rang out. Wait! Lin Zijie suddenly rushed to the display screen and took out the high-tech box in his hand. He began calculating. After a dozen seconds, his pupils contracted sharply. Ha! Old Zhang! The mission can continue. Haven't you noticed yet? What did we notice? Zhang Ke froze. He hadn't noticed anything. The data. Lin Zijie pointed at the monitor in front of him. Can you see it? When we were descending to 12,900 meters, the water pressure was 16 tons. Now that we've descended to 13,000 meters, the water pressure is 15 tons. Whoa! After hearing Lin Zijie's words, everyone froze for a moment, followed by a series of gasps. Right! What's going on? Zhang Ke was also stunned. According to logic, shouldn't the pressure increase the deeper you go? What else could it be? Anti-gravity particles. Blue crystal substance. There must be blue crystal substance beneath this oceanic void. It's precisely because of its presence that the water pressure in this area is reduced. Perhaps, from now on, if we continue downward, the water pressure below will be even lower. At 12,900 meters below sea level, this is the limit of water pressure. Our submarine withstood it, so we've entered the anti-gravity particle zone. Lin Zijie explained it using his professional knowledge. I see. Zhang Ke swallowed hard. This news was incredibly exciting. Hi team. Maximum descent. The target is right ahead. Alright. Continue descending. Gao Haifeng also grew excited. This is a place where humans have never set foot before. How could one not be excited? B. Current depth 13,500 meters. B. Current pressure 12 tons. B. Current depth 13,700 meters. B. Current pressure 0.6 tons. Drip. Current depth 13,700 meters. Sure enough. Exactly as Lin Zijia said, due to the presence of anti-gravity elements. The deeper you go, the less water pressure there is. Meanwhile, Lu Chen continued to dive deeper into the void below. Not only that, but within his line of sight, he could already see a faint blue light. If everything goes as planned, there should be something inside that is identical to what he had consumed earlier. The energy of that thing is comparable to that of a supervolcano. Just thinking about being able to eat that delicious blue ice pop soon. Lu Chen couldn't help but speed up. Meanwhile, inside the Beihai Shenlong. B. Current depth 14,000 meters. B. Current pressure 20 kilograms. Zhang Ku and the others looked at the data in front of them, unable to suppress a smile. If we were to tell anyone, we're at a depth of 14,000 meters underwater, yet we're only experiencing pressure equivalent to being at around 200 meters below the surface, we'd probably be laughed out of the room. But that's exactly what's happening. A blue light was piercing through from below. It was only about 20 meters away from our submarine. Gao Haifeng approached Zhang Ku and said firmly. Alright. Zhang Ke said excitedly. All the researchers and I will board the small deep-sea exploration submarine and go down to take a look. Yes. Chapter 117, a familiar scene, mysterious blue crystals. The sea was engulfed in a storm, with thunder and lightning flashing, creating an airy and unpredictable atmosphere. But beneath this terrifying demonic sea, in the depths of the ocean within the geomagnetic anomaly zone, at a depth of 14,000 meters below the surface, there was a hidden world. At that moment, before Zhang Ku and his team could board the small exploration submarine, Lu Chen had already arrived at that thin, membrane-like layer. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though there was a whole new world inside. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then dived straight in. Upon entering, Lu Chen was completely speechless. Wow! I can't believe it. There was no water inside. The space was enveloped in a transparent light. It had formed a semicircular waterless zone. Lu Chen looked around. The area wasn't small. Even with his massive frame, it would take him at least 10 minutes to walk around the entire area. It would probably take about 10 minutes. Moreover, what was even more bizarre was that there were 3 enormous stone pillars. Each pillar was engraved with strange, intricate patterns. In any case, Lu Chen couldn't make sense of them. The ground is also covered with dense patterns, which, at first glance, do have a mysterious charm. However, what pleased Lu Chen the most was the blue crystal at the very center, which was glowing brightly. Moreover, this blue crystal was suspended in mid-air, exuding an endless sense of mystery. Clatter! Clatter! At that moment, Zhang Ku arrived with a dozen researchers, having passed through the light barrier to reach this location. Upon entering, everyone was stunned. The structure here was very familiar. Very familiar. It was exactly the same as when they had explored the underground world of the Sahara Eye. They had encountered the same scene. Zhou Zhen. Start recording. The rest of you. Get to work. Zhang Ku waved his hand and began issuing orders. Though this place was, the oxygen levels were abnormally low. In fact, there was almost no oxygen at all. Although they were equipped with underwater exploration suits, their oxygen supply would last no more than a day. Not to mention, they still had to return. Therefore, time was still very tight for Zhang Ku and his team. Collect the small blue crystals around us, and the largest one in the center belongs to the giant beast. Zhang Ke said quickly. Got it. Of course, there's not just one blue crystal in the middle, there are countless small blue crystals surrounding it. If everyone works together to dig and collect them, it will probably take several hours. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen naturally picked up his camera and began recording everything around him. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry, he waited for these people to clean up all the blue crystal debris. Then he would enjoy the most delicious blue crystal to himself. Moreover, the blue crystals here felt to Lu Chen that they contained far more energy than the one he had eaten before. At least twice as much. Time flew by, and half a day had already passed. Zhang Ku and the others had also finished collecting all the small blue crystals here. They then carefully examined everything around them. Ethereal, mysterious, and unknown. This feeling suddenly overwhelmed everyone. They had no idea who had built this place. They also had no idea why the blue crystals were suspended here. They were even more certain that this was not the work of humans. Or could it be the work of those mysterious, enigmatic extraterrestrial beings? Zhang Ku and the others truly had no idea.
to construct such a marvelous place at a depth of 14,000 meters below the ocean's surface?
How advanced is the technology of those who created it? Is it the elusive extraterrestrial beings? Or the remnants of a previous civilization? Zhang Ku and the others had no clue at all. Zhou, how about it? Have you finished recording everything? Zhang Ku walked over to Zhou and asked. Done. Zhou nodded. Every detail here has been fully recorded by the quantum camera. Let's evacuate. Zhang Ku didn't waste any time.
Even though this place is extremely mysterious, so mysterious that it evokes a sense of fear.
This is humanity's fear of the unknown. To overcome this fear, there is only one way. Turn the unknown into the known. This is something humanity has been striving for all along. Clatter! Clatter!
Zhang Ku and the others led everyone back into the deep-sea exploration submarine and returned the same way they came. Lu Chen glanced at the light membrane above his head and smirked. Then, he strode confidently toward the center.
After a dozen seconds, Lu Chen arrived before the blue crystal suspended quietly in midair.
Feeling the powerful energy within the blue crystal, Lu Chen slowly extended his right hand.
He grasped it firmly. With a sudden jerk, he pulled it out of the floating area. However, the moment the blue crystal changed direction, the entire ruins suddenly shook violently. The three enormous rock pillars also collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lu Chen tilted his head, staring at the blue crystal in his hand.
Then he looked up at the sea above and sensed that all the small heat energy had entered the large submarine.
Lu Chen nodded, then casually tossed the blue crystal into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The texture was the same as before, crunchy and slightly cool. No wonder Lu Chen had said eating this was just like eating an ice pop. However, just as Lu Chen was eating the blue crystal, the sea above suddenly began to violently tremble. Zhang Ku and the others had just returned to the North Sea Dragon ship when they sensed the endless tremors. They hurriedly made their way to the main control room. He quickly asked, Zijia, what's going on? Big trouble. Dive down immediately.
Submerge at the fastest speed our submarine can achieve. Lin Zijia said in a solemn tone. Just now, the water pressure rose sharply. Within 3 seconds of you entering the submarine, the water pressure here had already risen to 1 ton.
And it's still rising. Hi team. Evacuate immediately. Dive down immediately.
Gao Haifeng also realized the severity of the situation. If the water pressure here really stabilizes, their submarine could be crushed into a pancake in an instant.
Beep.
Current depth 13,800 meters.
Beep. Current water pressure 18 tons.
Drip. Current water depth 13,500 meters.
Drip. Current water pressure 20 tons.
Despite the submarine diving at full speed, the violent water pressure around it continued to compress the submarine from all directions. Even inside the submarine, there are muffled sounds of metal being compressed. That was the sound of the outer hull being compressed. Previously, the blue crystal anti-gravity particles had formed a pressure-resistant layer. But now, the blue crystal is gone, so we must dive as fast as we can. Otherwise, we'll be doomed here. Lin Zijie explains solemnly.
Beep.
Current depth 13,000 meters.
Beep. Current water pressure 16 tons.
After diving swiftly for half an hour,
finally reached the edge of the oceanic void. However, everyone once again discovered a terrifying fact. The oceanic void was slowly closing? Yes, it was closing.
The previous data indicated a diameter of 48 to 50 kilometers.
In such a short time, it had shrunk to just 10 kilometers?
Lin Zijie stared in disbelief and exclaimed.
Hurry up and dive down. The void is closing. It's moving very fast. It's expected to disappear completely in 5 minutes.
Lin Zijie looked down, frantically calculated for a moment, then shouted loudly.
Gao Haifeng didn't hesitate and immediately issued the order. All propulsion units. Aim all engines downward. Full throttle. Group 1 received. Group 2 received. Group 3, copy.
In the depths of the ocean, the vast, pitch-black void is closing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Rather than closing, it is more accurate to say it is collapsing.
Under the influence of the surrounding seawater pressure, coupled with the disappearance of the anti-gravity particles known as blue crystals beneath the void, this naturally caused the surrounding rock layers to collapse directly. Just as the North Sea Dragon was accelerating at full speed to escape the void. At the depths of the ocean. Here, the light membrane had already disappeared, and the ruins were filled with seawater. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was leisurely lying on the collapsed stone pillars.
He gently patted his stomach, silently digesting the ice pop he had just eaten.
He even crossed his legs, swaying back and forth, looking utterly carefree and stylish.
Chapter 118, Absorption complete. Watch me unleash a direct attack. Lightning flashed, thunder roared. A hurricane raged. In the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, the most violent weather in nearly a century is unfolding.
Meanwhile, deep within the ocean,
within the geomagnetic anomaly zone,
A massive submarine is plunging downward with incredible speed.
Warning! Outer hull breach. Outer hull breach. Warning! Level 3 pressure resistant equipment malfunction. In an instant, the entire colossal Beihai Shenlong submarine shook violently.
At the same time, the secondary pressure resistant equipment activated at full capacity.
B. Current depth 11,000 meters. B. Current water pressure 12 tons. B. Current water depth 10,000 meters. Drip. Current water pressure 1 ton. After 5 hours of hovering between life and death, finally escaped the ocean's ultra-deep abyss.
At present, the North Sea Dragon has finally submerged to a depth of 6,000 meters.
Here, the secondary pressure-resistant equipment can now easily withstand the water pressure. Not only that, but the Beihai Shenlong is continuing its descent. Satellite signals have been detected.
In the main control cabin, Lin Zijie spoke quickly.
He immediately established communication with the research headquarters of Manhwa. You've been out of contact for over 10 hours. How are things? Are there any casualties?
At the Manhwa research headquarters, Su Guodong had barely slept for a day and night. From the moment they lost contact with the Beihai Shenlong, until just 3 minutes ago when they finally re-established communication, his heart had been in constant turmoil. Reporting to Commander Su, there are no casualties, Zhang Ke said solemnly.
That's good, that's good.
Su Guodong sighed in relief upon hearing this.
He then asked, how about it? Did you discover anything during this mission? We discovered an oceanic void.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Guodong froze in place. He even forgot to breathe, and after waiting for about 10 seconds, he finally took a deep breath.
Ocean cavity. It really exists?
Yes.
Zhang Ke nodded vigorously.
He then quickly relayed everything that had happened in the depths of the ocean to Su Guodong. At that moment, Lin Qingshan also arrived beside Su Guodong. Upon hearing the news, his pupils contracted slightly.
I knew it. Since anti-gravity particles can appear in our large particle collision laboratory, then it must prove that such substances definitely exist in this universe. However, what I didn't expect was that such substances would exist in the depths of the ocean. It's also present beneath the Sahara, just as I suspected. The world is truly filled with countless unknown secrets.
Lin Qingshan let out a series of exclamations.
Meanwhile, Su Guodong continued to ask, what about the giant beast? Is the giant beast okay? Zhang Ke shook his head, unsure. After the giant beast obtained the blue crystal substance, the oceanic void collapsed.
We narrowly escaped death, but the North Sea Dragon is likely in need of major repairs.
The giant beast is currently at the bottom of the sea, and its exact condition is unknown.
At this point, Zhang Ke shook his head helplessly once more.
However, deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling.
That is, the ocean floor, which was a disaster for him and his companions.
But for the colossal creature, it was much like land.
Therefore, he was fairly confident that the colossal creature was unharmed.
All right, we understand. Su Guodong nodded heavily.
3 submarines of the same class as the Beihai Shenlong had already been dispatched. They are already heading your way, along with 2 Zulong-class aircraft carrier fleets.
They are expected to meet up with you in 10 hours. Got it, Commander. Zhang Ke nodded. After ending the communication, everyone began to prepare. At the same time, in the deep sea,
Lu Chen was quietly digesting the blue crystal he had just consumed.
Ding!
Detecting extremely powerful energy substances.
Beginning absorption. Ding! The energy of the substance is too massive. Please activate the Red Lotus absorption mode. Lu Chen couldn't help but smack his lips.
Soon, crimson patterns once again spread across every inch of his body.
After a dozen seconds, Lu Chen had entered the semi-Red Lotus mode.
The terrifying heat instantly vaporized all the seawater around him. It turned into bubbles that continuously rose upward. Meanwhile, the area around Lu Chen's body had transformed into an extremely high temperature zone due to the intense heat. Any seawater that entered this zone was instantly vaporized without exception.
Ding! Red Lotus absorption mode activated. Ding! Estimated absorption time, 10 hours. Upon hearing the alert in his mind, Lu Chen flipped over and lay down on the platform of the ruins. 10 hours not too long, not too short. Might as well take a nap first.
Closing his eyes, Lu Chen immediately drifted off to sleep.
10 hours later,
they had already reached the outermost edge of the Devil's Sea. The Beihai Shenlong S, carrying Zhang Ke and the others, slowly surfaced. In the distance, 2 enormous aircraft carrier fleets were slowly approaching them. On the right side of the aircraft carrier, the 3 prominent characters clearly revealed its identity.
Zulong.
Zhang Ke and his team, carrying invaluable data, boarded the Zulong aircraft carrier. Lin Zijie immediately set to work researching the blue crystal anti-gravity particles from this mission. When it came to exploring the unknown, Lin Zijie was still as passionate as ever. Meanwhile, at a depth of 14,000 meters below the ocean's surface,
ding!
Congratulations, host, energy absorption complete.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 15 evolution points.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 7.5 million reactor energy.
Ding. Monster King template unlock progress, 76. Ding.
Super atomic reactor energy, 23,500,000.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
The Monster King template has been unlocked to level 76. New skill obtained, Super Gamma Ray Burst. Super Gamma Ray Burst, silent, invisible, and difficult to detect.
When gamma rays interact with matter or atoms, they generate extreme photonic energy. Upon activation, it rapidly increases the temperature of the designated core, can repel all ray beams, and possesses powerful penetrating force. The specific penetration power and destructive force are directly proportional to the energy of the host's internal atomic reactor. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upward. Finally, he had obtained this skill. This skill is extremely powerful and possesses exceptional stealth capabilities. Because when released, it is completely invisible. Moreover, the most powerful aspect is that one can penetrate through steel plates thousands of meters thick and directly attack the objects behind them. This is like striking a target through a mountain. However, if you were to strike 1,000 meters of steel plate, it would probably require a significant amount of energy.
Ding. When the host's Monster King template reaches level 80, the next skill will be unlocked. Ding.
Next skill, Advanced Red Lotus Mode, Charged Particle Beam Stream. Advanced Red Lotus Mode. Upon entering this mode and converting all reactor energy into Red Lotus energy, the energy output is equivalent to 10,000 times the total energy of the standard mode. Charged Particle Beam Stream. In normal state, it can easily destroy an island. In Red Lotus mode, its maximum energy output can destroy an entire continent. Lu Chen also got a general understanding of these two skills. One is for burst damage, and the other is the ultimate move. This is like playing a video game. But as long as it makes me stronger, that's all that matters. After standing up, Lu Chen looked up to see thick layers of rock above him. The previous oceanic void had collapsed. Let's just unleash an atomic breath. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile, and a powerful crimson light suddenly appeared. Atomic breath. The next second, a massive energy beam surged upward, colliding directly with the rock layers above. As for this ordinary basic attack skill, it's just 3 words for him now. No problem. Chapter 118, 8,000 meters of water depth? Chapter 119, 8,000 meters deep? That's just shallow water for a colossal beast. The upper layer of the Devil's Sea. The seawater began to boil violently. Immediately afterward, a brilliant red beam of light broke through the water's resistance. It slammed into the dark clouds above the sky. It collided directly with the heavens. Countries all around witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon. When they realized that the direction was the so-called Devil's Triangle, everyone was in an uproar. Speculation once again swirled wildly. A mysterious red light appeared in the Devil's Triangle. A crimson light column appeared above the Bermuda Triangle. Could this be the work of extraterrestrials? Is the Devil's Triangle the home of aliens? Click here for photos and the truth. That's really it. Start with a single image, and the rest is all made up. While everyone was letting their imaginations run wild. Outside the Devil's Sea, 2 Giron-class aircraft carriers have been waiting there for some time. Gazing at the pitch-black expanse of sea in the distance, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. No wonder it's a maritime no-go zone. Without the strength to break through, you'd never make it out alive. However, when a super red beam of light appeared in the sky above the turbulent sea, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart. They spread out in a radiating pattern before tearing apart. A beam of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the darkened sea below. At the same time, the sea began to churn, with its power steadily increasing. From an initial 3-meter wave, it surged directly to an 8-meter wave. Not only that, but the trend continued to rise. Zhojin, is the camera still rolling? It must be a giant creature. Only a giant creature could cause such massive ocean activity. Zhang Ku and his team stood on the massive deck, gazing at the abnormal sea conditions in the distance. Zhang Ku exclaimed excitedly. Don't worry, Captain, I've kept the camera rolling the entire time. Zhojin quickly made the necessary adjustments on one side and gave a mischievous smile. That's good. Zhang Ku nodded. Just as his words fell. Boom! A massive explosion echoed throughout the entire Devil's Sea. The sea surface, illuminated by the sunlight. Towering waves had already been raised. In the surrounding waters, a storm with waves nearly reaching level 11 erupted. The seawater that had been propelled into the sky. Under the rays of sunlight, it instantly transformed into a rainbow. A rainbow appeared in the Devil's Sea, a phenomenon so extraordinary that everyone aboard the 2 Zulong-class aircraft carrier fleets was left speechless. Beneath the rainbow, Lu Chen stood casually on the sea surface. Looking at the towering waves around him, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He then sensed the thermal energy around him.
Upon spotting Zhang Ku and the others, he moved toward their direction. Lu Chen's movement was extremely fast.
Especially after unlocking level 76, his physique had grown significantly stronger.
Moreover, Lu Chen could sense that it wasn't just his physique that had grown. All his other attributes had also received massive boosts.
His height had reached 630 meters, and his weight had skyrocketed to 180 million tons. Not only that, but his muscle density, bone density, and strength have all been greatly enhanced. At this point, Lu Chen felt that he didn't even need to use any skills. Simply using his raw muscle strength alone could effortlessly tear apart the strongest substances on Blue Star. Lu Chen flexed his shoulders and neck, loosened his joints, and then moved toward the outer edges of the sea. His movement speed has also increased dramatically. In just half an hour, he arrived in front of the two enormous aircraft carriers. Even these two colossal aircraft carriers seemed like toys on the water in Lu Chen's presence. Zhang Ku and the others could clearly sense that the giant beast's size and appearance had undergone some changes. First, the scales on its skin seemed to have become deeper and more solid. Additionally, the creature's arms and legs had grown significantly stronger. Moreover, the creature now exuded an endless aura of majesty. If one were even slightly timid, witnessing the creature in this state would likely be enough to terrify them into tears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new perception ability, Special Particle Element Perception. Suddenly, a notification appeared in Lu Chen's mind.
Anomalous particle elements? So the blue crystals he had been eating, which tasted like ice pops, were actually special particles? Although Lu Chen didn't fully understand what this ability was for. But knowing one thing was enough. That was that these anomalous particle elements were a powerful tonic for him. Take the current situation, for example. As soon as Lu Chen focused his consciousness, he could easily detect the nearest unique particles around him. Closing his eyes, Lu Chen's consciousness began to focus. Then he activated the newly acquired perception ability, Unique Particle Element Perception. He didn't know until he sensed it, but when he did, he was startled. At least 3 faint sensory directions appeared. The strongest direction was actually the direction he had come from? Lu Chen couldn't help but grow curious. He slowly submerged his body into the water and began moving toward the direction he had come from. This thing is a good thing. I must eat it. The colossal beast began to move. Let's go, follow it.
Zhang Ku, upon seeing the giant beast's direction of movement, immediately contacted the current commander of the Zhurong-class carrier. After about 10 minutes, the two massive Zhulong aircraft carriers and the underwater Beihai Shenlong submarine all headed toward the giant creature. The colossal beast moved at a steady pace, and after fully activating the carriers, they were able to keep up.
Academician Zhang, returning to the giant beast's island at the current speed will take approximately 8 hours. You should rest for now.
The Zhurong-class aircraft carrier commander said.
Alright, thank you.
Since the start of this mission to dive into the Bermuda Devil's Sea, Zhang Ku and the others had been in a state of constant tension. At present, everyone had finally managed to escape the Death Triangle Sea alive and unharmed.
It was time to rest. Time flew by, and 8 hours had already passed.
At that moment, Lu Chen had already spotted the Giant Beast Island.
Giant Beast Island was, of course, his territory. Moreover, his subordinates occasionally emerged from super wormholes to conduct patrols. However, there was a problem of some significance at the moment. The strongest anomalous particle energy was now being released from beneath his island. No way, no way, no way?
Lu Chen repeated the phrase "no way" 3 times in his mind.
Could there really be the special elemental substance I'm looking for beneath this super island? There's no choice. To find out, I'll have to dive down directly. Lu Chen immediately began his descent.
This time, Lu Chen didn't plan to bring anyone else along, he just wanted to go down and take a look by himself. When acting alone, his descent speed was naturally extremely fast. On the surface of the ocean, the Zonlong-class aircraft carrier had just stabilized. Zhang Ku and his group had all woken up an hour earlier. Where was the colossal beast?
On the deck, it had only been a moment since it disappeared, yet the giant beast was already gone?
It had just submerged. Lin Zijie pulled out the biological thermal energy detector in his hand.
The water depth here is only 8,000 meters. Don't worry, this depth is just shallow water for the giant beast.
Lin Zijie said with a smile.
That's right.
Zhang Ku scratched his head, agreeing with Lin Zijie. Meanwhile, on the display in Lin Zijie's hands, the distance between them and the giant creature had already reached 2 kilometers.
Is the giant creature diving that fast? Lin Zijie couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just as I finished speaking, the colossal creature had already descended to 3,000 meters? 5,000 meters? This has only been a few minutes? Wow! 7,000 meters. Sigh, 8,000 meters.
Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku exchanged glances. It turned out that the giant beast had been slowly descending with their submarine. It was like a king leading a group of bronze warriors.
Chapter 120, Gravity Anomaly Zone. When I woke up, the world was about to end?
Beneath the supergiant monster island, in the depths of the ocean, the colossal creature had reached the deepest point at 8,000 meters.
This area of the ocean is naturally not as deep as the Bermuda Triangle. However, it is still quite deep by comparison.
Lu Chen had already descended to the deepest part of the ocean and, during the descent, he had already gained a general understanding of the structure of this supergiant monster island. The surface of the supergiant monster island is indeed very large, but when diving deeper from the sea surface, it can be seen that it has an inverted triangular structure. Even Lu Chen himself was curious about how this island managed to float above the water's surface. However, when he reached the farthest point of the 8,000-meter deep sea, he finally understood the reason. He slowly swished his massive tail behind him. Lu Chen swiftly arrived beneath the sharp tip at the very end. At that very moment, beneath the tip, there was a shimmering blue crystal substance.
This peculiar blue crystal substance was currently emitting a powerful energy. Lu Chen moved toward the blue crystal substance with curiosity. He had an idea in his mind. Could this blue crystal substance be what supports this massive inverted triangular island structure, allowing it to appear on the surface of the sea? With that thought, Lu Chen extended his right hand and gently tapped the blue crystal. Immediately, the island above began to tremble slightly. At the same time, on the giant beast island, for some unknown reason, the entire massive island trembled slightly. Even the two Zhurong-class aircraft carriers that had been stable moments ago were affected by the sudden tremor from the island. The humans on the island were all terrified, rushing out of the base buildings and scattering onto the sandy beaches or rocky ground. Is it an earthquake?
Zhang Ku had just stepped off the aircraft carrier with Lin Zijie and Zhou Jin. But before the three of them could steady themselves on the sandy beach,
the massive beast island in front of them could clearly feel a tremor.
It couldn't be an earthquake if it were. My team members should have been able to detect it easily. Lin Zijie paused for a moment before quickly saying. In fact, the technology for detecting earthquakes had already been mastered over a century ago. Therefore, the sudden tremor we're experiencing now definitely isn't caused by geological factors. Could it be caused by the giant beasts? Zhou Jin, who was holding a camera nearby, asked curiously. After speaking, Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie exchanged glances. You never know, it's actually possible. After all, the giant creature had already arrived at the seabed before the tremor occurred. Well, we don't know for sure. Let's prioritize the safety of all personnel first. We'll resume our normal operations once the giant creature has left the area. Zhang Ku took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and continued. All right. Lin Zijie nodded in agreement. At the same time, 8,000 meters below the ocean surface, Lu Chen also sensed it. The energy source holding the entire colossal beast island in place was this peculiar blue crystal substance. Though he was tempted, this was, after all, his own lair. He couldn't very well tear down his own home, could he? Shaking his head helplessly, Lu Chen swiftly swam away from the area, moving at an extremely swift pace. It took only about 10 minutes for him to ascend from the depths of the ocean at 8,000 meters to the surface. After all, he had returned to his giant beast island, so he should go check on his subordinates. Lu Chen strode confidently onto the beach and headed toward the super wormhole. Although his unique energy particle sensors detected 2 other locations. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would rest for 2 days first. The colossal beast thundered into the island. Zhang Ku and his group finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for the blue crystal substance beneath the island, they naturally had no idea. They had assumed the earlier tremors were caused by the colossal beast. Over the next 2 days, Lu Chen returned to his routine of eating and sleeping. The extraction of radium and uranium elements from the prehistoric world continued uninterrupted. After such a long period, a significant amount of these elements had already accumulated. Therefore, Lu Chen had been well fed these past 2 days, with radon-based beverages on one side. On the other side, there were cookies made from uranium. Isn't it just perfect to be a food vlogger? These past few days have truly been a food vlog for Lu Chen. Long GE's livestream has never been shut down. Since the giant beast returned to the supergiant beast island, filming has been ongoing. Time flew by, and a week had already passed. At 8 o'clock that morning, Zhang Ku and the others had just woken up from a deep sleep. Academician Zhang, Subu is looking for you. Just as Zhang Ku and the others finished their morning routine, a researcher immediately found Zhang Ku and quickly said, All right, I understand. Zhang Ku nodded. After finishing their morning routine, he brought Lin Zijie to the base house. 10 minutes later, they established communication with the research headquarters in Manhwa. Academician Zhang, there are 2 video files here. In the command center of the research headquarters, Su Guodong's expression grew slightly solemn. Not only that, but even Lin Qingshan, who was standing beside him, wore an expression of confusion. What's going on? Zhang Ke keenly sensed that something major had occurred. At that moment, Lin Zijie opened the 2 video files he had received. The video files were ordinary video files, resembling casual videos shared by ordinary people on their phones. However, the content of the videos caused Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke's pupils to contract sharply. The video's title read, "I've awakened my superpowers." In the video, a man could be seen on a grassy field. He jumped with all his might and landed nearly 5 or 6 meters in the air. He then slowly landed back on the ground. There were no signs of editing or special effects in the video. The second video has a similar title to the first one, but it's even more exaggerated. A man with black hair is seen standing on a building nearly 10 meters high. Then he leaped into the air. At this point, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie both held their breath in anticipation for the other. But then an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The man slowly floated down and landed on the ground. It felt as though there was no gravity. Is this really not a special effects video? Zhang Ke muttered to himself. Because what had just happened was completely impossible on Earth. It wasn't special effects, and there were many witnesses around both videos. Not only that, Su Guodong spoke slowly, pausing briefly before taking a deep breath. In those two areas, electromagnetic signals were extremely weak, almost undetectable. Having said this, Su Guodong turned his gaze to Lin Xingshan standing beside him. Lin Xingshan slowly walked forward and approached the communication device. Zijie, there are only two possibilities in this situation. The first possibility is that someone has invented an anti-gravity device. Lin Xingshan said solemnly. How is that possible? Lin Zijie, upon hearing his grandfather's words, shook his head hurriedly. We've only just obtained anti-gravity particles. Even if we were to research it, it would take a considerable amount of time. It's impossible for anyone to have done it before us, and the people in those videos don't have any devices on them at all. I think the same way. Lin Xingshan nodded, then continued solemnly. Then, according to that, there's only one possibility left. At this point, a look of astonishment flashed across Lin Zijie's face. Grandfather, are you suggesting a gravity anomaly? Yes. Lin Xingshan's expression grew unusually serious. Only the second possibility could explain those two videos. Moreover, this morning, more and more people have reported the same phenomenon. While some people believe it's the awakening of superpowers, it's actually just gravitational anomalies. Because in that area, it's not just people, all matter has experienced abnormal gravitational changes. Moreover, these gravity anomaly zones only exist for a short time, typically returning to normal within 1 to 2 hours. However, this is a warning. At this point, Lin Xingshan fixed his intense gaze on Lin Zijie. If our blue star continues to experience these gravitational anomaly zones, as the affected areas continue to expand and the duration of these anomalies grows longer, the ultimate consequence will be inevitable. Inside the research facility on Giant Beast Island, Lin Zijie also realized the severity of the situation. He muttered, if this continues, the gravity of Blue Star will no longer be able to sustain its current orbit. The orbit will deviate, and our gravity will no longer be able to hold onto the moon. And the moon will drift away from us. We won't be able to escape the sun's gravitational pull, and ultimately, we'll exit our current habitable orbit. Then, only two outcomes are possible. Either we'll be violently pulled into the sun's inner orbit, or we'll be violently flung out of the habitable planetary zone. Zhang Ke also immediately realized the severe consequences of the situation. If this continues, our blue star will either become a freezing ice ball or a scorching fireball. The two exchanged glances, seeing only endless horror in each other's eyes. Can you imagine waking up to find the world is about to end? Chapter 121, Full-Scale Calculations. It was indeed the second location where blue crystal was discovered. What should we do now? Zhang Ke furrowed his brows. This situation involving gravitational particle anomalies was not within his area of expertise. Zijie, starting now, all quantum computers in the entire Dragon Nation are at your disposal. Try to calculate where the next gravitational anomaly will occur. Su Guodong said solemnly. Then investigate further to determine the underlying cause of the gravity anomaly. And see if there's any way to resolve it. Alright, I will do my utmost to find a solution. Lin Zijie nodded firmly. This isn't a joke. If we follow the logic of what I just said, then what I said might actually happen. That would truly be the end of the world. Even if it doesn't happen within the next 50 or 30 years, what if it does? After ending the communication, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie immediately dove into the investigation. This investigation took an entire week. During that week, the entire world experienced 4 or 5 more instances of gravitational anomalies. These gravitational anomalies were completely unpredictable, with no discernible patterns, as if they were random occurrences. The timing was random, the size varied, and even the locations were unpredictable. At times, if animals or humans happened to pass through those areas, they could naturally feel the effects of the gravitational anomalies. However, it is important to note that most humans live in cities. In vast deserts, dense jungles, or the vast oceans, humans rarely venture into such areas. Therefore, even though there have been 4 or 5 instances of gravitational anomalies within a week, the actual number may be even higher.
This is already the sixth occurrence. At the research base, Lin Zijie hadn't slept a single moment throughout the entire week. He has been relying solely on coffee and a stimulant to stay awake. Accompanying him was Zhang Ku, who, along with Lin Zijie, had dedicated the entire week to the research. After all, this incident was far too serious. It had escalated to a matter of whether Blue Star could continue to survive. These are the latitude and longitude coordinates of the gravitational anomaly zone. Lin Zijie leaned back in his chair, extending his right hand to massage his temples. Despite having used the quantum computer nonstop for the entire week. However, this was completely unexpected and showed no discernible pattern. Instead of trying to find a pattern here, Zhang Ke shook his head. Why don't we take the initiative? We have that blue crystal anti-gravity particle material, don't we? Since they're both gravity particles, why can't we use this substance for detection? Facing Zhang Ke's words, Lin Zijie took a deep breath and spoke slowly. We've been using that substance for detection for a week already. But after a week, there's been no response at all. It might just be a matter of time. But just as Lin Zijie was about to finish speaking, the doors to the base laboratory suddenly burst open. Academician Zhang, Academician Lin. The anti-gravity particle detector has detected a response. A top researcher from the quantum physics laboratory rushed in, his expression filled with excitement. What? Lin Zijie abruptly stood up from his chair. Go check it out immediately. Without another word, he followed the researcher out of the laboratory. 2 minutes later, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie arrived at the anti-gravity particle detector. The anti-gravity particle detector was developed by Lin Zijie just a week ago. In fact, it was originally a large particle collider stored in the top-tier physics and quantum laboratory of Manhwa. A week earlier, Lin Zijie had contacted Su Guodong and had this large particle collider transported over. Lin Zijie then modified it, replacing all the particle data with blue crystal particle material. On one hand, it could be used to detect the fluctuations emitted by blue crystal particles. On the other hand, it can naturally detect the strange geomagnetic phenomena. Moreover, after a week of data calibration, Lin Zijie obtained a wide range of geomagnetic anomaly data. Currently, the results from the large-scale detector have provided the answers. Even the coordinates are available. How could it be this place? When Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke entered the coordinate data into the instrument in front of them, satellite images appeared on the display. When the two of them saw the satellite image before them, they were momentarily startled. Because this place was all too familiar to them and was where they first discovered the existence of blue crystal material. The most mysterious place in the Sahara Desert. The Eye of the Sahara. Quickly notify the research personnel still stationed at the Eye of the Sahara. Have them all be on alert for any gravitational anomalies within the next 24 hours. Lin Zijie said swiftly. All right. Zhang Ke finished speaking and immediately went to contact the Longwei reconnaissance personnel still at the Eye of the Sahara. The Dragon Nation researchers at the Eye of the Sahara immediately began monitoring the situation upon receiving Zhang Ke's message. Meanwhile, at the research facility on Giant Beast Island, Lin Zijie and the others waited in silence. This was the first time they had truly detected, or rather predicted, the location of the next gravitational anomaly zone. Therefore, the data from this detection was crucial for their next round of monitoring. They waited for an entire day. The research base on Giant Beast Island and the base at the Eye of the Sahara were all in real-time communication. Therefore, everything happening on the other side could be clearly and intuitively observed here. At this moment, an incredible scene is unfolding at the location of the Sahara Eye. Numerous Dragon Nation researchers are leaping into the air, reaching heights of nearly 10 meters with a single bound. It was as if they had landed on the moon. If one did not know beforehand that they were at the Sahara Eye, one would undoubtedly believe that they had arrived in another world. The calculations show that the range is approximately 10 kilometers. Within this area, everything is subject to only about 1/30th of normal gravity. The phenomenon lasted for approximately 6 hours, and the gravity disappeared suddenly, causing several of our researchers to sustain minor injuries. Facing the intelligence reports sent back by the Dragon Nation researchers at the Eye of the Sahara, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke nodded in agreement. All right, we've got it here. Be extra careful during your next round of detection. Yes. After ending the communication, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie did not idle but instead continued working on the anti-gravity detection device using the available data. I hope I'm right, Lin Zijie took a deep breath. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. He hadn't had much rest in nearly half a month. The quantum computer in front of him began to process data at an incredible speed. Various data streams flashed across the screen. Anyone else would have been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. But Lin Zijie's eyes remained fixed on the screen. He was waiting for a piece of data he had already guessed. If this data was correct, he would be able to predict the next area of gravitational anomalies. And it would be a sure thing. Zhang Ke, standing beside him, couldn't help but sigh at Lin Zijie's intense focus on his work.
In the field of quantum physics, he was no match for Lin Zijie, who was undoubtedly the most outstanding quantum physics researcher in the entire country. And his team was also made up of the absolute best in the country. Such a powerful team was currently working tirelessly to unravel this gravitational anomaly. Another 9 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. One could only imagine how incredibly difficult the calculations must be. After all, this is a quantum computer, which is trillions of times more powerful than a regular computer. The data processed by a quantum computer in a single second could take a conventional computer thousands of years to process. And even more. Beep. It was already midnight, and at that moment, a crosshair composed of horizontal and vertical coordinates suddenly appeared on the instrument display. We've got it. Lin Zijie excitedly stood up from his seat. The coordinates of the gravitational anomaly zone have been obtained. Exactly as I expected. Lin Zijie quickly adjusted the satellite imagery and began pinpointing the location. It's the Bermuda Triangle. The same location where we discovered the blue crystal for the second time. Chapter 122, Enjoying Wild Game and Grilled Skewers. Feeling great and tasting delicious. Excited beyond belief, Lin Zijie hurriedly recorded all the data. At the same time, Zhang Ke walked into the base house from outside, holding 2 cups of coffee. Upon seeing Lin Zijie's unusually excited expression, he immediately asked, "Did you get results?" "That's right." Lin Zijie took a deep breath. After taking the cup of coffee from Zhang Ke's hand, he drank it in one gulp. The results from the second calculation matched my previous predictions exactly. It's indeed the second location where we discovered the blue crystals, the Bermuda Triangle. And after 2 weeks of tracking, I can now confirm it with certainty. Small-scale gravitational fluctuations are beyond our detection capabilities, but large-scale fluctuations like the ones we observed earlier, similar to the Sahara Eye, can be detected. Now I have a very bold hypothesis, one so daring that I dare not even voice it aloud. Lin Zijie looked at Zhang Ke in front of him and spoke solemnly. "What's the theory?" Zhang Ke was intrigued by Lin Zijie's words. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Zijie, asking, "Why has there never been a region with gravitational anomalies on our blue star before?" Lin Zijie took a deep breath and asked slowly. Zhang Ke shook his head and answered honestly, "This question really stumps me. Why, then, did such gravitational anomalies begin to appear after we excavated the blue crystals beneath the Bermuda Triangle and the Sahara Eye? Why have these gravitational anomaly zones appeared?" Lin Zijie turned his gaze toward Zhang Ke. "Zijie, are you suggesting that these gravitational anomalies are somehow connected to our excavation of the blue crystals?" Zhang Ke's expression froze. He had also considered this possibility. "It's highly likely, and the probability is probably around 80%. Lin Zijie nodded. "In fact, in our exploration of Blue Star, humanity has only detected about 30% of it. We've been using our limited understanding to perceive Blue Star. This is fundamentally a mistake." Lin Zijie looked up at Zhang Ke. "Since those 2 massive blue crystals disappeared, these strange gravitational anomalies have been occurring. Moreover, blue crystal is a substance composed of anti-gravity particles. Therefore, my hypothesis is..." As Lin Zijie spoke these words, a sense of unease began to grow within him. "It is precisely because we moved those 2 blue crystals that this phenomenon occurred. Perhaps this blue crystal substance is what has been holding the gravity of our blue star in place. This theory even sounds impossible to me. It's too sci-fi and outlandish. But what if what I'm saying is true?" Lin Zijie said heavily. "Then this discovery and event would shatter all of humanity's research over the past 1,000 years. This information should not be disclosed for now." Zhang Ke also sensed the complexity of the situation. Lin Zijie exhaled and smiled. "However, all of the above are merely my personal speculations and may not be true. That's the second location and gravitational anomaly zone. I've already detected it. The time is 1 day from now, in the Bermuda Triangle. With this data, I can continue to calculate the location of the next occurrence. Let's rest well first. We'll start the calculations tomorrow." Zhang Ke nodded. Lin Zijie smiled. For the past half-month, he hadn't smiled much. However, now that he had deciphered nearly all the data, he had returned to his usual refined and easygoing demeanor. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lin Zijie might just be a research obsessive. But to those who truly understood research, Lin Zijie was the undisputed master of his field. Over the past 2 weeks, Lu Chen has been eating almost non-stop. And he's been eating a lot, not just those highly radioactive energy elements. He also occasionally traveled back to prehistoric times to satisfy his cravings and indulge in wild game. After all, Lu Chen hadn't had any meat in a long time. Although he no longer needed meat to replenish his energy, he couldn't resist the tempting aroma of meat. So during this period, Lu Chen occasionally made some shocking moves. He takes his Tyrannosaurus rex minions to the habitat of the Brachiosaurus to hunt large Brachiosaurus. After killing these large thunder lizards, he brings them back to the basin to grill them. Not only that, but the entire process was streamed live. The viewers in the live stream, upon seeing the giant beast's actions once again, all went wild. In no time, Lu Chen once again gained nearly 100 million followers. Some of the more fans even drove giant cruise ships to the vicinity of the giant beast's island. Unfortunately, they couldn't enter, because the area had been completely sealed off by Dragon Nation. Moreover, important scientific experiments were being conducted inside, a joint project between Dragon Nation and Bear Nation. The two superpowers are guarding the entrance, so ordinary people dare not enter. But being unable to enter doesn't mean their enthusiasm for the giant beasts has waned. Even if they can only capture scattered glimpses of the giant beasts, it can still excite these giant beast enthusiasts for a long time. Moreover, the giant beasts are a highly sensational news story. The second explosive news is that some mysterious places suddenly experienced bizarre gravitational disappearance events. Various media outlets have reported on it one after another. News about this weakening of gravity appeared on the front pages every hour. It was almost as popular as the giant creatures. However, the areas where gravity weakened were limited to small, random regions. As for larger-scale gravitational weakening events, there are currently only two known locations. The first is, of course, the center of the Sahara Eye. The second is currently unfolding in the Bermuda Triangle, where gravity is approximately half as strong as usual. The area with the weakest gravity is, of course, the mysterious and enigmatic region of magnetic field disruption. However, based on the results of these two calculations, Lin Zijie can now easily predict the location of the next magnetic field disturbance. Inside the research base on Supergiant Beast Island, Lin Zijie stared at the data he had calculated multiple times and muttered to himself. Could it be that coincidental? On the satellite image in front of him, the area where the next gravitational disturbance was about to erupt was precisely their current location. That was Giant Beast Island. At the same time, it also indicated that there was definitely a massive blue crystal element somewhere on Giant Beast Island. All of this felt too sci-fi to Lin Zijie, but it was happening right before his eyes. Moreover, according to the third calculation, the time when the gravitational force would weaken was estimated to be approximately 2 hours later. He quickly found Zhang Ku and shared all the data he had just calculated with him. You mean, in 2 hours, this area will also become a gravitational disturbance zone? Zhang Ku listened to Lin Zijie's fantastical explanation. Couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yes, Lin Zijie spread his hands helplessly. Then we should report this matter to Subu Chang immediately and invite him to make a decision. Zhang Ke thought for a moment and said this. Actually, even if a gravitational weakening event occurs here, it doesn't matter. However, there's one thing, the live stream of the giant beast is still active and has never been shut down. Plus, there are many fans of the giant beast in the surrounding area. If such a miraculous phenomenon were to occur here, it would inevitably cause some panic worldwide. Previously, these were just localized gravitational weakening events, which could be explained away with other excuses or rationalizations. But if it's really Giant Beast Island, the scale would be enormous. At that point, there would be no way to explain it. The next moment, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie quickly headed toward the communication base. At the same time, Lu Chen, who was leaning against the beach and eating grilled thunder lizard, could also sense it. The Earth's magnetic field in his area was changing. The Earth's magnetic field, which had previously exerted a strong gravitational pull on his massive body, was now weakening at a pace he could sense. Moreover, this weakening sensation was accelerating continuously. Lu Chen was genuinely curious now. Could it really be that the disaster was caused by the blue crystals he had eaten? If that were the case, it would be quite interesting. After agonizing over his actions for 3 seconds, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Who cares? As long as I eat well and drink well, that's all that matters. Feeling great, everything tastes delicious. As for the disaster, bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Chapter 123, Gravity Anomaly Approaching. No sense of immersion at all. Bad review. On Giant Beast Island. Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie had already arrived at the communication base house. They immediately relayed all their concerns to Su Guodong at the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters. Alright, I've received the report. Su Guodong stood in the command center of the research headquarters, nodded after listening to Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie's report. Old Lin, what's your take on this? Should we suppress this matter or let it spread? Looking at Lin Qingshan beside him, Su Guodong whispered. In my opinion, we shouldn't interfere at all. Lin Qingshan's lips curled slightly as he said. If it's really as we discussed earlier, then even if we try to cover it up, it won't last long. In fact, it might backfire. Some truths are best left for the people to judge for themselves. All right. Su Guodong nodded in agreement. He had been thinking the same thing. If it really turns out as predicted earlier, it might not be something we can keep hidden. Moreover, the Earth's magnetic field is a force beyond human control. And it's unpredictable. Who knows? Maybe the next second, the Earth's magnetic field could weaken, causing Blue Star to veer off its orbit and head toward destruction. These are all uncertain matters.
One moment, the world is teeming with life, the next, it could be a hellish wasteland. After the communication ended, Jungkook couldn't help but smile wryly. We humans are still so weak in the face of Blue Star. Enough with the sentimentality.
Lin Zijie couldn't help but pat Jungkook on the shoulder. Then, he glanced at the wristwatch on his left hand.
We have 1 hour left to prepare. Notify everyone here. Get ready and secure all safety ropes.
Although I can calculate that a gravitational weakening phenomenon will occur here, I can't guarantee exactly how weak the gravity will become. Weak gravity is a classification defined earlier by Lin Zijie.
Level 1 weak gravity is half of Blue Star's gravity.
Level 2 weak gravity is 1/3.
Level 3 is 1/4 of Earth's gravity.
The subsequent levels follow the same pattern. The moon has 1/6 of Blue Star's gravity, so it reaches level 6 weak force. Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie gathered all the Dragon Nation researchers working on the island, as well as all of the Bear Nation personnel, within an hour. As for the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier under Sam's jurisdiction, it had already been dispersed a month earlier.
Currently, all the researchers and staff on Giant Beast Island are from Xianghua and Longhua. Everyone, pay attention. In half an hour, the gravity on Giant Beast Island will begin to weaken. As for how weak it will become, I am not sure. Everyone must secure themselves with safety ropes before the gravity weakens. Do not untie the ropes until gravity has fully returned. Do you understand?
Zhang Ke pressed the all-channel communication button by his ear and said,
Understood.
Thousands of staff members and researchers all nodded in unison. After speaking, Zhang Ke found the giant beast lying on the coast, chewing on a huge skewered meat.
Gurgle. Lu Chen lowered his head, looked at Zhang Ke approaching him, and gurgled in response.
Zhang Ke then explained the upcoming gravitational weakening event to the giant creature. After Zhang Ke finished, the giant beast, possessing extraordinary intelligence, fully understood what was being said.
Gurgle. Lu Chen also nodded, indicating that he understood.
In fact, Lu Chen had sensed it several hours earlier. To be honest, Lu Chen was also curious about what it would feel like after the gravitational pull weakened.
Moonwalking? Lu Chen felt a small sense of anticipation in his heart. Time was passing slowly. Drip. The current gravity began to weaken.
At that moment, Zhang Ku and the others had already returned to the research base. Before them was a gravity detector modified by Lin Zijie.
The principle is very simple. Because gravity and weight are equal.
Lin Zijie placed a substance that weighs 1 kilogram under normal gravity on a scale. At present, the reading on the scale had dropped to 0.8 kilograms.
Not only that, but it's still decreasing. I can feel it. I can feel it. Zhou, who was recording everything with a camera, suddenly exclaimed. Because he could already feel that the camera in his hands seemed to have become lighter. Beep. Current weakness level has reached level 1. Beep. Current weak force level has reached level 1.
At this moment, the gravity here was only half of normal gravity. Zhou jumped up, but under normal gravity, he could only jump about 0.5 meters high.
But with only half the normal gravity, he easily jumped to a height of 1 meter. Moreover, his descent speed was also half of the original speed. This phenomenon couldn't help but leave people in awe. Drip. Current weak force level has reached level 2. Beep. Current weak force level has reached level 2. Drip. Current weakness level has reached level 3. Beep. Current weakness level has reached level 3. About half an hour has passed. The current weakness level has dropped directly to level 5.
At this point, there is a certain level of danger.
Because the weakening of gravity is uniform. However, returning to normal happens in an instant.
If you were to jump into the sky at that moment, and then gravity suddenly returns to normal, it would be equivalent to falling from a height of 2 or 3 meters.
Gravity is still weakening.
Zhang Ke stared at the instruments in front of him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Lin Zijie stood up from his seat.
He walked toward Zhou.
He gently tapped the ground, and there he went, floating effortlessly. The current gravity had weakened to level 7.
Weaker than the gravity on the moon's surface.
Be careful, Zhang Ke said helplessly.
No problem. Lin Zijie smiled. It's only level 7 weak gravity. Moreover, the last time it appeared, it lasted at least 3 hours. The first time it lasted over 2 hours.
So, based on calculations, we should be here for at least 5 hours.
Don't worry.
Lin Zijie was quite confident in the data he had calculated. And the facts indeed proved him right. Time flew by, and another hour had passed. At this point, the weak force level had reached level 10. At that moment, inside all the base structures, researchers were recording and experiencing this sensation. Meanwhile, on the beach, Lu Chen froze in place. He could sense that gravity was weakening.
But why doesn't it seem to affect me much? Lu Chen stood up and walked around on the sand for a moment. Nothing's wrong. It's exactly the same as normal gravity.
Lu Chen, unwilling to give up, continued to walk around for a while. In the end, he sadly realized that only humans weighing 100 or 200 pounds could experience this slight sensation of weightlessness. But with his own weight of 1.8 million tons, even if it were reduced by 10 times, it would still be 180,000 tons. Moreover, his body was only 600 meters tall. Lu Chen only felt his body was slightly lighter, but his movements were still the same as usual. Great, no sense of experience at all. Poor rating. Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Forget it, let's just keep eating my grilled meat, it's still delicious. Leaning against the cliff edge, Lu Chen picked up the Thunder Dragon grilled meat skewered on massive wooden stakes with his right hand. He then put it into his mouth and began chewing. As expected, eating is what matters. Just as Lu Chen continued eating the grilled meat, the detection instruments on this side kept alerting him of a drop in gravity. Beep. Current weak force level has reached level 15. Beep. Current weak force level has reached level 15. Beep. Current weak force level has reached level 20. Beep. Current weakness level has reached level 20. Beep. Blue crystal anti-gravity particle fluctuations detected. Beep. Quantum 901 is beginning activation. Beep. Calculating required time, 10 seconds. Suddenly, the particle detector nearby emitted an alert sound. Lin Zijie heard it and quickly floated over to the detector. It was clear that the anti-gravity particle detector had once again detected fluctuations of the blue crystal substance. In 10 seconds, we'll obtain the coordinates of the next gravitational anomaly zone. Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie exchanged glances and waited in silence. Chapter 124, Our black chromium is fine, it's the Earth's gravity that's malfunctioning? 10 seconds passed slowly. Beep. Calculation complete. The coordinates have been transmitted. The next second, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku's eyes were fixed on the display in front of them. On the screen, a set of horizontal and vertical coordinates had appeared. After locating it, the satellite image appeared crystal clear before Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie. The scene was an endless expanse of yellow sand, though this was not an actual desert. After all, there were still many towns on the right side of the desert. However, there was a highly distinctive structure standing out prominently in the area. A pyramid. And it was the largest one. Pyramids have a very long history on Blue Star, having existed for thousands of years. Moreover, there are numerous mysterious legends surrounding the pyramids. Some say the pyramids are structures left behind by aliens on Blue Star. Others claim they are the remnants of a previous human civilization. Therefore, the origins of the pyramids remain uncertain. However, what Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie did not anticipate was that the next gravitational anomaly zone was actually located right at the center of the pyramids. This is explosive news. Based on their previous speculations, Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie had already gained some preliminary understanding. That once detected, it would cause a large-scale gravitational anomaly. Then it would prove that there must be blue crystal anti-gravity particles in that location. In other words, if the secret of the blue crystal substance can truly be unlocked, we might be able to unlock many of the mysteries of Blue Star in an instant. After all, even now, there are still numerous peculiar structures remaining on Blue Star. These structures are so bizarre that humans cannot even begin to speculate about their origins. Even Zhang Ku and his companion now sense a hint of the supernatural. Are they truly the first intelligent beings to emerge on Blue Star? Regarding this question, the two of them dare not draw any conclusions in their hearts. Can we calculate the time of the next appearance? Zhang Ku tilted his head and asked Lin Zijie. It has already been calculated. Lin Zijie tapped the display in front of him and spoke slowly. The next occurrence will be in 1 week. So we must arrive there in advance this time. Zhang Ku nodded firmly. However, gravity was still unstable and had not yet returned to normal. Therefore, they had no choice but to continue waiting. Moreover, they could roughly deduce the cause of this gravitational anomaly. There must be that peculiar blue crystal substance somewhere on this island, but they just can't find it. After another 3 hours or so, gravity finally returned to normal. However, while the gravity here had returned to normal, people around the world were on the brink of collapse. Because this time, the gravitational anomaly on Giant Beast Island covered such a vast area. It had already been captured by the media helicopters circling the sky. And the yachts and ships anchored in the surrounding waters had already captured the scene. It can be considered a global live broadcast. Previously, the areas affected by gravitational anomalies were all small nations. Therefore, all nations had suppressed news of this bizarre phenomenon. But they never imagined that such an eerie event of gravity disappearing would be broadcast live to the entire world. Overnight, the internet was abuzz with predictions that this was truly the end of the world. Did you watch the global live broadcast yesterday? Wow, if it weren't for the flowers, trees, and plants around them, I would have thought they were filming from a space station. It's not a space station. I have a friend on a cruise ship near that giant island, and he filmed a lot of these floating phenomena on his phone.
I really feel like the end of the world is coming. The end of the world? What are you thinking? How could the world end? If we end, the world won't end. That's true, I guess. The next day, the bizarre event from yesterday, which began with the disappearance of gravity, started being widely shared and discussed. Some people pointed out that they might have used some kind of synthetic imaging technology. Others firmly believed it was real. Some even directly shared footage that could only have been captured on site. As for whether it was real or not, that remains unknown. This matter has become a matter of personal opinion, with different people having different views. While the entire human population was engaged in heated discussions about the disappearance of gravity on supergiant Monster Island. At the same time, inside the communication room of the supergiant Beast Island base, Zhang Ko had just finished a video call with Su Guodong from the Dragon Nation's research headquarters. Are you saying that the next location where the gravitational field will disappear is at the E-level pyramid? After hearing Zhang Ko's report, Su Guodong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Because in recent times, the locations where blue crystal had appeared were all in areas that humans couldn't decipher. Or rather, places that humans simply couldn't comprehend. For example, the first appearance was underground at the Eye of the Sahara. The legends surrounding the Eye of the Sahara remain shrouded in mystery to this day. The second time it appeared, blue crystal was found in the Bermuda Triangle, and the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle are equally numerous. Moreover, some of the secrets of the Bermuda Triangle remain unsolved to this day. For instance, just a month ago, humans didn't even believe in the existence of oceanic cavities. However, when they finally dove into the deep sea and witnessed the ocean cavities with their own eyes, their beliefs were shattered once again. This time, it has directly pointed to the largest pyramid within the pyramid. In fact, there are also numerous legends about pyramids, and to this day, the exact method of constructing the E-level pyramids remains unknown. Of course, to avoid causing panic, many books and documents describe the pyramids as the pinnacle of ancient Egyptian civilization. Although this theory is widely accepted, it still has many flaws at its core. Consider that this magnificent structure was constructed over 2,600 years ago. Nearly 4,000 to 5,000 years have passed since then. What's even more astonishing is that despite the passage of 4,000 to 5,000 years, the pyramids still stand tall and sturdy. On the surface, the pyramids appear to be the tombs of ancient pharaohs. There is an eerie phenomenon: once you enter the tomb, all metal detectors cease to function. This phenomenon is identical to the inability of Zhang Ko and his team to detect the blue crystal substance in the past. It is also a mysterious electromagnetic malfunction. Of course, it is not a complete malfunction in the true sense, as before obtaining the blue crystal anti-gravity substance, all human detection devices are unable to sense the presence of blue crystal. Therefore, it is more accurate to say that it is being blocked rather than malfunctioning. We have already understood this. Research Headquarters, Main Control Room. Su Guodong took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. We have already made contact with the E-Class Nation. You can now board the Zhu Shenhao and head to the pyramid. Upon arrival, professional personnel will meet you there. Got it. Zhang Ko nodded firmly. Just as he was about to close the communication, Lin Qingshan, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. I have something to ask my grandson. Su Guodong turned his head in surprise. Lin Qingshan walked up to the communication device and looked at Lin Zijie. Yesterday, the International Bureau of Weights and Measures sent a message. Didn't we already synthesize a metal called chromium? Yes, what's the matter? Lin Zijie paused for a moment before nodding. In recent years, all new international standards of measurement have been based on this alloy. Lin Qingshan took a deep breath, his face growing serious. However, just yesterday, he said that our chromium had lost 0.000001 of its mass. How is that possible? Lin Zijie was stunned once again. The atomic density of this alloy is extremely high, and theoretically, mass loss is simply impossible. At this point, Lin Zijie's pupils contracted sharply. Are you saying that our alloy is fine, but there's something wrong with gravity? Chapter 125, let's go. We're going to uncover the secrets of the pyramid. That's impossible. Lin Zijie stared at the data Lin Qingshan had sent him, his brows furrowed deeply. We discovered this metal back then, but we conducted thousands of tests on it. And I can guarantee that there is absolutely no possibility of quality loss. At the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters, Lin Qingshan pondered for a moment before speaking. I explained the same to the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. However, the data they transmitted clearly indicated that our uranium-chromium metal had indeed lost 0.000001% of its mass compared to when it was stored there previously. I did not deny their hypothesis, but when we discovered the existence of anti-gravity particles, I already had this conjecture. At this point, he looked up at the display in front of him and said solemnly, could it be that after the blue crystal anti-gravity particles disappeared, the gravitational force across the globe was affected? And as time goes on, this influence will grow stronger. Therefore, I will send this set of data to you. You must begin calculations during your journey to the E-class facility. I hope I'm overthinking this.
Lin Qingshan couldn't help but sigh at this point. As the director of the top quantum physics research headquarters in Dragon Nation, his abilities were undoubtedly exceptional. If such a hypothesis is possible, then it is almost certainly the case. If the International Bureau of Weights and Measures had mentioned this a month ago, Lin Qingshan would have definitely rebutted it. But now, he really couldn't be certain either. Especially after all these strange incidents, a rather grim suspicion began to take root in Lin Qingshan's mind.
Alright, I'll handle the calculations immediately.
Lin Zijie nodded and entered the received data into his Quantum 901 computer.
Calculating mass loss isn't something that can be done casually. It's not as simple as subtracting the original weight from the current weight.
Weight, the unit of measurement for an object's mass, is determined through rigorous calculations.
Moreover, it must be precise to many decimal places. Because weight is a measure of balance defined by humans.
Let me give you a simple example. If I say this piece of iron, which is about the size of a palm, weighs 1 kilogram, and you say it weighs 0.8 kilograms, whose measurement should we trust?
Moreover, weight loss is no small matter in this world. It directly impacts numerous applications.
Perhaps ordinary weighing is no problem, but for more precise instruments or military calculations, it can make a significant difference.
It could even impact the entire high-tech industry.
For example, the International Space Station, satellites, rockets, space shuttles, aircraft carriers, etc.
It could even affect deep space probes.
After ending the communication, Zhang Ke tilted his head and looked at Lin Zijie, who had a solemn expression on his face. He was also curious.
Could they have made a mistake, leading to this discrepancy? Zhang Ke asked.
Impossible. Lin Zijie shook his head. When we transported this metal to the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, I personally went there to help them calibrate the equipment and install it. And such a deviation is absolutely impossible.
If the data has dropped, then it has truly dropped.
Moreover, the definition of weight is essentially the definition of gravity. Lin Zijie looked up at Zhang Ke and explained.
Gravity is weight. If the data I calculate matches, then it can only prove one thing. What is it?
Zhang Ke scratched his head. The gravity of our blue star is weakening.
And the speed is unknown.
Lin Zijie said solemnly.
Zhang Ke finally understood.
In other words, the precision uranium-chromium alloy in the International Bureau of Weights and Measures is likely becoming lighter due to gravitational forces. However, its mass remains unchanged.
Once this data is calculated and confirmed, it would be confirmed that gravity is weakening. And it's happening on a global scale. Is this really the end of the world?
Zhang Ke muttered to himself. I have no idea. Lin Zijie also felt helpless.
Let's go and carry out our mission. I've already obtained the data, and the calculations have already begun.
Even with my quantum computer, it will likely take about 2 days to complete the calculations. So, whether this is true or not is still uncertain. Zhang Ke smiled as well, and the two quickly left the area, summoning their research team to prepare for the advanced pyramid exploration mission. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had also rested enough. After all, he had been resting on Giant Beast Island for nearly 2 or 3 dozen days. He had eaten many delicious meals and a lot of grilled skewers. The energy accumulated within his body was also abundant, but Lu Chen noticed one thing. It seemed that his body had reached a state of saturation. Even if he continued to consume these elements daily, the rate of his progress remained extremely slow.
Can you believe that after eating so much, he only gained 0.1 evolution points?
Lu Chen could hardly believe it himself. It seems like it's time to get up and go find the other 2 locations detected by his unique particles. Of course, he would head toward the ocean, it was faster. Lu Chen staggered to his feet, aimed in one direction, and began walking toward the sea.
The colossal beast is moving?
Back at the research team's base, Zhang Ke received word that the giant beast had entered the sea and was beginning to move toward the southwest.
Yes. Zhou Shen replied immediately. We're also heading southwest. Do you think the giant creature might have sensed the blue crystal anti-gravity particle fluctuations from the direction of the pyramid?
Zhang Ke turned his head and asked Lin Zijie.
It's highly possible.
After all, I still don't know the exact structure of the giant beast's body. Lin Zijie shrugged helplessly.
Moreover, every instance of blue crystal has been located by the colossal creature, so it's likely accurate.
All right. Zhang Ke nodded, then turned around and addressed the researchers behind him, shouting.
Everyone, get ready and board the Zhuke Shenhao. Our target this time is the E-class pyramid. Roger that.
The researchers from Longwei all nodded in unison. Since there were approximately 50 researchers participating in the pyramid exploration, 5 Zhuke Shenhao were deployed directly. Each Zhuke Shenhao was assigned 10 researchers. Slowly taking off, the powerful thrust propelled the Zhuke Shenhao into the air, and it immediately headed southwest. The 5 Zhuke Shenhao left a long trail in the sky. This caused the surrounding news media, who had come to film the giant creatures, and the people on the cruise ships to all shout in astonishment. The 5 Shanhao aircraft formed 5 long rainbows in the sky. Meanwhile, in the distant seas, the giant creature stirred up massive waves on the surface of the water. It was clear that both sides had the same objective. All of them were E-class pyramids.
Zhang Ke, inside the Zhucation helicopter, also felt a surge of excitement.
Perhaps this time, they could finally solve the mysteries that had been left behind for thousands of years. After all, the mysteries surrounding the pyramids remain unexplained to this day. In the vast expanse of the ocean, Lu Chen let go of all inhibitions and accelerated at full speed. How fast exactly? Even Lu Chen himself didn't know. All he could feel was that an island kept disappearing before his eyes. One day later, Lu Chen and the 5 Shanhao had already arrived above the skies of the AG Kingdom. This was because the Dragon Nation had already established communication with the high-ranking officials of the AG Kingdom several days prior. Therefore, their arrival here was smooth and unimpeded. Boom! Boom! As the Zhuke divine vessels slowly descended toward the desert border. About 2 kilometers behind them, a gigantic beast could be seen strolling leisurely toward their direction. And about 20 kilometers ahead of them, 3 towering pyramids stood majestically. Each one exuded an air of mystery. After getting off the plane, Zhang Ke rubbed his face and exclaimed excitedly, "Let's go uncover the secrets of the pyramids."
Alright. Chapter 126, this feels like a dream. Why are you running? Just stand there.
Soon, Zhang Ke arrived at the largest of the 3 pyramids with his research team. This pyramid was built with great grandeur and majesty. Its height reached an astonishing 136 meters. And each side of its base measured 220 meters. The original data for the pyramid was even higher, but due to years of weathering, it has deteriorated to its current state. Otherwise, it would be even taller.
Pyramid.
Zhang Ke stared at the blazing sun, gazing at the pyramid before him, and grimaced.
It doesn't seem that tall, does it? Lin Zijie, who had just finished unloading all the equipment from the car, heard Zhang Ke's remark. Nearly 140 meters tall, and you call that not very tall?
Lin Zijie's lips twitched slightly. That's the height of a 40 or 50-story building.
Not tall? How dare you say that?
After hearing Lin Zijie's words, Zhang Ke cleared his throat and smiled. He looked up at the pyramid in front of him, then extended his right hand and pointed behind him.
Is it tall? What about the one behind us? Behind us?
Lin Zijie paused for a moment, then followed Zhang Ke's gaze to look behind him. In the distance, about 10 kilometers away on the sandy rock road, a colossal beast was leisurely making its way toward them. With each step, it produced a deafening roar. Boom! Boom! Lin Zijie swallowed hard and coughed. Compared to the colossal beast, this pyramid truly pales in comparison. The colossal beast stands over 600 meters tall. This pyramid is probably only as tall as the colossal beast's calf. When you compare the two, it's not very tall at all. Alright, let's get started. Lin Zijie shook his head. He took his equipment, gathered his team, and began heading toward the largest of the 3 pyramids. Because this area had been detected to have gravitational anomalies a few days earlier. Therefore, all 3 pyramids had been cordoned off. All access points in the surrounding area had been completely sealed off.
However, after all, these pyramids are a marvel on Blue Star.
And one of the 7 wonders of the world. Therefore, tourists flock here in droves to visit and explore.
And right now, these tourists have become even more. Goodness gracious me! Did you see that? I actually saw the giant beast with my own eyes. I saw it! I saw it! I've only ever seen it online before. I never thought I'd actually see the giant beast with my own eyes. Ha! Who wouldn't agree?
Even though we couldn't get close enough to see the pyramids this time, seeing the giant creature was definitely worth the price of admission.
What do you mean it was worth the price?
We totally made a killing here. People from all over the world were all shouting in amazement. Even though they were all blocked outside the fence. But nothing could dampen their enthusiasm for the colossal creatures.
Ding! Detected shock waves in the vicinity, beginning absorption. Ding!
Detecting joyful fluctuations nearby, beginning absorption.
Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 200 attribute energy evolution points.
Lu Chen was slightly startled. He had already gained something just after arriving here. He tilted his head and looked to his right.
About 5 kilometers away, there were numerous small heat energy points. Lu Chen knew that all these small heat energy points were humans.
Narrowing his eyes and sensing slightly, Lu Chen couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile.
Nearly 30,000 people? Moreover, there were many more people continuously gathering in that direction. Lu Chen thought to himself, since he was already there, why not loot some energy points before leaving?
With that thought, Lu Chen casually turned his body in another direction.
He then walked toward the fence 5 kilometers away. Outside the fence, this was originally just an ordinary desert area. The fence was erected to prevent anyone from sneaking over to the pyramid. However, at that moment, the entire desert area was packed with 30,000 people. Half of them were there to visit the pyramid. The other half were locals. Hey! Look, isn't that giant beast heading toward us? Sigh. You're not kidding, it really is heading this way. Could the giant beast be hungry? After that voice, the crowd around them suddenly sucked in their breath. If that's really the case, will there be enough of us here to feed the giant beast? After swallowing hard, the people here fell silent and waited. Boom! 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 The collision sounds produced as the colossal beast moved echoed throughout the sky. When the colossal beast was only 2 kilometers away from them, the crowd finally came to their senses. What should we do? The giant beast really seems to be heading straight toward us. Could it really be coming here to eat us? Sigh. Run! Run! Hey, buddy, do you think we can outrun it? After saying that, he pointed behind him. Goodness, there's a huge crowd, all of them people. A sea of heads as far as the eye can see. There must be over 30,000 people gathered here. Trying to escape? Impossible. Ding! Detecting fear waves from nearby creatures. Absorption beginning. Ding! Detecting nearby creatures emitting fear waves, beginning absorption. Ding! Detected nearby creatures emitting excitement waves, beginning absorption. Luchin paused slightly, surprised that he could still generate excitement waves even after arriving. This is a bit unusual, to say the least. However, Luchin didn't stop in his tracks. Instead, he continued moving toward the dark, densely packed crowd. Boom! Boom! 2 minutes later, Luchin had already reached a distance of about 100 meters from the crowd. With a leisurely stretch of his massive, towering frame, his colossal form exploded into view, stunning everyone present. The giant beast is so cool. My goodness. So cool. So awesome. Beast Lord. We're your fans. Look at our clothes. We're members of the Giant Beast Club. That's right. Beast Lord. We're from the Giant Beast Club. Everyone here is your loyal fan. Although the crowd below was noisy, Luchin could still hear the information he wanted. When he heard there was a Giant Beast Club, he couldn't help but laugh. We're finally a dragon with fans. I wonder how many people are in this Giant Beast Club. Luchin narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where the person had mentioned the Giant Beast Club. In an instant, he saw countless people dressed in black. Luchin had excellent eyesight and immediately noticed the patterns on their clothing. Sure enough, they were printed with his own image. Poof! Luchin grinned. Since they were his fans, scaring them a little wouldn't hurt, right? With that thought, Luchin suddenly opened his abyssal maw, which resembled a super-powered meat grinder. A row of sharp, white teeth glinted in the sunlight. Gurgle, gurgle. At the same time, Luchin also made a gurgling sound. I swear the sky is about to collapse. This feels like a dream, damn it. Is an earthquake coming? Why are you running? Just stand there. Sigh. Ding. Detected fear fluctuations from nearby creatures. Absorption beginning. Ding. Detecting excitement fluctuations from nearby creatures. Absorption initiated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5,000 attribute energy evolution points. Luchin straightened his body. After scaring them like that, there were still some who were excited? However, he had also swept up a significant amount of energy points in the process. Moreover, the glow on these people had dimmed significantly. Luchin then leisurely left the area and headed toward the direction of the pyramid. Chapter 127, Dig where the giant beast is pointing. Over here, the survivors who had narrowly escaped death were all stunned. Especially those who had believed they were about to become the giant beast's meal. Some who had come out together from the front and back. Various strange odors filled the air. What does the giant beast mean? Could it just be trying to scare us? Gulp! Everyone was taken aback. This monster is way too mischievous. It scared the crap out of me. It made me drop my phone. Your phone dropping is nothing. I was so scared I peed myself. I'm not joking. I really peed myself. What's so great about peeing? I'm coughing up phlegm. Never mind, does anyone have a pair of pants they can spare? I wear size 32. I have one, but it's not free. How much? $5,000 per pair. Why don't you just go rob someone? Take it or leave it. On the other side, Luchin strolled leisurely up to the 3-character pyramid. He lowered his head and looked at the 3 pyramids, each only about 100 meters tall. Luchin couldn't help but feel a touch of nostalgia. Back then, he had also explored those mysterious pyramids, but at that time, he had looked up at them in awe. But now, even when he looked down, he felt he couldn't see clearly. Gurgle, gurgle. Luchin sighed softly. Who the hell would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Shaking his head, Luchin plopped down onto the right side of the middle pyramid. Then he tilted his head and used the central pyramid as a pillow, falling into a deep sleep. After all, he had crossed one ocean after another to get here. He needed some rest. Cough. What should we do now? Lin Zijie looked at the pyramid being used as a pillow by the giant beast and couldn't help but worry whether the pyramid could withstand the weight of the beast's head. If it's okay, even if it's not, we'll just push it toward Subu Chang and continue with our task. Zhang Ke witnessed this scene and couldn't help but twitch his lips. If the giant beast doesn't destroy the pyramid, that's fine. But if it accidentally breaks it, well, it's broken. When in doubt, quantum mechanics.
We'll just say it was caused by some quantum entanglement or something.
Zhang Ke sighed in relief. Then he put on his exploration suit from head to toe.
Holding a detector in his hand, he left the area with Lin Zijie. They headed toward the largest pyramid. This pyramid had existed the longest and possessed a very mysterious phenomenon. That is, once you enter it, all instruments cease to function. At that moment, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie led their team into the entrance. Inside the pyramid, there were numerous corridors, some clearly visible and others dimly lit. Moreover, there were numerous secret passages, and without a guide, one would inevitably get lost inside. At this moment, the one leading Zhang Ke and the others is a burly local man. He was wearing a tour guide uniform and speaking fluent Dragon Country language.
Professor Zhang, Professor Lin. If we enter from here, all electronic devices will malfunction. All right, we understand. Zhang Ke nodded to Hu Fu.
I'll wait here for you, but don't stay inside for too long.
Otherwise, we won't be able to get out. Hu Fu reminded him. All right. Zhang Ke nodded again.
Then, he led a small exploration team into the interior of the pyramid.
Upon entering,
sure enough, after a piercing electrical hum, everyone's wireless earpieces stopped working. However, although it was very dark, everyone was equipped with fluorescent lights. Due to the geological structure of the area, the magnetic field here was somewhat chaotic.
Moreover, it could even interfere with the magnetic fields of electrical currents to some extent. Zijie. Zhang Ke turned around and looked at Lin Zijie.
Lin Zijie nodded and then took out the blue crystal anti-gravity detector from his briefcase. Immediately, the radar-like blades on the detector began to rotate slowly. This blue crystal anti-gravity particle detector had been modified by Lin Zijie. It does not require electrical power to operate but instead uses the energy from the blue crystal.
Therefore, even in an environment that interferes with electromagnetic signals, it can be used with ease. Go left.
Lin Zijie looked at the device in his hand and said softly.
All right. Following that, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke took the lead, and the research team began moving again. Although this was the interior of the pyramid, the paths inside were rugged and winding, crisscrossing in every direction.
Moreover, their purpose for coming here was not to explore the pharaoh's tomb inside the pyramid. They were here to see if they could find that mysterious blue crystal anti-gravity substance. This substance, in its preliminary form, was almost equivalent to an unlimited energy source. Because the energy it utilizes isn't electromagnetic, it's gravitational. Gravity. This is one of the four fundamental forces that make up the universe. Since humans began observing the universe, four fundamental forces have been discovered: the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, and gravity. And now, humanity has already made initial contact with gravity, so how could we possibly abandon this path? 10 meters to the left. Turn right. 5 meters, then turn left again. After winding through the maze for a while, Lin Zijie finally shouted, "All right. We're here. This is the place." Zhang Kishan took a deep breath, as all the instruments in his hands had malfunctioned. Therefore, he had no choice but to resort to the most primitive tools: shovels, brushes, and hammers. Everyone, start moving. Report immediately if you find the blue crystal, Zhang Ke said in a low voice. Yes. Behind him, over a dozen researchers nodded in unison. Then, they began digging. This was not the pharaoh's tomb, nor was it an ordinary grave. It was just an ordinary layer of rock. If an ordinary person had come here, they probably wouldn't even have looked twice before leaving. After 3 hours of relentless effort, finally, Zhang team, we've found something. A cry of surprise rang out, and suddenly, at the left corner, a researcher held up the blue crystal in his hand and presented it to Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie. It's real. Zhang Ke also grew excited. Then, he raised his arms and shouted loudly, "Keep searching. Keep going until Lin Zijie's detector can no longer detect anything." Yes. The researchers responded immediately. The search began in a tense yet orderly manner. Before they knew it, 5 hours had passed. Finally, Zhang Ke and his team returned with a bountiful haul. A total of 25 kilograms of blue crystals. Looking at the briefcase in his hands, Zhang Ke couldn't help but smile broadly. They then rejoined Hu Fu and left the largest pyramid. Upon exiting, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie immediately dived into the makeshift tent. They carefully tested all the blue crystals to confirm they were anti-gravity material before finally letting out a sigh of relief. It doesn't seem like that much. Zhang Ke sat down on a chair, looking at the blue crystal substance on the table in front of him, and said helplessly. There must be more. Lin Zijie smiled. You forgot? Since the giant beasts have come, how could there be only this much blue crystal here? There must be places our detectors can't reach. Let's go ask the giant beast. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Ku and left the temporary tent. They arrived at the second pyramid, where the giant beast was sound asleep. There was nothing they could do, so Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie had to endure the scorching sun and continue waiting. After waiting for 2 hours, Lu Chen finally stirred and woke up slowly. Just as he was about to stretch, he fortunately caught a glimpse of Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie out of the corner of his eye. Damn it, otherwise I would have sent the two of them straight to eat boxed meals. Gurgle? Lu Chen grew suspicious. At that moment, Zhang Ke took a deep breath and revealed that they had obtained the blue crystal. After hearing this, Lu Chen was also stunned. Obtained? But what about those two energy sources in the distance, which were tens of thousands of times stronger than the ones in their hands? After standing up, Lu Chen walked to the left side of the 3 pyramids. He then pointed his finger at the rocky ground in front of his left foot and the rocky ground in front of his right foot. Gurgle, gurgle? Lin Zijie froze for a moment, completely baffled by the giant beast's meaning. Old Zhang, what does the giant beast mean? He tilted his head and looked at Zhang Ku. However, Zhang Ke's body was trembling with excitement at that moment. He adjusted his glasses and said tremblingly, do I need to say it? Quickly gather all the staff members. Then notify headquarters and request excavation tools to be sent over. Then, dig at the 2 spots the giant beast is pointing at. Dig. Chapter 128, Are we supposed to dig up the ground next to someone else's property too? Lin Zijie heard Zhang Ke's words and his expression immediately became quite interesting. Old Zhang, are you serious? Are we really going to dig here? Never mind that this is a scenic spot we're on someone else's property, and they might not even agree to it. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and continued. No problem. Just pass everything on to headquarters. Lin Zijie couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing Zhang Ke's words. However, since the giant beast has given its instructions, we have no choice but to dig. The two of them quickly returned to the makeshift tent. They then established communication with the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters. Immediately after, Zhang Ku relayed the news about excavating the rock layer near the pyramid. He relayed all of this information to Su Guodong. After hearing this, Su Guodong froze in place. You say you went to their country to observe the pyramid, that's fine. We've already established connections with the higher-ups. But after you've observed their pyramid, you're going to dig up the ground next to it? Are we really going to dig? Su Guodong asked uncertainly. Yes, we have to dig it up. Zhang Ke nodded firmly. Alright then. Su Guodong took a deep breath, and his slightly cloudy eyes suddenly became sharp. Full steam ahead. I'll send excavation tools over immediately. As for the higher-ups, I'll handle them. You just focus on the research. Got it. Zhang Ke nodded with a smile. The director of the research headquarters is still the most reliable. So now all we have to do is let our people get to work. A day passed quietly. Su Guodong had already reported everything to his superiors. The higher-ups also expressed their full support for Zhang Ke and his team's actions. Not only that, but within the span of a single day, 2 large transport aircraft were dispatched to the vicinity of the pyramid. The equipment brought along was, of course, the most advanced excavation tools available. Meanwhile, inside the temporary tents on one side of the pyramid, Lin Zijie was intently staring at the monitor in front of him. Over the past 2 days, he had not stopped processing the data sent by the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. After all, the excavation of the pyramid and the International Measurement and Standards data calculations were both major events. Just then, Zhang Ku also walked in from outside. Upon seeing the dense array of numbers on the monitor, he felt his head spin. Have you calculated it yet? Zhang Ku walked over and asked. Yes, it's done, Lin Zijie replied, taking a deep breath. His expression already gave away the answer. So it's not a quality loss incident, but a weakening of gravity, Zhang Ke said solemnly. Correct. Lin Zijie took a deep breath. And I've already preliminarily determined that it's our gravity that's weakened. Can we calculate the time and rate of the weakening? Zhang Ku asked again. Yes. Lin Zijie nodded. He then pointed to his high-tech box. Inside is a small quantum computer directly connected to my Quantum 901. I uploaded all the data an hour ago for processing. It should take about a week to complete the calculations. Zhang Ke nodded. He had actually prepared himself mentally for this news beforehand. Therefore, he wasn't overly surprised. After all, the blue crystal substance they had previously discovered was anti-gravity particles. Since the gravitational force began to weaken after it was excavated, there might be a direct causal relationship. Let us start digging. Zhang Ke walked over to Lin Zijie and patted him on the shoulder. The two then left the tent together.
Large transport aircraft had already arrived at the site. They had also brought two highly advanced excavation armored vehicles. These two advanced excavation armored vehicles can dig 20 meters underground in a single day. Their range extends to an astonishing 100 meters in all directions. At this moment, the two advanced excavation armored vehicles have begun operating at full capacity. At this very moment, Lu Chen was leisurely lying on the side of a pyramid. Although he could easily break open the rocks here with his bare hands. But since someone else is doing it, why should he bother? Moreover, the digging speed of these mechs is quite impressive. So Lu Chen decided not to bother. The excavation progress was extremely swift. After about 5 days, the entire ground had been dug down over 100 meters. However, there was still no sign of any blue crystals. Nevertheless, since the operation was being carried out on such a large scale, it attracted the attention of local news media, who began reporting on the matter. Suddenly, all sorts of negative news flooded the media. Among these, there were inevitably some individuals stirring up trouble. According to the latest intelligence reports, the mission led by academician Zhang and academician Lin from Longwei is actually digging into the rocks beside the pyramid? What is their true purpose? Or, more importantly, why have they come here in the first place? Some professionals have suggested that their goal is to destroy the pyramid's foundation and bring it down. However, this claim is completely baseless and has been confirmed as intentional vandalism. Similar news reports continue to appear in the media. Additionally, at this very moment, a colossal creature is near the pyramid, attracting an increasing number of people to the area. Even though the pyramid has been completely taken over by the Dragon Kingdom. However, there are still some wealthy individuals who have arrived here by their own private jets. 2 more days have passed. At midnight on that day, a sudden, urgent sound startled Zhang Kuo and Lin Zijie awake. A discovery. A sharp stone had appeared at a depth of 123 meters underground. Moreover, the area around the stone seemed to have a triangular structure. Zhang Kuo and Lin Zijie hurried to the construction site at the bottom of the deep pit. The researchers working at the site pointed to the sharp, rectangular stone protruding nearly half a meter from the ground and said, "Can we determine how deep this rock goes below the surface?" Zhang Kuo turned his head to look at the researcher behind him and asked. "We can't detect it," the researcher shook his head. "Then let's keep digging," Zhang Kuo took a deep breath and said solemnly. "As always, everyone must prioritize safety during the excavation process." "Yes." After exiting the massive pit, Zhang Kuo and Lin Zijie also grew curious, as they felt there must be blue crystals beneath the triangular, cone-shaped rock formation. Otherwise, the giant beast wouldn't have lingered here for so long. The two returned to the tent, and Lin Zijie, who couldn't sleep either, immediately turned on his computer. Looking at the data still running on the screen, he couldn't help but sigh. After silently waiting for about 2 hours, the data finally finished processing. However, the information displayed on the screen caused Lin Zijie's pupils to contract sharply. "Old Zhang. Notify headquarters immediately. Now." Lin Zijie couldn't believe the numbers he was seeing and hurriedly turned to Zhang Kuo, who had just walked in behind him. "Got it." Zhang Kuo nodded quickly. He could also sense that Lin Zijie was truly panicking this time. Even earlier, in the oceanic void beneath the Bermuda Triangle, he hadn't sensed such urgency from Lin Zijie. But now it was clear that the urgency was no small matter. A few minutes later, Zhang Kuo established communication with the Longwei Research Headquarters. Lin Zijie walked up to the communication device and said solemnly, "Notify the monitoring personnel at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures immediately. I need to compare the data with them." Chapter 129, I still don't understand how the world could end like this? About 10 minutes had passed. Su Guodong had already established real-time communication with the monitoring personnel from the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. "At what time did you calculate that our mass sphere data began to decline?" Lin Zijie looked at the monitoring personnel from the International Bureau of Weights and Measures and quickly asked his question. The monitoring personnel on the other side immediately began searching for the data recorded at that time. The two then engaged in a conversation that seemed as complex as astronomy. Anyway, Zhang Kuo listened for a long time but couldn't make head or tail of what they were talking about. However, Lin Qingshan, standing beside Su Guodong, occasionally chimed in with a few words. Not only that, but after speaking, his brows furrowed tightly. It was as if something major was about to happen. "Alright, I understand." Lin Zijie exhaled softly. The monitoring personnel on the other side nodded and then closed the communication. "What's going on?" Zhang Kuo asked quickly. Lin Zijie glanced at Zhang Kuo, then looked at the communication device in front of him. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps the end of the world was truly approaching. What? Zhang Kuo and Su Guodong both froze in shock. No, how could the end of the world be approaching? Zhang Kuo scratched his head. He couldn't figure out how the world could be ending. Mass loss actually, there was no mass loss at all. What's declining is the gravitational pull of our blue star. Not only that. Lin Zijia pulled up some data and displayed it on the screen. This is the latest data from 2 weeks ago, this is last week's data, and this is this week's. Based on the data from the past 3 weeks, we can make an initial estimate. The rate at which gravity is weakening is not additive or subtractive, it is cumulative. It's like this: if the mass loss today is 2, the next loss will be 4. Then, it becomes the square of 4, which is 16. Then, 16 becomes 256. This is just 5 instances of mass loss. By the 6th instance, it becomes 256 squared, which is 65,536. After the 6th mass loss event, the overall gravitational force of our blue star will weaken by half. That's only half of what it is now. After the 7th event, 65,536 multiplied by 65,536 equals 4,294,967,296. At this point, Lin Zijia emphasized heavily, once we reach the 7th gravitational loss event, our blue star will instantly lose gravity. At that point, the atmosphere will first escape the gravitational pull of blue star and float into outer space. Everything on the land, including water, will float into the sky due to the immense inertia. The Earth's magnetic field will disappear due to weakened gravity, and solar storms will directly impact the surface of blue star. All life will be unable to survive. At that point, blue star will only present 2 extreme scenarios. The side facing the sun would be violently destroyed by solar storms. The side facing away from the sun will be engulfed in endless cold. If the 7th event occurs, humanity will only be able to survive for about 20 to 30 minutes. At this point, the severity of the situation is already clear. However, they are currently powerless to do anything about it. How many mass loss events have already occurred? Zhang Ke frowned deeply. 5 times. Lin Zijie uttered the words that left everyone feeling suffocated. 5 times? Zhang Ke's face also turned pale with shock. What can we do? Zhang Ke muttered. There's nothing we can do at the moment, Lin Zijie sighed wryly. However, I won't give up. Even though there have been 5 quality loss incidents. However, the more severe the loss, the more time we have, relatively speaking. So, before the 6th incident occurs, we might still have some time. If Zijie can confirm the exact time of the 6th incident, please notify me immediately, Su Guodong said solemnly. All right. Lin Zijie nodded. After ending the communication, Zhang Ke sighed, I never thought the end of the world would really come. I always thought the end of the world was far away. Don't be so pessimistic, old Zhen. Lin Zijie smiled wryly. Perhaps I simply made a mistake in my calculations. At that point, he didn't say anything else. A calculation error? Impossible. Even if my own mind made a mistake, the calculations wouldn't be wrong. It's just that the time is unknown. As for this matter, it was temporarily set aside for now. The corresponding data still needs to be processed by a quantum computer. Whether it can be processed or not is unclear, as they have very little data this time. Using a very small amount of data to run an unknown variable. The difficulty is self-evident. 3 days later. Below the rock layer to the right of the largest pyramid. About 200 meters away. 2 enormous pyramids appeared before everyone's eyes. Yes. It's 2 pyramids. Exactly the same as the ones on the ground. In other words, there are not just 3 pyramids here. There are 5 pyramids. 3 are above ground. The remaining 2 are buried over 100 meters below the surface in sand and gravel. Zhang Ke and the others also arrived at the edge of the deep pit, gazing down at the 2 magnificent pyramids below. They were all speechless. Is this real? Who could have ever imagined that there were 2 more pyramids buried down there? Moreover, both pyramids were almost completely intact. The pyramids on the surface were all exposed to the air. After thousands of years of weathering, they've all suffered significant damage. However, the 2 pyramids here are almost completely intact. This is of immense help to Zhang Ke and his team's research. For example, how did humans 4 or 5,000 years ago build these pyramids that have stood for thousands of years? Zhang Captain. Come and take a look. There are patterns on the stones below. And they're identical to the patterns we discovered at the ruins earlier. Zhoujin, standing below one of the pyramids, was holding a camera, recording and filming everything around him. Upon seeing the patterns on these massive stones, he hurriedly called out to Zhang Ke, who was nearby. It's real. Zhang Ke arrived and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Could there really be a civilization with intelligence far surpassing our own? Clearly, these patterns cannot be traced back to any known era. In fact, it's even uncertain whether they were created by humans at all. Boom! 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 Just then, the colossal beast suddenly moved. It approached the cave entrance. Lu Chen had been lying here for about 10 days. He could see the strange particles of energy below, and they looked so tempting. But he couldn't reach it, this wouldn't do. He had to stay focused on his role as supervisor. He crawled to the cave entrance, slowly extended a hand, then lowered it. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle?
Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle. Below, upon seeing the giant beast's signal, Zhang Ku immediately nodded.
Alright, giant beast, I understand.
Zhou, standing nearby, heard Zhang Ku's words and paused for a moment.
Wow, you already know that? So, what did the giant beast tell Zhang team leader? Chapter 130, The Chilling Secrets of the Pyramids. What? Didn't you understand?
Zhang Ku paused for a moment, curiously glancing at Zhou beside him.
Didn't I understand? Zhou, upon hearing this, nearly dropped the camera he was holding. So, according to you, I'm supposed to understand? Yeah. You've been following the giant beast for quite some time now, haven't you?
Zhang Ku scratched his head.
I can't understand a single word.
Zhou was speechless.
The giant beast said to gather everyone together first. Then didn't the giant beast point to the area between the two underground pyramids? Yeah. The giant beast said there's something good down there between the two pyramids. Let's go dig it up.
Zhang Ku pointed in that direction and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, Zhou couldn't help but click his tongue.
Wait, Zhang team leader, can you really understand what the giant beast is saying?
I just heard the giant beast rumbling like thunder.
Well, I was just guessing,
Zhang Ku smiled. Without wasting any more time, he quickly gathered everyone and led them to the area.
He then issued his orders.
At the same time, Lu Chen, who was crouched at the cave entrance, saw that the staff members from Manhwa had begun digging toward the central rock layer and nodded in understanding.
Because the good stuff was right between those two pyramids.
Time flew by, and nearly half a day had passed.
Finally,
Zhang team leader.
We've found something. It's blue crystal. And it's not small.
At that moment, a researcher from Manhwa rushed excitedly to Zhang Ku's side.
Great!
Zhang Ku put down the data recording file in his hand. Then he quickly made his way into the deep pit. This was already over 300 meters underground. And the spot where he stood was merely a 10-meter square section of the deep pit. However, at that moment, the pit, which should have been pitch black, was now emitting a brilliant blue glow, although the light was not very strong.
But this was anti-gravity particle matter. As Lin Zijie had said, if it can be studied properly, it could even allow humanity to gain preliminary control over gravity. Controlling gravity would allow humanity to break free from its current limitations. Directly enter level 1 civilization. Even stronger.
Thinking of this, Zhang Ku felt every cell in his body begin to stir with excitement. There was a giant blue crystal about the height of a person.
No need to say more. This must be a gift for the giant beast.
However, there were still many small pieces of blue crystal scattered around.
These smaller pieces would be more than enough for their needs. Wait.
Just as Zhang Ku was about to issue the order and have his research team start digging, Zhou suddenly spoke up from behind him.
What's wrong? Zhang Ku turned his head. He looked at Zhou with curiosity. Look.
Zhou extended his right hand. Then he pointed at the huge blue crystal in front of him.
This blue crystal has those strange patterns on it. And, haven't you noticed a phenomenon? Zhou took a deep breath. What phenomenon? Zhang Ku was taken aback. Since the blue crystal came into contact with the air, haven't you noticed that all the rocks around us have started floating?
And Zhou pointed to a massive rock on his side.
This rock, doesn't it look familiar?
It does look familiar. Zhang Ku furrowed his brows slightly. Then he paused.
Isn't this the same type of rock used to build the pyramids? Wait a moment. Wait. Zhang Ku's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Just now.
A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind.
Why?
Why could this completely advanced pyramid stand for 4,000 or 5,000 years? Why, in a world where not only industry but even basic human and material resources were non-existent?
Could such a civilization that astonishes the world be built here?
Consider this, these massive stone blocks couldn't be lifted by more than a dozen people.
In the past, all geologists and academic experts
had visited these mysterious pyramids and speculated on how they were constructed over 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. Some claimed they were built by an extraterrestrial civilization. Others claimed they were left behind by a previous human civilization. However, there is another theory that has gained widespread acceptance to this day. That theory is that the local people themselves, using a vast amount of manpower, resources, and time, they managed to construct such an incredibly magnificent pyramid.
Even until recently, Zhang Ku believed that this final explanation was the most accurate and the one closest to the truth. But at this moment,
after seeing that massive rock slowly floating upward, his worldview has begun to crumble.
Blue crystal, anti-gravity particles, anti-gravity, massive rock. Perhaps the pyramids were constructed using this anti-gravity ability. That's why it's so amazing. Zhang Ku's voice grew sharp.
He hurriedly turned around to look at the blue crystal towering before him, taller than himself. Sure enough, the peculiar patterns on its surface began to emit a series of flickering beams of light upon contact with the air.
This seemed like a gravity device. ZGA. Where are you? Come down quickly. Major discovery.
Zhang Ke quickly pressed the radio to communicate with Lin Jie and said rapidly,
Got it. I'm on my way.
Inside the makeshift tent, Lin Zijie was staring intently at the display screen. The screen was filled with dense lines of code and data streams. At that moment, he was analyzing the timing of the sixth mass loss event. However, upon hearing Zhang Ke mention the major discovery, he immediately stood up and left the tent. Taking the elevator, he arrived at the lowest level 5 minutes later. Upon arriving, he was stunned. Wow! All the rocks here were floating in the air. Not only that, but Zhang Ke and his group were also all suspended in mid-air. And Lin Zijie, who had just stepped out of the elevator, also began to float slowly upward. This place actually formed a small-scale zero-gravity field. My goodness, is this really possible? Lin Zijie floated over to Zhang Ke and exclaimed in amazement. Yeah. Zhang Ke swallowed hard. I'm not an expert in this field, so I wanted you to take a look. Could this phenomenon be helpful for your research on anti-gravity devices? I'm not sure, but I'll take a look. Lin Zijie took a deep breath and said, All right. Zhang Ke nodded. After speaking, Lin Zijie took out the device in his hand, which resembled a smartphone.
He then began recording the environmental data in the area. Perhaps only in such an environment could gravity be utilized, he thought. Just as they were marveling at the wonder, Lu Chen was lying at the entrance of the cave, squinting his eyes to take a look. These guys are really having a blast, aren't they? Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Gurgle, gurgle. Get the hell out of the way. That blue crystal is my food. As expected.
Just as Lu Chen made a gurgling sound, Zhang Ke and his group below finally snapped out of their daze.
Cough. Zijie, did you record everything? We need to return the giant beast's food.
Zhang Ke floated over to Lin Zijie's side, scratched his head, and said,
All right. Lin Zijie nodded.
He had already recorded all the environmental details here.
Even the 3D model of the massive blue crystal substance was complete.
And these incredibly unique patterns. At this point, Lin Zijie began to doubt whether it was even possible to utilize the anti-gravity particles of this blue crystal substance.
Might not be something that can be understood using conventional logic. Perhaps it requires a more magical approach. Such as these bizarre, crisscrossing patterns? Chapter 131, Ocean Uprising. Still eating midnight snacks? Half an hour later.
The enormous blue crystal slowly began to float upward.
Yes. It was floating upward in an utterly bizarre manner. Zhang Ke and the others had originally planned to transport the blue crystal to the surface. However, they never could have imagined.
They had only applied an initial force to the blue crystal.
It ended up floating on its own.
This left Zhang Ke and his group completely stunned.
Not only that,
they were still pondering in their minds.
If we hadn't tied it with a rope, wouldn't it just keep floating upward? However, at the moment, the massive blue crystal had already floated out of the cave opening into the outside world. It was already past 2 in the morning. When the blue crystal appeared above the cave entrance, the surrounding darkness was instantly illuminated. The blue light was not very intense. Instead, it was a very soft and gentle light. At the same time, upon seeing the blue crystal floating upward, he immediately extended his right hand. He firmly grasped the blue crystal substance in his hand. With a casual flick of his wrist, he removed the rope from it. Next, he proceeded to consume it. Lu Chen looked at the massive blue crystal. He placed it in his own hand. He could even feel a faint chill emanating from it. Crunch, crunch. Then, Lu Chen no longer hesitated.
He hadn't eaten anything in over half a month. His stomach was starting to growl.
Crackle, crackle. The crisp cracking sounds echoed continuously in everyone's ears. At that moment, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie stood beside the colossal beast. Looking up, they watched the giant beast chewing on the blue crystals. The two of them couldn't help but shrink their necks. That beast is so damn ruthless. You must know that the atomic density of this blue crystal substance far exceeded that of any substance discovered on Blue Star. In fact, one could even say that even the strongest laser beams couldn't harm this blue crystal.
The density of this blue crystal is so high that it has far surpassed the destructive capabilities of humanity.
However, even this abnormal blue crystal, when in the mouth of the colossal beast,
feels as though it were eating rock candy. Furthermore, based on this situation,
the colossal beast's bite force is utterly unimaginable. And the density of the giant beast's teeth is even stronger than the blue crystal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to bite through the blue crystal. Indeed, the giant beast is truly terrifying. Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie exchanged glances, then took a deep breath.
They returned to the temporary tent. Zhang Ke continued to record the mission log for this operation. Meanwhile, Lin Zijie began using the quantum computer to simulate the previous environment.
At the same time, Lu Chen also tossed the last small piece of blue crystal into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Gurgle. Burr.
After letting out a satisfied belch, Lu Chen began silently digesting the unique particle energy he had consumed.
Ding.
Detecting extremely strong unique particle energy beginning absorption.
Ding.
Detected extremely strong unique particle energy, beginning absorption.
Ding.
Estimated absorption time in normal state, 7 days.
Ding.
Friendly reminder, entering Red Lotus mode can accelerate energy absorption.
Red Lotus mode. Lu Chen thought about it and decided against it.
After all, there was no rush at the moment, he could just take his time absorbing it. Feeling the energy boiling within him, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile.
Not only that.
Just as Lu Chen finished consuming this piece of blue crystal substance,
his perception abilities were once again enhanced.
Originally, there were 2 faint fluctuations. One of these unique particle energy fluctuations naturally came from the blue crystal he had consumed. However, there was another source of fluctuations. Was clearly stronger than all the unique energy particles he had consumed.
In fact, it was so strong that it was almost absurd. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder if that direction might be a unique energy particle deposit. However, since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lu Chen couldn't draw any conclusions at the moment.
First, absorb all the energy, then head over to check out the other area with special energy particles.
At the same time, just as Lu Chen finished consuming that massive blue crystal, the Atlantic Ocean, the central region of the ocean, 10,000 meters below the deep sea. This was an immense seabed rock formation. However, suddenly, for reasons unknown, a massive tremor erupted. The entire seabed began to tremble violently. Not only that, the frequency of the tremors continued to rise. It had even reached the maximum earthquake data ever recorded by humans. Boom! Crackle, crackle. The heavy seabed suddenly cracked open. Then, crack! Crackle, crackle. The cracks spread out endlessly in all directions. However, within the pitch-black, lifeless sea of death, beneath these cracks, suddenly, a blue light appeared. Although the blue light was not very bright. However, in this pitch-black abyss of the deep sea's deadlight zone, it was exceptionally conspicuous. Unfortunately, no living creature could see it. Boom! Boom! Massive tremors continue to shake the area. A rock layer with a diameter of approximately 50 kilometers had completely severed itself from the surrounding sea. Boom! The next second, this massive seabed, spanning 50 kilometers in diameter, suddenly rises. That's right. It's rising. And it's rising at a pretty decent speed. If you look closely, you can see that the rising seabed rocks are actually attached to it. Due to the pressure of the seawater and the vibrations caused by the rising giant seabed, the murky sea sand and some deep sea plants above are all shaken off. It seems as though they have been cleansed by the sea. At the same time, such a massive disturbance had already triggered warnings from the countless buoys in the surrounding waters. Because this is international waters. Therefore, many nations have deployed numerous buoys belonging to their respective countries in this area. Within the Dragon Nation's Marine Monitoring Bureau. Warning! A large-scale underwater earthquake has been detected near the central Atlantic Ocean. Warning! A large-scale underwater earthquake has been detected near the central Atlantic Ocean. After the warning sounded, the researchers on duty here also took notice. One of the researchers proceeded with the standard magnitude estimation. Some other researchers were still joking around. After all, it was the middle of the night shift. Evenings are naturally less urgent than daytime. At that moment, the marine researcher who had been working earlier couldn't help but shout out loud. Several people in the same research room were startled. Oh my god! Xiaolu, you're going to scare us to death. What's going on? What happened? Is the world ending? Hey! To make up for everyone's losses, you're treating us to dinner tonight. All the researchers gathered behind the first person and joked around. Eat midnight snacks? Lu Xiao took a deep breath. His pupils were filled with sheer terror. Look quickly. There's an underwater disturbance in the center of the Atlantic Ocean. The specific cause may be an underwater volcanic eruption. But the magnitude has already reached 13. Thankfully, it happened in the deep ocean. If it had happened on land, the tectonic plates would have been shattered. Several other ocean monitoring personnel also dropped their smiles. How could the area be so large? If it's risen to around 500 kilometers, that's the open sea? No. Report it immediately. If this continues, it could trigger a tsunami in the surrounding area. The magnitude is still rising? 14 on the Richter scale? What the hell is going on? Notify higher-ups immediately. Chapter 132, Strange Phenomena. Time to act.
just as such a terrifying incident was discovered within the Marine Monitoring Bureau. At the Research and Development Headquarters of Manhwa, inside the main monitoring command room. Su Guodong and Lin Qingshan were also closely monitoring the situation at the pyramid.
However, at that very moment, the leaders of two important departments
contacted them simultaneously. This left Su Guodong and Lin Qingshan deeply puzzled.
Why were they all contacting them at such a critical moment? Questions aside, they needed to find out what was going on. What was going on? What happened?
Su Guodong and Lin Qingshan weren't idle either. They immediately established video communication with both parties. Once the communication was established, Su Guodong immediately began asking questions. In front of him was the head of the Geological Disaster Bureau. The director looked extremely serious. He looked at Su Guodong and said solemnly, "Director Su, 1 hour ago, our staff detected an unusual large-scale underwater disturbance near the deep sea in the center of the Atlantic Ocean. This unusual seismic activity directly triggered a magnitude 14 earthquake. And it was a deep-sea earthquake. Based on our data analysis and simulations, there are no volcanoes beneath the seabed in that area. Therefore, we preliminarily conclude that this earthquake was not caused by a submarine volcanic eruption. Furthermore, this earthquake has several extremely unusual locations." At this point, the expression on the face of the project leader grew grim once again. He took a deep breath and continued.
The magnitude of an earthquake is typically determined immediately after it occurs.
However, this deep-sea earthquake has already escalated from an initial magnitude of 13 to 14.
Moreover,
it is now beginning to rise toward the 15th magnitude level. Another point is that ordinary earthquakes typically last only 1 or 2 minutes at most.
But this earthquake has been ongoing for over an hour.
It feels as though it's not an earthquake at all, but rather like continental drift is occurring. After listening to the words of the highest-ranking official from the Geological Disaster Bureau, Su Guodong and Lin Qingshan, they looked at each other in disbelief, unable to help but gasp in shock.
This isn't a minor incident. Earthquakes in the deep ocean are common.
However, the earthquake has been ongoing for over an hour.
This was completely beyond human understanding.
Throughout history, no recorded earthquake had ever exhibited such characteristics. Meanwhile, the head of the Starry Sky Space Administration had contacted them. This was also an hour ago.
Our International Space Station was in outer space, precisely above the Atlantic Ocean.
According to our flight path, it should have been drifting normally. However, there appears to be an unusual phenomenon occurring in that area of the ocean. At first, we had no idea what was happening. However, after hearing the report from the head of the Disaster Monitoring Agency, I believe we may now have an initial explanation. Here are the satellite images we captured earlier.
I will send them to you immediately."
The head of the Starry Sky Bureau took a deep breath. After speaking, he sent all the data he had to Su Guodong.
"All right, we've received everything." Su Guodong nodded firmly, then quickly placed both satellite images on the display. The image on the left monitor showed a very calm stretch of ocean. After all, the Atlantic Ocean covers 20% of the entire blue star. Though it doesn't compare to the Pacific Ocean, it's still quite large. There were no abnormalities detected in the photo on the left. The vast expanse of sea stretched endlessly, with no signs of anything unusual. Su Guodong then shifted his gaze to the right-hand monitor. The right-hand monitor displayed a satellite image of the Atlantic Ocean 1 hour later. At this point, the satellite image of the central Atlantic Ocean had undergone a drastic change. At the center of this area, it seemed as though a circular wave was rising upward from the center. It then rolled out in all directions. It was as if a large circular disk was lifting it upward from below. How is this possible? Lin Qingshan and Su Guodong exchanged glances. Both saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. "Continue monitoring. I need real-time updates on the situation." Su Guodong took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Yes. Yes." The heads of the Geological Disaster Bureau and the Starry Sky Bureau all nodded in agreement. At the same time, in the waters of the Atlantic Ocean, if anyone were to arrive here, they would witness an incredibly magnificent sight. That is, within the entire Central Sea area, a massive circular wave with a diameter of approximately 50 kilometers had appeared. Once this circular wave appeared, it is spreading outward at an insane speed. If you zoom out the view, you could imagine it as a gushing geyser. However, this is not spring water but the deep sea. At the same time, at the Starry Sky International Space Station, is constantly monitoring this mysterious circular wave in space. The Geological Disaster Bureau is intensifying its calculations. Will this affect the surrounding nations? Such an eerie phenomenon has recently emerged in the deep waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Naturally, all nations are closely monitoring the situation. Of course, all major powers are utilizing their most advanced resources to analyze and measure the situation. They are now attempting to determine the underlying cause of this phenomenon. While these experts are busy at work, At the same time, at the pyramid, after Lu Chen finished eating that massive piece of crystal, he also began to relax leisurely. Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke were fully immersed in their research and exploration. A week is neither too long nor too short. Once all the excavation and exploration work on this side was completed, Su Guodong had also conducted a close communication with the higher-ups on this side. The conversation was mostly routine small talk. Additionally, the researchers from Longhua had uncovered 2 more underground supergiant pyramids. Therefore, overall, the higher-ups there remain deeply grateful to Longhua. Firstly, the arrival of the giant creatures has brought them a massive surge in traffic. This surge in traffic will allow them to make a fortune. Additionally, the 2 underground pyramids discovered this time, they are essentially in pristine condition. They can't express their gratitude enough. On the morning of the 8th day, Lu Chen also woke up leisurely. After a week of digestion, the massive blue crystal energy had been fully absorbed into his body. Upon completion of absorption, various alerts began to flash continuously in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the absorption of the special particle substance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 05 evolution points. Ding! Current progress toward unlocking the Monster King template, 765. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 7 million atomic reactor energy. Ding! Current superatomic reactor energy remaining in the host's body, 30,500,000. Lu Chen stood up leisurely. He then glanced at the distant sea. There was an extremely powerful energy. It completely surpasses the total energy of all the blue crystals he had consumed. No time to waste, let's get moving. Chapter 133, landing on the island most likely to be the ruins of Atlantis. Lu Chen locked onto his target and then departed from the pyramid with the ground trembling beneath him. At the same time, Zhang Ku also made contact with the Dragon Nation's research headquarters. Upon making contact, he said, Subu, our research here is basically complete. Next, we'll track the giant beast's movements. For some reason, the giant beast suddenly headed northwest. We may need some time before we can return to the giant beast's island. After listening to Zhang Ke's words, Su Guodong spoke solemnly. No need. You all just follow the giant beast from here on out. Because a week ago, the heads of the Geological Disaster Bureau and the Dragon Country Space Agency had already contacted me. This is the data from a week ago. Take a look. After he finished speaking, he sent the data from the Atlantic Ocean a week ago. He also sent the current data to Lin Zijie. Upon receiving the data, Lin Zijie immediately began his observations. When they saw the 2 images, both of their faces were filled with utter shock. How is that possible? An island had emerged in the center of the Atlantic Ocean? This is simply impossible. What on earth is happening? In response to Zhang Ke's question, Su Guodong quickly recounted everything that had happened over the past week to them. After finishing, Su Guodong continued. Because I was afraid of disrupting your operations, I didn't inform you in advance. However, within the past week, we have been able to preliminarily determine that the geological disaster is not very severe. At most, it may cause a rise in water levels around the mainland, affecting some coastal areas. However, based on the satellite data observed this time, a circular island with a diameter of approximately 50 kilometers has emerged in the Atlantic Ocean. However, the area is currently shrouded in thick clouds. Even using the cameras from our space agency headquarters, we cannot penetrate the area. It's as though an eerie electromagnetic field is enveloping the area. No signals can penetrate it. At this point, Su Guodong turned to the 2 of them. You mentioned earlier that the giant beast was moving in that direction, right? It's clear that the giant beast has already detected the anomaly over there. Your task remains the same as before, continue to follow the giant beast. After Su Guodong finished speaking, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke quickly nodded in agreement. Got it, Commander Su. After ending the communication, the 2 exchanged another glance. The data this time is rather peculiar. Who could have imagined that within just a week, in the vast, open expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, a circular island with a diameter of approximately 50 kilometers would suddenly appear? Let us not even discuss where this island came from. Even if it did rise from the depths of the ocean, how could it possibly have such immense buoyancy? Or could it be caused by a geological disaster? It would be akin to 2 tectonic plates colliding, and then formed mountains and continents. In fact, even now, the continents where humanity resides on Blue Star are incredibly compact beneath the sea. It's like a super-sized mountain peak, hence the term continent. However, floating islands are simply impossible to form on the ocean. This conclusion is based on the fact that all the continents on the entire Blue Star are supported by a supermassive tectonic plate beneath them. They are all supported by a supermassive tectonic plate. However, there is one direction they overlooked. The area beneath the supergiant monster island forms an inverted triangle.
The lowest point of this inverted triangle is supported by a massive blue crystal acting as an anti-gravity substance. However, they did not consider this aspect and only conducted research on the surface of the island.
Let's hurry and catch up to the giant beast. The giant creature's movement speed is simply too fast.
Zhang Ke took a deep breath and patted Lin Zijie on the shoulder. Lin Zijie nodded in response. He then summoned all his team members once more. Then they boarded the Zhuke Shenhao aircraft. They gave chase toward the giant beast. Just as everyone was leaving the area, the news of the 2 underground pyramids here was also known worldwide. While the entire world was in shock over the 2 underground pyramids, Zhang Ke and his team had already begun exploring the next mysterious location. And this mysterious place was none other than the circular island suspended at the center of the Atlantic Ocean. The giant beasts moved at an incredible speed, especially in the open sea. Its speed is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Fortunately, Zhang Ke and his team were aboard the Zhuke aircraft. If they had been on an aircraft carrier, they would never have been able to keep up with the giant beast. Inside the Zhuke aircraft, Zhang Ke stared intently at the satellite photo in his hands and said solemnly, "Zijia, have you noticed that this continent looks very familiar? You noticed it too?" Lin Zijie took a deep breath. Then he quickly pulled up another satellite image from his computer. The 2 satellite images were of 2 different locations. The satellite image in Zhang Ke's hands was naturally the massive circular island at the center of the Atlantic Ocean. The satellite image Lin Zijie had retrieved, however, was an old photo of the eye of the Sahara taken from space long ago. The 2 compared the photos in their hands. To their astonishment, the diameter of the circle was strikingly similar. In fact, they were almost identical in shape. "Old Zhang, do you think this is possible? Could this circular island be the lost ruins?" Lin Zijie's pupils contracted slightly, then he spoke with utmost solemnity. "The lost ruins. Are you referring to the Atlantis Empire?" Zhang Ke heard this and immediately sucked in a sharp breath. The Atlantis Empire has been a topic of debate among humans for centuries, with no conclusive answers. Some say the ruins of Atlantis are the eye of the Sahara. Others claim that the ruins of Atlantis are located in Antarctica. However, a significant number of people insist that the ruins of Atlantis are located beneath the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. This is because ancient texts record that Atlantis was struck by a massive wave and submerged to a depth where humans cannot explore. Since it is beyond human reach, it must either be in Antarctica or the deep sea. So when a circular island suddenly appeared that matches the descriptions of Atlantis almost perfectly, this can't help but make one think in that direction. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and shook his head. Perhaps only when we actually go to the island to investigate will we know for sure. After speaking, Lin Zijie nodded in agreement. Then, the Zhuke Shen began to accelerate. On one hand, they were chasing the giant beast, on the other, they were racing to reach the circular island first. Landing on this island, which might hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the Atlantis Empire, was a possibility. Chapter 134, definitely not a natural phenomenon. As time passed, it had been a day and a night since they set off for the mysterious circular island. The Atlantic Ocean was vast and boundless. It covered 20% of the Earth's surface. And before their eyes, in its central region, there was a mysterious geomagnetic disturbance zone similar to the Bermuda Triangle. Within this area, no signals from any detectors could penetrate. Not even quantum signals can penetrate it. Therefore, everything in this maritime region remains entirely unknown. On this day, around 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Chen had been sailing continuously for a day and night. He could clearly sense it through the electronic sensors within his body. The area across from him was indeed in an electromagnetic chaos zone. However, for him, such minor electromagnetic disturbances had no significant effect. It was the aircraft in the sky that might be affected. Thinking of this, Lu Chen raised his head to look at the Zhuke Shenhao aircraft floating above his head. If the pilot wasn't from the same hometown as him, Lu Chen wouldn't have bothered to care. However, here, there was finally someone who could at least understand his intentions, and that person was inside that plane. So Lu Chen decided to give a gentle reminder. Gurgle, gurgle. As Lu Chen emitted a low voice, the Zhuke Shenhao in the sky flickered its lights twice, indicating that it had received the message. At that very moment, inside the main control cabin of the Zhuke divine vessel, Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie had already begun using the most precise detectors, perceiving the unknown waters before them. Sure enough, there was a circular object resembling an invisible transparent dome hovering above the sea. No signals could penetrate it here. There was only one way to penetrate it. That is to truly dive into it. Of course, their vision was not obstructed. Before them, a circular super island suddenly appeared right before them. Zhang Ke took 2 steps forward, slowly approaching the glass of the observation window. Then he murmured to himself, "I truly feel that this place is 100% the ruins of the Atlantis Empire."
At this point, Jungkook couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Because within his line of sight, on this super circular island before him, there were many strange and unusual structures. That's right. They were buildings. The definition of a structure is something that could never have formed naturally. That's a structure. It was clear. Before the two of them. On top of this super huge circular island. Everything is made up of strange and bizarre structures. Old Zhang, we need to switch everything to manual control now. The pilot said we'll have to use our eyes to determine the landing spot from now on. Otherwise, we can't guarantee a smooth landing on the giant island. Lin Zijie just came out of the control cabin at the main control flight deck and found Zhangku, speaking slowly. Got it. Zhangku took a deep breath and nodded. The two exchanged glances. They quickly moved to the nearby seats. They then securely fastened the safety ropes. Since the next step involved manual operation, it naturally wasn't as stable as machine operation. Moreover, the area in front of them was an electromagnetic anomaly zone. Therefore, any instruments that rely on electromagnetic power, as well as radar detection devices and emergency safety equipment, were all inoperable. The only thing that can be used is the physically driven control lever, i.e., manual control. Warning! Warning! Please take all necessary safety precautions. Warning! Warning! Please take all necessary safety precautions. Warning! Warning! Secure all safety ropes. We are about to enter an electromagnetic disturbance zone. All equipment will be subject to varying degrees of interference. At that moment, the voice of the pilot in the main control cabin echoed in their ears. Zhangku and Lin Zijie took a deep breath and quickly grabbed the safety bars beside them. Meanwhile, Zhou had already secured himself to the safety seat. Both hands tightly gripped the safety bar in front of him. The next second, suddenly, everyone felt a surge of turbulence. Then, all the electronic devices around them began to display snowflake-like patterns. Then they all entered a malfunctioning reboot state. Not only that, there were also multiple failed reboot attempts. At this point, the Zhuke Divine aircraft had also been switched to physical control mode. Physical control mode, of course, involves using levers and other physical operations to control the aircraft. The pilot was an experienced veteran, so everyone on board did not feel any significant vibrations. As time went on, they flew for another 2 minutes and a half. However, this time, after flying for 2 minutes, they finally arrived at the enormous circular island before them. Looking down from above, Zhangku, Lin Zijie, and Zhou, who was holding the camera, all looked utterly stunned. Zhou was also frantically activating his camera. Because the scene before them was simply too breathtaking to believe. If they didn't record it, it would be a terrible shame. Unfortunately, due to electromagnetic interference, even a quantum camera would require about 3 minutes to recalibrate and restart before it could be turned on. Everyone, please get ready. We're about to begin the descent. Once again, the voice of the pilot of the Zhuke Shanhao echoed in their ears. Zhangku and Lin Zijie immediately responded. All right. Shortly after, the aircraft experienced a slight tremor. The aircraft slowly descended onto the massive island before them. The area here was simply too vast. Even after flying for 2 minutes, they hadn't reached the central area. Moreover, the closer they got to the center, the more their electromagnetic equipment was damaged. In fact, if they continued flying at the current speed for another minute, it would cause permanent damage to all electronic equipment on the aircraft. Therefore, they came to a halt above a massive square approximately 2 kilometers from the perimeter. Why is this called a square? Because below them was a neatly arranged, square-shaped structure resembling a pile of giant stones. And they were certain it was indeed a square. Because it was simply impossible for any intelligent life form to construct such neatly arranged giant stone platforms. The Zhuke aircraft slowly landed on this vast stone platform. The entire island is approximately 200 meters above sea level. At first glance, it resembled a cylindrical structure. However, upon closer inspection, one could still discern a steep slope leading inward in 4 directions. In fact, based on this slight inward slope, it is possible to calculate that this is a conical island. Whether this is indeed the case requires further testing and verification. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had also arrived at the island, which stood approximately 200 meters tall. 200 meters is no big deal for Lu Chen, it's as easy as lifting a foot. So it's not even worth mentioning. But right now, this super circular island is definitely not a natural formation. It was 100% certain to be the creation of another civilization. The Atlantis civilization. Chapter 135, Opening Pandora's Box. This is absolutely not something that humans could have built. Neither in terms of time nor in terms of materials. The scenery here is simply too marvelous to believe. Everything around us is constructed from a pale blue stone and a light green stone. However, many areas show signs of damage. These traces are overgrown with green plants. Although this massive circular island has risen from the seabed. However, since it has been floating for approximately 1 day, the seawater on its surface has already been evaporated by the sun.
Therefore, there are not many water stains on this circular island.
Moreover,
Standing on this massive island truly gives one the feeling of having arrived in another world. And that is indeed the case. From the moment they first set foot here, they had already come to this conclusion. This place was definitely not something that human civilization could have built. It's not that it couldn't be built. Rather, if humans truly wanted to construct a gigantic circular stone island with a diameter of 50 kilometers, it would undoubtedly require an enormous amount of resources and effort to complete. Not to mention that this massive circular island is also home to numerous structures. Some of these structures exhibit geometric three-dimensional designs.
Others are outlined in flat, two-dimensional designs.
Some larger triangular structures resemble the altar-like ruins they previously discovered at the bottom of the ocean.
Zijia, what do you think? Is your equipment still operational? Zhangke walked over to Lin Zijia and asked in a low voice.
Lin Zijia carefully removed all the equipment from his body. He placed them on a rock in front of him. However, as soon as he placed them there, he discovered that all the instruments had malfunctioned. However, only one device remained intact. That was the detector that Lin Zijia had modified earlier. The energy source of this detector was not electrical power.
It was anti-gravity particles. It was the same blue crystal they had previously excavated.
Lin Zijia stood up and shook his head, saying,
"Apart from this small detector, everything else is completely inoperable.
So, if we really want to conduct an investigation here, we must resort to the most primitive methods."
Having said that, Lin Zijia exhaled softly once more. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Ku. "We must use equipment powered by a physical engine." Physics engine equipment? Zhang Ku couldn't help but scratch his head. You mean we have to use the most primitive tools to conduct the survey here?
Yes, that's correct. All devices related to electricity are unusable here.
Lin Zijie took another deep breath, looking at Zhang Ku's confused expression.
He then began to explain.
You see, the devices I brought with me are all powered by electricity.
However, this detector in my hand uses anti-gravity particles as its power source and operates using.
At this point, Lin Zijie pointed to the equipment on the ground.
Clearly, all the equipment that relied on electricity was now completely useless. Then, Lin Zijie pointed to the stones around him. He spoke slowly. These stones are the same as the ones we saw in the ruins earlier. They all possess a certain level of electromagnetic shielding power. However, the reason they were still usable during our previous reconnaissance mission was because there were very few of those relic stones. Therefore, their electromagnetic interference capabilities were not very strong.
But now, Lin Zijie couldn't help but look around and said heavily, "This entire massive circular island is made entirely of stones capable of shielding electromagnetic interference."
At this point, Zhang Ku couldn't help but suck in a cold breath.
Lin Zijie shrugged his shoulders and said, "Under these circumstances, how are we supposed to use an electromagnetic detector?
So we'll have to resort to the most primitive physical tools, like chisels, hammers, and shovels."
Upon hearing Lin Zijie's words, Zhang Ku couldn't help but laugh helplessly. "All right. We're basically turning into tomb raiders now."
Lin Zijie shrugged his shoulders.
"How can you call that tomb raiding? In modern times, we call ourselves archaeologists.
In ancient times, we were called treasure hunters.
How can we be grave robbers?"
Zhang Ku grinned and nodded with a smile. Then he led his team toward the platform in front of them.
The area here is enormous. And the buildings here are all enormous. Some were even absurdly large.
For example, the archway in front of them. Or rather, what they called an archway, but in this civilization, what exactly it was remained a mystery. The archway in front of them is roughly 50 to 60 meters tall. On the stone columns on either side of the archway are intricately carved patterns. These patterns do not appear to have been carved by humans.
Moreover, these patterns cannot be found in any known ancient civilizations or even in the ancient civilizations discovered by modern humans. It seems as though these patterns are unique and special. Moreover, the patterns are extremely complex and appear unfamiliar at first glance. It is completely unclear what these patterns signify.
Such distinctive patterns can be found almost everywhere in this area. Some patterns are symmetrical, while others have no discernible patterns at all.
We currently lack the necessary instruments.
Therefore, we are unable to determine the exact elements present in the composition of these stones. Zhang Ku approached a slightly smaller stone. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Upon slight inspection, it seemed slightly lighter. However, when he tossed it slightly into the air, it landed heavily in his hand with little sensation. Moreover, they were on this massive circular island. Had been untouched by humans for nearly thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Even just a week ago, most people didn't even believe that the ruins of Atlantis existed in this world. They merely regarded it as a legendary tale. Yet now, this ruin stands before everyone, real and tangible. Of course, if you insist that this is not the historical site of Atlantis but the ruins of another civilization, that is also possible. After all, no one has any way to prove that this is the site of Atlantis. But equally, you cannot prove that this is not Atlantis. As time passed, nearly 2 hours had already gone by. Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie, along with their troops, have ventured another 5 kilometers deeper into the ruins. Everything here is shrouded in mystery. Towering structures stand as a testament to the super-civilization of this empire. However, at present, these structures have been eroded by seawater over the years and are inhabited by large fish. This has caused some areas to become damaged. Nevertheless, even so, this place is still brimming with endless mystery. If you haven't been here before, you might not feel it. But once you arrive here, then, the ruins of this super-civilization before your eyes. It's like Pandora's box. Once you open it, you can't close it again. It stirs the deepest curiosity within your heart. It ignites your desire to explore. You won't rest until you figure out this place. However, human scientific exploration and technological development thrive on this unwavering spirit of perseverance. Just as everyone was about to begin surveying the area, suddenly, the entire island trembled slightly. A humming sound echoed through the air. The sound resembled the clanging of intertwined chains. Zhang Ku and the others all looked at each other in shock, then dropped to the ground. They had no idea what was about to happen. This place was far too mysterious. And the deafening roar continued to echo in their ears. Chapter 136, Divine Craftsmanship. This is definitely not the work of humans. Within the massive circular island, the deafening roar echoed continuously. The group led by Zhang Ku was all crawling on the massive green stone slabs. They had no idea what was happening here. At the moment, they could only proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. At the same time, Lu Chen also arrived on this massive island. Although Lu Chen possessed a massive body over 600 meters in length, when faced with a circular island over 50 kilometers in diameter, when compared to it, Lu Chen still felt rather insignificant. Boom, boom, boom. Moving his enormous body, Lu Chen headed toward the area where the energy source was most concentrated and also the most chaotic. It was clear. The target of his movement was the exact center of this super-circular island. Lu Chen, at that moment, was also filled with curiosity. At the center of this circular island, what exactly was there? Could it be something that can release such a powerful force field? That even made Lu Chen feel a slight pang of fear. This is an extraordinary discovery. Since he had crossed over to this world, there had never been anything, or rather, any substance or energy, that could make him feel even the slightest flutter of excitement. But, right now, within this island that suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean, there is such a substance. Gurgling, Lu Chen walked for 5 minutes and arrived at Zhang Ku's location. Although the buzzing sound was still ringing in his ears. However, this sound had almost no effect on Lu Chen. However, this piercing buzzing sound, for humans, it could already be considered quite loud. Lu Chen glanced at Zhang Ku and the others beside him. Then, he continued walking deeper into the darkness. At the same time, Zhang Ku and the others couldn't help but cover their ears. The noise here was simply too loud. Is there any way to fix this? Zhang Ku approached Lin Zijie and shouted. Let me think. Lin Zijie took a deep breath and began to think. The noise here is at least over 80 decibels. At 70 decibels, the noise is already at a normal level. It already interferes with normal conversation. If it exceeds 90 decibels, it can cause minor harm to the human body. If one lives in an environment exceeding 90 decibels continuously, it can even lead to serious illnesses. Currently, within this super-circular island, such noise is constantly present. Click, click, clack clack. This sound, resembling the clanging of metal, it echoes continuously across the entire island. We have no better solution at the moment. We can only resort to the oldest method. Lin Zijie shrugged helplessly and stuffed cotton into his ears. Zhang Ku. It's inside the island where none of them can see it. It's not solid. It is hollow. And inside it, various large, precision devices are slowly coming to life. If Zhang Ku and his team were to enter this place, they would probably be so shocked they couldn't even speak. The devices here are not limited to physical engines. There are also numerous areas where those blue peculiar particles are embedded. It is clear. The original civilization here had completely mastered this most force. Gravity. Everything here is powered by gravity. Massive machines, resembling gigantic gears, are constantly interlocking. They slowly rotate. Every time a gear tooth locks into the next groove, a deafening clatter echoes throughout the chamber. It is clear. The enormous sound heard on the island was emanating from here. Additionally, the speed of sound in solids is the fastest.
so almost as soon as it rotates below, it can be immediately felt on the ground. Click, click. Just as this mysterious machine began to operate underground,
the supercircular giant island above was also constantly changing. First, on the outermost layer, a circular water channel appeared.
Yes, it's a water channel. They resemble moats. Then, in the 8 directions of this moat, there is a massive stone bridge.
The bridges are arranged symmetrically.
The roaring sound continues to echo in your ears. However, at that very moment, Jiangku and the others were all stunned.
Because they were precisely at the outer edge of the moat. They were only a dozen meters away from the sunken water channel. If they were to move forward another dozen meters, they would likely have fallen into the bottomless moat.
Crack! Boom! Suddenly, the entire island seemed to shake. The next second,
the earlier rumbling sound gradually grew fainter.
Then,
the outer circle of the ground had completely stabilized.
There were no longer any significant tremors. However,
the rocky ground within the moat began to shift. It continues to sink inward, forming another ring of the moat channel.
Of course, it remains circular. Zhang Ko and Lin Zijie, upon seeing this scene,
they were all stunned into stillness.
It was terrifying.
Such divine craftsmanship,
far surpassing the current peak of human intelligence.
Even if all of humanity's strength were combined, it would still be impossible to create such a massive engineering marvel.
No need to say more. This must be the Lost Kingdom, the Atlantis Empire. Electromagnetic signals have returned.
At that very moment, Lin Zijie suddenly realized. On the outermost circular island, their electromagnetic devices had once again returned to normal.
Sigh. I understand. The previous electromagnetic shielding must have been some kind of safety mechanism.
Zhang Ke sucked in a breath of cold air and said solemnly.
Yes.
Lin Zijie nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two of them turned their gaze toward the center once more.
At that moment, the central area was still undergoing drastic changes. Chapter 137, definitely not human. Humans are not alone.
All that could be seen was a circular island. The central area is beginning to shake visibly at a rapid pace. One after another, circular moat channels began to appear continuously. The closer one got to the center, the smaller the circles became.
The distance between each ring was half that of the previous one. These layers were piling up one after another. Not only that, there is also a rather peculiar phenomenon. That is,
the deeper you go into the buildings, the more magnificent and grand they become.
Moreover, they are more complex than the outer structures.
When Zhang Ku and his group first arrived here, the outer perimeter of the island was just a series of peculiar arches, squares, and other such structures.
However,
after the first wave of tremors subsided,
the second wave began.
Inside, there were many strange buildings. They seemed to have grown directly out of the ground.
Moreover, those structures were far more complex than those on the outermost perimeter. Everyone, follow me closely. Let's go see what's going on.
Zhang Ke walked forward about 10 meters.
He looked at the enormous, bottomless water channel before him. He took a deep breath.
Then he turned around and looked at the group of staff members behind him. All the researchers nodded in unison. They headed toward the mysterious place ahead. But they had to approach it with a mindset that they were prepared to die. After all, no one knew what dangers might lie ahead.
Moreover, with their current capabilities, was completely unpredictable.
Zhang Ke waved his hand and stepped onto the massive stone bridge before him. This stone bridge was at least 2 kilometers wide.
Its length was nearly 8 kilometers. If it weren't for the deep, bottomless water channel in the middle, he wouldn't dare call it a coincidence. After all, where had he ever seen such a massive bridge? Just as everyone was heading toward the first bridge, Lu Chen also arrived at the second circular island from another stone bridge. Upon arriving here,
there was nothing particularly unusual about it.
The sky was still as blue as ever, and the clouds were still as white as ever.
Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. The massive ruins before him seemed as though some kind of safety mechanism had been activated.
It was constantly transforming into its final form. Lu Chen could only continue sitting before the third circular island, waiting. He couldn't just destroy this place, could he? That wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, Lu Chen is also extremely curious about these bizarre devices. What kind of state would they ultimately take? What intrigues Lu Chen even more is whether there is truly only one intelligent civilization in this world.
At present, this secret has been uncovered to 99%.
Once the changes here come to an end, Lu Chen will be able to confirm it with absolute certainty. At this very moment, the second ring of islands has already taken shape.
Next comes the third ring. Then the fourth ring.
Each circle surrounds the one before it.
This process continues, constantly changing toward the center.
Finally, by the fifth circle, the changes finally come to a slow halt. At this point, the transformation of the entire massive island had come to an end. Here, it could be confirmed. Zhang Ku had also arrived at the third ring with his men. He glanced behind him, then looked ahead. This is the ruins of the Atlantis Empire. There's no way this could be wrong. According to ancient texts, the construction of Atlantis was done in concentric circles. Moreover, at the center of each circle were moats. Each circle has a different system of central authority. Therefore, the further inward you go, the more magnificent and mysterious the buildings become. Zhang Ke's field of study includes paleontology and ancient geological culture. Regarding the mandatory course on the Atlantis Empire, he possesses extensive knowledge in this field. It is clear that everything here perfectly aligns with the descriptions of the Atlantis Empire. It's amazing. So awe-inspiring. Terrifying. Zhang Ke took a deep breath and slowly walked among the one building after another. These massive structures bore the marks of time. The marks of time were etched into their surfaces. Time is truly a mysterious thing. Zhang Ke couldn't help but sigh in awe. Perhaps, thousands of years ago, they too stood on the path I now walk, gazing up at the sky. Perhaps, they too longed to unravel the mysteries of this world. Zhang Ke murmured to himself. Lin Zijie walked over to him. Then he patted Zhang Ke on the shoulder. All right. Great poet. Stop wallowing in self-pity here. I've already made contact with the Longbour Research Headquarters, because the electromagnetic signals here have been restored. So, while Zhang Ke was lamenting alone, Lin Zijie wasn't idle either. He quickly activated his own equipment, and he established communication with the Longbour Research Headquarters immediately. Zhang Ke, how's it going? Can you confirm it? Through the communication device, Su Guodong quickly asked the question he most wanted to know. Although it wasn't 100% certain at the moment, it's almost certain. Zhang Ke said solemnly, whether it was the structure here or the changes here, everything is pointing to one thing. That is, this is the mysterious Atlantis kingdom. And it's definitely not human. Or rather, it's definitely not our kind of humans. Within the Dragon Nation's research headquarters, after hearing Zhang Ke's words, his expression also became extremely excited. I knew it. I knew it. Our blue star has existed in the universe for 4 or 5 billion years. How could it have only evolved into our civilization? You must understand. When humanity embraced industrial civilization, we had only a history of a few thousand years at most. So, old Lin, we can now understand. Humans are not the only intelligent beings. We humans aren't alone. Su Guodong was so excited that he slapped Lin Qingshan beside him. Cough. Enough, stop hitting me. If you keep slapping me, I'll fight back. Lin Qingshan coughed twice and grimaced. Keep watching. Su Guodong burst into laughter. We'll immediately dispatch reinforcements to your location. From now on, keep the communication lines open. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie nodded immediately upon hearing this. Yes. Chapter 138. The records in the ancient book may only be the tip of the iceberg. Just as Zhang Ke and the others were all in a state of shock, the circular island was still undergoing earth-shattering changes. However, the central ring-shaped island was still undergoing prolonged transformations, because this is the core area. Therefore, the changes here took longer than those in the surrounding areas. Moreover, the streets here are even more intertwined and complex. Although they are called streets, they are much wider than the streets we are familiar with. Ordinary streets are usually only 3 to 5 meters wide. But here, they're easily over 100 meters wide. At the same time, Lu Chen had already crossed the 4th circular island and was heading toward the 5th one. As he neared the 5th circular island, he could clearly see the entire scene at the center of this group of islands. This was an extremely massive circular platform, completely flat. Its diameter was approximately 2 kilometers. However, what was peculiar about this place was that there were no structures or buildings of any kind. Some of the massive structures in the surrounding area were clearly visible, and even the patterns on their surfaces could be seen. Yet within this eerie circular area, there is nothing to be seen at all. Just as Lu Chen was feeling puzzled, the Dragon Nation research team behind him had already arrived in full force. Upon arriving, Zhang Ke and the others were all stunned, because before them lay an extremely flat circular plaza. However, the ground of the square was covered with strange shapes. These shapes seemed to each demarcate a separate area. Each area was extremely smooth. They even reflected light. Zhang Ke and Lin Zijie exchanged puzzled glances. They had no idea what was going on here. Theoretically speaking, if this really is the site of Atlantis, then the central area would undoubtedly be where the highest-ranking officials resided. However, upon arriving here, they discovered that it wasn't at all what they had imagined. It was just an ordinary circular plaza. As for the purpose of this square, that remains a mystery. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sat down on the ground beside him. Within his sensory range, the square in front of him was filled with a strong energy. However, he did not see anything edible. He also didn't see the blue crystal substance he had eaten before. Therefore, he began to suspect whether these substances might be buried beneath the ground of the square. Nevertheless, Lu Chen could still clearly sense it. The energy at the center of the square was constantly growing stronger. In fact, the energy he had sensed earlier was only 1/10 of what it was now. In other words, within just 1 week, this energy had increased tenfold. What would happen if we waited another week? What about another month? Lu Chen could sense that this energy was definitely not the limit of this place, it was still gathering more energy. But he had no idea what the purpose or reason behind this slowly gathering energy was. Lu Chen couldn't figure it out or make sense of it. He might as well just sit here and wait patiently. At the same time, Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie also arrived at the central circular square with their research teams and began exploring. The area was filled with strange, massive structures. Each structure surpassed human imagination. However, what was even more peculiar was that the previous electromagnetic interference had disappeared in the outer perimeter. Yet upon arriving here, there was still a strong electromagnetic interference, especially around the circular plaza. As soon as you get close, your exploration instruments will malfunction. But if you step inside, any instruments you bring with you will be destroyed outright. It's direct destruction, not just malfunction. You must understand that all these instruments rely on electrical power to function. The electromagnetic interference at the center of the circular plaza is simply too powerful. Therefore, any equipment near the central area will be destroyed as soon as it enters the range. Earlier, Lin Zijie and his team hadn't noticed this, so when a small squad entered, they were completely wiped out. All the equipment is now completely inoperable. Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke then began to organize the researchers here in an orderly manner. Those setting up tents set up tents. Those analyzing the geology went to analyze the local geology. Every aspect of the operation began to function smoothly. After a day of reorganization, the support personnel dispatched by the Longwa Research Headquarters also arrived at the scene. When these reinforcements arrived and saw the mysterious ruins before them, all of them were left speechless with astonishment. The impact was simply overwhelming. Everywhere were oddly shaped, rugged structures. Moreover, these structures were clearly not built by humans at first glance. Setting aside the sheer scale of such structures, which humans could never replicate. Even if humans wanted to build them, they wouldn't be able to find the right geological stones. What do you think? Have the rocks here been analyzed to determine their composition? At that moment, Zhang Ke arrived at the makeshift research hut. He then located the top-tier geological analysis experts sent by Longwa. The testing is currently underway. However, it doesn't seem to be something from the Earth's surface. A top-tier geological analysis expert approached Zhang Ke and spoke solemnly. We all know that stones are the standard material for constructing buildings. However, these stones do not appear to have been formed naturally, they resemble artificial materials. Just like the bricks we use to build houses. Oh, soon. However, we cannot determine what mixture was used to manufacture these stones. However, one thing is certain, the hardness of these stones far exceeds anything humans have ever been able to synthesize. I can't even imagine what kind of civilization could have created this. Moreover, at this point, he stood up and took a deep breath. These stones might just be something they built casually. What truly fills me with dread is. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on the ground. Then he spoke heavily. This entire place is made of those rock stones. Which means that the entire massive island might not have been naturally formed at all. But rather, they were created using some advanced technology. At this point, even Zhang Ke couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Could the entire island have been constructed? If that's true, then it would far surpass the technology described in the book about the Atlantis Kingdom. Could it be that what's described in the books is just the tip of the iceberg? Chapter 139, The Terrifying Safety Device. The fifth quality defect. After hearing the test results from this geological researcher, at that very moment, Zhang Ke's expression also grew slightly somber. Because this news could potentially send the entire world into an uproar. Let alone the entire world. Even he himself felt his blood boiling. To possess such a massive undertaking. To construct such a massive structure at the very center of the vast ocean. Then, it must be a civilization that has transcended humanity. Humans are simply incapable of constructing such a massive structure at this point. Moreover, Zhang Ke was completely unaware of the situation at present. In the center of the Atlantic Ocean, a massive circular island has appeared, clearly not constructed by humans. What could be the purpose? At that very moment, Lin Zijie, holding a highly precise instrument, walked into the tent from outside. Upon seeing Zhang Ke, he hurriedly said, Zhang, come over here immediately.
The magnetic field at the center has become significantly disrupted.
And there's less than 10 minutes left. My quantum computer will be able to calculate the exact time of the fifth mass collapse event.
At the mention of the mass collapse event, Zhang felt his head spin. He almost forgot about it altogether. It was simply because witnessing such a mysterious Atlantis-like sight had left him utterly awestruck. He almost forgot about the mass collapse incident. What do you think? What exactly happened with the geomagnetic disturbance at the center? Zhang quickly followed Lin Zijie into another research facility. He then looked at the documents Lin Zijie handed him. The documents were filled with dense data. Regarding these data, Zhang felt completely overwhelmed. Without specialized research experience in this field, it was completely incomprehensible to anyone else. Lin Zijie pointed to the instrument in front of him and said solemnly, "Didn't I tell you before? My quantum computer can quickly calculate the fifth mass loss event. But now, for some unknown reason, the fifth mass loss event has already occurred on this central island. Right within that mysterious central circular disk. What is going on?" Zhang Ku's expression froze slightly after hearing Lin Zijie's explanation. Lin Zijie knew Zhang Ku would react this way. He quickly led Zhang Ku to the outer central area. Then Lin Zijie pointed to the circular plaza behind him. He said solemnly, "There is now a layer of gravitational field in this area that cannot be observed by the human eye. Within this zone, all gravitational forces are disrupted by different rules. For example, in this area, gravity is approximately 1/3 of normal gravity. However, the area to the right is only 1/5 of normal gravity. Furthermore, after conducting a circular inspection, we can definitively confirm one thing. That is, the closer you get to the center, the weaker the gravity becomes. As for what caused this situation, we are not entirely sure. And we are currently at a complete loss as to how to proceed. This is due to the weakening of gravity, compounded by the effects of the fifth mass loss event. Our current methods are completely ineffective for probing inward. However, it is precisely because of this. I have a feeling. But I'm not sure if this feeling is just a figment of my imagination." Thinking of this, Lin Zijie took a deep breath and spoke softly. After he finished speaking, Zhang hurriedly asked,
"What kind of feeling? The island we're on isn't natural, right? That's been confirmed, hasn't it?"
Lin Zijie shifted his gaze to Zhang and asked.
"That's correct, it's been confirmed." Zhang nodded.
Seeing this, Lin Zijie continued, "Then we can confirm another point.
Since the entire island is not naturally formed, then everything on the island must be part of a device."
Lin Zijie took a deep breath and began to slowly describe the terrifying thought in his mind.
"If the entire island is a device, then I can treat it as a safety mechanism similar to those found in the instruments we use. That means there must be a trigger condition for the entire island to activate. Now we can clearly see that this island was originally submerged in the deep sea.
And we've explored this area of the deep sea many times. There was no way to detect such a terrifying island existing there. So the question arises." At this point, he turned his gaze toward the circular plaza in front of him. This circular plaza might very well be the very center of this safety mechanism. However, to prevent other civilizations from destroying it, this safety mechanism must block all energy that could detect it. For example, our quantum signals and our electrical energy. I even suspect that this civilization has far surpassed our imagination. They might even assume that we would use gravity to perceive its operational principles. Therefore, the gravitational field within this area has also become disrupted to varying degrees. We all know that signals are affected by gravity.
It can't be that terrifying, can it?
Zhang heard Lin Zijie's remarks.
He felt goosebumps rise on his spine. It's really that terrifying.
Lin Zijie nodded heavily.
However, although I cannot use other instruments to detect what exactly is happening at the center, there's still a type of energy that can be detected. That's the blue crystal quality detection instrument I modified earlier. Through the signal frequency emitted by this instrument, I can confirm one thing. The entire center of the square is filled with this energy, which is constantly gathering. The estimated time for its full convergence is approximately half a day. So, we will know exactly what is happening after half a day. For now, we can only wait." Zhang took a deep breath. What's happening here is simply too bizarre to believe. If this were to happen outside, no one would believe it. Just then,
suddenly, a researcher rushed over to Zhang and Lin Zijie. "The quantum computer has calculated the time for the fifth mass loss.
Come over here quickly. Chapter 140, only 24 hours left?"
Lin Zijie and Zhang exchanged glances. Then, both of their faces turned serious.
The fifth quality loss. This was a global quality loss incident. This wasn't like the minor incidents before. If a fifth quality loss incident were to occur, a terrifying phenomenon would occur worldwide.
That is, the gravitational force across the entire world would be reduced by half.
It's like a 200-pound person suddenly weighing only 100 pounds.
But his mass remains unchanged. It is merely the gravitational force that is changed. Therefore, on the surface, they appear exactly the same as before.
And everything you can imagine in the world will all experience a certain scale of catastrophic events within this proportion. For example, if gravity were to weaken by half, then the atmosphere enveloping our blue planet will begin to drift into space. Because the Earth's gravity can no longer hold on to these atmospheric gases, the density of the atmosphere would decrease.
Mountains, rivers, and lakes will all be affected to varying degrees. And the most severely affected would naturally be living organisms. Because living beings have become highly accustomed to the current gravitational conditions of the world.
When gravity suddenly changes, humans will undoubtedly be the first to feel the effects. They will feel extremely uncomfortable, even more so than the feeling of motion sickness.
As for how long this phenomenon will last,
remains unknown. At present, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku have already arrived in front of the quantum computer.
When they saw the data displayed on the quantum computer,
both of them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow! How could it be so fast? We only have 1 day left?
Zhang Ku's eyes betrayed a hint of fear.
He never imagined that time would be so tight. What can we possibly do in just 1 day? Not even enough to evacuate the humans. Actually, earlier on, they had already devised a plan to hide everyone in underground shelters. They would stockpile enough food and water there, and some other equipment.
Only in this way could they maximize the chances of survival.
As for the creatures exposed on the surface,
will have no choice but to slowly adapt to a world with half the gravity.
Moreover, no one knows what events will occur once gravity is reduced to half its original strength. There is only 1 day left.
Lin Zijie looked at the data from his quantum computer.
His expression immediately grew grim. He hadn't expected the timeline to be so tight.
So tight that they had no time to think,
to take corresponding actions. 24 hours. For ordinary people, it was just an ordinary day. They wake up in the morning, go to work or school, and return home in the evening to rest and sleep. But what they didn't know was, they might not even make it to the next day. What should they do?
Zhang Ku quickly shifted his gaze from the quantum computer to Lin Zijie behind him. Lin Zijie pondered for a few minutes before speaking.
This matter has far exceeded our predictions. We should notify Su Buchang immediately. Zhang Ku nodded in agreement.
They then quickly contacted Su Guodong. Once the communication was established, upon hearing Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie's account, Su Guodong was completely stunned. The fifth quality loss incident had arrived in just 24 hours? 24 hours? We couldn't possibly react in time. Su Guodong's expression darkened. Everyone fell silent. All the researchers at the Longguo Research Base Center also turned their gaze toward Su Guodong at that moment. Lin Qingshan, who was standing behind Su Guodong, walked over and patted him on the shoulder.
Don't worry. Whatever decision you make, we're all behind you. Then, he took a deep breath and asked, should we tell the whole world about this?
Facing Lin Qingshan's question, Su Guodong's body trembled slightly.
Yes, this is a very difficult decision to make. Are we really going to tell the whole world? Humans only have 24 hours left to survive.
As for this information, if he were to reveal it himself, its credibility would be absolute. Even Su Guodong could foresee that over the next 24 hours, the entire world would descend into chaos. Everything humanity has built and sustained would collapse in an instant. Before death, all humans will display their most behavior. This is something Su Guodong could fully anticipate. However, if this information is not shared with all of humanity, it would be irresponsible toward all of humanity. Especially in the face of such a major disaster.
Long ago, a very strict order had already been established. That is, if such an unavoidable apocalyptic event were to occur, then this information must be made public.
Su Guodong pondered for about 10 minutes.
He finally refocused his attention on the display screen in front of him. Lin Zijie, you previously reported to me that the central square of the circular island where you are located is gathering extremely strong energy, correct? When is the energy expected to converge completely? In response to Su Guodong's question, Lin Zijie thought for a moment before saying,
approximately 6 hours or so.
All right. We'll just wait those 6 hours. After 6 hours, if nothing changes, then I will personally inform the entire world of this matter.
At this point, Su Guodong's gaze grew sharp once more. As the highest-ranking official of the Dragon Nation's Research and Development Bureau, he decided to endure the pressure of these 6 hours. This was the pressure he felt from his heart toward all of humanity.
All right, we understand.
Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku nodded solemnly.
As soon as there is any progress here, we will contact you immediately. Chapter 141, if we were going to give up, we would have done so thousands of years ago. Communication with the Dragon Nation's research headquarters had not been cut off. However, after the call ended, both sides fell silent. Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke did not say much else. Instead, they quickly immersed themselves in their research. There were no further tasks for them at that point. Some tasks could only be waited out.
Waiting to see what would ultimately happen with the geomagnetic disturbances and energy convergence phenomena at the center.
In about 6 hours, they would know the results. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke who were waiting. Lu Chen was also waiting.
Lu Chen has been waiting here for nearly several days.
He doesn't even know exactly how long it has been.
However, he can sense it through his unique particle energy perception. He discovered that the circular plaza area in front of him was gathering extremely powerful energy. In fact, this energy was now on par with his own. If he wanted to expand his energy further, he would have to absorb matter. However, the energy in the square seemed to still be gathering. For a moment, Lu Chen wondered what would happen if he were to absorb all of this energy.
How much could the energy within his body expand? Could it reach the point of destroying a planet? However, Lu Chen could sense it through his electromagnetic force. Far below his feet, it had even penetrated deep into the Earth's core. There. It seemed as though intermittent electromagnetic waves were beginning to emerge.
It felt like the battery was running out of power. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Chen shook his head. He decided to wait and see what happened when the time came. For now, he would wait for the massive energy source before him to reveal itself. On the other side, Su Guodong at the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters was also beginning to consider the matter with the utmost caution. If the news that the world would end in 24 hours were to be revealed to all of humanity, the entire world would descend into chaos. However, the calculations of the quantum computer are infallible. Therefore, this matter is virtually certain. Unless there was one possible solution. That is to restore Earth's gravity to normal. But how could that possibly be achieved? Su Guodong sighed heavily. After walking down the path of scientific research for so long, overcoming one obstacle after another, and never imagined that he would come to this, a strong sense of reluctance suddenly surged up in my heart. Behind him, Lin Chongshan was thinking the same thing as Su Guodong. Su Guodong was the highest commander of the Dragon Nation's research headquarters. Lin Qingshan, on the other hand, was the highest-ranking commander of the country's top quantum physics research headquarters. Their strength and status within the Dragon Nation's research department were both at the very pinnacle. Therefore, what troubled Su Guodong was precisely what troubled Lin Qingshan at that moment. However, Lin Qingshan's personality was slightly more fiery than Su Guodong's. He simply patted Su Guodong on the shoulder, grinned, and said, "Don't worry. What's the big deal? It's just the end of the world, isn't it? We just won't tell the whole world what's going on. It doesn't matter. At least they'll still be able to experience everything in this world today. And if we really tell them that the world will be destroyed in 24 hours, it might be better not to tell them at all. Besides, maybe a miracle will happen in a few hours? Who knows?" After hearing Lin Qingshan's words, Su Guodong couldn't help but smile wryly. "Old Lin, you really have a good mindset. But, upon reflection, it is indeed true. Anyway, it's already like this. What else can we do? Let's just leave it at that." Those 3 sentences had already made Su Guodong feel a little more at ease. Now, we can't waste any more time. Su Guodong took a deep breath and took a few steps forward. Then, looking at all the Dragon Country research elites before him, he spoke with profound solemnity. "Even if tomorrow were the end of the world, so what? Should humanity simply give up? Is it even possible for us to give up? If we were going to give up, we would have done so thousands of years ago. Everyone, get into the highest level of scientific research. Then, find a way to restore Earth's gravity. Even if it's just a tiny possibility, find it immediately and present your ideas to me. As for the end of the world, we won't worry about that. Focus solely on research." After Su Guodong finished speaking, the researchers below all responded with enthusiasm. "All right. The end of the world? What's there to fear? Besides, it might not even be the end of the world. It's just the 5th mass loss event. It's just that gravity has weakened by half. Perhaps during this time, humanity will come up with some method to contain this situation. Every researcher working here is a genius." So these people quickly threw themselves into their research tasks. Meanwhile, time was ticking away, second by second. At the center of the Atlantis ruins, as these peculiar energies continued to converge, a translucent membrane had already begun to form here. It was even visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lin Zijie quickly pulled out the instrument in his hand. He aimed it at the central square in front of him and conducted a series of tests. The more he tested, the more he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The detection values he had set were only up to 10,000. But the numbers on the screen had already skyrocketed.
Or rather, they had already exceeded the limits 2 hours ago. And they were still growing at an exponential rate. This isn't as simple as 11. It's growing by taking the square root. It's somewhat similar to the principle of fission. One energy splits into two energies, then two energies split into four energies. Then the four energies split into 8. This process continues to form within this circular area, which is approximately 2 kilometers in diameter. As time passed, 6 hours slowly passed. Suddenly, the heavens and earth resounded with a hum. Hum. An unexpected change occurred. Chapter 142, the crisis has begun to descend. The entire earth suddenly began to hum. All sounds erupted in every direction. Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke, who were closest to the source, were naturally the first to be hit. They felt their minds grow chaotic. Soon, the two of them felt the ground spinning, and they fell backward. There was nothing they could do, the sound was simply too loud. They were both knocked into a temporary state of temporary hearing loss by the massive sound wave. At the same time, the vibrations were continuously spreading across the circular island. Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke exchanged glances, then quickly retreated backward. Because they were now practically at the epicenter of the tremors. If they were even slightly closer, they might have been killed on the spot. When they retreated to a distance of approximately 500 meters, they finally began to feel the tremors ease. At the same time, Lu Chen sat at the very edge of the circular tremor, feeling the vibrations there. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. This was not an earthquake. It was the result of energy reaching its limit. At this very moment, the energy at the center had far surpassed the total energy within his own body. And even now, the energy continues to accumulate. Even Lu Chen himself is deeply curious about what exactly is inside. How could it generate such immense power? Just as Lu Chen was pondering, the massive circular plaza before him underwent another transformation. Suddenly, the strange patterns on the ground burst into dazzling white light. These white lights are constantly gathering together, connecting all the patterns on the ground into a complete network. It resembled a visible network-like structure. Once all the white light illuminated the patterns on the ground, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. It sounds like the activation of some kind of device, and the vibrations return. And it was even stronger than before. Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke once again felt the immense tremor, as if a storm were approaching. They quickly began to run. At the same time, they shouted loudly. All research personnel are to immediately abandon all work in progress. Then flee toward the outer perimeter with all your strength. Don't worry about the equipment. From now on, everyone must get out of here immediately. Lin Zijie stood up and shouted with all his might. Hurry up! Everyone move! From the moment the tremors began, all electromagnetic devices on the island had ceased to function. Therefore, they couldn't use radios to communicate. Not only that, but communication with the Dragon Nation's research headquarters had also been severed. Once again, the situation had returned to what it had been when they first set foot on the island. Once again, it had become a place where signals couldn't penetrate out or be transmitted in. After hearing Lin Zijie's loud warning, all the researchers began passing along the message Lin Zijie had intended to convey. Immediately, all the researchers abandoned their work and began running toward the outer perimeter of the circular island. Although the speed was slow and the effect was not significant, but it was better than standing still. Just as all the researchers had evacuated. At that very moment, Lu Chen slowly stood up. These vibrations barely registered with Lu Chen. What piqued Lu Chen's curiosity now was what exactly this central area was. Because at this very moment, the peculiar areas on the ground at the center of these circular plazas had begun to show the slightest cracks. It was as if something was about to emerge from below. After waiting quietly for about 5 minutes, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. No wonder the energy here is so powerful. It turns out there's such a massive amount of blue crystal energy here. At that very moment, before Lu Chen's eyes, a circular plaza with a diameter of approximately 2 kilometers. The peculiar patterns covering the upper layer had completely turned into cracks and vanished. After turning into cracks and disappearing, however, something massive and resembling a stone platform is slowly rising from below. However, it was unlike an ordinary stone platform. Its surface is densely covered with the same eerie patterns as before. Immediately afterward, this massive circular stone platform began to rise slowly. It has risen to a height of nearly 50 meters. Then, 5 smaller stone platforms began to rise slowly toward greater heights. Each of these 5 smaller stone platforms has a diameter of approximately 30 meters. They were also circular in shape. Moreover, these 5 smaller stone platforms are arranged in a very orderly manner. They are arranged in a pentagram pattern. Just as these stone platforms were ready, suddenly, a circular void with a diameter of about 5 meters appeared at the center of the stone platforms. Subsequently, a brilliant blue light began to radiate outward.
At the same time, Lu Chen could easily sense that the energy at the center of these 5 stone platforms was extremely powerful. At the center of these 5 stone platforms was a massive circular core. However, no light was emanating from within this circular area. Only the 5 stone platforms surrounding it emitted such light. Just as Lu Chen began to feel puzzled, suddenly, the entire island shook violently once more. In an instant, all the electromagnetic energy converged into the central circle of the 5 stone platforms. It seemed that these 5 circular devices had absorbed all the energy from the entire island. Lu Chen tilted his head slightly and glanced inside for a moment. The pit in the center was enormous in scope. It was roughly 300 meters in diameter. Even at a glance, he couldn't see the bottom. Although he was now over 600 meters tall, his maximum width was only around 100 meters. If he weren't standing firmly, he might just fall right in. While Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke were unaware of what was happening, they could only lie quietly on the ground. All they could do now was wait. At that very moment, in the circular square, 5 brilliant blue beams of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. They pierced through the entire sky. Everyone on this half of the planet witnessed this astonishing sight. However, what they did not know was that the crisis had already begun to descend. Chapter 143, The Device Left Behind by the Previous Civilization. These 5 extraordinary beams of light pierced directly through the clouds. All humans on the Atlantic side of the globe could clearly witness this extraordinary phenomenon. However, regarding this extraordinary phenomenon, no one could offer any explanation, because they had no idea why such a situation had arisen. At the same time, after the 5 beams of light appeared, the Dragon Nation's research headquarters immediately received a message from the Starry Sky Space Agency. The highest-ranking official of the Starry Sky Space Agency, upon learning of this incident, immediately dispatched the International Space Station floating in outer space to lock down the entire area. Once the lockdown was complete, satellite footage was continuously transmitted in real time. Once the synchronization reached this point, the information was immediately handed over to the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters. In the command center of the Dragon Nation's Research Headquarters, Su Guodong saw the satellite images transmitted by the Space Bureau. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Old Lin, what on earth is going on here? I just can't make heads or tails of it." Su Guodong shifted his gaze from the satellite display images in front of him to Lin Qingshan behind him. Lin Qingshan slowly took 2 steps forward and came to stand behind Su Guodong. The situation was clear. It's exactly as Zijie described earlier. Lin Qingshan took a deep breath. Prior to this, Lin Qingshan had also communicated with Lin Zijie and his grandfather once. Lin Zijie had shared all his previous thoughts with Lin Qingshan. However, Lin Qingshan believed that such claims were somewhat too absurd and bizarre, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But now, ignoring it was no longer an option. Because all signs now point to one thing: there is definitely not just one human civilization on Blue Star. Perhaps previous civilizations were not born on Blue Star. But it can also absolutely prove that humans are not alone. Moreover, the remnants of the previous civilization are currently in operation. Perhaps it is truly as Lin Zijie said. This thing is actually a safety mechanism. Because Blue Star is about to experience its 5th mass extinction event. After the mass loss, Blue Star will essentially be declared to have entered the end of the world. Therefore, before the world comes to an end, the things left behind by the previous civilization are protecting Blue Star. This idea was discussed between Lin Zijie and Lin Qingshan during their communication. As for whether it is true or not, the grandfather and grandson dare not be certain. At that very moment, Zhang Ke and others from the Atlantis ruins once again established contact with the Dragon Nation's research headquarters. After establishing contact, Su Guodong hurriedly asked, "Zhang Ke, Zijie, how is it? Are you all right? What exactly happened over there? Why was our communication cut off earlier?" Facing Su Guodong's questions, Zhang Ke quickly took a deep breath and said solemnly, "There are no casualties on our side. However, we are currently unable to approach the central area of Atlantis. Furthermore, we can also confirm that this rectangular circular island is definitely not something humanity could have built. It is the remnants of a previous civilization. The blue light columns in the sky have begun to spread out." At this moment, Lin Zijie quickly approached the communication device and spoke solemnly. "The energy of these blue light columns is not actually light matter, but a type of plasma. Similar to plasma found in flames and lightning. This plasma possesses an extremely unique ability. It can alter the gravity in the core area, and then forcibly compress it." After hearing Lin Zijie's explanation, Su Guodong couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He took a deep breath and said, "Zijie, explain it in a way I can understand." Lin Zijie couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. Then he quickly began to explain. "These 5 massive blue light columns are currently emitting a rather peculiar type of plasma. What this substance is, I'm not entirely sure yet.
However, one thing is certain. That is, this peculiar plasma can alter the gravity in the core area. To put it more bluntly, if this layer of plasma were to completely cover our blue star,
then even if the fifth mass loss event were to occur within our blue planet, there would be no gravitational changes.
However,
the only thing we don't know is how far this plasma can actually spread,
or whether it can cover the entire globe. And even if it does, we cannot guarantee how long this plasma will persist.
These are my primary concerns at the moment. Lin Zijie voiced all his concerns.
At the Longwar Research Headquarters, Su Guodong heard Lin Zijie's words and couldn't help but nod in agreement. He then said solemnly, "You will remain on Atlantis Island to continue observations. The rest is up to us."
All right. Lin Zijie quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Guodong also hurried to another highly classified communication room. This communication room was accessible only to Su Guodong.
Upon entering, he immediately pressed a phone that looked very old and ancient. Once the call was connected,
Su Guodong stood up straight and said in a deep voice, "We have confirmed it here."
After explaining for about 5 minutes, he asked again, "What are the higher-ups' thoughts?"
After waiting for 30 seconds, a voice came through. "Pass this information down the chain of command.
If it's difficult, we'll get through this together. Even if it's the last day."
The call ended. Su Guodong put down the phone and slowly walked out of the room. Since the higher-ups have already made their decision, then it's time to make this matter public. If it had been earlier, it might have been possible to keep it hidden. But such a massive pillar of light couldn't be concealed anymore.
Moreover, according to Lin Zijie, the plasma emitted by these light columns seemed to be spreading with the intention of covering the entire globe.
He took a deep breath and walked out to the main control area.
Lin Chengshan approached and asked, "What did they say up there?"
Su Guodong said solemnly,
"Make it public and overcome this crisis together." Chapter 144, Time is running out. Disaster is approaching. Testing and striving.
Lin Chengshan nodded solemnly after hearing Su Guodong's words.
He nodded solemnly.
Then he took a deep breath and said,
"Since that is the case, then, from now on, everything here will be under your command." "All right, I understand."
Su Guodong also nodded very seriously.
"Since
everything has already been made clear by those above,
then everything will be handled by him from here on out.
The method is also very straightforward.
Simply make everything that has happened here public knowledge. Let everyone know what is currently happening in this world."
Just as preparations were being made at the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters, this mysterious blue light column has already been known throughout the world.
After all,
this beam of light was almost connecting heaven and earth.
At that very moment,
media outlets from around the world had all boarded professional helicopters and were heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. Additionally, numerous countries have dispatched numerous maritime exploration teams. They were all rushing toward this location.
Such a mysterious phenomenon. These people naturally wouldn't miss out. At the same time, those beams of light were releasing an immense amount of energy. This energy made Lu Chen envious. At that very moment, Lu Chen stood at the edge of the 5 beams of light.
In the edge area of these 5 beams of light, there was another layer that could be seen.
However, it was an electromagnetic protective layer that could not be penetrated. This protective layer is not something that human civilization could possibly construct. Moreover, within this protective layer lies an extremely powerful electromagnetic force. Do not produce any reaction when they do not come into contact with an object. However, if they come into contact with a solid object, they will inevitably produce a powerful electrotepid effect. At that point, regardless of what you are, it will be instantly heated by the powerful electrothermal effect. To what extent it will be heated, that is something Lu Chen cannot know.
At that moment, Lu Chen gazed at the immense energy before him,
and couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. He then stood up and walked over to the side of the ruins.
He looked at the enormous stone pillar before him.
Lu Chen extended his right hand directly.
He slowly wrapped his hand around it. After gripping it, he exerted a little force. He managed to pull the enormous stone pillar out of the ground by its roots. These stone pillars might be extremely hard, but for Lu Chen, who stood 600 meters tall,
it was no big deal at all. It was as easy as bending down to pull a blade of grass. After pulling out this thick stone pillar, Lu Chen strolled leisurely up to the electromagnetic shielding layer.
Upon reaching this layer of electromagnetic shielding, Lu Chen waved the stone pillar in his hand.
Then, he threw it directly at the electromagnetic shield in front of him. The moment he threw it,
the stone pillar in his hand instantly made contact with the electromagnetic shield.
At the moment of contact, a powerful current surged out in a dense, lightning-like burst, attacking the stone pillar. And it all happened in an instant. All that could be seen was the thick stone pillar melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right. Even the stone was melted by it. It eventually turned into ash and vanished.
Then, with a single gust of wind, it vanished from this place. As for how high the temperature had reached,
Lu Chen didn't know either.
anyway, it was enough to melt the stones. The temperature probably wasn't too far off. Just as Lu Chen was testing how powerful this layer of electromagnetic shielding was,
in the central area of this circular plaza, those 5 massive energy columns were continuously releasing plasma into the sky. What exactly is this plasma? No one knew. Not even Lin Zijie knew, although he is an expert in this field. But when faced with this advanced civilization left behind by the previous ruins, he is at a loss. It is clear. The technology of the Atlantis Empire has far surpassed human records. It could even be said that it had reached the level of a first-tier civilization. After all, the current state of humanity has not even reached the first-level civilization stage. In the universe, there are first, second, and third-level civilizations. A first-level civilization is defined as one that must possess the ability to control all the energy of a planet. Only those who can fully control all the energy of a planet are deemed to have reached a level 1 civilization. Second-level civilization is defined by the ability to control the energy of a star. To control the energy of a star, you must construct a super-advanced device. This superstructure is called a Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere is not something that can be easily constructed. First, the materials required for a Dyson sphere are completely beyond the capabilities of a level 1 civilization, because its materials are sourced from the cores of other planets in the solar system. Then, you must create a gigantic sphere capable of enveloping the sun entirely. This would meet the standard configuration of a Dyson sphere. All the energy emitted by the sun, all the energy it radiates, is stored by the Dyson sphere. In this way, civilizations would have access to stronger energy. This energy could enable these civilizations to achieve light-speed travel, or perhaps even achieve warp drive. Otherwise, they will never be able to reach the level of a secondary civilization. This is merely the requirement for a second-level civilization. A level 1 civilization can control the entire energy of a planet. A second-level civilization can control the entire energy of a star. A third-level civilization, however, is a whole new level, controlling the energy of all stars within an entire star. At least that's how humans define it now. Whether such civilizations exist in this vast, boundless universe is unknown. We do not know, are unclear, and cannot be certain. You cannot say it exists, nor can you say it does not, because there is no evidence for either. However, the only thing we can be certain of at this moment is that is the remnants of the Atlantis ruins. Or rather, the civilization that once thrived here undoubtedly reached level 1 civilization. But why it vanished remains a mystery. As the world's attention converges on the Atlantic Ocean, the plasma in the sky began to expand outward in all directions. For a moment, it felt like a blue liquid was slowly flowing outward in all directions. A disaster is approaching. Time is running out. Lu Chen was testing the waters. Humans are striving. Chapter 145, The News You All Need to Know. As time continued to pass, the pillar of light in the sky began to grow even more brilliant and dazzling. The blue plasma in the sky began to take on a radiating pattern, moving toward the atmosphere. These blue plasmas seemed to know their direction. Following the atmosphere, it began to spread outward. And the speed is extremely fast. It took only about half an hour. They had already spread to an area of approximately 100 kilometers in diameter. The diameter has also reached over 200 kilometers. This speed can be described as extremely fast. Such an eerie phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was inevitably noticed by people in the surrounding areas. Moreover, all humans in the hemisphere belonging to the Atlantic Ocean could clearly see the blue glow in the sky. All they had to do was look up. Even if the area you are in is covered by blizzards or torrential rain, but you can still clearly see the blue plasma in the sky. The plasma continues to spread outward in all directions. However, news media from surrounding countries have already boarded numerous yachts. Various helicopters have also arrived over the Atlantic Ocean. News media, of course, means that something major has happened. They would definitely rush to the scene as soon as possible. For instance, such a world-shocking event has now emerged at the center of the Atlantic Ocean. They certainly cannot afford to miss it. Upon arriving here, the journalists aboard the helicopters circling above the waters. Upon seeing this massive circular island suddenly appear in the center of the Atlantic Ocean, were all left speechless in disbelief. The Atlantic Ocean is one of the larger oceans on Earth. It covers 20% of the entire blue star's surface area. This is an extremely alarming figure. Consider this. On the entire blue star, even if you include all the land areas, it only accounts for 29% of the total area. From this, you can imagine just how vast the Atlantic Ocean truly is. However, right in the heart of this vast Atlantic Ocean,
Suddenly, a circular island with a diameter of nearly 50 kilometers appeared.
this news sent the world into a frenzy. Comments flooded in from all directions. Endless discussions emerged. Have you heard about it?
The center of the Pacific Ocean was roughly 2 or 3 months ago.
A massive island also appeared there.
And now, a similar one has appeared in the central part of the Atlantic Ocean.
Though it's not as large as the one in the Pacific. But isn't this whole thing just brimming with the supernatural? Have you heard about this? I've heard about it too. It's not just strange, it's downright bizarre.
Suddenly, such a massive island appeared in the otherwise calm waters. And not just one, but two at the same time.
If this keeps up, could a third one appear? A fourth, or even a fifth? Who knows?
We'll just have to wait for the news media to provide answers. Similar comments are beginning to surface all over the world.
Everyone is curious.
A circular island with a diameter of nearly 50 kilometers suddenly appeared in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
What on earth is it? Some people are speculating that it might be a relic left behind by aliens.
Others, who are more intelligent and quick thinking, they immediately realized that this could very well be the site of the lost city of Atlantis. Some individuals with more advanced resources, they somehow obtained the latest satellite maps.
They examined the satellite maps in detail.
They found that the island in the center of the Pacific Ocean had no unusual structures,
or anything resembling ancient ruins.
However, when they located the circular island at the center of the Atlantic Ocean,
they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
Because they discovered that in this area, the shape and the eerie coincidence of this ring-shaped island, this circular island, with a diameter of 50 kilometers,
was identical to the ruins of Atlantis. Therefore, they now firmly believe this is the ancient super-civilization of Atlantis. Otherwise, how could these massive blue light columns have appeared? They couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, could they?
It must be something only an advanced civilization could use or create. Suddenly, media outlets from all over the world began to frenetically focus on this event.
Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation's research headquarters, Su Guodong had already tidied up his clothes, because a live broadcast for the entire world was about to begin.
This live broadcast would reveal to the world exactly what was happening at that moment.
Are all the live broadcast equipment ready? Everything is ready. Is the broadcast frequency also ready? Yes, it's ready. We have approximately 5 minutes before we can begin the announcement.
After confirming with the staff around him that everything was in order,
Su Guodong took a deep breath.
Then he walked up to the podium in front of him.
Shortly after,
the live broadcast of the announcement to the entire world officially began.
It was exactly noon. At that very moment, everyone who could use a phone or computer received a notification message at exactly 12 p.m.
The notification contained a series of headlines about the Atlantis ruins and the future of human civilization.
As soon as the headline appeared, naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. Upon clicking on it,
everyone watching the live stream around the world saw Su Guodong's appearance. Soon, someone recognized him. It was the highest-ranking commander of the Dragon Nation's research headquarters. He had published numerous scientific theories.
I know this person. It's really him. It's really him. No doubt about it. Could there be some major announcement coming up? I don't know. Let's just listen quietly. After preparing for about 10 minutes,
the number of online users had already exceeded nearly 3 billion.
Su Guodong saw this and took a deep breath.
Then he spoke with unwavering confidence.
There is an important announcement that everyone must hear. Chapter 146, a global live broadcast announcement. At that very moment,
everyone watching the live stream held their breath. They were also extremely curious.
As the highest-ranking commander of the Dragon Nation's research headquarters, what kind of announcement will he make?
And how this news is connected to the events unfolding before their eyes. Meanwhile, the popularity and number of viewers in the live stream were still rising rapidly.
After all, in the world today, almost everyone owns a smartphone.
The number of viewers has surged from 3 billion to 5 billion. And it continues to rise.
Keep in mind that the total human population on the entire blue star is only 8 billion.
Excluding some underdeveloped countries that may not have access to this information.
Everyone else is flooding into the live streaming platforms.
Su Guodong remained unfazed. He simply waited patiently. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the number of people had surged from 5 billion to 7 billion.
In other words, at this point, almost all humans worldwide
were mostly in their own live streams.
Moreover, the matter they are about to announce
is also of great significance.
Su Guodong took a deep breath.
Then he spoke slowly.
Hello, everyone.
I am the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters.
My name is Su Guodong.
I'm sure you're all curious.
What exactly has been happening during this time? I will now I will explain everything in detail. I will do my best to answer all the questions you have raised. Now, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please prepare your questions. Within these 2 minutes, I will briefly summarize what has happened during this time. Su Guodong took a deep breath. Then he continued. 200 years ago, humans discovered mysterious wormholes. However, at that time, our technology was insufficient to explore the wormholes. However, just about 9 months ago, our research headquarters has fully mastered all the data on wormholes. Not only that, we can also predict the time and location of the next wormhole's appearance. As everyone knows, wormholes can connect two spacetime continuums. This has already been confirmed by us. Not only that, we successfully traversed a wormhole 9 months ago. Now, for you, crossing through might not seem like much. But for us at the time, it was a tremendous achievement. Su Guodong spoke with a look of deep respect on his face. Naturally, it was for the researchers who had traveled back to the prehistoric Dragon Kingdom. When we completed it, we discovered we had arrived in a prehistoric world. However, according to the grandmother paradox, we couldn't have possibly traveled through time. Therefore, at that time, the head of the top quantum physics research team in our Dragon Kingdom found me. He presented us with a theory that was impossible to accept. That was the theory of parallel universes. At that time, we still believed we had traveled through time. We did not believe we had traveled to another universe. But, until we encountered the giant beasts, everything the giant beasts exhibited was consistent with the actions and behaviors of a highly advanced civilization. This point, I believe, requires no further explanation. At this point, 80% of the world's population nodded in agreement. Indeed, the colossal creature is a sentient being. This has already been confirmed. In fact, many people have even witnessed them with their own eyes. So, if that is the case, I will not elaborate further on this point. Su Guodong nodded again. Then he continued. The first 3 times the wormhole opened, the timing was extremely precise. However, during the 4th attempt, something went wrong. We discovered that the wormhole not only failed to close, but also that its scope was extremely vast. Not only that, there was an even more terrifying thing. That was, a massive island has appeared at the center of our vast Pacific Ocean. Why this island has appeared? Even now, we have no idea. Whether it is the remnant of a more advanced civilization, we also do not know. However, the only thing we can be certain of is that, if it exists, then we would have already broken the grandmother paradox. Humanity could not have emerged. Therefore, this point can be firmly established. If parallel universes exist, several issues arise. First, if parallel universes already exist, we cannot guarantee that life forms from other parallel universes will not invade our universe. As we know, no signs of life have been detected in our universe. Although, personally, I still believe in the existence of extraterrestrial life or more advanced forms of humanity. Or perhaps more advanced civilizations. However, despite all the research conducted by humanity to date, no such evidence has been found. However, the concept of parallel universes could provide an explanation. Because in another universe, their civilization or technology has far surpassed ours. They find it effortless to prevent us from discovering them. As for whether there are even more advanced forms of intelligence, life has already far surpassed our technological imagination. They can even achieve the ability to perform wormhole jumps. They can descend from their universe into ours. This is something we may never be able to verify in the future. Speaking of which, Su Guodong once again steered the conversation toward the island at the center of the Atlantic Ocean. The secret here is the true core secret. Chapter 147, Can Humanity Survive? In a live broadcast to the entire world, Su Guodong took a deep breath. Then he continued. A circular structure with a diameter of 50 kilometers appeared in the Atlantic Ocean. It had reached an island 50 kilometers in diameter. You should all be aware of this by now, right? And the mysterious blue light columns. You should all be aware of that as well, right? At this point, Su Guodong took a deep breath. What followed was the revelation of the core secret. Immediately afterward, Su Guodong quickly outlined the circumstances that led to the appearance of this island. He also described their observations of the current situation and the results. The time of the 5th mass loss and the results of the 6th mass loss were all revealed. Upon hearing these 2 pieces of information, everyone felt a buzzing sensation in their heads. Who could have imagined that yesterday was a happy day, and now it feels like the end of the world is approaching? Suddenly, various pieces of information began to emerge, and panic about the end of the world started to spread rapidly. Su Guodong spoke solemnly. Although we had anticipated this situation, however, there is no need for anyone to worry. Because the blue plasma floating in the sky, slowly enveloping our planet's atmosphere, seems to possess the ability to forcibly control our Earth's magnetic field. We really don't need to worry too much. However, some have raised objections. Does that mean we don't have to worry just because you say so? Upon seeing such doubts, couldn't help but smile. Has our dragon nation made a mistake?
The moment those words were spoken, everyone was completely stunned. Yes, it seems that on the path of scientific research, Dragon Country has always been at the forefront of the world.
There have been almost no mistakes.
So when Su Guodong spoke those words,
most people calmed down.
After waiting for a few minutes, Su Guodong finally spoke slowly.
From now on, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Next, I will answer each of your questions one by one.
However, please refrain from asking questions about other matters. Just as Su Guodong finished speaking,
within the research headquarters equipment, numerous questions had already been screened out. The first question appeared on Su Guodong's screen.
When did the fifth quality loss occur?
We need to know the exact time.
Su Guodong took a deep breath and spoke slowly.
The first issue, the time of the fifth quality loss.
The time of the fifth quality loss has already been determined by our professional staff.
It will be approximately 16 hours from now. 16 hours from now. Upon receiving this figure,
people around the world began to buzz with excitement. Everyone started whispering and discussing the matter.
Only 16 hours left. What can we do in 16 hours?
They never imagined that the fifth quality loss would occur so quickly. Su Guodong listened to the feedback reported by his staff.
Couldn't he help but sigh softly? There's nothing we can do.
After all, it's impossible for everyone to remain calm in the face of a disaster.
Therefore, regarding the misunderstanding and lack of acceptance from these people,
Su Guodong also deeply understood their feelings.
Next, the second question. This is also the most frequently asked question. Is this really the end of the world? If it is, how long will it take for it to happen? What will the world be like after the end of the world?
Su Guodong spoke the question slowly and heavily. After he finished speaking,
sure enough, among the nearly 6 billion people watching the live stream,
fell completely silent,
quietly waiting for Su Guodong's explanation. Is this the end of the world? I couldn't make the right judgment. If we go by our understanding, then this time, it is the end of the world.
Because after the fifth mass loss occurred,
the gravitational pull of our blue planet will weaken by half.
At that point, everyone will have to take shelter in basements, or take shelter in bomb shelters,
because gravity will be halved.
The orbit of Blue Star will shift. Whether it will be pulled toward the sun or flung out of the solar system,
we don't know. But there is one thing we can be certain of. Once a mass loss event occurs,
we will definitely face the situation I mentioned earlier.
However,
at this point, Su Guodong cleared his throat slightly.
The problem lies here. Because a blue plasma has appeared on the island in the center of the Atlantic Ocean. That plasma is slowly enveloping our atmosphere. Not only that,
we have preliminarily determined that the island at the center of the Atlantic Ocean is
the safety device left behind by the previous civilization on our blue planet.
As for whether it is the ruins of Atlantis,
we have no evidence to prove either way.
Therefore, everyone is free to hold their own opinions.
Of course, if everyone believes it is, then it is. If you don't think it is, then it isn't. After hearing this explanation of the question, all the people fell silent. It was clear that they knew Su Guodong wasn't speaking to them or joking around.
After all, the layers of blue light in the sky were visible to almost everyone.
Even as evening fell,
the brilliant blue glow in the sky remained clearly visible.
And it was evident that this extraordinary phenomenon was something humans could not achieve. Therefore, it can only prove one thing.
The circular island that suddenly appeared in the center of the Atlantic Ocean. It could very well be a safety device left behind by a previous civilization.
And the likelihood is very high. At that very moment, the third question presented itself to Su Guodong. This question left Su Guodong momentarily speechless. The question was, can humanity survive? Chapter 148, Solutions to the Crisis. This question
really stumped Su Guodong.
Can we survive? Can humanity survive? This point, Su Guodong really couldn't guarantee it. But
what he can guarantee is, he will do everything in his power, using all the capabilities humanity currently possesses, to protect the place where they live.
As for whether they will succeed, that remains to be seen. Su Guodong took a slow, deep breath.
Then he looked at the camera in front of him. He then spoke with the utmost solemnity.
Everyone, please rest assured. Although I cannot guarantee that humanity can survive 100%, but there is one thing I can assure you all. That is,
at this point, his expression gradually shifted from solemn to resolute, and he continued in a deep voice.
We humans will never fear this disaster. We will do everything in our power to resist this disaster.
In fact, as early as 2 weeks ago, when our researchers calculated the possibility of this outcome, we had already begun searching for a way to resolve this disaster. Therefore, Su Guodong looked up at the live display in front of him and said solemnly,
"Everyone, please rest assured. Our top-notch research team is working tirelessly
to find a way to resolve this disaster.
so there's no need to worry too much. Of course, I won't make any definitive statements here. After all, we can't guarantee that we'll be able to crack this mysterious phenomenon. However, based on the current situation,
The temporary situation is that
it can be resolved."
as soon as the words left his mouth, Su Guodong thought of the 5 blue light columns at the center of the Atlantis Ruins Island.
Although the cause of these light columns remains unknown. However, based on the current situation,
The blue particles emitted by these pillars are capable of protecting their current state. Because of the strange blue particles in the sky,
as things stand now, they can protect our blue heart gravity. As for what will happen in the future,
I really dare not make too many guarantees.
Therefore, here, I assure you of one thing.
That is, we will never let our guard down.
We will give it our all.
In response to Su Guodong's words,
everyone watching the live stream all nodded indifferently. Yeah, they were just ordinary humans.
When faced with disaster, they can remain fearless in the face of danger.
Just this alone, it is enough to earn our admiration.
Therefore, in theory, the two sides are fundamentally incomparable.
We are ordinary humans. Aren't they, as researchers, also ordinary humans? When compared to them,
on the contrary, they feel that, in this invisible war of salvation, they should unconditionally support the researchers from the Dragon Kingdom.
Unconditionally trust them.
After all, in the face of such a disaster, it is they. They are the ones who have taken the lead and are on the front lines. Therefore, they must never choose to act behind the scenes or utter cold, heartless words.
If they do, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. Following closely behind,
Su Guodong answered numerous questions from around the world. After all the questions were answered, the live stream came to an end. The message had been fully conveyed to the entire world.
As for how people around the world will handle this matter, that is no longer his concern.
At this point, he should focus his efforts on resolving the magnetic field anomaly. Upon returning to the Longguo research base team, Lin Qingshan excitedly found Su Guodong.
"Have you finished handling things over there?"
Facing Lin Qingshan's excitement,
Su Guodong couldn't help but scratch his head.
However, he still replied,
"Everything has been taken care of.
I have informed the entire world of everything that has happened. Now we must give it our all to confront this crisis."
Just 10 minutes ago, at the Atlantis ruins, Lin Zijia informed me that he has found a viable algorithm. What kind of algorithm?
Upon hearing Lin Qingshan's words,
couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Hurry up and come with me.
This algorithm will be explained to you personally by Lin Zijia.
Lin Qingshan took a deep breath.
He suppressed the excitement in his heart. After all, he had just heard the solution to the problem. He couldn't help but be deeply shocked inside, because such an idea had been deemed impossible before.
However, at that moment, they were on the island of Atlantis. Anything was possible.
Su Guodong followed Lin Qingshan into the communication chamber. Once they entered the communication chamber,
they quickly established contact with Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku on Atlantis.
Once the connection was established, the images of Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku were transmitted to the communication room of the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters. Just now, Lin Qingshan told me,
"You already have a solution." After meeting Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku, he immediately asked.
He asked the question he had been most eager to ask.
"Good. We have already found a preliminary solution. However, this solution is currently still in the speculative stage. It is merely a possibility, and the likelihood is extremely low."
Upon hearing Su Guodong's words,
he immediately lowered his voice.
Then he spoke slowly.
"What method?"
Su Guodong didn't beat around the bush.
He asked directly. Lin Zijie cleared his throat.
He organized his thoughts and began to slowly describe the method he had envisioned.
Chapter 149, Full Support.
Top-tier resources at your disposal. Then he spoke slowly.
This method is actually quite simple. And it's also quite forceful. The magnetic field at the Earth's core is generated is because our Earth's core is a massive molten iron ball. This iron ball currently has an unknown cause for its insufficient density.
This means its temperature has also decreased.
Therefore, if we can find a way, we can increase its density or heat. Then we can stabilize the magnetic field. However, we can only use one method to transmit the desired energy to the Earth's core. That is by using ultra-strong pulse capabilities. And pulse capability.
Even if we were to use the most powerful laser weapon available today,
and then have me modify it. It would still take a significant amount of time. However, these peculiar blue particle substances can stabilize the gravity of our blue star. So, from here on out, we're truly racing against time. Speaking of which,
Lin Zijie then shared all his thoughts. Su Guodong and Lin Qingshan from the Dragon Nation's research headquarters listened to Lin Zijie's words.
Couldn't help but fall into deep thought for a moment. After about 5 minutes of contemplation,
Su Guodong was the first to lift his head. Then he spoke with great solemnity.
Zijie, what do you think the feasibility of this matter is, in percentage terms?
Lin Zijie paused for about 5 minutes.
Then he gave a wry smile.
I don't think feasibility can be determined by a percentage.
It's more like 1 in a million. After all,
even if all of humanity combined were to explore Blue Heart, we would only be scratching the surface of its vastness.
Even whether there is such a massive molten iron core at the center of our blue star, we simply do not know. But there is one thing we are certain of.
If there is no such thing at the Earth's core, then there would definitely be a weakening or disruption of the magnetic field. These facts have already been confirmed.
Moreover, the place we are currently in is the ruins of Atlantis.
The previous civilization also seems to have experienced a similar situation.
Therefore,
they would have constructed such a safety mechanism in advance. Although we currently have no idea where the previous civilization is located,
or even if they exist, we must still be grateful to them,
because they left us such a massive safety mechanism for our blue planet.
Without this safety mechanism, we might very well have already experienced the 5th mass extinction event by now.
It is precisely because of these blue devices that the 5th mass extinction event has not occurred to this day. Therefore, I am also curious about how long this device can hold out. After hearing Lin Zijie's words,
Su Guodong and Lin Qingshan once again pondered for 2 minutes.
Su Guodong then spoke solemnly.
All right, I agree to this. From this moment on,
all top-tier resources of Manhwa are at your disposal.
Whatever you need, just ask. As long as we can arrange it, we will send everything over to you immediately. All right.
Lin Zijie nodded immediately after hearing Su Guodong's words. He indeed needed a lot of equipment at the moment.
He currently lacks the authority to request them.
Therefore, he could only rely on Su Guodong to allocate these resources.
Please ensure that all the equipment I mentioned,
all of it must be delivered to the Atlantis ruins within 2 hours.
Otherwise, we won't have enough time.
Lin Zijie looked at Su Guodong with utmost seriousness. Then he spoke solemnly.
All right. I understand. I will fully cooperate with you from now on. Su Guodong did not relax immediately. Instead, he nodded and said. After finishing, both parties ended the communication.
At the same time, Su Guodong turned around and looked at Lin Qingshan. Then he spoke solemnly. From now on, I will contact higher-ups to obtain the highest level of authorization.
From this moment onward, all the most advanced equipment within Manhwa will be transferred to Atlantis. This is truly a critical moment of life and death. Success or death. All right. Go ahead. I will fully support you in the coming days.
All the equipment in our top-tier quantum physics laboratory in Dragon Country is at your disposal.
I understand.
Su Guodong and Lin Qingshan nodded simultaneously. The two then quickly began contacting their superiors. At the same time, in the central area of the Atlantis Ruins Island in the Atlantic Ocean, along the edge of the circular plaza, Lu Chen had been resting there for several hours.
And Lu Chen had now basically confirmed it. This device seemed capable of protecting Blue Star.
Therefore, Lu Chen had no intention of forcibly absorbing the energy at the center of the protective device.
Although he was tempted, he also knew that if Blue Star were to be destroyed,
he himself would be unable to survive in this world. However, Lu Chen did notice something peculiar. While the energy of the 5 light columns was powerful,
but the central one was somewhat dim. Could it be because he had absorbed the energy from those light columns earlier? That's why the energy at the center has grown dim?
Facing this possibility, Lu Chen himself was unsure. No way, it can't really be because I consumed those blue crystal energies that caused the core's energy to become chaotic.
And that's why the gravity has weakened? Actually, Lu Chen sat there and thought about it for a moment.
He felt it was quite possible. Because before he had consumed those blue energy crystals, the world hadn't shown any signs of trouble. It was only after he had consumed them that things began to change.
However, Lu Chen didn't bother with such matters. Even if gravity weakened, so what? Does that mean he has no way to resolve it? Sorry. Fortunately, I happen to have the ability to do so. He can completely use his super gamma pulse rays to directly heat the Earth's core, and thereby achieve the ability to stabilize the Earth's gravitational pull.
Therefore, Lu Chen is lying here.
He has absolutely no worries at all. Chapter 150, Energy from the Electromagnetic Field. As Lu Chen waited patiently in the central area,
The plasma protective shield in the sky above seemed to begin spreading out.
It seemed to confirm Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie's previous speculation.
This layer of pale blue energy was indeed spreading outward toward the outer edges of Blue Star's atmosphere.
Not only that,
this layer of plasma shield was indeed capable of stabilizing Blue Star's core magnetic field.
as for how long it can remain stable, that remains unknown. As Lu Chen lay there,
the massive circular void at the center
suddenly erupted with a crimson glow.
This light was different from the 5 circular light pillars that had surrounded him earlier.
Lu Chen rose to his feet leisurely.
He then squinted his eyes and took a brief glance at the massive circular void at the center.
Sure enough, it was exactly as he had suspected. It couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. It was clear that
the 5 circular light columns surrounding the central void. The 5 circular light columns around it were devices designed to stabilize the Earth's gravitational force.
The massive device in the center is used to reinforce the gravitational force.
After the crimson light appeared in the center of this massive void, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke, who were in the distant forest, also noticed the unusual activity here. Zhang Ke led Lin Zijie. They quickly headed toward this area.
Immediately afterward, Zhang Ke asked in a deep voice,
"Zijie, can you use the equipment to detect the void at the center?"
"What is it for?" "I'll test it. But I can't guarantee that I'll be able to detect it."
Lin Zijie quickly nodded. Immediately after, he rushed over to the makeshift research hut that had been set up nearby
and took out his blue crystal detection device. Once he had it in hand, he quickly aimed it at the massive void at the center.
As he aimed at the massive void, the readings on his detection device began to rise wildly.
"What's going on?"
Zhang Ke had no idea what the numbers meant
and hurriedly asked aloud.
Lin Zijie quickly scanned the data in his hands. Then he looked up at the massive void in front of him.
He then spoke in a deep voice.
The energy released by the surrounding blue light columns was a type of anti-gravity suppression particle substance. This anti-gravity suppression particle can completely envelop the atmosphere of our blue heart.
Not only that, it can also stabilize our current gravitational field.
However, the circular void at the center is currently releasing an extremely powerful energy.
This energy is something I have never seen before.
It can be described as unheard of,
unseen by the eyes,
not even within the body of a colossal beast. I have never seen such powerful energy.
It's somewhat similar to the energy equivalent of our blue star's core. That energy is exceptionally powerful. The data I had set up couldn't even store it.
The numerical values of this energy are simply too large.
However, I can confirm one thing, that this energy is definitely some kind of device.
Perhaps it was created by a previous civilization to address this terrain magnetic field disturbance event.
In response to Lin Zijie's explanation, Zhang Ke could only smile faintly. He then asked again, "What should we do next? What else can we do? Let's just continue building our super geomagnetic pulse machine.
Since the Atlantis Ruins device can help us by some time,
then we can't waste this time either."
After hearing Lin Zijie's words,
Zhang Ke also nodded in agreement.
Then, the two of them quickly went to assist the top-tier devices dispatched by Su Guodong. These top-tier devices lacked the ability to generate such pulses.
However, since Lin Zijie's technical skills were truly exceptional, he had no concerns about the instruments being ineffective.
As long as they were in his hands,
he could completely transform them into something useful. As soon as they began their operation, Lu Chen couldn't help but suppress his curiosity.
He slowly extended his right hand. Then he gently touched the circular magnetic field protection device in front of him. Although these electromagnetic protective devices could instantly generate a powerful current when detecting foreign objects,
and generate extreme heat
to destroy any invading solid objects. However, Lu Chen had no concerns whatsoever about himself. He was more curious about whether these powerful electromagnetic protection devices would cause any harm to him.
Whether they could actually do so was still a question.
So, Lu Chen slowly walked toward the circular protective device in front of him. He raised his right hand.
He gently touched it.
Instantly, the electromagnetic protective field in front of him, resembling a semicircle, began to violently release powerful currents, attacking his right hand. However, Lu Chen only felt a slight tingling sensation in his right hand.
It wasn't too intense.
It felt like someone had gently touched him. But the next second, Lu Chen suddenly felt that this energy was being constantly absorbed by his body.
Upon realizing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Wow! Sure enough, his body. It can absorb anything and everything. But thankfully, these electromagnetic energies are merely defensive mechanisms, not devices that stabilize the Earth's gravity. Otherwise, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to come here. However, after confirming that these electromagnetic energies couldn't harm him, Lu Chen continued moving toward the interior. After taking a few slow steps, he entered the electromagnetic field. However, even after entering the electromagnetic field, he couldn't escape the electromagnetic field's locking attack. Chapter 151, which comes first, tomorrow or the end of the world? The plan to save Blue Star officially begins. At this very moment, Lu Chen could only feel these electronic energies being continuously absorbed by himself. And the sources seemed to be numerous. Even lying here absorbing them, he had no idea how long it would take to absorb them all. This had never happened before. This also serves as proof. The devices left behind by the previous civilization were truly too powerful. Even Lu Chen can't help but admire the wisdom of these humans. Perhaps they weren't even human. Rather, they were the previous civilization. As for what kind of life forms they were, that is something Lu Chen cannot know. However, there is one thing he can be certain of. That is, the level of technology left behind by this civilization. It is undoubtedly far superior to the technological civilization of humanity today. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to create such a powerful device, capable of protecting the core magnetic field of the entire blue star, without interference. As Lu Chen pondered this, the blue plasma in the sky, after spreading for approximately 3 hours, had completely enveloped the entire blue star. Yes, those strange blue plasma has completely enveloped all of the atmosphere. This has been confirmed. At this point, there is virtually no distinction between day and night. These blue plasma seem to have a shielding mechanism. It can block solar winds. Of course, it also blocks all other energy from the sun. However, that's okay, because the blue plasma emits its own light. So there won't be a phenomenon like the midnight sun. There won't be a phenomenon where the sky is always pitch black. However, it is precisely because the light emitted by this plasma is blue, and it is brighter than the light emitted by the clouds. Therefore, even at midnight, looking outside, it is as bright as day. This unique phenomenon has naturally become known to people all over the world at this moment, especially in the hemisphere where it is nighttime. All life within that hemisphere can easily see the plasma emitting a faint blue glow in the sky. Even on the darkest night, one can clearly see the surroundings. There is no difference from daytime. And that is precisely why those humans who had not yet learned of the impending apocalypse were fully aware of this matter at that very moment. For a moment, all humans on the entire blue star were plunged into a state of tension. Although there are 8 billion humans on the entire blue star. However, not everyone took it lightly. Soon, disbelief began to spread in various places. However, of course, all nations have successfully stabilized domestic sentiment. After all, no matter how one looks at it now, those blue ions are protecting Blue Star. At the same time, this scene also made all the people of Blue Star realize how important it is to protect their own homes. If the Blue Star, which they rely on for survival, were to truly fail to survive, then, for them, it would be a devastating blow, or even an annihilating blow. However, talking about this now is of little use, because the event has already occurred. The specifics of what happens next will depend on how this matter is handled. Time flies. 2 days have quietly slipped away. Within these 2 days, all work around the world came to a complete halt. Everyone rushed home to reunite with their loved ones. There were hardly any vehicles on the streets. The world suddenly became quiet. All industrial factories have come to a standstill. Everyone had prepared enough food to last for about 2 or 3 weeks, because they had no idea whether the end of the world or tomorrow would come first. So 2 or 3 weeks worth of food would be enough. The end of the world. The word death felt like a heavy hammer. It struck everyone's hearts with a thud. They never imagined that such a word, which only appeared in movies. A scene that only appears in movies. An event that only happens in movies. It has truly been brought from the big screen into reality. And this has already been confirmed. This is the most terrifying thing. At this very moment, all of humanity is reflecting on this. Some may become even more. Others may become more melancholic. Some feel deeply regretful. Especially those who have harmed Blue Star. They are all desperately reflecting on their past actions. Some people have even come to believe that the reason Blue Star is facing such a severe situation this time was due to their excessive exploitation of Blue Star's resources. In any case, it is only at the very end of their lives. Will their final choices gradually come to light? Similar scenes are unfolding across the globe. At this moment, regardless of national boundaries, regardless of social status, everyone began to pray silently. Some even swore an oath. If they could survive the end of the world, they would immediately do good deeds. Some who had done wrong in the past, they were all preparing. After the end of the world has passed, if there's still a chance, they will all change everything one by one. Human hearts, human nature, are laid bare at this moment. However, even so, in the final choice, 99,999 people still choose to do good. At the beginning of human life, nature is inherently good, this is beyond doubt. The blue plasma, within 3 hours, has completely spread throughout the entire atmosphere. At this very moment, Blue Star's magnetic field has entered a stable zone, after completely covering the entire atmosphere. On the circular island of Atlantis, Zhang Ku and his team confirmed the stability of gravity through their detectors. Now, every second counts. Lin Zijie took a deep breath and said with great determination, "All researchers, follow me. The Blue Star rescue plan officially begins." Chapter 152, the break-even point is approaching. At this very moment, all the researchers remaining on the circular island of Atlantis, after hearing Lin Zijie's words, all responded with enthusiasm. All right. This response could be described as inspiring. Immediately after, Lin Zijie didn't waste any time. He immediately gathered his research team. Then he set off without pause. At the nearby site, this area was known as Site 1. It was a vast square plaza. As for what it was originally used for, that remains unknown. However, it is now referred to as Site 1. It is where Lin Zijie and his team are constructing the superpulse machine. At this very moment, everyone has gathered at Site 1. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters has begun swiftly gathering various materials. They are using the fastest transport aircraft to head toward the circular island of Atlantis, transporting them there. Meanwhile, Lin Zijie is leading a team of researchers to Site 1. Upon their arrival, approximately 30 high-energy impact machines had already been set up. These devices represent the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's scientific research, and had not yet been unveiled to the public. These machines were originally intended for military use. After all, these devices can release extremely powerful energy, and they don't require any physical ammunition. They rely entirely on electrical power and nuclear power. A technologically advanced nation. This is no joke. Once they arrived here, they quickly began arranging these instruments according to fixed blueprints, because their next step was to transform these 30 high-energy impact instruments into superpulse devices. Of course, that target is the Earth's core. The Earth's core is extremely far from the surface. Therefore, they cannot guarantee that the superpulse will be able to penetrate to the Earth's core. However, the only advantage is that pulses can propagate through solid materials. As long as this extremely powerful energy can be directed through the Earth's surface and penetrate directly beneath Blue Star, they can complete the energy transmission of the superpulse. As long as they channel all their inner energy into the attack, they could stabilize Blue Star's core gravitational force. In that case, they will be able to survive this disaster perfectly. Of course, this is merely Lin Zijie's speculation. Whether it can succeed is still a question. However, even if there is only a 1 in a million chance, or 1 in a million, he would keep trying. He will never give up until the very last moment. That is the true spirit of scientific research. At Site 1, many researchers have already gathered here. Many more are continuously being transported here. Their sole purpose for being here is clear. That is to collaborate with Lin Zijie and to construct a supermassive pulse device. This is the work they will be doing from now until the very end. Whether they succeed or not is not their concern. They only know that they must do their best. While all the humans were busy working, Lu Chen was leisurely lying at the center of the circular electromagnetic energy plaza, absorbing the powerful electromagnetic energy. This electromagnetic energy seemed endless. From the moment he arrived until now, Lu Chen had been lying there for nearly 3 hours. During these 3 hours, he had absorbed approximately 2 million units of reactor energy. Watching the energy of the atomic reactor within his body continuously grow stronger, Lu Chen couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. After all, this energy doesn't interfere with protecting the gravitational magnetic field of Blue Star. There was no harm in absorbing it. It was clear that the electromagnetic devices protecting the outer layer were designed to prevent other civilizations from invading. This protective shield was still quite effective. At the very least, at this moment in their world, humans cannot penetrate it using any means. Even if a nuclear explosion were to occur outside, it wouldn't harm the interior in the slightest, because this thing seems to be able to consume energy as well. However, the civilization that left such a super device, they certainly never anticipated that the civilizations of this world, they had no idea that any civilization on this world could do anything to their device. Unfortunately, the devices they left behind are also powerless against themselves. Therefore, at this very moment, I strolled leisurely to the center of the square, absorbing the energy here. Lu Chen scratched his head. looking at the endless energy here. He couldn't help but spread his hands wide. He had no idea how long it would take him to absorb it all. But we have plenty of time, so there's no rush. Just lingering here was fine. Thinking of this, Lu Chen nodded contentedly. Because the energy here is truly powerful. And it was electromagnetic energy. Electromagnetic energy releases both electrical energy and thermal energy. Both types of energy could be easily absorbed into his body, transforming them into his own atomic reactor energy. So the next step is very simple. He could just lie here for 2 days and not worry about it. Having thought this through, Lu Chen lay down here leisurely. Just as he lay down, the plasma in the sky had completely enveloped the entire blue star. From this moment on, at this very moment, if you look up, you can see the pale blue plasma in the sky. These substances could completely envelop blue star's gravitational pull. Not only that, it can prevent the blue star's gravity from changing in any way. Therefore, the fifth mass loss event is simply impossible to occur. Even if it were to occur, it would not matter. Including the layer of blue plasma in the atmosphere, it can easily stabilize blue star's gravity. Therefore, this has bought humanity a significant amount of time. At this very moment, on the island of Atlantis, Lin Zijie walked into the research facility where Zhang Ke was located. He quickly approached Zhang Ke. He then looked at the display in front of him and asked solemnly, "Zhang Ke, how is it? Are the numbers showing yet?" Zhang Ke turned around and looked at Lin Zijie. Then he spoke slowly. "An hour ago, the numbers flashed once. However, there was no noticeable change." Chapter 153, Losses are coming. The final hour. What? The numbers have changed. Lin Zijie's expression flickered slightly. Earlier, he had been working alongside the staff to set up the 30 super pulse instruments. But he never expected that the monitoring instruments here had already changed. That's right. It had already flashed once. From 0 to 1. Then, it returned to its original state within about 3 seconds. Zhang Ke scratched his head. He thought for a moment, recalling the events. Then he said, "So, if that's the case, the fifth quality loss incident has already occurred." Lin Zijie heard this and took a deep breath. Then he spoke with great solemnity. "Since the fifth quality loss incident has already occurred, then, I can now confirm with certainty that the blue plasma layer surrounding our atmosphere truly possesses the ability to stabilize the magnetic field energy at the core of our blue planet. In that case, we wouldn't have to worry about the blue star's magnetic field being weakened by more than half." At this point, Lin Zijie's expression gave no hint of whether he was pleased or not. Whether this situation is good or bad, he wasn't sure either. However, based on the current situation, it is definitely a good thing. Now that the fifth mass loss event has already occurred, can you estimate when the sixth incident will occur? After hearing Lin Zijie's words, his expression changed. He quickly asked. Upon hearing Zhang Ke's words, Lin Zijie swiftly approached the quantum machine nearby. After inputting all the previously obtained data into the quantum computer in front of him, he began to calculate frantically. He then turned his head solemnly and said, "After the fifth mass loss event occurred, according to theory, the gravitational force of the entire blue star should have decreased to approximately half its original value. Then I could use this reduced gravitational force as a constant and input it into the quantum computer in front of me. However, at present, because the blue ionosphere enveloping our atmosphere above the sky is protecting these gravitational forces, therefore, I cannot continue calculating the time for the sixth iteration. However, I can confirm one thing. That is, the time between the fourth and fifth mass losses was approximately 2 weeks. The time between the first and second occurred approximately 2 days. Then, the time between the second and third events was approximately 1 week. Therefore, based on this timeline, theoretically, the time between the fifth and sixth incidents should be more than a month. Approximately between 35 and 40 days. Lin Zijie scratched his head. Then he quickly simulated the data he had obtained. Using the quantum computer in front of him, he was also able to make an initial deduction. The time frame should be between 35 and 40 days. All right. Zhang Ke, after hearing Lin Zijie's words, he nodded solemnly. He then quickly immersed himself in his research tasks. At this moment, the time remaining until the sixth mass loss event, there were only 35 to 40 days remaining. The fifth mass loss had only caused Blue Star's gravity to lose half its strength. However, after the sixth event occurs, the core of Blue Star would turn into a cold, solid block of iron. It will no longer generate any gravity, and it will not generate any gravitational force. We all know how gravity is produced. Gravity is mass. When a substance is sufficiently large, it can generate profit. However, how can gravity be sustained? The core of that object must have an energy source that can generate heat. Preliminary calculations suggest the core of the blue planet we inhabit is a massive molten iron block. This iron mass is spinning at an insane speed. This generates extremely powerful electromagnetic gravitational forces. This gravitational force is what keeps the material on the surface of Blue Star from being flung away. Therefore, to control gravity, it is essential to increase the concentration of energy in the core. Otherwise, we would truly be helpless. Although this is merely a theoretical framework on the surface. However, it is currently being continuously verified. While Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku were working tirelessly to calculate and construct the superpulse device, time is ticking away second by second. During this period, the sky above was devoid of the sun, moon, or stars. The sun is also invisible, because everything was completely covered by that layer of blue plasma. Therefore, the lasers at the poles could not detect this moment either. It seems as though the entire world has been plunged into daylight. Because there is no difference between day and night. There is no significant temperature change either. Although the world continues to function every day. However, there are already many industries. There are also many companies and individuals working. Everyone has put down everything they were doing. They have returned to their own homes or the homes of relatives and friends, cherishing these final moments. Because they have no idea whether they will see tomorrow's sun, or whether they will even wake up. Of course, there were also some people stockpiling food. Then they head toward their own cellars, or perhaps the nearby bomb shelters, hoarding for the future. However, such people are still only a small minority. Because the former head of the Dragon Nation's Scientific Research Command, Su Guodong, had already clearly explained the entire situation. Even if you were in an air raid shelter, cellar, or underground at any depth, you could only survive for a short while. When the sixth mass loss event arrives, the entire blue star will be ejected from the solar system in an instant. Or it could be pulled into the sun's orbit. In such a situation, humans would have absolutely no way to escape. Chapter 154. Do you think they will come out to stop it? Even satellites in the sky cannot escape. Because satellites in the sky also rely on the gravitational field of Blue Star to orbit. When Blue Star shifts its orbit, the gravitational satellites in the sky will naturally follow Blue Star and move with it. Either they move farther away or closer, or drift into the pitch-black depths of outer space, or they will follow the blue planet into the stress capture zone of the sun. Then, toward the sun, this supermassive fusion body, madly rushing toward it. So the moment of no return has already arrived. There is truly no time to waste any resources. There is still time and energy left. We must throw ourselves fully into the plan to save Blue Star. And no resources can be wasted. If any resources are wasted, then the only thing lost will be the time needed to save Blue Star. As time passed, approximately 3 days have passed. At this moment, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku once again established communication with the Dragon Nation Research Headquarters. During these 3 days, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ku had not been idle. Zhang Ku was responsible for assisting Lin Zijie from the side. Meanwhile, Lin Zijie led his own team of top-tier personnel. They were conducting tests on the 30 pulse machines. After 72 hours of continuous testing, they were able to channel the energy of all 30 pulse machines to the surface of the ground. As for how deep the energy can penetrate underground, it is still increasing. Once communication was established, Lin Zijie did not waste any time and got straight to the point. I need all the blue crystal material. Please dispatch transport aircraft immediately to the Atlantis ruins. Transportation must be swift. I must obtain all the blue crystal material within 5 hours. After he finished speaking. On the other side, Su Guodong quickly nodded in agreement. All right. I've already been informed. I will immediately dispatch the fastest supersonic transport aircraft to transport all the blue crystal material obtained to your location. Is there anything else you need? After Su Guodong finished asking, Lin Zijie quickly began to think. After 2 minutes of contemplation, he spoke solemnly. I need some additional personnel to bring approximately the top 1,000 researchers to my location. Then, have all the materials listed on this roster delivered to me within 1 day. I will then send it to you. Please act immediately. Time is of the essence. Got it. I understand. Su Guodong nodded immediately. The communication between the two parties was once again cut off. At this point, even the time for communication couldn't be wasted. After receiving the list of materials Lin Zijie required, he immediately began to swiftly assign the task to his subordinates. At this moment, all the top-tier resources in the entire Dragon Nation were at his disposal. The required materials could naturally be obtained with ease. Everything came to a halt. Everything was now focused on this operation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the research base, Su Guodong quickly located Lin Changshan. After taking the materials from Su Guodong's hands, his pupils contracted slightly. Then he spoke in a low voice. Lin Zijie. Did this child tell you anything else? No, why? Is there a problem with these materials? Su Guodong heard Lin Qingshan's words. He scratched his head slightly. Then he asked curiously. These materials might be unfamiliar to you, but I've been familiar with them for a long time. Long ago, I worked on a project with him. It was the Super Pulsed Accelerator Collider. This machine can release extremely powerful energy in a short period of time. And the intensity of this energy is no weaker than that of extremely strong gamma rays. Gamma ray bursts are extremely harmful to the human body. In fact, everything within a 10-kilometer radius, including plants, would suffer severe damage. He asked us for these materials, which are needed to create a super-powered device capable of generating gamma ray bursts. Therefore, I suspect he is currently developing a device capable of releasing an extremely powerful gamma ray burst. Once this device is activated, then the entire island, including all living organisms, will be instantly swept away by the gamma rays. This would destroy the cell walls within their bodies. Basically, no one can survive a gamma ray burst. What did you hear when Lin Qingshan explained it? Su Guodong's expression changed slightly. Then a flash of anger crossed his face. Then he said, "What the hell is that kid up to? What the hell is your grandson doing? Even if the world were to end, he can't just leave his own life there. And if he carries out this plan, aren't there any researchers over there to stop him? Do you think they'll come out to stop him when he tells them about it? Would they come out to stop him?" Lin Qingshan sighed softly. Then he spoke softly. At this point, Su Guodong's expression suddenly changed. Right. Even if you told me the consequences of the matter. What about those top-tier researchers? Would they refuse? Obviously not. That means the list of materials Lin Zijie proposed earlier. And his plan had been unanimously approved by all the researchers remaining on the island. Thinking of this, Su Guodong's expression grew solemn once more. His voice was choked with emotion. However, he knew that this was not the time for hesitation. He had to act swiftly and execute these tasks without delay. Chapter 155, Ultimate Pulse Device. Test Preparation. He immediately said, "All right. Since you've given me this material, then I must transport all of this material to that island within a single day." After saying that, he quickly left the place. Lin Qingshan, upon seeing Su Guodong leave, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Regarding his grandson's choice, he chose to support him, and unconditionally. After all, not many people possess such a selfless and dedicated spirit. Regarding his grandson, having such a spirit is also a great source of comfort for Lin Qingshan. After all, no one can guarantee whether humanity will be able to survive this apocalypse. But he still believes in his grandson. He trusts his choices. And he trusts the judgments he makes. At that moment, everyone began to bustle about. Lu Chen, however, strolled leisurely toward the massive crater at the core. The massive pit had a diameter of nearly 200 meters. After all, its width was at most 100 meters. At most, it was around 60 to 70 meters. Although he was tall, but his body wasn't that wide. Even if the crater in front of me is about 200 meters in diameter, if I were to jump in, I probably wouldn't be able to get out for a while. Moreover, Lu Chen has no idea about this. How deep the pit actually is. After leisurely moving to the edge of the deep pit, Lu Chen couldn't resist sticking his head out to take a look down. Although the pit was releasing extremely powerful red energy. However, this red energy had no effect on him at all. When he moved his head over to take a closer look, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Though the area below was also a sea of crimson. But he could assure himself that the area below was definitely deeper than he had imagined. As for how deep it was, he had no idea. Even Lu Chen began to doubt whether this deep pit was connected to the core of Blue Star. If it's truly connected to the core of Blue Star, then that would be quite interesting. Thinking about it, Lu Chen stood up leisurely. Then, he moved toward the stone pillar beside him. He laid down on it directly. He began to rest. There was no rush anyway. He simply waited in silence. He was curious to see what this device left behind by the previous civilization could do. Could it possibly save the world from this impending apocalypse? If it can't, then he'll just have to do it himself. But he was certain of one thing. These red-colored energy emissions were being released by a core with an absolutely stable gravitational pull. He couldn't help but lift his head and look toward the distance. Approximately 5 kilometers away was Square 1. At the center of the square, he could clearly see Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie leading their research team in round-the-clock work on the super pulse device. Regarding their pulse device, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, though his face paled in comparison to his own. But this was, after all, core human technology. Overall, it was far more advanced than the technology in the universe he had previously existed in. Thinking of this, Lu Chen rolled over and continued to sleep soundly. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. There was still some time left before the end of the world. There was no point in rushing now. At the center of Square One, Zhang Ku and Lin Zijie were once again working tirelessly day and night here. About a week had passed. During this week, Lin Zijie once again mobilized a large amount of materials from all over the world. Various personnel were also brought in. After relentless efforts by the world's top researchers, this time, a super pulse device finally appeared before everyone. This super pulse device resembles an arc-shaped circle. However, it has been greatly enlarged. It also bears some resemblance to a particle accelerator collider. However, these similarities are merely superficial. The true core lies in the ability to amplify the energy of those blue crystals exponentially and release it. If all this energy were to be released, it would be more powerful than nuclear fusion. Because the raw material for nuclear fusion is just ordinary blue star material. However, the energy of these blue crystals far surpasses that of nuclear fusion materials. Therefore, if this energy were to explode directly on the surface of blue star, then the entire Atlantis island would be completely obliterated. It could even cause damage to the surrounding islands, or pose a threat to the smaller nations in the vicinity. Everyone began wrapping up their work. After all, such a massive project was completed in just 1 week. It can be called the largest engineering project in human history. At this very moment, Lin Zijie stood before the super particle accelerator collider and pulse machine combined instrument. He couldn't help but whistle in awe. If humanity could truly live in peace, then machines like this, we could easily build 2 or 3 more in just a month. It wouldn't be a problem at all. It's just a pity. It seems humans will never be able to live in peace. Not necessarily. Just then, Zhang Ke walked up to Lin Zijie. He patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Look behind you. Aren't we humans living in peace right now? Though I can't guarantee it will last forever. But I can guarantee that if we humans can truly overcome this crisis together, then we will definitely usher in a true era of peace and prosperity. At this point, Lin Zijie couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Only in the face of such a supernatural disaster might humanity truly learn to live in harmony. At that very moment, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke activated the ultimate pulse device in front of them. The energy source for this device was not electricity, nor is it nuclear energy. Rather, it was derived from the energy of those blue crystal particles. The energy of those blue crystal particles is extremely vast. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it can rival the total amount of nuclear energy currently being extracted from the entire blue star. They are about to begin their first test. Chapter 156, A Bold Idea. Direct synchronized input. They are about to begin their first test. This ultimate pulse device is also the first one they have ever created. Therefore, they are also very curious. They are eager to see what the ultimate pulse device they have built together will look like when it is activated. Although they have conducted countless tests using a quantum computer, however, virtual calculations and reality are still different. Therefore, it must undergo multiple tests. At this very moment, Lin Zijie had already arrived at the central control area. Upon entering this area, he quickly locked onto the supercomputer in his hands. After all, this calculation is no simple task. He must maintain strict control over all the data. And every single piece of data must be processed through his system. If the data exceeds his capacity, he couldn't guarantee that this attempt would succeed. Lin Zijie slowly walked up to the pulse device. He then extended his right hand. He then slowly opened the left control panel in front of him. After opening the panel, he began calibrating the data. Behind him stood a group of researchers. All the researchers were waiting quietly. No one dared to guarantee that this test would be completely safe. So they waited there, effectively entrusting their lives to the man before them. But they were still willing to trust this man named Lin Zijie. After all, Lin Zijie had once held a very powerful position on the international stage. No one dared to question his words. Moreover, after this period of deployment, many people have still come here. Especially talented individuals from all corners of the globe. They are constantly flowing into this area. Once they arrive here, they naturally all witness Lin Zijie's abilities. After facing Lin Zijie's abilities, they clearly understand that without this man before them, they wouldn't even be able to touch the pulse device. When compared like this, it seemed that only this man could solve the problem. As time passed, he began to act swiftly. Once he started moving, he discovered the data in front of him showed some fluctuations. However, it still required several people working together to successfully conduct the test. 3 more people were needed. 1 person on the left, 1 in the middle, and 1 at the back. I will now send you 2 sets of data. Enter all the data into the main control panel in front of you. We will then proceed with the next round of testing.
Lin Zijie turned around and spoke slowly to the staff behind the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 staff members walked up behind him.
These 3 staff members were not all researchers from Manhwa. Among them were researchers from Xiongwa.
Of course, there were also researchers from other parts of the world.
Their objective was simple: to assist Lin Zijie in front of them and complete the construction of the super pulse instrument.
However, upon arriving here, they discovered
the situation was far beyond their imagination.
With their current technology and manpower,
apart from Lin Zijie, there was simply no one else capable of constructing it. Moreover, after spending some time together,
even the researchers who had once harbored a touch of arrogance were now completely convinced.
They were thoroughly impressed by Lin Zijie's formidable abilities,
because the knowledge points and concepts Lin Zijie has proposed
completely surpassed their current understanding. Enter the first set of data into the system. Submit the second set of data as well.
The person on the left, insert the third set of data in reverse order.
Then follow my instructions.
Lin Zijie is now fully immersed in his work.
Although he usually appears somewhat gentle and refined,
but when he really gets into his work,
he becomes an extremely cautious and strict person.
Because all the work he does is high risk. There can be no room for carelessness during operations. There can be no mistakes in the work he does. If such a mistake were to occur, it would pose a serious threat to his own safety and the safety of those around him.
Thinking about this, Lin Zijie became even more focused. After becoming more serious, his expression once again became meticulous.
He remained serious and composed. As time passed, the staff member to his left had already completed the first set of data.
Into the panel in front of him,
the staff behind him also began to move.
When he started moving,
he discovered a rather tricky problem.
He quickly ran over to Lin Zijie's side.
Then he spoke solemnly.
Lin Zijie, is there something wrong with the data you gave me? What's wrong?
Lin Zijie hurriedly asked. If there's a data issue at this point, it would cause major disruptions to their entire workflow.
So at this critical moment, there must be absolutely no issues. Take a look to the left,
the staff member said quickly.
When the first group of people entered the data, I couldn't enter the data on my end. At this point,
he quickly demonstrated what had just happened.
Lin Zijie turned his head. He quickly glanced at it. After looking, he whispered, as expected.
Since the first and second data cannot be entered at the same time, then we'll just synchronize the entry directly.
At this point,
the staff member also paused for a moment.
This idea was quite bold.
After all, no one can guarantee that the pulse instrument will actually work.
If there were any mistakes, then there would be a major error on his end. At that point, there could even be permanent damage. Chapter 157, All personnel, retreat immediately. We don't have much time. Don't worry, it's okay. What could possibly happen?
At worst, the machine might be damaged.
Get to work. He wasn't worried about anything at all. Because he believed in the speed of his country's scientific research. He also believed in the country behind him.
He believed even more in the power of his own life. Therefore, he had no reason to worry about whether this machine,
what kind of harm could it cause? Even if it does, so what?
After all, he doesn't have to worry about any problems. During this period, all supplies are at his disposal.
Everything is at his disposal. Moreover, the blueprints have already been preliminarily finalized. As long as he wants to, he can do so at any time in a short period. Even Lin Zijie estimated that, give him a maximum of 5 hours, he could easily rebuild another one.
Super pulse device. As time passed,
Lin Zijie quickly moved to the side. He found the person on the first work line.
Then he asked slowly.
Number 2 has already informed me.
There was an error when he entered the data on your end.
However, I have an idea.
That is to connect you and the first person, and number 2's data together.
Then I will link it with number 4.
This way, we only need to input the data twice. Upon hearing Lin Zijie's words,
they nodded slowly. All right, I understand.
I'll do my best to cooperate with you from my end.
That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Lin Zijie smiled and nodded.
Although these people were from other countries, and previously, they weren't particularly impressed by him, but after all, he had his own methods.
The highest academic position at the headquarters of the Manhwa Research Institute. Was he joking? Thinking of this, Lin Zijie couldn't help but grin. Just at that moment, just as he was about to activate the pulse machine again, Zhang Ke walked over to his side. Then he asked in a low voice, I just heard some noise over here, so I came to take a look. Is everything okay over there?
Facing Zhang Ke's concern,
Lin Zijie couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth.
Then he patted Zhang Ke on the shoulder and said,
Don't worry, I'm here. What could possibly go wrong? After hearing Lin Zijie's words, Zhang Ku also felt at ease. After all, they had grown up together since childhood. Though not from the same parents, they had come to regard each other as true brothers. Their bond had even surpassed blood ties. That's why Zhang Ku was so concerned about Lin Zijie's situation. Lin Zijie had returned to the place where he once belonged. Then he shouted loudly. Group 1 and Group 2, get ready. In 10 seconds, input your data. Personnel 1, all received. All personnel in Group 2 have received the message. After hearing the voice over the radio, Lin Zijie nodded in response. Once you have adjusted all the data, notify me immediately. I also need some time to perform calculations. Lin Zijie's words reached the ears of the first and second personnel. The other side responded immediately. All right. No problem. After the communication between both sides was completed, Lin Zijie nodded. About 30 seconds later, the first and second personnel, along with their respective teams, uploaded all the data. This time, no rollback incidents occurred. Next, it was up to Lin Zijie and the fourth team member. Personnel 4 prepared themselves. Approximately 30 seconds later, our data processing will be complete. We will then compile all the data from your side. Got it, we've received it here as well. Personnel 4 quickly nodded in response. The 30 seconds are slowly passing. As time passed, the 30 seconds flew by in an instant. The next second, Lin Zijie immediately shouted loudly. Time is up, get ready quickly. Personnel number 4 also responded immediately. Immediately afterward, both sides swiftly began a series of data input tasks. Once they had stored all the data into the super pulse device in front of them, Lin Zijie quickly turned around and crouched behind Zhang Ku, saying, Hurry! 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 There are only 5 seconds to activate it. Lin Zijie looked at the instrument in his hands and immediately responded. Zhang Ku, upon hearing this, dared not delay. He swiftly pressed a red button in his hand. As soon as he pressed it, the entire super pulse device suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterward, the super particle collider on the surface of the pulse device began to emit a brilliant blue light. All personnel immediately retreat. We don't have much time. Lin Zijie shouted loudly. When the pulse device activated, within a radius of nearly 2 kilometers, all electronic devices ceased to function. Therefore, he could only rely on shouting to alert the staff. Upon hearing Lin Zijie's words, the staff quickly retreated. It took only about 30 seconds. Everyone retreated to a distance of nearly 500 meters. Then everyone hid behind the blast-proof shields. After all, no one could guarantee that this thing wouldn't explode. If it did explode, that would be disastrous. All personnel were waiting nervously for the test to begin. Because if this test succeeded, it would mean they wouldn't have to conduct the next one. On the other hand, if this test encountered any issues, they will still have to conduct a second test. Success or failure hinges on the outcome before them. Everyone held their breath to ensure the device starts up smoothly. These people on the island have paid an extremely high price, so they all hope at this moment that the device works flawlessly. The blue light grew increasingly intense. It is clear that the super pulse is gathering energy. This is the decisive moment. Chapter 158, Data Error Detected. The device is releasing extremely powerful energy. Everyone held their breath at that moment, because they know the outcome hinged on this critical moment. However, at this very moment, they were also worried whether this instrument will work or not. After all, they have invested a great deal of effort into this device. If it doesn't work, then they would be devastated. But if they do collapse, it wouldn't matter. Because Lin Zijie doesn't need to worry about these things at all. Currently, he has an abundance of materials at his disposal. He can easily create an identical machine in a short amount of time. He can immediately create an identical machine. Therefore, he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. At this very moment, Zhang Ke quickly approached Lin Zijie. Although they didn't need to worry about whether this attempt would succeed, they still needed to pay a little attention about their personal safety. Lin Zijie, at this distance, be able to withstand the shockwave from this device? In response to Zhang Ke's question, Lin Zijie couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. We're using the highest grade of protective equipment here. There's absolutely no need to worry about any shockwaves. Even if there were any shockwaves, he wouldn't be able to harm us. Do you think this is some kind of joke? Speaking of which, Lin Zijie's face showed an extremely confident expression. After all, he had great confidence in the technology he had developed, even if he couldn't defend against the impact of these energies. But protecting his own safety was no problem at all. Moreover, they were still a considerable distance away from that location. so there was no need to worry further. Worry is one thing. However, when it comes to Zhang Ke's safety awareness, he still has quite a bit of confidence. Just as they were talking, the super pulse device in the distance began to accelerate continuously. After the acceleration, all the blue light also began to intensify. Although they had conducted countless simulations on the quantum computer, however, to ensure safety, they had to hide here. At this very moment, at the edge of the central square of the Atlantis ruins, on the first experimental site, the super pulse device is accelerating wildly. All data has been calibrated. Next is the moment of truth to verify whether this machine is actually usable. However, Lin Zijie remains highly confident. After all, from the initial design of the instrument, through the blueprints, construction, and selection of personnel, all the way through the selection of materials, and numerous other aspects, every detail has been meticulously managed by him. Therefore, he remains quite confident in himself. As the energy of the pulse device continued to increase, the blue energy crystals began to gradually decompose. At that very moment, the entire ground suddenly shook. Boom! 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 The entire circular island seemed to experience a minor 34 magnitude earthquake. Lin Zijie knew this was no ordinary earthquake. It wasn't even an earthquake. It was merely the vibrations emitted by the pulse instruments. The earth once again resonated with a humming sound. The entire Atlantis ruins was once again hit by a powerful earthquake. Boom! Boom! This time, however, the magnitude of the tremor reached an unprecedented 6 on the Richter scale. A magnitude 6 earthquake. The extent of the damage has already been assessed. Sure enough, just as he came to a stop, some of the surrounding buildings began to show signs of cracking. As these buildings collapsed, some massive circular stone pillars began to collapse toward the surrounding area. Although they had already collapsed, the ground where they had fallen was completely covered in radial cracks. Although the cracks are not very large. However, when several small cracks gathered together, the impact on the surrounding area is significant. Notify all personnel to gather around me immediately. Then we will enter the shelter. Lin Zijie also noticed the situation around him. He quickly stood up. He said to Zhang Ke behind him. Zhang Ke nodded in agreement. Then, he quickly relayed the news to everyone around him. Upon hearing the news, they quickly moved toward the direction indicated by Lin Zijie. After all, this was their first time testing this device. They were unsure of its lethality. Therefore, it was better to err on the side of caution for now. Just as everyone had all taken cover, the super pulse device at Square One suddenly emitted a blinding white light. At the same time, these data were rapidly entering Lin Zijie's small quantum computer. Upon seeing the data in his hands, a look of solemnity appeared on his face. Zhang Ke, standing behind him, noticed the expression on his face. He whispered, "What's going on? Could the data be incorrect?" Lin Zijie, upon hearing Zhang Ke's words, shook his head and said softly, "It's not a data error. It's because the energy wasn't fully utilized. This time, we used the energy from 6 blue crystals. 3 of them have completely lost their energy. This proves that our instruments only released the energy from 3 blue crystals. The other 3 were all wasted." After hearing Lin Zijie's explanation, Zhang Ke's face couldn't help but grow serious. Because the blue energy crystals in their hands were extremely scarce. After several previous excavations, they now had no more than 50 pieces. Chapter 159, the possibility of a multiverse is high. If each test consumes 3 units of energy, given their current situation, they can only test it 8 or 9 times at most. Who can guarantee that they will succeed after 8 or 9 tests? Therefore, faced with this energy consumption, Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke couldn't help but sigh. If they had more energy, they could ensure faster progress in completing the tests. But there was only so much energy left. They must ensure that nothing goes wrong. At that very moment, the pulse device at the center of Square One released a dazzling white light. It gradually returned to a pale blue color. After turning into a pale blue-purple color, the energy readings on it began to slowly decrease. Eventually, they disappear completely. After disappearing, everyone's expressions betrayed a hint of reluctance. Especially Lin Zijie. Lin Zijie took a deep breath and addressed everyone. "It's okay. We've already achieved such a huge breakthrough in our first test. So I believe that with just 2 or 3 more tests, I should be able to easily resolve this energy loss issue. So there's no need for everyone to worry too much." After hearing Lin Zijie's words, everyone couldn't help but smile. It made sense. After all, they had achieved the most significant breakthrough in human history. People from all countries, the most brilliant scientists, all gathered on this single island. And their purpose for being here is to protect their blue planet. To protect our blue planet. Next, we can't afford to waste any more time here. One team and another team. Follow me and bring all the detection equipment. Third team and fourth team. You should also head to the vicinity of Square One immediately. Then collect the directions from which the energy is being released. This way, I can determine the exact location of the energy convergence point. After hearing Lin Zijie's instructions, everyone nodded in agreement. There were no complaints. Everyone immediately began to act. Everyone started moving. Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke were no exception. Lin Zijie quickly led everyone to the central area of Square One. Then they inspected the super pulse device in front of them. As time continued to pass, approximately 3 hours had passed. The 3 teams and the 4 pillar personnel had already recorded the direction and location of all the pulses released around them. They then handed over all the data to Lin Zijie. Upon receiving the data, he quickly entered it into his quantum computer. If this were to be calibrated using human brains, it would likely take thousands of years to complete. However, with a quantum computer, the data that would take humans thousands of years to calculate could be completed in just a few seconds. After obtaining this data, everyone's faces lit up with a hint of surprise, because they discovered that the data had an extremely low error rate. Once the error rate reaches 0, they would no longer need to waste any blue crystal energy. Meanwhile, on Lin Zijie and Zhang Ke's side, they were fully focused on testing the superpulse device. Lu Chen was also slowly absorbing the core energy. This energy is not meant to protect the blue heart's gravitational force. Rather, it is energy intended to defend against external enemies. Based on the current situation, he himself is considered an external enemy. However, it doesn't matter. These devices pose no threat whatsoever to oneself. Lu Chen remained there, quietly absorbing the positive energy, while listening to the constant system prompts in his mind. In order to absorb this vast amount of energy, and none of it was wasted, Lu Chen felt that if he were to lie here for 10 days or half a month, he would be able to fully obtain the purification points he needed. At that point, not only could he purify his own group of subordinates, he could also complete his transformation into the Monster King. Then he could unlock the next latest template. Actually, Lu Chen had always been curious. What will happen once his second template is unlocked? Because he knew. After unlocking the first template, he was very clear that this template wasn't the only one available. He had only unlocked the first and second templates so far. To unlock the third template, he must wait until the second template is fully unlocked. Only then can he unlock the third template. Moreover, at this point, he is now fully aware that the world he has traveled to is a multiverse. It is clear that his current situation is that he has traveled from one universe to another. Living in the prehistoric era, and everything from the prehistoric era, are all different from the world he currently lives in. For example, the massive fossils are completely different. Especially after activating a supermassive wormhole device in the later stages. He already knows clearly in his mind. The world he had traveled to was not a single, unified universe, but a multiverse. Otherwise, the grandmother paradox alone would have been enough to destroy the universe they had constructed. Clearly, the grandmother paradox does not apply in this universe. Lu Chen immediately realized that this world is not a single, unified existence. It belongs to a multi-dimensional realm. It is not a single form. It can also have multiple temporal branches. Time is actually a very mysterious thing. It does not objectively exist. Rather, it is something humans have devised to record changes in events. Time is actually defined by humans. Chapter 160, Achieving a State of Zero Loss. Moreover, the constraints of time apply only to certain forms of matter capable of thought. If humanity desires immortality, then they must transcend the form capable of thought to achieve immortality. Because those substances are completely unaffected by time. Take a stone, for example. Is a rock immortal or not? It has no form of consciousness. Therefore, time has no effect on it. Since time has no effect on it, then it is eternal. As for the passage of time, this stone changes and becomes something else. It will still exist. Because energy is conserved. It will not disappear without reason. Everything in the universe has always existed. Therefore, Lu Chen also firmly believes in the existence of the multiverse.